Listen up, anime-only adventurers. If Season 1 of the beginning after the end left you stunned and hungry for more, you're exactly where you need to be. The anime may have stopped, but Arthur Leywin's journey is far from over. In this video, the story continues right where Season 1 ended. Diving straight into the Manhwa chapters the anime hasn't touched yet. Stronger enemies, deeper secrets, and the real beginning of Arthur's rise. Drop a like, subscribe, and get ready, because this is where TBATE truly begins. 2 full years had slipped by since the world last shook, but time didn't stop just because the chaos ended. Life kept moving. Cities breathed again. People laughed, fought, drank, and dreamed. Yet beneath all of it, something invisible was changing. The continent wasn't at peace. It was evolving. Inside the Dragonspine Inn, the air was thick with sound and heat. Tankards slammed against tables. Laughter bounced off the stone walls. The smell of roasted meat and bitter ale mixed into something heavy enough to taste. Adventurers packed the place shoulder to shoulder, their voices rising and falling in waves of excitement, drunken bragging, and half-true stories meant to impress strangers. But in one corner, away from the noise, tension simmered. Kagul sat hunched forward at a worn table, his fingers wrapped tightly around his mug. His eyes were sharp, restless. He leaned closer to the small group gathered with him and lowered his voice, like he was about to say something dangerous. The masked swordsman. The name alone shifted the mood. A thick-necked brute beside him snorted, waving it off with a scoff. That fairy tale again? Please, people believe anything these days? Before Kagul could reply, a skinny man with tied-back hair slid into an empty seat, eyes wide with excitement. He leaned forward eagerly, practically vibrating with gossip. I know someone who's fought alongside him, he whispered. Swears on his life. The guy travels with Jasmine. Says he's young, barely looks old enough to drink. But when he moves, you can tell. That man's dangerous. The table stirred. Then Turman slammed his mug down hard enough to splash ale. His face twisted in irritation. Enough, he growled. I'm sick of hearing about this ghost. A seasoned B-class augmenter, Turman carried years of blood, scars, and pride. And every rumor about this masked swordsman felt like a personal insult. Clearing dungeons alone? Rising ranks like it's a joke? He spat. I've trained my entire life, and I wouldn't dare do that. No one could. Especially not some kid swinging a blade without even using magic. His words dripped with bitterness. The table erupted, some laughing, others arguing back. A few suggested maybe Jasmine was doing the heavy lifting. Others claimed the masked swordsman was blessed by the gods themselves. As the alcohol flowed, the egos grew louder, and soon one man even bragged that he could crush the masked swordsman without breaking a sweat. Kagul stayed quiet, but his thoughts burned. The rumors wouldn't stop. Wherever he went, people whispered that name. Some said the swordsman skipped ranks entirely. Others swore he'd reached A-class in under 2 years. 2 years. That detail hurt the most. Kagul had clawed and bled just to hover on the edge of C-class, failed the promotion exam 3 times, pushed himself until his body screamed, and still the door never opened. Meanwhile, someone else soared. For veterans like Turman, it wasn't just envy anymore. It was humiliation. Then the door creaked open. The sound cut through the tavern like a blade through cloth. Kagul's fork slipped from his hand and clattered against the table. His breath caught in his throat. A man stepped inside. A mask covered his face. The room didn't go silent, but something shifted. The air felt heavier, colder. The kind of stillness that comes right before a storm breaks. The masked swordsman had arrived. Turman stood up immediately, chair scraping loudly against the floor. A wide grin spread across his face, fueled by ale and wounded pride. Well, look who decided to show up, he sneered, voice dripping with mockery. What, cat got your tongue? Thought you'd be taller. Kagul shot to his feet, panic flashing across his face. Turman, stop! Don't! Too late. The veteran stepped forward, taunting, baiting, trying to provoke a reaction. The masked swordsman didn't even look at him. He simply walked past. That dismissal was the final insult. With a roar, Turman yanked his massive greatsword from his back. Mana exploded around him in blinding silver arcs as he raised the weapon high. Don't you ignore me! Kagul shouted again, his voice cracking. You'll get us all killed. The sword came crashing down. The impact shook the inn. Wood splintered, dust erupted, glass rattled. People screamed, convinced they'd just witnessed a murder. But when the dust settled, the masked swordsman stood untouched. The blade had struck the floor beside him, carving a crater deep enough to swallow a leg. Not a scratch marred his body. Slowly, calmly, he turned his head. His eyes glowed faintly blue, cold, sharp, inhuman. Turman snarled and ripped the blade free, swinging again and again in wild fury. Each strike missed. Every slash cut nothing but empty air. The masked swordsman barely moved. A tilt of the shoulder, a shift of the torso. Effortless, precise, untouchable. Turman screamed, lifting his weapon one final time. And then, a sound like air tearing, a flash too fast to follow. Silence. Something fell to the floor with a wet thud. Fingers. Turman's fingers. Blood dripped slowly as his sword slipped from his ruined grip. A broken groan escaped his throat. The masked swordsman stepped forward and calmly pressed his boot down on the fallen blade, pinning it to the floor without a word. The pressure vanished from the room like a storm passing overhead. Everyone gasped, lungs burning, as if they'd been underwater. Kagul collapsed back into his seat, shaking. His heart hammered violently in his chest. That pressure, that wasn't fear alone. It was instinct, a warning from something ancient inside him. Turman stood frozen, face pale, mana still flickering weakly around the man who had just dismantled him without effort. And the masked swordsman stood there in silence, power barely restrained, as the entire Dragonspine Inn realized one thing. The rumors weren't exaggerations. They were warnings. Cold, piercing eyes met Turman's stunned stare, and the masked man spoke only a single sentence, calm, flat, and merciless. "Are you done?" The words hit harder than any blade. Kagul snapped out of his paralysis like someone dunked him in ice water. His heart slammed against his ribs as he rushed toward Turman, shouting for help. His voice cracked as he begged someone, anyone, to bring a bag of ice, screaming that maybe, just maybe, an emitter could still reattach the fingers if they acted fast enough. Blood pooled across the tavern floor, dark and sticky, soaking into the wooden planks. The crowd that once laughed and mocked now murmured in fear. No one joked anymore. No one breathed too loudly. The mood had flipped from drunken bravado to primal survival instinct. Meanwhile, the masked swordsman had already turned away. He walked back toward the counter where the waitress stood, frozen in place, her skin pale as snow, eyes wide and unblinking like she'd forgotten how to exist. Her hands trembled as if they might fall apart entirely. In a calm, almost gentle voice, he asked for his rations. Under the name Note, her head bobbed rapidly as she scrambled to grab the sack from beneath the counter, nearly dropping it twice before finally placing it in his hands. He gave her a respectful nod, quiet, polite, almost human, and turned to leave. Not a single soul spoke, not until the door closed behind him. Outside, Jasmine was already waiting near the horses, arms crossed, posture relaxed but alert. When she spotted him, she raised an eyebrow. "Took you long enough," she said. "What happened in there?" Arthur shrugged like nothing worth mentioning had occurred. Rations were hard to find. Her eyes drifted to the faint splatter of dried blood on his mask. And right, she didn't push it, but her half-lidded stare made it painfully clear she didn't buy his excuse for a second. Arthur didn't elaborate. He simply reached up, removed the mask, and revealed a completely calm expression. No wounds, no stress, not even a scratch. Jasmine sighed and shook her head before swinging up onto her horse. "Let's move." Arthur followed beside her, the rhythmic sound of hooves filling the air as they resumed their journey. The road stretched on, quiet and endless, and as the wind rushed past, Arthur found himself reflecting on the last 2 years, the years that reshaped him into something sharper, stronger, and far more dangerous than the boy he once was. Jasmine had pushed him relentlessly. She'd helped him sharpen his skills, refine his instincts, and climb all the way to A-class. Everything they'd done together had been leading toward this dungeon. Now it was finally within reach. As they rode, Arthur pulled out a piece of parchment and began to write. The letter was addressed to his parents. He told them where he was, how far he'd come, and asked them to wait just a little longer before he returned home. He mentioned Lilia, now awakened, and imagined the proud chaos she must have caused already. He joked that Vincent was probably over the moon. He asked them not to overwhelm her with tutors, to let her grow naturally before sending her off to Xyrus Academy. He wrote about Jasmine too, how she continued to teach him wind magic, how he returned the favor by helping her refine her swordsmanship. He even bragged a little, saying he'd broken into the light orange stage and grown strong enough to nearly beat his father in arm wrestling. The letter was warm, honest, full of gratitude. He ended it with a promise. This dungeon would be his final mission before school. In just a few weeks, he'd be home. Jasmine glanced over. "You done writing?" Arthur nodded. "Yeah, the stable master will make sure it gets delivered once the horses return." She smiled faintly. "Roran trained them well. Doesn't matter where we let them go, they'll always find their way back." Arthur agreed. Leaving mounts unattended near a dungeon was dangerous, especially with magical beasts roaming nearby. Jasmine reminded him that the rest of the party was likely already waiting. Then she asked casually, "What about Sylvie? Is she joining us this time?" Arthur hesitated. "She's still watching. Her thoughts are clearer now, but she says she's not ready yet." Jasmine hummed in understanding. "Probably wants to get stronger before you start school." That explanation felt right. They pushed forward, riding for several more hours until the forest thickened and the air grew heavy. Finally, Jasmine slowed her horse. They'd arrived. The trees opened into a wide clearing hidden deep within the woods. At its center stood the dungeon entrance, silent, ominous, and waiting. A group of adventurers had already gathered. Some were packing away supplies, others tightening armor straps or checking weapons. Arthur dismounted, Jasmine right behind him. That's when he felt it, a familiar presence. He looked up, and there he was, Lucas, the same fire conjurer from the exam. Arms crossed, expression sour, eyes sharp with thinly veiled irritation. Arthur sighed inwardly. Of course, Lucas wasted no time pointing out that they were the last to arrive. Before things could spiral, another man stepped forward with a friendly smile and an air of authority that instantly calmed the group. "Reginald Brooks," he said, extending a hand. "I'll be leading this operation." Arthur accepted the handshake, gripping firmly. Reginald's eyes sharpened slightly. That grip told him everything he needed to know. So the rumors were real. Reginald introduced himself properly. An A-class augmenter specializing in earth magic. wielding a massive warhammer. He gestured toward Lucas next. A class conjurer, dark yellow stage, fire attribute. Lucas didn't look pleased about the introduction. Next came a broad-shouldered man with a relaxed grin. Creole Masser, water attribute. I'll be your tank. His presence radiated stability. Then another figure stepped forward, and Arthur recognized him instantly, one of the B-rank candidates from the exam. Elijah Knight, the man said. A class conjurer, dark orange core, earth attribute, solid, reliable, precise. Oliver stepped forward next, his presence quieter than the others, but far from weak. He was an emitter deviant, specializing in healing magic, the kind of role nobody noticed until everything went wrong. His tone carried a faint edge of arrogance, like someone who knew his value and didn't need to prove it. But Arthur couldn't deny the comfort that came with having a competent healer nearby. In a dungeon, that kind of support wasn't just helpful. It was the thin line between walking out alive and becoming another nameless corpse. Before the tension could settle, a burst of cheerful energy crashed into the group. Hi, I'm Samantha, but everyone calls me Sammy. The girl practically bounced as she spoke, her smile bright enough to cut through the heaviness in the air. She introduced herself as an A-class conjurer, dark yellow core, specializing in water magic. Her presence was like sunlight breaking through storm clouds, and her excitement spiked the moment she noticed the masked swordsman. Her eyes sparkled like she'd just met a celebrity. Oh wow, you're really him, aren't you? She blurted out, clearly trying and failing to contain herself. Her enthusiasm softened the mood instantly. Even the tense adventurers nearby relaxed just a little. Reginald gestured toward the final member of the group. A broad-shouldered man stepped forward, confidence rolling off him like heat from a forge. Brawled Landon, he said evenly, a A-class augmenter, light yellow core, fire element. His voice was steady, grounded, someone used to command and chaos alike. As the highest-ranked adventurer present, the authority naturally fell to him. Arthur could tell immediately. This man had seen real battle. Brawled gave the group a brief but measured nod before turning his attention to Jasmine. She stepped forward smoothly. Jasmine, A-class augmenter, light yellow stage, wind element, dual swords. Brawled returned the nod, clearly pleased. Another high-tier fighter meant better odds. Then it was Arthur's turn. Still under his alias, he spoke calmly. Name's note, a class augmenter, light orange stage, fire element. A few heads turned. Samantha blinked. Wait, fire? I thought you didn't have an element. Arthur shrugged lightly. I didn't, for a while. That answer only deepened her curiosity, but she backed off, sensing there was more beneath the surface than he wanted to explain. Brawled glanced at the gear strapped to Arthur and Jasmine's backs. No dimensional rings? Both of them shook their heads. Brawled looked toward Lucas, clearly expecting him to step up. Lucas scoffed and turned away. Mine's full. Oliver chimed in smoothly. I'm already carrying Samantha's equipment. For a moment, it looked like the issue would stall them, until Elijah spoke up. I still have space. He activated his dimensional ring, and with a subtle shimmer, Arthur and Jasmine's packs vanished into storage. Arthur blinked. He hadn't expected that. Dimensional rings were ancient relics, artifacts from the era when the floating city of Xyrus still ruled the skies. Even the smallest ones cost absurd amounts of gold. That Elijah had one at all said more than words ever could. Arthur nodded in appreciation. Thanks. Elijah returned the gesture with a calm smile. Brawled stepped forward again, voice firm and commanding. All right, that's everything. Let's move. The dungeon awaited. This wasn't just any dungeon. It was AA rank, a death sentence for anyone below A class. Only elites were allowed inside. According to Brawled, a hidden tunnel within led to an unexplored section that had only recently been discovered. That was their objective. The group moved out, weapons ready, minds sharp. They entered a narrow tunnel carved deep into the mountain's spine. The slope dipped downward, the air growing colder with every step. Moisture clung to the walls, and each footstep echoed unnaturally, as if the cave itself was listening. Arthur walked beside Brawled, who held his shield high and sword ready. The silence stretched, too long. Lucas muttered something under his breath. This is weird. Not a single mana beast. That was when the tunnel opened. They stepped into a massive cavern, at least 50 yards across, bathed in a dim, eerie blue glow. The source was unclear, but it painted the jagged stone in ghostly light. Above them, stalactites lined the ceiling like rows of fangs. Then the sound came, a low growl. It echoed once, then again, then multiplied. Brawled narrowed his eyes. Shapes began dropping from the ceiling. Dozens of them. Bat-like creatures with 4 muscular limbs instead of wings. Their fur bristled, eyes bloodshot, teeth bared. Bat runners. Formation, Brawled shouted. Conserve mana. The cavern exploded into motion. Creel slammed his shield forward, crushing one of the beasts mid-air and sending it crashing to the stone floor in a shriek of pain. Brawled struck his own shield with his blade, the sound ringing like a war drum. Hold the line! Oliver began chanting, mana swirling around his hands as his focus sharpened. Jasmine moved instantly, daggers flashing, as she positioned herself defensively, her stance fluid and deadly. Reginald and Creel flanked her, weapons raised, timing their movements with practiced precision. Reginald was the first to kill. His warhammer came down like divine judgment, crushing a bat runner into the cavern floor in a burst of gore. Elijah followed, slamming his palm into the ground. Jagged pillars of earth erupted upward, impaling several creatures mid-air. Their bodies fell lifelessly around them. Brawl charged through the chaos, carving through the swarm with brutal efficiency. But even as he fought, he shouted over the noise. "Stop wasting energy." His voice cut through the battle. "Killing these things won't end it." The team tensed, because that meant only one thing. This was just the beginning. They needed to conserve mana. Every drop counted down here. Arthur lifted his sword, ready to move. But before he could even take a step, the air around him ignited. Heat exploded outward. Lucas had already activated his spell. Fire Cyclone! A roaring inferno burst from his staff, spiraling outward like a living storm. Flames tore through the cavern, swallowing the air itself. The temperature skyrocketed instantly, scorching the stone walls black. Screeches echoed as dozens of Batrunners were caught mid-flight, their bodies igniting before they could even react. Burnt wings folded in on themselves as they dropped like ash from the sky. Lucas stood tall in the aftermath, flames still dancing around him, a smug grin creeping across his face like he'd just put on a show for an audience. But Brawl wasn't impressed. He stormed forward and grabbed Lucas by the collar, lifting him just enough for their eyes to meet. "What the hell do you think you're doing?" Brawl roared. Lucas scowled. "I ended it fast. Saved everyone the trouble." Brawl shoved him back hard. "This isn't some playground dungeon. You just wasted mana we might need later." Lucas scoffed. "They're dead." Brawl's eyes darkened. "No, they're not." Arthur stayed silent, but he understood exactly what Brawl meant. This was the dire tombs. Nothing here truly stayed dead. The creatures inside weren't bound by normal life or mana cycles. Kill them, burn them, shred them, it didn't matter. Eventually, they crawled back. No core, no reward, just endless repetition. That was why this place was feared. That was why adventurers avoided it unless absolutely necessary. The flames died down, leaving behind scorched stone and silence. Brawl exhaled sharply and motioned forward. This way. He led them to a narrow opening carved into the cavern wall, barely noticeable unless you knew exactly where to look. "This is it," he said. "The hidden passage." Elijah stepped forward without hesitation. Lifting his hand, he shaped the stone itself. Thick earthen grips formed along the wall, like steps grown from the rock. One by one, they climbed. When they reached the top, Brawl paused. "This is as far as I got last time." His gaze darkened. "Whatever's causing the reanimation, it's deeper. Probably an artifact." Creel shrugged casually. "As long as I get paid, I don't care what's waiting." Brawl snorted and motioned onward. But just before they moved, his eyes flicked upward. Thousands of Batrunners clung to the ceiling above them, completely still, silent statues of death. No one breathed. Slowly, carefully, the group slipped forward. Elijah raised a hand behind them, sealing the passage with a wall of earth. The bats remained still, watching. The next corridor was narrow, tight enough that only 4 people could walk shoulder to shoulder. The tension eased slightly, but Arthur's instincts screamed something was wrong. Then, click, a faint metallic sound, then another. Arthur moved instantly. He stepped in front of Samantha just as thin metallic projectiles shot from the darkness. His blade flashed, deflecting the darts with sharp metallic clangs that echoed violently down the corridor. Sparks flew. Samantha gasped. "Thank you." Reginald spun toward Brawl. "Traps? Since when?" Brawl clenched his jaw. "There weren't any before. I swear it." Oliver rushed to Samantha's side, checking her quickly. She nodded, shaken but unharmed. Arthur's eyes narrowed. He could hear it now, soft scraping along the walls. Movement. These weren't traps, and they were being hunted. "Those weren't mechanisms," Arthur said calmly. "They're alive." That made things worse. Traps could be learned. Creatures could adapt. Brawl kicked aside one of the darts, his voice grim. "Stay alert." They continued forward, every step cautious, every breath measured. Eventually, the corridor widened into another cavern, larger than the last. The heat hit them instantly, dry, suffocating. The ground was riddled with deep holes, scattered unevenly like wounds in the earth itself. Brawl slowed. "Careful, something's wrong." Arthur felt it too. Not heat, pressure, like something massive was watching them from just beyond reach. Brawl warned everyone to avoid the holes. Gas vents. They erupt without warning. They navigated carefully, and then the ground exploded. A violent eruption tore through the floor as something massive burst upward in a shower of rock and flame. Creel reacted instantly. He slammed his shield into the ground, conjuring a massive wall of shimmering water that absorbed the blast. The creature emerged fully, a colossal worm, thick as a tower, its body glowing red with internal heat. Its mouth could swallow a person whole. Everyone froze. Brawl stared in disbelief. That wasn't here before. Creel frowned. "New monsters don't just appear in sealed dungeons." Brawl nodded slowly. "Exactly." The ground trembled again. Then, without warning, the massive creature retreated, diving back underground and vanishing completely. Silence followed. The hole it left behind yawned like an open grave. Elijah spoke quietly, breaking the tension. "This place is changing, and whatever waited deeper inside was waking up." Arthur studied the crater in silence, his eyes tracing the jagged edges where the ground had collapsed. Whatever had burst out of there wasn't random. It was calculated, alive, thinking. Before anyone could speak, Oliver, still riding the high of his earlier confidence, suddenly stepped forward. "Hey, wait," Brauld called out. Too late. Oliver shoved past him like the danger didn't apply to him, marching toward the far end of the cavern with reckless confidence. Samantha's instincts screamed at her. Her breath hitched as she reached out, but her voice came a moment too late. "Oliver, don't—" The ground trembled. A deep, violent rumble surged through the cave, followed by a sickening hiss, like something boiling under unbearable pressure. Arthur's eyes widened. "Lucas, barrier, now!" Lucas froze, panic flashing across his face as his mind struggled to catch up. Arthur didn't wait. He lunged forward, grabbing Brauld by the collar and yanking him backward with all his strength. The instant he did, a violent explosion of yellow gas erupted from the ground where Oliver had been standing. "Now!" Arthur shouted again. Lucas snapped out of it. A blazing wall of heat erupted around them as he threw up a heatwave barrier just in time. The gas slammed into it with crushing force. The pressure rattled their bones. Visibility vanished instantly as steam swallowed everything. Samantha reacted on instinct, summoning a flowing barrier of water to reinforce the shield. The two elements clashed violently, filling the cave with scalding mist that burned the lungs and blurred vision. Seconds stretched like hours. Then silence. The steam thinned. The barrier faded. What remained made everyone freeze. Oliver was gone. What stood where he had been was a half-melted skeleton, blackened and warped, bits of scorched flesh still clinging to bone. Smoke curled lazily from the remains. No scream, no struggle, just instant death. Brauld clenched his fists so hard his knuckles cracked. "Damn it!" Arthur stared, jaw tight. One reckless move, 1 second too slow. That was all it took. He crouched beside what was left and retrieved the gem embedded in Oliver's gear. It still pulsed faintly with mana. His eyes flicked to Samantha's core, fractured, unstable. Without a word, he tossed the gem to her. She caught it, stunned. "Arthur, replace it," he said firmly. She didn't argue. Arthur stood and turned to the group, his voice sharp, commanding. "We move, now." No one questioned him. Brauld nodded grimly and added, "If we stay here, we die." They moved quickly through the twisting tunnels, the air growing heavier with every step. The silence felt wrong, too heavy, too expectant. Then the ground shook again. The massive worm burst forth once more, erupting directly in front of them, its armored body coiling like a living mountain. Before anyone could react, "Creole!" Brauld shouted. Creole launched forward, slamming his shield into the earth. A wall of rushing water exploded upward, colliding with the monster's charge. The impact sent shockwaves rippling through the cavern, but it bought them precious seconds. Elijah moved instantly, slamming both hands into the ground. Stone erupted in a massive ring, snapping shut around the beast's midsection like a vice. "Now!" Brauld barked. Jasmine darted forward, blades flashing, drawing the creature's attention, while Reginald stepped into position. Impact blast! His hammer ignited with blinding yellow energy as he leapt skyward, spinning with brutal momentum. The strike landed with an earth-shattering boom. The cave roared. Dust exploded outward. But instead of collapsing, the stone bindings shattered. The creature roared, unharmed. Fear rippled through the group. Lucas faltered. His magic hadn't worked before. And now, then Arthur stepped forward. "Move." He didn't shout. He didn't hesitate. He moved. Acid sprayed toward him in violent arcs. Arthur weaved through it with unnatural precision, his movements sharp, deliberate. He drew his blade. Mana surged. Sear! The flames vanished, compressing inward until the blade glowed red-hot from within. A glob of acid flew toward his face. He struck it aside effortlessly, liquid hissing harmlessly against the stone. In that opening, Jasmine moved. She vaulted off his shoulder, spinning through the air, daggers flashing like silver lightning. She drove both blades deep into the gash Arthur had carved moments before. The creature shrieked. The sound was deafening. Its body convulsed violently before it tore itself free and vanished underground in a violent retreat. Silence followed. Brauld exhaled hard. "We're alive." No one argued. He straightened and nodded sharply. "We move. Now." As they advanced, he clapped a hand on Jasmine's shoulder. "Good instincts." She gave a short nod, already scanning ahead. Lucas scoffed under his breath. Wasn't even that strong. The moment the words left his mouth, the ground rumbled. The hiss returned. Arthur's eyes widened. Without hesitation, dark crimson flames burst around him as Phoenix's cloak ignited. Heat rippled outward in waves. Lucas froze again. Jasmine spun, summoning a violent vortex of wind that tore through the incoming gas before it could reach her. The air screamed. The cave trembled, and somewhere beneath them, something ancient stirred, angrier than before. She reached out instinctively, fingers stretching toward Arthur, but his attention had already snapped elsewhere. Lucas. Before anyone could even shout, Arthur moved. He lunged forward, boots slamming against the stone as he threw himself between Lucas and the surging wave of boiling acid gas. The moment he planted his feet, dark crimson flames erupted around his body, wrapping him like a living shield. Phoenix's cape flared violently, roaring against the incoming torrent. The explosion hit. A deafening hiss filled the cavern as the superheated gas gas slammed into Arthur's barrier. The impact sent shockwaves rippling through the tunnel, shaking loose chunks of stone from the ceiling. Heat crashed against him in suffocating waves, trying to burn its way through his defenses. Behind him, Lucas froze, too slow, too stunned to react. The flames around Arthur screamed louder, absorbing the punishment head-on. His boots skidded across the ground as he was pushed back inch by inch, but he held his ground. The gas finally began to thin. Steam rolled across the cavern floor like fog, swallowing everything in sight. One by one, silhouettes emerged through the haze. Samantha stumbled forward first, coughing, her arms covered in angry red burns. Jasmine leaned against the wall, breathing hard, her skin blistered but intact. Reginald knelt on one knee, panting, his armor warped and scorched. Then Arthur's eyes locked onto Brauld. His heart sank. Brauld had taken the worst of it. His right arm, his sword arm, was completely ruined, charred black, skin torn apart, muscle barely holding together by shredded strands of flesh. Smoke curled faintly from the wound as blood dripped onto the stone below. Arthur's expression hardened instantly. Brauld had shielded Samantha instead of himself. Reginald rushed to him, grabbing his shoulder and holding him upright. His voice shook as he urged him to stay conscious. Brauld gritted his teeth, refusing to scream, but the pain was clearly tearing through him. Arthur stepped forward slowly, without hesitation at all. He raised his blade. In a single clean motion, he severed the ruined arm. Blood sprayed, splashing across the stone. But before panic could erupt, Samantha surged forward. Her hands glowed as she wrapped the wound in layered bands of water magic, sealing veins and stabilizing the flesh. Steam hissed as the bleeding slowed to a stop. Silence followed, heavy, suffocating. The group stood frozen, staring at the aftermath. Arthur exhaled slowly, finally letting the tension drain from his shoulders. Then, from the side, Creole stepped forward. Despite the carnage, he was smiling. Not a mocking smile. Not madness, just quiet warmth. He held out something in his hand. A sandwich, rough bread, dried meat, a bit of cheese peeking out the side. "My dungeon snack," he said softly. "For moments like this." Arthur blinked, caught off guard. Still, he accepted it with a nod. Creole explained, almost shyly, that these were made using his fiancée's recipe. She insisted they were best when warmed just right. Arthur gave a faint smile. With a flick of his fingers, a gentle flame bloomed in his palm. He warmed the sandwich carefully, just enough for the cheese to melt. Creole's eyes lit up. "Hey, could you do mine too?" Arthur did. They sat there in the middle of a shattered death trap, quietly eating like this was some roadside break instead of a nightmare dungeon. The food was surprisingly good, rich, seasoned perfectly. Arthur nodded in approval. "You're lucky," he said honestly, "to have someone like that waiting for you." Creole smiled wider than before, pride flickering through the exhaustion. For a brief moment, everything felt calm. Then it shattered. Reginald's voice cracked through the silence, sharp and furious. "Enough!" Lucas snapped back immediately, venom in his tone. He blamed the entire situation on Brauld, said he only joined because he was promised a competent AA rank leader. Now look at them, down a healer, half dead, and trapped in hell. Brauld clenched his jaw, eyes burning. He shot back that Lucas was the one who froze, the one who dropped his weapon, the one who had to be saved. Lucas scoffed, claiming he was never in danger, that it was Brauld's own incompetence that got him crippled. Brauld roared back, shouting that he'd taken that hit to save Samantha. Something that never would have happened if Lucas had acted when he was supposed to. The tension snapped. Arthur stepped forward. His voice cut through the argument like steel. Cold, calm, absolute. He looked straight at Lucas. "Power means nothing if you're a liability." The words landed hard. "If you can't think beyond yourself," Arthur continued, "then you're better off walking this dungeon alone." Lucas glared, jaw clenched, but said nothing. After a moment he turned away, fury simmering beneath the surface. Reginald exhaled heavily and shifted his focus back to Brauld. He told him to rest and recover what little he could. Arthur crouched beside Brauld. His voice softened. The truth was unavoidable. Everyone else had burns, bruises, exhaustion. But Brauld had lost an arm. This wasn't something he could shrug off. Arthur told him plainly, if he wanted to stop, no one would blame him. For a long moment, Brauld said nothing. Then he lifted his head. His eyes were steady. "This'll be my last dungeon," he said, "but I'm finishing it." Samantha gasped, shaking her head. "How could he fight like this?" Brauld met her gaze calmly. "I'm still AA rank. I won't slow you down." Then he turned to Arthur. "I want you to lead." The word stunned the group. "You've stayed calm. You made the hard calls. You kept everyone alive." His gaze sharpened. "You're the leader now." One by one, the others nodded. Even those who doubted him before didn't argue. Arthur accepted without ceremony. "We rest 1 hour," he said. "Then we move." After the brief recovery, they stood once more, worn, burned, but alive. With Arthur at the front, they pushed deeper into the dungeon, toward whatever nightmare waited next. The corridor that followed was noticeably shorter than the ones before it, almost deceptively so. But at its end stood something that immediately demanded attention. A massive set of double doors unlike anything they had encountered so far. The surface was completely covered in strange, ancient runes, etched deep into the metal as if carved by hands long erased by time. The symbols weren't just unfamiliar. They felt wrong, humming faintly with a quiet, oppressive mystery that settled into the air. Brauld stepped closer, studying the doors with a deep frown. Unease crept into his voice. as he muttered that this entire section felt off. During his last visit, this tunnel had never been sealed. There had been no doors, no barrier, nothing like this. Reginald joined him, calm as ever, running his gaze across the carvings. He admitted he couldn't read the runes, but something else caught his eye. Thin cracks webbing across the structure. Whatever power these symbols once held, it had likely long since faded. To him, the doors were old stone and metal, nothing more. Without waiting for further discussion, Reginald lifted his silver warhammer and brought it down hard. The impact rang through the corridor like thunder, sparks bursting outward, as the sound echoed endlessly through the dungeon. The doors didn't move. His jaw tightened. Calling upon one of his core techniques, Reginald's hammer flared with light as he shouted the spell's name and struck again. This time the doors trembled, just slightly, but still refused to open. Jasmine stepped forward silently. Reginald met her eyes and gave a brief nod. In perfect sync, they charged. Jasmine's mana surged through her dual swords, wind screaming along the blades, while Reginald unleashed another empowered strike. Their combined force shook the ground beneath their feet. The doors groaned in protest, metal grinding against metal. And then, click, a narrow gap appeared. Reginald wasted no time. He jammed his thick fingers into the opening and growled as he forced the doors apart, muscles straining as the gap widened. What waited beyond made everyone freeze. It wasn't stone. It wasn't darkness. It wasn't a dungeon. Beyond the doors stretched a vast meadow, impossibly wide and vibrant. Lush grass rolled endlessly into the distance, glowing with a soft emerald sheen like it had been polished by sunlight. The air was bright, warm, and peaceful, yet there were no torches, no crystals, no visible source of light at all. For a moment, it felt like they had stepped out of the earth entirely. No one spoke. The beauty of it stunned them into silence. Arthur didn't relax. His eyes narrowed as his gaze swept across the open space. There were no pillars, no supports, nothing holding up the ceiling, if there even was one. This space shouldn't exist underground. His instincts screamed that this wasn't natural. Samantha whispered in awe, barely able to contain herself. Creel stretched his arms lazily and yawned, cracking a joke about how this looked like the perfect spot to rest. He mentioned how suddenly sleepy he felt, like the tension had drained straight out of his bones. Arthur didn't smile. The calm here felt too perfect, too clean. He turned sharply and told everyone they weren't stopping. His voice carried authority now, firm and unyielding. Whatever this place was, it wasn't safe. Creole blinked in confusion. To him, it was just grass and open space. No monsters, no sounds, no movement, nothing dangerous. But Arthur's unease only deepened. As they moved farther into the meadow, that discomfort clung tighter, crawling up his spine. The serenity felt manufactured, like a beautiful lie. His instincts screamed danger, yet nothing presented itself. Then the atmosphere shifted. A thin mist began to rise from the ground, curling around their legs. At first it seemed harmless, but within seconds it thickened, swallowing the grass and creeping upward. Visibility dropped rapidly until his teammates were reduced to vague silhouettes drifting in white haze. That's when Jasmine stiffened. Her eyes locked onto something moving within the fog. A smile. Faint, twisted, not human. Arthur saw the tension in her stance. She had seen something too. Then the silence shattered. A heavy thud echoed through the mist. Creel froze. His voice cracked as he called out a name, raw emotion flooding his tone. Clara. Hope trembled in his outstretched hand. His shield slipped from his grasp and hit the ground with a dull clang as he took a step forward, staring at something only he could see. Before anyone could stop him, Creel broke into a run. The mist swallowed him whole. Arthur lunged after him, but Jasmine grabbed his arm, gripping tightly. Her eyes were sharp now, filled with understanding and fear. The truth hit him all at once. This wasn't a physical threat. This was worse. Illusions. The mist wasn't hiding enemies, it was creating them. Arthur shouted for everyone to stay together, warning them not to trust what they saw. This place wasn't attacking their bodies, it was attacking their minds. He turned to Samantha without hesitation and ordered her to raise a barrier. Still shaken, Samantha forced herself to focus. Her chant echoed softly as water mana surged outward, forming a translucent sphere around the remaining group. It didn't block the mist entirely, but it gave them something solid, something real, to cling to. Inside the barrier, Samantha finally asked the question hanging over everyone. Who was Clara? Reginald's expression darkened. He told them the truth. Clara had been Creole's fiancée, an adventurer, strong, brave. She had died in a previous dungeon raid, her death confirmed beyond doubt. Even Brauld spoke up, voice heavy, recalling the day he had witnessed her fall, and the cremation that followed. The weight of it settled over them like lead. Reginald gripped his hammer tighter, guilt flashing across his face. Creel hadn't run toward danger. He had run toward hope. Lucas scoffed, frustration boiling over as he lashed out, questioning everything. The dungeon, the team, their leadership. But his words rang hollow now. Arthur turned to Jasmine. She stood rigid, jaw tight. He asked if she was all right. After a pause, she admitted the truth. She had seen someone too, not an illusion of comfort, her father, standing there, smiling, arms open, as if welcoming her home. And that was when Arthur understood just how dangerous this place truly was. The memory had shaken Jasmine far more than she wanted to admit. For a split second, her usual sharp composure had cracked, and Arthur caught it immediately. He stepped closer, lowering his voice. Not commanding, not urgent, but steady. He reminded her that she was still here, that she was safe, that whatever she had seen in the mist wasn't real. Jasmine drew in a slow breath, then another. The tension in her shoulders eased, just slightly. Her lips curved into a faint smile. Not carefree, but resolute. She nodded once, silently reaffirming herself. The illusion had rattled her, but it hadn't broken her. Arthur didn't linger on it. His attention snapped back to the thick mist coiling endlessly around them, rolling and shifting like something alive. His instincts screamed that standing still was a mistake. With urgency threading his voice, he asked Jasmine if she had any wind spell capable of driving the fog back. She shook her head. Clearing it entirely was beyond her. This wasn't normal mist. It was saturated with mana, woven deeply into the dungeon itself. But after a moment's thought, she added that she could try something else. She could carve a path. Not wide, not permanent, just enough to push through and search for Creel. That was all Arthur needed to hear. He ordered the group back into Samantha's water barrier, giving Jasmine space. At its center, Jasmine planted her feet firmly against the stone floor. Wind mana gathered. At first it was subtle, gentle green currents spiraling around her wrists, brushing against her sleeves. Then the air thickened, pressure building as the currents grew faster, sharper. Her hair lifted as if caught in a rising storm. She raised her arms, palms trembling slightly, as the spell demanded more mana than she usually pushed at once. Her voice echoed through the chamber as she began the chant. The words grew stronger, clearer, carrying authority as the magic responded. The swirling gusts compressed, spinning violently, until two compact tornadoes formed at her sides. With a sharp exhale and a decisive motion, Jasmine slammed her palms together. The wind exploded forward. The mist was torn apart violently, shredded as if ripped by invisible claws. Fog scattered in every direction, and for the first time since entering the meadow, a clear path opened before them. Relief sparked, briefly. Then the mist fully parted. What lay beyond made every heart sink. Dozens, no, hundreds, of thick vines and twisted branches writhed across the ground, crawling toward them like a living tide. Roots scraped against stone, tendrils coiling and snapping as they advanced with terrifying intent. Hope vanished instantly. Arthur's mind raced. None of this had been visible earlier. And worse, Jasmine's spell hadn't even slowed them. The vines hadn't burned, hadn't recoiled, hadn't reacted at all. That realization sent a chill through him. These weren't normal plant-type mana beasts. He barked Lucas's name, sharp and commanding, cutting through the rising panic. This was his moment to prove he belonged here. Lucas reacted with raw frustration, fear twisting into anger. He raised his staff and unleashed Crescent Ember. A curved blade of searing fire ripped through the air and slammed into the advancing vines, lighting them up in a burst of brilliant flame. For a heartbeat, the vines recoiled. Then they kept coming, unscathed. Lucas stared, stunned, disbelief flashing across his face. Arthur didn't allow the moment to linger. He ordered Reginald forward immediately, commanding him to shield the conjurers while they prepared stronger spells. Reginald responded without hesitation, stepping into position like a wall of iron. Arthur then turned, issuing rapid orders to Jasmine and Brauld to prepare support. At the same time, he flooded his body with mana. Heat surged through his veins, concentrating in his arms and flowing directly into his sword. He wasn't waiting anymore. There would be no miracle here. They were cutting their way through, or dying trying. Jasmine was already beside him, twin daggers drawn, wind mana wrapped around her blades, humming sharply as she moved in perfect sync with him. No words needed. Brauld roared and charged ahead. One arm, burned body. No hesitation. He threw himself into the writhing mass, swinging his sword with brutal force, each strike filled with raw defiance. There was rage in his movements, pain, and something else. An outright refusal to die here. Arthur followed fast. The vines surged endlessly, snapping and twisting, trying to overwhelm everything in their path. Arthur narrowed his eyes, analyzing even as he fought. Fire wasn't working the way it should. The reason clicked almost instantly. Moisture. These vines were saturated with it, water mana woven deep into their structure, dampening flame and dispersing heat before it could do real damage. So Arthur adjusted. He tightened his mana flow, activating Searing Edge. The flames around his sword collapsed inward, condensing into a thin, blinding red layer along the blade's edge. No wildfire, no wasted heat, just pure, focused destruction. He slashed, roots severed cleanly. Again, thick vines fell apart in smoking heaps at his feet as he carved forward relentlessly. Jasmine matched him step for step, her daggers flashing as she shredded anything that slipped past him. But Brauld was slowing. With only one arm, he couldn't keep pace. The vines regenerated faster than he could cut them, coiling around his legs, his torso, pulling him down inch by inch. Still he laughed, hoarse, defiant, shouting that he wouldn't fall here, not as an AA-class augmenter. Arthur swore, and he couldn't tell if Brauld was being reckless, or if he'd already made peace with dying here. Arthur didn't give him the option. He surged forward, blade blazing, diving into the mass of vines. His movements were sharp, precise, almost surgical. He sliced a path straight through the tangled mess and yanked Brauld free just as the roots began to tighten around his chest. Dragging him back, Arthur snapped at him, reminding him of his earlier words. If this really was his final raid, then he needed to survive it. The team still needed him alive. Before Brauld could respond, Lucas finished another spell. Liquid fire. Thick crimson flames sprayed outward, coating the vines in burning fuel. Arthur, Jasmine, and Brauld leapt back instinctively. This time Arthur felt a flicker of surprise. Lucas had chosen the correct spell. The fire spread rapidly, but then the dungeon itself reacted. The mist hissed and surged, smothering the flames almost instantly. The environment was actively resisting them. Then Reginald shouted, and a massive wave of vines was rushing Elijah from the side. Brauld moved before anyone else could. Despite his injuries, he threw himself forward and cleaved through the vines with a desperate swing, stopping them inches from Elijah's position. Elijah met his eyes and gave a silent nod of thanks. Then Elijah raised his hands. His voice cut through the fog as he cast his spell. Crater. The ground beneath the surging forest of vines suddenly gave out, collapsing inward with a violent roar and tearing open a massive pit. The charging tendrils plunged straight down, snapping and unraveling as the earth swallowed them whole. What remained skidded to a halt at the edge, forced to recoil. For the first time since the nightmare began, the relentless pressure eased, just barely, granting the group a fragile breath of relief. Arthur didn't waste that moment. His eyes scanned the pit with sharp focus. Vines were still tumbling into the abyss, and the scorched residue of liquid fire clung stubbornly to the edges. Together, the fire and the drop formed a temporary dead zone, an obstacle that would slow the vine's unnatural regeneration. It wasn't a solution, but it was a pause, and pauses were priceless. Then Samantha stepped up. Already drained, she forced herself forward and began channeling mana into a spell no one expected to save their lives. Aqua Siphon, a spell meant for drawing water from the air, used for survival training and convenience, not combat. Yet in this hellscape, she twisted it into something vicious. The strain hit her immediately. Her knees slammed into the stone as mana burned through her veins, but the spell activated all the same. The air itself responded. Moisture was ripped from the cavern, invisible currents streaming toward Samantha as if she were the eye of a storm. The once lush vines reacted instantly. Their vibrant green dulled, color draining away as they shriveled and cracked. Thick tendrils curled inward, turning brown and brittle, collapsing lifelessly onto the stone as their internal moisture was violently stolen. What moments ago had been an unstoppable tide now looked like dead foliage. Arthur registered it instantly. Sharp, impressed. A utility spell. Turned lethal. Brilliant. But victory never came easy. Before the spell could fully finish its work, the mist filling the cavern shifted. No, moved. It surged unnaturally, spiraling with intent, like something exhaling. The fog rushed toward the withered vines, soaking them in an instant. Life snapped back into them violently. Green exploded across their surface as they regenerated at a terrifying speed. Thicker, stronger, angrier than before. Arthur's breath caught. This wasn't just regeneration. This was supply. His eyes lifted, tracking the mist upward as realization hit him like a hammer. The vines weren't the enemy. They were extensions. Then the fog finally thinned, and the truth revealed itself. Towering above them stood a colossal figure, easily over 20 yards tall. Its presence dominated the cavern like a living fortress. A massive, humanoid shape, fused with ancient roots and bark, its body layered with twisted wood and coiled muscle hardened by time. Every movement carried the weight of centuries, the slow inevitability of something that had existed long before them and would continue long after. The group froze. Horror settled in. They hadn't been fighting the beast. They had been fighting its toes. The Elderwood Guardian had been standing there the entire time, hidden by mist, letting them exhaust themselves against fragments of its body. An S-class mana beast, a monster said to be nearly invincible in dense terrain. Samantha's strength finally gave out. She collapsed fully to her knees, trembling, her voice barely holding together as she whispered its name aloud. The moment she said it, the weight of that title crushed the room. Brauld, still barely standing from his wounds, stared up at the giant in silence. His lips parted, and when he finally spoke, his voice cracked. Not in anger, not even fear, but utter despair. The gods, he muttered, must have truly abandoned them. Arthur saw it immediately. That wasn't frustration. That was surrender creeping in. Even Reginald, the unshakable wall, faltered. His grip on the warhammer loosened, the weapon dipping as his gaze drifted, not at the beast's face, but lower, toward its torso. Something was embedded there. Reginald's arm slowly lifted, finger trembling as he pointed. Lodged deep within the guardian's body was a broken, lifeless form. A man, half swallowed by bark and vine, limp, unmoving. Creole. Arthur's chest sank. The delusions had won. While they fought for survival, Creole had been drawn into the monster's core, his mind lost in illusion. In his final moments, He hadn't been running from danger. He had been chasing a dream. Clara, his long-lost fiancée, a ghost that never existed. Even now, faint and distant, his voice echoed weakly through the cavern, begging someone who wasn't there not to leave him behind. Then the guardian moved. A massive limb tightened, vines constricted. Creel's body folded under the pressure. The sound was sickening, bones snapping, flesh breaking, sharp echoes ricocheting off the cavern walls. One final squeeze, and then silence. Reginald screamed. It wasn't a shout, it was grief made audible. Rage torn straight from the soul. His entire body shook as he seized his warhammer with both hands, veins bulging, mana erupting wildly around him. Arthur saw the look in his eyes and lunged forward to stop him. Too late. Reginald charged. His roar thundered through the chamber as he slammed his hammer into the ground. The impact shattered the stone beneath him, cracking the floor like glass. A violent shockwave exploded outward, debris and dust blasting in all directions. Arthur was thrown off his feet, sent skidding backward, the force knocking the air from his lungs. Jasmine shouted his name, panic tearing through her voice, but it was swallowed whole by the chaos Reginald had unleashed. The Elderwood guardian reacted instantly. Vines lashed out toward Reginald, surging like executioner's chains. But Elijah moved just as fast. He slammed his staff down, earth mana roaring to life, as jagged stone spikes erupted upward, intercepting the vines mid-strike and shattering them apart. A window opened, a narrow chance to escape. Jasmine seized Arthur's arm, dragging him toward the entrance they had come through, her grip tight, desperate. But Arthur didn't move. His eyes never left the battlefield, the people still fighting, the promises he had made. Her voice shook as she spoke, raw and honest. She reminded him of her vow, not to the team but to his family. She had sworn to protect him, even if it meant abandoning everyone else. Arthur's answer was silent but absolute. He wasn't running, not like this. Jasmine saw it, felt it. Her grip loosened. After a heartbeat, she nodded, steel returning to her eyes as she turned back beside him, ready to stand, even if it meant dying here. Ahead, Elijah raised a thick stone wall, angling it against the Guardian's advance. The response was immediate. The beast formed a lance from its vines and hurled it forward. The projectile smashed into Elijah's defense with catastrophic force, obliterating it in a shower of rock and dust. And in that moment, Reginald moved again. He hauled his hammer up, mana surging uncontrollably as golden light engulfed the weapon. His heart was shattered, but his resolve had hardened into something unbreakable. With a final furious cry, he charged the monster. The hammer screamed with power, and as he swung, Reginald unleashed impact barrage, slamming straight into the Guardian's weapon, declaring war against something that should have been untouchable. A violent chain of concussive impacts detonated in rapid succession, each blow hammering harder than the last. The force rippled outward, pulverizing the Elderwood Guardian's vine-formed lance until it shattered completely, exploding into shredded coils and splinters of bark. For a single heartbeat, it looked like Reginald had done the impossible. That heartbeat was all he got. The destroyed fragments didn't fall away. Instead, they moved. The broken vines writhed as if alive, snapping back together with horrifying speed. They twisted and braided around Reginald's body, looping around his arms, chest, and legs. The mass tightened, constricting, reforming into the same monstrous weapon, but this time Reginald was trapped inside it, fused into the structure like raw material. Arthur's blood ran cold. The battlefield erupted into panic as Arthur barked orders, his voice cutting through the chaos. He shouted to Elijah, commanding him to cover Jasmine while she retrieved Brawled, then get everyone to the exit immediately. No hesitation, no arguments. Elijah locked eyes with him and nodded, already shifting his stance to move. Then the sound came. A wet crushing noise echoed through the cavern, the unmistakable sound of a body being compressed, bones snapping under impossible pressure. Reginald's final moments played out inside the beast's newly reforged lance, his hammer, his body, his unbreakable spirit. Everything was swallowed, crushed, and repurposed into the very weapon meant to slaughter them all. Arthur turned sharply, grabbing Samantha by the shoulders. She was frozen, eyes wide, breath shallow, staring at where Reginald had been. Arthur shook her hard, forcing her to move as he pulled her along, his mouth open to shout for Lucas, ordering him to burn away the vines around what remained. And then pain exploded through his chest. A blast of fire magic slammed directly into Arthur, launching him backward like a rag doll. He crashed hard into the stone floor, air ripped from his lungs in a violent gasp. The world spun. Samantha was thrown aside, skidding across the ground, untouched by the flames but shaken and disoriented. Silence fell. Everyone stared. Lucas stood there, staff raised, mana roaring around him like a wildfire. His face was twisted, not with fear, but fury. Pride burned in his eyes, sharp and unhinged. He wasn't thinking. He couldn't. Everything he believed about himself had collapsed. None of his spells had worked. None of his power mattered. He had been raised his entire life hearing he was exceptional, a prodigy born of a powerful bloodline. And here, in this fight, he was nothing. That realization shattered him. Lucas scanned the battlefield. the dead, the dying, the hopeless struggle, and made a choice, not to fight, not to help, to leave. He began ranting about legacy, about duty, about survival. In his warped mind, preserving his bloodline outweighed the lives of everyone standing beside him. He lifted his staff again. Another blast of fire erupted, slamming Arthur off his feet once more before he could even rise. Jasmine screamed and ran toward Lucas, desperation written across her face, trying to stop him. Lucas didn't hesitate. He coldly warned her to stay back, and when she didn't, he unleashed another wave of flames. The explosion hurled Jasmine into a jagged rock wall. The impact knocked the air from her lungs and sent her crumpling to the ground, unconscious. Elijah rushed to her side, but the aftershock caught him too, throwing him off balance. Elijah snapped. Rage tore through him as he demanded to know what Lucas thought he was doing. Lucas didn't even flinch. His voice cracked with madness as he sneered at them, calling them commoners. He claimed their deaths would be remembered as noble sacrifices, while he escaped to live on. Then he cast a smokescreen. Thick gray fog swallowed him whole. Through the haze, Lucas cast one last arrogant smirk over his shoulder before turning his back on them and vanishing into the mist. Elijah stepped forward, shaking with fury. His glasses cracked and smeared, but before he could pursue, the ground shuddered violently. The Elderwood Guardian roared. The sound was monstrous, primal, shaking the chamber to its core. Shockwaves tore through the cavern, slamming Elijah into the rocky ground. He hit hard, blood spraying from his mouth as pain ripped through his body. Then the vines moved again. From the crater Elijah had created earlier, thick, living tendrils surged upward, coiling and twisting like serpents. They closed in around him rapidly, blocking every escape. Elijah screamed, pure terror breaking through his composure as he realized he wouldn't get out in time. Then heat flooded the battlefield. Fire ripped through the vines in a blazing inferno, reducing them to cinders in seconds. Through the flames charged Brawled, his body engulfed in flickering magical fire, his single arm gripping his sword tightly. The blade burned red-hot with augmentation, radiating raw destruction. Brawled laughed. It was wild, unhinged, fearless. He screamed a challenge straight at the towering mana beast, daring it to face him. The Elderwood Guardian answered with a guttural roar that shook the ground beneath them. Brawl didn't slow down. He sprinted forward, racing up the massive vines themselves, using them as a path. His laughter echoed through the cavern as he reached the top and brought his blazing sword down with everything he had. Flames erupted, engulfing the Guardian's vines in a violent inferno. For a moment, just a moment, it looked like it worked. Then the fire dimmed. Smoke curled upward as the beast's regeneration devoured the flames. The vines twisted tighter, smothering the heat until it vanished entirely. Brawl froze. His grin faltered. There was no time to run. The Elderwood Guardian lunged. Its massive jaw-like limbs opened wide and snapped shut. Brawl was gone. No scream, no resistance. Just gone. Elijah, barely conscious, dragged himself across shattered stone and debris toward Arthur. He reached out, trying to check on him. Arthur was barely moving. Blood spilled from his lips, his breaths ragged and shallow. His vision blurred, but his mind was racing. The battlefield was collapsing. Too many were dead, too many mistakes. Arthur forced himself to think through the pain. Even if he activated the first phase of his beast will, it wouldn't be enough. There were too many to save, too little time. He had misjudged everything. He had led them into a fight they were never meant to win. Desperation wrapped around his chest. There was only one path left. Arthur steadied his breathing and closed his eyes, diving inward, deep into the core of his being. Somewhere inside him lay the power Sylvia had left behind, the dragon's will, the gift that had changed his life. Memories surged. Training in Elenoir, pain beyond endurance, breakthroughs that stunned even General Varian. He remembered the first one, the first phase acquired. That state granted Arthur the ability to momentarily slip free from the normal flow of time and space, buying him a handful of priceless seconds to act while the world lagged behind him. But the cost was brutal. Each use tore at his mana core and ravaged his body from the inside, leaving damage that stacked with terrifying speed. It was never meant to be used repeatedly. The first phase alone was already dangerous. The second was something else entirely. Arthur's second breakthrough had baffled even the greatest minds. General Varian himself had spent decades chasing it, convinced it bordered on myth. Yet Arthur had accomplished it in barely over 2 years of relentless, near-lethal training. He had crossed a threshold no one else had managed. Phase 2, Dragon's Awakening. The words slipped from Arthur's cracked lips like a final vow. The change was immediate and violent. Golden runes ignited across his skin, searing themselves into his arms, shoulders, and back like living brands. They pulsed with blinding light, flowing in intricate draconic patterns that looked more carved than drawn. His auburn hair bleached into radiant white, lifting and flowing as if suspended in an unseen current. Power poured out of him in waves, heavy and ancient. This wasn't ordinary mana, it was primal, draconic. Arthur felt his body changing, bones reinforcing, senses sharpening beyond human limits. His heartbeat thundered like a war drum. For a fleeting moment, he felt closer to Sylvia than ever before, his existence tilting away from humanity and toward something far older and more fearsome. The surge rippled across vast distances. Far away, Sylvie felt it. The sudden, overwhelming spike of power struck her like a blade to the chest. Panic flooded her thoughts as she reached for Arthur instinctively, her mind screaming his name. He felt her immediately and forced himself to respond, despite the strain. He begged her to stay away. Arthur knew the truth. He didn't know if he would survive what he was about to do. And if he fell, someone had to live. Someone had to return. Someone had to tell his family to keep going. After a painful hesitation, Sylvie obeyed. Her presence faded, leaving behind an aching silence in his mind. Arthur opened his eyes. Only two people remained standing behind him, Jasmine and Elijah. Everyone else was gone, slain, consumed, or betrayed. The battlefield was littered with loss. The Elderwood Guardian turned its attention fully toward him. Not Jasmine, not Elijah. Arthur alone. Its massive form radiated awareness now, no longer mindless. It understood that the true threat stood before it. Arthur met its gaze without fear. He accepted the challenge. With a violent burst of compressed air beneath his feet, Arthur launched himself skyward. The world slowed instantly. Sounds stretched, movements blurred. Each heartbeat echoed endlessly in his ears. He whispered the name of his most dangerous spell, White Fire. Flames ignited around his hands, but they weren't red or orange. They burned with a blinding white radiance, so intense they froze the moisture in the air around them. Frost bloomed where the fire passed. It was heat, so absolute it inverted reality itself. The spell screamed instability. Arthur absorbed every trace of water-aspected mana from the environment, draining the air dry. His mana core screamed in protest. Pain lanced through his veins, but he didn't stop. He invoked his final technique, Absolute Zero. The Elderwood Guardian surged forward, its body a tidal wave of twisting vines, but it was too late. The white flames made contact, and the transformation was instantaneous. The vines didn't burn, they froze. Not surface deep, not layered in ice. They were locked down to the atomic level, every particle immobilized in perfect stillness. The colossal creature began crystallizing, turning into a massive sculpture of white-blue crystal, shimmering like a frozen monument. Arthur wasn't finished. He drew upon the last remnants of Sylvia's dormant will. The dam broke. Power erupted from his mana core in an uncontrollable torrent. The world drained of color, everything fading into grayscale, except the mana itself. Countless particles filled the air, glowing softly in their elemental hues. Fire, water, earth, wind, lightning. They all bent toward Arthur. The world wasn't resisting him anymore. It was responding. Mana surged violently through his body, tearing through his pores, flooding him faster than he could control. Space warped around him. The air distorted. Arthur gasped as the realization hit him. The world wasn't just reacting, it was obeying. Arthur moved. He wove through the frozen structure with terrifying speed, his blade coated in black lightning. Each strike carved through the Guardian's body with surgical precision. Wherever the lightning touched, vines disintegrated into ash instantly. He released the electricity outward. Black lightning exploded through the frozen mass. The crystal shattered. Thousands upon thousands of glittering fragments burst into the air, dissolving into nothing as the Elderwood Guardian's enormous body collapsed completely. The power left Arthur all at once. Dragon's awakening faded. His body gave out. Blood spilled from his mouth as he lost control midair, his strength evaporating. As he fell, his blurred vision caught the last remnants of the battlefield, the drifting crystal shards, sparkling softly like snow caught in moonlight. It was hauntingly beautiful. Just before darkness claimed him, a distant voice reached his ears. Sylvie, calling his name. Then everything went black. Far away in the quiet city of Zyra, peace reigned, unaware of the catastrophe unfolding elsewhere. Inside their home, Alice and Reynolds watched over Ellie, who had once again exhausted herself from training. Alice let out a weary sigh, equal parts amused and worried. Ellie was still young, far too young. Yet she pushed herself relentlessly, especially after Lilia's awakening. Reynolds chuckled softly as he tucked Ellie into bed, recognizing that stubborn determination all too well. He saw himself in her. Alice didn't smile. That same persistence. It reminded her too much of Reynolds during the war. As Reynolds straightened, something felt wrong. His heartbeat skipped. His eyes snapped to Alice, then to the ring on her finger. The ring Arthur had left behind was glowing. A soft pulsing light spilled into the room, heavy and ominous. The air felt dense, as if time itself had slowed. Alice froze. Her breath caught as dread flooded her chest. She whispered a denial, even as her hands trembled. The ring wasn't malfunctioning. She knew what it meant. Something had happened to Arthur. The house fell silent, thick, suffocating, and filled with unspoken fear. Arthur woke up and instantly wished he hadn't. Pain slammed into him like a personal vendetta. Every nerve screamed at once, locking his body in place. Tears rolled down his face, not because he was emotional, but because his body was actively trying to delete itself. He couldn't even scream. The agony was so overwhelming that forming a single thought felt like a luxury. All he could do was curse silently and pray the pain would chill out for even 1 second. A voice called his name. Elijah's. Arthur didn't answer. Staying conscious was already a full-time job. After what felt like an eternity, Arthur forced a few broken words out of his shredded throat, asking for his glove. His voice came out wrecked, blood filling his mouth until he had to turn his head just to avoid choking. Gritting through it, he told Elijah to break one of the crystals embedded in the glove and activate it. Elijah didn't hesitate. The moment the crystal shattered, a soft warmth spread over Arthur's ruined body. The magic didn't fix him, but it dulled the pain enough that breathing stopped feeling like torture. His limbs were still useless, heavy and numb, but at least his mind could function again. And that's when the memories hit. The explosion, the fire spell, being thrown like a ragdoll. At first it was blurry, but then the image sharpened. Someone running, someone holding his staff. Rage ignited in his chest. Lucas Wykes. That bastard had done this. Arthur strained to speak again and asked about Jasmine. His eyes scanned the dim shed they were hiding in. Elijah pointed toward the corner. Jasmine lay there, completely still. Elijah explained that she had taken the attack head on. Unlike Arthur, she hadn't reinforced her body with mana. He'd treated her burns with a medical kit, but internal damage was still a real concern. Arthur didn't even think twice. Despite barely being held together himself, he told Elijah to take another healing gem from his glove and use it on her. Again, Elijah didn't question it. The crystal activated, flooding the cramped shelter with gentle light. Slowly, Jasmine's breathing steadied. The sharp, painful gasps faded into something calm and regular. Elijah reassured Arthur that she would recover with rest. Relief finally broke through the exhaustion. Once again, his mother's healing beads had saved them. As his body rested, Arthur closed his eyes and reached out through the bond he shared with Sylvie. The connection flared instantly, flooded with emotion. She had felt him wake up. She had been waiting, worried out of her mind. Arthur reassured her, told her he was safe now, and asked where she was. Reluctantly, she admitted she had followed his last order and stayed away from the danger. Arthur felt a quiet pride settle in his chest. He told her the immediate threat had passed and that she needed to focus on her training. Sylvie protested immediately, insisting that staying with him mattered more. But even through the emotional pushback, Arthur could feel it. Whatever she was doing right now was important. He urged her to trust him. Reluctantly, she agreed. As her presence faded, Arthur knew she would follow through. Elijah broke the silence, asking if Arthur felt any better. Arthur replied dryly that he felt ready to run a marathon. Elijah laughed, easing the tension just a little. After a pause, Elijah admitted something that had been bothering him. He never would have guessed that the masked swordsman he once tested was actually someone his own age. Arthur instinctively reached for his face. Bare skin. The mask was gone. Elijah explained it probably fell off during the fight and that he couldn't find it afterward. Arthur nodded, forcing himself to let it go. There were bigger problems. Then another thought hit him. His sword. He asked about the black blade he always carried. Elijah pointed nearby, where it had been set aside safely. He admitted he didn't know how valuable it was, but something about it made him keep it. Relief washed over Arthur instantly. That sword was more than a weapon. It was a piece of him. Arthur thanked Elijah sincerely, not just for treating Jasmine, but for staying behind when he could have escaped. Elijah brushed it off, saying he refused to be the kind of person who abandons others like Lucas did. Arthur chuckled weakly and corrected him. Not even close. Silence settled again. Elijah's thoughts drifted back to the Elderwood guardian. He remembered Jasmine begging Arthur to retreat, and Arthur refusing. Finally, Elijah asked why. Arthur smiled faintly. In his mind, running had never been an option. A king didn't abandon his people. But deeper than pride or duty was Sylvie, her faith in him. The promise he made to grow stronger and protect those around him. That promise had kept him standing. Elijah laughed, calling him an old man for sounding so serious. Arthur didn't argue. Sometimes he wondered how he even ended up like this. To change the subject, Arthur asked how long he'd been out. More than a day, Elijah said. Arthur groaned softly, leaning back against the wall, as the dull pain reminded him of his limits. They'd be stuck there a while longer until Jasmine recovered. With a small smile, Arthur suggested they use the time to actually talk. He extended his hand and introduced himself properly. His name was Arthur Leywin. Friends could call him Art. Elijah shook his hand with pride and introduced himself properly. Elijah Knight of Darv. The name carried weight, and he clearly knew it. Arthur glanced around the small stone shelter they were hiding in. It was too clean, too smooth, too stable. This wasn't some lucky cave formation. He tapped the wall with a knuckle and asked Elijah straight up where this place came from. Elijah admitted he had made it himself just before the cavern collapsed. Apparently, the Elderwood Guardian's massive body had been acting like structural support. Once it went down, the entire cave followed. Arthur raised an eyebrow. Even for a deviant, that explanation didn't add up. You couldn't just conjure metal out of thin air. You could shape it, manipulate it, move it, but creation? That was impossible. Unless you were a dwarf. Arthur said it casually like it was obvious. Elijah froze, then gave a sheepish smile. So much for keeping that secret. Arthur chuckled, understanding that secrets don't last long when you're trapped together and bleeding out. Still, Elijah wasn't about to give everything away for free. He proposed a trade. He'd explain his abilities, but only if Arthur explained what happened during the fight. Elijah had seen it. The white hair, the glowing symbols, the violet eyes. That wasn't normal. That wasn't anything he'd ever seen before. Arthur looked down for a moment, then nodded. Fair was fair. Elijah had earned the truth. Elijah took a breath and began his story. He confirmed Arthur's suspicion. Yes, he was raised in Darv, but he didn't actually know where he came from. Elder Redaeus, the man who raised him, had always dodged questions about Elijah's parents. Every attempt to remember his early childhood only brought flashes. Disconnected images, pain. For most of his life, things felt normal. That changed the moment he advanced to the dark orange stage. Something inside him exploded. He blacked out. When he woke up, he was surrounded by black metal spikes. Metal he instinctively knew he had created. Not shaped, created. After that, Elder Redaeus told him it was time to leave and explore the lands of Dicathen. No explanation, no warning, just gone. Even now, Elijah admitted there was something inside him that never rested, a constant itch beneath his skin, tied to his powers, tied to his origin, something unfinished. Arthur noticed Elijah's hands shaking slightly. The boy clenched them into fists, trying to hide it. Before Arthur could respond, the silence was shattered by a loud, awkward sound, snoring. Jasmine was still unconscious and absolutely sawing logs. Her head rolled to the side as she muttered something about fish and Arthur tasting similar. Both boys lost it. Laughter echoed inside the shelter, cutting through the tension like a blade. Elijah apologized quickly, saying he didn't mean to drop an emotional bomb like that. Arthur waved it off. They'd both earned honesty. Now it was his turn. Arthur explained calmly what he was. A quadra-elemental augmenter. 4 elements. On top of that, 2 deviances. Ice and lightning. Elijah tried to sit up too fast and slammed his head into the low ceiling. Groaning, he muttered that if Arthur was a freak, then he himself must be the king of freaks. But Elijah wasn't done. He asked about the markings, the hair, the eyes. Arthur revealed the last piece. He was also a beast tamer. What Elijah had seen was his beast will, released, the sign of a bond with a powerful magical beast. Elijah just stared. Then he asked the real question. How old are you? Arthur answered simply, 11. Just turned a few months ago. Elijah blinked, then muttered that he was almost 12. Somehow, standing next to Arthur made him feel younger than ever. Hours passed. The two sat inside the metal shelter, talking, really talking, about their pasts, their fears, their abilities, their hopes. What started as survival turned into kinship. Then Arthur's breath hitched. A sharp pain stabbed through his core. He reached for his glove and pulled out another healing gem. Elijah noticed immediately, concern flashing across his face. Arthur brushed it off. As the final crystal shattered, warm energy spread through his body, dulling the deep pulsing pain. That's when Jasmine stirred. The moment she saw Arthur awake, she surged forward and wrapped her arms around him. Arthur barely had time to react before he felt something wet against his neck. Tears. Her body shook as she cried, apologizing over and over, blaming herself, saying she failed him. Arthur gently placed a hand on her head, telling her it was okay, that there was nothing to forgive. Still, she couldn't stop. So Arthur told her the truth. It was his decision. He stayed behind. The consequences were his to bear. If anything, he was sorry for dragging her into it. As she cried in his arms, Arthur saw her differently. She had always seemed larger than life, strong, unshakable. Now she felt small, human. When Jasmine finally calmed down, she turned to Elijah and asked about their belongings. He confirmed everything was safe. She told him about an emergency medical kit in her bag. Something that could help all of them. They got to work. Elijah retrieved the kit, and together the three of them prepared to patch themselves up. Alive, broken, but still standing. Working in silence, they tended to each other's wounds, carefully wrapping torn skin and bruised limbs. The healing gems had already dulled the worst of the pain, but the bandages would help stabilize their injuries for the journey ahead. Arthur offered a quiet word of thanks to both of them. Though the ache still pulsed deep within his body, he genuinely felt stronger, strong enough to stand. With effort, Arthur pushed himself upright. He rested a hand on Jasmine's shoulder, then Elijah's, steadying himself as his legs protested. His voice, though tired, carried certainty. It was time to go home. Supporting Arthur between them, the three began their slow ascent, crawling and climbing through the broken remains of what had once been a fierce battlefield. They emerged from the deep crater carved into the earth, and the sight that greeted them was nothing short of devastating. The lush grassland that once filled the cavern was gone. Trees lay snapped and scattered like broken matchsticks. Massive stalactites had fallen from above, smashing into the ground and leaving deep fractures across the terrain. The earth itself looked torn open, as if nature had been ripped apart by brute force. Arthur scanned the destruction and asked the question none of them wanted to answer. Had anyone else survived? Elijah's response was grim. Reginald and Broad had been devoured by the Elderwood Guardian before the true battle even began. There was little hope anyone else had made it out alive. Jasmine hesitated before softly asking about Samantha. Elijah fell silent for a moment before explaining that, just before the cavern collapsed, he had managed to form a metal shelter around her, but she had already been in terrible condition. Whether she had survived beneath the rubble? He didn't know. Arthur stared across the endless debris, his expression expression darkening. Searching for someone, anyone in this sea of destruction felt impossible. Even the Elderwood Guardian's beast core, a treasure of immense value, was likely buried far beneath their feet, lost forever under stone and ruin. Still, Elijah refused to give up. He hadn't been able to search properly while trapped underground, but now that they were free, he was willing to try. Kneeling, he pressed his palm against the fractured earth. Mana rippled outward as he whispered the spell. Earth pulse. The air grew tense. Jasmine stood quietly beside Arthur, watching Elijah with unblinking focus. Minutes passed as Elijah concentrated, listening to vibrations far below the surface. Then his eyes widened, first in shock, then relief. He had found her. Samantha was alive. Her heart was still beating. Arthur felt a flicker of surprise. Earth pulse was meant for surface-level detection, yet Elijah had sensed someone buried deep beneath the rubble. The question returned once more. Just who was Elijah Knight, really? Without delay, they followed him across the shattered battlefield. As they neared a cluster of collapsed stone and fallen stalactites, Elijah murmured another incantation. Metal surged upward, smoothly forming a protective enclosure. Inside lay Samantha. She was unconscious, her body battered and broken. Her legs were twisted at unnatural angles, clearly shattered. Elijah's face twisted in horror as he rushed forward, but Arthur stopped him. One of the Elderwood Guardian's thick, withered vines was still wrapped tightly around her leg, not strangling her, but acting as a crude splint. Removing it now could make things worse. Arthur pointed out the signs. Her breathing was steady. Her pulse was strong, though she burned with fever. As bad as it looked, her life wasn't in immediate danger. Unconsciousness, for now, was sparing her from unbearable pain. Elijah clenched his fists, muttering bitterly under his breath. They had paid a heavy price to get this far. Jasmine gently lifted Samantha into her arms, cradling her carefully. She looked to Arthur and quietly asked if they should leave. Arthur's gaze drifted back to the ruined battlefield. The beast core was gone, the victory incomplete, but they were alive, and that had to be enough. Before he could answer, a thunderous roar shook the cavern. The ground trembled violently, and loose stone rained from above. Elijah groaned, exhaustion etched deep into his face, but Arthur remained calm. The massive stone doors Lucas had sealed behind them suddenly exploded inward. Rocks shattered, dust filled the air, and as it cleared, Elijah stood frozen in disbelief, while Jasmine released a breath of pure relief. Standing in the doorway was Sylvie, but she was no longer the small, playful companion Arthur remembered. Her body had grown into something magnificent and terrifying. Sleek scales, powerful limbs, and the unmistakable form of a dragon. The name Arthur had once given her now fit perfectly. Her voice echoed in his mind, filled with emotion. She had come back for him. Arthur let out a low whistle, stunned. Sylvie wasn't just bigger, she was massive. Before he could say another word, she lunged forward and licked his face with her long, snake-like tongue, nearly knocking him off his feet. He staggered back, gagging at her breath, yet smiling all the same as her laughter rang through his thoughts. Elijah could only stare, stammering, his mind completely unable to process what he was witnessing. The creature standing before them was wrong in the best possible way. It had 4 fully formed limbs, nothing like a wyvern. Elijah's throat tightened as the word struggled to escape his mouth. His voice shook when he tried to say it, but Arthur spared him the effort. She's a dragon. The word landed like a death sentence to common sense. Elijah looked around the cavern as if anyone, was about to laugh and explain the trick. No one did. There was no explanation to be found. Dragons were supposed to be gone, erased from history, reduced to myths, whispered in dusty tomes. And yet one stood here now, massive, breathing, very real, and bonded to a boy who hadn't even lived a dozen years. Arthur rested a hand against Sylvie's scaled snout. The dragon leaned into his touch, her massive form softening instantly. Her hind leg thumped against the stone in an almost ridiculous rhythm, like a loyal beast responding to praise, rather than a creature of extinction-level legend. Arthur introduced her calmly, as if this was normal. Sylvie, his bond, his partner, his closest companion. Elijah's mind refused to keep up. 11 years old, quadra-elemental, 2 deviances, beast tamer, and now this. Arthur spoke again, quieter this time. The truth was his, but it came with a condition. No one else could know. Jasmine already did. Now Elijah did too. And that was where it ended. Dragons didn't survive the world by being known. Sylvie turned her attention to Jasmine next. Before anyone could react, the dragon leaned down and dragged her tongue across Jasmine's face in a single wet motion. Jasmine recoiled with a groan, saliva dripping as she wiped her face in disbelief. Elijah stared, muttering under his breath, overwhelmed by how absurd and terrifying this reality had become. There was no time to process it. They needed to move. With practiced care, Jasmine and Elijah lifted Samantha's broken body and settled her onto Sylvie's broad back. Arthur followed, his strength still fragile, his movements slow and deliberate. Every breath felt earned. Elijah hesitated, staring at the scene like it might vanish if he blinked. Arthur called to him again. It was time to go. Sylvie didn't hesitate. Her wings unfurled, massive enough to blot out the cavern light, and then she launched upward. The wind screamed as stone and dust were left behind. The dungeon that had nearly buried them alive shrank beneath them, its suffocating grip broken. What had taken them a full day to descend took only hours to escape. When Sylvie landed near the upper levels, the cavern wasn't empty. The bat runners were still there. Leathery wings twitched, noses flared. The moment they sensed new arrivals, their bodies tensed, screeching in unison as they surged forward. Jasmine drew her blade instantly, muscles coiled to strike. Then they saw Sylvie. The change was immediate. The bat runners skidded to a halt, claws scraping against stone. Their screeches warped into panic as instinct crushed whatever courage they had. One by one, they turned and fled into the darkness, vanishing as fast as they could. Silence followed. Jasmine stood frozen, sword still raised. Elijah swallowed hard. They finally understood. It wasn't them the monsters feared. It was her. With the threat gone, they carefully helped Arthur down. Samantha was lowered next. Her battered body lay gently against the cold stone. Arthur followed clumsily, pain flaring through every joint. Samantha stirred. Her eyelids fluttered open, and when she saw Arthur, her cracked lips curved faintly. Her voice came out hoarse, barely holding together. "You look better without the mask." Arthur told her to stop talking, to save her strength. She ignored him. With shaking hands, she reached into her robe and pulled something free. In one palm lay Arthur's mask. In the other, Elijah's breath caught. The Elderwood Guardian's beast core. Even on the brink of death, she had taken it. Arthur accepted it slowly, staring at the dull green stone veined with gray patterns, mana humming quietly inside. He said they would sell it and split the reward evenly. Both Jasmine and Elijah refused immediately. No hesitation, no discussion. Arthur protested, confused, but the answer didn't change. Samantha spoke softly, barely above a whisper. She was alive. That was enough. Arthur had killed the beast. The reward belonged to him. Arthur looked down at the core once more, then nodded. He told them to head to the guild hall and bring help. He would stay behind with Samantha. They agreed instantly. Before leaving, Elijah handed over Arthur's belongings, just in case. Then they were gone. Arthur was left alone in the ruined cavern. After a moment, he reached into his pack. His fingers brushed against thin parchment. Sound transmission scrolls. Relief washed over him. His mana had recovered just enough. He recorded a short message. Nothing dramatic, nothing heroic, just proof that he was alive. The scroll shimmered and vanished, carrying his voice away. It wasn't much, but at least for now, his family wouldn't be left in the dark. Arthur turned his gaze toward Sylvie. She stood beside him, utterly still, yet radiating presence. Even at rest, she felt overwhelming, like a calamity choosing to sleep. Arthur asked her the question that had been burning in the back of his mind since she tore through the cavern like a living legend. How had she grown so much? How had she changed so drastically? Her answer flowed through their bond, clear and unfiltered. She had hunted mana beasts, strong ones, dangerous ones. She had fought, devoured, and absorbed their cores, stacking power upon power in brutal silence. No shortcuts, no mercy, just survival and growth. At Arthur's request, Sylvie began to shift. Her massive form shimmered, glowing faintly as her body compressed in on itself. Bone, muscle, and mana folded smoothly until the towering dragon was gone. In her place sat a much smaller creature, one Arthur knew well. But she wasn't the same. The playful red spikes were gone. Her fur was pitch black, swallowing the light around her. Her yellow eyes were sharper now, intelligent in a way that felt almost unsettling. She looked less like a cute companion and more like a little demon born from shadows. Still, she was Sylvie. Arthur let out a breath he didn't realize he'd been holding. He then pulled out the Elderwood Guardian's beast core. The stone pulsed faintly in his palm, dense with power, humming like a restrained heartbeat. Jasmine and Elijah wouldn't be back immediately. He had time, and wasting time was something he couldn't afford anymore. With his body's unique ability to assimilate mana, this core would accelerate his recovery dramatically. Arthur sat down, crossed his legs, and closed his eyes. Meditation. The moment he drew the mana in, warmth spread through his limbs, flowing through damaged channels, stitching strength back into him piece by piece. His body welcomed the energy like a starving beast, but his mind didn't rest. Lucas Wykes. The name surfaced like poison. Lucas had left them to die. No hesitation, no remorse. Because of him, Brauld was dead. Samantha was barely clinging to life. Blood stained that dungeon long before the Elderwood Guardian ever fell. And Lucas wasn't just some reckless noble brat. He was a Wykes, a name that carried weight, power, protection. Arthur knew better than to rush this. Charging in blindly would only end with more people hurt, or worse. Revenge wasn't enough. Not the shallow kind, not a momentary release of rage. What Lucas had done demanded something heavier, something permanent. His thoughts were cut short by approaching footsteps. Arthur opened his eyes. A group in uniform entered the cavern. Medics, sent by Jasmine and Elijah. They moved fast, efficient, professional. Herbal anesthetics were administered, hands steady as they stabilized Samantha and secured her onto a stretcher. She was alive. Barely, but alive. They recovered Brauld's body next, carefully, respectfully. Outside, waiting beyond the dungeon entrance, were Brauld's wife and child. The moment they saw him, they collapsed. The sound of grief filled the hall, raw, broken cries that dug straight into the chest. It wasn't dramatic. It wasn't cinematic. It was real. Later, Arthur, Jasmine, and Elijah were escorted to the guild hall, to a private chamber, Caspian's office. The air was heavy with tension and exhaustion. Elijah spoke first, recounting everything. The Guardian, the traps, the collapse, and Lucas's betrayal. Nothing was spared. Every detail was dragged into the open. And with each word, the weight of it all pressed down harder. Arthur finally spoke, his voice calm, but edged with fatigue. They had already given their statements. The dungeon, the battle, the betrayal. How much more was needed? For him, it was enough. Caspian agreed. He saw it in their faces. He told them they would rest before the official hearing. Then the doors exploded open. Armored guards stormed in. Every eye turned. The symbol of House Wykes gleamed on their uniforms. And at the center of it all, Lucas Wykes. He walked in smiling. Like this was a reunion. Like they'd just returned from a casual outing instead of a massacre. His tone was light, mocking, pretending concern. Jasmine's blades were out instantly, metal flashing. Elijah's mana surged, sparks forming at his fingertips. Both of them were shaking, teeth clenched so hard it looked painful. Arthur raised a hand, calmly. Stand down. They hesitated, but obeyed. Lucas feigned confusion, playing dumb, acting as though he couldn't understand why anyone would be upset. Caspian watched Arthur closely, silently asking him to hold back. Arthur didn't move, didn't speak. Then Lucas crossed the line. He joked about survival, about sacrifices, about whether someone had to be thrown away so the rest could escape. Caspian stood abruptly, trying to shut it down. Lucas ignored him. He turned to Samantha, sneering, calling her a cripple. Then he smirked and started talking about Brauld, implying Arthur might have used him like a shield. He never finished. A blade screamed through the air. It slammed into the door behind Lucas with brutal force. After slicing clean through his ear, blood sprayed across the floor. One of the guards shouted in panic, pointing at the wound. Lucas froze. His hand rose slowly to his ear. When he pulled it back, it was soaked in red. Not fatal, but humiliating. Enough. Arthur stood, slowly and deliberately. His eyes locked onto Lucas. Not with rage, but with something far worse, cold intent. Bloodlust flooded the room like a tidal wave. The air grew heavy, suffocating. Guards stumbled, breath hitching as invisible pressure crushed down on them. Their limbs felt weighed in iron. Fear replaced confusion. Lucas screamed at them to move. They charged, shields up, swords raised. To Arthur, they were slow, predictable, and utterly insignificant. Time itself seemed to crawl, like the world had dipped into thick syrup the moment the guards moved. Arthur reacted first. With terrifying precision, he intercepted the leading guard's strike, steel meeting steel in a sharp, ringing clash. In the same motion, Arthur twisted his wrist and drove his blade down into the man's elbow. Bone cracked. The impact was savage. The guard was launched backward like dead weight, slamming into the floor with a choked groan and not getting back up. Arthur didn't pause, not even for a breath. He flowed forward, movement smooth and ruthless, like a storm given shape. The next two guards charged together, shouting, desperate to overwhelm him with numbers. Arthur's sword flashed, one clean arc. The air screamed. Their momentum betrayed them as they collided with each other mid-charge and crashed to the stone floor in a tangled heap, armor clanging uselessly. Only one guard remained. The man swore under his breath, fear bleeding through his anger. He raised his sword overhead and brought it down with everything he had left. But Arthur was already gone. The blade cut nothing but air. Arthur passed him in a blur, calm and effortless, leaving the guard standing there in stunned silence before his knees buckled and he collapsed, unconscious, without ever realizing when he'd lost. Caspian shouted then, sharp and urgent, ordering Arthur to stop. Any violence before the hearing would complicate things, make them worse, dangerous. Arthur didn't acknowledge him. He walked straight toward Lucas. But instead of striking, instead of finishing it, Arthur reached out calmly and grasped the hilt of his blade still buried in the door behind Lucas. His expression didn't change as he pulled it free. It slipped, Arthur said flatly. I was just retrieving it. Lucas couldn't move. Blood dripped steadily from his severed ear, pattering softly against the floor. His hands trembled uncontrollably. The smug confidence he'd walked in with was gone, replaced by raw, animal fear. He finally understood something he should have realized much earlier. He was standing in front of a monster. Caspian forced himself back into control and turned sharply to one of the officers, Lydia, instructing her to escort Lucas to the medical ward immediately. The guards didn't waste a second. Arthur turned then, addressing Jasmine and Elijah. He told them to wait outside. They didn't argue. They nodded once and left the room. Arthur closed the door behind them. Now, it was just him and Caspian. Caspian exhaled slowly, the tension still thick enough to choke on. He tried to reason with Arthur, warning him not to provoke Lucas again. No matter what had happened, Lucas was a Wykes. Acting openly against someone like that carried consequences far beyond a single room. Arthur didn't appreciate the warning. His response was cold, almost bored. He said plainly that if he wanted Lucas erased, he could do it, that the identity he hid behind, the masked swordsman, note, shielded him. The implication hung in the air like a drawn blade. Arthur stepped closer. The pressure in the room intensified again, sharp and suffocating. Caspian felt it immediately. Not just mana, but something heavier, experience, death. These weren't the eyes of an 11-year-old boy. They were the eyes of someone who had killed. Caspian didn't back down. He told Arthur he wasn't threatening him. He was protecting him. The Wykes family didn't play fair. If Arthur killed Lucas, the retaliation wouldn't stop with him. Jasmine would be targeted. The twin horns, past and present, would be hunted. Anyone connected to Arthur would be dragged into it. His message was simple. Wait until Arthur was strong enough to protect everything he cared about, until he could stand against even Lucas's half-brother. Raw power alone wasn't enough yet. Arthur listened. Then he nodded once. He thanked Caspian for the warning, acknowledging it for what it was. But there was another reason he'd asked for privacy. And now, it was time to address that. Arthur walked past Caspian and sat down across from him. Relaxed, composed. When he spoke, his tone carried certainty, not arrogance. He reminded Caspian that a man in his position understood value. And aligning with someone like Arthur wasn't charity. It was an investment. Supporting him would benefit the Adventurers Guild itself. Caspian didn't smile openly, but amusement flickered behind his eyes. He wasn't sure whether Arthur's confidence came from youth or something far deeper, but either way, it was unsettling. Caspian agreed. As long as it was within the Guild's power, they would support Arthur. Arthur nodded and laid out his demands calmly. After a brief discussion, he stood and left the room. The hallway outside was quiet. Elijah was waiting, tense and pale. The moment Arthur appeared, he spoke, admitting honestly that he'd been terrified. Genuinely afraid Arthur would have killed Lucas right there. Arthur shrugged it off. It wasn't time. Elijah hesitated, then asked the question he probably shouldn't have. Did Arthur still intend to kill Lucas someday? Arthur didn't answer. Instead, he changed the subject, saying he was starving and Sylvie was waiting. They should eat before the hearing. The conversation was over. Elijah nodded, unsettled. Justice had to come next. The guild arranged a formal hearing in a small amphitheater-style courtroom. Arthur sat on one side, Lucas on the other. Between them sat a panel of elderly robed judges, respected figures within the guild, flipping silently through records and testimonies. The tension was suffocating. Finally, the tallest judge stood and delivered the verdict. Lucas Wykes was stripped of his A-class rank for sabotage and endangering fellow adventurers during an official dungeon expedition. He was banned from re-enlisting until further notice. Lucas handed over his enchanted identification card without protest. The punishment settled heavily over the room. Arthur watched in silence. For everything Lucas had done, leaving them to die, triggering the collapse, getting people killed, this was all. Anyone else would have been imprisoned, executed even. But Lucas was a Wykes. Then the judge turned to Arthur. He was asked to stand. The panel had reached a decision regarding him as well. Despite his heroics, despite the lives saved, Arthur was to be punished for his public display of aggression toward Lucas. The ruling was blunt. The verdict came down hard. Arthur was officially banned from entering Xyrus City for as long as Lucas Wykes remained enrolled at Xyrus Academy. The gavel struck. Once, clean, final. The sound echoed through the chamber, like a coffin nail being driven in, sealing the outcome in stone. Arthur had expected it, had even planned for it. But he still leaned forward at the podium, jaw tightening as he raised his voice in protest. He demanded to know how any of this made sense, how the one who had been betrayed, nearly killed, was the one being punished while the traitor walked free. His tone carried heat, anger, injustice, but it was theater. Out of the corner of his eye, Arthur caught it. The exact moment Lucas's stiff posture loosened, the exact second relief crept into his expression and curled into a smug, self-satisfied grin. That grin told Arthur everything he needed to know. Good. Let him think he'd won. The judge silenced Arthur with a sharp rap of his staff. The guild, he explained, had taken the full context into account. That was precisely why Arthur's adventurer license hadn't been revoked. He was free to continue working, free to take missions, free to grow stronger. But there was one rule. Arthur was to stay away from Lucas Wykes and the Wykes family. No contact, no provocation, no exceptions. Then Lucas opened his mouth. Panic cracked through his voice as he demanded to know Arthur's true identity. Who was he really? What guarantee did they have that Arthur wouldn't sneak into Xyrus City unmasked and slaughter his family in their sleep? Coward. One of the judges answered coldly with final authority. Arthur's real identity would be recorded and sealed within the guild's highest records. Lucas and the Wykes family would never be informed. A select group of guild mages would monitor Arthur at all times, masked or not, to prevent escalation. Lucas tried to argue again. The judges didn't even look at him. The decision was final. Guards moved in, surrounding Lucas and his entourage. The judges stood, signaling the end of the hearing. The chamber slowly emptied, voices low, tension still clinging to the air like smoke after a fire. Lucas, however, couldn't leave without one last attempt at dominance. He turned back, eyes sharp, posture stiff with false bravado. His voice cut through the room as he warned Arthur to keep his distance if he valued his life. Arthur didn't blink. He met Lucas's gaze calmly, almost lazily, and replied with words that were soft, but sharp enough to draw blood. He made it very clear that Lucas's threats meant nothing. That distance was a courtesy, not a necessity. For just a heartbeat, the fear surfaced again in Lucas's eyes. Then he backed away. Silence was safer. Arthur watched him disappear through the massive doors, his expression unreadable. A guard approached Arthur to escort him out, but before he could speak, one of the judges intervened, dismissing the guard politely. He gestured toward a narrow door hidden behind the raised desk and offered to guide Arthur himself. They passed into a quiet hallway, sealed away from the rest of the courthouse. As they walked, the judge finally spoke. He asked whether the outcome, staged as it was, had been satisfactory. Arthur nodded. Everything had unfolded exactly as intended. Lucas had been humiliated publicly, stripped of rank, and left paranoid. Arthur's identity remained buried, for now. The judge clarified that this protection wasn't charity. It was strategy. Delaying retaliation from the Wykes family was in everyone's interest. Eventually, the truth would surface. But if Arthur didn't move openly, perhaps the Wykes wouldn't either. Arthur laughed quietly, assuring the judge he wasn't reckless. He knew when to wait. They stopped at a tall shelf lined with ancient tomes. The judge pressed one book inward. Stones shifted. The floor opened, revealing a stairway descending into darkness. Before Arthur stepped down, the judge left him with a final warning. One day, the guild might call in this favor. When that day came, he hoped Arthur would remember who had shielded him today. Arthur gave a half smile. The guild wasn't weak. They were just careful. He descended the stairs, the entrance sealed behind him. Left alone, the judge stared at the hidden passage, a single thought echoing in his mind. Caspian was right. Arthur Leywin wasn't just dangerous. He was inevitable. When Arthur emerged from the hidden exit, he barely had time to breathe before a familiar force slammed into his stomach. Sylvie. She tackled him head first, full speed, knocking the air from his lungs. Arthur winced, clutching his side as she chirped happily and scrambled up to her favorite spot atop his head. Her voice echoed in his mind, bright and impatient, asking if it was finally over, if they could go home now. Outside, Jasmine and Elijah were waiting. Relief was written plainly across their faces. Arthur gave them a simple nod. It was done. The trial, the confrontation, the chaos, it was finished. As they walked toward the teleportation gate beyond the beast glades, Elijah brought up Samantha, asking if Arthur planned to visit her. Arthur paused, then shook his head. It was better if he didn't. Jasmine could check on her when she recovered. Jasmine nodded quietly, understanding without words. The walk grew quieter, heavier. Elijah mentioned that they'd be parting ways soon. Arthur stopped. He remembered something. Elijah wasn't from Sapin. He had nowhere to stay. So Arthur casually suggested Elijah come live with his family for a while, at least until school started. Elijah blinked, confused. School? Arthur started explaining, only for Elijah to cut him off, annoyed. Of course he knew what school was. He just hadn't planned on attending one. Arthur smirked and reminded him of his goal, to make a name for himself. If that ambition was real, then Xyrus Academy was the path forward. Elijah scoffed. Getting in required money, influence, things he didn't have. Arthur grinned and pulled him into a quick side hug. "Leave that part to your big brother," he said. "Just show up." Elijah protested immediately, pointing out that he was older. But the moment had already slipped out of his control. Arthur turned to Jasmine, calm and decisive, and asked if she could take Elijah home first. Elijah tried one last time to object. He hadn't agreed to anything yet, but Arthur's eyes glinted with quiet menace as he reminded him of one small detail. Lucas Wykes would be attending Xyrus Academy too. Was Elijah really comfortable leaving Arthur alone with someone like that? That ended the argument. As Jasmine and Elijah headed toward the teleportation gate, Elijah's mind was already racing ahead. He started muttering about classes, wondering aloud which paths would suit him best at Xyrus Academy. Then he slowed, turned back, and called out to Arthur. His voice was softer this time, honest, a simple thank you for everything. Arthur watched them disappear into the distance. Only when they were completely gone did the faint smile on his face fade away. A quiet sigh escaped him as his gaze drifted toward the surrounding woods. "Come out," Arthur said calmly. The air shifted. From between the trees, Caspian stepped forward, no longer hiding. His expression was composed, though there was caution in his eyes. He admitted it had been wise to send Jasmine and Elijah away first, just in case. Arthur nodded and thanked him for persuading the judge to follow through with the plan. It had worked. Lucas would remain ignorant, for now. Caspian exhaled in relief, saying he was simply glad it had all ended without anyone dying. Arthur's eyes sharpened. People died. The words landed heavily. Caspian stiffened, realizing his mistake, and quickly corrected himself. Clearing his throat, he changed the subject and tossed a small pouch toward Arthur. It landed softly in his hand. "A parting gift," Caspian said. Nothing more. Arthur loosened the drawstrings and froze. Gold spilled into his palm. Far more than he had ever held at once. For a moment, he was reminded of the boy he used to be, someone who had counted every copper. When Arthur asked why, Caspian answered simply, "Precautions. The road ahead wouldn't be safe." As Caspian turned and walked away, Arthur's thoughts churned. Precautions. Don's ballad wouldn't draw attention as long as he didn't use it. The real danger was Lucas. He had seen Sylvie's dragon form, and memories like that had a way of becoming weapons. As if responding to the thought, a soft glow appeared above Arthur's head. Sylvie's black scales shimmered, bleaching into radiant white. Her form shrank, twisted, softened, until a small, delicate white fox floated down into Arthur's arms. Through their bond, her sleepy voice asked if this form was better. Arthur stared, stunned, quietly wondering how many forms she could even take. Sylvie admitted she didn't know. She was tired. Before he could reply, she curled up against him and fell asleep. Arthur whispered a gentle good night, still in disbelief. Standing alone in the quiet woods, Arthur reflected. Having a dragon as a bond came with advantages, and he was only just beginning to understand them. Before using the teleportation gate, Arthur took care of a few unfinished matters. Making sure no one was watching, he slipped behind a tree, removed his mask and coat, and stored them away. He needed to disappear. The town buzzed with life. Adventurers in battered armor moved with urgency, while robed merchants shouted prices for dungeon loot and magical materials. Arthur blended into the crowd, unremarkable, unseen. His destination was a modest shop marked by an old wooden sign, Equius Artifacts. Inside, the clerk offered a routine greeting, until he noticed Arthur's age. Suspicion crept into his voice as he asked if Arthur was lost. Arthur calmly requested a small dimension ring, one that could fit over his thumb. The clerk scoffed. Even the smallest rings were costly. Arthur opened his sack. Gold gleamed. The man's skepticism vanished instantly. Arthur left with the ring in hand, the clerk still staring after him in disbelief. Most of his gold was gone now, spent on a ring barely large enough to store a sword and a beast core. It was worth it. He was preparing for a new life, at least on the surface. Arthur stepped through the teleportation gate and emerged in Xyrus, pausing to breathe in the familiar air. Home. He took a carriage toward the Helsty estate, passing the academy along the way. Xyrus Academy loomed in the distance, massive, imposing. He wondered what it would be like to walk those halls not as a fighter, not as a killer, but as a student. The carriage stopped at Helsty Manor. Arthur slipped inside quietly, careful not to disturb Sylvie. As he climbed the stairs, he stared at the mask in his hand. 2 years. 2 years of hiding behind it. Then, crash! The double doors slammed open. A small girl stood there, hands on her hips, radiating authority far beyond her size. Ellie. Arthur barely managed to say her name before she charged down the stairs and slammed into him, hugging him tightly. Tears filled her eyes as she whispered a simple welcome. She had missed him. Arthur smiled and promised her he wasn't leaving again. Satisfied, she giggled, ran back upstairs, and waved for him to follow. Arthur stood there, stunned. She'd grown so much. Last time, she'd been small, fragile, still unsure of the world, and of him. As that thought settled, something cold wrapped around Arthur's heart. A realization, a horrifying one. Ellie had grown. In a few short years, maybe even sooner, boys would start paying attention to her. That meant clumsy crushes, lingering teenage stares, and awkward attempts to get close to his little sister. The thought alone made Arthur's stomach churn. The image formed vividly in his mind. Ellie, who once clung to his arm with small hands, now surrounded by boys who didn't know their place. His eyes widened as his thoughts spiraled, imagining her growing up far too fast. He didn't like that future. He wasn't ready for it. Thankfully, that unsettling train of thought was cut short by a familiar voice calling out to him. Arthur! His mother, Alice, rushed in first, with Reynolds right behind her. The tension melted from their faces the moment they saw him, relief and joy softening their expressions. His father, still broad-shouldered and powerful despite the years, didn't hesitate for even a second. Reynolds scooped Arthur up with a loud laugh, pulling him into a crushing embrace that nearly knocked the breath from his lungs. With a proud grin, he joked that Arthur hadn't grown at all since he last saw him. Arthur shot back instantly, smirking as he pointed out his father's increasingly wild beard, accusing him of growing it out just to hide the wrinkles creeping in. The banter barely had time to escalate before Alice stepped in, lightly scolding Arthur while fiercely defending her husband. Then she wrapped Arthur in her own embrace, warm, steady, and grounding. This time, there were no tears, no reprimands. She simply told him how glad she was that he had come back safe. Arthur apologized quietly, guilt surfacing over how often he made them worry. Alice only smiled, brushing it aside as if it didn't matter. Off to the side, Vincent Helstea tried to insert himself into the reunion with his usual booming cheer. But before he could finish his greeting, Tabitha smacked the back of his head. This was a family moment, she reminded him sharply. Reynolds and Alice deserved this time with their son. Vincent rubbed his head sheepishly, backing off as the moment passed. Soon enough, everyone gathered together in the living area, settling in with relaxed smiles and light laughter. Arthur's eyes drifted around the room, instinctively searching. Alice noticed immediately and asked if he was looking for someone. Arthur admitted it felt like someone was missing. That was when Elijah stepped forward and handed him a folded piece of paper. Jasmine had already departed on another mission with the Twin Horns, but she'd left a note behind. Arthur unfolded it. It was brief, straightforward, and unmistakably Jasmine. No unnecessary words, emotion tucked beneath practicality. Arthur smiled faintly. He'd wanted to see her before she left, but this would have to be enough. Reynolds laughed and remarked that the twin horns always returned eventually, like stubborn weeds that refused to die. Arthur chuckled along, but one more name lingered in his thoughts. He asked about Lilia. Tabitha began to explain, but Vincent cut in far too quickly, puffing his chest out as he proudly announced that their daughter had been accepted into Xyrus Academy. His excitement drowned out Tabitha's words, earning him an immediate response. She grabbed a fistful of his hair and yanked it, scolding him for stealing her moment. Vincent yelped, and the room burst into laughter. Arthur was genuinely impressed. Being accepted into Xyrus Academy was no small feat. It was a major step forward, and a moment of pride for the Hellstaya family. Tabitha, her tone still sharp but sincere beneath it, reminded Arthur that it was thanks to him. Without his guidance, Lilia might never have unlocked her potential. The Hellstays, she said firmly, would always owe him. Vincent nodded along enthusiastically, still rubbing his head, adding that a mage hadn't appeared in their family for generations. Arthur waved it off with a modest smile, saying he wasn't sure about being owed anything, but maybe, just maybe, he'd cash in a favor or two someday. That was when Reynolds could no longer contain himself. He stomped his foot, leaning forward eagerly. Now that everyone was accounted for, he wanted to hear everything. The dungeon, the fights, the adventure, all of it. Arthur smirked and began. His storytelling quickly drew everyone in, the living room of the Hellstay Manor filling with gasps, laughter, and stunned silence at the right moments. Arthur recounted most of the journey, honestly, carefully omitting Lucas's betrayal. His family didn't need to carry that burden. Even without it, the story was more than enough to leave them shaken. Vincent, ever dramatic, compared Arthur's experience to the adrenaline rush of dealing with tax paperwork. Tabitha was quieter, her disbelief evident as she spoke. The idea that Arthur had faced and defeated an Elderwood guardian, a monster she'd been threatened with as a child, was almost impossible to grasp. As the conversation shifted, Arthur turned to Reynolds and asked about his magic. Reynolds admitted with a sigh that he'd been stuck at the dark orange bottleneck ever since Arthur left. No amount of meditation or refinement seemed to push him forward. Arthur didn't hesitate. He reached into his storage and casually tossed the Elderwood Guardian's beast core toward his father, explaining that while he'd used a portion of it to recover, plenty of energy remained. Reynolds caught it on reflex, freezing as he stared at the dull green core resting in his palm. He held it like something sacred, unsure if he could even accept it, especially knowing the danger Arthur had faced to obtain it. Tabitha gasped as realization hit her. An S-class beast core was worth a fortune. Alice, arms crossed, responded with dry humor, questioning whether the gift made up for the endless worry Arthur had caused her. Arthur grinned and told his father to take it. If Reynolds wanted any hope of keeping up with his son, he'd need it. He even winked, openly challenging him not to fall behind. That was when Arthur revealed his current stage. Light orange. The room fell silent. Vincent's eyes nearly popped out of his head. Tabitha sucked in a sharp breath. Reynolds looked back down at the beast core, his grip tightening, determination flaring in his eyes. He promised Arthur he wouldn't hold back the next time they sparred. Arthur welcomed it with a confident grin. As the excitement finally settled, the family began drifting off to their rooms. The manor grew quieter. Elijah headed for a steam bath, predictably forgetting to lock the door. Just as he started to relax, the door burst open. Arthur strolled in like nothing was wrong, announcing that he'd brought Elijah's pajamas. Elijah yelped in panic, his voice echoing off the steamy walls as he scrambled to cover himself, shouting in pure embarrassment. Arthur squinted through the steam and waved it off, teasing that it wasn't a big deal. He couldn't see anything anyway. Elijah narrowed his eyes suspiciously and asked if that was really true. Arthur just laughed, tossed back a smug remark, and shut the door behind him. A barrage of curses and banging followed, making Arthur chuckle as he walked away. Later that night, Arthur sat quietly on his bed, pulling out the mask he hadn't worn in a long time. Arthur studied the mask in silence, letting the memories settle. 2 full years had passed, years packed with bloodshed, close calls, losses, and growth that had reshaped him in ways even he sometimes struggled to grasp. It felt distant now, like another life layered over this one. Nearby, Sylvie perched comfortably, her presence light and familiar. Through their bond, her voice chimed with her usual carefree confidence, proudly pointing out that she'd grown taller than him at some point. Arthur let out a short laugh, conceding the point. She wasn't wrong. Before the moment could stretch further, Elijah's voice cut in, reminding Arthur that it was his turn to wash up. Arthur agreed easily and headed for the bathroom. He didn't rush, easing the tension still lodged in his muscles from everything he'd been through. For once, there was no urgency, no threat lurking just beyond the door. Elijah immediately eyed him suspiciously, demanding to know why it had taken so long. Arthur answered casually, explaining that he'd spoken with Vincent about a few things, and had even brought up the idea of sponsoring Elijah for Xyrus Academy. That single sentence flipped a switch. Elijah's exhaustion vanished, excitement lighting up his face as he bombarded Arthur with questions, desperate to know what Vincent had said. Arthur only smiled, that familiar mischievous glint in his eyes, and refused to answer. Instead, He shut the door behind him, leaving Elijah stewing in suspense. Later that night, the two of them lay on the wide bed they shared, the room dim except for moonlight slipping through the curtains. Their conversation drifted naturally toward the future. Elijah couldn't hide his awe at the thought of attending Xyrus Academy, the prestige, the powerful students, the chance to train among the continent's elite. It all sounded unreal to him, like stepping into a legend. Arthur listened quietly. To him, the academy was less dazzling. He knew their current abilities already surpassed most first-year students, which meant the early curriculum might feel painfully slow. Still, he admitted it wouldn't be pointless. It would give him the time and structure he needed to refine his weaker attributes, lightning and ice magic. Even with his beast will backing him up, those elements still resisted him more than he liked. Eventually, Elijah's tone shifted. He brought up Lucas. He asked carefully what Arthur planned to do. Arthur let out a slow breath. Lucas didn't recognize him, and Arthur intended to keep it that way until the day he was strong enough to stand against the entire Wykes family without consequence. His identity would remain buried. For now, revenge could wait. Training couldn't. Growth came first. Arthur found himself quietly appreciating how easily Elijah spoke his mind, even joking around topics most people would tiptoe around. His gaze drifted, landing on the ridiculous pillow wall Elijah had built between them. Arthur raised an eyebrow and asked if that was really necessary. Elijah insisted it was, arguing that it was already weird enough for two guys to share a bed. Arthur smirked and suggested that maybe Elijah would feel more comfortable if Arthur were a girl instead. The response was instant. A pillow flew straight at Arthur's head. Elijah flushed with embarrassment, while Arthur laughed, dodging easily and enjoying the rare, harmless moment. After a beat, Elijah peeked over the pillow barrier again, his voice quieter, more thoughtful. His mind had wandered somewhere else entirely. He wondered aloud if he might actually find a girlfriend at Xyrus Academy. Arthur, of course, couldn't resist. He painted an exaggerated future where Elijah married a black-haired girl with glasses just like him, their children somehow being born already wearing tiny spectacles. Elijah groaned and rolled his eyes, pointing out how ridiculous that was. Babies didn't come with glasses. Still, he laughed despite himself. Then he flipped the teasing back onto Arthur, claiming Arthur's looks alone would make him popular, whether he wanted it or not. Too princely, he said, for his own good. Arthur smirked and asked if that sounded like jealousy. Elijah shot back immediately that it wasn't subtle at all. It was blatant. Arthur waved it off. He wasn't interested in anyone at the academy. To him, girls his age still felt far too young, barely more than kids. There was no rush. What mattered was rest. He told Elijah to get some sleep. Elijah agreed quietly. There was gratitude in his voice, and with that, their banter faded. The room fell into silence, the world outside unusually calm as both of them drifted off. Morning arrived gently. Thin rays of sunlight slipped through the curtains, nudging Arthur awake. He rose, got ready, and headed downstairs. Vincent was already there, brimming with energy. He greeted Arthur enthusiastically, reminding him of the inventor Arthur had asked about the day before. Vincent wasted no time explaining that he'd already arranged a meeting. The man's name was Gideon. According to Vincent, Gideon wasn't just an inventor. He was a legendary artificer, one of the most respected researchers in all of Sapin. He was due to return to Xyrus City in 3 days, and Vincent suggested they meet him before heading downtown with everyone else. Arthur agreed immediately. When he asked what was happening downtown, Vincent mentioned a major announcement scheduled for the central square. Arthur acknowledged it, though his interest clearly lay elsewhere. He thanked Vincent for setting up the meeting. When Vincent asked if Arthur needed something specific from Gideon, Arthur explained that it wasn't a necessity. It was something he wanted to discuss, an idea from his past life that had waited patiently for the right moment. This meeting would be the first step toward bringing it into reality. Vincent was still trying to process that when Reynolds appeared. He called out to them, then immediately scolded Vincent for his messy appearance, reminding him he had somewhere important to be. Realizing he was already late, Vincent panicked, shouted that he'd pick Arthur up later, and bolted out the door. Reynolds watched him go, chuckling as he teased Vincent for running, while constantly looking back like a nervous child. Then he turned to Arthur. When Arthur asked about his magic, Reynolds' face lit up with pride. He announced that he'd finally broken through. Solid orange stage. The progress was real, and it showed. Reynolds reached into his pocket and pulled out the very same beast core Arthur had given him earlier. Even though every last drop of mana inside it had already been drained, the core hadn't shattered the way it normally should have. Instead, it sat there, perfectly intact, solid and heavy in his palm. The detail clearly bothered him. A drained beast core surviving like this wasn't normal, far from it. But there was no time to overthink it now. He still had preparations to finish before heading out. With a satisfied, almost proud smile, Reynolds tucked the core away and told Arthur he'd be back by dinner. Then he stepped out, the door closing softly behind him. Arthur didn't move. He stood there in silence, mind spinning. Something about that core refused to sit right with him. After a moment, he turned and headed to the backyard, the beast core now in his own hand. Sunlight filtered through the open space as Arthur stopped and stared down at the orb again. It was still solid, still whole. Slowly, carefully, he wrapped his fingers around it and focused, extending his senses inward. This time, he felt it. Deep within the core's black, hollow interior, something stirred. The emptiness warped, shadows shifting until a shape began to form. Arthur's breath caught. The Elderwood Guardian. The image sharpened, unmistakable. Arthur froze in place as a chill crawled up his spine, quickly replaced by pure electric awe. His heart started pounding. That fight, one that had nearly killed him, had left behind a reward so absurdly rare it bordered on the unreal. A beast will, not just treasure, not just power, a phenomenon. A gift that granted its wielder immense strength, and often a unique magical ability. Something that could only be obtained if a powerful mana beast willingly passed it on, or if it was torn out by force from its core. Arthur stared at the glowing orb in his hand, thoughts colliding violently in his head. And then, a dangerous idea took root. What if he tried to integrate not one beast will, but two? There were no records, no precedents, no ancient manuals warning him not to. Just a single, terrifying unknown. And Arthur had never been one to shy away from that. Without another second of hesitation, he tightened his grip and began pouring his mana into the core. Immediately, something answered back. This wasn't like the clear, emotional connection he shared with Sylvie. This was savage, primal, a raw, hostile presence, roaring deep inside his consciousness. The will of the Elderwood Guardian lashed out violently, rejecting him with overwhelming force. Vines exploded forward in his mind, faster than sight, aiming straight for him, and shattered. They slammed into something invisible and broke apart instantly. Arthur's eyes widened as a powerful pressure surged around him. A barrier had formed, absolute and unyielding. He turned instinctively, and his breath stopped. Behind him stood Sylvia, not her physical body, but her will. Towering, majestic, terrifying. The image of the great dragon loomed with overwhelming dominance, her massive form radiating authority, her glowing eyes locked onto the Elderwood Guardian with cold finality. Space itself seemed to tremble as her will surged forward. Her jaws opened wide, rushing toward the wooden beast with unstoppable force. The Guardian convulsed, utterly crushed beneath the pressure. And then Arthur gasped awake. His eyes snapped open as the beast core slipped from his hand, clattering and rolling across the ground. His chest rose sharply as he sucked in air. He had stopped just in time. Arthur understood instantly. If he'd hesitated even a moment longer, Sylvia's beast will would have completely erased the Elderwood Guardian, destroying it beyond recovery. Any chance of passing that will on to someone else would have been gone forever. He bent down and picked up the core again, his thoughts drifting immediately to his father. Why couldn't Reynolds absorb it? The answer came easily. Elemental compatibility. Just like Grandpa Virion had explained long ago, a beast's attributes had to align with the mage's mana core. No matter how strong Reynolds was, his affinity simply didn't match the Elderwood Guardians. But Arthur already knew exactly who it would match. The days that followed passed swiftly. Arthur threw himself back into training, disciplined and relentless, refining his body and mana without letting his guard slip. But he didn't waste the peace either. He spent time with his family, laughing, relaxing, doing ordinary things that felt almost unreal after everything he'd been through. He knew better than anyone how fragile moments like these were. One morning, sunlight spilled gently through the windows as Arthur and Elijah lay sprawled across their bed, still deep in sleep. The quiet didn't last. The door creaked open. Ellie's small voice cut through the room, announcing that it was time for breakfast. Mom had called for them. Half asleep, Arthur mumbled something incoherent about wanting a luxurious dimensional ring, clearly still trapped in dreamland. Ellie reminded him that today was the announcement and that everyone needed to be ready. Then she grinned. Before Arthur could react, Ellie launched herself onto the bed and drove a sharp elbow straight into his chest. The impact knocked the air clean out of him. Arthur wheezed, clutching his sternum as pain flared. He shot Ellie a glare that was half annoyed, half impressed, reminding her she wasn't that small anymore, and that one day she might actually break something. Ellie gasped dramatically, eyes wide as she accused him of calling her fat. The accusation was completely fake, but the chaos was real. Arthur groaned, muttering about whatever insane things she must be learning at that school for proper ladies. Before leaving, Ellie reminded him to hurry up and come down. She, their mother, and Aunt Tabitha were heading out first. Once she disappeared, Arthur sighed, rubbing his ribs again, and wondering where she'd picked up such violent tendencies. From beside him, Elijah answered casually. He had a pretty good guess. Later that day, they boarded a carriage and set off. The scenery shifted as they traveled, towering buildings of the central district slowly giving way to smaller homes, workshops, and shops. Signboards hung everywhere, advertising artifacts, elixirs, and magical services. The air felt different here, less regal, more alive. Arthur leaned back, rubbing his stomach. He was still hungry. Elijah laughed, pointing out that Sylvie had stolen half his breakfast. Arthur couldn't argue. The little dragon was a menace when it came to food. Elijah decided to check out the nearby stores. Arthur questioned whether he even had money to buy anything. Elijah adjusted his glasses smugly, reminding Arthur that, unlike him, he'd actually been saving his dungeon earnings. Arthur smirked but let him go. He turned to Sylvie and nodded, signaling her to accompany Elijah while he handled something else. As Sylvie followed Elijah off, Arthur and Vincent headed toward a modest house, tucked between older buildings. The place wasn't impressive. Cracked steps, plain door, nothing special at a glance. But Arthur knew better. Behind that door waited someone he'd been very interested in meeting. Vincent stepped forward and knocked firmly on the door, the sound echoing through the quiet street. A moment later, the door creaked open just a sliver. Peering out was an elderly man dressed in a spotless butler's uniform, his posture immaculate. He began to speak in a rehearsed, almost weary tone, explaining that his master was unavailable and did not accept visitors. But midway through his sentence, his gaze shifted. Recognition flickered across his face as his eyes landed on Vincent. The change was instant. His expression straightened, his tone softened, and the door opened wider. With a polite bow, the butler, Himes, welcomed Vincent inside. Arthur followed close behind, earning a brief but curious glance. Vincent returned the greeting with an easy nod. It was clear they had met before, though not recently. The moment Arthur crossed the threshold, he nearly recoiled. A horrendous stench slammed into him like a physical force. It was sharp and metallic, thick with the smell of rust, burned chemicals, and something acrid he couldn't quite place. The air itself tasted like copper, clinging to his tongue and throat. Arthur's face twisted instinctively in disgust. Himes noticed and let out a small, amused chuckle. Then something moved. From within one of the heaps, an elderly man rose, brushing soot and metal shavings from his wild, unkempt hair. He looked irritated before he even spoke, and when he did, it was loud. He barked at the butler, demanding to know why someone had been let inside his workshop. But the moment his eyes landed on Vincent, his scowl softened, just slightly. Not enough to hide his annoyance, but enough to show familiarity. He complained that even though Vincent had called ahead, he wasn't in the mood for visitors. For over a year, he said, royal messengers had been pestering him nonstop, all demanding the same impossible thing: a way to cross the ocean. Arthur let out a small chuckle, genuinely intrigued. Why would anyone want to travel across the ocean in the first place? The answer came fast and sharp. Gideon snapped at him, telling him it was none of his business. Only then did Gideon pause. His sharp, analytical eyes narrowed as they settled on Arthur. There was caution in that stare now, the look of someone who sensed something unfamiliar. He asked Vincent who the boy was. Arthur stepped forward immediately, bowing with perfect courtesy. He introduced himself as Arthur Leywin, son of Reginald Leywin, his tone respectful and composed. He even praised Gideon's reputation and contributions as an inventor and artificer. Gideon was unimpressed. He waved off the formality and turned back to Vincent, bluntly asking why Arthur had been brought here at all. Gideon made it clear. He did not take students. He did not accept disciples. He did not mentor. Vincent hesitated, then admitted honestly that he didn't know the full reason himself. Arthur had asked for the meeting. Arthur didn't deny it. He explained that he'd originally come to offer something else entirely. But when Gideon mentioned the issue of long-distance travel across the ocean, a new idea had formed in his mind. Instead of explaining, Arthur said it would be better to show. Before anyone could stop him, Arthur walked over to a cluttered workbench covered in parchment scraps and scattered tools. He pulled a clean sheet free, grabbed a charcoal pencil, and began to sketch. At first, Gideon barely glanced over, clearly dismissing it as the pointless doodling of a child. But then his eyes caught a detail, then another. Suddenly, he lunged forward and snatched the parchment out of Arthur's hands. His face hovered inches from the page, eyes wide, breath uneven. What Arthur had drawn wasn't magic circles or mana conduits. It was something else entirely. An engine, not powered by mana, but by steam, heat, pressure, external fuel. A concept so foreign to this world that it felt almost illegal. Gideon's hands trembled as he muttered under his breath, tracing the design with shaking fingers, mentally filling in gaps. But just as his excitement peaked, he stopped. Something was missing. Key components were absent, critical details deliberately omitted. Arthur calmly took the parchment back, stating that the complete design would be shared only after their negotiation concluded. Gideon exhaled slowly, long, heavy. He knew he was trapped. With a sharp snap of his fingers, he summoned his assistant. Himes appeared moments later, carrying a sealed case with extreme care. He placed it on the table and opened it. Inside rested an ironized diamond. The gem shimmered with contained power, its surface reflecting light like frozen lightning. Vincent gasped openly. This was a treasure capable of forging top-tier artifacts, something worth a fortune beyond measure. Arthur barely reacted. Gideon, undeterred, proudly explained that the jewel could store mana up to 5 times its own capacity. He waited for awe. It never came. Arthur wasn't impressed. Gideon's confidence cracked slightly. He snapped his fingers again, ordering Himes to bring everything from the middle shelf of row C. The butler complied, and soon the table was overflowing with enchanted weapons, rare tools, and glowing artifacts. Vincent looked like a child in a candy store, eyes darting everywhere. Gideon dug through the pile and produced a mirror, boasting that it could reflect spells up to 5 times their strength. Arthur smiled politely and declined. Again, now visibly shaken, Gideon rushed through item after item, explaining their powers, defensive capabilities, and market value. Many of them were superior to anything publicly available. Arthur examined a few, nodded once or twice, and refused them all. Finally defeated, Gideon rubbed his temples and gave one last order. He told Himes to bring the pendants. Himes hesitated, warning him that those were special. Gideon insisted. When Himes returned, he carried 2 small, ornate locked cases, far more refined than anything else in the room. These were artifacts crafted for royalty. Gideon unlocked one and opened it. Inside lay a delicate pendant. A soft pink gem rested at its center, suspended from a thin chain of white gold. The craftsmanship was exquisite. Arthur lifted it and infused a trace of mana. Within the jewel, an image shimmered into existence, a phoenix worm. Arthur recognized it instantly. Gideon stared at him in shock. Gideon confirmed it without hesitation. The pendant had indeed been crafted using the essence of a phoenix worm. Vincent, clearly intrigued but confused, asked what made those creatures so special in the first place. Gideon explained that phoenix worms were S-class mana beasts, almost as rare and elusive as dragons themselves. What set them apart was a single, terrifyingly powerful trait. When faced with death, they possessed the ability to preserve their own lives. Arthur immediately caught on. He asked whether that same life-preserving ability had been embedded into the pendant. Gideon's eyes lit up as he nodded enthusiastically. Just like a phoenix worm, the pendant would activate in moments of extreme danger, forming a hardened cocoon around the wearer to shield them from fatal harm. But that was only the first layer. If the cocoon were destroyed and the wearer's life was still in jeopardy, the pendant would then consume the mana stored within it and forcibly teleport the user to the safest location they were familiar with. It wasn't just a defensive artifact. It was condensed survival itself, packed into a single jewel. Inside the cluttered workshop, Arthur continued examining the pendant closely. After a moment, he asked the most important question. How many times could its effects actually be used? Gideon scratched the back of his head, looking uncomfortable, as he admitted he wasn't completely sure. He had already used 5 phoenix worm cores to create it, each one more valuable than almost any other S-class beast core in existence. And even then, he believed the pendant might only activate twice at most. Arthur fell silent, his thoughts turning inward. If the artifact truly functioned as described, it would be perfect for someone he needed to protect above all else. His mother, or Ellie. The idea lingered, until something else clicked in his mind. Earlier, Gideon had mentioned that these pendants were commissioned by the royal family. Arthur asked directly. Gideon confirmed it, stating that the phoenix worm cores had been provided by the royal family themselves. Still, he waved it off as unimportant. What truly mattered to him now was Arthur's earlier blueprint. His eyes narrowed with suspicion as he asked the real question. How could someone so young come up with an idea like that, and why bring it to him now? Arthur answered with a calm smile, claiming he simply wanted to make a nice birthday gift for his little sister. Gideon didn't buy it for a second. He didn't say it out loud, but he dismissed the excuse immediately. Arthur made his stance clear. He wasn't handing over the complete blueprint, unless he knew exactly how it would be used. Gideon tried to sidestep the condition, telling him that everything would be explained during the major announcement later that day. Arthur pushed back. Someone of Gideon's standing and knowledge, he reasoned, could surely explain things more clearly than a censored public speech ever would. Cornered, Gideon asked if revealing everything he knew would convince Arthur to leave the pendants behind. Arthur responded with nothing more than a smirk. He wasn't about to agree to a deal without getting real value in return. Growing desperate, Gideon tried bargaining again, suggesting he might part with just one pendant instead of both. Arthur didn't answer verbally. Instead, he raised his hand, a small but steady flame blooming in his palm, while holding the blueprint just close enough to make his point clear. He wasn't bluffing. Gideon growled under his breath, calling Arthur a demon as he finally realized the situation had completely flipped. The boy had total control. Vincent, who had been silently observing the exchange, finally stepped in. He admitted he didn't always understand what Arthur was thinking, but he vouched for one thing without hesitation. If Arthur made a promise, he would keep it. That was enough. Gideon let out a loud groan and finally gave in. He didn't care about the royal family anymore. Compared to this ship project, they were irrelevant. With a resigned sigh, he revealed the truth. Last year, his team had uncovered evidence, and now they were absolutely certain. There was another continent beyond Dicathen. Arthur froze. The idea hit him hard. Another continent. Something so massive, so world-altering, that it was difficult to even process. Vincent nodded slowly, adding that he had heard the same rumor from a royal family employee before. Someone who had been unsure, but warned him to keep it secret. Hearing it again from Gideon confirmed what Vincent had already begun to believe. Still, Arthur wasn't satisfied with rumors alone. He pressed Gideon, demanding proof, real evidence, not speculation. Gideon bristled, clearly insulted. He made it very clear that he wasn't the type of scientist who made baseless claims. His voice rose as he explained how it all began. Years ago, they had discovered a strange artifact attached to a bird-type mana beast. The creature wasn't native to Dicathen and possessed a unique ability, perfect camouflage, something no known beast on the continent could replicate. That alone was groundbreaking, but the artifact it carried changed everything. Vincent, still stunned, asked how they had even managed to capture such a creature. Gideon scowled as he admitted the truth. It was pure chance. An amateur adventurer aiming at a gliding squirrel had accidentally struck the bird instead. Dumb luck, nothing more. But that accident brought the artifact into their hands. The object was unlike anything Gideon had ever studied, so advanced that it took him nearly an entire year just to determine its function. And when he finally did, it confirmed every suspicion they had. Arthur leaned forward, demanding to know what it could do. Gideon hesitated, reminding him that only royal family members were authorized to know this information. Arthur didn't even blink. He simply pointed out that his own blueprints contained designs the royal families had never seen. Once again, Gideon was cornered. With visible irritation, he finally revealed the truth. The artifact could record and store moving images. Vincent leaned back with a quiet, satisfied smirk. Even someone as brilliant as Gideon couldn't outmaneuver Arthur. Arthur, however, wasn't impressed yet. He frowned slightly, voicing his doubt. Just because an artifact was advanced didn't automatically mean it came from another continent. Couldn't it have been created by an unknown but exceptionally talented artificer somewhere in Dicathen? Vincent responded calmly but firmly. He reminded Arthur that he hadn't introduced Gideon as just another skilled inventor. He was widely regarded as the greatest artificer Dicathen had ever produced. Not just in the present era, but in all of history. Still skeptical, Arthur shifted his gaze back to the eccentric old man, weighing those words carefully. There was doubt in Arthur's tone, but it wasn't baseless skepticism. It was calculated, grounded. Gideon, on the other hand, took it personally. His chest puffed out as pride swelled to ridiculous levels, and he loudly proclaimed his own brilliance. In his mind, there wasn't a single artificer in all of Dicathen who wouldn't drop to their knees in reverence before him. His confidence wasn't subtle. It was overwhelming, absolute, almost comical in its intensity. Arthur listened patiently, letting Gideon rant, and then a slow smile crept onto his face. If Gideon's words were true, and judging by his reputation they likely were, then even the greatest artificer in Dicathen, struggling for nearly a year to understand a single artifact, said everything. It suddenly made perfect sense why the royal families had jumped to such a drastic conclusion. Arthur voiced his reasoning calmly. If an artifact existed that even Gideon couldn't fully decipher, then the odds of it being created within Dicathen were slim. That alone was enough for the royals to believe its creator came from beyond the continent. Gideon leaned forward, veins practically popping, frustration boiling over. He was nearly shouting now, desperate to hammer the point into Arthur's head. This wasn't just some impressive device. This was proof of another world beyond the seas. A land filled with technologies more advanced, artificers more skilled, and possibly mages far beyond anything Dicathen had ever known. To Gideon, this discovery was earth-shattering, history-defining. But Arthur didn't budge. He calmly raised a hand, gently pushing Gideon back, grounding the conversation. Yes, the implications were massive. Yes, the possibilities were terrifying and exhilarating all at once. But speculation was still speculation. Until someone crossed the ocean, until they saw that land with their own eyes, everything Gideon was saying remained theory, no matter how convincing. Instead of getting swept up in excitement, Arthur quietly returned his attention to the parchment. He finished the sketch he had been working on. A steam engine. Simple in concept, revolutionary in execution. With it, they wouldn't need to guess. They would go there themselves. Only then would the truth be undeniable. Later, as Arthur and Vincent stepped outside the workshop, the air felt noticeably lighter. Vincent let out a chuckle, clearly amused by the absolute storm Gideon had turned into moments earlier. He admitted he had never seen the old artificer so animated, so fired up. That level of passion from someone like Gideon spoke volumes about what Arthur had just ignited. Arthur smiled faintly. Gideon really had been excited, more than anyone had ever seen him. Causing that kind of reaction from a legend wasn't something just anyone could do. Still, Vincent voiced his doubts. Gideon might have called Arthur's steam engine design ingenious, but Vincent himself couldn't picture it. A ship powered purely by steam, crossing an entire ocean without magic? It sounded absurd. In a world where mana solved everything, relying on something so mundane felt almost laughable. Arthur walked beside him, half listening, his thoughts drifting deep again. In this world, magic was the foundation of everything. Daily life, warfare, innovation, politics. Because mana was so convenient, so dominant, people had stopped looking for alternatives. Non-magical technology, once full of potential, had stagnated completely. Vincent kept talking, unaware of the gears spinning violently in Arthur's mind. He joked about Arthur's parents, wondering how Reynolds and Alice could be so calm about everything their son could do. If Vincent had a child like Arthur, he'd be shouting it from the rooftops. Arthur barely heard him. His focus was on what he had accomplished. With nothing more than harmless mechanical knowledge from another life, he had secured an artifact capable of protecting his family. And now, with the possibility of another continent looming beyond Dicathen's waters, Arthur knew this was only the beginning. That was when Sylvie's cheerful voice echoed in his head, snapping him out of his thoughts. She was approaching with Elijah, their presence drawing closer from the other side of the square. Elijah arrived first, brimming with energy as always, talking rapidly about the upcoming announcement. Apparently, Elder Redeus had hinted at talks of unifying the three kingdoms, and Elijah couldn't wait to hear more. Arthur wasn't as optimistic. If unification was truly on the table, he suspected it wasn't just politics. If Gideon was right about another continent, then this move might be defensive, preparing Dicathen for something far larger than internal disputes. Vincent smirked and teased that he already knew what the announcement would be, but before he could elaborate, chaos erupted nearby. The laughter hit first, sharp, cruel, wrong. The group turned toward the sound and saw it immediately. A dwarf boy was being beaten by several students. They circled him like vultures, laughing as he stumbled and fell. Bruised and trembling, the boy begged them to stop, insisting he hadn't done anything wrong. Their leader stepped forward, Jamiel. His voice dripped with arrogance and cruelty as he mocked the boy for being a dwarf, calling it a disgrace to Xyrus Academy. Then came the excuse. Accusations of breaking school rules, of using magic outside school grounds. Jamiel demanded the boy drop his mana barrier. The dwarf stammered, terrified, words barely forming. Jamiel didn't care. With a cold glare, he lifted a metal pipe, ready to bring it down. Before it could fall, Elijah moved. He dashed forward and slammed into Jamiel, knocking him off balance. Elijah immediately positioned himself between the bullies and the injured dwarf, helping him sit up and asking if he could stand. Jamiel rose slowly, rage burning in his eyes. Without warning, he slapped Elijah hard across the face. The sound cracked through the air. Elijah's glasses flew off and skidded across the ground. Jamiel sneered, demanding to know how Elijah dared interrupt his fun. Vincent reacted instantly, reaching into his coat, ready to summon the guards and shut this down before it escalated further. Arthur stopped him. His grip on Vincent's wrist was firm, unyielding. This wasn't going to end with guards. Not this time. Vincent whispered urgently, alarm clear in his voice. They couldn't let this continue. Meanwhile, Elijah was fighting a battle of his own. Rage burned in his chest, begging to be unleashed. He knew if he used magic now, it wouldn't just be his problem. Arthur and Vincent would be dragged into it as well. He clenched his fists, forcing himself to breathe, forcing the mana to stay dormant. Jamiel's eyes dropped to the markings stitched into Elijah's robe. Recognition flashed. A twisted grin spread across his face as he realized it. The emblem of the Kingdom of Darv. The others noticed too, and their laughter turned sharper, nastier. Jamiel stepped forward, grabbing Elijah by the hair and yanking his head back, mocking him with cruel delight. He sneered about how Elijah might as well lie next to his half-pig brother on the ground. Elijah shook with restrained fury. He knew he couldn't win without mana, but he held it back. Jamiel leaned closer, ordering him to open his mouth, laughing about how they'd share a hospital room when he was done. And then, something made him pause. A shadow slid across the sunlit ground, and Jamiel turned his head slightly. His eyes locked onto someone approaching at an unhurried pace, each step deliberate. It was Arthur, closing the distance with a long wooden stick resting in his hand. Jamiel scoffed at the sight. He sneered, mocking Arthur as just another peasant, warning him to back away unless he wanted to end up on the ground beside the other two. The students around him laughed and egged him on, but Arthur's expression never wavered. There was no fear, no hesitation, only a cold, sharp glint in his eyes. He stepped closer, silent, his presence alone welcoming the fight. Far from the brewing chaos, a royal carriage cloaked in plain colors rolled quietly through the city streets. Its wheels barely whispered against the road as it neared the center of Xyrus. Inside, Prince Curtis lounged back, irritation clear in his voice. He complained about the secrecy, saying he would rather have attended the event in Addistan with his parents than sneak through the city like a criminal. His royal guard responded calmly, explaining that security at the event was already strict and that Curtis's movements had to remain discreet. In truth, the caution had little to do with the prince himself. Princess Kathleen had made it abundantly clear that she wanted no attention. Kathleen sat across from her brother, her displeasure obvious. She reminded him that she never wanted to come at all. Curtis grinned and teased her, claiming she should be thankful he dragged her out. Otherwise, she would have buried herself in books all day. Kathleen shot him a sharp glare. She knew the real reason. She pointed out that the only reason he insisted she come was because his date had canceled at the last moment. Curtis tried to brush it off, but his ears reddened, and he hastily changed the subject to his bond, Grotter, whom he had reluctantly left behind. He had wanted to ride the massive creature during the public event, But thanks to Kathleen, that plan had been abandoned. The guard reminded him that Grotter, being as large as the entire carriage and still untrained, was an enormous safety hazard. Curtis waved it off and tried to get Kathleen to agree, asking if Grotter hadn't been improving lately. Kathleen didn't respond. Her attention had shifted to the view outside the window. She had noticed a crowd forming, tension thick in the air. Something was happening in the street, and she couldn't look away. Back at the confrontation, Vincent stood stiffly, unsure of what to do. His heart hammered in his chest. He had never seen Arthur like this before. The familiar calm was gone, replaced by something cold and razor-sharp. If no one intervened now, Vincent feared those students wouldn't just be hurt. They might not leave at all. He hurried forward, positioning himself in front of Arthur, raising his voice as he shouted at the arrogant students. He ordered them to leave before someone was seriously injured. Turning back, he pleaded with Arthur to let it go and check on Elijah instead. The students only laughed. They mocked Vincent, calling him a foolish old man trying to shield a child. Their smug faces showed no hint of understanding. Inside, Vincent was screaming. They didn't realize the truth. He wasn't protecting Arthur. He was trying to protect them. Arthur spoke calmly, calling out to his uncle. Vincent turned, forcing a strained smile as he replied, his voice trembling. Then he saw it. Mana radiated from Arthur, sharp and focused. Arthur didn't need to raise his voice. The order was unmistakable. Vincent stepped aside. He understood now. Nothing was going to stop what came next. He cast one last glance at the boys and silently wished them peace. One of the students stepped forward confidently, volunteering with a joke about not damaging his new clothes. Grinning, he charged at Arthur, pipe raised high. It would be easy. One swing and it would be over. But before the strike could even begin, Arthur's stick slammed into his head. The boy crumpled instantly, collapsing with a groan. Shock rippled through the group. They hadn't even seen Arthur move. Another student snarled in anger, claiming Arthur had only gotten lucky by catching someone off guard. He boasted that he would show the difference between a noble trained in swordsmanship and a common peasant. He rushed forward, faster than the eye could follow, his metal pipe cutting through the air in a lethal arc. His movements were refined and precise, executing his family's prized thousand-step strike. The weapon swayed erratically, meant to confuse and overwhelm. In his mind, victory was already secured. The final lunge was flawless, unstoppable. To Arthur, everything slowed. He saw every motion, every shift of weight. At the final instant, he tilted his head just enough for the pipe to whistle past him harmlessly. The noble's confidence shattered. Arthur moved. A single clean strike landed on the boy's back. The stick snapped on impact. The noble collapsed, breath torn from his lungs, pain carved across his face. Arthur glanced at the broken stick in his hand, remarking how easily even mana-reinforced objects broke when pushed too far. He let the remains fall from his fingers. There were still others standing. He rolled his shoulders, composed and steady. Arthur no longer needed a weapon. This would end with his bare hands. Jamiel stared at Arthur, arrogance still etched across his face. To him, Arthur was nothing more than an overconfident peasant in need of discipline. His father's words echoed in his mind. A trident's fist was deadlier than any forged weapon. The thought fueled his pride. One punch would be enough. But as Jamiel stepped closer, something changed. The air grew heavy, oppressive, as if the pressure alone could crush him. Jamiel froze, startled by the overwhelming presence radiating from someone his own age. He had never felt anything like it, not even from his father. Still, pride drove him forward. He lunged, fist clenched tight. Arthur's fist met his face first. The blow landed with brutal precision, twisting Jamiel's features as blood spilled from his nose. His body spun before crashing to the ground. His vision swam, but through the haze he could still see Arthur standing there, unmoved. Rage consumed him. Jamiel shouted, seething with humiliation, screaming that Arthur had dared to disrespect the heir of House Trident. In a desperate move, Jamiel summoned his mana. Water coalesced around his hand, sparkling with lethal intent, and with a roar of rage, he sent a torrent of magic hurtling toward Arthur. But before the attack could strike, a solid wall of ice erupted in front of him, shattering his spells harmlessly. Standing calm and composed before the carriage was Princess Kathleen, who had arrived just in time. Her eyes locked on Arthur, memories flickering back to their first meeting at the Helsty auction house. Back then, she had dismissed him as another ordinary boy, just like her immature brother or his friends. But now, there was something magnetic about him, something different. Arthur wasn't like the others. From the carriage, Prince Curtis emerged, voice booming across the street. Explain this. His presence alone froze Jamiel and his gang in place. The royal siblings' appearance struck fear into their hearts, forcing them to drop to their knees, faces pressed to the ground. Their trembling voices stammered excuses. They claimed they had just been talking when Arthur attacked. Elijah's jaw dropped. He opened his mouth to defend the truth, but Jamiel interrupted, feigning innocence. Kathleen, however, was sharper. Her gaze swept to the battered dwarf on the ground, and her instincts screamed that the story didn't add up. If Arthur had attacked unprovoked, how had the dwarf ended up so badly hurt? Curtis looked to her, confused, but she said nothing, analyzing the scene herself, silently wishing her brother would stop believing lies so easily. Arthur finally broke the silence. His voice, icy and blunt, cut through the tension like a blade. What a joke. Jamiel, still kneeling, smirked internally. To him, it sounded like an insult aimed at the prince himself. The royal guard reacted instantly, seizing Arthur's shoulder and demanding an explanation for his supposed disrespect. Arthur didn't flinch. Instead, he twisted the guard's wrist with shocking strength, keeping his voice calm, almost sarcastic, as he apologized, claiming his tone became sharp when lies filled the air. The guard froze, dumbfounded. Despite Arthur's youthful frame, the raw power in his grip was undeniable. Vincent stepped in swiftly, placing himself between Arthur and the guard. He addressed Curtis directly, clarifying that Arthur meant no disrespect. What Arthur was really saying, Vincent explained, was that the boys accusing him were the ones lying. Curtis's eyes widened in surprise as he recognized Vincent. He greeted him politely and asked why he was here. Vincent explained that on their way to the plaza for the announcement, they had stumbled upon a group of students tormenting a boy. On cue, the injured dwarf coughed up blood, a sharp, ugly reminder of what had just occurred. Curtis's gaze sharpened like a blade as he demanded a name. The leader stepped forward, exuding arrogant confidence. Jamiel L., firstborn of House Trident, he announced. Curtis's eyes narrowed. House Trident wasn't just any noble family. They were major benefactors of both the royal family and Xyrus Academy. The political weight of Jamiel's actions couldn't be ignored. Curtis hesitated, caught between justice and diplomacy. Any harsh punishment could spiral into far-reaching consequences. Kathleen tried to interject, warning that Jamiel's use of magic in public was a serious violation. But Curtis silenced her mid-word, suggesting that since no one was fatally harmed, perhaps it was better to let it slide. Jamiel inwardly celebrated. In his mind, victory was his. His family's influence could shield him, even from the royal family. But Arthur wasn't finished. He turned to Vincent and asked about a two-way communication scroll. Vincent hesitated, unsure, then confirmed he had one. Arthur snatched it without hesitation and activated it instantly. He wasn't calling just anyone. His voice connected directly to Cynthia Goodsky, director of Xyrus Academy. Jamiel's face drained of color. The audacity alone was stunning, and it was happening in front of a crowd. Cynthia's initial irritation melted into recognition and warmth as she heard Arthur speak. Everyone nearby felt the shift. Arthur wasted no time. Calm and controlled, he demanded that Jamiel Trident and his friends be expelled from the academy, citing racial bullying and the reckless use of lethal magic in public. Confusion flickered across Cynthia's face, especially at the mention of Jamiel's full name. Meanwhile, Jamiel stood, grinning smugly, convinced that his family's wealth and donations would outweigh Arthur's influence. Arthur's calm confidence didn't waver. He made it clear. His demands were conditional. The balance of power had shifted completely, and everyone watching understood. This was just the beginning. Arthur made it clear without finishing the sentence. He would only continue attending Xyrus Academy if decisive action was taken. There was no need to elaborate further. Cynthia's voice cut through with unwavering authority, sharp and final. "They're expelled." The words landed like a hammer, shattering Jamiel's world in an instant. And just as if fate wanted to pile on the humiliation, his mother called him through her own communication scroll. Her voice was a storm of fury, laced with disbelief and outrage. How could the Academy dare expel her son without explanation? Every syllable dripped with anger, leaving Jamiel frozen in dread. Meanwhile, Prince Curtis stepped forward, his posture shifting from annoyance to measured acknowledgement. With a formal, respectful tone, he apologized to Arthur, admitting that his earlier hesitation had been influenced by political pressure and doubt. Arthur, in turn, nodded and admitted that his own temper had flared during the confrontation. A tense understanding passed between them, a mutual recognition of each other's principles. Curtis affirmed that expelling Jamiel L. and his gang was not just the right call, it was essential. No noble lineage, no lavish donation could justify allowing racism to fester within their academy. Not in Xyrus, not on their continent. Curtis stepped back toward the royal carriage, rubbing at his temples. A clear headache etched across his features. His mind kept drifting to Arthur. There was something off, something strange and quietly formidable about the boy. He had felt it before at their first encounter, and the sensation had not faded. Arthur wasn't just good, he was different, in a way Curtis could not yet define. Kathleen's gaze, however, was unwavering. She hadn't taken her eyes off Arthur since the fight began. The world around her had blurred to insignificance. Then, just as the carriage was ready to roll, she spoke. Arthur turned toward the sound, startled. She met his eyes through the window, and in a rare softness, one no one else had ever witnessed, she asked, "Would you like to have tea with me sometime?" Arthur froze for a heartbeat before answering with a quick, honest, "Yes." Kathleen's lips curved into a gentle smile. "Then we'll see each other at school." The carriage moved forward, gliding down the street, while Arthur stood smiling quietly. Vincent and Elijah beside him were frozen in disbelief, jaws slack, unable to process the scene. Inside the carriage, Curtis stared blankly, gripping his royal guard's shoulders and shaking him in disbelief. His mind could not comprehend what had just transpired. That cold, disciplined sister of his had spoken with warmth. But Kathleen's thoughts were elsewhere. Quietly, she kept her attention fixed on one thing. Arthur. In her heart, she admitted it. He truly was different. Back on the street, Arthur walked side by side with Vincent and Elijah. Elijah's frustration was still palpable. If he had been able to use magic, he said with a huff, those bullies would have been flattened in seconds. Vincent, by contrast, was utterly drained. He clutched his chest and muttered under his breath, defeated, I don't think my blood pressure can survive much more of this. Later that day, the city square outside the palace swelled with life. Citizens from across the continent, humans, elves, and dwarves alike, gathered shoulder to shoulder, anticipation radiating from every face. Everyone had come to hear the long-awaited announcement. Eli, walking beside Arthur, gestured to Elijah's bruised cheek. What happened here? He asked. Elijah grinned and recounted the story with pride, detailing how he had stood up to the bullies. But Arthur's mind wandered. His gaze swept over the crowd, thousands of faces staring expectantly, and his thoughts sank deeper. The truth he knew was monumental. Another continent existed beyond Dicathen's waters. And yet, what troubled him most wasn't just the discovery. It was the reason behind it. A land sending camouflaged monobeasts to observe Dicathen likely didn't have peaceful intentions. They were either wary of Dicathen or preparing for something far darker. Arthur's conscience wrestled with itself. Had he been right to push Dicathen's progress forward so rapidly? He had given his people a path to this unknown continent. But was it truly the best course of action? Before these thoughts could drag him further into doubt, his mother, Alice, noticed his expression. Her tone was gentle, soft enough to coax him from his spiraling thoughts. Something on your mind? She asked. Arthur waved it off with a small smile, insisting all was fine. Alice's eyes twinkled knowingly. She pretended to believe he was thinking the ordinary thoughts of a 12-year-old. Yet the undertone of her words carried reassurance. She would always worry, but never stop him from pursuing what he knew was right. Arthur returned her smile faintly, touched, but he knew he could never promise her peace of mind. His path was too dangerous, the risks too real. Still, he thanked her, and tried to appear more at ease than he felt. A hush fell over the plaza as King Blaine Glader stepped onto the stage. His voice, powerful and commanding, carried across the square. He didn't speak merely as the King of Sapan, but as a representative of the entire continent. Standing alongside the rulers of the three kingdoms, he proclaimed that today marked the dawn of a new era. He spoke of past divisions, humans and elves, dwarves, and their transactional relationship with others. But then his tone shifted. He spoke of progress. 2 years prior, all three races had been permitted to join the adventurer guilds. The previous year, Xyrus Academy opened its gates to students from Elenoir and Darv. These steps, he declared, were the foundation, the first bricks of continental unity. A new generation of mages was rising, learning, training, and forming bonds that crossed borders. King Blaine acknowledged the challenges ahead. Centuries of prejudice wouldn't vanish overnight, but urged the people to look forward, not just for themselves, but for their children and the future of Dicathen. His words ignited the crowd, met with thunderous cheers and a celebration of hope. Next, King Alduin Erleth of Elenoir stepped forward. With calm dignity, he echoed Blaine's message, pledging his full support for this vision of unity. Then his tone shifted. With measured gravity, he reminded the crowd that while Dicathen had begun uncovering its own mysteries, even greater secrets lay beyond their shores. He confirmed what many had only whispered in speculation. Another continent existed. The plaza fell silent. Whispers rippled through the crowd, disbelief spreading like wildfire. Some gasped, others murmured anxiously. The celebratory energy twisted instantly into shock and uncertainty. Arthur remained unmoved amidst the chaos. He had expected hesitation, perhaps fear, but this overwhelming reaction revealed just how unprepared the world was for the truth. Alduin raised his hands, trying to steady the murmuring crowd. He admitted that even the royal families knew very little about this distant land. The way there remained unknown, a continent shrouded in mystery, adventure, and possible danger. What was clear, however, was that attempts had already been made to reach Dicathen from the other side. Evidence suggested observation and reconnaissance, though neither civilization yet possessed the technology to traverse the waters fully. Confused murmurs and uneasy whispers grew louder as uncertainty spread. Then the Dwarf King strode onto the stage. His deep, commanding voice cut through the noise, immediately drawing attention and silencing the crowd. All eyes turned to him. Like Alduin, he admitted their knowledge was limited, but he emphasized a simple truth. In moments like these, unity was essential. The three races could no longer afford to see each other as rivals. Culture, appearance, and history might differ, but at heart, they were all children of Dicathen. He expressed his pride in that shared legacy and urged future generations to feel the same. For a long moment, silence lingered. Then tentative claps began, spreading and swelling into a roar of approval. The cheers echoed across the city square. For the first time in generations, humans, elves, and dwarves stood together as one. The Dwarf King continued. True unity, he said, would require time, effort, and patience. But to begin this new era, 6 individuals had been chosen. Selected by the royal families for courage, wisdom, strength, and responsibility, they would serve as protectors of Dicathen, standing directly alongside the kings and queens. From that day forward, they would be known as the Six Lances. These weren't just defenders. They were symbols, each representing not only their own kingdom, but the unity of the entire continent. From the back of the stage, 6 figures emerged. 2 elves, 2 humans, 2 dwarves. Each wore white armor, elegant and tailored to their race and stature. They knelt gracefully before the rulers and the crowd. The kings approached with ornate boxes, drawing 2 rings each, initiating the ceremonial appointment. Alea Triscan, Varai Orai, Ulfred Warrand, Aya Greffin, Micah Earthborn, and finally, Bacon Wykes. Elijah, standing near Arthur, froze. He caught it, the name Wykes. His eyes widened in disbelief. The plaza erupted. Cheers, whistles, and chants filled the air as the 6 lances rose and bowed. King Blaine stepped forward once more, speaking directly to them, charging them to protect Dicathen and uphold its honor. He addressed aspiring mages across the continent, encouraging them to dream boldly, that even the heavens were no longer a limit. As his words faded, the magical orbs projecting the announcement gently fell to the ground, signaling the ceremony's end. But for Arthur, the day carried a weight beyond awe and excitement. His gaze lingered on the name Wykes, Lucas Wykes, the very person responsible for betraying his old party. The one whose actions had led to the deaths of most of Arthur's comrades had escaped justice. Lucas had used his family's influence to avoid consequences, and now the truth hit harder. Bacon Wykes, Lucas's older brother, was not only a powerful mage, but had been chosen as one of the 6 lances. Arthur's mind narrowed. The path ahead had just grown far more dangerous. Arthur stood before the mirror longer than he normally would, adjusting clothes he would never have chosen on any ordinary day. The fabric shimmered faintly under the light, tailored with a level of flair that made him uncomfortable. It was excessive, almost theatrical. But tonight wasn't about his preferences. It was Ellie's birthday. With a quiet sigh, he straightened his collar one last time and turned toward the door. Sylvie had been circling him nonstop, wings twitching, tail flicking with barely contained excitement. The moment Arthur reached for the handle, she bounced forward, clearly ready to follow. He stopped her gently with a raised hand. Tonight she would stay behind. The change was instant. Her lively energy drained away, replaced by wide, disappointed eyes. Arthur paused, guilt tugging at him. He knelt beside her and brushed his hand over her head, his touch slow and reassuring. He explained softly that Vincent had warned him. Some of the guests attending the party weren't coming just to celebrate. They would smile, laugh, and congratulate Ellie, all while quietly watching him, measuring him. Arthur wasn't willing to gamble her safety, not even for a night. Still, he sweetened the blow with a promise. He'd bring back food, a lot of it. That did the trick. Sylvie's gloom vanished in an instant, replaced with renewed enthusiasm as her tail wagged furiously. Arthur smiled despite himself and lifted his hand, giving her a small high five to seal the deal before finally heading out. Hellsday Manor had been transformed. The ballroom glowed with warm golden light, every corner dressed in elegant decorations and colorful magical ornaments that shimmered softly. Laughter and chatter filled the air. Arthur's duty for the evening, assigned by his mother without room for protest, was to greet Ellie's classmates as they arrived. It wasn't exactly thrilling, but he played his part, offering polite smiles and calm welcomes. As his gaze swept the room, he spotted Elijah nearby, deep in conversation with a girl from the academy. Elijah was laying it on thick, boasting confidently about his imminent enrollment at Xyrus Academy, his charm dialed up to an almost absurd degree. With a dramatic wink, he even asked her out. Then fate intervened. His elbow clipped a wine glass. The crystal tipped, fell, and emptied itself down the front of his shirt. Elijah froze, staring down at the spreading stain in stunned silence. Arthur turned away, lips twitching in amusement, but not fast enough. Elijah caught him watching. Their eyes met, and Elijah shot him a look that practically screamed, "Don't you dare acknowledge this." Before Arthur could enjoy the moment further, Reynolds' voice rang out, loud and commanding, announcing the arrival of the evening's special guests. The doors opened shortly after, and Eleanor's confused voice echoed through the hall as she questioned why they weren't heading out to dinner like she'd been told. She didn't finish the sentence. The lights flared to life all at once. The chandelier ignited in brilliant radiance, magical decorations bursting into color. The room exploded with sound. As everyone shouted, "Surprise!" Eleanor stood motionless. Confusion flickered across her face, followed by dawning realization, and then pure joy. Her eyes lit up as the truth sank in. Before she could even react properly, her friends swarmed her, laughter and hugs crashing over her in a storm of birthday wishes. When the excitement settled just enough, Reynolds raised his glass again, smiling proudly as he announced that it would please him greatly to see his son and daughter open the evening with the first dance. Eleanor's smile vanished. vanished. Color drained from her face as panic set in. Dancing in front of everyone had clearly not been part of her expectations. Tabitha leaned over, whispering curiously, asking if Arthur and Elenoir had practiced. Alice's expression tightened immediately, irritation written clearly as she silently blamed Reynolds for springing this on them. Eleanor turned to her mother, voice low and desperate. She admitted she didn't know how to dance and asked what they were supposed to do. That was when Arthur stepped forward. Calm and unhurried, he removed his gloves and approached his sister. He bowed slightly and extended a hand, offering reassurance without a single word. Eleanor hesitated only a moment before nodding and placing her hand in his. Trust outweighed fear. Applause followed as Arthur guided her onto the dance floor. At Reynolds' signal, musicians emerged from behind the stage, instruments already in hand. The music began. Arthur's movements were smooth and assured. One hand held Eleanor's, the other rested lightly at her waist. He led her gently, guiding her through each step with practiced ease. Her coral-colored dress flowed gracefully as they turned, following his lead like a tide. Tabitha watched closely, surprise evident as she once again remarked that she was certain they hadn't practiced. Alice confirmed it, still incredulous. Arthur remained composed throughout. This wasn't new to him. Long ago, another life. He had attended formal gatherings where such dances were routine. The memory of those skills surfaced effortlessly. Eleanor relaxed as the song continued. The tension melted away, replaced by laughter and genuine enjoyment. By the final notes, she moved confidently, perfectly in sync with Arthur. They finished together, stopping precisely as the music faded. The room erupted in applause. Compliments came from all sides. Eleanor glowed, pride and happiness lighting her face. Just as the cheers began to die down, Gideon approached Arthur, clapping exaggeratedly. His praise dripped with sarcastic flair, theatrical disgust coloring every word. Without waiting for a reply, Gideon asked to speak privately. Arthur wasted no time slipping away, heading out into the backyard where the cool night air washed over him like relief. Gideon followed, unsurprisingly unwilling to let the moment pass. Ever blunt, Gideon joked about Arthur performing like the star of a solo play. Arthur shot back that he hoped Gideon hadn't shown up to his sister's birthday just to corner him. Gideon claimed offense, insisting he'd brought a gift for Eleanor as well. Arthur remained skeptical but relented, asking what had drawn the continent's most renowned artificer to him. Gideon smirked at the title, pretending to be insulted before revealing the real reason. The council, the former monarchs of Dicathen now ruling together, had officially approved the refined designs based on Arthur's original blueprint. Construction had already begun. Arthur offered a brief congratulation, well aware that Gideon had likely earned a fortune from the council's decision. Gideon waved away the idea of chasing wealth, fame, or authority as if they were trivial distractions. To him, those things were never the destination, only instruments to reach something greater. Whatever his true ambition was, it stretched far beyond what even the ruling council could grant him. Before he could expand on that thought, his presence drew attention. A group of excited children rushed over, eyes wide with awe, bombarding him with praise. They spoke animatedly about his creations, especially the massive ship he had designed, clearly the stuff of legends to them. Gideon tried to dismiss them politely, insisting he was occupied. But admiration has a way of ignoring schedules. As he was pulled away, he turned back just long enough to warn Arthur not to disappear again. Arthur did exactly that. Slipping away once more, he wandered through the yard, his thoughts drifting as easily as his steps. Fame, he reminded himself, wasn't merely a stepping stone. It carried weight, expectations, consequences that couldn't be shrugged off. Eventually, he settled into a quiet corner of the backyard, a glass of apple cider in hand. The sounds of the party dulled into a distant hum. From across the lawn, he noticed Lilia approaching, having just arrived alongside David. She waved in his direction before turning toward Tim, then paused to greet Arthur properly. She apologized for arriving late, explaining that she'd wanted to congratulate Eleanor first. Arthur returned her smile, remarking that her parents had already mentioned how busy she'd been lately, especially with her responsibilities as the student council's secretary. He added casually that it had been quite some time since they'd last spoken. Lilia hesitated, nodding in agreement. Up close, she couldn't help but notice how much Arthur had changed. He seemed taller somehow, more composed. It caught her off guard, like seeing someone familiar through a different lens. Their conversation warmed naturally. They traded stories, shared old memories, and laughed quietly together. Arthur teased her gently, recalling how the timid girl who once sneaked away from her parents just to eat with the manor staff had grown into a confident young woman. Lilia flushed at the memory, protesting that she had once trusted him enough to show him her most secret hiding place, and now he still teased her for it. Arthur smiled. He genuinely admired how far she'd come. All those years of uncertainty and worry had led her to success at one of the most prestigious mage academies in all of Dicathen. As they spoke, Arthur noticed several boys passing by, each casting subtle, lingering glances in Lilia's direction. It was obvious she'd become quite popular. Lilia blinked in surprise, immediately denying it. She insisted she didn't even have a boyfriend, and claimed that everything she'd achieved was thanks to Arthur. He responded lightly, saying that if she truly believed that, then he supposed he'd have to approve any future suitor himself. After all, he wouldn't be any less strict than her father, Vincent. The comment landed heavier than intended. For just a heartbeat, something flickered in Lilia's expression. Disappointment, perhaps, or something unspoken. But she quickly masked it with a laugh, brushing it aside as if it meant nothing. Before the moment could linger, Gideon returned. His approach was unusually polite, a half-smile fixed on his face as he interrupted and asked Arthur for a word. Though surprised, Lilia handled it gracefully. She smiled, waved goodbye to Arthur, bowed politely to Gideon, and disappeared back into the crowd. Watching her go, Gideon couldn't resist boasting about the attention he'd been drawing. Arthur offered only a brief, indifferent response. Unbothered, Gideon shifted the focus, remarking on Lilia's behavior and suggesting she seemed to harbor feelings for Arthur. Arthur didn't deny it. He took a calm sip of his drink. When Gideon asked whether Arthur intended to act on it, Arthur answered evenly. What Lilia felt wasn't love. It stemmed from change. Dramatic change that Arthur himself had caused. Gratitude, admiration, perhaps even an illusion born from having her fate altered. In time, she would understand the difference. What she felt now was the kind of infatuation a young girl might have toward a hero, not affection forged through true understanding. Gideon scoffed, mocking Arthur's mature handling of the situation, admitting it almost made him ill. Arthur ignored the sarcasm. He knew Gideon hadn't chased him down just to discuss emotions. And finally, Gideon revealed the truth. He intended to use the wealth, influence, and authority the council had granted him to obtain something far more valuable. Arthur's knowledge. Not prestige, not power. Understanding. The kind that could reshape civilizations. Arthur didn't react with enthusiasm. He reminded Gideon that even sharing the steam engine's design had left him conflicted. Dicathen had its own rhythm, its own course. It wasn't his place to forcibly redirect it, but Gideon heard what Arthur didn't say. There were more ideas, more knowledge, locked away. The realization lit a dangerous spark in Gideon's eyes. Arthur noticed immediately. Gideon was hearing only what he wanted. Tired of the pressure, Arthur infused mana into his voice and issued a quiet warning, low, controlled, meant for Gideon alone. The effect was instant. Gideon flinched. Recovering quickly, he retreated from his demands and offered a compromise instead. He proposed a partnership. Gideon would become Arthur's personal supplier, providing any artifacts or resources he needed in exchange for occasional guidance and insight. Arthur considered it briefly. Then he extended his hand, a calm, sharp smile on his face. They shook. The deal was sealed. The night carried on in a haze of laughter, music, dancing, and clinking glasses until the celebration finally began to wind down. Arthur stood quietly to the side, watching as his family gathered around Eleanor one last time. Reynolds and Alice stepped forward together, presenting their daughter with a carefully prepared gift, elegant hair ties adorned with tiny ornamental bells that chimed softly when moved. It was a simple, yet heartfelt present, one filled with warmth and affection. But Arthur's attention drifted elsewhere. Another gift sat nearby, subtly distinct from the others. Its wrapping was refined, deliberate, almost restrained. Eleanor noticed it too. Her curiosity ignited, she hurried over and eagerly began unwrapping it. Alice asked who the gift was from, but Arthur could only shake his head. He didn't know. Inside the box lay a letter addressed directly to Eleanor. Arthur picked it up and read it aloud. The words weren't from family or friends. The writer spoke with quiet understanding, acknowledging Eleanor's admiration for her brother, but urging her not to remain in his shadow. The message encouraged her to grow stronger, to walk beside Arthur as an equal rather than watching him from behind. Eleanor's breath caught. She reached into the box and slowly lifted out the gift. A bow. Not an ordinary one, but a masterfully crafted weapon, elegant and refined. Its form alone drew the attention of the entire room. Tabitha was the first to voice her admiration, praising its beauty. Vincent leaned in closer, recognizing the intricate craftsmanship and delicate patterns woven into its design. Features unmistakably reminiscent of elven work. Even Reynolds frowned slightly, puzzled by the rarity and meaning behind such a gift. Arthur remained silent. Something about the bow, the intent behind it, the message it carried, stirred a faint sense of familiarity deep within him, a feeling he couldn't quite grasp. Before he could dwell on it further, Eleanor turned toward him, eyes shining, as she reminded him that she was still waiting for his present. Alice gently scolded her for her impatience, but Eleanor only laughed, clearly unable to contain her excitement. Arthur smiled. He handed Eleanor a small box, while discreetly passing a second one to their mother. Eleanor tore into the wrapping without hesitation. The moment she saw what lay inside, her expression lit up completely. Nestled within was a delicate pendant, an enchanted necklace, crafted from rare materials, shimmering faintly with mana. Arthur explained calmly that both pendants were protective artifacts, designed to safeguard them in moments when he or Reynolds couldn't be there. Tabitha admired the craftsmanship aloud, wondering where such rare pieces had been acquired. Vincent answered proudly. They were one of a kind. Arthur stepped closer and fastened the necklace around Eleanor's neck himself. She looked up at him, smiling brightly, as he quietly wished her a happy birthday. The moment was simple and perfect. In the days that followed, life gradually returned to its familiar rhythm. Even Arthur's own birthday passed quietly, just as he had requested. There were no grand celebrations. The twin horns were still deep within the continent on an extended expedition, though a letter arrived confirming their safety. Unlike Eleanor's lively party, Arthur's birthday was spent with family alone, and that was more than enough. Over the following months, Arthur found himself growing closer to Gideon. Beneath the artificer's eccentric habits and relentless curiosity was someone dependable, loyal in his own way. Their long discussions and shared work slowly formed a bond neither of them openly acknowledged, yet both had come to value. One day, Gideon led Arthur into his personal workshop, a highly restricted facility accessible only to council members and a select few trusted individuals. Gideon took every opportunity to remind Arthur of how rare this privilege was, clearly enjoying the moment. Arthur responded with mild sarcasm. He'd already heard the reminder several times. Gideon accused him of being ungrateful, pointing out Arthur's lack of visible excitement. Arthur countered that it was difficult to feel impressed when Gideon hovered over every detail like an anxious parent. The two bickered back and forth, their exchange sounding less like colleagues and more like family. Gideon joked about their late-night discussions accomplishing nothing. Arthur shot back, telling him to go make friends his own age. Then Gideon's tone shifted. He brought up Arthur's birthday, surprised by how much time had passed. It had already been over 4 months since Eleanor's celebration. Curious, he asked whether Arthur's own birthday had been just as extravagant. Arthur shook his head. He'd asked for something small, private, just family. Gideon found that unexpected, especially after seeing how naturally Arthur had moved through Eleanor's party. Still, after a brief pause, he offered a rare, sincere wish for a belated happy birthday. Then he handed Arthur a box. Arthur glanced at it, amused, asking what it was. Gideon told him to open it. Arthur raised an eyebrow, teasing him for not even bothering to wrap it. Gideon huffed, pretending to be offended and threatening to take it back. Arthur laughed and opened it. Inside was a sleek, finely crafted bracelet, an artifact made specifically for him. Arthur thanked him genuinely. Gideon waved it off, saying it was nothing compared to Arthur's contributions to the steam engine. But then his curiosity surfaced. He asked why Arthur needed a bracelet capable of concealing not one, but 2 elemental affinities. Half-joking, Gideon asked if Arthur was secretly a quadra-elemental mage. Arthur answered casually. He was. Gideon froze. The realization hit him instantly. If Arthur wanted to hide half of his affinities, it meant he was deliberately concealing a vast portion of his strength. And the fact that he'd revealed this truth meant something else entirely. Trust. Gideon asked why Arthur would tell him something so dangerous. Arthur only grinned and winked, joking that the more Gideon knew about how special he was, the more free artifacts he could squeeze out of him. Gideon groaned, thoroughly exasperated, demanding proof one day. Arthur promised he'd show him eventually. Then, smoothly changing the subject, Arthur praised the pace of the ship's construction. He was genuinely impressed by how quickly the project had advanced. Gideon confirmed it with pride. In just a few days, while Arthur departed for his first day at Xyrus Academy, the massive steam-powered vessel, the Dicathen, would finally set sail. Arthur stepped out of Gideon's workshop with his thoughts spiraling. Calling the old artificer a genius almost felt like an understatement. In just a few short months, Gideon had gone from sketches on parchment to the early construction of a fully functional steam-powered ship. Not just a prototype, an entire vessel. The scale of it bordered on absurd. But Arthur knew better than to admire it as a marvel alone. That ship wasn't being built for prestige or progress. It was insurance. If the continent they were preparing to explore turned hostile, and Arthur suspected it would, then strength alone wouldn't be enough. Technology, preparation, and hidden advantages would decide survival. Complacency wasn't an option. His fingers brushed the bracelet hidden beneath his sleeve. With his fire and water attributes now concealed, he could finally push his earth and wind magic without drawing attention. Sharpen them, deepen them, close the gap. Every edge mattered. Lost in thought, Arthur drifted through the city streets, barely registering the people around him, until he slammed into someone. "Ah, sorry," Arthur said automatically, snapping back to the present. "I wasn't paying attention." The man he'd collided with didn't accept the apology. He was tall, broad-shouldered, and reeked of arrogance, flanked by 2 women clinging to his arms. His lips curled into a sneer as if Arthur's existence offended him. Arthur sighed internally. Of course. The man puffed up, seizing the moment like it was fate itself. With a condescending tone, he announced that he was a professor from Xyrus Academy, as if that alone placed him above the rest of the city. He lectured Arthur about manners, sneered at his long hair, mocked his build, and bragged about how a real man should look. Then he demanded Arthur apologize, properly, on his knees. When the professor reached out to shove him down, his hand stopped cold. Arthur didn't move, not an inch. Calmly, Arthur let a thin edge of mana seep into his voice. Not enough to cause harm, just enough to bite. He told the man he was willing to overlook the behavior, assuming alcohol had done most of the thinking for him, but patience had limits. The professor stiffened. The power behind Arthur's words hit him late, but hard. He recoiled, yanking his hand back like he'd touched something dangerous. Panic flickered behind his eyes before pride rushed in to cover it. He barked out threats instead. "No one speaks to a professor of Xyrus Academy like that." Arthur didn't reply. He simply turned and walked away. Furious and humiliated, the man shouted after him, spitting one last warning. If Arthur truly was a student at Xyrus Academy, then he'd better stay out of sight, because next time, discipline would be far harsher. Arthur didn't even slow down. Without looking back, he flicked his wrist. Something spun through the air and landed neatly at the professor's feet. A pendant? The Xyrus Academy emblem. Both women gasped. One of them whispered the name in disbelief. The professor stared down at it, his thoughts unraveling as realization struck. He hadn't even felt Arthur remove it. Later that day, Arthur returned to Helsty Manor. The moment he stepped through the gate, two blurs of motion charged him. Sylvie and Eleanor. They leaped at him with unfiltered excitement, arms outstretched. Arthur sidestepped smoothly. Both missed. He walked inside like nothing had happened, calmly announcing his return and asking where his parents were. Eleanor groaned dramatically, telling him Reynolds and Alice were in the living room with Elijah, and that a package from Xyrus Academy had arrived. Arthur followed the sound of voices. Reynolds greeted him with a broad grin, holding up a box like a prize. Elijah stood beside him, barely containing his excitement. Inside were their academy uniforms. Alice handed Arthur his set personally, her smile warm and proud. As Arthur held the fabric, a quiet thought settled in. His life had worn many faces: an orphan, a king, an infant reborn, an adventurer. Each role had shaped him, hardened him, taught him something new. Now, he was about to become a student. He wondered what this next chapter would demand of him. Whatever it was, he knew the world wasn't done testing him yet. Arthur's sleep ended violently. A shout tore through the morning silence. Before he could even sit up, Elijah grabbed his foot and yanked him upward. Groaning, Arthur reacted on instinct, snatching the still sleeping Sylvie and tossing her directly at his overly energetic roommate. It worked. Sylvie woke midair and chose violence. Claws met face. Elijah screamed, flailing as he tried to peel her off, while Arthur muttered sleepily that he was awake and would be ready in 5 minutes. Later, as Arthur got dressed, Elijah sat nearby nursing fresh scratches and glaring holes into the wall. He couldn't help bringing it up again. Arthur choosing to enroll as a scholar mage still bothered him. Arthur answered calmly. He wanted knowledge, not just combat. Theory mattered. Understanding mattered. That didn't mean he'd abandoned battle entirely. He still planned to take combat courses. But fighting kids his age didn't excite him. Learning did. Elijah warned him that scholar mages weren't respected by battle mages. Arthur laughed, asking if Elijah was worried. Elijah scoffed, saying he wasn't worried about Arthur. He was worried about the poor fools who underestimated him. Arthur promised to behave. His smirk said otherwise. They headed downstairs where the family was waiting. Reynolds urged them to hurry and eat. Eleanor sulked at the table, jealous she couldn't attend the academy yet. Arthur teased her, telling her to train harder if she wanted to catch up. Meanwhile, Elijah turned to Alice, asking for help healing his face. She laughed softly, already knowing exactly who was responsible, and motioned him over with a knowing smile. Reynolds couldn't stop smiling. He stood there, staring at Arthur, like the thought still hadn't fully settled in. His son, heading off to one of the most prestigious academies on the continent. With pride swelling in his chest, he turned to Alice and said, "They must have raised him well." Alice arched a brow. She had raised him. Reynolds coughed, rubbing the back of his neck, joking that the only time he really raised the kids was when they were in trouble. Alice nodded without missing a beat, her agreement light but decisive. Just then, a maid stepped quietly into the room and announced that the carriage had arrived. It was time. Arthur turned to his family, carefully keeping his emotions in check. He rested a hand on Eleanor's head, ruffling her hair gently, and told her to behave while he was gone, and to look after their parents. Eleanor nodded, pretending she didn't care, though the faint pout betrayed her. Arthur reminded her about the pendants he'd given her. Small, discreet, powerful. She was to wear them at all times. As he turned away, Reynolds scoffed loudly, pretending to be offended. Arthur shot back a grin, tossing over his shoulder a warning not to burn the house down during training. Reynolds laughed heartily, pride shining in his eyes as he called his son a cheeky brat. Arthur climbed into the carriage. As it pulled away, he took one last look at the house he'd grown up in. Warmth settled in his chest, the image of his family lingering long after the gates faded from view. The journey to Xyrus Academy wasn't long, but the weight of what waited ahead made it feel much farther. Though the academy stood within the same city, passing through its towering front gates felt like crossing into an entirely different world. The campus stretched endlessly, massive structures rising in every direction. Elijah stopped short, staring in awe, his mouth slightly open. Arthur nudged him forward, urging him along as they followed the flow of new students. A senior shouted orders, directing everyone to form lines in front of a colossal white building ahead. The structure loomed over them, carved with glowing runes that pulsed faintly with magic. Even Arthur paused, surprised by its scale and presence. When they reached the reception desk, the woman there greeted Elijah first, easily identifying him as a battle mage candidate with earth affinity. Then she looked at Arthur's form. Her expression faltered. Earth and wind, she stammered. Scholar mages almost never possess dual affinities. Arthur calmly confirmed it, asking if there was an issue. Flustered, the receptionist quickly waved it off, insisting there was no problem at all and hurried them along. Inside the grand hall, noise exploded around them. Hundreds of voices collided. Laughter, chatter, excitement, students cramming together. Some already familiar, others meeting for the first time. Elijah carefully navigated through the rows, apologizing as he squeezed past people until he found a seat. Arthur caught whispers nearby. A few students glanced at his uniform and scoffed, dismissing him as just another weak scholar mage. Arthur stopped beside them. "Excuse me," he said calmly. The glare he gave was sharp enough to cut steel. The whispers died instantly. The students shifted aside without a word, suddenly finding the floor very interesting. Arthur took his seat and surveyed the hall. The place buzzed with youthful chaos, loud, restless, alive. He'd forgotten just how overwhelming this age group could be. Then his gaze drifted to the stage. A lone podium stood at its center. Without warning, a blur appeared. The air shimmered, and Director Goodsky stood behind the podium. Arthur stiffened. Her calm, piercing eyes locked directly onto him. A chill ran down his spine. Slowly, Cynthia raised her hand. Her gaze never wavered. She snapped her fingers. Silence, complete and absolute. Mouths still moved. Laughter and whispers continued, but no sound existed. The noise had been ripped from the room entirely. Students stared at one another in shock, realizing they couldn't even hear their own voices. Arthur felt genuine awe. He knew she specialized in sound magic, but this level of control was terrifying. Cynthia's voice echoed directly into their minds. She apologized lightly, explaining she disliked shouting at her age, then welcomed them, the future scholars, warriors, and leaders of the continent, to Xyrus Academy. She admitted she'd almost delivered a long, boring speech. Almost. But this year was different. For the first time since the Academy's founding, more elves and dwarves were enrolled than ever before. The room erupted in applause, some enthusiastic, others stunned by the announcement. Cynthia smiled faintly and continued, saying that instead of speaking at length herself, it was better to let those who represented the students take the stage. She introduced the student council. One by one, they emerged. Elijah lit up when he spotted Lilia, cheering loudly and pointing her out. Behind her walked a tall figure with long, parted bangs. Then the final member appeared. Arthur's eyes widened. Tessia Erilith. She moved with effortless grace, confidence radiating from every step. Nothing like the girl he remembered. At just 13, she carried herself with a presence far beyond her age. Even Sylvie seemed to brighten at the sight of her. Whispers erupted throughout the hall. Princess of Eleanor, Goodsky's disciple. A full year of private training. Praise, awe, and envy tangled together as eyes followed her every movement. Boys whispered about what it would take just to catch her attention. Tessia stepped forward. "My name is Tessia Erilith," she said clearly, president of the student council. She congratulated the new students on their acceptance into the finest magical institution on the continent. Though she was technically a first year like them, she spoke with authority born from experience, having spent the past year observing the academy closely, especially the discrimination faced by scholar mages. Tessia didn't hesitate. She pointed out how something as trivial as a uniform had already sparked tension among them. If cloth and color alone could divide students, what would happen when race, bloodline, and history entered the picture? Her gaze swept across the hall. She urged them to abandon the mindset inherited from older generations, the same mindset that had carved hatred between humans, elves, and dwarves for centuries. Just as the royal families had cast aside pride to form the council, she called on the students to do the same. They were the future, and if history was ever going to change, it would be because they chose to change it. For a brief moment, the hall remained silent. Then it exploded. Applause thundered through the room. Cheers rang out. Whistles echoed from every corner. Even students who'd been skeptical moments ago were swept up in the momentum. Sylvie squealed loudly, bouncing in Arthur's arms as if she'd just seen the most amazing thing in the world, convinced she'd spotted her mother somewhere in the crowd. Arthur gave up trying to stop her. With a tired sigh, he pulled her closer and wrapped his arms around her. Resistance was pointless when it came to Sylvie's enthusiasm. Beside him, however, Elijah had gone completely silent. Arthur glanced over and immediately understood why. Elijah was frozen, staring ahead like his soul had just been stolen. His eyes were wide, his breathing shallow, awe written all over his face. Arthur raised an eyebrow. "Here we go again. I'm in love," Elijah whispered dreamily. Arthur sighed deeply. He reminded Elijah that this was, by his count, the 5th confession Elijah had made since leaving the carriage. Elijah snapped out of his trance long enough to protest loudly, insisting this time was different. Arthur wasn't convinced. Casually, he mentioned that the girl Elijah was staring at had changed quite a bit since they last met. Elijah spun toward him instantly. "What do you mean last met? How do you even know her?" The frustration spilled out fast. Elijah grumbled about Arthur somehow knowing royalty, academy elites, and now student council members, Princess Kathleen, Prince Curtis, and complained that Arthur clearly belonged to some secret circle he'd never been invited to. Arthur shoved him aside and told him to stop being weird. Then he kept walking. After the lengthy ceremony finally ended, the students were dismissed to their assigned dorms. Elijah groaned about how boring it had been, despite all the important speeches, still half-dazed as they crossed the massive campus grounds. A group of girls passed by, stealing shy glances in their direction and giggling behind their hands. Elijah noticed immediately. Arthur didn't. Elijah couldn't understand it. The attention, the looks. Arthur ignored it all like it meant nothing. To Elijah, it felt like a tragic waste of perfectly good charm. Then, boom, a sharp explosion echoed across the campus. Without hesitation, Arthur and Elijah broke into a run. But as they closed in, Arthur slowed. He already knew what this was. Not an emergency. A duel. Two students stood at the center of a growing crowd, tension crackling thick in the air. A tall human boy sneered openly at a dwarf student, mocking his abilities and questioning his worth as an augmenter. Stick to forging weapons, the human scoffed. Leave real combat to those who matter. The insult landed hard. The dwarf snapped back instantly, fury blazing in his eyes. The human introduced himself with exaggerated arrogance. Nicholas Dryle. The dwarf didn't hesitate. Bronzen Boar. A challenge was issued. Accepted. Both raised their hands to the badges on their uniforms. The artifacts flared to life, one glowing blue, the other red, until the lights synced with a sharp ping. Duel confirmed. Arthur watched closely. These weren't ceremonial trinkets. The badges activated protective barriers, sealing the duel space and shielding both fighters and spectators. A clean, efficient system, one that encouraged real combat without unnecessary casualties. Nicholas summoned twin dueling swords from his dimensional ring, his stance relaxed, confident, borderline arrogant. Bronzen answered by pulling a massive battle axe from his own ring, planting his feet firmly into the ground. The duel began. Elijah shouted encouragement toward the dwarf, earning irritated looks from nearby students. Arthur ignored them, his focus locked on the fighter's mana flow. Nicholas was a red core mage, but his control over earth mana was refined, trained, precise. Bronzen, by contrast, was still black core. The odds weren't in his favor, but Bronzen didn't hesitate. With a roar, he launched himself forward, kicking off a nearby tree to gain momentum. His axe glowed as earth mana surged through it, intent on ending the fight in one crushing blow. Nicholas met him head-on. His sword scraped violently against the ground as he charged, stone and dirt tearing free. As he swung, twin blades of condensed earth rose along the arc of his weapons. Arthur narrowed his eyes. Conjuring earth like that, as an augmenter at red core, was no small feat. Bronzen bellowed and smashed through the incoming attack. Yellow light engulfed his body as his axe shattered the earth blades, fragments scattering like shattered glass across the barrier. He pressed forward. Gripping the axe head with one hand, he forced another surge of mana through it and brought it crashing down. Tremor smash. The ground shuddered. The impact blasted Nicholas backward several steps, but Nicholas recovered instantly. That smug grin never left his face. He rushed back in, blades dragging once more, another wave of earth rising to follow his strike. Bronzen blocked. Too slow. One earthen edge slipped past his guard, slicing the side of his head. Snarling, Bronzen spat an insult, accusing Nicholas of fighting like a coward, hiding behind tricks instead of strength. The crowd leaned in. This duel was far from over. Nicholas didn't bother arguing. He answered with violence. His foot slammed into the ground, and in an instant a narrow pillar of stone erupted upward beneath Bronzen. The spike struck the dwarf square in the stomach, launching him into the air with a choked gasp before gravity ripped him back down. Crash. Bronzen hit the ground hard. The glowing shield around his badge flickered once, and shattered. The duel was over, but Nicholas wasn't done. Slow, deliberate steps carried him forward. His expression wasn't triumph. It was disgust. He stopped beside Bronzen's fallen body and clicked his tongue, looking down like he was staring at something beneath him. He mocked the dwarf's size, his pride, his worth, each word sharpened with cruelty. Elijah felt it instantly. Something was wrong. The barrier was gone. The duel had ended. Yet Nicholas lifted his boot, not to walk away, to stomp. The intent was clear. Break an arm, make an example, remind everyone who owned power here. A spark ignited in Elijah's chest. He imagined himself rushing forward, stopping the strike, earning cheers, becoming the hero of the moment. Then Arthur stepped past him, not with dramatic flair, not with righteous fury, just one calm step forward. His voice rang out deliberately loud, carrying across half the courtyard. "Hey, isn't that the student council president coming this way?" The effect was instant. Nicholas froze. His head snapped around in panic, eyes darting wildly as he searched the crowd. His swords vanished into his dimensional ring in a heartbeat. His posture straightened. Arthur shrugged casually. "Never mind, my mistake." Elijah groaned under his breath. There went his heroic fantasy. Arthur turned to leave, a hand clamped onto his shoulder. Nicholas wasn't finished. He glared, humiliation burning behind his eyes. His voice dropped into a quiet threat, warning Arthur not to interfere again. Arthur didn't flinch. "The duel ended," he replied calmly. "Attacking afterward isn't just dishonorable, it's against Academy rules." Nicholas didn't care. "I'll remember this." He spat at Arthur's feet, and then, PTHK. A wet splatter hit the back of Nicholas's neck. The courtyard went still. Nicholas slowly turned around, his face twisted in pure rage. A vein bulged violently across his forehead. Sylvie blinked innocently, her timing flawless. Arthur lifted his hands with theatrical innocence. Wasn't me. Nicholas didn't believe him. His hand plunged back into his dimensional ring. Twin swords flashed into existence again. Then, a voice cut through the tension like lightning splitting the sky. Nicholas Dryle. The name alone stopped him cold. The crowd parted as the student council approached. At the front walked Tessia Erlith. Her presence alone shifted the atmosphere, freezing the moment into silence. Moments earlier, Tessia had been walking through the campus with the council, her mind drifting far from duty. She hadn't seen Arthur during the ceremony. Had he skipped it? Should she greet him warmly when they met, or act distant? What if he found her first? Her thoughts spiraled until... Tessia. Clive called her name, twice. She blinked and snapped back to reality. You all right? He asked. I'm fine, she replied quickly, brushing it off. Duty first. Then, her eyes caught movement ahead. A crowd. Raised voices. Tension. Her gaze sharpened. Back in the courtyard, Nicholas shot Arthur one final glare, muttering a warning about crossing paths again between classes. But Clive had already stepped forward, analyzing the situation. Nicholas Dryle, second year, house prail, promising talent. Then his attention shifted to Arthur, red-haired, clearly a first year, not a noble, no familiar lineage. A commoner, Clive concluded. Nicholas reached for his dimensional ring again. Before the sword could emerge, Tessia stepped forward. Her voice was quiet, cold, absolute. Nicholas. His confidence shattered instantly. Fear crept into his expression as he turned toward her. Tessia Erlith wasn't just intimidating. She was untouchable. Nicholas forced a laugh, scrambling for excuses. This is a misunderstanding. I accepted a duel. He interfered. Arthur smiled casually. Hey, he said, waving lightly toward Tessia. Before she could respond, Lilia rushed forward. Arthur, are you okay? She asked urgently. Tessia blinked, surprised, glancing between them. You know each other? Lilia nodded. Our fathers worked closely for years. We've been friends since then. Arthur added absent-mindedly. Yeah. We've been living together for a while. Silence. Lilia froze. Her face turned bright red. That came out wrong, she blurted quickly. It's not like that. Arthur shrugged. Tessia stared at them, visibly confused. Clive cleared his throat and turned his attention back to Nicholas. Explain, he demanded. Nicholas swallowed and spoke quickly. I wasn't going to hurt him. I was just trying to scare him. Even after he interfered, I never intended to follow through. Clive looked ready to settle the matter with a warning, but Tessia's voice sliced through the air. Drawing a weapon outside a sanctioned duel, she said coldly, is a serious offense. The crowd held its breath. Nicholas felt the weight of those words crash down on him. And suddenly, this was no longer a simple dispute. This was judgment. Tessia didn't raise her voice. She didn't need to. Her words landed with absolute clarity. If anyone dared to raise a weapon near her, or any other student like that again, suspension would be immediate. Then her gaze locked onto Nicholas. Cold, unmoving, merciless. She asked him one last time if he still dared. That was all it took. Whatever arrogance Nicholas had been clinging to evaporated on the spot. The color drained from his face. His jaw tightened, then loosened as fear replaced fury. Slowly, stiffly, he lowered his head. He bowed toward Arthur, muttering an apology through clenched teeth, admitting, barely, that he had acted recklessly. Arthur didn't acknowledge him, didn't glare, didn't lecture. He just let out a low, unimpressed whistle and turned his back. And just like that, Nicholas Dryle stopped mattering. The tension hanging over the courtyard began to thin. But before it could fully fade, Tessia spun sharply toward Arthur. Her frustration finally surfaced, her voice tight as she questioned him. A fight on the first day of school, in front of half the academy. Inside, her thoughts raced. Her grandfather's warning echoed in her mind. Arthur wanted to stay out of the spotlight, and yet here he was, overpowering a senior, shaking the vice president, drawing eyes from every corner of the campus. If this continued, attention would swarm him whether he wanted it or not. That terrified her. Arthur didn't back down. His own irritation flared, sharper than expected. He reminded her calmly, but firmly, that she had only seen the final moments. Nicholas hadn't been posturing. He'd been seconds away from seriously injuring another student. Arthur hadn't escalated the situation. He'd stopped it. Without him, it could have ended far worse. Elijah stepped in awkwardly, trying to smooth things over, suggesting that everyone had acted in the heat of the moment. But it was too late. Arthur's tone had already cooled into something distant and biting. As he turned away, his apology slipped out. Flat, sarcastic, carrying more frost than words ever should. The courtyard went silent. Even Tessia froze. Before Arthur could leave, a hand grabbed his shoulder. Clive. The instant it happened, Tessia's eyes widened in alarm. Stop, she snapped. But Clive didn't listen. He believed Arthur needed to be reminded of his place. That was his mistake. Arthur didn't turn around immediately. When he did, his expression was quiet. Too quiet. Frustration simmered just beneath the surface. Without a word, he released a controlled wave of pressure, not an attack, a warning. Clive was sent stumbling backward, his feet losing contact with the ground as he crashed hard onto the courtyard stone. His mana shield flared instinctively, barely absorbing the impact. Lilia rushed to his side in panic, checking if he was hurt. Arthur didn't look back. He simply walked away, and the silence he left behind weighed heavier than any shout ever could. Later that day, Tessia paced her dorm room like a caged storm. Her thoughts were a tangled mess of guilt, frustration, and regret. She'd only wanted to protect Arthur, to stop him from doing something that could get him punished, or worse. But the more she replayed the moment, the more uneasy she felt. Arthur hadn't even drawn a weapon, and unlike most students, Arthur himself was a weapon. That realization gnawed at her. Then there was that comment, living with Lilia. Her chest tightened. How did that even happen? Did Arthur just casually end up living with girls now? The idea made no sense, and yet it bothered her far more than she wanted to admit. Everything felt out of control. With a groan, she buried her face into her pillow, muffling an irritated scream. She blamed Director Goodsky entirely. If she hadn't been made student council president, she could have greeted Arthur the way she actually wanted to, with warmth, excitement, relief. Instead, their reunion had turned into this mess. A knock came at the door. Clive. He stepped inside carefully, concern written across his face. He mentioned how exhausted she'd looked earlier, asking if she was all right. Tessia snapped back that she was fine. After all, she wasn't the one thrown onto the ground. Clive hesitated, then brought Arthur up again, clearly still rattled. He couldn't understand how a first year dared to speak to her like that. He even suggested reporting the incident to the director. That was the last straw. Tessia cut him off immediately, her patience gone. She told him to drop it, completely. When his footsteps finally faded down the hall, she collapsed onto her bed, staring at the ceiling. Everything had gone wrong, and just to make things worse, Arthur had grown up, effortlessly handsome. Kind of handsome that attracted attention whether he wanted it or not. The realization made her groan as she buried her face into the pillow again, letting out another muffled scream. This was not the reunion she had imagined, not even close. Arthur and Elijah eventually reached their dorm building after what felt like an endless walk. Xyrus Academy was massive, less a school and more a city, filled with towering structures, courtyards, and winding stone paths that made orientation feel like exploration. Elijah, still buzzing with energy, couldn't stop marveling at it all. Arthur barely responded. His thoughts lingered on Tessia, on Clive, on the tension he hadn't meant to create. Elijah noticed and nudged him, teasing him about casually tossing the student vice president aside like it was nothing. Arthur muttered that it wasn't that simple. Normally, things like this wouldn't bother him. But Tessia's reaction had cut deeper than he expected. She wasn't wrong, but coming from her, it stung. Maybe that was the problem. A knock interrupted their thoughts. Arthur opened the door. Director Cynthia Goodsky stood there. Elijah nearly jumped out of his skin. He bowed so deeply it looked painful. Cynthia greeted him warmly, even mentioning Vincent by name, which left Elijah glowing with pride. Arthur invited her in, and Elijah quickly excused himself, insisting on fetching drinks. Once seated, Cynthia smiled softly and reminded Arthur yet again to call her by her first name. Arthur, as always, refused without hesitation. And just like that, the real conversation was about to begin. Their back and forth carried a familiar ease, the kind born from mutual respect rather than formality. But Cynthia's smile slowly faded as her eyes lingered on Arthur. Something was off. Not just with Sylvie, with him. Her mana perception swept over him again, precise and unforgiving. Wind, earth, and nothing else. That absence spoke louder than any excess. Arthur noticed immediately. Without a word, he raised his hand and revealed the artifact Gideon had crafted. A compact seal humming faintly with suppression magic. It masked the rest. Fire, water, buried beneath layers of concealment. Cynthia exhaled softly. Disappointment flickered across her face, quickly tempered by understanding. She had hoped, selfishly, to parade a quadra-elemental prodigy under her academy's banner. But Arthur's reasons were written clearly in his eyes. He didn't dodge the truth. During his time as an adventurer, he had made an enemy. Not a rival, not a nuisance, a threat. For now, revealing everything he possessed would be reckless. Drawing attention was dangerous. Staying hidden was survival. Cynthia absorbed his words in silence. Then, with a dry smile, she remarked that referring to Lucas Wykes as merely troublesome was an understatement bordering on arrogance. If that was the kind of enemy Arthur brushed off so lightly, she couldn't help but wonder what monsters awaited him in the future. Arthur chuckled. The sound felt strangely out of place, light, almost boyish. Not many people spoke like that to someone who still looked 12. Cynthia laughed as well, waving it off, apologizing for sounding like a harbinger of doom. Arthur took the opening. There was something else he wanted, something specific. He asked about enrolling in advanced mana theory classes. Far above his year, not combat, theory, deviant-focused coursework. It wasn't about flexing. He'd still attend his regular classes. But deviant mana manipulation had become a wall he couldn't climb alone. Unlike elemental magic, deviation was alien, something his previous world had never even conceptualized. That made it dangerous and irresistible. Cynthia listened with an amused glint in her eyes. She'd expected nothing less. She agreed instantly. Arthur frowned. Too fast. Suspicion crept in before he could hide it. That was when the door slammed open. Elijah burst in like a storm, pointing dramatically at Arthur and shouting about disrespect, audacity, and how one does not interrogate the academy director like a suspicious merchant. Cynthia waved him down, and calmly admitted she did have an ulterior motive. Elijah froze mid-rant. Silence followed. Then she explained. The student council existed to represent order, prestige, tradition, but this year she wanted something sharper, a blade. Thus the disciplinary committee, a group built not just to uphold rules, but to enforce them. And she wanted Arthur in it. Arthur blinked. Once, twice, a first year, not even an official battle mage. Cynthia shrugged. Her academy, her rules. Arthur immediately tried to retreat, offering to forget the advanced classes and stick to books instead. Denied, and the deviant texts were restricted, off-limits to underclassmen. Even upper years needed proof, actual deviation ability, to gain access, something Arthur conveniently couldn't demonstrate, not publicly. Elijah watched from the side, stunned. This didn't feel like a negotiation. It felt like two old acquaintances, fencing with words, each move anticipated, each counter already planned. Cynthia pressed further. The committee wasn't just authority, it was strength. Arthur would have peers who could spar with him, push him, possibly even threaten him. And then came the real bait, private access to a restricted mana-dense training facility. Arthur leaned forward. If strength was the requirement, then one question followed naturally. Cynthia answered before he could ask. Lucas Wykes would not be joining. Despite pressure from House Weeks, she had refused. She'd waited, confidently, strategically, for Arthur. That revelation landed harder than expected. Impressive. Annoying. She had already mapped this outcome. Arthur sighed and finally conceded. On one condition. The training facility had better be rich in mana. Cynthia snapped her fingers. Already was. She tossed him a folded uniform midair, clean, crisp, embroidered with the crest of the disciplinary committee. Arthur caught it, stared. She'd prepared it before he agreed. That irritated him more than it should have. Before leaving, she added one last comment. Light in tone, sharp in meaning. He should reconcile with the student council president soon. Holding grudges against a childhood friend, she teased. Wasn't a good look. Then she was gone. The room fell quiet. A shadow loomed. Elijah stood there, frozen, mouth hanging open like his soul had temporarily disconnected. Tessia, Earlith, childhood, friend? His brain visibly crashed. Later, walking toward dinner, Arthur finally tried to explain. It wasn't some grand secret. It just happened. There was never a right moment to bring it up. Elijah waved it off dramatically, then countered with his own childhood friend, a clearly fictional girl named Helgarth, delivered with the gravity of a tragic romance. Arthur played along, complimenting her imaginary virtues with a deadpan expression that exposed the lie instantly. Elijah cracked. Then he started listing. Lilia, Princess Kathleen, Princess Tessia. What next? Gods. Arthur denied everything, insisting he hadn't done anything, which somehow only convinced Elijah further. If Arthur could draw attention without lifting a finger, then it had to be something beyond logic. Elijah decided it wasn't talent. It was sorcery, or pheromones, preferably pheromones. Clinging to Arthur dramatically, he declared that if Arthur had some mysterious charm ability, then as his best friend, he deserved a share of it. That, Arthur decided, was exactly why they worked so well together. They were both unhinged, just in different ways. Sylvie ended the nonsense by leaping up and smacking Elijah square on the head before yanking him away by the collar. Order restored. The moment they stepped into the dining hall, the atmosphere shifted. The noise dipped. Conversations stalled. Forks paused midair. Dozens of eyes snapped toward them at once, whispers rippling across the room like spreading mana. Elijah leaned in, lowering his voice. Arthur's name was already circulating. First day, and the rumors were moving fast. He advised Arthur not to let it get to his head. Arthur smirked. So this is fame, he muttered, amused. Elijah sighed. Absolute weirdo. They claimed a table in the far corner, deliberately ignoring the stairs. Food in hand, they finally found a brief moment of peace. It lasted approximately 30 seconds. A group of battle mages swaggered over, boots heavy, posture loud. Their leader stepped forward with the confidence of someone who had never been told no in his life. He introduced himself at full volume as Charles Ravenpour II, heir to a prestigious noble family, clearly expecting awe, maybe applause. Elijah blinked. Raven, Poop, he asked innocently. From the Raven Poop family? Arthur lost it. Laughter burst out of him before he could stop it, sharp and loud enough to carry. Nearby students snorted. Someone choked on a drink. Charles slammed his fist onto the table, veins bulging as he demanded respect, reminding them exactly who he was, which only made the laughter worse. Fury burning in his eyes, Charles rounded on Elijah. He sneered that Elijah was wasting an opportunity to associate with someone of true standing, all for the sake of Arthur, whom he dismissed as nothing more than scholar trash. Elijah didn't hesitate. He shot back that he'd never stand beside someone who insulted his best friend. Titles didn't matter. Bloodlines didn't matter. Everyone here was a mage, and no noble name gave anyone the right to trample others. Charles scoffed. Equality, he said, was just pretty nonsense spouted by the student council. Reality worked differently, and he was about to demonstrate. Without warning, he swung at Arthur. Pain exploded up his arm as it was violently flung backward by an unseen force. Charles staggered, shock flashing across his face. He hadn't seen Arthur move. Enraged, he charged again, mana surging into his fist. Elijah stepped in front of Arthur instantly. Arthur's eyes sharpened. He could shield himself easily, but Elijah couldn't afford a hit like that. The situation crossed the line. Then the air shifted. Deviant mana flooded the room. Thick, mana-charged vines erupted from the stone floor, coiling around Charles's arms and legs, slamming him to a halt mid-step. Panic seized his face as he struggled uselessly against the bindings. They didn't budge. Arthur followed the source of the spell and spotted her near the entrance, Tessia Erlith. As Charles shouted threats and screamed about noble authority, Arthur paused. Using magic now would only invite consequences for him and Elijah. Then inspiration struck, something far more effective than violence. Arthur stepped closer. The pressure rolling off him made Charles go still. Arthur's voice was calm, cold. He spoke about noble children who puffed out their chests, shouting family names louder than their own accomplishments. About how actions like this didn't honor bloodlines. They humiliated them. Charles snarled back, insisting that crushing trash was a noble duty. Arthur raised his hand slightly, mana flickering just enough to make Charles smirk in false confidence. Arthur didn't strike, and instead, he yanked Charles's pants down. The silence was instant, then chaos. Gasps tore through the hall, followed by explosive laughter. Tables shook as students doubled over, pointing, mocking, howling. Charles's face went scarlet as he screamed for them to stop looking, thrashing helplessly against the vines. Arthur turned and walked away like nothing had happened. Elijah stared after him, shoulders shaking as he tried, and failed, to stop laughing. Outside, cool autumn air washed over Arthur as he stepped away from the building, his breath fogged slightly. Tessia stood nearby, calm, silent. Arthur nodded to her in thanks. She hadn't needed to intervene, but she had anyway. More importantly, she'd protected Elijah from punishment. They stood there, the silence heavy but not uncomfortable. Then somehow both moved at the same time. They bowed and smashed their foreheads together. Arthur hissed, clutching his chin as he laughed through the pain. Tessia groaned, holding her head and stubbornly refusing to look up, muttering that it only hurt so much because it really hurt. Just like that, the tension shattered. Arthur hesitated for a moment before asking softly if she was crying. Tessia didn't answer. Instead, she leaned into him, her forehead resting against his shoulder. Her breathing was uneven, shallow, betraying everything she was trying to keep hidden. In the quiet, she finally let the words slip, words she'd been holding on to for far too long. She thought he hated her. Arthur felt something tighten in his chest. He told her the truth, plainly and without hesitation. Even if he got angry, even if they argued, even if they clashed head-on, he would never hate her. Never. Her voice grew quieter, fragile in a way that made the admission feel heavier than any confession. She didn't want him angry with her. Not now. Not ever. Arthur exhaled slowly and accepted it. This time he admitted the fault was his. He knew she'd been trying to protect him, and lashing out the way he did, especially toward her, was wrong. But Tessia shook her head. She wasn't blameless either. She confessed that she'd let the weight of her title speak before her heart, calling him out publicly, acting as the president before acting as his friend. She was still learning where that line was. Responsibility didn't come with a manual, and she was stumbling through it in real time. Before either of them could say more, hurried footsteps echoed toward them. Elijah burst in mid-sentence, already launching into an animated retelling of what happened after Charles, Ravenpoop, had finally escaped the vines. Then he saw them. Tessia leaning against Arthur, Arthur's arm around her. Elijah froze like he'd walked into a forbidden cutscene. His jaw dropped, his brain shut down. With a strangled chuckle and a mumbled excuse, he turned on his heel and vanished at record speed, throwing Arthur a look that screamed, "I will remember this." Sylvie hopped onto Tessia's lap immediately, squeaking with delight, and licking her cheeks like she'd just reunited with family. Arthur laughed quietly at the sight, before standing and offering Tessia his hand. "Want to take a walk?" he asked. Under the moonlight, they wandered the academy grounds together. The air was cool, calm, brushing against them as the noise of the day finally faded. Tessia spoke first, still overwhelmed. She couldn't believe everything Arthur had gone through while adventuring, her voice filled with awe and just a hint of envy. Arthur admitted he'd been surprised to learn how close Director Goodsky was to her grandfather. Suddenly, her knowing so much about him made sense. Tessia smiled and said that connection was part of why she'd become Cynthia's disciple. Arthur shook his head. That might have opened the door, but her talent was what kept her there. Tessia didn't reply. Instead, her thoughts spiraled. Walking beside him, she noticed everything. The way he moved, the quiet strength in every step, the calm confidence he carried like armor. He wasn't just taller or stronger. He was sharper, more centered, more distant. And his face, she had to look away. Memories surfaced uninvited, warm and painful, all at once. Jealousy crept in before she could stop it. Jealousy of Jasmine, of the girl who'd stood beside him during the last 2 years. She wished, selfishly, that she'd been the one walking the world with him. Arthur noticed her silence. "Something wrong?" he asked. Tessia laughed too quickly and waved it off. "Nothing. Everything was fine." Moments later, they realized they'd already returned to the dorms. The walk had slipped by unnoticed. As Tessia turned to leave, Arthur stopped her. He reached into his coat and pulled out something glowing faintly with mana, the beast core of the Elderwood Guardian. Without ceremony, he held it out to her. A gift for becoming a dual elemental mage. Tessia froze. She tried to refuse. Something like this was too rare, too valuable, too much. Arthur shook his head. To him it was perfect. It suited her. It belonged with her. Before she could argue again, he smiled and told her to rest. Tomorrow would be busy. Then he turned and walked away. Tessia stood there long after, clutching the core tightly. Her chest felt warm, emotions tangled beyond words. He'd given her something priceless, as if it were nothing, but to her, it meant everything. Arthur opened the dorm door quietly, careful not to wake Elijah. Instead, he nearly jumped out of his skin. Elijah was sitting straight up in bed, wrapped in a blanket like a cursed cocoon, bloodshot eyes locked directly onto him. Arthur recoiled. "What the hell?" Elijah pointed at the floor in front of him and demanded Arthur sit. Now. Arthur obeyed, already regretting it. With theatrical despair, Elijah described the moment when the lunar goddess Tessia had leaned against Arthur's shoulder. Arthur blinked. "The what?" Elijah explained dramatically. At Xyrus Academy, Tessia was the moon. Beautiful, untouchable, distant, and somehow, Arthur had touched the moon. He'd snuggled the moon. A pillow hit Elijah square in the face. Arthur told him to sleep. Elijah sighed, collapsed back onto the bed, and surrendered. Morning came fast, and Arthur was already dressed, fastening the strap of the knife that marked his place in the disciplinary committee. Entering the auditorium through the rear entrance, he straightened his vest and stepped inside. The moment the door opened, a thunderous roar slammed into him. His hair whipped back from the force. Sylvie clung desperately to his head. Before him stood a massive beast, 6 feet tall, on all fours. To anyone else, it would have been terrifying. To Arthur, it looked like an overgrown kitten trying far too hard. A student peeked out from the side, disappointed. A test. Arthur raised an eyebrow and asked if this was supposed to scare him. The student introduced himself calmly. Kai Cressless, 4th year. And clearly this was only the beginning. Arthur studied Kai carefully as the older student spoke. Kai's tone was casual, but the words underneath carried weight. He wondered aloud whether Arthur's placement on the disciplinary committee was truly earned through ability, or whether it was the result of something deeper. Something inherited. He leaned in slightly, lowering his voice, murmuring that blood had a way of revealing the truth eventually. Arthur blinked, momentarily thrown off by the comment. Before the thought could settle, Kai straightened and waved it away with a shrug, calling it nothing more than an old saying. With an easy smile, he extended his hand. Arthur accepted it, introducing himself properly and gesturing toward Sylvie as his bonded companion. Kai's eyes flicked to her, lingering a second longer than politeness required. His expression shifted with curiosity. Inside, Kai wondered what kind of beast Arthur could possibly be bonded with. Whatever it was, it had been enough to make Grotter, the massive mana beast they had used as a test, act unusually restrained. That alone spoke volumes. Their exchange was cut short by a loud, abrasive voice echoing through the hall. The speaker scoffed at the state of the disciplinary committee, mocking the lack of real men and sneering that the newest addition looked more like a fragile pretty boy than someone meant to enforce order. Arthur turned toward the sound and nearly spoke a name on instinct. "Helgarth?" The reaction was immediate. A broad-shouldered, muscular girl whipped her head toward him, eyes blazing. She demanded to know who that was supposed to be. Then, jabbing a thumb at her chest, she introduced herself loudly as Doradrea Origuard, a first-year student, just like him. Arthur let out a short laugh, realizing his mistake, and quickly tried to smooth things over. He reached out, offering a handshake and introducing himself as Arthur Leywin. Doradrea slapped his hand away without hesitation and snapped at him for being too stiff and formal. Before Arthur could respond or fully process her overwhelming presence, Kai stepped in, calling them both over. Apparently, Director Goodsky hadn't bothered to explain much to the committee. No name, no background, no expectations. As a result, curiosity was running wild. Doradrea didn't wait. She marched ahead and shouted into the room that the final member had arrived. Arthur followed her into a vast chamber clearly designed for formal gatherings. 5 students were already waiting inside. One face stood out immediately. Curtis Glader lit up the moment he saw Arthur and called out his name with unmistakable excitement. Arthur returned the greeting easily. Coincidences like this no longer surprised him. Curtis laughed and explained how Kai had used his bond, Grotter, in an attempt to intimidate Arthur, only for it to completely backfire. Arthur raised an eyebrow, surprised to learn that the massive mana beast belonged to Curtis. He asked if it was the same world line Curtis had bought at the auction years ago. Curtis nodded proudly. After it reached A class, they'd formed an equal contract. Arthur congratulated him sincerely, shaking his hand. Curtis returned the gesture and officially welcomed Arthur to the disciplinary committee. Doradrea stared between them, stunned, and asked if they already knew each other. Curtis chuckled. "Not just me." A calm, familiar voice drifted down from the staircase. Arthur looked up to see Princess Kathleen Glader descending gracefully. She greeted him politely, and Arthur responded with proper respect, addressing her by title. Before the moment could settle, another voice chimed in, playful, edged with sarcasm. A tall, blonde elf stepped forward, older than Arthur, but carrying an irritatingly familiar energy. Arthur squinted, then recognition struck. "Fei-Fei!" The elf flushed instantly. He snapped back, correcting Arthur sharply. His name was Ferith Ivsar III, and Arthur was reminded, quite firmly, to show some respect. Even if they were both first years, Ferith was still older. Arthur smiled innocently and reminded him of the time he'd knocked Ferith unconscious with a single punch. Ferith bristled, accusing Arthur of doing it on purpose. Before things could escalate, another presence stepped forward. She moved with quiet confidence, her scarlet hair brushing just beneath her chin. Her posture alone radiated authority. She introduced herself as Claire Bladeheart, a sixth-year battle mage, and the official leader of the disciplinary committee. Arthur's attention sharpened at the name, Bladeheart. He asked if she was related to Caspian Bladeheart. Claire confirmed it calmly. Caspian was her uncle, and he'd begun training her the moment she awakened. Much of her fighting style came directly from him. Arthur nodded, genuinely impressed, even if he kept his reaction understated. Then the atmosphere shifted. A cold, sharp voice cut in. A tall, lean student with piercing eyes stepped forward and introduced himself as Theodore Maxwell. Without hesitation, Theodore questioned the committee's standards, implying that Arthur's presence cheapened them. Then he extended his hand. Arthur accepted. The moment their hands clasped, the pressure hit. Arthur's weight multiplied in an instant, as if the world itself had dropped onto his shoulders. The stone beneath his feet cracked under the sudden force. Arthur immediately recognized it. Gravity manipulation. A deviant. His muscles screamed as he reinforced himself with mana. Thanks to the assimilation with Sylvia's dragon will, his body held firm. He didn't bend. He didn't stagger. He met Theodore's gaze head on. That was enough. The pressure vanished. Theodore released his grip and muttered that Arthur wasn't bad before turning away. A low whistle broke the silence. Kai laughed, clearly entertained, and remarked that Arthur had more going for him than just looks. He even teased that, when Theodore had tried the same trick on Ferrith, the elf had ended up flat on his face. Ferrith flushed and argued that comparing augmenters and conjurers wasn't fair, though the sting to his pride was obvious. Before things devolved further, Claire clapped her hands sharply, reclaiming control of the room. She told everyone to focus. Today was the Club Rush announcement, the first time the disciplinary committee would present itself to the entire academy. This was their debut. Arthur blinked and asked what he needed to prepare. Curtis smiled casually. "Nothing," he said. "Just show up." The student council would handle the talking. All the disciplinary committee had to do was walk in, stand tall, and radiate authority. Arthur couldn't help the faint smirk that tugged at his lips. With a massive A-class mana beast like Grotter looming beside them, imposing would be an understatement. One look at that thing, and half the academy would reconsider their life choices. Claire nodded in agreement and clapped her hands, snapping the group into motion. This wasn't just a formality. This was a statement. Today they would show the entire academy what the disciplinary committee represented, and what awaited anyone reckless enough to break Xyrus Academy's rules. By the time the club rush reached its peak, the auditorium was packed, buzzing with noise and excitement. Then the announcement echoed through the hall, amplified and impossible to ignore. The student council formally declared the creation of a new committee, one personally selected by the director herself, a group entrusted with enforcing discipline, settling disputes, and preserving order across the academy. A low murmur rippled through the crowd. Spotlights flared, and then, with every eye drawn forward, the introduction came. The disciplinary committee had arrived. The moment Arthur stepped into his next classroom, whispers followed him like trailing shadows. They spread fast. Comments about his appearance, his status, the sleek black uniform that marked him as something different. A few students whispered about Sylvie, cooing over how absurdly cute she was. Others wondered how a first year, someone so young, had earned a place among the academy's elite enforcers. And some didn't care about titles or politics at all. They just decided Arthur was their type. Arthur ignored it all and slipped into a seat near the back, Elijah dropping into the chair beside him with a grin that said he was enjoying every second of this. Elijah leaned closer and joked about Arthur's sudden popularity, gesturing subtly at the rare black uniform that might as well have been a walking announcement. Arthur scratched his cheek, clearly still adjusting. He admitted he hadn't expected this kind of attention, especially not just for joining a committee. Before he could finish the thought, the classroom doors slammed open. A tall man strode in with measured confidence, his presence alone cutting through the noise. He reached the podium and dropped a thick folder onto it with a sharp thud. The sound snapped the room into silence. Professor Evius. Arthur instinctively tried to read the man's mana, and found nothing. No fluctuations, no leakage, nothing at all. That alone told him enough. This was a conjurer with terrifying control. Evius surveyed the room calmly and introduced himself as the instructor for Fundamentals of Mana Theory. He acknowledged the divided attention with a faint smile, promising them that boredom wouldn't be an issue. There would be assignments, plenty of them, and they'd begin with something important. He launched straight into the differences between augmenters and conjurers, grounding his explanation in history rather than opinion. He spoke of mana veins and channels, explaining how conjurers naturally absorbed ambient mana more efficiently, allowing them to progress faster through core stages. Augmenters, on the other hand, excelled at circulating mana through their bodies, enhancing physical capability. Then came the part that shifted the room. Evius explained that as mages reached higher core stages, the gap between the two paths narrowed. With proper training, especially physical refinement, An augmenter could eventually surpass a conjurer at the same level. Starting advantages didn't decide everything. What mattered was how a mage used them. The class stirred. Several conjurers raised objections, citing recorded duels and theoretical matchups. Arthur stayed silent, watching closely. Evius didn't shut them down. He encouraged debate, letting opinions clash while firmly reinforcing his point. By the time the massive tower bell rang, the atmosphere had changed. The students didn't leave with certainty, but they left thinking, questioning. Arthur could see it in their eyes. As they packed up, Elijah reminded Arthur they'd meet again at lunch before heading off. The two split ways, each swallowed by the flow of students. Arthur moved through the crowded halls toward his next class, acutely aware of the glances tracking him. Some recognized his face. Others noticed the black uniform. Whispers passed quietly as he walked with steady purpose toward practical mana manipulation. Inside, he took a seat and waited as students filtered in. Soon, a familiar presence stopped beside him. Kathleen, dressed in the same black uniform, asked softly if she could sit with him. Arthur shifted his bag aside without a word, giving her space. Then the peace shattered. A loud, dramatic voice echoed through the room as Faireth burst in, announcing himself like he was stepping onto a stage. He loudly declared Arthur his rival, greeted Kathleen with exaggerated flair, and promptly dropped into the seat right beside Arthur. Arthur raised an eyebrow internally. Faireth had never exactly been subtle about his dislike. Sitting this close felt suspicious. Before Arthur could dwell on it, the instructor entered. Arthur froze for half a second. It was Geist, the same drunk he'd encountered on the streets days earlier. This time, Geist wore light armor instead of rags, his grin wide and energetic as he clapped his hands together. He introduced the class enthusiastically, declaring that this would be a fully practical course. No boring theory, just hands-on demonstrations. When Geist's eyes landed on Arthur, the grin twisted. The humiliation from their last encounter still burned beneath the surface. Arthur saw it clearly. This wasn't just a lesson, it was bait. Geist made a show of welcoming the disciplinary committee members and hinted that the class would benefit from seeing what their protectors could really do. Arthur recognized the setup instantly. Unfortunately, someone else didn't hesitate. Fireth stood up, confidence radiating from him, and volunteered on the spot. He announced proudly that he would represent the disciplinary committee and demonstrate their strength. Arthur resisted the urge to sigh. Of course he would. Geist's grin widened as he accepted the offer and motioned toward the stage. The atmosphere in the room shifted instantly. Students leaned forward in their seats, eyes lit with anticipation, as the tension thickened in the air. This wasn't just a lesson anymore. It was entertainment. Professor Geist made sure to announce, loud enough for everyone to hear, that he was an augmenter and would be restricting himself to long-range attacks only. It was a calculated move. If he lost, he could blame the limitation. If he won, the humiliation would still fall squarely on the student. As he winked exaggeratedly at Faireth, laughter rippled through the classroom. With practiced ease, Geist began chanting a series of incantations. Mana surged outward, forming a wide, translucent barrier that enclosed the stage entirely, an arena-sized shield meant to protect the class from stray magic. Once the barrier settled, the duel officially began. Fireth didn't hesitate. He raised his wand and activated his spell almost immediately. The mana in the air responded, and in the next moment, water erupted across the stage. The floor flooded rapidly, rising until it reached his knees. The terrain itself bent to his advantage, amplifying his water element. From the churning surface, a massive stream spiraled upward, twisting and condensing into the form of a gigantic water serpent. It coiled around Faireth like a living guardian, its presence overwhelming. Arthur narrowed his eyes. This wasn't some basic offensive spell. Faireth had cast a domain-level spell, something most mages didn't even attempt until far later in their training. He hadn't held back at all, but neither had Geist. A cold, eerie blue flame flickered to life along the professor's arm. The color alone set it apart, far more dangerous than ordinary fire. Arthur recognized it immediately. Whatever else Geist was, he wasn't weak. That flame carried real killing power. The water serpent struck first. It lunged with crushing force, colliding with Geist's flames in a violent explosion of steam. The stage vanished behind a wall of mist as water and fire clashed. In the same instant, a fireball pierced through the haze, streaking straight toward Faireth. His confidence shattered. Fireth's face drained of color as he hurriedly raised another spell. A thin wall of water formed just in time, weakening the fireball, but not stopping it. By the time it hit, the flame had shrunk to the size of a fingernail. That was still enough. The fire burned straight through his uniform and knocked him off balance. Faireth stumbled backward and crashed onto the flooded floor, soaked, smoking, and utterly defeated. The steam cleared. Geist stepped forward, completely unharmed. A smug grin plastered across his face as he casually juggled 2 more glowing fireballs in his hands. The message was clear. Feyreth didn't argue. His shoulders sagged as he quietly conceded and trudged back to his seat, water dripping from his clothes, pride in tatters. Arthur watched everything in silence, his expression darkening. This hadn't been a lesson. It hadn't even been a fair demonstration. Geist had wanted to put a student in their place, and he'd enjoyed it. When Feyreth sat down, Arthur spoke to him quietly, offering reassurance. Despite the outcome, Feyreth had shown real ability and courage. That mattered. Geist, meanwhile, turned back to the class with a self-satisfied look. He claimed the result had surprised even him, blaming it on his own misjudgment. Then his gaze swept across the room, lingering deliberately on Kathleen and then Arthur. "Another volunteer?" he asked. Arthur started to rise, but Kathleen was faster. She stood calmly and stepped forward, giving the professor a respectful bow before entering the arena. Her movements were composed, her expression unreadable. Geist greeted her with exaggerated courtesy, bowing low as if the entire thing were a performance. Kathleen didn't respond. She reached into her dimension ring and drew out her staff with smooth precision. The moment Geist clapped his hands and ignited a flicker of flame, Kathleen struck. Ice javelins shot forward at blinding speed. Geist raised his burning hands, catching the icy projectiles midair. Flames met ice with a sharp hiss as the javelins melted instantly. He praised her aloud, amused, but Kathleen didn't even look at him. 5 more javelins formed, spinning rapidly around her. This time, she wasn't just attacking, she was controlling the battlefield. As the javelins surged forward again, Geist responded by summoning blue flames that floated around him like ghostly lights. Arthur's eyes sharpened. Ember wisps, the same spell Lucas had once used. Precise, lethal, and devastating when chained together. Just before the javelins reached him, Kathleen shattered them midair. Thousands of razor-sharp ice shards exploded outward, turning the attack into a deadly storm. Inside his mind, Geist acknowledged her brilliance. The strategy was flawless, but he believed it still wasn't enough. With a sharp command, he unleashed the blue flames. Streams of fire surged toward Kathleen. She didn't defend. She didn't dodge. Instead, she focused entirely on completing her spell. Arthur and Feyreth both rose from their seats in shock. Kathleen finished the incantation. The ice shards spun violently, forming a massive, roaring ice vortex that trapped Geist at its center. A frozen tornado closed in around him, but the fire was already too close. Arthur didn't think. He moved. The ember wisps had been canceled, but the fire streams hadn't. They continued racing toward Kathleen at full force. Arthur gathered wind mana in a concentrated burst and sprinted toward the barrier. At the last possible moment, he thrust his hand through it and released the spell. A powerful gust slammed into Kathleen, throwing her sideways just enough for the fire to miss completely. The flames struck the barrier instead, dispersing in a harmless burst of steam. Silence followed. As the ice melted and the arena cleared, Professor Geist turned, expecting to see Kathleen. Instead, Arthur Leywin stood between him and the fading flames. Arthur's voice was calm, but there was steel beneath it as he questioned the professor's control over the situation. Geist bristled, insisting everything had been handled, claiming he would have canceled the attack in time. Arthur knew better. He'd seen ember wisps before. Once released, they didn't stop. Still, Kathleen was unharmed. There was no proof, no grounds to challenge him outright. So Arthur made a decision. If Geist wanted a demonstration, Arthur would be the one to give it. He stepped forward and offered to take Kathleen's place. Geist smirked, irritation hidden behind false amusement, and accepted. Arthur turned to Kathleen, asking if she was all right. She assured him she was, adding calmly that his intervention hadn't been necessary, but she thanked him anyway. The professor gave Arthur the privilege of choosing the method of combat. His tone light, but his eyes sharp, clearly hoping to provoke him, or at least catch him unprepared. Arthur didn't take the bait. He simply told Geist to fight however he pleased. That indifference hit harder than any insult. A faint twitch crossed Geist's brow, a crack in his composed facade. He bent down and pulled his sword from where it had been embedded in the floor, flames licking faintly along the blade. Across from him, Arthur calmly drew Dawn's ballad, his movements smooth and unhurried, as if this were nothing more than routine practice. Without warning, Geist lunged. His sword came down in a brutal arc, the sheer force behind it betraying his earlier claim of restraint. Heat surged through the air, but Arthur met the strike head-on, parrying cleanly. The fire trailing from Geist's blade was instantly dispersed as Arthur redirected it with a controlled burst of wind mana. Geist pressed the attack. Again and again, his strikes came faster, heavier, more aggressive, each one meant to force a mistake. Yet Arthur never lost his rhythm. He didn't chant. He didn't cast elaborate spells. With nothing but precise swordsmanship, mana-reinforced movement, and flawless timing, he blocked, sidestepped, and countered every blow. Frustration bled into Geist's voice as he snarled snarled insults through clenched teeth, mocking the committee for only dodging. Arthur answered calmly, almost casually. "Why would I attack?" he asked. "When the esteemed professor can't land a single hit." The words landed. Geist's forced smile vanished, replaced by a twisted glare. The air around him shifted as he began weaving spells directly into his movements. His sword strikes became erratic, unpredictable, each swing bursting with sudden flashes of blue flame. Without warning, Geist slammed his foot down and cast Flame Pillar. A column of blue inferno erupted beneath Arthur. But Arthur was already moving. He stepped aside at the exact moment, the fire roaring past him, missing by mere inches. Heat scorched the air where he had stood, but not a single flame touched him. Geist charged again, blade cutting through the air with terrifying precision. Arthur leaned back just enough to let the strike pass, his heel skidding slightly. For a split second, he lost balance, but a light tap of his palm against the floor sent mana through his body, snapping him back into perfect stance. Geist didn't relent. He leapt high, sword raised overhead, and came crashing down with enough force to split stone. Arthur slipped past the vertical strike at the last possible instant as the blade smashed into the ground. Arthur's expression tightened. Now he could feel it, the full weight behind the professor's power. Geist, on the other hand, grinned wider, exhilarated by the escalation. Around them, nervous whispers spread. Some students glanced toward the exits, wondering if they should alert the director or the student council. This had gone far beyond a simple classroom demonstration. Arthur didn't retreat. In a blink, he closed the distance. Mana surged along the edge of Dawn's ballad as Arthur delivered a precise strike aimed straight for Geist's throat. Startled, the professor jumped back, farther than necessary. A bead of sweat slid down his temple. Arthur didn't pause. He exploded forward like a launched arrow. Each swing of his blade carved visible streaks through the air, sharp lines of compressed wind trailing behind him. Strike after strike, faster and more refined than the last, drove Geist backward, step by step. Kathleen watched in stunned silence, realizing Arthur was forcing a seasoned professor into retreat. Even Faireth, pride still bruised, could only stare. This wasn't a difference in talent. It was a difference in level. As Geist neared the edge of the arena, the flames on his sword flickered, dimming under the relentless pressure. Arthur decided it was time to end it. With a subtle use of earth magic, he caused the ground beneath Geist's next step to crumble just slightly, barely noticeable. Geist recovered almost instantly, proof of his experience as an augmenter. But that fraction of a second was enough. Every lingering trail of wind Arthur had left behind suddenly activated. The arena erupted. Dozens of wind blades surged forward simultaneously as Arthur's form blurred into near invisibility. His speed surpassed anything the students had ever witnessed. The mana barrier surrounding the arena screamed under the strain, cracking and flickering violently before shattering with a thunderous snap. One final blade slipped through. It grazed Geist's neck, drawing a thin line of blood. Overwhelmed by the sheer force and number of attacks, Geist was thrown back, tumbling out of the ring. Mana cushioned the fall, preventing serious injury, but he landed flat on his back, pale, stunned, his confidence completely gone. Arthur stepped forward and planted his sword firmly into the floor beside Geist's neck. Then he withdrew it. Looking down at the man who had tried to humiliate him in front of the entire class, Arthur spoke calmly, respectfully. He thanked the professor for his guidance. The bell rang, its echo rolling through the academy. Arthur turned and left the classroom without another word. In the hallway ahead, Kathleen was already walking away, having packed up and left immediately. Arthur quickened his pace and called out to her, but before he could reach her, a firm hand grabbed his shoulder. It was Faireth Ivsar. The proud elf nodded, clearly struggling to maintain his dignity. He admitted that Arthur's performance had been impressive, worthy of someone he now considered a true rival. Arthur returned the compliment without arrogance, acknowledging Faireth's effort and adding honestly that if Faireth had known what spell Geist planned to use, he would have prepared differently, and likely done far better. Faireth laughed, confidence returning. He claimed that if the duel had truly been fair, the outcome might have been very different. Kathleen slowed and turned, her sharp gaze locked onto Arthur, as she asked what he thought her mistakes had been. Arthur hesitated, but answered honestly. She had focused entirely on completing her final spell, he said, and in doing so neglected her defense. For a moment, her silence was heavy, unreadable. Then she nodded. She accepted the criticism without argument and turned away, continuing down the hall. Faireth let out an awkward chuckle. Sensing the shift, said a quick goodbye, and disappeared in another direction, leaving Arthur standing alone, the echoes of the duel still lingering in the air. The corridors around Arthur gradually came back to life as the bell cycle shifted, students pouring out of classrooms and flooding the halls on their way to the next lesson. Voices overlapped, footsteps echoed, and the academy returned to its usual controlled chaos. Sylvie, perched calmly on his shoulder, tilted her head and studied his face. She could feel it. Something wasn't right. With a soft mental nudge, she asked why he seemed so off. Arthur gave a faint smile, the kind meant to reassure rather than explain. It wasn't anything dramatic, nothing anyone else would notice. But inside, frustration churned. He had beaten Professor Geist cleanly, and he'd done it using only his wind attribute. That was exactly the problem. The fight hadn't made him feel satisfied. It had made something painfully clear. Even after everything he'd gained, everything he'd trained for, his current strength still wasn't enough. Not for where he wanted to stand. Not for the enemies he knew were waiting beyond the academy walls. If this was all it took to shake a professor, then the real monsters of this world were still far above him. He needed more control, more power, more refinement, no shortcuts. Shaking off the heavy thoughts, Arthur redirected his focus. His next class was Basics of Artificing. Unlike mana manipulation or swordplay, this was unexplored territory for him, and that alone made it interesting. Artificing wasn't just magic, it was structure, logic, design. In another life, he'd lived surrounded by advanced technology. If there was any subject where the knowledge of his past world might overlap with this one, it was here. Curiosity sparked as he stepped into the classroom. Students filtered in gradually, most gravitating toward friends, forming pairs and clusters. Laughter and casual chatter filled the room. Arthur scanned the faces, but didn't recognize anyone. Then someone stopped beside him. A girl about his age stood there, hands clasped tightly in front of her, head lowered. In a timid voice, she asked if the seat next to him was taken. Arthur shook his head and told her it was free. She thanked him quietly and sat down, still avoiding eye contact. For a moment, silence hung between them, until she murmured something so softly that Arthur didn't catch it. He leaned in slightly, asking her to repeat herself. Her face flushed red as she lifted her head just enough to be heard. She introduced herself as Emily Watskin, then in a rush of nerves, accidentally asked him to be her friend before panicking and correcting herself, blurting out that it was nice to meet him. Arthur blinked once, then smiled. He extended his hand and suggested that since it was their first meeting, they start as acquaintances. Emily hesitated, then reached out and shook his hand, only to freeze. Her palm was rough, calloused. She pulled her hand back instantly, mortified, apologizing as she assumed it must have felt unpleasant. Instead of reacting, Arthur lifted his own hand, the one that always held his sword. Thick calluses lined his palm and fingers, hardened by years of relentless training and battle. Emily stared. Arthur laughed softly and told her it was nothing to be embarrassed about. That small moment eased her tension instantly. Genuinely impressed, Arthur admitted that he was jealous. While his own path revolved around combat, learning how to destroy, how to survive, hers was about creation, building something new. There was something undeniably admirable about that. Emily looked surprised by the comment. She admitted she'd never thought of it that way. Then she smiled shyly and pointed out how strangely mature he sounded for a 12-year-old. Arthur raised an eyebrow and reminded her that she was 12 too. She laughed, agreeing, but explained that it had been a while since anyone treated her like a kid, especially after she'd created the projection display artifact. Arthur froze. That artifact had been circulating well beyond the academy. If Emily had created it at their age, he gave her a respectful nod and told her it was an honor to sit beside a genius. Emily waved it off, laughing, and flipped the compliment right back at him. She teased him for being the mysterious freshman with no background, a fox-like mana beast on his head, and enough skill to humiliate both a professor and a seasoned adventurer in front of an entire class. She grinned wider, reminding him that this was a magic academy. Rumors didn't crawl here. They sprinted. Before Arthur could respond, the classroom doors slammed open. A booming, overly dramatic voice filled the room as Gideon made his entrance, arms wide as if he were blessing the masses. He declared the students plebeians, demanded reverence, and proclaimed how honored they should feel to have him as their instructor. He scanned the room theatrically, then locked eyes with Arthur. Gideon clutched his face in exaggerated shock, acting as if Arthur's presence was some cosmic surprise. Arthur just sighed internally. Typical. The lecture began, if it could be called that. Instead of teaching artificing fundamentals, Gideon launched into an endless monologue about his past achievements, an invention from 20 years ago, a breakthrough from 3 years after that, another revolutionary contribution no one had asked about. Arthur resisted the urge to bury his face in his hands. Then the window creaked open. An olive-green owl flew in, flapped once, and landed squarely on Arthur's shoulder. Sylvie bristled instantly, letting out a low growl at the unexpected intruder. The owl, completely unfazed, began grooming itself as if this was perfectly normal behavior. Gideon's eyes widened. He recognized it immediately, a summon from director Cynthia Goodsky. With dramatic flair, Gideon announced to the entire class that Arthur would be denied the privilege of listening to the rest of his life-altering lecture. The room chuckled as Arthur was dismissed. Emily glanced at him knowingly and reminded him that news traveled fast at Xyrus Academy. Outside the classroom, Sylvie continued growling at the owl, while it calmly ignored her. Arthur glanced between them, mildly irritated, and sighed internally. He wondered how long this silent rivalry was going to last, already knowing the answer was probably forever. When he reached the director's office, Arthur slowed. Kathleen was exiting. Her expression was tight, her aura sharp. She slammed the door behind her without looking back. That alone was enough to set off alarms in Arthur's head. He hesitated, then carefully opened the door. Director Cynthia Goodsky looked up and welcomed him in, gesturing toward a seat. Arthur stepped inside, the uneasy feeling settling deep in his chest. Arthur stepped forward and quietly took his place before the director's desk, posture straight but mind racing. The green owl, Aviar, lifted off his shoulder with a soft flutter and glided to the window behind Cynthia, settling there like a silent observer, overseeing whatever judgment was about to fall. Arthur still had no clear idea why he'd been summoned, so he did the most logical thing. He addressed the elephant in the room. He brought up the duel with Professor Geist, already bracing himself for a reprimand. He assumed this was about interfering in Kathleen's match, about pushing too far, about humiliating a professor on his very first day. But before he could fully explain himself, Cynthia raised a hand and gently cut him off. "This meeting," she said calmly, "had nothing to do with Geist. That alone threw him off balance. If not that, then what?" Cynthia studied him for a moment, then casually dropped a question that hit harder than any accusation ever could. "How would Arthur feel," she asked, "about becoming an interim professor for the practical mana manipulation class?" The world stopped. Arthur froze so completely it was almost comical. He even glanced over his shoulder, half expecting to find some hidden prodigy standing behind him. There was no way she meant him. A 12-year-old student? A professor? Surely this was a joke. But Cynthia met his disbelief with a warm, perfectly serious smile. Yes, she confirmed. She was talking to him. Still unconvinced, Arthur cautiously asked what Kathleen could have possibly said to convince the director that he was fit to teach an entire class. Cynthia's lips curled with amusement as she shot him a playful wink and warned him not to steal the hearts of both royal princesses, unless he was aiming to spark a civil war. Arthur immediately stiffened and told her not to joke about things like that. He hoped desperately that the teaching offer was also a joke. He hadn't even completed a single full day at the academy. Since when did students become professors? Cynthia brushed aside his doubts with ease. Yes, it was unusual, she admitted, but far from impossible. Talented upperclassmen had filled teaching roles before. This wasn't unprecedented. She finished her explanation with a teasing reminder that he wasn't as special as he seemed, though the irony of that statement hung heavily in the air. Arthur stared at her, still processing everything, but one question refused to leave his mind. What about Professor Geist? Cynthia's answer was swift and firm. Geist had already been dismissed from the academy. The investigation had begun the moment she was informed of the incident, and with Princess Kathleen's testimony, there was no room for defense. What surprised Cynthia the most, she added, was how shaken Kathleen herself had been by the ordeal. That revelation caught Arthur off guard. He hadn't expected Kathleen, always so cold, so composed, to show that kind of visible emotion. Internally, he smirked. The Ice Princess wasn't as unbreakable as she liked people to believe. Still, the bigger mystery remained. Why him? What did Cynthia truly want? This time, she reassured him, without games. There were no hidden motives. A position had opened up, and she believed he was the right fit. It would help him build a reputation without forcing him to publicly dismantle more professors in front of the student body. Yes, it would put him under a spotlight, but she promised her full support if anything went wrong. Arthur voiced one last concern. Parents would complain. A 12-year-old acting as a professor wasn't exactly reassuring. Cynthia didn't deny it. Complaints would come, but she was the director, and her word was final. Canceling the class outright wasn't an option. And frankly, she pointed out, wasn't this a better use of his time than sitting through lessons he had already surpassed? Arthur considered it. After everything that had happened today, blending into the background was no longer possible. His clash with Geist had already sent ripples through the academy. With a quiet, steady resolve, Arthur accepted. He would try. Cynthia smiled, clearly satisfied. She had no doubt he would exceed expectations. As Arthur left the office, Cynthia watched him through the window as he disappeared into the halls. A small sigh escaped her lips. There was something about that boy, something that kept her constantly on edge. Negotiating with him felt more exhausting than dealing with royalty. Behind her, Aviar ruffled his feathers and spoke with unwavering certainty. Arthur Leywin, he said, was no ordinary child. His depth went far beyond what anyone could see. Mentally, emotionally, spiritually. Cynthia turned sharply, surprised. What made him so sure? Aviar's answer landed like thunder. Arthur's bond, Sylvie, was no mere beast, nor even a man. Her true form was that of a dragon. The weight of that revelation hit hard. A dragon, one of the rarest and most terrifying beings in existence. And Aviar wasn't finished. Once Sylvie reached maturity, he said, even his own power would pale in comparison. Then came the warning. Arthur was not someone to be treated lightly. If trusted and respected, he could become the continent's greatest ally. But if betrayed, he could just as easily become the reason it all fell apart. Arthur caught sight of Elijah first, arms waving like he was trying to flag down a passing airship. He sat across the dining hall beside a girl Arthur didn't recognize, and the moment Arthur approached, Elijah sprang to his feet with his usual over-the-top enthusiasm. "This is Charlotte," Elijah said proudly, gesturing to the girl as if unveiling a rare artifact. Arthur greeted her with a polite nod. Charlotte returned it a beat too late, clearly nervous, her posture stiff as she met his gaze. Once they settled in, Arthur casually asked how classes had gone while he'd been away. Elijah grinned. "Honestly, way better without you around," he said, before launching into how much he was loving chain casting and mana utilization, clearly in his element. While they talked, Sylvie had her eyes locked onto Arthur's plate, like it was a life-or-death mission. Just as Charlotte reached out, likely trying to pet the adorable mana beast, Sylvie snapped. A sharp hiss cut through the air as she recoiled instantly, wings flaring, eyes narrowed in pure warning. Charlotte froze, startled, pulling her hand back as color rushed to her face. Sensing the awkward shift, Elijah jumped in, puffing out his chest. "Charlotte's actually in my chain casting class," he said. "She's insanely talented." Charlotte turned crimson at the praise, shrinking into herself, clearly not used to that kind of attention. Elijah then leaned forward, eyes gleaming with curiosity. "So, how were your classes?" Arthur sighed. "The rumors are half true." Elijah blinked. "Half? I did fight a professor," Arthur said calmly. "I just replaced him afterward." Elijah spat water everywhere, and he coughed violently, eyes wide, staring at Arthur like he'd just declared himself a deity. "You what?" Arthur nodded, wiping his face with a grimace. "I'm teaching the class now." Elijah slowly raised a finger. "So you're saying I just spit on a professor?" Arthur finished dryly. "Careful, that's a bad habit." Elijah burst out laughing, brushing it off with exaggerated disbelief, though his curiosity was clearly burning. He joked about skipping class one day just to see Arthur teach, then casually brought up his plans with Charlotte, shopping downtown, and invited Arthur along. Charlotte lit up instantly, nodding eagerly and encouraging him to join. Arthur shook his head apologetically. "Upper division classes, 3 of them. No room to breathe." Elijah shrugged. "Guess it's just us then." Charlotte stiffened. "Oh, I just remembered," she blurted, scrambling to her feet. "I have something else planned." She smiled nervously, suggested they all go together another time, then waved goodbye, lingering just a second longer on Arthur before leaving. Elijah watched her go, scratching his head with a weak chuckle. "Must be important," he muttered, before saying he might just study instead. Then quieter, more serious, he asked Arthur what he thought of her. She was nice, pretty. Did he have a chance? Arthur met his eyes and smirked. "You can do better." Lunch ended there. Arthur made his way to his first upper division class, Team Fighting Mechanics. A few students were already present. Curtis noticed him first, eyes widening in surprise before waving. Moments later, Claire spotted him and immediately slung an arm around his shoulders, grinning as she teased him about the disciplinary committee. Arthur flashed a confident smile. "I'll behave, probably." Scanning the room, Arthur asked if everyone was present. Curtis shook his head. More were coming, and then they arrived. Arthur turned and sighed. Tessia Erelith walked in surrounded by a small group, deep in conversation with Clive Graves. Her eyes met Arthur's, and for a brief moment she seemed ready to greet him. Then she saw Claire's arm around his neck. Something flickered across her face, sharp, restrained, and she looked away without a word. Claire waved cheerfully. Tessia replied curtly, her voice cold, expression sealed shut. "Bad mood?" Claire wondered aloud. Arthur inwardly groaned. He knew exactly why. Claire finally stepped back, and as Arthur scanned the rest of the group, his gaze locked onto the last person entering, Lucas Wykes. Arthur's body went rigid. Heat surged through his veins, fists clenching until his knuckles turned white. The traitor, standing there like nothing had happened. And the irony twisted the knife deeper. A team fighting class. Perfect. Before the tension could erupt, a powerful presence crashed down over the field. A deep, commanding voice echoed through the air. Arthur didn't need to look around. He looked up. Hovering above them was a massive hawk-like mana beast, wings spread wide, its gaze sharp enough to pierce steel. The class had begun. Torch's wings unfurled across the sky, blotting out the sun and drowning the courtyard in shadow. Gasps rippled through the students as the massive beast hovered above them like an omen. Then a voice cut through the stunned silence, clear, confident, commanding. It belonged to Professor Glory. She descended with effortless authority, introducing herself not with words alone, but with presence. Torch was her bonded beast, proof enough of her power. As Arthur instinctively tried to read her mana core, agony exploded inside his skull. The pain was sudden, brutal, as if his mind had slammed into a steel wall. At the exact same moment, Professor Glory turned and looked straight at him. She wasn't angry. She smiled. With relaxed steps, she walked through the frozen crowd and stopped directly in front of Arthur. Her grin held a knowing edge as she addressed him, not as a student, but as an equal, a professor. Whispers ignited instantly. Confusion spread, then disbelief. One of the upperclassmen, clearly unconvinced, raised his hand and voiced what everyone else was thinking. A professor? That had to be a joke. Professor Glory shut it down without hesitation. Arthur Leywin, she explained, wasn't just a freshman or a disciplinary committee officer. He had been appointed interim professor for practical mana manipulation, the very class many of them had struggled through in earlier years. Temporary or not, it was an honor few could dream of earning. The courtyard erupted. Protests, shouts, accusations. Upperclassmen bristled, their pride burning. How could a skinny first-year leapfrog over them? Talents older and stronger than him had never been offered such a position. To them, Arthur was an insult wrapped in favoritism. Arthur didn't react. He had expected this. bitterness, the resentment, the hostility. It was familiar. He took a slow breath, shutting out the noise as best he could. Professor Glory tried to calm the crowd, still smiling as she reminded them that the decision came directly from Director Goodsky. Arthur had proven himself by defeating the previous professor. That alone spoke volumes. Still, it wasn't enough. Someone shouted that underclassmen professors were weak anyway. Others piled on, claiming any upperclassman could beat him without breaking a sweat. Professor Glory's smile widened. Fine, if they doubted him so much, why not test him right here, right now? The atmosphere shifted instantly. Arthur felt it. Raw hostility locking onto him from every direction. Rage, jealousy, eagerness to tear him down. Some wanted revenge. Others wanted humiliation. Every stare felt like a drawn blade. He noticed Tessia in the crowd, her expression caught between surprise and disbelief. For a brief moment, amusement flickered across her lips, until she realized Arthur was looking. She turned away. Arthur spoke calmly, explaining that Director Goodsky had ordered him to take things slow during his first few days. It was his first official day, after all. Professor Glory leaned closer, eyes gleaming. No special treatment. If he wanted to stand above upperclassmen, he'd prove it, with a demonstration. She turned to the class. Their answer was thunderous. Cheers erupted. The students wanted blood. Arthur remained composed, but he knew the truth. This wasn't a fair test. It was a trap, and everyone knew it. When he asked what she had planned, Professor Glory answered with a grin that promised chaos. She suggested starting the semester with something fun. Her version of fun included words like war and conquest. Arthur sighed. He couldn't understand how anyone could say that so casually. Then Curtis raised his hand, proposing a team mock battle. The disciplinary committee, himself, Claire, and Arthur, would fight together. Claire immediately supported the idea, calling it good practice for teamwork. Professor Glory considered it, then nodded. That's when Clive Graves stepped forward. The vice president of the student council volunteered to lead the opposing team, and casually suggested Princess Tessia join him. Tessia stiffened, clearly not expecting to be thrown into the spotlight. Claire, on the other hand, laughed, calling the matchup interesting. Student council versus disciplinary committee. Still, 2 against 3 wasn't fair. Before the words even settled, Lucas Weick stepped forward. He volunteered to even the odds. Professor Glory welcomed him with open enthusiasm, calling him another genius freshman and declaring it the perfect opportunity to evaluate his abilities. With a wave of her hand, the teams were decided. She ordered all 6 of them to prepare. As they moved toward the equipment racks, Lucas deliberately slammed his shoulder into Arthur. He didn't apologize. He just glared, eyes burning with resentment. Lucas finally snapped, accusing Arthur outright of stealing the spot that should have been his on the disciplinary committee. The words were loaded with bitterness, his pride bleeding through every syllable. Arthur didn't even blink. Cold and unmoved, he answered simply, "Something that was never yours can't be stolen." The response hit harder than any insult. Before Lucas could fire back, Claire slipped in with her usual grin, though there was steel behind it. She warned them that representing the disciplinary committee meant more than personal grudges. Any embarrassment would be punished, and if anyone dragged the team down, she promised to make their future training sessions a living nightmare. Clive and Lucas said nothing after that. They moved away in silence, methodically preparing their weapons and armor, refusing to so much as glance in Arthur's direction. The air between the two teams grew heavy, suffocating, as if the battle had already begun. Arthur focused on tightening the straps of his gear when Tessia stepped closer to help. He glanced at her, half amused, and quietly asked if it was really proper for a princess to be assisting him like this. She answered by yanking a strap tight, hard. The sudden pull dragged his arm toward her. Arthur winced, then leaned in slightly, lowering his voice. There was no need for her to be so formal around him. No one else was close enough to hear. Tessia's eyes flickered. Frustration slipped through her carefully maintained composure as she confessed how much she hated pretending they didn't know each other. Arthur met her gaze, calm and steady. She didn't have to pretend. That caught her off guard. Hesitating, she explained that Master Cynthia had warned her. Arthur was trying to stay unnoticed. That was why she'd kept her distance, no matter how much it hurt. A faint, ironic smile crossed Arthur's face. If staying unnoticed was the goal, he admitted, then he was doing a terrible job. Still, as long as certain truths remained hidden, the attention didn't really matter. Tessia started to respond, her thoughts finally aligning. Then realization struck. Her mana sense couldn't find his water attribute anymore. Before the words could leave her mouth, Arthur's hand gently covered it. He leaned in, his voice barely a whisper. Those things, his bond, his true core level, the full extent of his strength, were still secrets. But that didn't mean she had to erase him from her life. After a moment, he pulled back. Tessia's face burned red. She shoved him lightly, muttering that he was standing far too close. Before either of them could continue, a thunderous voice echoed from above. "Professor Glory!" She barked at them to stop chatting with the enemy, reminding everyone that the match was about to begin. Arthur straightened and met Tessia's eyes once more. He said he was looking forward to seeing how much she'd grown since their last training session. Her answer was immediate, sharp, resolute. She wouldn't hold back. Moments later, Professor Glory addressed them all, her tone crisp and absolute as she laid out the rules. The mock battle would last 30 minutes, followed by a full evaluation. But to balance the teams, there would be a twist, because Curtis and Claire Claire had superior foundational training, and Arthur was, well, Arthur. The disciplinary committee would be handicapped. Arthur would serve as the king. If he fell, the match ended instantly. The gear they wore wasn't ceremonial either. Crafted by artificers, it tracked damage precisely. Once a critical threshold was reached, it would emit a piercing warning. Anyone foolish enough to continue fighting past that point would be banned from the class or expelled entirely, and the gear wouldn't protect them. Mana defense was mandatory. Relying on equipment alone could get someone seriously injured. When Professor Glory finally shouted the start, the battlefield exploded into motion. Claire lunged toward Clive, her blade igniting in roaring flames. Sparks trailed every swing as she attacked with ruthless precision. At the same time, Curtis charged forward atop Grotter, lance lowered, aiming straight for Tessia. Arthur watched closely. Curtis couldn't overpower her, but he didn't need to. Stalling was enough. Ahead of him, Lucas stood waiting, lips curled into a smug sneer. Even after everything at Xyrus, nothing about him had changed. The arrogance was still there, untouched. Arthur accepted the challenge without a word. High above, Professor Glory observed silently, eyes gleaming with expectation. Arthur drew in his mana. Wind twisted. Earth responded. Power coiled around him as he released a sliver of killing intent. The battlefield froze. Pressure slammed into everyone present. Tessia alone recognized it and exhaled softly. She knew what was coming. The wind screamed as Arthur grabbed Dawn's ballad and launched forward. The ground shattered beneath his feet. In a blink, he was on Lucas. Lucas staggered back, confidence cracking into panic as he hurriedly began chanting. Flames erupted as Inferno's cage formed, fiery orbs circling them before sealing into a blazing dome. With forced bravado, Lucas activated the spell. The orbs erupted. Fire bullets tore through the air from every angle, turning the space into a storm of destruction. Advancing should have been impossible. Arthur didn't slow down. He slipped between the flames, dodging with inhuman precision, blocking only when necessary, never stopping, never retreating. He kept moving forward. Everything blurred into motion. Instinct, speed, and control fused into something primal as Arthur weaved through the inferno, surviving on reflex alone. Inside the blazing cage, Lucas laughed, mocking him for nothing more than dodging, for dancing instead of fighting. Sylvie's voice cut through the chaos inside Arthur's mind, tight with concern. She could feel his frustration, the pressure grinding against him, and asked if he was all right. He answered calmly, focus locked in place. Then he asked about the others. Her response came quickly. Tessia was dominating Curtis. Claire had already gained the upper hand against Clive. Arthur acknowledged it without hesitation and told her to alert him if anything felt off. Another wave of fire descended. Arthur slammed his foot into the ground. Jagged pillars of stone exploded upward, forming crude shields that absorbed the brunt of the flames. Even so, the heat was merciless. Lucas's Inferno's cage pulsed like a living thing, filling the space with relentless bursts of fire from every angle, leaving no safe ground. Arthur assessed the battlefield in seconds. Lucas's mana pool had grown massively since his adventurer days, and without access to fire or water mana, Arthur was at a clear disadvantage. The oppressive heat gnawed at his stamina, while his wind and earth elements struggled to keep pace. Even his superior movement wasn't enough to close the distance. Lucas had engineered the perfect battlefield, one designed to crush opponents through sheer pressure and attrition. Watching Arthur dodge again and again, Lucas sneered, hurling insults through the flames. Arthur ignored them. He forced his breathing steady. Reacting wasn't enough anymore. Every counterattack, wind blades, earthen spikes, was shut down before it could gain momentum. The fire never relented. Lucas laughed again, mocking Arthur for being dead weight, saying he was glad Arthur hadn't joined the disciplinary committee. Otherwise, Lucas joked, he might have had to quit school just to avoid having such an incompetent teammate. Arthur shut it out. He slowed his thoughts, digging beneath the frustration. This wasn't just Lucas provoking him. It was his own limitation staring him in the face. Wind magic wasn't just movement. It wasn't just pushing and pulling invisible currents. What if he went deeper? What if, instead of manipulating air as a whole, he controlled the particles themselves? Arthur's eyes sharpened. Fire needed oxygen. Without it, flames couldn't exist. If he could manipulate the air, strip the oxygen away, then this cage, this blazing prison, would become nothing more than empty heat. Lucas laughed again, mistaking Arthur's subtle shift for retreat. The realization hit hard. If he removed the oxygen, the fire wouldn't touch him, but neither would he be able to breathe. A dangerous gamble. One mistake, and he'd suffocate before Lucas ever could. A faint smile crept across Arthur's face. This was why he'd come to Xyrus Academy, not just to fight, but to understand, to push past what he thought was possible. High above the battlefield, Professor Glory watched in silence, arms crossed as the wind tugged at her cloak. From her vantage point, the raging flames below were impossible to miss. Inferno's cage burned brilliantly. Lucas's signature domain spell, unleashed with frightening proficiency. She had heard of his talent, but seeing it firsthand was different. For someone so young, Lucas's control and casting speed were extraordinary. His mana pulsed with power rivaling a silver core mage. The world of magic was changing, she realized. Talents like his were rising fast, fast enough to leave veterans behind. But her gaze drifted from the fire to the boy standing inside it. The moment Arthur had charged straight through the flames, a strange chill had crawled down her spine. Not fear, awe. Unlike Lucas, Arthur lacked flashy spells or overwhelming variety. As a dual-element mage, his arsenal was still limited, yet every movement he made was deliberate, fluid, precise beyond his years. Something about him was different. Professor Glory narrowed her eyes. The wind and earth around Arthur weren't being forced into obedience. They were responding to him, curving, shifting, moving as if drawn by instinct rather than command. He wasn't dominating mana, he was moving with it. For someone his age, that kind of harmony was unnatural. It made her wonder what kind of life Arthur Leywin had lived to achieve such control. Then she noticed it. Arthur wasn't breathing. Fireballs began to land. His dodging had slowed, and though mana shielded him, his artificer gear was dangerously close to triggering. Moments ago, he'd been evading effortlessly. Yet now he wasn't retreating or reinforcing his defenses. That's when it clicked. Professor Glory leaned forward, eyes widening. Arthur wasn't enduring the flames. He was learning from them. He wasn't using wind magic. Not really. He was experimenting with direct air manipulation, something far more complex and far more dangerous. Few mages even attempted it. Manipulating air at that level required flawless control and absolute focus. It wasn't ethics that stopped mages from stealing the air from their enemies' lungs. It was impossibility. Controlling the air around a living, moving target, let alone in the middle of combat, was something most wouldn't even dare to try. That was why most mages relied on their own bodies or a fixed anchor point when attempting such manipulation. Anything else was madness. Watching him, Professor Glory felt a quiet smile form. Surrounded by roaring flames, pressed to the brink of collapse, Arthur Leywin wasn't panicking. He was learning. In the heart of danger, he was teaching himself how to bend the air itself. A true little monster. Inside the burning arena, Arthur clenched his jaw as his lungs screamed in protest. He carved out a razor-thin layer of air around his body, forcing it into an unstable vacuum. The goal was simple: strip the flames of what they needed and scatter them before they touched him. Simple in theory, nightmarish in practice. Every fraction of a second demanded absolute precision. His focus was so intense that sweat soaked into his skin, not from heat, but from strain. His uniform was already fraying, scorched and torn, as each failed attempt punished him further. Across the arena, Lucas Wykes grew impatient. This wasn't how it was supposed to go. His firepower was overwhelming. His attacks were relentless. Any normal student would have collapsed long ago. Yet Arthur still stood. There was no visible wind magic, no defensive spell he could recognize. Yet his flames refused to behave. Confusion crept in. Then frustration, then desperation. Lucas snarled and poured everything into one final gambit. Mana surged violently as he raised his voice and roared, summoning his trump card. From the inferno beside him, something massive took shape. A towering humanoid beast, forged entirely of flame, emerged with a deafening roar. Its presence warped the air, radiating pure destruction. Arthur didn't flinch. If anything, he smiled. That summon told him everything he needed to know. Lucas was running out. Arthur's grin sharpened for just a moment. It was time to end this. Elsewhere on the battlefield, Tessia Earlith glanced toward the blazing arena. A knot twisted in her chest. Arthur was strong. She knew that. But fighting Lucas while restricted to wind and earth, his weakest elements, pushed even him into dangerous territory. She trusted him. Still, the worry lingered. Then motion tore her attention away. Curtis Glader lunged, flames spiraling around his twin blades. The strike came down hard, but Tessia blocked it at the last instant, her staff catching the blow in a shower of sparks. Curtis smirked, clearly enjoying himself. He reminded her sharply that turning her back in a fight, even for a princess, was a mistake. Tessia answered without a word. Her expression hardened as she drew her secondary blade and moved in one fluid motion. The counterstrike forced Curtis to retreat, barely avoiding the edge of her swing. She wasn't finished. Mana surged into her palm as she compressed wind tightly, shaping it with practiced control. With a sharp release, the blast exploded forward. Curtis was struck head-on and hurled through the air like a projectile. Before he could crash, his mana beast, Grotter, leapt in, shielding him at the last second. Then pain struck. Tessia gasped, clutching her abdomen as something twisted deep inside her. Her magic felt wrong, draining unevenly, resisting her control. Unease flickered across her face. Curtis didn't give her time to recover. He mounted Grotter again and barked a command. The ground shook as they charged, mana pooling heavily around them. Tessia felt it instantly. The shift in the air, the density of mana being pulled in. They were preparing something big. She began chanting, her voice steady despite the pain. The ground responded violently. Thick vines erupted upward, weaving together into a living barrier as roots spread outward like a storm. Grotter bounded across the battlefield, narrowly evading the snapping tendrils that tried to bind him. Even so, the pain inside Tessia worsened. Doubt crept in. Had she truly adapted to the Elderwood Guardian's core? She crushed the thought immediately. As student council president, hesitation wasn't an option. She reinforced herself with buffs, forcing her body into motion. Her steps grew sharper, faster, wind mana flowing through every movement. The vines responded instantly, striking with renewed speed and precision. Confidence returned to her gaze. She could still win. Then Curtis roared. Mana gathered violently before him, condensing into a blazing torrent infused with earth attribute power. The beam tore forward with catastrophic force, powerful enough to erase anything in its path. High atop her living platform, Tessia paled. Sweat streamed down her face. She was reaching her limit, and the true danger was only beginning. At that exact moment, a violent surge of mana tore through Arthur. His bond with Sylvie flared. Her voice screamed inside his mind. Tessia was in danger. Arthur turned on instinct. Too late. The Flame Guardian closed in from behind, its burning fist crashing into him with overwhelming force. The impact sent shockwaves through his body as fire swallowed his vision. The battlefield erupted once more. The blow sent Arthur flying. He barely managed to steady himself before lifting his head, and what he saw made his blood run cold. High above the battlefield, Professor Glory was already airborne, riding her bond, Torch, pushing them to full speed toward Tessia and Curtis. Flames tore through the air in her wake, but even at that speed, she wouldn't make it in time. Inside Arthur's mind, Sylvie's voice pierced through again, sharper, tighter, laced with fear. Something was wrong. No, something was very wrong. Tessia was in real danger. Arthur's heart thundered violently in his chest. He tried to breathe, tried to think, but panic clawed at him from every direction. Every instinct screamed the same command. Move, now. Then, without hesitation, he activated the first phase of Sylvia's beast will. The world broke, colors inverted, twisting into strange, unnatural hues as sound vanished completely. The battlefield froze, fire suspended mid-burst, people locked in motionless poses, mana hanging in the air like shattered glass. Arthur had entered that place again, the warped space where time bent only for him. But he knew its flaw. Nothing here could be changed unless he physically carried it with him. And Tessia didn't have time. Arthur launched forward. His body screamed as he forced it beyond its limits, sprinting through a razor-thin path between the burning orbs of Lucas's inferno cage. He shot past Professor Glory, frozen mid-flight atop her bond, but didn't spare her a glance. His mana was nearly gone. Most of it had been burned away trying to master the vacuum barrier, but stopping wasn't an option. Ahead of him, Tessia was falling. The vine beneath her shattered as her strength gave out. Her body went limp, one hand clutching her abdomen as consciousness slipped away. Gravity dragged her toward the battlefield below. And above her, Curtis Glader's attack descended. A massive breath of destruction, compressed mana roaring forward like judgment itself. Arthur's chest tightened painfully. Sylvie had been right. There would be no save from above, no barrier, no shield. Tessia was completely exposed. Fear surged, but Arthur crushed it. He forced his legs to move faster, even as his vision blurred, muscles tearing, breath ripping through his chest like broken glass. At the very edge of his endurance, he leapt from a collapsing vine. He threw himself forward. Arthur wrapped his body around Tessia midair, pulling her tightly against him as the world rushed back into motion. With the last scraps of mana left in his core, he forced a barrier into existence around them both. He already knew this was going to hurt. The first phase released. Color slammed back into reality. So did the pain. A white-hot agony exploded across Arthur's back as Curtis's attack collided. His body convulsed violently, nerves screaming as his consciousness fractured. Before a sound could leave his throat, darkness swallowed him whole. The last thing he heard was a sharp, piercing whine, his gear activating. From the sky, Professor Glory watched in horror as Curtis's attack, World Howl, consumed everything ahead of her. The beam roared, tearing through the battlefield with merciless force. A scream tore from her lips. She leapt from Torch and rushed forward, heart pounding, mind racing. Seconds stretched into eternity. When the light finally faded, the battlefield reappeared. Professor Glory froze. Arthur was there, unconscious, his body wrapped protectively around Tessia's limp form, alive. No one had expected him to be there, especially not her. She stood stunned, words caught in her throat. Nearby, Curtis staggered back, his face drained of color. He stammered incoherently, panic and guilt crashing over him all at once. He hadn't known Tessia would collapse. He hadn't meant for any of this. Professor Glory snapped out of it. Orders flew from her lips. Pagal, get the team ready. Pan, assess the damage immediately. But even as she took control, her thoughts spiraled. Moments ago, Arthur had been trapped inside Inferno's cage with Lucas. There was no spell, no technique that should have allowed him to cross that distance. Not that fast, not like this. And yet, Arthur Leywin had done the impossible. Again, Arthur woke with a violent jolt of pain tearing through his side. Every inch of his body screamed in protest, as though his nerves had been ripped apart and crudely stitched back together. His vision swam, blurry and unfocused, until the haze finally cleared, and he realized something warm and heavy was pressing against his chest. Sylvie, the small dragon beast, sat squarely atop him, her golden eyes locked onto his face. She didn't need words. Her presence alone radiated scolding, worry, and restrained fury. as if she were silently yelling at him for yet another reckless decision. Guilt settled heavily in Arthur's chest. Sylvie had always been there, his anchor, his partner, his constant. He knew he had pushed himself too far. Again, closing his eyes, he offered a quiet promise in his mind. He wouldn't leave her. Not like this. Not ever. Her concern mattered more to him than the pain tearing through his body. A knock echoed through the room. The door creaked open, and director Cynthia Goodsky stepped inside. Her sharp eyes narrowed the moment they landed on Arthur, then softened with subtle relief. She hadn't expected him to wake so soon. Yet there he was. She approached the bed, studying him carefully. He was clearly in agony, but his eyes were alert. His will hadn't broken. That alone seemed to satisfy her. Arthur didn't waste time. "Tessia?" he asked. Cynthia's expression shifted, the weight of her thoughts unmistakable. She explained that Tessia was in better condition than him, for now, but the danger hadn't passed. Her body was struggling against the beast will within her. Arthur understood immediately. The signs were unmistakable, because he was the one who had given it to her. Frustration twisted in his chest. He wanted to help, to guide her through the assimilation, but his body was in no condition to do anything. His mana reserves were nearly empty, and his injuries were severe. Cynthia stepped closer, her voice carrying quiet remorse. She admitted the truth. She had kept Tessia's beast will a secret, even from Professor Glory. Tessia had reached the most dangerous phase of assimilation without proper supervision. If Cynthia had spoken sooner, much of this suffering might have been avoided. She thanked Arthur, her gratitude heavy and sincere. He had risked everything, nearly lost his life, to save her disciple. Arthur listened, then slowly sank back into the bed, brushing off the weight of her words. Cynthia informed him that both the royal family and his own had already been contacted. They would arrive soon. Until then, she urged him to rest. Arthur nodded faintly and thanked her. Outside the room, Tessia stood quietly. When Cynthia noticed her hesitation, she gently asked if she wanted to go inside. Tessia shook her head, her voice low and unsteady. She wasn't ready. Not yet. Facing Arthur felt overwhelming. Besides, he needed rest more than anything. Cynthia smiled knowingly and gave her a small wink. Perhaps some desserts would help, she suggested lightly. A little sugar might give her the courage she needed. Time passed. Arthur drifted back into sleep. When he woke again, the pain was still there, but something warmer filled the room. Familiar faces emerged through the haze. His mother, Alice, sat beside him, her expression overflowing with relief as she spoke softly. Grateful he was finally awake. Arthur turned his head carefully. Ellie leaned in from the other side of the bed and immediately blurted out how awful he looked. He chuckled despite the pain and fired back with his usual sarcasm. Their father, Reginald, stood nearby, grinning as he pointed out that Ellie had cried more than anyone. More than Alice, even. Ellie exploded in embarrassment, furiously scolding him for exposing her. Alice smiled, but the worry in her eyes never faded. She questioned how her son had managed to get himself so badly injured on the very first day of school. Reynolds added his own theory with mock seriousness, suggesting Arthur had already picked fights at the academy. Arthur smirked faintly. They should have seen the other guy. Laughter filled the room. Everyone laughed, except Alice. Her mind spiraled instantly. What had he done this time? Had he seriously injured another child? Killed someone? Burned remains? Furious nobles? Political fallout? Escape plans formed in seconds? Hiding underground? Living among dwarves? She could work as a healer. But Ellie? What kind of future would Ellie have? Before the panic could fully take hold, the door opened again. Director Cynthia returned. She wasn't alone. The entire Elenoir family entered behind her, with Tessia at their side. Reynolds stiffened in shock. Alice gasped softly. Both parents bowed deeply in respect. King Alduin placed a gentle hand on Reynolds' shoulder, humbly insisting the honor was his. Arthur had saved their daughter, not once, but twice. Queen Marielle followed with a warm smile, saying this meeting was long overdue. Introductions followed. Alduin gestured to the older elf beside him, his father, the former king of Elenoir. Then to the young elf girl standing nervously nearby, their daughter. Tessia stepped forward and introduced herself quietly as Arthur's friend. Alice and Reynolds exchanged knowing looks, sharing a silent, amused understanding. Arthur watched from the bed, unease creeping in. They're definitely misunderstanding something. Alice approached Tessia and gently took her hand, smiling warmly. She said it was a joy to finally meet the girl Arthur had spoken so much about. Tessia's eyes widened in surprise. He talked about me? Alice nodded enthusiastically, saying how grateful she was that Arthur had someone so responsible beside him. Then she leaned closer and softly added that it was comforting, not just now, but for the future as well. Tessia's face turned bright red. Before she could recover, Varai, former king of Elenoir, addressed Arthur calmly, asking how he was feeling. Arthur lay there, barely keeping up with the overwhelming energy filling the room. With a tired breath, he admitted that what worried him most wasn't his condition, but whatever it looked like, everyone was planning around him. Varian let out a hearty chuckle, waving off the concern. Arthur had nothing to fear, he said. At worst, he might just end up becoming Varian's grandson-in-law. The words landed like a mana blast. Tessia froze, her face igniting as she immediately looked down, mortified beyond words. In a small, apologetic voice, she began to apologize. She admitted she had tried to stop her family from visiting and blamed herself for Arthur ending up confined to a hospital bed in the first place. Arthur laughed softly, shaking his head. He brushed aside her guilt with ease, telling her he didn't mind at all. If anything, he liked how alive the room felt now. Ellie, meanwhile, watched Tessia closely. With the sharp curiosity of a younger sister and the confidence of someone who knew her brother well, she openly assessed the girl Arthur had nearly died saving. Tessia noticed her gaze and quickly realized who she was. Smiling gently, she complimented Ellie, saying she looked even prettier than she had imagined. Ellie gave a short, appreciative response. Arthur, sensing where this was going, cut in quickly. He reminded Ellie that Tessia was the one who had given her the bow she received for her birthday. Ellie blinked, caught off guard, then muttered a casual thank you. Tessia smiled warmly, saying she was glad Ellie liked it. Then, completely serious, Ellie turned to Arthur. So, she asked bluntly, who's prettier, me or her? Arthur didn't even hesitate. He smirked and called both of them ugly. The room erupted. Both girls immediately snapped at him, warning that the only reason he was still alive was because he was injured. Deciding it was best to retreat, Arthur quickly changed the subject and turned to Varian, asking about Tessia's mana core. Was everything progressing smoothly? Varian nodded, explaining that Tessia's body appeared far more compatible with the beast core than Arthur's had been at the same stage. Then, lowering his voice, the old elf leaned in and asked the real question: how Arthur had even managed to obtain an Elderwood Guardian's core in the first place. Arthur smiled tiredly. I killed it. Varian's eyes widened, his composed expression shattering into pure disbelief. Before he could say anything else, Director Goodsky cleared her throat sharply, cutting the conversation short. She reminded everyone that Tessia's assimilation still required monitoring, and that the room had already exceeded its allowed capacity. More visitors were waiting outside. Reluctantly, both families departed together, leaving Arthur with a moment of quiet. It didn't last long. Visitors came and went throughout the afternoon, some demanding answers about the mission, others simply checking on his condition. Professor Glory practically leaned over him, eyes blazing with curiosity, desperate to know how Arthur had pulled everything off. Gideon arrived next, holding a potion and insisting Arthur drink it. Suspicious but exhausted, Arthur complied. Before leaving, Gideon casually dropped a bomb. He told Arthur to visit his personal training room once he recovered. Arthur stared at him, stunned. How did he even know about that place? Gideon explained that Director Goodsky had contacted him and requested special training artifacts for Arthur. And yes, he had already built them. Arthur grew even more suspicious and asked the obvious question. Did you really do all that for free? Gideon only smiled slyly and reminded Arthur that he now owed him. Once alone, Arthur slumped back into the bed, sore, drained, but undeniably grateful to still be alive. Footsteps approached again. Assuming Gideon had returned to demand payment, Arthur frowned until the door opened and Tessia stepped inside instead. She moved quietly toward the bed. Arthur asked if her assimilation session was already over. Tessia nodded, explaining that Director Goodsky had stopped it early since she was still recovering. Arthur agreed. It was the right call. He asked about her mana core, whether she'd felt pain again or that crushing pressure. Tessia let out a small laugh. Arthur frowned, confused, and asked what was funny. She smiled softly and told him it was just like him, worrying about her after nearly dying himself. Arthur laughed quietly in return. She wasn't wrong. The moment reminded her of long ago, when he had saved her from bandits. Arthur tried to sit up, remarking on how far they'd come since then, but pain tore through him instantly. He winced. Tessia rushed closer, panic flashing across her face, but Arthur reassured her. He told her not to worry so much. He'd be fine. She nodded, then fell silent. After a moment, Tessia spoke again. She said she still needed to apologize. Arthur immediately stopped her, reminding her, again, that she had nothing to apologize for. He had made his choice, but Tessia shook her head. That wasn't what she meant. Her voice softened as she admitted she was sorry for something else, for taking advantage of him like this. Before Arthur could respond, she leaned in and kissed him. It was brief, but it carried everything she hadn't been able to say. Then she turned and ran. Arthur lay there, frozen, more stunned than he had been when he first woke up. Outside, Tessia's heart pounded louder than her footsteps. Her face burned as realization fully set in. She had just kissed Arthur, her first kiss. Questions flooded her mind. Had she done it right? Had she looked awkward? Did Arthur like it? Stopping by a window, she stared at her reflection, nervously trying to replay the moment, only to grow even more embarrassed. She let out a quiet groan and gently bumped her forehead against the glass. What if she'd gone too far? What if Arthur thought she was improper, too forward? Panic twisted in her chest. For a moment, she almost ran back, ready to pretend it had all been a misunderstanding. But she stopped herself. No, she had done the right thing. Arthur would never make the first move. He was always so composed, so mature, like she was still just a little girl in his eyes. If she had waited for him, nothing would ever change. That thought anchored Tessia's racing heart as she forced herself to breathe. This was her choice. And if Arthur didn't feel the same way, then that was his loss. She reminded herself who she was now. Talented, capable, strong, someone others respected, smart, disciplined, and yes, attractive. If Arthur still couldn't see her as she was today, then he didn't deserve her. One last glance toward his room, Tessia turned away. She walked toward her dorm, her mind spinning, heart pounding, every step lighter and heavier all at once. Back in the hospital room, Arthur lay frozen, staring at the ceiling. He had just been kissed by Tessia Erlith, or rather, she had kissed him. The realization detonated in his head. She was 13, he was 12. His thoughts immediately spiraled into panic. Was that allowed? Was this illegal? Was he about to be arrested by the universe itself? He squeezed his eyes shut, forcing himself to breathe. It had been innocent. Just a brief kiss, nothing more. Still, the guilt lingered. She had completely blindsided him. He hadn't done anything. She'd leaned in while he was still stuck in bed, half broken and barely recovered. And yet, a small, reluctant smile tugged at his lips. Tessia really was sharp. She always knew exactly when to act. Realizing where his thoughts were drifting, Arthur slapped his cheeks hard, muttering curses under his breath. His body burned with pain, but his mind was far worse, caught in a storm of confusion, warmth, and an unfamiliar curiosity he didn't know how to process. Eventually, exhaustion won. Arthur drifted into sleep, unsure of what came next between them, only certain that things would never go back to the way they were. The days that followed passed quietly. Visitors came and went, checking on Arthur's condition as he recovered. Before long, only 2 days remained before classes resumed, and the academy buzzed with rumors. Whispers spread through the halls. A first-year student was supposedly becoming a professor. Some claimed he'd earned the position by defeating an instructor in a duel. Others joked that if they beat him, they'd get promoted too. Skepticism and curiosity collided, and the gossip only grew louder. Arthur walked through the academy halls alongside Cynthia and Gideon. His body was still adjusting, but his steps were steady. Cynthia mentioned that tomorrow would be his first official day teaching, and asked if he'd prepared anything. Arthur answered honestly. He'd only been discharged the day before. Preparation had been minimal. Still, he wasn't worried. His thoughts drifted elsewhere. He asked about Tessia's assimilation. Cynthia smirked and teased that if he was that concerned, he could always visit her himself. Arthur felt a faint warmth rise to his face, though he kept his expression neutral. Cynthia continued, explaining that Tessia's progress was steady under Varian's guidance, but that Varian would soon be returning to Elenoir. Arthur asked if Cynthia would take over after that, but before she could answer, they arrived, and Gideon changed instantly. The man who had complained non-stop suddenly radiated excitement. Cynthia raised an eyebrow, amused by the shift. Gideon grinned and declared that he'd turned the task into a challenge, his personal mission to finally leave Arthur speechless. Cynthia had only requested a few sturdy training artifacts. Gideon had done far more than that. When he pushed open the door, even Arthur paused. The room had been transformed into a vast open space, but at its center stood something towering. A massive humanoid construct gleamed under the lights, its frame polished and imposing. Arthur scanned the room, impressed. Gideon scoffed and pointed. Not the room. That. Cynthia stepped closer, sensing dense waves of mana rolling through the air. She asked what exactly it was. Gideon practically vibrated with pride. It wasn't a dummy. It was his most advanced creation yet, a training operator capable of handling spells from mid-tier silver mages. He called it Toby, Training Operator Blast Inductor. Its runes and mana flow were calibrated to match a dark orange core beast, and at its current setting, its strength rivaled a yellow core human. Its body, solid malagorite iron, far tougher than its displayed power. Before Gideon could finish, Arthur stepped forward. He gathered mana into his fist and drove a single controlled punch straight into the construct's chest. Metal screamed. The blow punched clean through Toby's core. The massive machine toppled backward and crashed to the floor, shaking the room. Silence. Arthur glanced at the wreckage and spoke calmly. "We'll need to raise its level." Gideon stood frozen, mouth hanging open. Then he grinned. Without hesitation, he activated more artifacts. One by one, additional Tobys powered up, flooding the room with mechanical movement. Arthur's expression didn't change. He calmly activated all 4 elemental affinities. Mana surged around him as the constructs rushed forward in perfect synchronization. Arthur welcomed them head-on. With Dawn's ballad gleaming in his grip, he exploded forward. The distance vanished in a blink. His blade drove clean through the first Toby's chest, the force of the strike launching the construct backward like a discarded toy. The second Toby reacted instantly. Fire ignited along Dawn's ballad. The flaming arc slammed into the second Toby, sending it skidding across the floor in a screech of metal. Still not enough. The machine stabilized and charged, its punch coming down like a falling hammer. Arthur ducked under it, seized the construct's arm, and with raw strength, reinforced by mana, drove it straight into the ground. The impact thundered through the room. With both constructs motionless, Arthur reached down, snapped one Toby's arm off casually, and tossed it aside, as if proving a point. From the sidelines, Elijah winced, watching the machines get dismantled so effortlessly, almost hurt to witness. Gideon, however, narrowed his eyes. He scoffed, clearly unconvinced. Was Arthur really injured? Or was this some elaborate act between him and director Cynthia Goodsky? Arthur brushed it off, casually remarking that his footwork had been sloppy, subtly hinting he wasn't at full strength. Gideon snorted, said it looked less like recovery and more like a performance fit for royalty. Still, curiosity won. What would you change? Gideon asked. Arthur didn't hesitate. The joints, he said simply. They're the weakest points. Reinforce them. He continued, noting that while Toby was built to counter mages, it lacked offensive elemental magic, an enormous flaw in real combat. Gideon frowned. He reminded Arthur that these constructs were meant for augmenters, not whatever Arthur was. Anything else? Arthur nodded. The mana reinforcement system. Everyone leaned in. Right now, Toby projected a single uniform mana layer, fast and efficient, but predictable. Arthur proposed a segmented design instead. Interconnected plates of mana that could shift and repair independently. Break one section, and the rest remain intact. Less mana loss. Faster recovery. Silence followed. Every eye locked onto Arthur. He blinked, confused by their reactions. Gideon finally broke it, staring at him like he'd just rewritten the laws of magic. You're telling me you can control a mana barrier like that? Cynthia was already several steps ahead. The idea was revolutionary. A flexible, modular mana shield, far superior to the traditional full-body shroud. It might take longer to deploy, but the tactical advantages were undeniable. Decision made. She thanked Arthur quickly and left at once, intent on presenting the concept to the Mages Guild. Once she was gone, Gideon leaned in close, half joking, half serious, trying to see if Arthur was hiding any more world-shaking ideas. Elijah interrupted, reminding Arthur that he'd be late for his first class. Exactly 1 week had passed since his injury, and it showed. With a walking stick in hand, Arthur moved carefully down the hall, wobbling slightly with each step. Regret tugged at him. Fighting 2 Tobys while still healing hadn't been smart. Sylvie tried to reassure him. Then his cane slipped. Arthur stumbled and instinctively grabbed someone's shoulder. He looked up. Kathleen. Without a word, she wrapped an arm around his waist, steady and firm. No hesitation, no questions, just support. You should have rested more, she said calmly. Arthur flushed slightly but said nothing, allowing her to help him the rest of the way. As they reached the classroom, voices spilled out. The new professor's coming today. No way that rumor's real. Anyone's better than Geist. Don't jinx it. Someone pointed at Arthur, recognizing him as the disciplinary committee officer who defeated Geist. Then they noticed the limp. The chatter exploded. Arthur stepped inside. A wave of murmurs washed over the room as every student turned toward him. His gaze swept across the class and landed on Fairith. Their eyes met. Fairith smirked inwardly, acknowledging Arthur as a rival once more. Somehow he always made an entrance. Then realization hit Arthur like a punch. Kathleen was royalty. Damn it. Carefully, he stepped away and thanked her. As Kathleen returned to her seat, the room fell into stunned silence. Not just because she was a princess, but because of what they'd all just witnessed. Arthur stood alone at the podium. Every eye was on him. He introduced himself calmly, a disciplinary committee member, the only son of 2 accomplished mages, a brother, and now their professor. For a heartbeat, nothing happened. Then the room erupted. Laughter, protests, confused shouts. The shock had finally landed. A second year finally snapped. This has to be a joke, he shouted from the back. A first year followed immediately, voice sharp with indignation. Why is he our professor? Who does he think he is? Arthur stood at the podium, expression calm, unreadable. Inside, he sighed. This wouldn't be happening if Cynthia had bothered with a formal introduction. Then again, knowing Director Goodsky, she'd probably planned this. Toss him into the fire and see who burned first. The classroom buzzed with disbelief. Then, bam, a student leapt down from his seat, landing hard on the platform. The impact cracked through the noise like a hammer strike. Every head turned. Arthur narrowed his eyes. The boy strutted forward, arrogance written across his face, a smug grin daring someone to stop him. So that's it? The student scoffed. Beat up Professor Geist, and suddenly you're qualified to teach? Guess becoming a professor's easier than I thought. Some students shifted uncomfortably. They were already tired of drama. Others leaned forward eagerly that they wanted a show. Arthur exhaled once. Then he spoke a single word. Mana erupted, not violently, but absolutely. The air thickened. Pressure slammed down like an invisible mountain. The arrogant student's knees buckled instantly. He hit the floor hard, the stage shuddering beneath him. Silence. Total, crushing silence. Arthur limped forward, every step deliberate. He stopped in front of the wide-eyed student trembling on the ground, then lifted his gaze to the class. Director Goodsky didn't give me paperwork, Arthur said evenly. No ceremony, no announcement. His mana lingered, heavy, suffocating. But I am your professor. He let that sink in. I don't need your approval. However, his eyes sharpened. You do have a choice. Anyone who didn't want to be here could leave. But, Arthur continued, voice firm, if you're wondering how someone young, injured, and limping earned a position at this academy, a faint smile tugged at his lips. Stay and find out. He turned back to the student on the floor. Leave, Arthur said calmly, or return to your seat. The boy didn't hesitate. He scrambled up, face burning, bowing repeatedly as he muttered frantic apologies before bolting back to his desk. Arthur relaxed inwardly. That's enough. No one else would challenge him today. Judging by the stunned faces around him, it looked like he'd have a full class after all. Let's begin, Arthur said, shifting gears smoothly. This is a practical mana manipulation class. He scanned the room. What's the most effective way to utilize mana from the surrounding atmosphere? A hand shot up instantly. A girl with a sharp beak-like nose and a neatly tied ponytail didn't hesitate for a second. Arthur gestured for her to speak. By absorbing ambient mana into the core, she said confidently, where it's condensed, purified, and then used for spells or techniques. Arthur nodded, clearly pleased. Well answered. The girl practically glowed at the approval. Arthur continued. Augmenters rely primarily on the mana stored in their cores, channeling it through their mana pathways to enhance their bodies or weapons. He turned slightly. Conjurers, however, draw mana directly from the atmosphere using mana veins, shaping and commanding it to cast spells. Then he raised another question. If that's the case, why do both types still meditate and absorb ambient mana? The same girl raised her hand again, then paused, thinking. After a moment, she answered more carefully. Because conjurers still need their own mana to control and guide the ambient mana. Arthur nodded. Correct, he elaborated. Conjurers use internally coded mana already shaped by spell formulas, to instruct ambient mana how to behave. He let his gaze sweep the room. That's why even conjurers must maintain a strong mana core. Then came the real hook. If conjurers use less internal mana than augmenters, is the color or stage of a mana core truly an accurate measure of strength? Whispers spread like wildfire. Students exchanged uncertain looks. Arthur didn't answer. Instead, he changed the game. 6 volunteers, elemental affinities. He pointed. Conjurers on my left, augmenters on my right. Groans followed, but eventually 6 students stepped forward. For this exercise, Arthur said, use the most basic elemental spell you know. No wands for conjurers. He turned to the augmenters. I want elemental manifestation through your fists. Fire users ignited faint embers. Wind users formed swirling currents. Water gathered into flowing layers. Earth condensed into rough stone. The conjurers began chanting softly. Elemental lights flickered before their palms. Augmenters, launch your spells, Arthur ordered. Conjurers, absorb your own. Confusion rippled through the group. Then chaos erupted. Augmenters failed spectacularly. Some swung their arms wildly. Others yelled element names like shouting louder would help. One student literally screamed fire at his fist. Nothing happened. The conjurers weren't faring better. Attempts to absorb their spells backfired. Flames singed sleeves. Water drenched uniforms. Wind knocked students off balance. Arthur watched calmly, letting them fail, because the lesson had only just begun. A few students had already paid the price. Thin cuts marked arms and shoulders where wind or earth mana had slipped out of control. Others nursed bruised hands or damp sleeves, evidence of spells gone wrong. Slowly, frustration replaced confusion. One by one, students stopped trying. They turned toward Arthur, doubt written plainly across their faces. Even Fereth and Catelyn, both seasoned mages, looked unconvinced. Finally, a male augmenter stepped forward, unable to hold back any longer. This is pointless, he said flatly. Only high-level augmenters can cast spells at range. An elven girl joined in, her hand visibly swollen. And why would a conjurer ever try to absorb their own spell? It makes no sense. Arthur listened without interruption. Then, without a word, he raised one hand. Mana flowed. The air shifted as a controlled gust of wind gathered tightly around his palm. With a sharp flick of his wrist, Arthur released it. The wind blast surged forward, slicing cleanly through the space between the two groups with a powerful whoosh. Murmurs broke out. One student scoffed. Anyone can do that once they hit the orange stage. Arthur didn't respond. Instead, he lifted his other arm. This time, the mana compressed, dense, razor-sharp. When he released it, the air screamed. The wind bullet tore across the room and slammed into the far wall. Crack. Stone fractured inward, debris scattering as a small crater formed where the spell struck. The echo rang through the hall, leaving the room deathly quiet. Arthur turned back to the class. Very few augmenters at the orange stage can do that, he said calmly. He paused, letting the silence settle. And while I can't safely demonstrate what happens when a conjurer successfully absorbs their own spell, his eyes sharpened. I promise you, mastering it will benefit every one of you. His gaze swept the room. Those who want to improve, Arthur said firmly. Step forward, try again. With that, he gave a small wave and exited the training hall. For a heartbeat, the room was silent. Then excitement erupted. Students buzzed with chatter, energy renewed, spirits lifted, even among those who had failed. It was exactly the impact Arthur had hoped for. Outside, Arthur lowered himself onto a wooden bench and let out a quiet sigh. The afternoon breeze brushed against his face as he watched Sylvie chase a butterfly across the grass. He smiled faintly, ended a bit early. Then again, that was one of the perks of being a professor. Leaning back, Arthur spoke aloud, amused by his newfound freedom. He could end a class whenever he felt it was right. As he watched Sylvie bounding happily, soft footsteps pulled him from the moment. Princess Kathleen approached from his right. Without speaking, she placed a clean handkerchief over the bench before sitting beside him. Arthur felt a flicker of nervousness. No matter how familiar she was, her calm, composed presence always kept him on edge. She broke the silence first, offering a brief compliment about his lesson. Arthur thanked her, unsure what else to say. The quiet stretched. Just as he began to relax, Kathleen leaned slightly closer. "Arthur," she said softly. He turned to her, attentive and confused. Her voice lowered, hesitant now. "There's something I've been meaning to tell you." Arthur's thoughts exploded. For one absurd second, his mind raced into impossible territory. A confession? Another noble girl? Would this start a political incident between kingdoms? Before he could spiral further, Kathleen stood and bowed deeply. "I'm sorry," she said earnestly. "Not just for myself, but for my family." She spoke of Sebastian, of the auction house, of her father's actions, of her brother's mistakes, both past and recent. She carried the weight of it all, but midway through her apology, she froze. Arthur was pinching his own cheeks. "What are you doing?" she asked, bewildered. Arthur replied casually, "Humbling myself." He was genuinely surprised she was still troubled by something that had happened over 4 years ago. Kathleen shook her head. She couldn't forget that day. As much as she admired her father, his actions had disappointed her deeply. Arthur waved it off. "You don't need to apologize for other people's choices," he said. "That burden isn't yours." "Still," Kathleen insisted, especially now, because she considered Arthur a friend. She added, almost shyly, that her brother once told her even small physical gestures, skinship, were signs of friendship. Arthur acknowledged it simply. But inside Kathleen's mind, everything churned. She had spent her life resenting her lineage, her powers, even her appearance, things that stole her freedom. Yet here was someone who had everything, and still carried a warmth that refused to fade. A soft chuckle escaped her lips. Arthur blinked and leaned slightly closer. "Did you just laugh?" Embarrassed, Kathleen turned away. To change the subject, she brought up his lesson, specifically why the 2 wind bullets had produced such different results. Arthur gasped dramatically. "So that was your real reason for approaching me?" Flustered, Kathleen rushed to deny it, insisting she wasn't scheming, just escaping an awkward conversation. Arthur laughed, calming her immediately. "I'm joking." Then, with a playful wink, he added, "Wouldn't be fair if I gave my brightest student special treatment." As Arthur walked off toward Gideon's class, Kathleen remained seated, watching him go. A soft smile lingered on her face. Without even realizing it, Arthur had brightened her world. Just a little. Later in Gideon's class, the room was quiet until Emily Watson adjusted her thick glasses and leaned toward Arthur. "Are you okay?" she whispered. "I heard you got hurt on your first day." Just as Emily finished speaking, a piece of chalk suddenly whipped across the room and vanished into her mass of curly hair. The silence shattered. Gideon's sharp glare cut through the class. Clearly unimpressed, he called on Emily without mercy, demanding she explain the primary components of a basic light-producing artifact. Emily didn't hesitate. She launched straight into a detailed explanation, describing the foundation crystal known as fluorinite. She was just getting started when Gideon cut her off. "Keep it short." The lesson ended soon after, but not before Gideon dropped a final task on the class, a mini-project. Each student was to construct their own light-producing artifact, or LPA. Arthur groaned internally. Missing the first few days of class already put him behind. And now this. Sensing his frustration, Emily casually leaned over and offered him an easy solution. She mentioned she had made several LPAs earlier just for fun and had them lying around in her dorm. He was welcome to take one. Arthur blinked, surprised. For someone he had only just met as a classmate, her kindness felt genuine and incredibly timely. She had unknowingly lifted a weight off his shoulders. Before he could thank her properly, Elijah rushed into the room. He greeted Arthur quickly, then noticed Emily. After brief introductions, Elijah shook her hand politely, though his attention remained fixed on Arthur. His tone shifted, serious. "Director Goodsky is waiting," he said, signaling with his eyes that it was important. Arthur said his goodbyes, leaving Emily and Elijah to talk as he headed out. His destination was the private training room Director Goodsky had mentioned while he was still in the infirmary, a room with exceptionally high mana density, perfect for intense training. When Arthur stepped inside, he froze. Tessia was already there, seated and deep in meditation. Before anyone could react, Sylvie darted past him, launching herself onto Tessia with excited chirps. Tessia opened her eyes and greeted Arthur warmly, explaining that Director Goodsky had been called away on urgent business moments earlier. Without hesitation, Tessia suggested they begin. Beast assimilation was never simple. It demanded absolute focus, immense stamina, and usually the support of another mage who shared the beast's elemental affinity. But Arthur was different. As a quadra-elemental, he could support Tessia fully. Carefully, he balanced fire, water, earth, and wind, reinforcing Tessia's body as the Elderwood Guardian's will pressed down on her core. Arthur became a living conduit, a refined mana battery, shielding her from the crushing pressure. Time passed in complete silence, broken only by controlled breathing and the hum of mana. Eventually, the energy settled. Sensing it was enough, Arthur called an end to the session. Tessia agreed, thanking him softly. A pause followed. Then quietly, Tessia brought up the kiss. She asked if Arthur had been angry. He admitted he had been surprised, but never mad. Still, she pressed on. She asked why he had grown distant afterward. It wasn't about royal expectations or marriage, she said. She knew she had acted impulsively, but what she wanted was simple, for their bond to grow naturally, honestly, without fear standing between them. Arthur tried to reassure her, saying they had both grown since childhood, that she wasn't the crying crying princess she used to be. But instead of comfort, his words struck a nerve. Tessia's expression tightened, frustration flashing across her face. She had hoped for sincerity, for vulnerability. Instead, Arthur brushed it off, treating her feelings lightly. Her voice rose as she turned away, apologizing for expecting too much. Arthur called out to stop her. She didn't. Her words came sharp and precise, cutting deep. She told him that while he excelled in magic, battle, and strategy, there were things he was terrible at: understanding emotions, expressing feelings, and dealing with people. She said she saw through his false smile, the mask, the distance he kept, and worst of all, how he dismissed her feelings, just like he had done with Lilia. Then she left. Silence swallowed the room. Even the sound of the waterfall outside couldn't fill the void she left behind. Arthur stood frozen, her words echoing in his mind. How did she know about Lilia? Had she overheard them? Or had Lilia told her herself? His fists clenched as his thoughts spiraled. The truth he could never share, that he wasn't just a boy from this world, but someone far older, carrying a past too heavy to explain, pressed down on him. Anger surged. Arthur activated the training dummies, the Tobies, and unleashed everything. Mana-reinforced fists tore through them, blow after blow, raw emotion driving every strike. But the rage didn't erase her words. The final Toby was nearly destroyed when a warning alert flashed. Low mana reserves. Arthur stopped. His body shook, breathing ragged, energy drained. Sylvie finally spoke, reminding him he was still healing and shouldn't push himself like this. Arthur ignored it. His body might have been recovering, but his heart wasn't. As he sat there lost in thought, a knock sounded at the door. He forced himself up and opened it. Professor Glory stood outside, concern clear on her face. Both Arthur and Princess Tessia had missed her class, something that never happened without reason. As she stepped inside, her eyes widened at the destruction around them. Something was clearly very wrong. The training room looked like a battlefield aftermath. Arthur explained calmly that he had been training alone, that Tessia hadn't been with him. Professor Glory studied the damage for a moment longer before letting out a quiet laugh, brushing aside her earlier suspicion. She told him to at least attend his final class of the day, since he'd already skipped the rest. As they walked through the academy halls together, Glory grew uncharacteristically quiet. Inside her mind, concern churned. A private training chamber, one reinforced and restricted for advanced combat, was one thing. But this level of destruction, even within a mana-stabilized space, was alarming. Arthur Leywin carried layers she couldn't peel back, power he didn't display, secrets he didn't share. And the more she observed him, the clearer it became. This boy was far more dangerous than he appeared. Arthur soon reached the classroom he'd been most eager to return to, deviant magic theory. His body ached, drained from both physical exertion and the emotional clash with Tessia. But he entered quietly, composed. Whispers rippled through the room as students stole glances his way. Arthur ignored them. Sylvie sat perched nearby, utterly still, appearing fast asleep. He gently pinched her cheeks. "How can you sleep at a time like this?" Her voice echoed back inside his head, amused. She wasn't sleeping. She was meditating, training her mind. Arthur sighed inwardly. If only growth came that easily for him. "Arthur Leywin." The room settled as Professor Maynor spoke his name. Tall, sharp-eyed, and perpetually curious, the professor welcomed him back, acknowledging his absence due to injury. Arthur offered a respectful apology for missing so many sessions. Maynor smiled. Then, without hesitation, he asked Arthur to explain spell formations. Despite still feeling off balance, Arthur answered smoothly. Spell formations, he explained, were the recombination or alteration of basic spells and abilities, reshaping mana flow to create entirely new effects. His explanation was concise, confident, and precise. Professor Maynor clapped once, pleased. "A solid foundation," he said, using Arthur's response as a springboard into the day's lecture. He began with an unsettling thought experiment. Imagine a world where everyone could read minds, where even fleeting, unwanted thoughts were exposed. Uncomfortable as it sounded, Maynor argued such a world would produce the greatest mages, because survival would demand absolute mastery over one's own mind. Then came the real question. Why do some augmenters and conjurers chant spell, while others don't? A student answered that chanting became unnecessary once a spell was mastered. Maynor shook his head. Too simple. Chanting, he explained, wasn't just about technique. It was psychological. Words guided the mind, shaped intent, suggested how mana should move and behave. Language had power because it focused thought. To prove his point, he offered an awkward yet hilarious example involving an unwanted confession of love, demonstrating how even simple words could provoke powerful emotional responses. Arthur noted quietly how effortlessly Maynor kept the class engaged. Building on that, the professor explained that advanced casters could shorten or completely abandon incantations only after achieving exceptional mental discipline. That was why, he claimed, mind readers would become the strongest mages of all. They'd have no choice but to control every stray thought. With that, he directed the class to their textbooks. highlighting the contrast between how augmenters and conjurers approach spell control. When class finally ended, Arthur left slowly. The halls felt unusually quiet, but the silence did nothing to ease the storm in his head. Tessia's words replayed again and again, each repetition cutting deeper. Why did it hurt so much? Sylvie answered before he could. Because it was true. Arthur didn't respond aloud, but he felt the truth settle heavily in his chest. He cared about Tessia far more than he wanted to admit, and that realization terrified him. Lost in thought, Arthur barely noticed the group approaching until Sylvie bristled. Lucas wakes. Flanked by Charles and Marcos, Lucas walked with practiced confidence. Charles stepped forward first, wearing a mask of politeness that didn't reach his eyes. Marcos fumbled through a weak excuse about checking on Arthur's well-being, muttering something about how even Xyrus Academy could be dangerous. Arthur smiled faintly and fired back with a casual jab, reminding Charles of the humiliation he'd suffered earlier. It landed perfectly. Charles snapped. Rage twisted his face as he shouted about his ruined reputation, about how Arthur had embarrassed him in front of the entire academy. He surged forward, and Lucas yanked him back. Lucas's patience had finally run dry. His voice rose as he confronted Arthur, accusing him of cowardice for avoiding him since their duel. The bitterness in his tone made it clear. The loss still burned. Then came the real question. How had Arthur escaped Inferno Cage? Lucas demanded answers. Proof. Logic. Anything that could explain how a so-called commoner had beaten him so thoroughly. Arthur tried to diffuse it with humor, casually suggesting there might have been a hole in the ground. It only made things worse. Lucas clenched his teeth, fury boiling over as he pressed closer, his pride screaming for an explanation. Arthur's expression didn't change. He grabbed Lucas's wrist. With a sharp twist, he flung the hand aside. The motion was quick, controlled, and final. Arthur's voice stayed calm, but his meaning was unmistakable. This wasn't how questions were asked, especially not by someone who had already lost. Arthur stepped forward and locked Lucas into a firm headlock, his grip precise and effortless. His voice stayed calm as he reminded Lucas of a simple truth. He didn't owe him a single answer. Not now, not ever. Lucas didn't struggle, and instead he laughed. It was cold, hollow. He claimed he already knew the truth. Arthur had cheated during the duel, used some kind of artifact to pull off the impossible. The accusation scraped against Arthur's patience, that familiar irritation bubbling up again. Lucas never learned. Before Arthur could respond, Marcos suddenly shoved himself into the confrontation, not to stop it, to poison it. His voice shook as he spoke, twisting the situation into something grotesque. He accused Arthur of using tricks not just to impress Tessia, but to seduce Princess Catelyn as writers well. The sheer absurdity made Arthur blink. For half a second, he thought he'd misheard. Then mana began leaking from Marcos. Raw, uncontrolled. The timid mask shattered as Marcos screamed, calling Arthur nothing more than dressed-up trash. Charles noticed instantly. He grabbed Marcos's wrist, panic in his eyes, warning him to stop. His mana was spilling out. Marcos tore free, shouted at Charles to shut up. He didn't care anymore. Charles tried again, desperation creeping into his voice. If Marcos didn't stop, all of them would be punished. Maybe worse. Lucas didn't intervene. He stepped back instead, watched, told them to leave Marcos alone. Marcos straightened, eyes burning with obsession, declaring that Princess Catelyn deserved better. Someone pure, someone of noble human blood, someone like him. Arthur's expression hardened. He finally spoke, voice steady but stripped of humor. He wasn't seducing anyone, and who Catelyn chose, or didn't, was none of Marcos's business. Marcos snapped. He screamed that it was Princess Catelyn, not just Catelyn, that she felt the same way, that he knew she did. His voice cracked as he pointed to a single moment when she had picked up his handkerchief as proof of her love. Lucas watched the meltdown with a twisted amusement. Marcos had lost his mind, and Lucas was enjoying every second of it. Marcos continued ranting, claiming someone had told him he was chosen. His words trembled, heavy with obsession. Sylvie growled low, sensing it instantly. Arthur felt it too. The mana leaking from Marcos wasn't normal. It was feral, dangerous. Then Marcos froze. His eyes snapped to Arthur, and something terrifying settled into them. Clarity, twisted certainty. Arthur was the obstacle. Marcos stomped the ground and launched himself into the air, fist pulled back, killing intent, screaming through his mana. Time slowed. Arthur caught Sylvie from the corner of his eye, crouched, ready to strike. Marcos came down like a meteor. Arthur moved. He slipped to the side, caught Marcos's arm mid-swing, and twisted sharply. Using the momentum, he redirected the punch straight into the floor. Marcos slammed down. Stone shattered. The hallway shook. Dust swallowed everything. Arthur stepped back, coughing lightly as the silence settled. His patience was gone now. He reminded Marcos, coldly, that he had just attacked a disciplinary committee member. Charles finally found his voice, shaking as he urged them to stop Marcos before things spiraled further. Lucas raised his hands, feigning confusion, feigning fear. He claimed he had no idea what was happening, said they were all terrified, painted Arthur as the aggressor without saying it outright. Charles glanced at Lucas, unsettled, But Lucas was already thinking ahead. He casually reminded Charles about the upcoming duel with Marcos, suggested this outburst might actually benefit him. If Marcos was injured or expelled, Charles wouldn't have to fight him at all. Then they walked away. Lucas turned once more, smirking as he warned Arthur not to get hurt. Arthur didn't look back. Behind him, Marcos screamed. The ground erupted. Shards of stone tore through the air at lethal speed. Arthur reacted instantly, but Marcos wasn't done. His body convulsed, his face warped into something barely human. He charged. Arthur blocked the blow, but the force behind it shocked even him. Inside, alarm rang loud. Marcos was only an orange core mage, yet the mana pouring from him rivaled elites. Every drop was being burned for pure destruction. Arthur realized the truth. If he wanted to stop this without killing Marcos, he might have to remove his seal. Then, a deep growl thundered above. Sylvie transformed. In an instant, her true form filled the space, a majestic dragon descending with overwhelming pressure. One massive paw slammed Marcos into the ground. The floor collapsed. The fight ended. Marcos lay unconscious, crushed into the wreckage. Sylvie shrank back into her usual form, irritation clear in her eyes. She had waited long enough. Then footsteps rushed in. Claire burst onto the scene, horror freezing her expression as she took in the destruction. Arthur standing amid the ruins, Marcos barely breathing, the hallway torn apart. Claire didn't waste time with pleasantries. What happened? Arthur gave her a concise account. Marcos had snapped. His mana had gone wild, unprovoked, unstable, and he had attacked with lethal intent. Claire immediately knelt beside Marcos, her expression sharp and focused. As she shifted his body, the back of his uniform tore slightly, revealing crude stitches and warped markings carved into his spine. Her face hardened. She knew exactly what she was looking at. This wasn't new, and it wasn't random. Without another word, they carried Marcos to the infirmary. His body was completely limp, drained as if whatever had possessed him had burned through everything he had. The healers took him in at once. Once that was handled, Claire led Arthur straight to Director Goodsky. As they walked, Arthur asked the question gnawing at him. Had this happened before? Claire didn't hesitate. Yes, another student had suffered a similar collapse while Arthur was still recovering. Arthur's thoughts churned. Marcos's power hadn't made sense. The output, the ferocity, it was far beyond an orange core mage, and those markings weren't scars. They were deliberate. Claire told him she'd explain more during the next disciplinary committee meeting. For now, everyone needed to be informed, and Arthur needed to report directly to the director. When they reached the office, Arthur knocked. "Enter," Cynthia Goodsky replied immediately. They stepped inside and froze. Two figures stood in the room. The air itself felt heavier. The lances. Claire's breath caught as she whispered the names under her breath, awe trembling in her voice. Lance Baron, Lance Alea, legends in the flesh. Director Goodsky introduced Arthur and Claire as members of the disciplinary committee, praising them as two of the Academy's most promising talents. Claire nervously greeted them, unable to hide her admiration. She admitted it had always been her dream to become a lance. Baron didn't even look at her. He continued speaking with Cynthia, his tone clipped, commanding. Whatever he said carried urgency. Cynthia nodded firmly. Moments later, both lances turned to leave. As Baron passed Arthur, their eyes met, briefly, sharply. No words were exchanged, but the pressure behind that glance lingered. At the door, Alea paused. She smiled warmly at Claire and offered a few gentle words of encouragement. Claire practically glowed. Arthur didn't. He and Sylvie both felt it. Those two were monsters. Once the door closed behind them, Cynthia motioned for Arthur and Claire to sit. She asked for a full report. Arthur agreed, but couldn't help asking why the lances had appeared so suddenly. Cynthia waved it off. Baron was an alumnus, she explained, and since his younger brother attended the academy, he had delivered news personally. Her tone suggested there was more she wasn't saying. She then told Arthur to begin. Arthur recounted everything, from Lucas, Charles, and Marcos cornering him in the hallway, to Marcos's mental collapse, the uncontrolled mana surge, and the unnatural strength he displayed. When Arthur mentioned the bloody symbols carved into Marcos's spine, Cynthia's expression shifted. She knew. After a pause, she confirmed it. Marcos wasn't the first, and he wouldn't be the last. When Arthur asked what was wrong with him, Cynthia admitted the truth. No one knew yet. Not the healers, not the artificers. The Mage Guild had already been contacted. Researchers would be arriving to work alongside Gideon and the Academy staff. For now, security would be increased. Disciplinary officers would patrol between classes. Night Watch would be reinforced. Claire acknowledged the orders. Cynthia then turned to Arthur and told him plainly, it was good to have him back. With things escalating, the committee needed every capable member it had. Arthur and Claire left the office together. Cynthia stayed behind. In the silence, her bond Avier questioned the decision to involve students. Cynthia's reply was cold. If things continued like this, sacrifices might become unavoidable. They were too far into retreat now. What unsettled her most was the timing. The enemy was moving early, too early. Back at the dorms, Claire reminded Arthur how late it was and told him to rest. They agreed to meet again at the committee meeting in the morning. She waved and left. Arthur lingered. Then he noticed movement. He slipped into the shadows and watched as Baron Wykes stood before Lucas. Baron's fury was unmistakable. Lucas, arrogant, untouchable Lucas, stood with his head lowered in silence. Arthur watched, surprised. Even Lucas bent before his brother. Caspian had been right. With Baron backing him, Lucas was untouchable. For now. Arthur turned away. Then Sylvie's instincts screamed. Before Arthur could react, cold steel pressed against his throat. A blade. He hadn't even had time to reach for his sword. Alia appeared out of nowhere. One moment Arthur was alone, then cold steel kissed his throat. Her speed was terrifying. There had been no sound, no warning, no ripple in the air. Just presence. Crushing. Absolute. The message was clear without a single word spoken. Whatever Arthur had felt toward Baron hadn't gone unnoticed. Too late, Arthur realized the flaw in his setup. Keeping his weapon inside a dimensional ring was convenient. Until it wasn't. In moments like this, convenient became fatal. Arthur didn't panic. He spoke calmly, carefully. He explained that there had been a misunderstanding. He held no hostility toward Lance Baron. Today had been the first time he'd even seen the man. No grudge, no intent. Arthur could feel it. Despite his efforts to suppress himself, something beneath the surface was leaking out, and Alia saw it. Her perception cut deeper than sight. She told him flatly that regardless of his talent, regardless of being a dual elemental mage, touching Baron was impossible. Curiosity outweighed fear. Arthur asked how strong Baron really was. Alia didn't hesitate. Frightening, she said. The word carried weight. Arthur paused, then asked where she stood among the lances. Alea answered by holding her hands apart, measuring an invisible distance. The gesture was oddly casual, almost playful. Arthur didn't laugh. He just watched. She noticed. Clicking her tongue, Alea teased him for having no sense of humor before admitting the truth. She was likely the weakest among them. The gap between her and the others was large. Arthur reached out and patted her shoulder. It was meant to be reassuring. It was not received that way. Alea stared at him, visibly offended. Still, she continued, explaining that while Baron surpassed her in raw power, her perception eclipsed his. That was why she had sensed Arthur before he ever noticed her. Now it made sense. Her attention shifted as Baron finished speaking nearby. Alea stepped back, sheathing her weapon as if nothing had happened. She told Arthur she'd enjoyed the conversation and hoped they'd meet again. Arthur bowed deeply, genuine respect in his posture. Before leaving, Alea reached out and gently brushed her fingers through his hair. Her voice softened. If her younger brother were still alive, she said, he would have been around Arthur's age. Her thanks carried something heavier than gratitude. Then she turned and walked away, leaving Arthur alone with the weight of it. By the time Arthur continued through the academy, the whispers had already begun. Students clustered in corners, voices low and frantic. A second year had gone berserk. Someone had been attacked. Some claimed it was a noble. Others swore it was House Hutcham. One name kept resurfacing, Marcos. Arthur could practically feel misinformation breeding in real time. Sylvie questioned why humans loved gossip so much. Arthur had no answer. The disciplinary committee room was silent when Arthur arrived. Heavy. He asked what had happened. Claire answered. Marcos was dead. The words landed like a blow. Arthur demanded an explanation. Curtis spoke next, his expression grim. The medics and artificers hadn't been able to stop the mana leaking from Marcos's body. It hadn't made sense. He'd already been unconscious. Claire added that the cause was tied to the symbols carved into his back. They still didn't know what they were. Kathleen admitted there was almost no usable information. What little had been uncovered was sealed. Nicholas added that even Marcos's parents were refusing to cooperate. Everything was locked down. Theodore slammed his fist into the table. What was the point of the disciplinary committee, he demanded. If they were kept blind when something like this happened, Claire reined them in. Anger wouldn't help. With Arthur officially back, patrols would be reorganized. Security tightened. The meeting ended in silence. Out in the hallway, Fareth nervously mentioned that Arthur would be assigned night patrol with Theodore. He pointed out awkwardly that their first meeting hadn't gone well. Arthur shrugged it off. Night patrol actually suited him. Between upper and lower division classes, it gave him room to breathe. Still, the hours were brutal. Fareth then admitted his surprise that the daggers they'd been issued were actually communication artifacts. Arthur confessed he'd thought they were decorative. Catelyn chimed in, amused, noting how strange it was that Kai volunteered to patrol such a large section alone. Arthur caught the smile she tried to hide and called her out. Fareth added that Curtis once claimed Kai avoided work like a plague. Arthur guessed Kai simply didn't want to work with Theodore. When Arthur asked why Kathleen's brother seemed so against them patrolling together, Kathleen calmly replied that she'd only mentioned she and Arthur had grown close, after a bit of physical contact. Arthur grinned. He waved them off, tossing a casual farewell over his shoulder. Before disappearing around the corner, he looked back and promised he'd see them in class. Later, standing before his students, Arthur's expression was composed, confident. He reminded them of the question he'd posed the day before, whether the color of a mage's manacore truly defined their strength. Fareth answered first, stating that the manacore was indeed a reliable indicator. Whispers spread instantly. Some students assumed he'd been given the answer in advance. Disciplinary committee privilege, they thought. Ferreth continued unfazed. The Corps' color, he explained, reflected not just power, but time, discipline, and refinement. To Ferreth, the monocorps didn't just represent strength, it represented promise. The higher the rank, the greater the future waiting ahead. Arthur shut that idea down instantly. That way of thinking is wrong. The room went still. Judging a mage purely by their mana core, Arthur said, was lazy and dangerous. It ignored everything that actually decided who walked away alive from a fight. Intelligence, reaction speed, battlefield awareness, spell control, experience. Relying on core color alone was like judging a warrior by muscle size. Big muscles didn't mean skill, and skill was what killed. Arthur's words cut through the class. Dismantling assumptions most of them had never questioned. One student hesitantly raised a hand and asked what should be used to measure a mage's strength instead. Arthur didn't hesitate. Assume everyone is stronger than you. The answer landed harder than expected. That mindset, he explained, kept you alive. It kept arrogance in check. Underestimating an opponent because their mana looked weak was the fastest way to die on a battlefield. Caution saved lives. Pride buried them. Then, without warning, Arthur shifted gears. Same exercise as yesterday, he said. I hope you practiced. The lesson was clear. Knowledge meant nothing without application. Later, Arthur sprinted down the hallway, breath ragged. He was late. He blamed Sylvie immediately. She sheepishly admitted she'd fallen asleep too. By the time he reached class, Arthur was gasping for air. He apologized quickly to Professor Glory and turned toward the locker room, only to be stopped cold. No training, Glory said firmly. Not until he was fully healed. She ordered him to sit in the stands instead. Arthur obeyed without protest. Honestly, he was relieved. At least this meant no Lucas. Not today. As he climbed toward the spectator seats, he spotted Tessia sitting alone. Sylvie noticed at the same time and bolted straight toward her, leaping into Tessia's lap with exaggerated enthusiasm. Arthur sat beside her quietly. Silence filled the space between them, heavy, unfinished. After a long moment, Tessia spoke first. He didn't need to explain himself, she said. She'd overreacted, said things she regretted. Arthur finally replied. She hadn't been entirely wrong. He admitted he'd known about her feelings for a long time, but facing them terrified him. Emotions weren't like combat or magic. He couldn't train them, couldn't control them. They didn't obey logic. They scared him. Tessia admitted her own mistake. Bringing up Lilia's secret had been wrong. She regretted it deeply. But Arthur didn't let her carry the blame alone. He confessed the truth. He'd been running, keeping his distance, avoiding answers, and that wasn't fair to her. She deserved better. He met her eyes and apologized. Then he said it. He couldn't be with her. Not now. Tessia asked what "not now" meant. Arthur hesitated, then answered honestly. Maybe someday, when they were older, when the world wasn't constantly falling apart. But right now, he wasn't ready. Her next question hit harder than any blow. Was he expecting her to wait? Arthur immediately shook his head. No, he'd never ask that. He knew how admired she was, and he didn't even know how long it would take before he was ready. If he ever was, all he could do was hope she understood. Then Tessia smiled. Not wide, not dramatic, just enough. She didn't promise to wait, but she didn't walk away either. Arthur exhaled, relief flooding his chest until she teased him, asking if she could trust him not to suddenly date someone else. Arthur answered quietly. He wouldn't. He didn't want her to pause her life for him, but he hoped she'd give him time. As a silent promise, Arthur leaned forward and gently kissed her forehead. Then he turned and walked away. Later that day, Arthur sat through class, pretending to pay attention, while Sylvie relentlessly mocked him, smirking and exaggerating the moment with dramatic gestures. Arthur ignored her, barely. The lecture continued, covering the basics of deviant magic theory. Arthur couldn't help but wonder why they were moving so slowly even after a week. A student asked why elements like gravity, lightning, magma, and ice existed naturally, but didn't exist as natural mana types. Professor Drywell praised the question and launched into a long-winded explanation. Theories, ancient debates, tangents stacked on tangents. Arthur realized the problem instantly. It wasn't the students, it was the teacher. Still, his thoughts drifted back to Tessia. He wondered how she was feeling now. Elsewhere, far from the classroom, Tessia stood alone in her room, staring at her reflection. Her cheeks were still burning. No matter how many times Tessia replayed it in her head, the feeling wouldn't fade. Arthur had kissed her, just her forehead, but to her it felt monumental. That single gentle touch had shattered every excuse she'd made to keep her heart calm. She dove beneath her blanket, twisting and rolling, as if the sheets could contain her excitement. It was just a forehead kiss, she told herself. Nothing dramatic, nothing life-changing. Her heart disagreed. It felt like a beginning. And once that thought took root, her imagination spiraled out of control, until she suddenly realized where her mind had gone. Children. Her face ignited in pure embarrassment. That realization hit like a slap, and she flailed beneath the covers. If steam could rise from embarrassment alone, she would have filled the room. In the shadows near one of the academy walls, two figures moved with practiced stealth. Laughter was stifled as crimson paint dragged across stone, thick and ugly. Elves, dwarves, get out. They barely had time to admire their work. A voice cut through the night. Mind if I join? Arthur stood between them, calm. calm, still, watching. Panic struck instantly. The boy's courage shattered first. His body locked for a heartbeat. Then he ran. Footsteps pounded as he fled into the darkness. The girl wasn't as lucky. She snarled, spinning on Arthur as water mana surged between her palms. Don't come any closer. Arthur didn't even blink. One smooth step, a flick of his leg. She crashed hard against the ground, the breath ripped from her lungs. Even sprawled on the stone, she lashed out, shouting accusations. How dare he hit a girl? Where were his manners? I believe in equality, Arthur replied evenly. Wind mana began to coil in his palm, quiet but unmistakable. Test me, he said, or cooperate and walk to the administration office. Before she could decide, iron fingers clamped down on the fleeing boy. Theodore emerged from the shadows, holding him firmly. His eyes narrowed as he inspected the student's back. No symbols, Theodore muttered. Nothing carved. Sylvie's voice echoed in Arthur's mind moments later. Same here. She's clean. Arthur relayed the message. Theodore exhaled in frustration, irritation flashing across his face. Whatever they were hunting, these two weren't part of it. I'll take them in, Theodore said. You'll be fine here alone? Arthur nodded. The night pressed on. Later, Arthur walked the halls with Sylvie cradled close. She squirmed restlessly, hungry, bored, exhausted, all at once. Arthur murmured that they were nearly done and promised food afterward. Her mood flipped instantly. As they moved deeper into the academy, Arthur slowed. This route edged close to Kai's patrol zone. He considered turning back. Sylvie froze. A sharp pulse of alarm hit him through their bond. Mana, she warned. Wrong. Twisted. Arthur vanished behind a pillar, senses sharpening. Footsteps echoed softly. A hooded figure slipped into view, moving fast but careful. Arthur's breath stilled. A marking flashed across the figure's back. The same symbol, the same one carved into Marcos. Arthur didn't move. The figure slowed, then turned down a corridor. Arthur shifted upward, climbing silently to the rooftop for a better angle. Sylvie urged pursuit, but Arthur held back. Too close, and the target might sense him. Better to follow. Let the trail deepen. Then, Arthur? The name sliced through the silence. His blood ran cold. Below, the hooded figure stiffened, then bolted. Arthur spun around to see Kai approaching, oblivious. Arthur raised his hand sharply, signaling silence. Too late. When Arthur looked back, the corridor was empty, gone, like smoke. Frustration burned in his chest. That had been a lead, possibly the lead, someone connected to Marcos, to whatever was rotting beneath the academy. Kai began questioning him, but Arthur cut him off, voice tight. He explained what he'd been tracking and how close they'd been. Kai's expression hardened. Protocol exists for a reason, he snapped. Once it crossed into my zone, you should have reported it. Arthur clenched his jaw. Kai's eyes widened slightly as realization hit. That means your patrol zone is uncovered. Before either could respond, their daggers flared, bright yellow, emergency signal. Arthur's teeth ground together as anger surged. Something had gone wrong, and it was happening now. Kai didn't panic. Instead, he placed a steady hand on Arthur's shoulder, grounding him. Since it was his patrol zone, Kai took responsibility immediately. He told Arthur to check on Theodore. Now, he'd continue the search. Arthur nodded once. Before turning, he gave Kai the final detail, voice low and urgent. Brown hooded robe, dark slacks, long boots. Kai locked it in, already shifting into hunter mode. Arthur didn't wait another second. He sprinted. Boots thundered through the corridors as he cut corners, vaulted down staircases, and tore through the academy halls. Then he saw them. Arthur slowed. Theodore sat upright, surrounded by disciplinary committee members. Alive, but shaken. Too shaken. Arthur pushed through the group. What happened? Dordrea answered before Theodore could, her tone dripping with sarcasm. Apparently, our fearless officer got knocked out by a love tap to the back of the head. Theodore snapped back instantly. That wasn't a casual hit. His hand rubbed the back of his skull. His voice was firm, certain. That strike had weight, precision. If it were normal, I wouldn't have blacked out. Whoever hit me knew exactly what they were doing. Dordrea rolled her eyes, but Arthur didn't miss it. The truth in Theodore's voice. Curtis stepped in, explaining the ambush. Theodore had been escorting the two graffiti vandals when it happened. By the time backup arrived, both students were gone. They're still academy students, Curtis added confidently. We'll find them. Arthur wasn't so sure. What if they didn't escape alone? Arthur said slowly. What if someone was waiting for them? Theodore shook his head. No regular student could have done that. Not in one hit. Arthur finished the thought out loud. Someone like Marcos? Theodore met his gaze and nodded. Exactly. Curtis asked if Theodore had seen anything. Anything useful. Theodore hesitated. I might have grazed the attacker before going down. No visual. It was over in seconds. Arthur's mind clicked. A graze. Kai's arm. When Kai had approached him earlier, hadn't there been a wound? Arthur reached out through the bond. Sylvie? Her response came uncertain but uneasy. I think maybe. Before Arthur could push further, Theodore frowned. Why were you coming from Kai's patrol area? Arthur paused. He chose silence. Mentioning the hooded figure now wouldn't help. Not with Theodore injured. Not with tensions already high. Nothing important, Arthur said calmly. The pause lingered. The others exchanged glances. Brief, subtle, curious. Sensing it, Theodore shifted the focus. He defended Kai without hesitation. Despite rumors, Kai was reliable when things got serious. Dordrea agreed, then immediately made it worse by adding, especially for a human. Curtis pounced on it instantly. Wow, racist and unprofessional. Dordrea panicked, backtracking so hard she nearly tripped over her words. Curtis just grinned and joked about cuffing her on the spot. Laughter broke through the tension. Eventually, the group dispersed, leaving behind more questions than answers. By morning, Arthur sat in Gideon's class, but his mind never arrived with him. The attacker hadn't been found. The hooded figure was gone, and Kai yelling his name that night echoed in his head like a crack in glass. Was he overthinking? Theodore said to trust Kai. Still, the timing, the wound. It didn't sit right. A shadow loomed. Arthur! He nearly jumped out of his seat. Gideon stood behind him, unimpressed. Arthur scrambled to hide the clutter on his desk. Gideon had clearly expected brilliance. Instead, he found chaos. Emily leaned over, noticing Arthur's distant look. You okay? Arthur waved it off. Just tired. Committee work. But the truth was worse. He barely remembered his earlier classes. Emily elbowed him lightly, snapping him back. With a wink, she slid a set of light-producing artifacts onto his desk. Arthur's mood lifted instantly. Perfect timing. Later, Professor Glory's training field echoed with movement and command. Augmenters, hold formation. Conjurers, support, don't chase. Her voice cut sharp and clean, demanding discipline. No recklessness, no ego. When class ended, Arthur collapsed beneath a tree, shade washing over him. Lucas. Despite everything, Marcos, the assault, the secrets, Lucas had only been suspended. It burned. Sylvie tugged at his attention. Tessia wasn't around. We'll see her tonight, Arthur reassured her. Training. No patrol duty. Sylvie brightened instantly. When Arthur asked if she really hated patrols that much, she didn't even try to deny it. As the afternoon light softened, Professor Glory approached. She looked exhausted. Without a word, she sat beside Arthur. Something was wrong. Arthur felt it immediately. Is everything okay? He asked. Glory didn't bother hiding her irritation. The council had locked down almost every dungeon she normally used for training. With the lances digging into something big, all excursions were frozen for the time being. Arthur asked the obvious question. Did that mean there wouldn't be a dungeon trip this semester? There will be one, Glory said, exhaling. Just don't expect much. It would be a lower-tier dungeon, nowhere near the brutal environments she preferred. She laughed softly, eyeing Arthur. If it ended up being too easy for him, he wasn't allowed to complain. Later that day, Arthur trained with Tessia inside the Academy's training room. The session was relentless. Tight footwork, controlled bursts of mana, no wasted motion. When Tessia's breathing finally grew uneven and her shoulders sagged, Arthur called it. She didn't argue. She just nodded, grateful, chest rising and falling as she caught her breath. Arthur glanced toward the pool lining the edge of the room and gestured. Cooling off sounded like a good idea. They sat by the water, legs submerged. The chill seeped into their muscles, washing away the heat and strain. For a rare moment, the world slowed. Arthur broke the silence, asking how she'd been feeling. Specifically whether the beast will rejection had returned. Tessia shook her head. Since their combat drills in Glory's team fighting class, the symptoms hadn't come back. Arthur relaxed, just a little. He reminded her to report anything strange, either to him or Director Goodsky, especially since her grandfather was still away in Elenoir. She promised. This time there was confidence in her voice. Arthur encouraged her. If things stayed stable, she could complete the beast will assimilation within weeks, maybe even push her mana core higher. Splash. Ice-cold water smacked him square in the face. Arthur blinked, stunned. Tessia was laughing. She told him he looked overheated and reminded him they were technically on break. Arthur didn't hesitate. He splashed her right back, smirking as he pointed out she was still sweaty too. The quiet room filled with laughter and the sharp sound of water. For once, there were no threats, no politics, no monsters, just two kids acting their age. Eventually, Tessia pulled her feet from the pool, saying she'd cooled off enough. Arthur hesitated. Then slowly he reached out and took her hand. His grip was gentle, intentional. Tessia inhaled sharply, her face flushing. But before either of them could say anything, "You two look relaxed." They froze. Arthur turned. Director Cynthia Goodsky stood nearby, watching with an easy smile. Tessia immediately stood and rushed to her side, concern flashing across her face. Cynthia waved it off, explaining she'd stopped by the Mages Guild for a quick spar and picked up a few scrapes. Arthur raised a brow. He thought she was supposed to be meeting the council. Cynthia laughed. A woman couldn't take a small detour? Tessia scolded her gently anyway, warning her not to overdo it. Cynthia promised she'd be more careful, then casually asked about Tessia's next class. She also mentioned she'd be using the training room later. No issue at all, Arthur said. Their training was finished. Tessia waved goodbye, thanking him. Arthur reminded her not to push herself too hard. As she left, Arthur's gaze lingered on Cynthia. Her smile was calm, but something was off. The way she stood, the tension she masked too well. She was hiding something. Arthur didn't press. He closed the door behind him and headed back to his dorm, filing the feeling away for later. The next morning arrived like any other. Arthur sat in class, exhausted, yawning, barely holding it together. Elijah noticed immediately and asked how late Arthur had been out. Arthur muttered that he wasn't sure. Elijah had already been asleep when he returned. Elijah laughed. He'd gotten back late too. Club social. Which one this time? Arthur asked. The Chain-Casting Research Club, Elijah said proudly. Way more girls than I expected. Arthur shot him a look, asking if Elijah had been starved for affection in a past life. Elijah fired back, launching into a dramatic speech about youth, magic, romance, and self-discovery. Throat cleared. Professor Avius stared them down. He praised Elijah's enthusiasm for storytelling, then reminded him they were in class. Quiet laughter rippled through the room as Elijah sank into his seat, mortified. Avius's expression darkened. Then he spoke of the incident that had shaken the academy. A fellow student, Marcos, was dead. He stood at the front of the room and reminded them that magic wasn't a toy, no matter how casually they wielded it. Power, when abused, didn't forgive. The investigation into Marcos's death was still ongoing. The academy's best mages and medics were involved. But one conclusion was already clear. Marcos had pushed a spell far beyond what his body could endure. Avius compared the mana core to a muscle. Strain it too hard, too fast, and it tears. Sometimes the damage healed, sometimes it didn't, and sometimes it killed you. The room stayed silent. One student finally spoke up, voice hesitant. Rumors had spread. People said Marcos had survived the backlash, at least briefly. With proper treatment, mana recovery elixirs should have saved him, right? Avius nodded once. Usually, yes. Elixirs worked in most cases. But not all. He clarified that he wasn't claiming this was exactly what had happened to Marcos, only issuing a warning. Magical enhancers that forcibly amplified mana came with severe consequences. One of the worst was mana leakage, when energy bled uncontrollably from the core itself, a condition that was dangerous, unstable, and notoriously difficult to fix. Still, Arthur felt it. That explanation didn't line up with what he'd seen. Marcus's erratic behavior before his death, the strange markings carved into his back, mana leaking not randomly, but deliberately. Something didn't fit. After the lecture, Arthur headed to his next class, the one where he stood at the front. He greeted the students and got straight to the point. None of them had managed to replicate his previous demonstration, so he decided to make things clearer. Arthur called Lester forward. The boy stiffened, clearly nervous, but obeyed. Arthur explained calmly. If Lester were his enemy, bigger, stronger, someone he didn't want to approach directly, then as an augmenter, Arthur wouldn't rush in. He'd attack from range. He picked up a sheet of paper and crumpled it loosely. Holding it out, he gave it a gentle puff of air. The paper fluttered down uselessly. That, Arthur said, is an unfocused spell. Then he rolled another sheet into a tight tube. A third piece became a small dart. He slid it inside, aimed, and blew sharply. The dart shot forward and smacked straight into Lester's face. The room exploded with laughter. Arthur smiled. That was the point. It's not about how much power you use, he said. It's how you shape it, how you direct it. Precision over force. He added that the conjurers would get their turn later, and while laughter still echoed through the classroom, far from Xyrus Academy, something far more serious was unfolding. In a secluded hall, the Lances gathered. Alea had expected her next assignment to be in Elenoir, assisting Lance Aya. That was no longer the case. Byron explained why. Deep within a dungeon near the Beast Glades, he'd discovered something that didn't belong. Not a monster, not an artifact, a clue. Before Alea could ask more, footsteps echoed from the stairwell. Lance Veray descended, her presence cold and commanding. With no need for ceremony, she went straight to the point. The council had made a decision. Alea was being pulled from her mission. The reason chilled the room. Unfamiliar traces had been found in several dungeons, signs pointing to mages not native to Dicathen. Until recently, the idea of another continent had been little more than theory. Now it was bleeding into reality. Byron supported Veray's claim. He'd recovered a torn piece of fabric from the dungeon. The material wasn't made from any known mana beast fiber. Worse, it had been enchanted. A spell was woven directly into the cloth. But the fabric was damaged, the enchantment broken. Whatever its purpose had been, it was now lost. That wasn't the only problem. Reports from adventurers across the Beast Glades had been piling up. Sightings of titanic bloodworms were increasing. On their own, the beasts weren't unheard of, but the pattern was wrong. Their behavior was frenzied, aggressive, almost driven. Mana Beast specialists confirmed it. Something deeper was disturbing the ecosystem, something buried far beneath the dungeons themselves. Byron admitted he'd been leading the investigation personally, but even his reach had limits. That was where Alea came in. Her sensory magic could cover distances no one else could. Veray made it clear, Alea would work alone. Speed mattered more than safety. The Beast Glades were becoming more volatile by the day, and corrupted mana beasts only worsened the danger. The bloodworms were burrowing closer, nearer to the lower dungeons, nearer to Sapine. If they surfaced there, it wouldn't just be adventurers at risk. Civilians would die. Veray briefly considered waiting for Mika to return from Darv, but Alea didn't hesitate. Every delay meant more people walking into danger blind. She accepted immediately. There was no time to waste. For the next few weeks, nothing dramatic happened at Xyrus Academy, but Arthur barely had time to breathe. Classes, training, disciplinary duties, even visiting his family had been pushed aside. Arthur barely had time to breathe these days. As he stepped into the hallway bordering the training grounds, chaos exploded in front of him. Curtis Glader came flying past like a cannonball, completely out of control. Arthur barely had time to register what was happening before an icy wall materialized out of thin air. Curtis slammed into it with a heavy thud, instead of crashing headfirst into stone. Standing calmly nearby was Princess Kathleen. Wand still raised, expression unreadable. She'd saved her brother's life in an instant. Curtis groaned and peeled himself off the ice, clearly unimpressed. Smashing into frozen magic, apparently. wasn't much of an upgrade over smashing into a wall. Across the arena, Theodore launched himself skyward and released a crushing gravity spell. The air warped under its pressure. Arthur's eyes narrowed as he studied the technique. Gravity magic still felt wrong to him, unnatural, difficult to grasp. Nothing like conventional elements. Curtis recovered fast. He hurled his sword forward, shield snapping up as he barked a chant. Fire erupted in a roaring wave, flooding the space between them. Theodore slid backward at the last second, boots carving grooves into the floor as the flames passed harmlessly by. He wasn't rattled. If anything, he looked entertained. The two squared off again, tension spiking. And then metal sliced through the air. Thin, nearly invisible wires snapped between them, halting both fighters mid-motion. Kai stood there, hands relaxed, voice calm as ever. Claire had given the order. Training was over. Arthur stared at the wires. No matter how hard he focused, he couldn't sense an attribute, no element, no familiar mana flow. It was like the magic itself was being hidden. Curtis clicked his tongue, clearly frustrated. He claimed his comeback had just started. Theodore only grinned and told him to keep dreaming. Claire stepped forward, bringing everyone to attention. The reason for the gathering was simple. Arthur, Curtis, and Claire would soon be leaving campus for a class assignment in the Beast Glades. That meant patrol routes needed rearranging. Volunteers were required. Kai raised his hand immediately, shrugging as he joked that it wasn't like he had anyone waiting on him anyway. Claire gave him a small nod of approval. Ferrith followed up in dramatic fashion, proudly declaring that he had no friends either, and would gladly take extra patrols. The group went quiet. Claire blinked, thanked him, and visibly struggled to understand why he sounded so proud of that fact. Dordrea, already bored, looked ready to walk away, until her arm suddenly lifted into the air on its own. Thin metallic wires tugged it upward. She froze, startled. Claire, mistaking it for enthusiasm, immediately acknowledged her volunteer. Dordrea snapped back that she hadn't volunteered at all. Kai smoothly stepped in, suggesting they patrol together since they hadn't worked as a pair yet. Dordrea agreed, reluctantly, on the condition that he buy her food afterward. Claire smiled, satisfied. Patrol coverage settled. Meeting adjourned. As everyone dispersed, Arthur headed toward the exit, only for Ferrith to trail after him. Still clinging to the idea of rivalry, Ferrith launched into unsolicited advice about surviving the Beast Glades, bragging about his past experiences. Before Arthur could respond, Kathleen cut in with a dry remark, reminding everyone of the time a tree rodent stole Ferrith's lunch during one of those experienced expeditions. The color drained from Ferrith's face. He immediately began shouting, trying and failing to defend his dignity. Arthur sighed. He quietly called Sylvie and started walking away, but his attention drifted back to Kai. Something about that magic still bothered him. Arthur leaned toward Claire and asked what kind of magic Kai used. He hadn't sensed anything when the wires appeared. Claire shook her head. Even she didn't know. Kai kept it secret. All she knew was that the wires were special, just like him. Arthur considered the idea that the material itself might be masking the mana's nature. As if summoned by the thought, Kai leaned in with a sly grin and teased Arthur about taking such a deep interest in him. Arthur didn't deny it. Kai chuckled softly and warned him that learning too much might cost him his life. The moment lingered, sharp, unreadable, until Claire shoved herself between them, clearly irritated, and reminded everyone they still had class. Later that day, Elijah was out on the training grounds, locked in combat with one of Gideon's Toby, a mechanical training doll. With a sharp gesture, Elijah drove earth magic into the ground. Stone spikes erupted upward, slamming into the Toby and blasting it back. Grinning, Elijah summoned a massive boulder to finish the job. That's when the Toby moved. Its arm snapped up, and a spinning wave of fire launched straight at him. Elijah froze. Fire magic? From a machine? Arthur reacted instantly, grabbing Elijah and yanking him out of the way as the flames tore past, missing by inches. Elijah stared at the scorched ground, stunned. Arthur explained calmly. Gideon loved modifying his creations. Unpredictable upgrades were practically his signature. Elijah's shock turned into awe. He admitted artificing had always fascinated him, even as a kid, but magic had seemed flashier. Arthur smirked and nudged him, joking that Elijah probably learned magic just to impress girls. Elijah tried to laugh it off, half denying the accusation, but Arthur wasn't done with him yet. Without warning, Arthur tossed a wooden sword straight at his chest. Even conjurers need to know how to fight up close, Arthur said casually, a teasing smile playing on his lips. Unless all this training really is just for impressing girls. That did it, Elijah snapped. With a frustrated shout, he rushed Arthur, sword raised high. The attack came fast, raw, emotional, unrestrained. Arthur blocked it effortlessly. He chuckled under his breath. Sarcasm slipped into his voice as he parried each swing. Elijah wasn't flailing. Far from it. His strikes had structure, control. Arthur tilted his head. You trained with a sword before, didn't you? Elijah grit his teeth, still attacking. Doesn't feel like it matters when you're stopping everything like it's nothing. Arthur didn't answer right away. He was watching. Elijah's movements were clean, no wasted motion. His footwork stayed grounded, balanced, precise. Arthur could see it clearly now. If Elijah trained properly, seriously, he wouldn't just be decent, he'd be dangerous. Swordsmanship paired with metal magic wasn't just rare. It was terrifying. With a roar, Elijah poured everything he had into one final strike. He lunged. Arthur stepped aside, barely moved. He tapped Elijah's back. Elijah stumbled forward and slammed face first into the ground. Groaning, he pushed himself up, muttering angrily. Arthur calmly pointed out the mistake, losing control, overcommitting, leaving himself wide open. Before Elijah could snap back, his body froze. His eyes widened. Behind Arthur, something flickered. A reflection. A figure standing in the same posture, wearing royal garb, pale, faint, like a ghost burned into the air. Elijah's breath caught. Words echoed inside his head. Guilt, rage, anger, betrayal, envy. They crashed into him all at once. His head screamed. The pressure became unbearable. Elijah let out a raw, broken scream and collapsed. Arthur was at his side instantly, gripping his shoulders, calling his name. Elijah, hey, look at me. Are you all right? Inside his own mind, Elijah was spiraling. What is this? Why does it hurt? Why do these emotions feel like they aren't mine? Arthur urged him to go to the medical ward. But suddenly, just as fast as it came, the pain vanished. Elijah shot upright, breathing hard. I'm fine. Arthur didn't buy it. What happened? It was nothing. Elijah cut in quickly. Just hit my head earlier. He stood, avoiding Arthur's eyes, insisting he'd go clean up first. Deep down, he clung to the excuse. It was just the fall. That's all. As he walked away, Elijah waved over his shoulder, saying he'd see Arthur back at the dorm. Arthur watched him go. Something was wrong. He could feel it. The weeks that followed passed quietly. Too quietly. Life at the academy settled into a steady rhythm. Classes, training, patrols. With mid-cycle exams approaching, even excitement began to dull into routine. Arthur kept growing stronger, his magic refined under the guidance of his instructors and with help from Toby. But none of it distracted him from why he'd chosen this place. It wasn't just power. It was the people, the bonds he was forming without realizing it. One afternoon, Arthur was talking to Elijah, sharing something about their classmates. No response. Elijah? He blinked, snapping back to reality. Huh? What'd you say? Arthur studied him. The distraction. The distance. You okay? Elijah waved it off, blaming stress from exams. Then casually, he reminded Arthur about Professor Glory's Beastglades excursion. He warned him not to overdo it, especially during training with Tessia. With that, Elijah walked away. Arthur answered softly, watching him disappear. Sylvie spoke up, noting how Elijah seemed angry with him lately. Arthur exhaled, relieved. At least it wasn't just his imagination. Later that day, Arthur trained with Tessia. Her control had improved drastically. The beast will inside her mana core was stable, calm. Arthur said so honestly. Tessia smiled, confident. She claimed any mana beast they encountered wouldn't stand a chance. Arthur flicked her forehead. Don't get ahead of yourself. He reminded her that she wasn't even using half her real strength yet. The assimilation wasn't complete. Tessia shot back that he was heading into the beast glades while still suppressing his strongest elements. Arthur smirked. I can always remove the limiter. She crossed her arms. She didn't need babysitting. After all, she was still older than him. Arthur hesitated, then awkwardly explained that mana beasts might target her more easily since she still looked like a kid, so for safety's sake, she should stay inside the tent. That was a mistake. Tessia tackled him hard. She jabbed him repeatedly while Arthur laughed through the pain, gasping that it actually hurt. That only made her angrier. Eventually, she stopped. Arthur lay flat on his back, breathless, while Tessia sat on top of him. That's when Varian appeared. He raised a brow, thoroughly entertained. His teasing landed like a critical hit. Tessia realized their position and went crimson. She scrambled off Arthur, both of them backing away in panic. Arthur coughed, asking why Varian was back in Xyrus. Weren't council meetings keeping him busy? Varian waved it off. He'd escaped for air. Just wanted to check on his precious granddaughter, who looked all grown up now. Tessia growled and grabbed his beard. Varian yelped, trying to protect it, as she demanded he stop making things weird. The humor faded when Varian's expression softened. With the dungeon excursion scheduled for tomorrow, he'd wanted Cynthia to keep an eye on Tessia in case her mana core flared up again, but Cynthia was unavailable. So Varian turned to Arthur. He asked him to stay with Tessia until Arthur left for his own field trip the following day. Arthur hesitated, polite as always, but firm. He'd already promised himself and his parents that he'd visit home tonight. With the mission looming ahead, he wanted at least one quiet evening with his family before stepping back into danger. Varian, however, looked far too pleased by that answer. Perfect, he said immediately. Then take Tessia with you. Arthur froze. The image hit him instantly. The absolute chaos of bringing Tessia Erlith home unannounced. No, Arthur replied far too quickly. He shut it down with everything he had. And yet, as night settled over the city, Arthur found himself standing in front of the Hellstay estate. With Tessia, he stared at the familiar doorway, still half convinced this was some elaborate nightmare. Somehow, against his better judgment, he had caved. The door opened. Alice Hellstay greeted them with a warm smile and a knowing look. You're late, she said lightly. Dinner's almost ready. Arthur blinked. You knew she was coming? Inside, the hallway answered for her, lined with beautifully wrapped gifts bearing the crest of the Elven Kingdom. Preparations had been made long before he arrived. Reynolds only shrugged. Had a feeling. Alice waved them in. already calling for them to hurry before the food got cold. The house filled instantly with life. Ellie nearly tackled Tessia the moment she saw her, grabbing her hand and excitedly dragging her away. She proudly explained how Helen trained her every time the twin horns visited, boasting about her bow skills as if she were already a veteran archer. Laughter echoed through the halls. For a brief moment, the outside world didn't exist. Then Vincent drank too much. By the end of the night, Arthur and Tabitha were each holding him upright, one on either side. Lilia crossed her arms, unimpressed. "If you keep getting drunk every time I come home," she snapped, "I might just stop coming altogether." Vincent whined pathetically while Tabitha sighed and reminded Lilia that her father regretted sending her to Xyrus more than anything. He missed her. That only made Lilia grumble more. She complained about how humiliating it was when he told those stories, especially in front of the student council president. Mid-rant, she paused. "Where's Tessia?" Arthur explained that Tessia had stepped outside for fresh air, and Alice had gone with her to make sure she didn't wander off. Later, when Arthur offered to carry Ellie to bed, Reynolds carefully handed her over. "You should take her," he said quietly. "She asks about you every day." He suggested Arthur tell her he'd be leaving in the morning, just in case she slept in. Far away, deep beneath the Grand Mountains, silence did not exist. Lance Alea moved through the narrow stone tunnels with practiced precision. Thick vines crawled along the cavern walls, pulsing faintly with mana. Every few steps, she stopped, scanning the ground. The trail of titanic bloodworms had split again. Just as Lance Very suspected, this wasn't random. The tunnels twisted unnaturally, converging toward a single direction. Everything led east, deeper, far deeper than it should have. Aaliyah quickened her pace. The tunnel bent sharply, and she followed without hesitation, until the ground suddenly vanished beneath her feet. She skidded to a halt just short of a hidden drop. A chasm opened below. At its base, two massive serpents coiled and writhed, their bodies emitting a sickly glow. Alea's eyes narrowed. Hades serpents, but wrong. They weren't the usual ash gray with blue fire threading their scales. These were darker, corrupted, and worse, they were guarding something. That alone shattered every known behavioral record. Hades serpents didn't protect territory. They didn't defend nests. They didn't stay. Alea raised her wrist, activating the communication core. She reported everything. The mutated serpents, their abnormal coloration, the dense mana source flooding the tunnel beyond them. Lance Vere's voice came back immediately. Calm, trusting. He left the call to her. Alea confirmed it. The discoloration matched other deviant mana beasts reported recently. This was no coincidence. She requested backup. Verai responded without delay. 50 battle mages were already mobilizing through the nearest teleportation gate. Alea was ordered to hold position. She lowered her arm. Her gaze never left the serpents below. Outside, the night air was cool and still. Alice and Tessia walked side by side beneath the stars. Alice thanked her for coming, acknowledging that it probably hadn't been easy. Tessia smiled and admitted she'd had fun. The chaos alone had been entertaining. Alice chuckled softly. "I think the word you're looking for is embarrassing." Tessia laughed. "Maybe both." After a pause, Tessia asked carefully if Alice was worried about Arthur entering the dungeon the next day. Alice didn't deny it. She spoke honestly about how dungeons were unpredictable, how no amount of strength guaranteed safety, and how a mother's fear didn't fade just because her child grew powerful. She apologized, not wanting to burden Tessia with those worries. But Tessia shook her head. She said that just as Arthur had always protected her, she would protect him too, no matter what. Alice couldn't accept Tessia risking her life for Arthur. Her response was gentle but firm. "No," she said. Tessia was someone's daughter, too. Her trust was in her son, to survive on his own. Silence settled between them. Finally, Alice mentioned the cold and suggested heading back inside. Tessia thanked her for showing her around and stayed outside a little longer, lost in thought. Later that night, Arthur laid Ellie gently into bed. As he pulled the blanket up, she stirred. "What time is it?" she asked sleepily. "Still night," Arthur whispered. She paused, then asked the real question. "When are you leaving?" Arthur hesitated. "In the morning." Her voice softened. "Can't you stay longer?" He smiled sadly and promised he'd come back for a full week after the dungeon trip. Ellie wasn't satisfied. She asked for stories. Arthur tried to refuse. He had to wake early. But when she patted the bed beside her, he gave in. She asked him to finish the story he'd once started, the one about how he became a professor. Arthur thought for a moment, then remembered. He told her about Professor Geist's Ember Wisp spell, about how it couldn't be stopped, about how Princess Catelyn had been left defenseless. Ellie's eyes widened. "The king's daughter?" Arthur nodded. He'd stepped in and pulled her out of danger. Ellie teased him for saving another princess. Arthur denied it instantly. He wasn't collecting royalty. He continued. How he challenged Geist in her place, won the duel, and caught the Academy's attention. Ellie asked if he'd accepted their offer right away. No, Arthur said. He'd refused repeatedly, until they granted him access to a restricted section of the library. That had been worth it. There were other benefits, too. A private training room filled with mana crystals, leniency from the faculty, time to grow stronger. Ellie tilted her head. "Were you a good teacher?" Arthur smirked. "Even students outside my class came to watch." Ellie gave him a look that said doubtful. "Brat," Arthur muttered playfully. She grinned and asked if he trained there with Elijah and Tessia. Arthur admitted that he did. Lately, Arthur hadn't been training much with Elijah or Tessia. Most of his time had gone into helping Gideon, who was making remarkable progress on his newest creation. Toby. The night slipped by unnoticed as Arthur spoke about life at the academy, the people he'd met, and the things he couldn't talk about back home. When dawn finally crept across the sky, the house was still. Alice noticed Arthur's room was empty. She asked Reynolds if he'd seen him. Reynolds guessed Arthur was probably already downstairs grabbing breakfast, but Alice wasn't convinced. A thought struck her. Had he already left? It felt too early. They decided to check on Ellie. Quietly, they opened her door and stopped. Arthur sat upright on the edge of the bed, fast asleep. Ellie lay curled beside him, her head resting peacefully on his lap, one small hand clutching his sleeve. Alice felt her chest tighten. Reynolds smiled faintly. Neither said a word as they gently closed the door. Arthur waved once more as the carriage doors closed. Inside, he followed Sylvie's lead and let the steady motion lull him into sleep. When the carriage finally stopped, sunlight poured in. Arthur stepped out and was immediately greeted by Curtis, who waved enthusiastically. Students had already gathered at the dungeon's entrance. Professor Glory smiled as she counted heads, confirming everyone had arrived safely. Arthur saw the opening he needed. While the others entered the dungeon, Sylvie could stay outside, hunt, train, sharpen her instincts. Sylvie questioned him through their bond, wary. Arthur reassured her. The dungeon was low risk. Glory would be supervising the entire time. After a moment, Sylvie hopped off his shoulder. She agreed, on one condition. If anything went wrong, he was to call immediately. Arthur nodded, and then his eyes landed on Lucas Wykes. He sighed inwardly. Of all people, Glory had paired him with Lucas. Lucas stood front and center, boasting loudly about how many times he'd already cleared this dungeon. He called it easy, claimed his A-rank adventurer status, made this little excursion beneath him. Students around him whispered in awe. Arthur didn't bother lowering his voice. "I heard your license got revoked," he said casually. A friend in the field mentioned it, and with that he walked away. Lucas snapped. He grabbed Arthur's shoulder from behind, demanding to know if Arthur was jealous. Arthur calmly turned. "I just said the truth." Lucas's grip tightened. Before it could escalate, Clive stepped in, voice firm. They still needed to select a team leader. Lucas scoffed, already assuming the role was his. Then every hand went up, all of them, for Tessia. She froze, stunned, glancing instinctively at Arthur. Arthur simply nodded. He reminded her she'd already led the student council, and as a mid-range conjurer, she was perfectly positioned to oversee the team. Roland laughed, calling them the Queen and her knights. Lucas said nothing, but the tension around him sharpened. Professor Glory gathered them, her tone cutting clean through the noise. She reminded them of formations, coordination, and discipline. This wasn't a game. With that, the group stepped forward and crossed into the dungeon. They cut through the forest at a brisk pace. The ground dipped sharply, forcing the group into a careful descent down a sloping passage that marked the dungeon's entrance. Professor Glory's voice carried clearly over the crunch of boots and rustling leaves. She repeated her instructions with sharp precision. Stay within assigned teams, keep mana flowing around the body at all times, and do not let focus slip, not even for a moment. The air changed almost instantly. Roland stiffened, his teeth chattering as the cold seeped straight through his clothes. Clive shot him a sideways glance, unimpressed, and reminded him curtly that this was exactly why they had been told to properly align their mana circulation. Arthur, however, noticed something strange. He wasn't reinforcing his body with mana, yet the cold barely registered. The realization came quickly. His assimilation with Sylvia's dragon will had altered him more deeply than he'd thought. His body itself had become more resilient. Beside him, Tessia slowed her steps, emerald eyes roaming across the dungeon interior. Darkness crept along jagged walls, and frost clung to stone like pale veins. Yet there was something undeniably beautiful about it. The dungeon felt ancient, alive. Even the cold couldn't dim her awe. Professor Glory brought their attention back before anyone grew too distracted. This was a D-class dungeon. For safety reasons, they would restrict exploration to the first 2 floors. No exceptions. As for threats, the only mana beasts of note were snarlers. One of the older female students spoke up, recalling what she'd read. Snarlers weren't particularly powerful, but their thick fur made them irritatingly difficult to kill. Another girl grimaced and added that their appearance alone made close combat unpleasant, calling them outright revolting. As they advanced deeper, Curtis frowned. Something didn't sit right. Snarlers were known to roam the first floor frequently, yet there were no signs of activity. No tracks, no remains, nothing. Claire, walking just behind him, remembered that Professor Glory had coordinated with the Adventurers Guild to seal the dungeon for weeks. That explained the lack of other adventurers, but it didn't account for the eerie absence of anything at all. Professor Glory felt it too. The silence pressed down on her nerves. By now, they should have encountered at least a handful of snarlers. Instead, the dungeon felt empty, wrong. She voiced her concern, ordering everyone to stay sharp. Even if no beasts had appeared yet, This was not the time to relax. Dungeons had a way of hiding danger until it was too late. Lucas scoffed openly, irritation clear on his face. What was the point of being here if nothing showed up? Roland, curiosity overtaking his fear, asked what they'd do if the first 2 floors were completely empty. Would they push deeper? Professor Glory shut that down instantly. There would be no descent beyond the 2nd floor. If the dungeon truly held no mana beasts, they'd withdraw and report everything to the guild. Curtis began suggesting they search outside the dungeon instead, but his words were cut off when he walked straight into Professor Glory's back. She had stopped dead. Her posture was rigid, eyes wide, every muscle tense. Slowly, glowing red lights began appearing from behind scattered boulders, from narrow crevices carved into the walls. Snarlers, not a few, an army. The sight drained the noise from the group entirely. Roland swallowed hard, fear written plainly across his face. He wasn't alone. Even the more confident students stood frozen, overwhelmed by the sheer number surrounding them. Arthur moved first. He grabbed Roland by the cloak and dragged him backward, urging him to move exactly as the professor had instructed. The snarlers burst from their hiding places, snarling and snapping as they charged in a tide of fur and teeth. Professor Glory stepped forward without hesitation. Steel flashed. In one smooth, decisive arc, her blade tore through the front line. Dozens of snarlers fell instantly, bodies collapsing before they even realized they'd been struck. Her power was overwhelming, her technique flawless, but her mind raced. Individually, the beasts were no stronger than expected. But this many? This wasn't normal. She shouted her decision without delay. The training was suspended. Student safety came first. Everyone was to retreat to the stairs immediately. The group had just begun to pull back when a blazing sphere streaked past her shoulder. Boom! The fireball detonated among the snarlers, blasting 6 of them apart in a burst of heat and smoke. Silence followed as all eyes turned. Lucas stood behind them, arm lowered, face cold and unapologetic. Murmurs rippled through the students. The beasts had gone down easily. Maybe this wasn't as dangerous as it looked. It was only a D-class dungeon after all. Professor Glory hesitated. Curtis suggested continuing the exercise, and Arthur understood her conflict. With the Lances already investigating strange dungeon activity, caution made sense. But opportunities like this, real combat, real danger, were rare for students. Snarlers were only E-class mana beasts. As long as she remained close, she could protect them. Decision made, Professor Glory drove her sword into the stone floor with a resounding clang. Training would continue. The students responded instantly, breaking into their assigned teams with energized shouts. Excitement echoed through the cavern as they rushed forward. Glory, however, kept her guard high. She turned a sharp glare on Lucas, issuing a silent warning. He clicked his tongue but nodded, displeased yet compliant. Tessia immediately assumed command of her team. She placed Arthur at the front without hesitation, trusting his close combat ability. Roland and Clive took positions just behind him, covering his left and right flanks to intercept anything that slipped through. Lucas was meant to stay at the center, maintaining their diamond formation. Instead, he surged ahead, ignoring Tessia's orders entirely. Clive bristled, ready to snap, but Arthur stopped him with a quiet motion. This wasn't worth the distraction. Their focus needed to be on the real threat. Arthur pointed toward a smaller group of snarlers advancing from the side. Weapons came up in unison. Roland reached to his waist and drew a sword hilt, no blade attached. Beside him, Clive calmly pulled a compact metal shortbow from his dimension ring. The moment Roland activated it, water spilled from the hilt of his weapon, not dripping, but pouring. The liquid coiled and hardened mid-air, shaping itself into a razor-edged, flexible whip that shimmered with mana. Arthur stepped forward to engage. Then Roland's eyes widened. A snarler was creeping up behind Arthur, muscles tensing, jaws peeling back. "Behind you!" Roland shouted. Arthur didn't turn. His body reacted before thought could catch up. The blade flashed once, clean, effortless, and the snarler split apart down the middle, its corpse collapsing in 2 wet halves. Arthur glanced back with a faint smile, a silent thanks. Roland, still processing what he'd just witnessed, nodded back in stunned agreement. Then the dungeon answered. Snarls erupted from every direction, wet, guttural, echoing through the stone like something alive. The sound crawled under the skin, sank into bone. A chill raced up Arthur's spine. He moved anyway. Arthur surged forward, sword gleaming as he carved through the nearest beast in a single decisive strike. To his side, Roland snapped his mana into motion. Water burst from the sword's handle again, the whip cracking sharply through the air as it severed another snarler's head clean off. Lucas laughed under his breath, reveling in the chaos. His hands flared as he cast his signature spell. Ember wisps, small glowing orbs, floated into the air, bathing the battlefield in flickering orange light. Too confident, a snarler lunged while his focus drifted. Before it could reach him, the ground exploded upward. Thick vines burst free, wrapping around the beast like iron restraints. Tessia shot forward, blade flashing. One clean motion, head severed. She landed hard, boots skidding against stone as the body collapsed beside her. From the rear, Professor Glory watched with a sharp, calculating gaze. The students were holding their own. Training was paying off, but she could see it clearly now. Their stamina was draining. This wasn't about strength. It was about numbers. The snarlers kept coming, wave after wave, endless. The tide was turning. "Fall back!" Glory commanded commanded, her voice cutting cleanly through the chaos. Tessia reacted instantly, shouting the order down the line. Clive acknowledged, already repositioning. The group began retreating toward the staircase above. Then it happened. A snarler burst from the side and slammed into Roland, claws digging into his leg. He was yanked off his feet, dragged screaming across the stone. Arthur saw it immediately. "Tessia!" she shouted, but Arthur was already moving. "Go!" he barked back, sprinting alone toward Roland. Snarlers swarmed the fallen boy, teeth snapping, claws raking the ground. Arthur ran harder, thoughts razor sharp. Glory's command echoed in his mind, retreat, fall back. But if he didn't act now, Roland was dead. He'd never used this technique in real combat. It had lived only in theory, tested in his mind 100 times. No more thinking. Arthur flicked his thumb and released the blade from its scabbard. Mana detonated. Wind spiraled violently around the sword as pressure slammed outward. The dungeon itself seemed to recoil. Arthur shouted for Roland to hold on. Through clenched teeth, Roland grabbed a jagged rock formation and braced himself. Arthur unleashed it. Burst blade. The unsheathing alone exploded like a shock grenade. Compressed wind erupted outward in a massive arc, tearing through the swarm. Razor-sharp wind blades shredded the snarlers, dragging Roland, cleaving dozens apart in an instant. But the force didn't stop there. The waves slammed into the dungeon walls behind them. Stone fractured, cracks spiderwebbed outward as dust and debris rained down. Arthur reached Roland and hauled him upright, and then the cavern screamed. A deafening sonic boom ripped through the space. The walls shattered further, and Arthur instinctively flinched as the ceiling groaned. Then it collapsed. Icicles, jagged stalactites, and massive chunks of stone plummeted downward as two enormous shapes descended through the wreckage. Their wings cut through the air like blades. Two queen snarlers hovered above the battlefield, their shrill screeches shaking the cavern. Fear spread instantly. Professor Glory stared upward, disbelief flashing across her face. These creatures were never meant to surface, not from the lowest levels. And yet there they were. The queens dove, both folded their wings and accelerated straight toward her. Glory didn't hesitate. She tore the seal disguised as a necklace from her neck and slammed it into the ground. Mana exploded outward as the limiter shattered. The air warped around her presence. Her eyes burned with fury as she drew a second colossal sword from her dimension ring. The queen struck first. Massive claws slashed downward. Glory met them head-on, dual blades crashing against bone and muscle. Sparks burst violently as steel screamed against flesh. Her swords ignited, one blazing with fire, the other crackling with dense, sand-like earth energy. The collision sent a shockwave rippling outward, forcing the queens to skid back. Glory launched herself forward, relentless. She vaulted into the air, soaring above them, then brought both swords down in a devastating cross. One blade crushed into the smaller queen's body. The other tore through the larger queen's wings. Her dual-element augment, melding fire and earth, detonated. Projectile shards erupted like frozen spears, ripping through the smaller queen's core. The creature howled once before collapsing lifelessly. The larger queen staggered, but Glory didn't pursue. She turned sharply toward the students. "Clear the exit," she commanded. Arthur understood instantly. They had to move, guide everyone across the chasm, break whatever blockade awaited them, and make sure no one was left behind. Through the chaos, Arthur's gaze locked onto a young mage, weaving wind and earth magic, Delphine. He ran toward her without hesitation. He'd need her power to force a path open. Behind him, Tessia planted her staff into the ground, eyes blazing. She shouted that they had his back. Vines exploded forward, impaling snarlers and holding the line as the retreat began. The dungeon reeked of burned fur and blood, the air vibrating with the shrill cries of snarlers refusing to die quietly. Arthur and Delphine sprinted for the sealed exit, boots skidding over cracked stone, while Clive covered their retreat, mana-laced arrows ripping through the darkness with lethal precision. They reached the chasm, and just as Arthur had feared, the path was completely blocked. Arthur snapped his head toward Delphine. She understood instantly. Earth magic. She had to rebuild the passage. For a split second, doubt flickered across her face. It wouldn't be fast. It wouldn't be easy. But she nodded and began channeling her mana. That was when Curtis's voice cut through the chaos. "Behind you!" A snarler had slipped past the line. It charged straight at Delphine, jaws wide, claws tearing into the stone. Her focus shattered. Fear locked her body in place, her eyes squeezing shut as death rushed toward her, and never arrived. Arthur moved. In the blink of an eye, he was there. His blade drove clean through the beast's skull, the impact so precise it barely had time to snarl. He tore the sword free, dark blood dripping as the lifeless body collapsed. Arthur stepped in front of Delphine without looking back. "Focus," he said sharply. Those single words snapped her back. Swallowing her fear, Delphine closed her eyes and poured mana into the ground. The dungeon floor trembled violently as stone erupted upward, slabs twisting and locking together. Platforms formed mid-air, solid and stable. A path was taking shape. Around them, the fight began to turn. The earlier fall of a queen snarler had ignited something in the students. Their movements sharpened, spells landed with purpose. They were no longer panicking, they were fighting back. Delphine completed the passage and met Arthur's eyes, giving him a firm nod. The exit was close, too close. A massive wall of rubble still sealed the final stretch, an ugly mountain of shattered rock blocking their escape. Arthur inhaled slowly, then clenched his fist. Mana roared through his arm. He struck. His punch detonated against the barrier, rock exploding outward like shrapnel. Delphine immediately reinforced the impact with her earth magic, containing the blast and shielding their side from collapse. Then the smell hit, rot, burned flesh. It flooded the air so violently that several students gagged, coughing as their lungs rebelled. Arthur's eyes darted around, and the source became horrifyingly clear. Hundreds of snarler corpses crushed beneath rubble, slowly burning. Smoke was filling the dungeon. Lucas, overwhelmed earlier, had unleashed relentless fire spells, incinerating the beasts. But now those same flames were consuming their only breathable air. Toxic fumes churned upward, thickening with every second. Arthur reacted instantly. No more fire magic. Put it out now. Flames were extinguished hurriedly, but the damage was already done. Oxygen was disappearing fast. If they hesitated any longer, spells would fail. Then bodies would follow. Arthur turned to Delphine. They didn't need careful shaping anymore. They needed destruction. Before he could speak, a familiar presence brushed against his mind. Sylvie. She felt his distress and reached out, demanding to know what was wrong. Arthur explained quickly. They were trapped. He asked her to check the outside of the passage. She offered to help immediately. Arthur hesitated. The hesitation cost him a heartbeat and triggered a realization. Curtis. Grotter. Arthur spun toward Curtis and called him over, asking if World Howl could break through the blockage. Curtis grimaced and admitted the truth. Without Grotter physically manifesting, his mana reserves weren't enough. Then get ready, Arthur said flatly. First phase. Now. There was no time for questions. Delphine was sent to reinforce the front lines, while Arthur prepared the transfer. As she ran, Arthur exhaled and removed the magical seal around his wrist. The dungeon reacted. Earth, fire, water, and wind spiraled violently around him, raw elemental power bending to his will. Arthur focused on something long deemed impossible: mana transference. Ordinary mages couldn't do it. Even those sharing affinities failed. Their elemental balances too different. But Arthur was a quadra-elemental. He could adjust, reshape, and replicate the exact mana Curtis needed. He hadn't mastered it. He'd barely tested it. But there was no alternative. Arthur placed both hands on Curtis's back and released the flood. Mana surged like a tidal wave, slamming into Curtis's body. The prince cried out and dropped to one knee, muscles trembling as he fought to absorb the overwhelming force. As Arthur maintained the flow, a bitter realization gnawed at him. This was his fault. He had walked into the dungeon confident, too confident. Power had come too easily in this life, and without realizing it, arrogance had taken root. He'd assumed he could handle anything. That mistake nearly got them killed. Curtis felt it. "I can feel it," he shouted, voice strained but steady. He dropped into a low crouch, stabilizing himself as mana gathered violently within his chest. Power from his core, and the surrounding air condensed at his jaws, pressure screaming to be released. Then Curtis roared. The first phase breath attack tore through the dungeon like a living cannon. The rubble ahead disintegrated in a thunderous explosion, dust and stone blasting outward as the blockage vanished. Beyond it, the staircase. Freedom. "Move," Arthur shouted, and the students ran. Curtis didn't hesitate. He shouted at the others, his voice sharp with urgency, forcing them to move faster toward the exit. Behind them, the battle hadn't ended. Professor Glory was still locked in combat, standing atop the fallen Queen Snarler's massive body. She moved like a blur, carving into the beast's arm with a precise slash that tore a howl of agony from its throat. As the Queen reeled, Glory pressed the attack, crossing both blades in a vicious follow-up strike. Her deviant magic surged, two elemental forces fusing into something unnatural. Arthur watched, his expression tightening. Even with that level of power, deviant magic refined by years of experience, Glory was being forced back. An A-class adventurer shouldn't have been struggling like this. Something wasn't right. Curtis rallied the students again, shouting for them to run. Arthur's attention snapped away for just a moment, and that was when he saw her. Tessia was lagging behind. Her legs gave out, and she collapsed to her knees. One hand clutched her abdomen as her face twisted in pain. Her voice was barely audible as she murmured that something was wrong with her mana core. Arthur was at her side instantly, catching her before she hit the ground. He told her to stay conscious, that they were almost out, but his thoughts were spiraling. None of this made sense. Two Queen Snarlers inside a dungeon that was supposed to be B-class was already absurd. Worse, they were far stronger than they should have been. Glory should have overwhelmed them. The ground suddenly shook. A deep guttural growl rolled through the cave, vibrating through bone and stone alike. Arthur's head snapped up just in time to see Professor Glory drop to her knees, her movements freezing mid-step. What followed was grotesque. The second Queen Snarler, larger, bulkier, and far more vicious, lunged toward the fallen corpse of its counterpart. It began tearing into it, devouring flesh and bone without hesitation. Arthur stared, disbelief flooding his mind. This wasn't normal behavior. It wasn't instinctual. It was wrong. As the creature fed, its body changed. The dull gray fur darkened, spreading like ink until it became pitch black. Its presence shifted, becoming heavier, more oppressive. This was no longer just a mana beast. It was something twisted, something born from madness. Professor Glory staggered back, shock written across her face, as the mutated queen lifted its head and locked eyes with her. She didn't have time to warn anyone. The beast lunged, its claws slammed into Glory with devastating force. She crossed both swords just in time, but the impact still sent her skidding backward across the cave floor, boots carving deep grooves into stone as she fought to stay upright. The creature turned, its bloodlust shifting toward the fleeing group. It sensed movement, fresh prey. Before it could advance, a storm of razor-sharp glass shards ripped through the air. Glory's magic detonated against the queen's hide, hammering into it like explosive rounds and staggering it just long enough. Glory surged forward, roaring as she reclaimed its attention, dragging its focus back onto herself. Arthur saw it clearly now. The strain in her movements, the slowing reactions, even she was reaching her limit. If this kept up, she wouldn't survive. Claire shouted for Arthur to retreat. Curtis echoed her, desperation bleeding into his voice. Arthur turned and gently transferred Tessia into Claire's arms. He told her to get Tess out, now. Claire froze, reading his intent instantly, her voice breaking as she protested. Curtis rushed in, gripping Arthur's wrist, begging him not to do something reckless. Arthur didn't answer. Blue flames erupted around his hand, burning with an intensity that distorted the air. Mana surged outward, thick and violent, pressing down on everyone nearby. Curtis stumbled back, eyes wide as Arthur's killing intent washed over him. Arthur wasn't running, he was staying. Claire stood frozen, unable to look away. Curtis couldn't either. The power Arthur had been hiding was undeniable now. The battle reached its breaking point. Glory unleashed everything she had, but the mutated queen showed no sign of slowing. Every clash shook the cave. Every blow forced her back another step. The creature was faster, stronger, and terrifyingly resilient. Confusion flickered across Glory's face. She had seen mana beasts devour one another before, but never like this, never evolved so violently, so instantly. This dungeon was wrong. Arthur shouted for her to duck. In the next heartbeat, he launched himself forward, wrapped in roaring wind and searing blue fire. He slammed into the queen with raw force, driving it sideways and ripping it away from Glory. Her eyes widened. Fire. He was wielding fire now. The queen roared and charged back, claws tearing through the air. Glory barked at Arthur to fall back, reminding him she had ordered everyone to retreat. Arthur refused. He told her he was a professor too, and then he slipped beneath the queen's swinging claws, driving a strike into its exposed side. They moved together, instincts aligning, dodging, striking, repositioning as the queen's massive limbs carved destruction through the cave. Arthur spoke quickly, pointing out what he'd noticed earlier. None of Glory's attacks had actually injured the queen. Not truly. She snapped a sharp reply, but there was no anger in it, only focus. Trust formed in the space between them, forged in the heat of battle. She gave him room to act. Arthur glanced toward the entrance. The students were gone, all of them except Lucas, who turned away the moment their eyes met and fled. Arthur told Glory they were alone now. She nodded once and spoke without hesitation. The Queen Snarler could not be allowed to leave the dungeon. The plan was simple, brutal, and terrifyingly thin on margin. They didn't need to kill it. They just needed to weaken it long enough to get out, while keeping its attention locked on them. Arthur nodded once. He didn't waste words. 10 seconds, he said. Just give me 10. Professor Glory didn't hesitate. The moment the words left his mouth, she surged forward, unleashing another violent wave of mana. Her presence slammed into the mutated queen like a challenge it couldn't ignore. The beast snarled, its focus snapping to her instantly. Arthur moved. He drew Dawn's ballad in one smooth motion, returning the sheath to his dimension ring. Both hands closed around the blade as he poured the last of his remaining mana into it. Lightning answered. The sword screamed. Arcs of electricity crawled along the steel, snapping and crackling, the air around it vibrating as Dawn's ballad hummed with power. The weapon felt alive in his hands, heavy with pressure, begging to be released. Now, Arthur shouted. Glory leapt back at the exact instant Arthur drove forward. He plunged the blade deep into an old wound near the creature's hip, burying it to the hilt. Lightning detonated inside the queen. A violent surge poured straight into its body, electricity ripping through muscle and bone from the inside out. The mutated queen shrieked, a sound so raw it clawed at the ears. Its body spasmed uncontrollably, limbs jerking as the current ravaged it from within. Arthur yanked at the sword. Too slow. Professor Glory was already there. She grabbed him around the waist and didn't even pause. She turned and sprinted for the dungeon's entrance, dragging him with her at full speed. Arthur fought to pull Dawn's ballad free, but the blade slipped from his grasp, left buried in the queen's flesh as they were hauled away. The path ahead was chaos. Lesser snarlers flooded the tunnel. Then the shadows shifted. Arthur saw it an instant too late. The mutated queen burst back into motion, erupting from the darkness like a nightmare, refusing to die. Dawn's ballad was still lodged in its side, sparks flickering uselessly as the beast powered through the pain. Driven by pure rage and survival, it lunged. Arthur twisted, too late. A massive claw punched through his leg. Pain exploded up his body as the queen wrenched him backward with horrifying strength, tearing him from Glory's grip. Professor Glory screamed his name, reaching for him as he was dragged away. Arthur felt his strength bleeding out with every heartbeat. His vision blurred as his body slammed against stone. And then he saw it. Tumors were forming across the queen's body, bulging masses spreading along its limbs, its neck, its face. They grew rapidly, pulsing, warping its shape into something grotesque and unstable. Arthur's mind snapped into focus. This wasn't evolution. This was collapse. Before he could react, the queen detonated. Its body tore itself apart in a violent eruption of blood, flesh, and shattered exoskeleton. The shockwave blasted through the cavern, hurling Professor Glory forward and ripping Arthur off his feet. The ground vanished beneath him. Arthur fell. He shouted once, then forced his mind into focus, burning away panic as he fought to stop the plunge. He reached out blindly, rubble slamming into him as he dropped through the darkness. His right hand caught a thick tree root jutting from the wall. Pain flared as bark ripped into his skin. He clung desperately. The root tore free. Arthur fell again. No more chances. He activated his mana rotation despite the agony ripping through his body. With arms stretched forward, he fired a compressed blast of air toward the opposite wall. The recoil slammed him back against the stone behind him, slowing his descent just enough. Again and again, he forced every last scrap of mana he could muster into controlling the fall, grinding his teeth as the ground rushed up to meet him. Impact. The collision drove the air from his lungs in a brutal shock. Pain detonated through his chest and spine as he hit the earth, coughing violently, gasping as his body screamed in protest. He tried to roll, tried to disperse the force, but it wasn't enough. Everything hurt. Still, he didn't lose consciousness. Gasping, shaking, Arthur forced his eyes open. Nearby, half buried in rubble, lay Dawn's ballad, still embedded in the queen's ruined corpse. The monster's twisted remains were torn apart, lifeless at last. Arthur stared, breath hitching, enhanced senses, regeneration, evolution beyond death itself. Sylvia's beast will had twisted the creature into something no mana beast should ever become. He limped over, every step agony, and wrenched his sword free. Then he looked up. The hole he'd fallen through loomed far above him. Even at full strength, climbing it would have been nearly impossible. In his current state, it was a joke. Arthur exhaled slowly and turned away. His vision swam as he noticed faint lights lining the sides of a narrow passage. The dungeon here was eerily quiet, broken only by the distant sound of running water. He followed the glow, dragging his battered body forward. The light ahead grew brighter. Waterfall. A curtain of flowing water spilled down into a hidden chamber, beautiful in a haunting, untouched way. Arthur stepped through and froze. The beauty shattered instantly. The cavern beyond was a slaughterhouse. Snarlers lay piled together in grotesque heaps, bodies twisted and broken. But worse were the bodies scattered among them. Humans, elves, dwarves, some dismembered. Others torn apart so badly they were barely recognizable. Arthur couldn't look away. Then he heard it. A voice. Weak, faint. A woman's voice calling for help. He answered instinctively, his voice hoarse and cracked. A soft cough replied, guiding him toward the sound. He turned left, and his heart dropped. Slumped against the cavern wall was a familiar figure. Alea. Memories crashed into him. Their meeting, their conversation, the impression she'd left. It had only been weeks ago. Now the proud lance, a white-core mage, was broken. Alea was drenched in blood, bruised and barely breathing, her once commanding presence reduced to fragile gasps. Arthur fell to his knees in front of her. Hands trembling, he channeled mana into his palms, shaping it with healing intent. A faint glow wrapped around her shattered form, flickering weakly as it struggled against wounds that should have been fatal. Alea stirred. Her eyes fluttered open slightly. She looked at him through pain and confusion, her voice barely audible as she asked a simple question. Have we met before? Arthur spoke softly, carefully, reminding her of their meeting at Xyrus Academy. He mentioned how she had laughed and said he was about the same age as her younger brother. For a moment, nothing happened. Then, slowly, something stirred behind her dull, fading eyes. Recognition. Her gaze sharpened just a little as memory clawed its way back. She remembered the strange boy, the one who had been watching Baron. Her lips parted to speak. Blood spilled out instead. Arthur's breath hitched. Panic surged through him as he pressed his hands to her wounds, forcing mana through them, trying desperately to reverse the damage. He begged her not to talk, not to waste what little strength she had left. Aaliyah stopped him, her hand closed around his wrist. The grip was weak, barely more than a touch, but there was finality in it, a certainty Arthur couldn't deny. "Stop," she whispered. They both knew. No spell, no technique, no miracle could save her now. Arthur swallowed hard and apologized, the word trembling as it left him. His voice broke as he asked how this had happened, how someone as strong as her, a lance, could be reduced to this. Her answer came in fragments. She was still alive because he wanted her alive. Not out of mercy, out of revenge. Arthur's eyes widened in disbelief. Revenge? Alea nodded faintly. With shaking effort, she gestured for him to come closer. Despite her shattered mana core, she said she could still show him something. Something he needed to see. Arthur leaned in. She pressed her forehead gently against his. The world dissolved. Arthur's vision blurred, then snapped into something else entirely. He stood on a battlefield. Alea was there, unbroken, commanding, leading a unit of mages as a massive two-headed beast charged toward them, the Hades serpent. Its presence alone warped the air. The mages moved as one. Vines erupted from the earth, binding the creature's massive body. Spells followed in perfect coordination, cutting, crushing, restraining. Bit by bit, they brought the monster down. When it finally collapsed, one mage stepped forward and drove his sword into its chest, extracting a glowing mana core. For a single breath, he stared at it. Then it cracked. The core shattered violently, releasing a catastrophic surge of energy. The blast hurled the mages away like broken dolls, bodies slamming into the ground. And then he appeared. Standing atop the serpent's corpse was a demon with black curved horns, Vertra. The moment he manifested, the battlefield changed. The air grew heavy, oppressive, as if reality itself recoiled from his presence. Without warning, jagged metal spikes tore through the air. Half the mages died instantly, impaled, shredded, erased before they could even scream. Vertra looked at Alea and gave her a choice: fight and die, or kill her own people and live. Alea roared in defiance. She ordered the remaining mages to attack. Vines surged upward again. Spells flew. The survivors charged with everything they had left. It didn't matter. Vertra laughed. Blades erupted from the ground, from the air, from his own body. The mages were slaughtered in seconds. Alea's vines wrapped around him, but he tore through them like brittle twigs. Then he reached her. With casual cruelty, he ripped her arm from her body. She screamed as he kicked her away, sending her crashing across the battlefield like discarded trash. Vertra wasn't finished. He walked over, grabbed both of her legs, and tore them off. No hesitation, no emotion. He wasn't killing her. He was destroying her. He made her listen. The screams, the begging, the final breaths of the people she had sworn to protect. There was no mercy. Then the memory shattered. Arthur staggered backward, gasping. His stomach twisted violently as the images overwhelmed him. He dropped to his knees and vomited, his body rejecting the horror he had just witnessed. The cavern fell silent. Alea's voice broke through the quiet. She apologized. She said no one, especially someone his age, should ever have to see something like that. Arthur wiped his mouth, shaking, but his voice was steady when he spoke. He understood now. He thanked her for her strength, her courage, her sacrifice. Tears streamed down Alea's face. Her body trembled as fear finally broke through the stoic shell she'd held onto until the end. In a broken whisper, she confessed the truth she'd been holding back. She didn't want to die. Arthur moved without thinking. He wrapped his arms around her fragile body, holding her close as if he could keep her here through sheer will alone. Her voice trembled again as she repeated it. She didn't want her life to end. Arthur's tears fell freely now. He stroked her hair gently, whispering comfort he didn't know would reach her. Her breathing grew shallow, slower. Then it stopped. Alea died in his arms. Arthur sat there for a long time, unmoving. When he finally rose, he used his mana to open the earth. One by one, he laid her fallen comrades to rest, carefully lowering each body into the ground and covering them with soil. For the last, he planted their weapon into the earth like a gravestone. A promise. Alea's death would not be meaningless. Arthur looked down at his hands. The demon in Sylvia's cave. Vertra. The others like him. Whether they wanted Sylvie or all of Dicathen, it didn't matter. His strength wasn't enough. 4 elements weren't enough. If a war was coming, he couldn't afford to stand still. He cleaned Alea's body with conjured water, then froze it into a solid block of ice to preserve her. Nearby, he found a small flower, plucked it, and placed it gently beside her. He promised she wouldn't be alone for long. Then, a roar echoed through the cavern. Arthur felt it before he saw her. Sylvie landed nearby, her massive form radiating quiet sorrow. She lowered her head toward him, her eyes soft, understanding his grief, without a single word needing to be spoken. Arthur told her he was fine. At least, that was what his voice said. On the surface, everything sounded steady, calm, but beneath it, there was nothing left for them to do in that place. Staying any longer would change nothing. It was time to leave. Sylvie beat her wings hard, the air beneath them detonating into a roaring updraft. Wind surged upward, carrying them out of the depths as the dungeon shrank away below. As they flew, Arthur spoke quietly, recounting everything that had happened while they were apart. The queens, Alea, the demon, the things he had seen. When they finally broke through to the surface, the night greeted them in silence. A full moon hung overhead, cold and distant. Just as Arthur had expected, There was no one waiting, no rescue team, no lanterns, nothing. The nearest teleportation gate was still hours away on foot. He didn't slow down. By the time he reached the gate, exhaustion clung to his limbs, but his pace never faltered. The guard stationed there stiffened in surprise when he saw a lone boy approaching at such a late hour, injured, blood-stained, and alone. Arthur introduced himself calmly. Arthur Leywin, student of Xyrus Academy, returning from a class expedition to Widow's Crypt. That was all it took. The guard's expression changed instantly. Recognition dawned, followed by alarm. Widow's Crypt, the site of the incident. Arthur gave a small nod when the guard hesitated. Without wasting a second, the man barked orders to his partner, telling him to inform Xyrus Academy and the Adventurers Guild immediately. The second guard took off at a run. When the guard turned back, concern replaced his initial shock. He mentioned that the guild had already been preparing a search and rescue operation. He offered to bring a healing emitter, clearly worried about Arthur's injuries. Arthur stopped him with a gentle but firm hand. He didn't want treatment. He didn't want attention. He only wanted to go home. He assured the guard that he would personally report everything to the academy the following day. The guard studied him for a long moment, then let out a quiet sigh and nodded. A carriage was prepared. Arthur climbed inside without another word. The ride home passed in silence. But his mind was anything but quiet. His thoughts weren't on reports or missions or consequences. They were fixed firmly on something far more unsettling. For the first time across both of his lives, Arthur truly understood what it meant to protect someone. Even as a king, even with power and authority, that feeling had never cut this deep. Arthur didn't go inside right away. He stood before the door, staring at it. The lights were still on. His family was awake, waiting. That knowledge alone felt crushing. Instead of knocking, he sat down on the steps. A long breath escaped him, bitter and heavy. He admitted silently that maybe he was being selfish, but he didn't have the strength to explain anything. Not yet. Aaliyah's final moments replayed relentlessly in his mind. Her shaking voice, her fear, her plea not to die alone. He could still feel the weight of her in his arms, the gradual stillness as life slipped away. He hoped, irrationally, desperately, that somehow she might be given another chance, just like he had been. The door opened softly behind him. Arthur hadn't even heard it. Reginald stepped outside and looked out over the floating city, casually remarking on how beautiful the view was at night. Arthur didn't respond. Reginald sat down beside him without pressing, letting silence settle between them. After a while, he spoke again, quietly, gently. He told Arthur he didn't need to explain anything. He reminded him that Alice could only heal minor wounds, not because she lacked talent, but because some injuries couldn't be fixed with magic. Scars that lived in the heart, not the body. She carried them too, just like Arthur was now. Reynolds didn't ask questions. He didn't demand answers. He simply acknowledged that everyone fought battles no one else could fully understand. Then, with a father's warmth, he ran a hand through Arthur's hair and told him he would wait, just as he had waited for Alice. He would be there until Arthur came out the other side, stronger, victorious. Life wasn't a single fight, Reynolds said. It was many battles strung together. Losing one didn't mean the end. It meant learning, standing back up, moving forward. Arthur's vision blurred as tears finally spilled over. The grief didn't vanish, but Reynolds' words gave him something to hold on to. That night was one of the hardest Arthur had ever endured. Not as a king, not as a mage, but as a child, hurting, grieving, and lost. It was a night that would never leave him. The next morning, Arthur headed for Xyrus Academy. Before entering, he stopped at a high platform near Director Cynthia Goodsky's office. Alone, he held Aaliyah Triskin's identification tag in his hand, staring out at the city as the wind brushed against his face. The weight in his chest felt unbearable. Cynthia arrived shortly after. She had expected Arthur to come straight to her, but instead found him standing there. She noted that Sylvie wasn't with him. Arthur had asked her to stay home. Cynthia approved quietly. After everything that had happened, rest was necessary. She asked about his plans. Arthur mentioned he was supposed to go shopping later with his mother and sister, but her expression darkened. She shifted the conversation to the Queen Snarlers. Professor Glory had already briefed her, but she needed more. Was there anything else? Arthur answered by holding out the identification tag. Cynthia froze. Color drained from her face as she read the name. Aaliyah Triskin. Alance. Gone. Her voice faltered as she asked if it was truly confirmed. Arthur nodded once. Alea and her team still lay deep within Widow's Crypt. Cynthia's thoughts raced. Alance didn't fall by accident. Not like this. Whoever was responsible had already made their move, and they were far beyond ordinary threats. Swallowing hard, she asked Arthur one final question. Had he seen what caused it? Arthur paused for a long moment before answering. Then, quietly, he said no. Cynthia studied him, searching for cracks, but she didn't press. Whatever had happened down there was already too heavy, too dangerous. She told him she'd inform the council immediately. This wasn't something a child or anyone should carry alone. Arthur nodded, hoping that would truly be enough. The following day, he kept his promise to his family. He went shopping with his mother and younger sister, forcing himself to set aside the weight crushing his chest. No matter how loud duty screamed in his head, time with them mattered more. Ellie raced ahead, bouncing from store to store, with endless energy, while Alice followed behind, smiling softly. Arthur lost count of how many shops they visited. Eventually, they entered another clothing store, one Tabitha clearly adored. She lit up instantly, diving into the racks like she'd found buried treasure. Arthur, meanwhile, tried to steer the conversation elsewhere. He needed training supplies, elixirs, real ones. Tabitha mentioned a reputable shop just around the corner. Before Alice could insist on joining him, Ellie proudly wrapped a muffler around Sylvie's neck, giggling as she showed her off. Sylvie, however, looked one breath away from calling for help. Arthur set the bags down, smiled, and told them he'd go alone. They should enjoy themselves. He'd catch up soon. As he turned away, Sylvie stretched a tiny paw toward him, eyes full of betrayal. Arthur silently thanked her for her sacrifice and slipped out into the street. The city buzzed with life as Arthur searched for the shop. When he finally found it, he stopped short. The place looked abandoned. A crooked sign dangled from a single nail, the faded letters barely readable. It didn't look like a potion shop. It looked like somewhere people went to disappear. As Arthur turned away, a weak voice stopped him. An old man sat on the cold stone beside the shop, hand outstretched, asking for spare change. Distracted, Arthur handed him a coin without looking. The old man's fingers moved unnaturally fast, too fast. Arthur's eyes widened as he realized his mistake, a silver coin, worth 100 coppers. He quickly reached back into his pocket to correct it, but the old man was gone. No footsteps, no sound, just empty space. Arthur stood there, unsettled. 3 strange things in minutes. He exhaled slowly and turned back to the shop. The door looked ready to crumble. As his hand touched the knob, a faint pulse of mana brushed against his senses. The moment the door opened, a wave of stench slammed into him. Arthur coughed hard, eyes watering, rotting herbs, mold, something far worse beneath it. "Welcome!" Arthur froze. Behind the counter sat the same old man, slouched and calm, as if nothing had happened. The beggar, smiling. He casually offered Arthur a deal. Pick any item in the shop as repayment for the silver coin. Arthur looked around in disbelief. The place resembled a forgotten attic. Dust everywhere, shelves sagging under unlabeled bottles, old magic clinging to the air like damp rot. Still, curiosity tugged at him. The old man waved off the mess, saying cleaning was beneath someone his age. Arthur carefully stepped deeper inside, weaving through half-collapsed boxes. Then he felt it. Eyes on him. High above, a black cat sat perched on a shelf. Its fur swallowed the light, but its eyes, those eyes, shimmered unnaturally like stars trapped in glass. Arthur held its gaze for a heartbeat too long before shaking himself free. On a nearby shelf, a small black box caught his attention. Plain, unmarked, quiet. He opened it. A ring. Before he could react, the gemstone spat liquid straight at his face. Arthur twisted instantly, the stream splashing against the wall behind him. He demanded to know what it was. "Water," the old man replied calmly. At that point, Arthur seriously questioned his sanity. Suddenly, a white blur shot through the open door and landed squarely on his head. Sylvie. She smacked him with a tiny paw, clearly furious for being left behind. Arthur laughed softly and rubbed her head, relief washing over him. When he turned back, he stopped. The old man had gone pale, frozen, like he'd seen death itself. Arthur asked if he was all right. The man coughed, nodded, and claimed he was fine, though his voice shook. Arthur scanned the shop one last time and admitted he hadn't found anything worth taking. He asked for his silver coin back instead. The old man didn't answer. He simply stared. The old man stepped out from behind the counter and moved toward a shelf near the entrance. Without even looking, he grabbed something and casually tossed it over his shoulder. Arthur caught it on instinct. It was a small sphere, no bigger than a marble. He stared at it warily, half expecting it to explode, melt, or spray something unpleasant at his face. The old man merely waved him off. He said Arthur would need it. That was all. The exchange was over. Arthur let out a tired breath and left the shop behind. As he made his way through the narrow alley, he felt eyes on him again. The black cat sat nearby, watching him in silence. It glanced from Arthur to Sylvie, then turned away like neither of them mattered anymore. The indifference unsettled him more than hostility ever could. At the end of the alley, his family waited. Alice and Ellie sat at a table with Tabitha, drinks in hand. Ellie waved energetically when she spotted him, nearly sloshing her cup, while Alice asked if he'd found what he was looking for. Arthur hesitated. He honestly didn't know how to answer. Tabitha, unfazed, commented that the shop was famous for rare elixirs and training supplies. Students crowded it daily, hoping to find something worthwhile. Arthur blinked, genuinely confused. The place he'd just left barely looked fit to store garbage, let alone prized elixirs. Tabitha raised her hand and pointed back the way Arthur had come. He turned and froze. The alley was gone. In its place stood a wide, polished marble road leading to a grand 3-story building. Sunlight reflected off pristine white walls and tall, elegant windows. Far away from the calm grounds of Xyrus Academy, Lucas Wykes walked through a narrow underground tunnel. The air was damp, the silence heavy, broken only by the faint crackle of torches lining the walls. Charles led the way without speaking. They stopped at a lone door. Charles opened it, and they stepped inside. Lucas scanned the chamber with clear disappointment. Cloaked figures lined the room, faces hidden beneath shadows. At the center, elevated above the rest, sat a man on a throne. His face was concealed behind a mask. Lucas scoffed and shoved his foot into Charles's back. This was it? He had expected something impressive. Instead, it felt like a farce. The masked man spoke calmly, greeting Lucas and referring to the gathering as just another meeting. His voice carried authority. and the room seemed to bend around it. Charles formally introduced Lucas, stating he'd brought him as requested. The masked man addressed Lucas directly, calling him famous. Lucas smirked. He hadn't come to join anything. Curiosity was the only reason he'd followed Charles. His words were mocking, dismissive. When the masked man was implied to be a professor, Lucas laughed outright. The tension snapped. One of the cloaked figures shouted, hurling an insult, demanding respect. Lucas didn't respond, but his eyes hardened. The masked man snapped his fingers. Fire erupted instantly, engulfing the offender. Screams tore through the chamber as flames consumed him. He begged. No one moved. The masked man remained seated, reminding the room that disrespect, especially toward their guest, would not be tolerated. Lucas watched closely. Strangely, he felt no mana from the masked figure at all. That unsettled him more than the execution. He cut to the point. He wanted answers. What was this group really after? Why involve him? And were they responsible for drugging students? The masked man didn't deny it. He said those actions were insignificant compared to their real objective. Unable to move openly, he needed powerful mages to act in his place. Lucas fit the role. He revealed the truth of the group, disgruntled nobles who believed Xyrus Academy was meant to preserve noble blood and pride. Lucas might not share their ideals, but the masked man pointed out how far the academy had fallen. Lucas dismissed it all. Students, adventurers, nobles, it was all garbage. He had no interest in serving anyone. He turned to leave. Then the masked man spoke a single name, Arthur Leywin. Lucas stopped. The masked man twisted the knife, mocking Lucas for losing, reminding him Arthur hadn't even been serious during their fight. Lucas's fists clenched, rage burning through him. The humiliation still hadn't faded. The masked man finally stood, declaring himself a benefactor, one who sought the continent's betterment. What he offered was mutual gain. Lucas said nothing, but his thoughts raced. How long had this man been watching him? At last, Lucas told him to continue. The masked man smiled beneath his mask. Soon, he said, he would move freely. When that happened, the fragile balance between humans, elves, and dwarves would collapse. The council and even the academy's director were already being handled. All that would remain was chaos, and Lucas Wykes would be tasked with cleaning up what survived it. Lucas didn't need it spelled out. Arthur Leywin was clearly one of those loose ends. When he voiced it, the masked man confirmed his suspicion with a thinly veiled insult, remarking that Lucas's mixed blood hadn't dulled his intelligence after all. Lucas ignored the jab. He wasn't stupid enough to underestimate Arthur. Not anymore. Now that he understood Arthur had never fought seriously during their clashes, the reality was clear. Killing someone like Arthur Leywin would be anything but simple. He asked the obvious question. Did the masked man expect him to take the same strange drug that had twisted Marcos into a monster? The masked man scoffed. Marcos had been weak. If Lucas truly believed in his own strength, there was nothing to fear. What Lucas would receive wasn't the same crude enhancement. It would be something else entirely, far more potent, far more dangerous. Even so, Lucas refused to be treated like a tool. If he was going to face Arthur, it would be a real fight, one that forced Arthur to stop holding back. Anything less would be meaningless. The masked man had already anticipated that. Arthur, he said, was powerful, but still human, and humans had weaknesses, attachments, friends, family, and above all, one person who mattered more than the rest. Lucas's lips slowly curled upward as he spoke the name himself, Tessia Erleth. The masked man nodded, clearly pleased. Tessia, a pure-blooded elf, serving as the face of the student council in an academy meant to uphold human nobility. To the group gathered there, it was an insult. The masked man leaned forward, his voice painting the outcome with disturbing clarity. A single drop of Tessia's blood, spilled at the right moment, would be enough. Enough to shatter Arthur's restraint. Lucas let out a low chuckle. The cruelty of it amused him. The road ahead was clear now, blazing with fire. His smirk returned, eyes shining with anticipation. He was in. Elijah sat alone in his dorm room, lost in thought. The events of the past few days pressed heavily on him. The silence felt thick, almost soothing, until a sudden knock pulled him back to reality. He opened the door. Arthur stood there, alive. Without thinking, Elijah stepped forward and wrapped his arms around him. Relief flooded out of him in that moment. Arthur gently patted his back, steady and reassuring. He was fine. Bruised maybe, but still standing. It would take far more than that to bring him down. Elijah's expression quickly sobered. He told Arthur about Director Goodsky's visit the day before. She had come to reassure him, insisting Arthur was safe, and there was nothing to worry about. But after everything Elijah had heard from Claire, the danger, the chaos, it was hard to believe Arthur had walked away untouched. Arthur's face tightened. He asked about the others. Elijah nodded. Claire and Curtis had been released from the infirmary that morning. Tessia was training with her grandfather. At her name, Arthur paused. The training room, of course. Focused, relentless, pushing herself harder than anyone else. Elijah gently urged him to see the others. Let them see with their own eyes that he was really okay. Arthur knew he should. Claire, Curtis, Tessia, but the thought of answering their questions right now felt overwhelming. Instead, he asked Elijah for a favor. If Elijah could go to their meeting room the next morning and tell them Arthur was alive and well, they'd believe it without hesitation. Elijah agreed instantly. Arthur bumped fists with him in thanks, then turned and left. Elijah watched him go, the ache in his head still pulsing, but his chest felt lighter now. Arthur moved through the academy grounds, thoughts drifting. Director Goodsky should have been with the council by now. If Varian wasn't there either, then something serious was unfolding. Suddenly, Sylvie's voice rang out in his mind, sharp and urgent. She could sense Tessia, close, strong. Something was wrong. Arthur didn't hesitate. He broke into a run, footsteps echoing through the halls until he reached the training room. He planted both hands against the heavy door and shoved. It creaked open. A wave of dark, oppressive energy surged outward like a living thing. From within the gloom came a familiar voice. Varian's. Rough, strained, but laced with unmistakable relief. Arthur was alive, and Varian needed help. Still unsure of what awaited him, Arthur stepped inside. The air roared with clashing mana, like waves smashing endlessly against stone. Then he felt it. His dimension ring began to glow. Heat flared against his skin as it pulsed violently, reacting to something deeper within the room. Sylvie felt it too and demanded to know what was happening. Arthur didn't have an answer. The ring wasn't just glowing, it was burning. The aura lashed wildly, but Arthur fixed his gaze on Varian's blurred silhouette, using it as his anchor. As he drew closer, the shape behind Varian came into focus. Arthur stopped cold. Thick, thorned vines formed a massive cocoon, completely engulfing someone inside. His heart sank. Through the tangled growth, he could barely make out a familiar figure. Tessia! Varian turned slightly, frustration heavy in his voice. She'd been like this since returning from the dungeon. Something had gone terribly wrong. Varian couldn't give Arthur clear answers. All he could say was that Tessia's assimilation wasn't stable. The beast will of the Elderwood Guardian was resisting her, fighting back. Worse, Varian suspected the Guardian itself might not have been normal. Something about it felt altered, mutated, and that corruption could now be influencing Tessia in ways even he didn't understand. Arthur stood there in silence, a heavy knot forming in his chest. Guilt crept in before he could stop it. He had given her that beast core. He had believed it would make her stronger, help her survive in a world that kept growing more dangerous. But what if that choice had doomed her instead? Ignoring the burning heat pulsing from his dimension ring, Arthur stepped forward. Before his hands could touch the vine-covered surface, a sharp, horrific sound ripped through the air, flesh tearing. Arthur reacted on instinct. He twisted sharply, barely avoiding a lethal strike, as a spear-like vine exploded out of the cocoon, aimed straight for his heart. Even with the dodge, it clipped him hard. Pain detonated through his side. Another vine shot out, faster, sharper. Arthur evaded it by inches, but not without consequence. A thin cut opened along his cheek, warm blood trailing downward. The attacks intensified. They weren't wild anymore. They were precise. Varian stood right beside the cocoon, his hands pressed directly against the vines. Yet nothing reacted to him. Not a single tendril moved in his direction. But the moment Arthur shifted closer, the vines snapped toward him with murderous intent. There was no doubt now. Whatever was inside that cocoon saw Arthur as an enemy. Arthur deflected another spear-like strike, but the situation was spiraling fast. The cocoon began to swell, expanding outward as if alive. From the floor beneath it, thick vines erupted, twisting and stacking over one another, reinforcing the structure layer by layer. Varian called out to Arthur, alarm clear in his voice. Arthur steadied himself and tried to ease the tension with a remark, but it fell flat the moment it left him. The air was too heavy. This wasn't something to joke about. Another wave of vines surged up, thicker, sharper. Every single one pointed toward Arthur. The intent was unmistakable. Arthur sprang backward, dodging left and right as spear after spear tore through the space he had just occupied. He skidded across the floor, forcing distance between himself and the rapidly evolving cocoon. The beast will was focused, and it wanted Arthur dead. The burning from his dimension ring flared violently now, sharp enough to make his vision blur. Gritting his teeth, Arthur reached into the ring, desperate to draw his sword. Instead, something else burst out. A small glowing orb shot free, no larger than a marble. Arthur's eyes widened. It was the object the strange homeless storekeeper had given him long ago. Something he had nearly forgotten existed. The orb shimmered with shifting colors as it flew forward on its own, straight toward the heart of the cocoon. Arthur couldn't stop it. None of them could. The instant it touched the vines, blinding streaks of light exploded outward through the cracks. The cocoon shook violently, then detonated. The blast hurled Varian and Sylvie across the room. Vines shattered, debris raining down as the cocoon was torn apart from the inside. When the dust finally settled, Tessia lay revealed at the center. Her body was bare, suspended for a moment before gravity claimed her. Her hair, once silver, was now a deep, striking black, and something about her felt different. The glowing orb was gone. It had embedded itself into her abdomen, settling directly over her monocore. The change was instant. The sickly pallor vanished from her skin, replaced by a healthy glow. No, more than that. She looked stronger, refined, almost radiant. A strange, unfamiliar aura surrounded her unconscious form. As Tessia began to fall, Arthur moved without thinking. He caught her mid-drop, pulling her close. With shaking hands, he summoned his adventurer's coat from the dimension ring and wrapped it around her protectively. Only then did he finally breathe. The oppressive darkness that had filled the training room was gone. The violent aura had faded. For the first time since entering, the space felt still, safe. Varian watched quietly from nearby. He didn't understand what had just occurred, but he knew the result. Arthur had saved her. Tessia stirred in Arthur's arms. Her eyes fluttered open, unfocused at first. As awareness returned, she realized where she was and who was in front of her. Arthur, her grandfather. Relief softened her expression. Varian opened his arms, ready to embrace her. Tessia ignored him completely. She stepped forward and wrapped her arms around Arthur instead. Varian froze, arms still open. After a moment, he let them fall, watching the scene with a mix of resignation and dry amusement. Internally, he sighed. His granddaughter had clearly chosen the wrong person. Perhaps the wind would accept his affection instead. Arthur held Tessia carefully, surprise flickering across his face, before giving way to a small smile. She whispered how glad she was that he was alive. Arthur met her gaze and reassured her. He was alive, and he wasn't going anywhere. Soon after, they helped Tessia to her feet and escorted her to the infirmary. She needed rest, and no one was willing to assume the danger was fully over. As they walked, Arthur's thoughts drifted back to the orb. He didn't understand what it was, or why it had acted on its own. The object from that strange elixir shop had saved Tessia's life, which meant only one thing. Arthur had to return there. He needed answers. Before he could think any further, a voice suddenly called out. A healer approached Varian, his expression carefully neutral, but unable to hide a trace of confusion. Varian didn't waste a second. He asked about Tessia. The doctor assured him that her condition had stabilized. Her vital signs were steady, her breathing normal, and most importantly, her mana was circulating smoothly throughout her body once more. On the surface, everything looked fine. Then came the part that didn't make sense. The doctor explained that Tessia had previously been registered at the light orange stage. Yet now, no matter how he tried, he couldn't measure her mana core at all. There was nothing to grasp onto. It was as if her core simply refused to be read. Arthur's stomach dropped. He immediately asked if something had gone wrong. Varian stepped forward before the doctor could answer. He placed a hand gently over Tessia's body, closing his eyes as he extended his senses into her mana. Then Varian's eyes snapped open. He dropped to his knees beside the bed, disbelief written across his face. Tessia's mana core wasn't damaged. It had advanced, not just slightly, but by an impossible margin. Her core had surged forward, stopping just shy of the initial silver stage. 3 full stages, skipped in a single leap. It was unheard of. Arthur stood frozen, the pieces slowly falling into place. The orb, whatever it truly was, it hadn't merely stabilized Tessia or forced the beast will into submission. It had transformed her, strengthened her, altered her foundation in a way no one fully understood. And even now, that truth felt incomplete. Later, as Arthur and Varian exited the infirmary together, Arthur finally voiced his concern. Tessia had undergone an enormous change and still hadn't woken up. Was it really safe to leave her like this? Varian reassured him. She was exhausted, nothing more. Advancing through multiple stages at once had drained her completely. Once she awoke, he intended to take her straight back to the castle, where she could rest under proper protection. Arthur nodded, though his mind was still racing. Then he shifted the topic. For some time now, a question had been weighing on him, especially after everything he had witnessed. The lances. Varian glanced at him knowingly. Cynthia had already informed him of what Arthur had experienced, so he asked directly what Arthur wanted to know. Arthur didn't hesitate. How strong were the lances? Really? Instead of answering outright, Varian turned the question back on him. How strong did Arthur believe white core mages were? The question lingered. Arthur knew the numbers. It took nearly 20 solid yellow core mages just to hold off a single silver core mage. That much was common knowledge. But white core mages existed on an entirely different level, and Arthur had no frame of reference for that gap. Varian provided one. As a mid-stage silver core mage, it would take nearly 10 people like him to stand against a single mid-stage white core mage. Even Cynthia, who had reached high silver, wouldn't be enough alone. 6 or 7 versions of her working together might barely manage to keep one in check. Arthur was stunned. 10 Varians? He tried to joke it off, calling the old man weak. But Varian immediately responded by grabbing Arthur's cheeks and pulling them hard, scolding him for the disrespect. Varian wasn't weak. White core mages were simply monsters wearing human skin. Sometime later, the two sat outside beneath the open sky, resting on a stone bench. Arthur's curiosity still hadn't been satisfied. He asked what truly made white core mages, and especially the lances, so overwhelmingly powerful. What stopped the 6 lances from overthrowing the royal families and ruling the kingdoms themselves? Varian understood exactly what Arthur was asking. The power of the lances, he explained, wasn't something they were born with. It came later, after they were knighted, after a specific ritual tied to a secret known only to the royal bloodlines, a secret passed down through generations. Before continuing, Varian warned him. What he was about to hear was forbidden knowledge. Ancient truth meant only for the rulers ruling families. It was not something Arthur was ever meant to repeat. Then Varian asked him a simple question. Did he believe in gods? His tone shifted as he began recounting a story from a forgotten age. Long before kingdoms existed, back when the world belonged to mana beasts. In that era, humans, elves, and dwarves lived as scattered nomadic tribes. They stayed among their own kind for the most part, coming together only for trade or rare alliances. Despite cultural and linguistic differences, they lived in fragile peace. That peace never lasted. Mana beasts roamed freely then, far stronger and more numerous than anything the races could contend with. Villages were erased, populations dwindled, entire bloodlines vanished. Extinction loomed closer with every passing generation. Then, one day, the sky itself changed. A being descended from above. Not a myth, not a symbol, a true deity, far beyond mortal comprehension. This deity didn't merely offer words, it acted. It granted the three races gifts, tools that allowed them to fight back, to challenge the beasts, and to finally bring an end to the age of slaughter. The deity appeared before three individuals, one human, one dwarf, and one elf. These three would become the ancestors of the royal families, the Glader line of Sapin, the Greysunders of Darv, and the Erliths of Elenoir. Along with choosing them, the deity bestowed 6 powerful artifacts. These artifacts were never meant for kings. They were to be entrusted to the 2 strongest and most loyal warriors of each bloodline, bound through a sacred soul oath and formal knighting ceremony. Those 6 individuals became the first lances. The artifacts did more than grant raw power. They revealed profound truths about mana itself, the energy woven through all living things. With this knowledge, the first artifact bearers taught others how to sense, absorb, and manipulate mana. And so, the first mages were born. Under the command of their kings, the 6 artifact bearers passed their knowledge to those capable of understanding it. Together, humans, elves, and dwarves rose up as one, no longer prey, but challengers. United, they pushed the mana beasts farther and farther south, driving them into the deep trenches that would one day be called the Beast Glades. With that final victory, the Beast Era came to an end. A new age followed, one defined by unity, recovery, and hope. When the fighting was over, the 3 races separated peacefully, each guided to lands that suited their nature. Humans followed their king westward, settling across fertile plains where cities and kingdoms could grow. Elves traveled north, choosing dense, mana-rich forests where nature itself thrived. Dwarves moved south, claiming mountains and cavern networks, overflowing with metal and gemstones. Under the guidance of their kings and the watchful presence of the original lances, the 3 nations entered a long period of prosperity and peace. Still trying to piece everything together, Arthur asked Varian about what came next. If the lances were the first mages empowered by divine artifacts, then what became of them? And how did the war between humans and elves ever happen? Varian sighed in irritation and tugged Arthur's cheeks once again for interrupting. He had been getting to that. Peace, he explained, never lasts forever. Generations passed, and the unity forged during the Beast Era slowly faded into memory. The races began to drift apart. Old bonds weakened. Greed and ambition crept in where trust once stood. Though the mana beasts had been defeated, conflict did not disappear. It simply changed its shape. Eventually, that growing division erupted into war between humans and elves. As for the lances, they had never vanished. They endured across generations, hidden from the public, and carefully guarded by the royal families. Each lance was secretly selected, trained, and entrusted with one of the ancient artifacts. Their role remained sacred, even as the world forgot the truth behind their existence. It was only after the discovery of another continent that the rulers decided the time had come to stand together again. That was when the lances were finally revealed, not as a newly created force, but as ancient guardians returning for a new era. Arthur understood now why the truth had been buried for so long. If the world learned that artifacts could create white core mages, even ones bound by soul oaths, Dicathen's destruction wouldn't come from foreign enemies. It would begin from within. He thanked Varian for trusting him with such a dangerous truth, the weight of it settling heavily on his mind. Varian responded by placing an arm around Arthur's shoulders, his gesture warm and proud, almost fatherly. He looked at the boy who once seemed too young for the burdens placed upon him, and acknowledged how much he had grown. Arthur found it unsettling how clearly Varian could see through him. But the true shock was still to come. Varian's tone shifted. He explained that Arthur wasn't just a bystander in the larger picture, he was part of it. Arthur didn't understand until Varian revealed the truth about Sylvie. She wasn't merely a mana beast, she was a deity. Nearby, Sylvie slept peacefully, mouth slightly open, completely unaware of the truth being spoken about her. Arthur's thoughts spiraled. The idea was absurd, impossible to accept, but Varian urged him to listen. Deities, he explained, weren't the gods described in religious texts. They were beings who had transcended physical limits and achieved perfect harmony with mana itself. That was what separated them from all other life. Arthur questioned whether this was simply because Sylvie was a dragon. Dragons were powerful, intelligent, and revered, but this felt like something far greater. Varian reminded him that even seeing a dragon was considered a divine blessing. It was no coincidence Arthur had kept Sylvie's true form hidden all this time. Arthur tried to brush it off, but Varian didn't accuse him. He understood completely. In fact, he admitted he would have done the same. He believed there was a reason Arthur and Sylvie had been bonded, that it wasn't random. The world was changing. Varian didn't know what future awaited either of them, but he knew one thing for certain. Arthur needed to be ready. As the day quieted, Arthur walked alone through the streets on his way home, his thoughts heavy with everything Varian had revealed, especially the truth about Sylvie. Trying to clear his head, he took a detour toward the market. Sylvie, riding along with him, asked where they were going. Arthur only said there was something he wanted to check. His steps led him to a familiar place, Xyrus Elixirs. But the shop was closed. Disappointed, Arthur turned away, until something caught his eye in the narrow alley beside the building. A faint glow shimmered from within a crack in the stone. He crouched and retrieved it, a small orb. It looked similar to the one he had once used on Tessia, yet different somehow. Attached to it was a crumpled note, hastily written, its message rough and unsettling, like a warning meant only for him. Without hesitation, Arthur slipped the orb into his dimension ring. Whatever it was, this wasn't the place to think about it. He left the alley and headed home, craving something normal. That evening, Arthur sat down to dinner with his family, Alice Reynolds and Ellie. The table was filled with food and laughter, but his mind was elsewhere. He poked at his meal absent-mindedly, lost in thought. Alice noticed. She asked gently if something was bothering him. Arthur smiled and brushed it off, complimenting her cooking and saying how much he had missed her meals while away at school. But Alice wasn't fooled. She pointed out how he was eating his peas one at a time, something he only did when distracted. Arthur glanced down. Even Sylvie, who had been secretly stealing food from his plate, froze in place. Alice smiled softly and reassured him. If there was something he needed to do, they would understand. Arthur tried to insist that he was fine, reminding his family that he had promised to spend time with them during the Aurora Constellate Festival. Reynolds immediately cut in with a light-hearted jab, saying Arthur looked about as lifeless as Vincent did during a council meeting. Whatever burden he was carrying, Reynolds said, he should deal with it first and come back as himself. Ellie, brimming with energy as always, chimed in loudly, declaring that Sylvie had better come back in one piece and that she expected presents. Reynolds protested in mock offense, asking what was wrong with the gifts he brought home. Ellie waved him off dramatically, claiming those didn't count since they were for kids. Arthur looked around the table, warmth settling in his chest. He smiled, quietly thanking them all. After dinner, he waved goodbye and stepped outside. The moment the door closed behind him, his thoughts returned to the note tucked away in his dimension ring. The words were still burned into his mind. If you want to know the whole story, come to the West Teleportation Gate at noon tomorrow. Whatever this was, it clearly wasn't over. As Arthur rode in the carriage, his thoughts drifted back to memories he never truly escaped. His past life as King Grey. Even now, those echoes lingered. It had been a life of absolute power, but also crushing isolation. Not all of it was hatred. Yet the memories that remained were heavy ones. Duty, pain, and decisions that had carved scars into his soul. Voices from that life whispered in his mind, commands wrapped in blood and obligation. They told him killing was necessary. That strength had to be proven. That protecting a nation meant staining his hands. Arthur remembered obeying. He suddenly jolted upright, breath hitching as his heart thundered in his chest. Cold sweat clung to his skin, made worse by the chill inside the carriage. It took a few seconds to realize it had only been a nightmare, a memory resurfacing. Sylvie, resting nearby, noticed immediately. She called his name softly, worry clear in her voice. Arthur reassured her, forcing the lingering images away. He reached into his coat and pulled out the note, reading it once more. His thoughts churned. He was almost certain now the old man from the shop had to be behind this. But how could he have overheard Arthur's conversation with Varian? And what could he possibly know? Arthur paused. He trusted Varian. The old elf had no reason to deceive him. If there was more to know, Varian would have said so. Still, doubt lingered. What if this stranger knew something even Varian didn't? Lost in thought, Arthur barely noticed the carriage slowing. Soon it came to a stop. He looked out the window. Xyrus, the floating city. Stepping down from the carriage, Arthur took in the early daylight, washing the sky in soft hues. He approached the heavily guarded teleportation gate, only to be stopped by a sentinel whose sharp eyes assessed him with suspicion. The guard demanded a reason for passage and proper verification. Arthur hesitated. He hadn't expected this. Instead of answering, he reached into his dimension ring and produced a small emblem, the royal seal of Elenoir. The guard froze. Shock flickered across his face as realization set in. To hold the royal seal of Elenoir was no small thing. Just who was this boy? Without another word, the guard bowed deeply and gestured for Arthur to proceed, ushering him toward the portal with sudden urgency. Arthur nodded in thanks and stepped forward. Sylvie close beside him. The moment they crossed the threshold, Arthur felt it. Something was wrong. The space around them trembled with raw, oppressive energy, far heavier than anything Arthur had ever experienced. Sylvie squeaked in alarm, reacting instinctively to the overwhelming pressure. Arthur felt it too, a crushing force bearing down on him. The familiar blur of colors that usually accompanied teleportation began to form, but then it changed. The vibrant hues dimmed, bleeding into shadow. Light drained away, replaced by suffocating darkness. Gray faded into black, until there was nothing left at all. Sylvie shivered violently, pressing closer to Arthur. She was afraid. That alone unsettled him more than anything else. This was the first time he had ever seen her feel fear. Arthur activated his fire affinity, summoning a flame in hopes of pushing back the void. But the flickering light only made the darkness feel deeper, more endless. The space around them warped. His instincts screamed. His heart raced. Then everything went blank. A thunderous thud echoed through the void, shaking Arthur to his core. Panic surged as his mind struggled to process what was happening. Then, from within the darkness, a pair of glowing eyes appeared, steady, piercing, cutting through the black like burning blades. Arthur stood frozen as a voice echoed around him, calm and deliberate. It said that they finally had enough privacy to talk peacefully. Slowly, the darkness receded. Light returned. Sylvie, trembling uncontrollably, buried herself against Arthur's chest, clinging to him in terror. Arthur's eyes widened as the figure before him came into view. It was familiar. The cat. The same one he had seen at the elixir shop. The one that had vanished without explanation. Confusion and irritation stirred as Arthur demanded to know what this creature really was. It clearly wasn't just a normal animal. The cat's body began to glow, bathed in soft golden white light. The radiance intensified, spreading across its fur. Its form shifted, growing larger, reshaping itself. Then the light shattered like glass, fragments sparkling as they dissolved into the air. A tall figure stood where the cat had been. Arthur didn't recognize him, but his presence was overwhelming. The man introduced himself calmly. He explained that among his own kind, he is called winsome, and to beings like Arthur, lesser beings, they were known as deities. Cynthia paused before the massive iron doors, her breathing measured, though unease churned beneath the surface. Beyond those doors waited the 6 former monarchs of Sapin, Elenoir, and Darve, rulers who had relinquished their crowns but not their influence. Though they no longer sat on thrones, the fate of Dicathen still bent to their decisions. The moment she stepped into the council chamber, tension coiled tight in the air. Dacid Grey Sunders was the first to break the silence. His grief over Alea's death burned openly. Marielle's tone was colder, more controlled. She questioned Cynthia directly, casting doubt on the student who had discovered Alea's body. Had he truly told them everything? Glandro took it further. She demanded the student be dragged before the council and interrogated properly, as though truth could be extracted through intimidation alone. Priscilla Glader intervened, urging restraint. Cynthia had already investigated the scene. She had questioned the boy herself. Dragging him into the council's storm would only cloud matters further. Alduin, composed but resolute, brought the discussion back to action. He ordered their finest tracking mages to scour the site for overlooked traces. Then he turned to Cynthia, requesting her continued assistance. But Cynthia had already decided. There was something else pulling at her instincts, something urgent. Dacid questioned what could possibly outweigh the death of a lance. But Marielle interceded, acknowledging Cynthia's responsibilities at Xyrus Academy. Those duties could not be postponed indefinitely. With that, Cynthia inclined her head and left the chamber, her footsteps soft against polished marble. Avier perched on her shoulder, his presence steady. Once they entered the forest, he finally broke the silence, asking why concern lingered so heavily on her expression. Cynthia did not answer immediately. Guilt pressed against her thoughts. She had withheld something from the council. She had not revealed that it was Arthur Leywin who found Alea's body. The choice had been deliberate, but that did not make it lighter. Had she made the right call? Avier sensed her doubt through their bond and offered quiet reassurance. Arthur was already an anomaly. Dragging his name into the council's suspicions would have entangled him in something far more dangerous. Cynthia silently agreed. They were fortunate the boy hadn't uncovered anything deeper at the scene. If he had, the consequences might have spiraled beyond control. Her senses sharpened. Ahead, the forest opened into a clearing. Then she heard it, soft chanting, the faint cadence of spells forming. She stopped. Her instincts flared just before the attack came. Dozens of invisible wind blades sliced through the air, screaming toward her from all directions. An ambush. She reacted without hesitation. But one poisoned wind cutter struck her back and detonated, its toxins seeping into her flesh as Avier shifted to shield her. There was more than one caster. That realization changed everything. Cynthia released a surge of mana. Her barrier flared to life, and the forest exploded outward as her pulse field detonated. The shockwave tore through the clearing. Birds dropped from branches. Rodents collapsed mid-scamper. When the enemy mages revealed themselves and rushed her, she struck. Her counterspell pierced 2 attackers instantly, killing them before their bodies touched the ground. Without raising her voice, she gave Avier a single command: finish it. The bond ascended into the dark canopy and descended like judgment. The screams that followed were brief. The forest swallowed them quickly, leaving only silence behind. When it ended, One mage remained alive, barely. He lay trembling, manicore fractured, eyes still burning with stubborn defiance. He recognized her. Fear and hatred warred across his face. Cynthia stood over him, calm and cold. His core was collapsing. He would not survive long. She offered him one final opportunity to speak. He laughed bitterly and called her a traitor. He spoke of a force rising again, of Dicathen's foolish belief in decades of peace. Spies were already embedded across the continent, in forests along coasts, within cities. War was closer than anyone imagined. Only a few short years remained. Before he could complete whatever final oath he intended, his head jerked back violently. Blood streamed from his ears and nose. His body convulsed once before going still. Cynthia had ended him with a precise sound pulse. Quiet, efficient, final. She turned toward Avier and thanked him for cleaning the aftermath. Through their bond, he replied dryly that the meal had been less than ideal. Stringy and unpleasant, but sufficient. He asked about the poisoned wound on her back. She dismissed it, yet unease lingered. The encounter had been too clean, too convenient. It felt staged, bait. Her gaze shifted toward the distant coastline. If her instincts were correct, something larger was moving beneath the surface. Leaving Avier behind to observe, Cynthia vanished into the shadows of the forest. Meanwhile, Winsome explained that he had taken on a human-like form simply to make the conversation easier. Arthur barely registered the explanation. His thoughts were spiraling. The pressure radiating from Winsome was unlike anything he had ever sensed before. This wasn't someone stronger than a white core mage. It wasn't even close. The being standing before him existed on an entirely different plane. A true deity. Arthur forced himself to steady his breathing. Awe wouldn't help him now. He pushed it aside and focused on what mattered. Answers. The words spoken by the gate guard earlier suddenly resurfaced in his mind. Elenoir, his chest tightened. Had something happened to Tessia or Elderwood? Was this connected to the strange orb Winsome had given him? Before Arthur could voice his fear, Winsome lifted a hand. A precise wave of mana rippled through the air, shimmering as it spread outward. The mana condensed, twisting into moving images suspended before Arthur's eyes. Tessia, Elderwood. The image was clear enough to steal Arthur's breath. Both were alive, unharmed. Winsome calmly explained what Arthur was seeing. The elf princess and the former king were safe. More than that, Tessia was better than fine. The reason lay in the pearl Arthur had given her earlier, the same one Winsome had passed to him at the teleportation gate. That object was known as a Tot Slayer Pearl, a relic designed to prevent a mana core from violently collapsing. It had saved Tessia's life. Winsome then turned his attention to the second pearl, the one Arthur still carried. That one, he said, was meant for Arthur himself. He was instructed to guard it carefully. Arthur felt a chill run through him. He hadn't known Tessia had been so close to death. The mere thought of her mana core exploding left him frozen. But Winsome didn't linger on it. He moved on, his tone shifting as he revealed the true reason Arthur had been brought here. Arthur had always believed himself to be a citizen of Dicathen. That belief, Winsome said, was incomplete. Dicathen was not the only continent on this world. There was another, Alacria, and both lands had long been governed from a distant, hidden realm known as Ephiodus. The beings who ruled from there, including Winsome, were not merely deities, as the people of Dicathen called them. Their true name was Asuras. Pieces began falling into place inside Arthur's mind. The artifacts, the ancient relics that had taught the races how to wield mana. He realized now where they had come from. Winsome confirmed it. The truth about the Asuras had been deliberately concealed. Only Elderwood knew fragments of it, and only because of his age and position. The Asuras lived by an unbreakable law. They were forbidden from interfering in the lives of lesser races, humans, elves, dwarves, unless the balance of the world itself was threatened. They believed in restraint. Strength was never meant to rule, only to protect. Ephiodus itself was divided into 3 dominant factions, each composed of numerous clans with differing ideals and races. Despite their differences, they had all agreed on one thing: never to raise their power against lesser beings. That peace endured for ages, until one Asura broke it. Agrona, the new leader of the Vritra clan, had shattered that ancient law. Under his rule, the Vritra expanded at a terrifying pace. Winsome explained that the Vritra had always been different, scholars and researchers obsessed with understanding mana at its deepest level. Agrona had taken that obsession too far. In Alacria, the Vritra began experimenting on lesser races. They altered bodies, twisted mana cores, and reshaped lives, all in pursuit of power. What they created was unnatural, cruel, and irreversible. Arthur felt sick listening to it. Still, one question burned in his mind. What did any of this have to do with him? Winsome answered without hesitation. Arthur was never meant to be involved, but his growing ties to the Asuras, combined with what he had already accomplished, made it impossible to keep him ignorant any longer. Without warning, Winsome released another surge of mana. It swept forward, aimed directly at Sylvie. Arthur moved instantly, stepping in front of her, prepared to shield her at any cost. The mana passed harmlessly through her. Instead of hurting her, it stripped away the concealment surrounding her form. The small beast shape dissolved, replaced by her true draconic avatar. Winsome watched closely, reverence and gravity reflected in his eyes. They had been searching for Lady Sylvia for years, tracing her mana across continents. Those same traces had led them to Arthur, a boy who carried the exact same mana signature. What shocked even Winsome was the truth behind it. Arthur was not bonded to a mere mana beast. Sylvie was the child of Lady Sylvia, making her the granddaughter of the most powerful being in all of Epheotis. Arthur felt the weight of it crash down on him. Everything Varian had told him now aligned perfectly. Dragons weren't just legendary creatures. They were deities. That meant Sylvia and Sylvie belonged to the highest divine bloodline. Winsome confirmed it. Based on lineage and potential, both were undeniably divine. While most Asuras possessed 3 forms, beast, humanoid, and true, Sylvie had remained in her miniature form to conserve energy. Unlike others, she had never accessed her humanoid state. Winsome believed the reason was a seal placed on her by Lady Sylvia herself. Sylvie's mana signature was incomplete, suppressed. And now the reason for Winsome's appearance became clear. Agrona's spies had already infiltrated Dicathen. War was coming. Though the leaders of Epheotis would never openly admit it, their connection to Lady Sylvia could become crucial in the conflict ahead. If Arthur chose to stand with them, they would not separate him from Sylvie. Arthur understood the unspoken truth. If he refused, they might. But he didn't waver. If war was going to reach his homeland, his people, his family, then he had no choice. He would fight, but not as anyone's pawn. He would stand as their ally, not their weapon. Winsome regarded him with clear approval. Arthur's mana core, already far beyond what someone his age should possess, was impressive. But true growth could only begin in Epheotis. There, Arthur would learn to awaken the dormant power Lady Sylvia had sealed within him. Power so rare that even Asuras would kill to possess it. Arthur and Sylvie both needed to become stronger, because only then would Dicathen have even a chance of standing against the monsters being forged in Alacria. At Xyrus Academy, tension simmered beneath the polished surface of order. Princess Catherine sat with the disciplinary committee, though her thoughts drifted elsewhere. Only 2 days had passed since Curtis and Claire returned from their mission. Yet the campus atmosphere had shifted dramatically. Reports of hate-driven attacks were rising. Students were being targeted for their lineage. Claire's earlier words echoed in Catherine's mind. Denton, an elf and a commoner, had been assaulted, beaten, and tied to a statue outside their dormitory simply for who he was. Curtis had been furious. The extremist group behind these attacks was growing bolder, but Catherine struggled to focus. Since returning from the dungeon, Curtis had withdrawn completely. He had spoken to no one, not even her. She remembered the quiet confession he had made. They had been forced to leave Arthur behind. The weight of that choice still haunted him. The investigation into the hate crimes had stalled. Without undeniable proof, the professors refused to intervene. The Academy's benefactors held too much influence, and no one wanted to risk political backlash over suspicion alone. Kai had been observing carefully, especially keeping an eye on Charles Ravenpour, but nothing concrete had surfaced. Acting prematurely would only strengthen the radicals' position. Frustration boiled over. Theodore slammed his fist against the table, fury flashing across his face. What was the point of holding authority if they were powerless when it actually mattered? Claire remained composed, though tension tightened her jaw. Acting recklessly would only make things worse. Until Director Goodsky returned, their options were limited. Ferrith muttered bitterly that the attackers were using recent changes at the Academy as justification. What disgusted him most was that Arthur's name had become their rallying cry. The room fell silent. Catherine's voice cut through it, heavy with restrained anger. Arthur had earned his place through merit, his background, his status. None of it had been handed to him. Yet radicals twisted his success into fuel for resentment. Ferrith, normally competitive with Arthur, spoke with rare sincerity. He resented it too, rival or not. Arthur didn't deserve to be weaponized as a symbol for hatred. Claire's composure wavered slightly. She admitted what they were all thinking. They didn't know what to do anymore. Catherine lowered her head. In moments like this, Arthur had always brought clarity. His presence alone steadied chaos. Curtis gently reminded her that they couldn't rely on him right now. Whatever had happened in the dungeon, they had to move forward without him. Still, Catherine whispered to herself that Arthur would return. He had to. A quiet voice interrupted the tension. Everyone turned. Elijah stood at the doorway below, Arthur's closest friend. Relief softened Claire's expression as she gestured for him to come up. Elijah apologized for arriving late, explaining he had just returned to the academy. His expression carried both anxiety and hope. He began to speak about Arthur, about how worried they all must be. The explosion cut him off. The building shook violently. Reinforced walls trembled as a deafening blast echoed across campus. Dust rained from the ceiling. Instinct took over. Theodore was already moving, shouting for everyone to head outside. Claire ordered them to regroup beyond the structure. They ran. As Catherine sprinted through the corridors, her heart pounded. But not only from fear. Her thoughts drifted to her mother. Queen Priscilla's voice echoed in her memory. The lessons she had been taught as a child. There had been a time when Catherine refused to study beside non-royals, blinded by childish pride. Her mother had corrected her firmly. Before being a princess, she was a person. Status did not determine worth. Not kings, not servants, not humans, elves, or dwarves. Every race, every class, equal in value. Priscilla had personally championed the construction of the Tri-Union Hall, a monument to unity between the three races. It was meant to embody the Alliance's ideals. When Dicathen reached the courtyard, her breath caught in her throat. The Tri-Union Hall was collapsing. Half the structure had already crumbled. The remaining side burned fiercely, smoke billowing into the sky like a funeral pyre for unity itself. Students scrambled in panic. Some cried. Others dragged injured classmates to safety. Professors rushed into the unstable structure, risking their lives to search for survivors. Dicathen, Theodore, Claire, and the rest of the disciplinary committee immediately joined the effort. The student council coordinated evacuation routes. Earth mages reinforced failing pillars. Wind mages diverted debris. Water mages battled the flames until steam blanketed the courtyard. Gradually, the fire weakened. Professors summoned thick earthen beams to stabilize what remained. Through smoke and chaos, Dicathen noticed something. A group of students moving away. Too quickly, her eyes locked onto one face. Charles Ravenpour. Rage surged through her veins. Before she could act, Theodore was already ahead of her. He lunged, grabbing Charles by the collar and yanking him backward, nearly lifting him off the ground. Theodore's eyes blazed. He demanded answers. Charles sputtered, claiming innocence. He insisted he had barely escaped the explosion himself and knew nothing about it. Theodore wasn't convinced. Charles had been seen repeatedly with known radicals. Now he and several of his associates were conveniently present at the epicenter of the attack. The coincidence was too glaring. Enough! A sharp voice sliced through the chaos. Professor Malkenheim stepped forward, wand drawn, and pointed directly at Theodore. His expression was livid. He accused the disciplinary committee of assaulting a student without evidence. Charles immediately seized the opportunity, twisting the narrative, portraying himself as a victim, and Theodore as an aggressor abusing authority. Theodore's fury deepened. The audacity of it was unbearable. Malkenheim did not lower his wand. He reminded them sternly that suspicion was not proof. No matter the circumstances, students had rights. Reckless accusations and physical aggression would not be tolerated. Before the confrontation could explode any further, Professor Glory stepped between them. Her presence alone eased the tension, forcing both sides to pause. She acknowledged Theodore's frustration. Anyone with eyes could see how shaken he was, but she reminded him that anger was not evidence. The academy was already fractured. Acting on emotion now would only deepen the divide. Around them, students whispered. The spectacle had drawn attention. Murmurs spread quickly through the crowd. Questions about whether the disciplinary committee had just tried to assault a fellow student before a professor intervened. Perception was shifting. Dicathen still stood rigid, wand clenched tightly in her hand. Suspicion burned in her chest, and every instinct screamed that Charles was involved. But before she could utter a spell, Curtis stepped in front of her. His voice was steady. There were more urgent matters. People could still be trapped inside the Tri-Union Hall. Saving lives came first. Theodore exhaled sharply through his nose. He didn't argue. With visible restraint, he shoved Charles back toward his companions and turned away, though not before shooting Professor Malkenheim a final, frigid glare. Charles stumbled but was quickly steadied by his group. As they led him away, Dicathen watched closely. For a brief moment, through the curtain of hair falling over his eyes, she caught it. A faint, self-satisfied smirk. Her grip tightened. The damage went beyond the building. Students were no longer unified. The unease followed Elijah into the next day. Unable to remain idle, he made his way to the private training room Arthur had once granted him access to. He needed something to steady his thoughts. Mana gathered at his core as he invoked Earthen Spear. The ground answered. Jagged spikes of stone shot upward in front of him, tearing through the training field with satisfying force. Encouraged, Elijah transitioned into Stone Barrage. The earth fractured beneath his will, chunks of rock rising and hovering in the air. With concentration, he hurled them toward a distant tree. Only 4 out of 10 struck true. The rest shattered harmlessly against stone walls. Frustration flickered across his face. The mana responded easily when he called upon it. That wasn't the issue. His core had reached the light orange stage, something many mages struggled years to achieve. But control was still lacking. Despite the strange gift resting within him, his magic felt unstable at times, unpredictable. A quiet regret surfaced. If he had told Arthur sooner about the anomaly within him, perhaps Arthur could have helped guide him through it. Arthur, a solid yellow core mage, a wielder of a dragon's will, stronger than anyone Elijah had ever known. If Arthur had been present during the fire, Elijah was certain he would have handled everything. The night before, Elijah had finally told the disciplinary committee what he'd been unable to say earlier. Arthur was alive. Claire had burst into tears of relief. Curtis leaned back, tension visibly draining from his shoulders. Fereth tried to mask his emotions, failing miserably. Dicathen had whispered, "Thank God," repeatedly, voice trembling. Doradrea insisted they needed to stabilize the situation so Arthur wouldn't return to chaos. Even Theodore admitted, with reluctant respect, that he never believed Arthur Arthur would fall so easily. Now, alone in the training chamber, Elijah reflected on their reactions. Would they have worried as much if they truly understood Arthur's strength? Probably, because it was never just about power. Arthur wasn't admired solely for what he could do. He was valued for who he was. That realization stirred something uncomfortable inside Elijah. Both he and Arthur were different, both unique, yet Arthur was seen as a miracle. Elijah often felt like a burden. Dark thoughts crept in before he could stop them. Envy, resentment, words he despised echoed in his mind, growing louder until a sharp pain stabbed through his skull. He clutched his head, teeth clenched as memories twisted unpleasantly. Then other memories surfaced. Arthur standing beside him. Arthur believing in him. Arthur never once looking down on him. The storm quieted. Elijah inhaled deeply and resumed casting. Spell after spell. Some were practice. Most were release. He didn't want to surpass Arthur. That had never been his goal. He only wanted to be strong enough to stand beside him. Arthur carried burdens no one else saw. Elijah had noticed that weight too many times. As his closest friend, he wanted to become someone Arthur could rely on when things turned dangerous, not just during peaceful days. Arthur staggered slightly as he stepped out of the teleportation gate. The world steadied beneath his boots, though the fatigue of transit lingered in his limbs. Beside him walked the young elf girl, assigned as his escort. They made their way along the outer walls toward the kingdom's main entrance. A crowd had gathered there. Merchants grumbled loudly about delays. One man, Roger, complained that they'd been waiting for hours. Another doubted they'd even gain entry before nightfall. As Arthur passed near the group, moving directly toward the gates with quiet confidence, Roger noticed a boy, accompanied by an elf, walking straight toward entry while everyone else remained stuck in line. Irritation flared instantly. Roger stormed forward and grabbed Arthur by the shoulder. Arthur turned slowly, composed, but there was something in the way he stood that made it clear he wasn't someone who could be bullied. The young elf beside him immediately stepped forward, trying to explain that Arthur was an honored guest of Elenoir and had urgent business inside the kingdom. She barely got a few words out before Roger roughly slapped her hand aside. Duke attempted to intervene, urging Roger to calm down, but the man was beyond reason. He shouted that everyone waiting in line had valid documents and important matters to attend to. Why should this boy, this child, walk straight through while they had been standing there for hours? Murmurs rose from the crowd. Frustration thickened into hostility. Arthur didn't allow it to spiral. With a clean, sharp motion, he knocked Roger's hand off his shoulder. The gesture wasn't aggressive, it was decisive. He wasn't in line because he didn't need to be. That was all. But Roger wasn't finished. In one last flare of temper, he sneered, mocking Arthur's upbringing. He spat insults about his family, calling him spoiled and entitled. Then he grabbed Arthur by the collar and lifted him clean off the ground. Mana flared violently around Roger's body. Flames ignited, swirling hot and unstable as heat rippled through the air. His voice dropped into something threatening. He promised not to burn Arthur alive. Not yet. Arthur didn't blink. He stared into Roger's eyes with chilling calm. The next instant, blue fire erupted from Arthur's body. Not wild, not unstable, controlled, pure, intense. The force blasted outward in a concentrated wave, slamming Roger backward. He hit the ground hard, his own flames extinguished by the sheer difference in power. Panic replaced anger. Arthur landed lightly on his feet, blue fire flickering around him like a living aura. Power radiated off him in suffocating waves. Roger understood immediately. He had made a catastrophic mistake. Arthur extinguished his flames, and as if nothing had happened, he continued toward the gates alongside the elf girl. But his thoughts were elsewhere. He glanced at Sylvie, who rested quietly near him, and his mind drifted back to his conversation with Winsome. He had questioned how Winsome took so long to find them, especially when Sylvie carried Sylvia's mana signature. Winsome had explained the truth. Arthur himself had unknowingly concealed that signature. By covering Sylvie's insignia with one of Lady Sylvia's feathers, he had masked her presence completely. The concealment was powerful enough to hide her from detection. Winsome had praised his caution. But now that they had located him, there was no more hiding. He was expected to prepare for the journey to Epheatus. The elven royal castle lay deep within the kingdom, far from the outer gates. The journey took hours. By the time they reached the towering tree castle, the sun had shifted across the sky. Guards blocked their path immediately, demanding to know Arthur's identity and purpose. Arthur didn't waste breath explaining. He reached into his cloak and withdrew a compass, the one given to him by Grandpa Varian. Its surface bore the royal crest. The guard's expressions changed instantly. That compass was not an ordinary token. It symbolized trust from the royal family itself. They bowed and stepped aside, but peace lasted only a heartbeat. An explosion ripped through the castle. Part of the structure burst outward, debris raining from above. Guards dove for cover, shouting warnings. One of the very guards who had questioned Arthur froze in shock beneath falling rubble. Arthur reacted without hesitation. Mana surged. Wind gathered and compressed around him, forming a protective dome. The barrier deflected chunks of stone and splintered wood before they could strike. Despite their earlier suspicion, he was relieved they weren't malicious, just cautious. From a shattered ledge above, a figure leapt down and landed heavily nearby. Grandpa Varian. He spared Arthur only a brief glance before demanding his help and turning back toward the destruction. Arthur asked asked if it was an intruder. Varian scoffed irritably. If it were merely an intruder, it wouldn't be this difficult. Another explosion thundered from within the mansion. Then she appeared. From the heart of the chaos, Tessia emerged. Emerald green mana spiraled violently around her. Tendrils of glowing vines burst outward in every direction, wild and uncontrolled. They tore through stone and wood alike, writhing like living creatures. Arthur froze for a split second. Tessia shouted for help, struggling to restrain the power consuming her. Varian explained rapidly. Her body had fully merged with the Elderwood Guardian's beast will. It had happened far too quickly. Integration at that level should have taken much longer. An S-class beast will fully assimilated? Arthur's mind raced. Something wasn't right. He couldn't ignore the possibility that the marble winsome had given her had accelerated the process unnaturally. Varian continued, voice strained. Tessia was conscious, aware, but she had no control. Varian ordered Arthur to step in. He would support from below. The royal guards, shaken but loyal, offered assistance. Varian dismissed them immediately. This was beyond their level. He commanded them to clear the area and prevent anyone from approaching. Fewer witnesses meant fewer complications. One guard hesitated, worried for Arthur's safety. Varian snapped back sharply. Arthur was staying. Sylvie asked quietly if she should follow. Arthur shook his head. The castle staff were already panicked. Her presence might worsen the situation. He promised to call her if needed. With that, he signaled Varian. They moved. Wind surged beneath Arthur's feet, lifting him across the ruined grounds, toward the shattered mansion. The vines reacted instantly. They lashed toward him like predators sensing prey. Arthur focused strictly on wind magic. No lightning. He refused to risk mischanneling aura through unstable sources. Fire was out of the question. The entire structure was surrounded by trees. Wind blades sliced outward in precise arcs, cutting through the tendrils cleanly. But the moment one wave fell, another erupted, faster, denser, more aggressive. Each strike felt pointless. Seeing that cutting the vines apart was accomplishing nothing, Arthur forced himself to stop attacking. He pulled back, drawing in a deep breath as he gathered his mana. For a brief moment, he entrusted the defensive pressure to Varian and began preparing something far more taxing. Thunderclap impulse. The spell ignited through his core like a violent current. Mana drained rapidly, sending a sharp tremor through his nerves as lightning pulsed along his pathways. And then the world slowed. The thrashing tendrils that had seemed impossibly fast now moved as if submerged in water. Even Varian's powerful strikes appeared dulled and delayed. Arthur launched forward. With heightened perception and sharpened reflexes, he threaded through the chaotic forest of vines. Every step required flawless precision. Clusters snapped toward him from blind angles, but he twisted and pivoted through narrow openings that shouldn't have existed. At last, he reached Tessia. She stood at the epicenter of the storm, emerald mana spiraling wildly around her. He began forming another spell, intending to pull them both out. The vines reacted violently. They recoiled all at once, compressing like a coiled spring. He tightened his hold around Tessia and formed a mana barrier around her body, shielding her from the debris and backlash. Her scream echoed faintly over the city. Arthur narrowed his focus one final time. Absolute zero. Cold erupted outward in an instant. The pursuing tendrils froze solid mid-lash. Arthur twisted his body and drove a precise kick through them. The frozen vines shattered. Fragments burst apart like glimmering diamonds, scattering through the golden evening light of the kingdom below. Silence followed. Tessia remained in his arms, trembling, not from fear alone, but from frustration. When she spoke, her voice carried something heavier than exhaustion. She hated this. Hated always being the one who needed saving. Arthur didn't blame her. If anything, he felt responsible. He had been the one to give her the beast will. The instability wasn't her failure. It was the consequence of power forced to mature too quickly. But Tessia didn't see it that way. To her, Arthur had given her an opportunity, a chance to grow stronger. And if she wanted to stand beside him as an equal, she had to master it. She refused to remain someone who constantly needed rescuing. Arthur's expression softened. He offered her a small smile and extended his fist. Tessia bumped it with her own. No dramatic vows, no grand declarations, just a quiet promise. He would wait for her. Unseen by them, Winsome observed from the shadows. His gaze lingered not on their shared moment, but on Sylvie nearby. There were truths Arthur still didn't know. Truths about Sylvie's bloodline and the weight of her existence, but not yet. The boy wasn't ready. Arthur and Tessia remained unaware of the silent watcher. Their moment was interrupted by the deliberate clearing of a throat. Varian. He gestured toward the devastation surrounding them. The mansion was partially destroyed. Rubble littered the grounds. The crisis wasn't entirely over. They lingered a second too long, still caught in each other's eyes, until Varian physically stepped between them, gently forcing reality back into place. Arthur blinked in confusion. Where are we going? Varian answered plainly. They needed to leave. The castle was unstable, and attention would only complicate matters. An inn had already been arranged, secure, easier to guard, and away from unnecessary scrutiny. Later, seated in silence, Arthur felt guilt settle heavily in his chest. This had started with him. He had encouraged Tessia to use the first phase of her beast will. Varian accepted part of the blame. He too had believed she could handle it. Her body had fully integrated the will, and he assumed he could intervene if things escalated. They had both miscalculated. Arthur replayed the integration in his mind. It had been accelerated. Tessia had skipped the gradual training phase, the period meant for balancing foreign mana and adapting to it. That missing foundation worried him. If she lost control again, it wouldn't just endanger her. It could endanger everyone nearby. Varian clenched his jaw, frustration evident. He admitted to himself that pride had clouded his judgment. He had been too eager to celebrate his granddaughter's growth. Now he had to think ahead. A mana suppression seal came to mind, something that could restrain her power if necessary. But that solution carried its own risks. In a real emergency, such a seal could leave her defenseless. Perhaps a better alternative would be a protective artifact, something capable of shielding her during instability without restricting her abilities. Arthur agreed immediately. An artifact was the smarter path, and to reassure Varian, he promised to remain by Tessia's side as much as possible. Varian chuckled at that, teasing that Arthur would protect her even if she weren't his granddaughter. Then his tone shifted, more serious. He asked Arthur something personal. What did he truly think of Tessia? Not as a friend, but as something more. Had he ever imagined a future with her? Marriage? Arthur froze, caught off guard by the abrupt change in direction. Before he could fully respond, Varian continued. Tessia had flaws. She was still impulsive, perhaps too sheltered at times. Her family might have indulged her excessively, but she was kind. And what she and Arthur shared, history, trust, understanding, those weren't easily found. Arthur attempted to deflect by mentioning that elves traditionally didn't marry young. Varian laughed softly at the idea of clinging to tradition. The world was changing far too quickly for rigid customs. The real question remained simple. Did Arthur like her? Arthur answered honestly. He did, but he also admitted he didn't yet understand what love truly meant. He needed time to grow, to mature, to become someone worthy before deciding something so important. For now, his focus was on improving himself. Varian studied him for a long moment. Then he nodded. It was the answer of someone who refused to rush into feelings he didn't fully comprehend. Someone determined to strengthen himself before making promises he might not yet be ready to keep. A mature answer, and one Varian respected. Arthur's priorities were clear. Even so, his eyes drifted toward Tessia, a faint worry surfacing as he wondered whether she had overheard any part of the conversation. Varian noticed the glance and calmly reassured him. She was fast asleep. In truth, Tessia was anything but. She lay perfectly still, eyes shut, breathing measured. But inside, her thoughts were in complete chaos. Arthur had admitted he liked her. The words replayed over and over in her mind. Her heart pounded so loudly she was certain it could be heard. Heat crept across her cheeks. She forced herself not to move. Varian, however, noticed the sheen of sweat forming on her forehead and commented on it. Arthur glanced at her, uncertain, then dismissed it as a possible nightmare. He didn't dwell on it, but his own thoughts weren't calm either. He knew his feelings toward Tessia were different, more protective, heavier, more serious than what he felt for anyone else. That difference alone meant he couldn't afford another mistake when it came to her safety. The idea of crafting a protective artifact returned to him, something reliable, something constant. It would give her security and give him peace of mind. That line of thought drifted naturally to his family, his mother, Ellie. They had the Phoenix pendants, powerful, yes, but single use, a last resort. And Ellie wasn't even awakened yet. If Winsome's warning about war was true, Ellie would be vulnerable. Arthur's thoughts deepened. Ellie would need a bond. Not just any bond, but something powerful. Varian glanced at him and narrowed his eyes. He told Arthur to stop whatever strange scenario he was building in his head. They had arrived. The carriage rolled to a halt. The door opened. Alduin and Marial stood waiting. The moment Tessia stepped out and saw them, all composure vanished. She rushed into her mother's arms, her earlier turmoil forgotten in the warmth of reunion. Marial held her tightly. Alduin greeted Arthur kindly, noting with amusement that he always seemed to be present whenever something happened involving Tessia. Marial thanked Arthur sincerely, though confusion soon crossed her face. They had been redirected mid-journey and informed that their manor was under construction. She wanted answers. Alduin laughed lightly, half-jokingly asking whether Tessia had somehow destroyed their home. Tessia hesitated and admitted, well, not completely. Before things could spiral, Varian stepped in smoothly. He claimed it had happened during a training session. He'd grown over-enthusiastic while using his first phase and accidentally damaged part of the manor. Arthur blinked, momentarily thrown off, then awkwardly supported the explanation. As they approached the estate, Varian assured them the damage wasn't severe. Repairs would be handled swiftly. The halls might be a bit drafty for now, but nothing more. He added that the situation presented a good opportunity to visit Rinia, something they had postponed for too long. Tessia perked up at that. It had been a while since she'd seen her grandmother. She asked if everything was all right. Varian smiled faintly and explained that Rinia had been preoccupied. Lately, she'd shown particular interest in Arthur's future. That caught Arthur off guard. Why would Rinia concern herself with him? He glanced around as they traveled, realizing the forest path felt unfamiliar. It didn't resemble the routes from previous visits. Mariel gently explained that it had indeed been years since they last saw Rinia. she had moved. Varian added that Rhaenyra had chosen to isolate herself near the kingdom's edge. Even he didn't know the exact reasons. The last time he'd visited without warning, he had nearly lost his life to her traps and layered defensive spells. This time, at least, he had notified her beforehand. Still, he warned everyone to remain cautious. Precautions that extreme meant Rhaenyra feared something significant, something dangerous enough to warrant isolation. Arthur grew quiet. What kind of threat would push someone like Rhaenyra to hide? They ventured deeper into the woods, sunlight filtering through the thick canopy above. Conversation continued lightly among the adults, until Sylvie abruptly stiffened. Her instincts flared. Something moved in the brush. A small creature darted away, attempting escape. It failed. Sylvie released a brief stream of fire, precise and controlled, instantly roasting the fleeing prey. With bright, satisfied eyes, she trotted over to inspect her catch. Alduin watched with visible interest, commenting that Arthur's bond continued to surprise him. Arthur could only agree. Sylvie remained a mystery, even to him. As they walked side by side, Alduin spoke more quietly. There was something he hadn't properly said before. Arthur looked at him, confused. Thank him? For what? Alduin's gaze shifted to Tessia. He spoke as a father. His daughter had faced danger more than once, and from everything he had learned, Arthur had been the reason she returned safely each time. Arthur brushed it off, saying Tessia had helped him as well, especially in keeping his mind steady during difficult moments. Alduin chuckled, clearly surprised. Those weren't words he expected from a 13-year-old, but Arthur didn't feel like a child to him. There was something older in his presence, in the way he spoke. Arthur simply thanked him, but Alduin's expression turned more serious. He clarified that it wasn't entirely a compliment. No parent wanted their child to grow up too quickly. No parent wanted to see them burdened with struggles meant for adults. Arthur said nothing. His youth had ended more than 30 years ago. Then Alduin revealed something unexpected. It was because of Arthur that the council had even been formed. Arthur stopped slightly, confusion surfacing. He didn't understand. What did he have to do with that? Alduin didn't leave it there. After the war, he said, he had lost faith in humans entirely. His mother had died because of them, and that wound had never truly closed. Then, years later, slave traders had dared to step into the Elven Forest and nearly taken his daughter from him. The hatred he carried had felt justified. And then Arthur appeared, a human child who saved Tessia, and then had the audacity to lecture the Elven King to his face. That moment had shaken Alduin more than he cared to admit. Being scolded by someone from the very race he blamed forced him to confront his own prejudice. It was a wake-up call he hadn't expected, and one he needed. That was why he wanted Arthur to understand something clearly. He wasn't opposed to the idea of Arthur becoming part of their family. Before Arthur could properly process that, Mariel stepped in with a teasing smile. She revealed that Alduin hadn't mentioned Arthur just once or twice. It had been frequent, almost wistful. Alduin blinked, surprised she had been listening. Mariel simply smiled and said that if he truly wanted privacy, he should have cast a wind barrier. The way he'd spoken, it almost sounded like he wanted to be overheard. The atmosphere lightened until Varian suddenly raised his hand. Everyone froze. The forest fell into a tense silence as they shifted into formation. Then it came, a faint rustle of leaves, soft at first, then clearer. A single snap echoed from somewhere ahead. Varian turned sharply toward the sound. Another snap followed, louder, closer, this time from their right. The vines nearby shifted. From the curtain of greenery, a hunched figure slowly emerged. Arthur didn't hesitate. Instinct took over. Horror flashed across his face as he lunged forward, blade already swinging toward what he assumed was a monster. Before the strike could land, Varian grabbed him from behind and yanked him back. The figure straightened. It was Rhaenyra. She staggered slightly, catching her breath after narrowly avoiding Arthur's blade. Her voice rang out in sharp frustration as she demanded to know why they were brandishing weapons at an old woman, especially when they were the ones who were late. Tessia rushed forward immediately and wrapped her grandmother in a tight embrace, relief and happiness clear on her face. Rhaenyra softened at once, returning the hug with a gentle smile. Varian stepped forward, asking why she had come so far when they were supposed to meet at the entrance. Rhaenyra waved it off. They had taken too long, so she came to ensure they hadn't gotten lost. Then her gaze shifted to Arthur. A familiar glint sparkled in her eyes as she reached out and pinched his cheek affectionately. She remarked on how much he'd grown, and joked that if she were 100 years younger, she might have stolen him away for herself. Arthur admitted that her sudden appearance had nearly stopped his heart. For a moment, he'd thought he'd seen a ghost. Rhaenyra huffed playfully, declaring that in her youth, men would trip over themselves just to catch a glimpse of her. She urged Arthur to ask Varian how beautiful she had been. Mariel confirmed it gently, explaining how even her own mother used to tell stories of Rhaenyra's charm, how other girls had envied her presence. Varian grumbled dismissively. In his eyes, she had been nothing extraordinary. Rhaenyra smirked. Of course he'd say that. Varian had only ever truly looked at one girl. The words left her mouth, and immediately her expression shifted. Silence fell. She reached out and placed a hand on Varian's shoulder. Regret softened her voice as she apologized for bringing up old memories. Varian responded quietly, admitting that he should be the one apologizing. Rainia had her own share of pain as well. The air grew heavy. Even the forest seemed to still around them. Questions formed in Arthur's mind, questions he knew better than to ask. Mariel gently rested a hand on his shoulder. Her smile was soft, though clearly forced. Rainia broke the tension, announcing they were nearly there. They resumed walking. Leaves crunched underfoot. The occasional snap of a twig echoed in the quiet. Gradually, the trees thinned. They stepped into a clearing, and the distant sound of rushing water grew into a roaring presence that filled the air. It felt as if the forest had been holding its breath until this very moment. Rainia moved ahead, eyes focused forward. They had arrived. Her voice turned firm as she gave one clear instruction. No one was to conjure light. They entered a dark tunnel, guided solely by her voice echoing through the cold stone corridors. The path twisted endlessly. Arthur quickly lost track of the turns and abandoned any attempt to memorize them. At last, a faint flicker appeared in the distance. The tunnel opened. Rainia welcomed them into what she casually referred to as her cottage. The interior was far larger than the narrow entrance suggested. Arthur's eyes sharpened. That wasn't normal. Rainia distributed a warm herbal tonic. One by one, they drank. The liquid soothed their bodies, easing tension from the long journey. Arthur drank as well, but his mind remained alert. The space was impossibly large. This had to be deviant magic, and not a form he recognized. Conversation continued softly. Between the warmth, the exhaustion, and the drink, drowsiness crept in. One by one, the others succumbed, their breathing evening out as they drifted into sleep. Arthur remained awake, calm, aware, not alarmed. Rainia turned toward him, unsurprised. She had expected shock. Arthur gave her none. He had seen too much lately for that. A faint smile touched her lips, as if she could sense exactly what he was thinking. She acknowledged quietly that he was ready. Arthur understood. Something important was about to be revealed. Something meant for him alone. Rainia didn't begin immediately. Before revealing what she had seen, she paused and decided Arthur needed to understand her first. Her power, and the burden that came with it. Not magic in the traditional sense. Divination. Arthur had only skimmed over it in books. Even the advanced texts at Xyrus Academy barely touched on the subject. It was classified as one of the rarest deviant arts in existence, and now he was sitting across from a true diviner. Rainia noticed the spark of curiosity in his eyes and smiled faintly. Setting her cup aside, she began. Deviants, she explained, were fundamentally different from elemental mages. Elemental users drew mana from the atmosphere, shaping it into fire, wind, earth, or water. Deviants did not. They relied on something internal, a personal source, something uniquely their own. She gave him an example he would understand. His mother, Alice, was an emitter. Her healing abilities far surpassed conventional recovery spells because they weren't simply structured mana techniques. They were fueled by her own internal reservoir. Rainia had met many deviants over the years. Despite their varied abilities, they all shared that same trait, a personal pool of power separate from the natural flow of mana. Arthur, she noted, was an elemental deviant. He manipulated higher forms of natural elements. Diviners were different still. Their gift didn't awaken through training or discipline. It could manifest suddenly, even late in life. And when it did, it came in flashes, unpredictable, fragmented glimpses of the future. They couldn't control when the visions appeared. They couldn't summon them. They didn't even require mana. The images simply came. Rainia admitted that, on its surface, it sounded like a useless ability. Random fragments of an uncertain future. She reminded Arthur of the spells she once used, so he could speak to his parents as a child. That projection, those illusions, were techniques she created herself. But that wasn't true divination. True divination was something far more dangerous. It was the conscious act of looking ahead. Arthur frowned, trying to reconcile that with what she'd said earlier. If visions didn't require mana, then what powered them? Rainia met his gaze calmly. Lifespan. Every time a diviner deliberately chose to see the future, they paid with their own time. Years shaved away. Moments never reclaimed. That was the real cost of her gift. Everything else she did, illusions, projections, minor tricks, were secondary abilities she developed to compensate. The true power of divination came with a simple price: life. She then spoke of Varian's wife, Lania. Lania had been a diviner as well. Far stronger than Rainia ever was. Her visions were frequent, long, and painfully clear. She was admired not only for her ability, but for her beauty and grace, the pride of her kingdom. When she and Varian fell in love, their marriage felt like destiny fulfilled. For a time it seemed fate had favored them. But fate was never kind for long. Near the end of the war between elves and humans, when peace finally seemed within reach, the humans made one final move. The king of Sapin ordered an assassination. The target was Varian, heir to the elven throne. Lania saw it coming, but her visions were never complete. They showed Varian's death, but not the precise moment, not the exact method, just enough to torment her, enough to fill her nights with dread. She could see the future, but she couldn't change it. Rainia's voice softened as she shifted back to Arthur. There were two things she wanted him to remember. First, people often committed terrible acts for reasons they believed were good. Nothing was ever as simple as it appeared. He must never judge solely by the surface. There was always something beneath. Second, the most dangerous enemy wasn't always a king or a general. Sometimes it was the forgotten soldier, the one abandoned, the one with nothing left to lose. That kind of person could burn the world down without hesitation. She apologized for not saying more. Arthur's future was still unfolding. Too many details could disrupt what was meant to happen. He and Tessia would be leaving the next day. Arthur remained silent. The conversation lingered in him like a bitter herbal tonic, necessary but difficult to swallow. Far from Xyrus Academy, beyond the depths of the forest, a gathering had begun. A group of cult followers stood assembled in the shadows. Beneath the cold night sky, they gathered in a tight circle, tension hanging thick in the air. Lucas Wykes stood among them. In his hand was a small vial containing the same experimental drug that had already claimed Marcos's life. Charles explained that Marcos had volunteered to take it, but his body simply hadn't endured the strain. Lucas wasn't impressed. He laughed at them openly, mocking the fact that none of them had been selected to try it themselves. To him, that alone proved their weakness. When he realized the drug's power far exceeded their limits, his disdain only deepened. Their mana cores were too fragile, too pathetic. The drug would tear them apart instantly. Charles's patience snapped. He reminded Lucas that they hadn't asked to babysit him. A larger operation was already in motion. Their informant had warned them that DC officers were growing suspicious. Time was short. Lucas didn't care. A sudden streak of fire sliced through the air, grazing past Charles's shoulder. He and the others barely avoided being scorched. Charles whipped around in alarm. Lucas hadn't moved. He stood there calmly, unaffected. He called Charles what he believed him to be, a mere errand boy. While they wasted time squabbling, their leader was already advancing the true plan. Then, without hesitation, Lucas uncorked the vial and swallowed the drug. The reaction was instant. His heartbeat thundered violently against his ribs. Agony tore through him like molten iron flooding his veins. He collapsed to the ground, convulsing, body twisting under unbearable strain. Charles watched and smiled. There was something satisfying about seeing Lucas suffer. He mocked him, returning every insult. Even someone as arrogant and powerful as Lucas couldn't withstand it. Certain of his impending death, Charles stepped forward and pressed his foot against Lucas's head. He told him to die quickly. Lucas's hand shot up. His grip clamped around Charles's ankle with monstrous strength. Bones cracked. Charles screamed. With a flick of his wrist, Lucas hurled him across the clearing. Charles smashed into a tree, the impact knocking the air from his lungs. Lucas rose slowly. A memory surfaced. His brother, Baron. Baron's voice echoed in his mind, calling him weak, accusing him of relying on their parents' wealth instead of forging his own strength, challenging him to prove himself without privilege. That humiliation ignited something darker inside him. A twisted grin stretched across his face. Then he began to laugh. The sound was unstable, unhinged. Flames erupted from his body, deep crimson, violent, and alive. This wasn't simple magic anymore. It was raw devastation given form. Juno panicked. He drew his sword, but his hands trembled. Instinct screamed at him to run. He dropped the weapon and fled. Lucas raised a single finger. A concentrated beam of energy shot forward, piercing straight through Juno. The scream barely left his throat before flames engulfed him entirely. His body burned alive, his cries fading into the forest until nothing remained but ash. The healer shouted in horror and rushed toward the flames, but Charles, still broken and bleeding, grabbed him, demanding healing first. The healer trembled, grief flooding his face. Juno was gone. Rage overtook him. He raised his wand and unleashed a desperate spell. A torrent of water blasted forward like a projectile. It never reached Lucas. The inferno surrounding him vaporized it instantly. In the next heartbeat, Lucas was in front of the healer. His hand wrapped around the man's throat and lifted him effortlessly off the ground. He slammed him down with crushing force, splitting the earth beneath them. The impact shook the clearing. Flames spiraled around Lucas's arm as he leaned closer, mocking him. His grip tightened. Blood streamed from the healer's eyes. The man begged. Lucas burned him alive. When the fire died down, nothing remained. Only smoke. Lucas turned toward Charles. Charles tried to stand, terror overtaking him. Lucas approached slowly, fire trailing at every step. He wanted Charles to feel it, the helplessness, the fear. Charles screamed. Flames swallowed him whole. His cries echoed briefly, then vanished. Far from the slaughter, morning light filtered into the stone cottage. Rinia moved gently through the room, waking everyone. She prepared a simple meal from foraged plants and mushrooms. There was no meat, but Arthur appreciated the warmth and flavor. Sylvie clearly did not. Rinia commented that the herbs in last night's tea had been stronger than intended. She hadn't meant to put them all into such a deep sleep. Alduin reassured her that the rest had likely been needed. Varian grumbled that some responsibilities didn't pause for enchanted beverages. Rinia teasingly brought up Tessia's accidental destruction of a large section of the castle, the same castle Alduin and Mariel had painstakingly restored over years. Before she could elaborate, Varian quickly shoved food into her mouth to silence her, loudly praising the vegetables instead. Later, Rinia handed Tessia a small box. She gave no lengthy explanation, only that it would help Tessia control the beast within her. Inside was a golden bracelet, gleaming softly in the sunlight. Tessia's face lit up with pure joy as she thanked her grandmother. Arthur stared at the bracelet thoughtfully. They had discussed beast seals only the previous night. And yet Rinia had already prepared one. Alduin expressed heartfelt gratitude for the way Rinia had always watched over his daughter. She replied with warmth, saying it had always been her pleasure. She suggested they spend the remainder of the afternoon together before Arthur and Tessia departed. When it was finally time to leave, Rinia led them away from the cottage, but not back through the winding tunnels they had taken before. Instead, she guided them along a hidden path. At its end stood something rare, her own teleportation gate. Arthur's eyes widened slightly. Teleportation gates were ancient relics, tightly regulated by kingdoms. They weren't objects one simply owned. He questioned her about it. Rinia only chuckled softly. No explanation followed. Tessia held her parents tightly, reluctant to let go. Marielle stroked her hair and promised they would visit soon. Before Arthur and Tessia stepped through the gate, Varian reminded them to stop by Director Goodsky's office before classes resumed. He hadn't received word from her in some time and wanted confirmation that she was well. Tessia thanked Rinia sincerely for everything, wishing they could have stayed longer. Rinia smiled with quiet affection, telling her that every moment they shared was precious. As they prepared to depart, Sylvie glanced up at Arthur, sensing the weight lingering in him. She asked softly if he was all right. Arthur brushed a hand over her head and assured her he was fine. With final farewells exchanged, Arthur, Tessia, and Sylvie stepped into the teleportation gate. The transition struck like a sudden drop in gravity. The world twisted, compressed, then released. When their feet touched solid ground again, dizziness clung to them for a brief moment. But they had arrived safely. Tessia looked around, frowning slightly. There were no guards stationed nearby. That was unusual. Arthur reasoned that it was likely because of the Aurora Constellate. With trade temporarily halted during the event, much of the city's staff had probably taken leave, leaving certain areas undermanned. Above them, the sky had begun to darken as the sun dipped lower. From the floating city, the aurora shimmered far more brilliantly than it had back in Elenoir. Waves of color rippled across the heavens in breathtaking displays. Even though she had seen it before, Tessia couldn't hide her awe. When they reached Hellstea Manor, Sylvie ran ahead, scratching eagerly at the door. It opened, and the last person Arthur expected stood there, Jasmine, his former mentor from his adventurer days. For a moment, he simply stared. Before he could react, the rest of the twin horns appeared behind her one by one. Durden smiled warmly, commenting on how much Arthur had grown. Adam leaned against him lazily, pointing out the small ponytail Durden had begun wearing. Arthur noticed it too. Adam laughed, claiming he originally thought Durden was copying him, until he realized it was Arthur's old style that had unknowingly inspired it. Angela came barreling down the stairs and wrapped Arthur in a crushing hug, exclaiming over how tall he had gotten. Without hesitation, she scooped Tessia up as well, earning a startled squeal from the elf girl. Reginald stepped in, ever practical, reminding everyone to give them space and let them inside. Ellie greeted her brother next, grinning as she teased him for once, returning home without looking half dead. Helen followed, calmly guiding the excited group upstairs. Arthur felt a rare sense of ease. It had been over a year since they had all been together like this. Tessia, however, declined the invitation to stay long. She explained politely that she needed to return to school. Student council duties were waiting, and she still had to meet Director Goodsky. Others, like Lilia, were already working diligently. As president, she believed it was her responsibility to set the standard. Arthur watched her carefully. He asked if something was wrong. She dismissed the concern with a gentle shake of her head. She simply wanted help adjusting to the suppressor device. She would need to wear it for some time, and it would take getting used to. Arthur remembered his promise to Varian, to stay close, especially while her magic was restrained. Still, Tessia reassured him, it was only one night. She would manage. He reminded her not to push herself. Her manicore was unstable. Rest was more important than pride. Alice stepped forward quietly and removed her own muffler, wrapping it around Tessia's neck with gentle hands. She offered no grand speech, only a soft wish for her to stay warm. Tessia smiled shyly and thanked her before waving goodbye. Arthur didn't follow immediately. He stood there until she disappeared from view. Ellie called him back inside. Dinner quickly descended into chaos. Adam loudly declared it a blessing not to share a bedspread with Durden for once. Durden raised his glass and thanked the gods in exaggerated relief, sending the table into laughter. Arthur tried and failed to suppress his own laughter when Ellie tackled Adam to the floor and somehow pinned him. As the evening wore on, both Durden and Reynolds became thoroughly drunk. The atmosphere grew louder, looser. Jasmine had been quiet for most of it, but eventually she approached Arthur. Her steps were slightly unsteady, her eyes glassy. She repeated more than once how much she cared about him, how worried she had been during his absence. One by one, the group drifted away to their rooms. Only Helen and Arthur remained seated among the aftermath of overturned chairs and half-empty glasses. Helen suggested stepping outside for fresh air. Arthur agreed. The cool night breeze was a welcome contrast to the warmth and noise inside. Helen mentioned almost casually that Arthur had unknowingly taken over Reynolds' role in constantly worrying Alice. Arthur admitted that seemed to be the one skill he was consistently improving. Then Helen's expression shifted, more serious. She told him he was meant for greater things, but she warned him to stay grounded, to remember what he truly wanted, and most importantly, to know what he was fighting for. Arthur raised an eyebrow and asked if she was drunk too. Helen laughed softly, admitting maybe she was. The discovery of a new continent had stirred something in her. Before heading back inside to make sure her teammates didn't burn the manor down, she reminded him to rest. She winked. Then she disappeared through the door. Arthur remained alone beneath the aurora-lit sky. Silence settled around him. His thoughts turned inward. He didn't believe he had been placed in this world to be maneuvered like a piece on someone else's board. He didn't know why he had been reborn here, but he refused to surrender his will. He would not allow gods, fate, or unseen hands to dictate his path. His purpose was simple: to protect the smiles of those he cared about. No matter what power stood behind the curtain, Arthur intended to carve his own future. Meanwhile, the cult's masked leader stood calmly among his followers. He gave the command. The assault had begun. Mana beasts roared in the darkness. Massive creatures, among them the Hades serpent, answered without hesitation, their monstrous cries shaking the land. Back at Xyrus Academy, the disciplinary committee worked under mounting pressure. Theodore stood impatiently, demanding confirmation that preparations were complete. Kai knelt beside a complex device, saying activation was nearly ready. They were simply waiting for Doradrea to arrive so the system could be finalized. Claire glanced at Kai, asking if he had considered joining the combat unit. Curtis reminded them all that the cultists were preparing for a full-scale attack. There would be no room for error. Kai, exhausted from scouting all day, refused additional training. He needed to conserve strength. The door burst open. Doradrea rushed in, breathing heavily. In her arms were several resistance rings. She tripped, falling face first onto the floor. The rings scattered, clattering loudly across the room. Curtis bent down and picked one up, his expression tightening. He questioned whether wasting mana on such tools was wise when a real battle could erupt at any moment. Claire defended Doradrea gently, reminding him her intentions were always good. The rings might still prove useful once the fighting settled. Now everyone was present. Theodore gave the signal. Kai activated the defensive barrier. Energy surged outward, forming a shield that encased the entire training grounds. It flickered into place. But something was wrong, Claire noticed first. The barrier wasn't its usual color. It glowed red. Curtis's instincts flared. He shouted at Kai to shut it down immediately. Fereth didn't grasp the danger at first. He let out a short laugh, assuming the red barrier was some kind of joke. Kai's idea of poorly timed humor. Claire didn't laugh. She stepped closer and pressed her palm against the barrier. The mana felt wrong, unstable, and sealed tight. A chill crept up her spine. "Theodore," she called. "I don't think he can hear us." Theodore didn't waste time. He drove his fist into the barrier with a burst of mana. Nothing, not even a ripple. Kathleen's voice cut through the tension. "There should be an emergency kill switch." Claire dropped to her knees and tore up the floor panel. Beneath it lay the control mechanism, shattered. Someone had sabotaged it. Silence swept over the room. Then Kathleen's eyes widened. The barrier— Look! A jagged hole had formed in the crimson shield. They barely had a second to react before shards of stone shot through the opening like arrows. Kathleen snapped her wand forward, unleashing a blast of water that slowed the projectiles mid-air. Theodore followed instantly, increasing the gravity around them. The shards slammed into the ground harmlessly. No time to breathe. Cloaked figures began pouring through the breach. Claire's voice rose above the chaos. Formation! Theodore, Doradrea, and Claire surged forward in perfect sync. Doradrea led with brute force. Her fist slammed into the first attacker, sending him crashing backward. Curtis followed through without hesitation, blade flashing as he cut down another. Fereth and Kathleen erected thick walls of ice, sealing their flanks. Theodore punched the ground, gravity rippling outward. Enemies stumbled, thrown off balance. Claire spun into the fray, flames roaring around her as her blade carved a blazing arc through the attackers. They pushed forward, fighting toward the opening. They had to reach Kai. Something was terribly wrong. Then, a voice echoed through the battlefield, smooth, mocking. Doradrea froze. She knew that voice. Lucas stepped into view, a twisted smile pulling at his lips. The air shifted. Lucas spoke casually, almost bored. It was Kai who had trapped them inside. Doradrea's jaw tightened. She didn't want to believe it. Lucas didn't argue. He didn't need to. He vanished in a burst of fire. In the next instant, he was among them. Fereth and Curtis were struck by a single sweeping motion. Blown away like leaves in a storm, their bodies slammed across the ground from the sheer force. Claire dashed in from behind, blade raised. Lucas didn't even turn. Flames surged from his shadow, forming a monstrous, bestial shape. The fiery construct hurled a blazing fist toward her. Doradrea reacted instantly, grabbing Claire and throwing both of them aside. They smashed hard into the barrier. Claire's vision blurred. Then she noticed something. The barrier flickered where they hit, weakened. The mana resistance bands Doradrea had brought earlier were interfering with it. It wasn't much, but it was something. "We can break through," Claire said through clenched teeth. "If we all push." Doradrea's eyes never left Lucas. "He's stronger than the professor's," she muttered. "This isn't normal." Theodore activated downforce and launched himself forward, aiming for Lucas while he was focused on Fereth. Fast, precise, it didn't matter. Lucas turned mid-air and caught Theodore by the throat, stopped him, like swatting a fly. He lifted Theodore effortlessly, amusement dancing in his eyes. "You're nothing," Lucas said quietly. A communication artifact at his side blinked. Lucas glanced at it, then he smiled wider. The target had arrived. His grip loosened. Theodore collapsed to the ground. Without another word, Lucas stepped through the barrier breach, fire curling around him as if the world itself parted to let him pass. "Kai!" someone shouted outside. Kai's voice rose, confused and furious. "You were supposed to help capture them." Lucas didn't answer. He was already walking away. Back inside, Dorothea felt the shift in the battlefield. More enemies were coming. "Move!" she shouted. "Now!" Claire nodded sharply. "Defensive cover! We break through together!" Theodore forced himself up and slammed his palm down, gravity crushing a wave of incoming attackers flat. Kathleen and Ferrith raised their wands, unleashing torrents of ice that formed a temporary wall of frost and jagged spikes. Dorothea charged the weakened barrier. She hit it like a battering ram. The crimson shield cracked. Once, twice. On the third impact, it shattered open just wide enough. "Go!" she roared. The others rushed through. Behind them, wind and fire magic tore apart the ice wall. Enemies surged forward again. Claire turned. Dorothea hadn't moved. "What are you doing?" "Get out!" Dorothea shouted. Theodore ran back toward her. She punched him square in the chest. He flew through the opening. "I said go!" An assailant cloaked in wind mana lunged at her, screaming. Before he could strike, a cannon-like blast of water slammed into him, sending him flying across the room. Dorothea staggered from the recoil. Ferrith stood beside her, wand raised. He'd come back. She glanced at him sideways and scoffed. "Idiot." He smirked faintly. "You'd lose without me." Back to back, Dorothea and Ferrith faced the charging horde. Outside, Claire and the others burst from the building, sprinting into the night with urgency burning in their veins. Inside, the two remaining members of the disciplinary committee braced themselves. The real fight had just begun. Claire's voice rang out, ordering everyone to split up and find the professors. But the command died in her throat. Her eyes had shifted past the courtyard, past the shattered stone, past the smoke. What she saw stole the air from her lungs. Theodore followed her gaze, irritation turning into confusion. "What's going on?" He didn't need an answer. The academy grounds had descended into hell. Mana beasts rampaged across the campus. Massive forms tore through buildings and bodies alike. Far from the carnage, a carriage rolled toward the academy gates. Inside, Tessia sat upright, composed on the surface, but something was deeply wrong. Her body felt foreign. Her mana core was hollow, empty. Every breath felt slightly delayed, as if her spirit were lagging behind her flesh. She told herself Director Goodsky would understand. There had to be an explanation. The academy gates came into view. Then, a shrill screech tore through the air. The carriage jolted violently to a stop. Tessia stepped down, senses sharpening instantly. The driver pointed forward, horror etched across his face. A barrier stood at the gates, dark, massive, humming with lethal intent. The moment her eyes landed on it, her entire body locked. Her instincts screamed. Her soul recognized danger before her mind could process it. "Turn back," she began. An explosion erased the rest of her words. The blast swallowed the carriage whole. Wood and metal shattered. Flames erupted outward. The shockwave hurled Tessia through the air like debris. She hit the ground hard, the impact knocking the breath from her lungs as fire licked across her skin. Through blurred vision, she saw the driver, still, burning. A raspy voice echoed through the smoke. Familiar. Wrong. Tessia forced her head toward the sound and froze. Lucas Wake stepped through the flames. For a moment, her mind refused to accept it. The pressure rolling off him crushed the air itself. Bloodlust saturated the space between them. Her muscles refused to obey her. He walked closer. Another blast erupted from his hand. The explosion sent her skidding across the ground. Pain exploded through her ribs. The world spun. Lucas spoke as he approached, mocking her weakness, commenting on how frail she looked, how easy this was. Tessia clenched her teeth. Wind mana surged into her arm. She lashed outward in a sharp burst, knocking his hand aside and cutting through his taunts. She forced herself upright. Her legs trembled violently. "I won't let you," she breathed. Lucas laughed. Madness colored every note of it. He could see it, how unstable she was, how her core barely responded. She wasn't a threat to him. Not like this. Inside, Tessia understood the problem. Rinia's bracelet still bound her beast will. It kept her from losing control, but it was also suffocating her power. Lucas suddenly lunged forward and grabbed her by the collar, lifting her effortlessly. His grip tightened as he stared into her eyes, not with intent to kill, but something uglier. He wanted her broken, humiliated. He believed if she were reduced enough, maybe she would look at him differently. Maybe she would stop looking at someone else. Tessia didn't flinch. She smirked. That single expression cut deeper than any blade. If he truly wanted her dead, she already would be. She wasn't the objective. She was bait. Lucas saw it, and rage twisted his face. He slammed her into the ground with brutal force. The earth cracked beneath her body. She coughed, but she laughed softly through the pain. She spoke to him calmly, exposed him, his insecurity, his desperation. That was the blow he couldn't tolerate. His hand struck her face with a sharp crack. Her head snapped sideways. "Sparing you doesn't mean mercy," he growled. Tessia's fingers tightened around his wrist. She removed the bracelet, activated her beast will. Her mana core screamed in protest. She didn't care. Even if it destroyed her from the inside, she would not be used. Wind exploded outward. Vines formed from compressed air wrapped around Lucas from every direction. Blades of wind carved into his body, slicing flesh and tearing through clothing. The pressure forced him back, wounds opening across his skin. Tessia swayed. Her vision darkened, but she held it. Just long enough. Lucas roared. Mana erupted from him in a violent shockwave. The vines shattered. The backlash slammed into Tessia and launched her across the ground. Her body rolled to a stop, limp. Silence followed. Lucas stood there, breathing heavily, injured, but standing. He looked down at her unconscious form, then at the bracelet lying nearby. With calculated calm, he picked it up and slid it back onto her wrist. He wasn't going to let her die from her own power. Not yet. If she tried removing it again, he would make sure she couldn't. He grabbed her by the hair and began dragging her across the ground. Her body left a faint trail through ash and dust. At the barrier, he pulled out an artifact. The shield parted slowly. He stepped through, dragging her behind him. Inside her fading mind, Tessia felt nothing but weakness. Her limbs were unresponsive, her thoughts scattered. She tried to hold on, tried to stay awake, but the darkness closed in. Sound disappeared, light faded, and the world went silent. Elijah's voice cut through the pandemonium like a thunderclap. A wall of jagged stone erupted between the charging mana beasts and the fleeing students, dust and gravel exploding outward as the barrier formed in seconds. But it wasn't fast enough. He watched in horror as a dwarven student was swallowed by the gaping jaws of a black-fanged wolf, its fur stained with a sickly, corrupted sheen. Another scream followed. One of the beasts vaulted the wall with feral momentum, crashing down onto a student. Elijah moved on instinct. Spears of rock burst from the soil beneath the monsters, impaling them through their exposed bellies. Elijah didn't linger. He sprinted away, scanning the battlefield, desperately trying to make sense of the nightmare unfolding around him. The academy, once orderly and calm, had become a war zone. Screams echoed between buildings, explosions rippled through the air, and the guttural roars of mana beasts drowned out reason. His attention snapped toward a raised platform where a cluster of figures had gathered around a lone speaker. A shrill, grating voice rang out, unnaturally amplified, slicing through the chaos. The figure proclaimed himself the master of the mana beasts, offering protection to human students who pledged loyalty, while declaring elves and dwarves unworthy of mercy, their mana cores sentenced to destruction. Then came the laughter, twisted, unhinged. It crawled up Elijah's spine like ice. His thoughts spiraled. How had the most prestigious academy fallen this far? How could the faculty, how could Director Goodsky have allowed things to rot to this point? A scream tore him out of his thoughts. Close, too close. Just meters away, an elven girl struggled in terror, begging to be released as a professor restrained her from behind. The betrayal was suffocating. Every ounce of trust placed in Xyrus Academy shattered in that moment. Elijah froze for a heartbeat, then rage ignited. Even the professors were cultists. Mana surged violently through his channels as he roared, summoning jagged shards of stone and hurling them at the traitor. But the man was ready. With a flick of his wand, an ice barrier snapped into place, deflecting the projectiles in a spray of frost. Before Elijah could press the attack, the ground shook. Grotter, Curtis's bond, charged like a living battering ram, slamming into the rogue professor and sending him flying. The impact scattered nearby cultists, knocking them off their feet and leaving them reeling across the dirt-stained grounds. Curtis didn't hesitate. He barked a command for Grotter to stay alert and guard the area. Outnumbered and momentarily shaken, the professor assessed his chances. With a snarl of frustration, he chose survival over pride, turning and fleeing into the chaos without a backward glance. Curtis immediately turned to the elven girl, urging her to head for the training facility, where a handful of trustworthy professors were still holding their ground. Elijah faced Curtis, relief washing over him at the sight of a familiar ally. He demanded answers. What about the disciplinary committee? Curtis didn't sugarcoat it. Most were alive, scattered across campus, searching for reinforcements. But then his tone darkened. Doradrea and Ferrith were gone. They had stayed behind, holding the cultists back so others could escape. The weight of those names settled heavily in Elijah's chest. Desperation crept in as he fired off more questions. Arthur? Tessia? The student council? Curtis explained that neither Arthur nor Tessia had returned to the academy, a fact that, given the circumstances, might actually be a blessing. The remaining council members were alive but separated during the initial assault. Lilia and Clive had been split from the group. Their whereabouts were unknown. Elijah swallowed hard. What could they even do now? Curtis had no real answers. Survive, hold out, pray that soldiers arrived, or that the lances finally mobilized. Then the sky itself seemed to rupture. A deafening boom tore across the campus, the sound so violently amplified by mana that it shattered all sense of direction. Then a voice echoed out, calm, mocking, theatrical, poured down from the bell tower at the heart of the academy. A masked figure stood high above, his tone dripping with cruel amusement as he announced a gathering, a final ceremony as he called it. All surviving students and faculty were instructed to make their way to the tower. There, he promised, awaited a spectacle no one would forget. He assured them the mana beasts would cease their attacks. Beyond the grand gates of Xyrus Academy, panic surged like a rising tide. Dozens of parents pressed against the barrier, shouting, pleading, their fear feeding off one another. A father near the front screamed until his voice cracked, demanding answers. He had tried contacting his daughter over and over, but nothing came back. Why were they being kept outside? Why wasn't the school responding? Nearby, professors stood rigid, struggling to maintain order. One stepped forward, urgently warning the crowd to stay clear of the magical barrier, pleading for calm while insisting mages were working on a solution, even as doubt bled through his voice. Another professor spun toward a station mage, demanding a status update. The mage, pale and breathless, delivered news that made the air feel even heavier. Neither the Mages Guild nor the Artificers Guild had ever witnessed a barrier like the one sealing off the academy. The professor listening to the report had no patience for scholarly analysis. His jaw tightened as he cut straight to the point. Could it be broken? The mage hesitated, then shook his head. Not with what they had on hand. The artifacts available were useless against something like this. Reinforcements had already been requested. There was no telling how long help would take to arrive. Desperation crept into the student mage's voice as he offered another option. Perhaps a lance could intervene. With power on that level, maybe the barrier could be shattered outright. The professor shut him down instantly. Every lance was occupied, scattered across the continent. The realization struck the mage mid-thought. His eyes widened as the implication formed. This wasn't an isolated incident. This was coordinated. Before he could say it aloud, the professor stepped forward and clamped a hand over his mouth, silencing him with a sharp glare. There was no room for panic. Not now. Whispering about continent-wide conspiracies would only ignite hysteria, and hysteria would cost lives. The mage swallowed hard and steadied himself. In a quieter voice, he explained that guild teams had already been deployed around the entire perimeter of the barrier, searching for weak points. It would take time, but they would find a way through. They had to. The professor gave a grim nod. He didn't speak his thoughts, but they were etched plainly across his face. Just hope they aren't already too late. Inside the academy, Curtis sat atop his world lion, Grotter, and raised his left arm high. The students clustered nearby reacted instantly. Elijah and several others fell in behind him without question. There was only one direction left to go, toward the bell tower, the epicenter of the madness. Elijah shouting as he helped clear a path. Curtis slowed, then stopped, turning back just long enough to meet Elijah's gaze. His expression was firm, resolute. He was going to search for the remaining members of the disciplinary committee. Elijah was to stay behind. Before Elijah could protest, Curtis was gone, swallowed by smoke, fire, and chaos. What remained was devastation. Students lay scattered across the grounds, bruised, bloodied, broken. Some clutched the lifeless bodies of friends, sobbing uncontrollably. Others wandered aimlessly, eyes hollow, minds unable to process the horror that had torn their world apart. Nearby, several professors regrouped. 4 of them stepped forward in unison, hands raised, and unleashed a barrage of high-tier spells at the barrier imprisoning the academy. The magic struck and vanished. Not a single crack formed. The barrier remained pristine, untouched, unchallenged. Behind them, panic erupted. Students screamed, cried, begged. Their voices rose in a frantic chorus, demanding answers, demanding freedom. Disbelief twisted their faces as they shouted at the adults meant to protect them. Why was this happening? Why wasn't anyone saving them? Then the voice returned. That same shrill, grating tone cut through the chaos, forcing every head to turn back toward the bell tower. The figure stood boldly at its edge, cloaked in dark robes, a grotesque mask hiding his face. He posed like an actor before a captive audience, savoring every second. Rage surged from the crowd. Students raised trembling hands and unleashed spells of their own. Spears of earth erupted upward. Blades of fire and wind screamed through the air. It was a final, desperate act of defiance. And it meant nothing. The attacks shattered harmlessly against a translucent shield, breaking apart like glass against stone. The man's shoulders shook. He was laughing, not nervously, not fearfully. He was delighted. His laughter deepened, dripping with mockery as he reveled in their despair. Then casually, he reached behind himself and tossed something over the edge. The object struck the ground, bounced once, and rolled to a stop near the front of the crowd. Silence fell. Then they saw it. Those closest recoiled in horror. It was a severed head, cleanly cut, eyes dull, lifeless. Recognition spread like poison. Elijah stared, frozen, his mind refusing to process what his eyes were seeing, until reality crashed into him. His knees buckled. He collapsed forward, retching violently as bile burned his throat. His entire body trembled. Somewhere deep inside, he prayed it wasn't her. But someone else already knew. A scream tore through the field, raw and agonizing. Theodore surged forward, fury and grief tearing him apart. He shoved past students, slammed into the barrier, and began pounding it with his fists. Blood smeared across the unyielding surface as he screamed her name, voice breaking under the weight of his pain. Dora Drea. Her head lay at the masked man's feet. Theodore's fists kept striking the barrier, knuckles split. His voice reduced to shattered cries as he demanded the murderer face him. The laughter stopped. Slowly, deliberately, the man lifted his hands and removed his mask. The face beneath was no stranger to madness, but it was no mere lunatic either. Reginald. His eyes burned with twisted pride as he announced his name, as if it were a title meant to inspire awe. He spoke like a man reborn, powerful, untouchable, destined for greatness. Across the barrier, Theodore stood his ground. His voice cut through the silence, calling Reginald what he truly was, a coward. But the words never fully landed. In the span of a single breath, the world warped. Reginald vanished and reappeared directly in front of Theodore. One instant, Theodore stood safely behind the barrier. The next, he was ripped through it as if the wall had never existed. His body twisted midair on instinct alone. He landed cleanly, boots skidding across stone, muscles coiling as fury ignited behind his eyes. There was no hesitation, no fear, only rage. With a roar that tore from his chest, Theodore hurled himself forward. His legs snapped upward, heel coming down in a vicious arc aimed straight for Reginald's shoulder. The impact detonated. Stone shattered beneath them, the platform buckling as dust and debris exploded outward. For a heartbeat, everything went silent. Then the students erupted. Cheers burst from trembling throats, hope flashing across terrified faces. Some shouted in disbelief, swearing that even a professor would have struggled to stop a blow like that. Then a scream tore through the dust. It wasn't Reginald. As the cloud settled, the truth revealed itself in brutal clarity. The platform had fractured, but Theodore's leg had paid the greater price. Bone punched through torn flesh, his calf mangled beyond recognition, twisted at angles no body should ever bend. He collapsed, breath tearing from his lungs. Reginald stood above him, unharmed. A shadow fell over Theodore's face as Reginald lifted his foot and brought it down, pinning Theodore's skull to the broken stone. The pressure was merciless, crushing. Reginald looked down at him with open amusement, his smirk never wavering. He mocked him, mocked his courage, mocked his defiance, mocked the foolish belief that he could matter. Then, almost lazily, Reginald raised a hand and snapped his fingers. The air ignited. A wet, gurgling scream ripped through the courtyard as unnatural crimson flames engulfed Theodore's body. Fire clung to him like a living thing, devouring flesh and sanity alike. His limbs flailed for a moment, just long enough to be seen, before the flames consumed everything. Snap. The fire vanished. What remained on the shattered platform could no longer be called human. A blackened, smoking shape curled in on itself, silent and unmoving. Reginald straightened, standing proudly amidst the ruin. He gestured toward the corpse with theatrical flair and announced, almost cheerfully, that Theodore was still alive. Silence fell like a blade. No one moved. No one breathed. Then Reginald declared the main event had begun. At his command, the frozen mana beasts stationed across the grounds stirred, awakening as if roused from a deep sleep. From the bell tower, a slow procession emerged, hooded figures in dark robes, dragging prisoners forward like offerings. Ferreth was among them. His once confident expression was hollow, pain and exhaustion carved deep into his face. And then, Tessia. Elijah's thought stopped. Sound vanished. The world narrowed to a single unbearable image. Tessia was dragged forward by her hair, blood streaking her face, clothes torn and stained. Something inside Elijah shattered. He stumbled toward the barrier, palms slamming against the invisible wall, his breath coming in ragged bursts. Nearby, Claire clung to Curtis, her hand shaking as she covered his mouth. Tears streamed down her face as she silently begged him not to move. Curtis didn't listen. Rage exploded from him as he drove his fist into the barrier hard enough to crack bone. His body trembled, fury and grief twisting his face as he screamed vows of vengeance into the void, swearing to kill Reginald. Claire sobbed, tightening her grip, begging him not to throw himself into the same fate Theodore had met. Curtis turned on her, shouting through the pain. How could they stand there? How could they wait while their friends were tortured? What was the point of patience when Ferreth bled and Theodore burned? Then Catelyn stepped forward. Without a word, she struck him. The slap cut through the chaos, silencing him instantly. Tears streamed down her face as she stared at her brother, voice breaking as she reminded him of what mattered. They needed a plan. They needed to protect everyone, not throw their lives away to blind fury. They couldn't lose him too. The weight of her words hit harder than her hand. Curtis trembled, then nodded, jaw clenched tight. Elijah, meanwhile, couldn't look away from Tessia. She wasn't supposed to be here. She should never have been here. So why was she chained, bloodied, suffering? Reginald spread his arms wide, basking in their despair, and introduced himself as their savior, a liberator from a distant, merciless land. His voice dripped with smug authority as he spoke of a homeland where the weak were discarded without hesitation. Bloodlines, prestige, talent. Garbage. He hadn't come to destroy them, he claimed. He had come to prepare them. A chosen few would be shaped and trained to serve when his lord rose to power. Those who proved useful would earn a place in the new kingdom. The rest would be thrown away. Confusion rippled through the captives. Disbelief etched across their faces. Reginald turned back to the crowd, declaring them honored pawns of a new era. His voice darkened with excitement as he called forth Alacria, a demonstration of his lord's power. The name meant nothing at first. Then reality crashed down. The hooded figure dragging Tessia stepped forward. Her captor's grin was unmistakable. Lucas Wykes' rage detonated across the field. Lucas reveled in it, mocking the so-called protectors of the continent. The disciplinary committee had failed. The academy had failed. Even Tessia, the elf princess, lay broken at his feet. Elijah's fury broke free, and the moment Lucas leaned closer to Tessia, still gripping her hair, all restraint vanished. Lucas dragged his tongue slowly along her neck, deliberate and intimate, his eyes never leaving Elijah's. The sadistic amusement etched into his grin was unmistakable. Something in Elijah snapped. The world bled red at the edges of his vision as rage flooded in, drowning thought, drowning reason. Heat surged behind his eyes, then everything went eerily cold. Somewhere deep inside, a presence stirred, ancient, hateful, and utterly foreign. A whisper echoed through his mind, not spoken in his voice, yet unmistakably clear. The air changed. On the platform above, Dreniv's smug composure fractured. Fear crept across his face, raw and unguarded, as he felt it too. Elijah was no longer in control. His body moved with terrifying serenity, as though guided by something far more precise than emotion. The voice inside him grew louder, sharper, urging violence, promising ruin. Without warning, jagged black spikes tore through the ground around him, ripping upward like living spears. Students too slow to flee cried out as dark magic lashed through the area, blood staining the shattered earth. Somewhere, Elijah's conscious mind recoiled in horror. He hadn't meant to hurt them, but his body didn't stop. His gaze was locked onto Lucas Wykes. The rage had chosen. The barrier separating them hissed as dark plasma gathered around Elijah's hand. The magic dissolved the barrier as if it were nothing more than mist. Chaos followed. Mana beasts hurled themselves forward from all sides, summoned in desperate defense. None reached him. With a single effortless sweep of his arm, the ground erupted again. Black spikes surged skyward, impaling the creatures midair, freezing them like shattered marionettes before they could even strike. The robed figures faltered, hands loosened. Prisoners were dropped as hesitation rippled through their ranks. They prepared to rush Elijah together, but Reginald stopped them. Whatever he saw now terrified him. Inside Elijah, the storm reached its peak. Pain exploded through his body, white-hot and merciless. Muscles seized, cracks formed beneath his skin. He was tearing himself apart. He was reaching the limit. Fast. Still, his focus never wavered. Lucas, if this power was going to destroy him, then he would take one thing with him. Just one strike. Elijah raised his hand. Darkness condensed, sharpened. A long black spike screamed through the air. It didn't kill Lucas, but it struck with overwhelming force, sending him tumbling backward in a violent sprawl. That was all Elijah had. His body shuddered. Breath came shallow and uneven as exhaustion crushed down on him. Blood loss, agony, and fatigue blurred the world into shadow. Numbness crept through his limbs. He tried to move. Nothing answered. As his consciousness slipped away, Reginald caught him before he hit the ground. The last thing Elijah felt before darkness claimed him was a hollow ache and a single thought. Arthur, Claire Bladeheart, stood frozen. Inside her, a war raged louder than any clash of steel. The tenets of her lineage echoed relentlessly. Humility, loyalty, resoluteness, courage. Words drilled into her since childhood. Before she had even held a practice blade, she had believed in them once, believed she could live by them. Now they mocked her. The barrier broken by Elijah's unknown power sent a ripple of hope through the crowd. This was it, the opening they had waited for. Yet Claire couldn't move. What seized her wasn't just fear. It was self-loathing. Her heart screamed at her to step forward, but her body refused to obey. Then the professors advanced. Grenier led the charge, a massive figure with a staff blazing with radiant energy, blood pouring from his side as if it didn't matter. Beside him walked Professor Glory, grim and unyielding. They marched straight toward death. Claire's chest tightened. They had to know the odds, and yet they went anyway. Was that duty or pride? Was this courage or madness dressed as valor? The truth slipped from her lips in a whisper she barely recognized. It still felt hopeless. Curtis looked at her then. He didn't need to ask. She saw it in his eyes. Lead us. Tell us what to do. Clive watched her too, searching for certainty, for a plan, for hope. Claire stumbled back, crushed beneath the weight of expectation. They were ready to follow her. And she was breaking. Why couldn't the professors handle this? Why did it have to be them, the students, throwing their lives into the fire? Chaos churned around her, but her gaze stayed fixed on the professors, advancing toward the breach. They looked unreal, like heroes from the bedtime stories her mother once told. Grenier led. The formation professor followed. Then Professor Glory. Their eyes met. Professor Glory gave her a single solemn nod and drew a second sword from her dimension ring. That gesture pierced Claire's soul. No words were spoken. None were needed. The Bladeheart creed screamed in her mind. Humility, loyalty, resoluteness, courage. Frustration burned hot. At her fear, her hesitation, her shame, a true Bladeheart would fight. So why had she frozen? The answer didn't matter anymore. Hesitation burned away. Something hardened in Claire's chest. She turned to the frightened crowd behind her and raised her voice, cutting through the chaos. Those injured, those unable to fight, stay back. Her choice was made. Far above, untouched by doubt or fear, Dreniv remained chillingly calm. His voice, detached and cold, drifted across the battlefield as he informed Lucas, casually, he would leave first, abandoning Lucas to deal with the resistance closing in behind him. And before departing, he issued one final order, cold, precise, and merciless. Dispose of Tessia. Several robed figures gathered around her unmoving body, shouting in frustration, barking commands as if volume alone could force life back into her limbs. But Tessia didn't stir. She lay there, limp and unresponsive. Lucas bristled. Arrogance flared as he opened his mouth to protest, only for the words to die instantly. A crushing force seized him without warning. His knees slammed into the ground as terror flooded his eyes. He reminded Lucas of his place, a tool, nothing more. Obedience was not a choice, and defiance would be punished. Nearby, one of the robed mages signaled that everything was ready. The anvil pulsed, radiating an ominous glow. Dreniv warned him once more not to disappoint. Then he turned away, snorted with disdain, and stepped toward the portal without another glance. Professor Grenier felt it first. Something was wrong. He shouted a warning and charged forward, staff raised. 3 professors followed instantly, surging toward the breach in the barrier, with spells primed and weapons drawn. Lucas rose, but the fear was gone. With unnatural calm, he lifted one arm. Fire exploded upward in a roaring column, a blazing wall that swallowed the path ahead. With his other hand, he summoned more. 2 massive fire dragons coiled into existence, their incandescent bodies twisting as they surged forward to annihilate everything in their way. Grenier reacted without hesitation. He slammed his staff into the ground. A massive beast of stone erupted from the fractured floor. One fire dragon vanished into it. Beside him, another professor snapped his wand forward. A torrent of water collided with the remaining dragon, detonating in a thunderous blast of steam and force. Professor Glory advanced. Twin swords gleamed in her hands. Her voice rang out, fierce and unwavering, condemning Lucas for his betrayal, an act that spat on everything the Academy stood for. Lucas answered with a roar. A mana beast lunged at her, jaws wide enough to swallow her whole. Glory twisted midair, rolling beneath the snapping maw. In one fluid motion, she drove her blade upward, cleaving through its neck. The head fell cleanly. The body collapsed. She landed without pause and pressed forward, daring him to send more. But Lucas wasn't alone. Robed figures rushed in, sensing his weakness. Too many, even for her. Before they could strike, the sky itself unleashed judgment. Fire, wind, and ice rained down in devastating arcs, tearing through the cultists. The disciplinary committee had arrived. Curtis led them, mounted on Grotter. Claire followed close behind, fury blazing as she shouted orders. Secure the hostages, support the professors, don't falter. Professor Glory turned, startled by their presence. Relief and concern warred on her face. But Claire answered by driving her blade through an approaching beast, her message unmistakable. They were not standing aside. This fight belonged to all of them. Glory cursed softly, then shouted for them to be careful. Claire's gaze swept the battlefield and locked onto a figure cutting through the chaos with deliberate purpose. A robed man. The instant she saw him, rage surged through her veins. She knew that face beneath the hood. Her jaw tightened. Her grip hardened. Kai. She launched forward. Mana flooded her weapon as her lips moved in a rapid chant. Fire ignited, spiraling around her blade into a roaring cone of heat. The ground rebelled. Earthen spears erupted to stop her, but she twisted, dodged, and pressed on without slowing. She leapt. Fire tore through the smoke. From within the flames, water magic surged to meet her, steam screaming as elements clashed. Then metal snapped through the air. Thin, gleaming wires lashed out. They wrapped around her wrists and ankles midair, yanking her to a halt, suspending her helplessly. Claire strained against them, eyes burning as she demanded how he could do this. To them, to Theo, to Doradrea, the answer never came. An unseen force slammed into her. The world spun as she was hurled backward, breath ripped from her lungs. For a heartbeat, everything went silent. Why wasn't anyone stopping him? Why were they running toward her, while the real threat walked away? Then the pain hit. She looked down. A jagged stone spike jutted from her stomach. Her sword slipped from numb fingers. Blood soaked her armor as she reached down, trembling, barely believing what she saw. The silence shattered. Screams tore through the battlefield. Voices called her name in terror, but it all sounded distant, fading fast. And then the sky roared. A sound ripped through the heavens, ancient, feral, and absolute. It wasn't merely a roar, but a force, something primal that shook the air itself. The ground trembled beneath every foot as the thunderous bellow rolled across the battlefield, freezing everyone in place. Enemy and ally alike stiffened as fear spread in an instant. Even Lucas, moments ago drunk on power, stood paralyzed, his breath caught as something unseen clenched around his heart. Then it descended. A dragon. Its arrival wasn't just witnessed, it was felt. Its presence crushed the air, eclipsing the battlefield, drowning out all else. Yet even then, it wasn't the beast alone that drew every gaze. Beneath it walked a boy. He moved with terrifying calm, like a storm restrained by sheer will. Arthur. As Claire's vision dimmed and her strength slipped away, one final thought flickered through her fading mind. Not of pain, not of fear, only regret. She wouldn't live long enough to see the look of absolute defeat carved into Lucas's face. The grounds of Xyrus Academy lay in ruin. Once pristine marble was smeared with blood, lifeless bodies strewn across it. Students, professors, elites reduced to broken remains. And above it all stood Lucas, framed by destruction like a mad monarch surveying his domain. Inside his mind, calculations raced unnaturally fast. His thoughts sharpened, reflexes honed beyond human limits. Dreniv's elixir burned through his veins, flooding him with mana that felt endless. He felt untouchable. And yet, something was wrong. An icy sensation coiled deep within him, foreign and suffocating, as if his very core recoiled from what he had become. His body screamed warnings, but Lucas laughed them away, too intoxicated by power to listen. Then he saw him. Arthur Leywin stood before him, a dragon at his side, radiating ancient authority, as if the battlefield itself bowed in recognition. Lucas barked out a laugh, wild and mocking. Arthur didn't respond. He didn't even look at him. Arthur walked past without a single glance, as though Lucas didn't exist at all. That indifference cut deeper than any blade. Rage boiled over. Arthur should have trembled, should have begged. Instead, he walked through death and ruin as if it were meaningless. His silence screamed louder than mockery, tearing at Lucas's pride until it frayed into madness. Around them, the cloaked followers faltered, their confidence shattered beneath the dragon's presence. Whispers of fear rippled through their ranks as the truth sank in. This wasn't an illusion, nor a summon. It was a dragon, and their bodies refused to obey, even when instincts screamed to run. Arthur ignored them all. He went to Tessia. She lay unconscious amid the wreckage. Arthur knelt beside her, gently brushing blood-matted strands from her face, searching desperately for signs of life. A pulse. Tessia was alive. Drugged, suppressed, bruised, but alive. Peace didn't last. Lucas's voice slithered through the air again, dripping with venom and delight. He boasted that Tessia had cried out for Arthur, that he had spared her only because Drenif ordered it. And beneath his words lurked something worse. A desire to break Arthur not through strength, but helplessness. Sylvie roared. The Academy's foundation shuddered under the fury of it. Arthur didn't react. His eyes never left Tessia. That disregard shattered something inside Lucas. Just as he drew breath to scream again, the earth beneath Arthur groaned. Then it broke. The ground folded inward, as if the world itself recoiled. Lucas stumbled, balance vanishing, dread surging up his spine. A pressure seized his chest, ancient, predatory, inescapable. His fear was different. It eclipsed every authority he had ever known. Bloodlust poured from Arthur's presence, heavy and suffocating. His eyes locked onto Lucas at last, empty of mercy. Lucas was no longer a rival. He was an inconvenience. Terror flooded his limbs, his mana, his lineage, his power. None of it mattered. His body froze beneath that overwhelming will, chains of fear crushing him in place. Panic tore at his thoughts as instinct screamed to flee. Shadows erupted beneath him. They coiled around his legs like living things, yanking him down as the darkness tightened its grip. His breath hitched, comprehension slipping through his fingers. How? How could all of it mean nothing? Then he understood. This wasn't raw power. It was experience. Battles survived, wars endured, lives taken, and burdens carried alone. Arthur stood above him like wrath incarnate. Desperate, Lucas lashed out. With a trembling snarl, he cast his spell, Hell's Rain. Dozens of fiery spheres ignited around him, forming a blazing ring of destruction as they hovered, spinning, ready to burn everything in their path. From behind, Sylvie called out, her voice sharp with concern, but Arthur didn't turn. He could have stepped back, watched Lucas tear himself apart with his own unstable magic. That would have been easy, merciful even. Arthur refused to grant him that mercy. Drawing a measured breath, he released the next seal within himself. The world drained of color, vision collapsing into stark monochrome as Dragon's Awakening. Second phase took hold. Water mana surged at his command, the very air screaming as it crystallized. White fire erupted outward. Absolute zero. A curtain of frost bloomed around Arthur, just as Lucas's bombardment crashed down. The spheres detonated on contact, yet not one passed through. Flame met cold and died, hissing into vapor, annihilated before it could threaten him. Lucas froze, his mouth opened, lips trembling as his mind failed to grasp what he was seeing. Ice. Arthur was wielding ice. Panic clawed at Lucas's thoughts. He dragged together every shred of mana he had left, forcing it into his right arm. The glow there became violent, unstable, pulsing like a dying star as he attempted a creation form spell. Mana condensed, screaming under pressure, shaping itself into a spear of blue fire. Volatile, barely contained. Arthur didn't hesitate. He cast 2 spells at once. Lightning crackled around one hand, ice coiled around the other. Lucas hurled the spear. Arthur caught it mid-air with his left hand. The impact shoved him back a single step. That was all. From Arthur's right hand, black lightning detonated outward. It shrieked through the air and slammed into Lucas's arm, severing it instantly. The limb tore free, charred and ruined, as Lucas was hurled across the stone. He hit the ground, screaming. Arthur advanced. Lucas collapsed, clutching empty air where his arm had been, blood pouring freely as terror hollowed his gaze. Lightning crawled along Arthur's forearm, his expression terrifyingly calm. Lucas understood then. A quadra elemental. The realization broke something inside him. Arthur reached down and seized Lucas's remaining arm. The flame around his hand shifted, its heat inverted into killing cold. Frost raced along flesh and bone in a blink. Then Arthur crushed it. The arm shattered into frozen fragments, exploding outward like glass. Lucas stared at what remained, unblinking, before his body went slack and crashed to the ground. He tried to speak, tried to breathe, choking on his own blood. Arthur stepped on his leg. Gravity surged through his foot. He gave a single command. The bones snapped with a wet, grotesque crack. Blood sprayed across the broken floor as Lucas screamed, the sound shredded and animal. Pinned and helpless, Arthur leaned closer. He demanded answers. About Dreneve, about everything. Lucas's fear twisted into spite. Through ragged breaths, he grinned, madness flickering in his eyes as he tried to taunt him. Arthur crushed the other leg. The sound echoed. Arthur stood over him, the storm overhead mirroring the weight in his chest. The world would change again. It always did. He couldn't stop that. But this was his choice. He positioned his foot between what remained of Lucas's legs. Lucas trembled, stammering in broken terror. Arthur met his eyes. His sentence was simple, that this suffering would follow him into his next life. Mana surged. Arthur brought his foot down. The sound that followed was obscene. Lucas's final scream was no longer human. Silence fell. No cheers rose. No relief followed. Every student, every professor, they stared at Arthur with fear. The fear that had once belonged to Lucas now rested on him. Arthur felt it settle like a noose. Once, he had embraced that reaction. Now it felt like a burden he would always carry alone. Dragon's awakening unraveled violently. Pain ripped through him as glowing runes faded from his skin. Color returned to the world, though his soul felt torn raw. Lucas lay broken, frothing, eyes vacant, muttering nonsense as unconsciousness claimed him. Arthur raised his hand to finish it. Then the air screamed. A sharp, piercing resonance shattered the silence. The crimson barrier fractured and exploded into light. From above, through the falling shards, 3 figures descended. Arthur didn't need to see their faces. Only one force carried that kind of weight. The lances. Lucas gasped weakly, a single word spilling from his ruined mouth. Brother. The air around Baron ignited. Fury tore through him, lightning and flame erupting as the ground cracked beneath his feet, his rage shaking the battlefield itself. Arthur barely had time to register the word Lucas had forced out before everything went white. A lance of condensed light slammed into his chest. The impact erased sound, erased thought. Arthur's body was ripped from the ground and hurled through the air like debris, smashing straight into the bell tower. Stone exploded. Metal shrieked. His consciousness fractured, flickering in and out as the world blurred into streaks of shadow and light. Through the haze, he sensed movement. A figure approached, its shape warped and indistinct through his fading vision. Before the follow-up strike could land, a roar split the air. Sylvie. She tore across the battlefield like a living comet, wreathed in blazing fire, fury pouring from her in waves. Sylvie charged straight for Baron and the other lances. She never made it. With surgical precision, Varai moved. Mana surged, and a dome of reinforced ice snapped into existence around Sylvie, sealing her inside a frozen prison. Arthur lay crushed beneath the rubble, breath shallow, strength gone. Every muscle screamed. If only he could trigger his second phase again. The thought gnawed at him, cruel and unreachable. Then the storm came. Lightning tore through the air as Baron charged, grief and rage distorting his face into something feral. He looked less like a man and more like a force of judgment given form. Arthur braced for the end, but Ulfred's voice cut through the chaos like a blade. The command stopped Baron mid-stride. Ulfred had seen enough. Baron turned on him, eyes burning, demanding justice. And to him, justice meant blood. Ulfred didn't yield. He reminded Baron that Arthur had stopped Lucas, that everyone still breathing owed him their lives. That power did not excuse madness. The words failed. Grief drowned reason. In Baron's mind, Arthur's death was the only closure left. He turned back toward the shattered tower. Before he could move, the ground erupted. 2 coal-black knights burst upward, summoned constructs of stone and mana, clamping down on his arms. Lightning crackled uselessly against their grip as Baron roared Ulfred's name in fury. Then he exploded, A shockwave infused with fire obliterated the knights instantly, scattering fragments across the battlefield and forcing even Ulfrid to skid backward. Unrestrained, Baron's hand reshaped itself, fingers flattening as lightning condensed into a crackling spear of raw destruction. He raised it high. Curtis and Catelyn screamed from the sidelines, voices breaking in helpless terror. Baron brought the weapon down, and the world froze. Ice surged upward in an instant, an impenetrable wall snapping into place between Arthur and annihilation. Before Baron could react, ice coiled up around his neck, sharp and precise, locking him in place without drawing blood. Varai stood before him, eyes cold, expression unreadable. She made it clear, judgment was not his to pass. Neither Arthur nor the dragon were his to execute. That authority belonged to the council alone. The reminder struck harder than any blow. Baron trembled, fury still burning, but eventually he relented. With a breath thick with resentment, he nodded once. The battle was over. Within the hour, Ulfrid's summoned knights secured the academy's perimeter. Rapid response teams from the Adventurers Guild and Mages Guild flooded the ruins. Healers moved tirelessly among the wounded, stabilizing the living and covering the fallen. The air filled with clashing emotions. Some families collapsed in relief upon finding their children alive. Others screamed in grief beside lifeless bodies. Joy and heartbreak bled together across the shattered grounds. Arthur survived, barely. Drained of mana and racked with pain, he was treated quickly. No fatal wounds, just exhaustion carved deep into his bones. As he rested amid the wreckage, Varai approached. She asked if he required further medical attention. Arthur shook his head. Without ceremony, Varai produced a pair of mana-restricting cuffs and secured them around his wrists. Her tone remained neutral, but the finality of her actions carried a clear warning: do not resist. She then pressed an artifact against his chest. Power surged. Glowing mana threads wrapped around Arthur in an intricate seal, binding not only his body, but his mana itself. The suppression was absolute. Arthur didn't protest. His gaze shifted instead to Sylvie, still trapped within Varai's ice. With a flick of her hand, the spell unraveled. The frozen dome cracked, splintered, and melted away. Sylvie stepped free at once, placing herself between Arthur and the lances, her stance defiant despite the imbalance of power. Arthur spoke calmly, gently. He told her it was useless, that this fight was over, that they couldn't win here. Reluctantly, Sylvie yielded. Light shimmered around her as she reverted to her smaller, fox-like form. The transformation drew a brief flicker of surprise from Varai. Sylvie padded to Arthur's side, pressing against his leg, eyes filled with worry. Arthur met her gaze with quiet reassurance. Using a magical link, Varai bound Sylvie's form to Arthur's restraints. The two were now shackled together. Then Varai turned and motioned forward. Arthur followed without resistance. Summoned knights and lances closed ranks around them, forming an unbreakable escort as they moved toward the Mage Guild's temporary camp, where judgment would await. As Arthur was led away, the weight of judgment pressed in from every side. The air beyond the courtyard was thick with whispers. These weren't idle rumors anymore. They were shaping a story, one that painted Arthur as a criminal who had slain a student. And not just any student, but a Wykes, a noble. Even when a few voices tried to push back, pointing out that the Wykes boy had been involved with terrorists, they were quickly drowned out. Prejudice rose louder. Disdain followed close behind. Then a familiar voice cut through the noise. Arthur's head snapped toward it on instinct. Behind the iron gate stood his family, Reynolds, Alice, and Ellie. Relief warred with terror on their faces, hope trembling on the edge of collapse. For a brief moment, the world narrowed to just them. Arthur turned to Lance Varai and asked calmly for permission to speak with his family. She met his gaze and gave a polite nod. Before Arthur could take a step, Baron's voice lashed out, sharp with fury and contempt. The tension spiked instantly, but before it could erupt, Ulfrid intervened. His voice carried authority born of age and wisdom. Arthur approached the gate. Reynolds spoke first, his voice trembling despite his effort to stay composed. He asked what had happened, why his son was bound like a criminal. Arthur answered lightly, brushing it off as a misunderstanding. Alice clung to those words desperately, asking again and again if it truly wasn't serious. Arthur forced a smile, the kind meant to comfort others, not himself. He told them not to worry, said he would be fine, asked them to take care of each other until he returned. Alice wasn't ready to accept that. Her voice cracked as she asked if there was anything they could do, anything at all. Arthur looked away for a moment before answering. He promised he'd be fine, reminded them he was their son. Then a shimmer of light flared from the ring on Varai's hand, the signal everyone had been dreading. The Council of Dicathen had reached its decision. As the glow faded, a scroll materialized in Varai's grasp. Arthur, still facing his family beyond the iron gate, turned reluctantly as she began to read. Her voice was formal, detached. Arthur Leywin, son of Reynolds, and Alice Leywin. The charges were laid out plainly. Excessive violence, questionable circumstances, unresolved uncertainties surrounding the incident. As a result, his mana core would be restrained, his title as a mage revoked, his fate, for now, sealed with incarceration until further judgment could be passed. When Varai finished, the scroll curled back into itself. For the first time during the reading, her Her eyes met Arthur's, and with that look, the council's judgment became real, effective immediately. The cold finality of her voice settled over the courtyard like a suffocating fog. Alice cried out from behind the gate, disbelief tearing from her chest. This had to be a mistake. Her son, imprisoned? Reynolds tried to reason aloud, his voice steadier but no less shaken. There had to be an explanation. There had to be. Their protests were soon joined by others. Students who had fought beside Arthur, instructors who had seen the carnage firsthand. Outrage rippled across the courtyard in rising waves. Varai did not move. Her gaze stayed fixed forward, untouched by the storm of voices crashing around her. Then another voice cut through the chaos. Catelyn Glader stepped forward, fury blazing in her eyes. Her words struck like lashes as she accused the very authority standing before her. Without Arthur, she said, there would have been no one left for the lances to save. Varai responded by slowly unrolling the scroll again. She revealed the signatures. Among them were the names of King and Queen Glader. Beside theirs, the Grey Sunders. The ruling powers of both kingdoms had agreed. Catelyn staggered back as if struck. Disbelief gave way to shock, then to something hollow and broken. Curtis moved to her side, gently pulling her away as she fell silent. Trembling, Arthur watched it all unfold, feeling the last remnants of resistance drain from him. The decision had been unanimous, approved by leaders he had believed would understand. With a slow breath, Arthur gathered what dignity he had left and asked for one last moment with his family. Varai gave a curt nod. He stepped closer to the fence, trying once more to soften the moment with a smile. But Alice saw through it immediately. Her voice dropped, quiet and shaking, as she asked if he even understood what was about to happen to him. Arthur couldn't meet her eyes, his gaze fixed instead on her hands, the same hands that had soothed him as a child, now helpless. Ellie stood beside her, fists clenched, face flushed red with fear. Her voice cracked as she begged him to tell her this was a joke. It wasn't. Arthur placed a hand gently on her head, ruffling her hair like he used to. The realization hit him harder than he expected. How much she had grown, how much he had missed. He whispered a promise, that he would come back, that this was temporary, that they would see him again. Reynolds stepped forward then, his presence steady and unyielding. He didn't offer false comfort, only certainty. No matter what the world decided, no matter what judgments were passed, their family would stand by him. He told Arthur to come home. That was all that mattered now. Arthur turned away, blinking hard against the sting in his eyes. He refused to let the tears fall. Not here, not in front of them. With a quiet nod that said more than words ever could, he walked back toward the lances, each step heavier than the last. Nearby, Baron was already speaking. He announced, in a voice stripped of emotion, that he would be taking a detour, returning to his family's estate with his brother's body. Lucas's remains were wrapped in cloth, carried not with tenderness, but with grim obligation. Ulfred stiffened, clearly ready to object. The body should have gone to the council. There should have been procedures, questions, an investigation. Varai silenced him with a single subtle wave of her hand. The decision was final. Baron's gaze flicked toward Arthur, sharp, venomous, brimming with unspoken hatred. But no challenge followed, no words, no outburst. Instead, mana flared violently around him, and with a thunderous release, Baron launched skyward. In seconds, he vanished into the clouds, carrying his brother's corpse with him. Then Ulfred raised his hand. The ground trembled as a massive stone knight erupted from below, its form towering and expressionless. Without ceremony, it lifted Arthur into the air, prying him apart from Sylvie. There was no farewell, no final exchange. Their separation was as cold and efficient as a sentence being carried out. Arthur didn't resist. His eyes stayed fixed on Xyrus Academy as it shrank beneath him. It had been more than a school. It was where he had grown, struggled, found fleeting moments of peace, a second home. Baron descended from the clouds and landed at the gates of Wyke's Manor. The impact was heavy, final. In his arms lay Lucas's wrapped body. His expression was rigid, carved from stone, but the weight in his steps betrayed the burden he carried. The household staff froze at his arrival. None had expected him, least of all like this. Bows and greetings went unanswered. A housekeeper approached, cautious and respectful, only to halt mid-step as her eyes caught the outline of the body in his arms. The color drained from her face. Before she could speak, Baron's voice cut through the silence, cold and absolute. "Summon my father, now." Moments later, Baron stood before Otis Veher Wykes. The air in the room grew suffocating as Baron delivered the truth. Lucas was dead. Otis's face twisted instantly, fury erupting like a storm. His fist slammed into the table, wood cracking under the blow. To him, Lucas's death was more than loss. It was disgrace, humiliation, a stain on the Wykes name. He ranted about everything he had poured into his son, the elite tutors, the rare beast cores, the priceless elixirs, all of it wasted. His rage wasn't grief, it was wounded pride. Then it turned on Baron. Otis accused him of failure, of allowing the family name to be dragged through the mud, of daring to bring Lucas's shameful remains back to the manor. To Otis, the corpse itself was an insult. He raised his hand to strike. The blow never landed. Baron caught his father's wrist mid-air. His eyes were unyielding, cold. This wasn't a son defying his father. This was a lance asserting his authority. He reminded Otis who he was now. Not just a Wykes, but a protector of the continent. Otis sneered, bitterness replacing rage. In his eyes, Baron's status wasn't earned. It was inherited, granted by bloodline. Still, he straightened, forcing his emotions down, and demanded the truth. Baron gave it. Lucas had allied himself with cultists, led by a man named Reginald. Witnesses confirmed it. He had helped terrorize Iris Academy, and the one who ended Lucas's life did so swiftly, without mercy. Otis saw opportunity. Before reason or truth could interfere, he decided how this would be remembered. He summoned his assistant. The door opened, and Adeline stepped inside, composed and efficient. Otis immediately began dictating. His words were smooth, calculated, soaked in false grief. He painted the attack on Xyrus as a tragedy, casting Lucas not as a criminal, but a victim, a boy forced into obedience by Drinive, a pawn with no choice. Resistance, Otis claimed, would have meant instant death. Lucas became a brave child caught in a storm beyond his control. Then Otis sharpened his blade. He condemned the manner of Lucas's death, calling it merciless brutality. He named Arthur Leywin a rogue, a blackguard, a lawless threat unfit to exist within civilized society. The letter swelled with righteous fury, vengeance cloaked in the language of justice. He ended by noting plans for a private funeral and expressed hope that the council would reach a fair conclusion. When he finished, Otis turned to Baron and asked if the account was acceptable. Baron hesitated, then nodded. Adeline bowed, offered her condolences, and promised swift delivery. She exited quietly, leaving father and son alone once more. Otis immediately returned to his work. When Baron cautiously asked about funeral arrangements, Otis dismissed him without looking up. Adeline would handle it. Baron was to leave. He did. Without a word, without protest, Baron lowered his head and left the study. Far away, unaware of the narrative being forged behind closed doors, Arthur was still in the skies. Bound in suppressive restraints, escorted like a criminal rather than a savior, he soared alongside the lances. The horizon stretched endlessly around them, the sky painted in the soft hues of dusk, and somewhere beyond those clouds, a storm was quietly forming around his name. Arthur flew in silence for a while, surrounded by the rigid, unreadable expressions of the lances. Eventually he broke it, asking how much farther they had to go. Ulfred answered without looking back. They were close now. Arthur glanced down at the mana-restricting cuffs weighing on his wrists, and remarked that they were unnecessary. Escaping midair, especially from 2 lances of Dicathen, would be suicide. He wasn't that reckless. Ulfred didn't argue, but he didn't agree either. Calmly, he explained that the restraints weren't about distrust. They were about precaution. Their flight path crossed over the beast glades, and even accidental mana fluctuations could provoke things they didn't want to deal with, complications they couldn't afford. Arthur frowned, questioning how even lances, guardians at the very peak of the continent's power, could struggle with mana beasts. Ulfred didn't take offense. Instead, his tone darkened, steady and honest. Lances, he reminded Arthur, were still mortal. The beast glades were ancient, unpredictable. There were creatures there, older than recorded history, threats that didn't care about titles or reputations. Then he shook his head and gave a quiet chuckle, dismissing himself. He was sharing too much, he said. Arthur was still just a boy. Arthur responded dryly, pointing out that being called a boy was strange, considering he was currently being escorted as a prisoner. That earned a soft laugh from Ulfred. Both could be true, he admitted. Arthur seized the opening, remarking that compared to the stiff, unapproachable presence of the other lances, Ulfred was surprisingly tolerable company. Ulfred smiled, conceding the point. The others weren't exactly talkative. Then his tone shifted. He asked Arthur how someone so young had become such a capable mage. Arthur answered carefully, noting that Ulfred hadn't actually seen him fight. Ulfred replied that he didn't need to. He'd already heard enough. Baron's account of Lucas, reports from students who had survived the chaos. The stories alone were enough to build a reputation. Arthur's eyes narrowed slightly. With quiet irony, he wondered aloud what those stories must have sounded like, given that he was still being marched to judgment in chains. Ulfred acknowledged the contradiction without denying it. The conversation faded into silence. Despite his friendliness, Arthur noticed how deliberately Ulfred chose his words, like a man acutely aware that every sentence carried weight. Then, without warning, their flight halted. Varai, flying ahead, stopped midair and raised her hand. Mana flared, and the sky itself seemed to peel apart. An illusion dissolved, revealing a spiraling staircase of gleaming ice suspended among the clouds, leading into a massive structure hidden from sight. Arthur stared, awe slipping past his composure. Ulfred caught the reaction and smirked knowingly. This was it, the floating stronghold of the council, the true seat of power in Dicathen. Ulfred urged them to move quickly. Perceptive mana beasts could sense the disturbance, and lingering was dangerous. Varai answered with a brief nod and pressed forward. Arthur was lowered gently to the base of the towering stairs. The moment his feet touched the surface, the stone construct carrying him crumbled into sand, then flowed upward, reshaping itself into a heavy mantle that fastened neatly across Ulfred's shoulders. A dwarven practice, always carrying one's earth with them, especially in places where the surroundings couldn't be relied upon. Varai led the ascent without a word. Arthur followed beside Ulfred, their footsteps echoing against the cold stone. As they climbed, a seam in the wall shimmered open, spilling pale light into the stairway. The passage beyond revealed itself slowly, and Arthur's breath caught. The corridor stretched endlessly ahead, its ceiling arched like a cathedral. Every surface was etched with ancient runes that glowed softly, not decorative, but reverent, sacred. The space felt less like a hallway and more like a monument, an homage to lives long forgotten. Ulfrid leaned closer, his voice barely above a whisper. He warned Arthur not to speak casually anymore, not to the lances, and especially not within these walls. Arthur didn't respond, but something deep inside him stirred. The atmosphere, the power, the isolation, the silence, reminded him of the citadels from his past life. Grand, beautiful, and unbearably lonely. They walked on until Veray stopped before a plain door, indistinguishable from the rest. She knocked once, firmly. The door opened to reveal a stark chamber. At its far end stood a long table, and behind it sat the 6 members of the Council of Dicathen. Veray and Ulfrid bowed deeply, formally announcing Arthur's arrival. Arthur followed suit, lowering himself in respect. As he straightened, a sharp voice cut through the room. King Dacid Graceunder sneered, mocking Arthur's formality. A bow, he declared, was insufficient. Someone of Arthur's station should kneel, not stand alongside lances. Arthur's jaw tightened, pride flaring. A retort hovered on his tongue. Then his eyes met King Alduin Erelith's. The Elven King gave a subtle shake of his head. Arthur exhaled, lowered his gaze, and admitted his ignorance of court etiquette. He apologized calmly, claiming no disrespect. King Blaine Glader waved the tension aside. He acknowledged the length of their journey and ordered the hearing to begin. In a composed, authoritative tone, he instructed the lance to remove Arthur's restraints. With a flick of Veray's fingers, the cuffs dissolved into nothing. Sylvie, however, remained sealed within her crystalline prison. Alduin tried to steady the storm before it could break. When he spoke, it wasn't as a king, but as a father. He thanked Arthur for saving the students of Xyrus, his own daughter, Tessia Erelith, among them. Dacid Graceunder slammed his fist into the armrest, the sound echoing like a gavel. He reminded the council that they were not gathered as parents, but as rulers, as arbiters of law. Beside him, Glandhara Graceunder spoke without hesitation. Her voice was sharp, stripped of sentiment. Arthur had brutally mutilated and killed another student. Gratitude, she said, had no place here. Dacid seized the moment. His voice rose as he listed the damage in gruesome detail. Priscilla Glader tried to interject, but Dacid ignored her entirely, pressing on until Alduin finally shouted for silence. Then Marielle Erelith spoke. She reminded the council that regardless of how brutal the act appeared, Arthur had saved lives, her daughters included, and preserved what remained of the academy. Dacid scoffed. He dismissed Arthur's actions as opportunistic, accusing him of using chaos as a veil to settle a personal grudge. Alduin rose from his seat, frustration bleeding into his voice. Motives could be debated endlessly, he said, but the result was undeniable. Without Arthur, Xyrus might have fallen entirely. Glandhara remained unmoved. She stated coldly that she did not call for Arthur's execution, but she proposed something else, a solution that would ensure safety. Arthur Leywin should be crippled, not punished as a boy, but neutralized as a mage. Dacid latched onto the idea instantly. Arthur was too dangerous, he declared. What would happen if Arthur and his dragon ever turned their power against the continent? Marielle recoiled in disbelief, her composure cracking as she demanded to know where the others stood. Priscilla answered first, choosing compassion over fear. She and Blaine Glader owed Arthur a debt. Their children were alive because of him. Blaine followed, careful and deliberate. The Gracunders, he said, were thinking of the continent's stability. This was not vengeance, but caution. Marielle rejected that logic outright. Her voice rose, accusing them of stripping humanity from justice. That was when Alduin snapped. He erupted, condemning the suggestion of crippling Arthur and imprisoning or killing Sylvie as cowardice disguised as foresight. Dacid roared back, ordering Alduin to remember his place. Alduin refused. He spoke not as a subordinate, but as a ruler, as a father. Dacid's reply was venomous. He brought up Alduin's failures, his lances, the one he had lost. The words sliced through the chamber. Priscilla condemned the cruelty. Marielle stood defiant. Dacid did not waver. He invoked the specter of war, accusing Alduin of endangering Dicathen. In the middle of the firestorm, Arthur finally tried to speak. Calmly, he asked whether he had been summoned only to hear his sentence, or if he was allowed to defend himself. Dacid shouted him down instantly. Arthur was not to speak. No explanations, no justifications. Alduin accused Dacid of losing all reason, of breaking the council's balance. Still composed, Arthur raised his voice again. If he was forbidden from speaking, he said, then his presence was meaningless. Glandhara ended it. With cold finality, she declared Arthur's presence unnecessary. He was to be imprisoned, his bond, Sylvie, sealed away in a vault. Alduin surged to his feet, fury unrestrained. From behind him a shadow moved. Aya stepped forward, silent and ready. Dacid reminded Alduin of the truth that mattered. He had only one lance left. The room fell into suffocating silence. Slowly, Alduin sat back down. Stone knights marched forward, armor grinding against marble. Arthur was seized without ceremony. Sylvie was taken separately. There would be no justice today. As Arthur was led away through a lesser corridor, the reality settled in. The Gracunders had turned fully against him. The Gladers chose neutrality, an absence of support that felt just as dangerous. They descended into the dungeon, and for the first time since Xyrus fell, Arthur was truly alone. Sylvie was too exhausted to grasp what was happening, and in some quiet, guilty corner of his mind, Arthur was thankful for that. She didn't deserve to feel this betrayal, this crushing turn of fate. But stripped of illusions and allies, the truth settled heavily on him. If there was any hope left, it rested with Alduin Erelith and Marielle Erelith. If even they failed to sway the council, neither he nor Sylvie would leave this place unchanged. At last, Ulfrid spoke. His voice echoed flatly as he declared this cell would be Arthur's. Sylvie would be taken elsewhere, separated from her bond. Darkness swallowed the cell, thick and suffocating. Arthur stood motionless, letting the silence press in, trying to anchor himself within it. Then a voice broke through, thin, weary, achingly familiar. Arthur's head snapped up. Director Cynthia Goodsky. Her voice was faint, worn down by confinement, yet unmistakable. She was imprisoned too, trapped within the same dungeon. She told him she'd been held there for days, cut off from all news. Even the destruction of Xyrus Academy had been kept from her. Arthur told her everything. He spoke of the attack, the chaos, the students, Lucas, of how the academy she had once protected had nearly been erased. As he talked, something in her silence unsettled him. None of this aligned with what she'd been told. The council had turned on her abruptly, right after her last meeting with them, without explanation or warning. When she asked about Lucas, Arthur explained what he'd seen, the same drug that had infected others. But Lucas had been different, stronger, more controlled, horrifyingly aware. He hadn't been a mindless pawn. He'd known exactly what he was doing. Cynthia listened closely, asking whether Arthur had seen the one orchestrating it all. He hadn't. Whoever it was, they'd vanished before he arrived. That answer seemed to confirm her fears. She murmured about plans already in motion, moving faster than expected. She didn't elaborate, but her tone shifted, heavier, guarded. Arthur's pulse spiked. He demanded answers. Who were they? What was really happening? But Cynthia pulled back. She no longer spoke as a director, only as a prisoner, a scapegoat. Whatever truths the council was hiding, she had been sacrificed to keep them buried. When Arthur pressed harder, her voice strained, words breaking under invisible pressure. She confessed there were things she could not say, truths sealed by magic older and stronger than either of them. Even hinting at them caused her pain. A curse, triggered by forbidden knowledge, held her silent. Arthur's fury ignited. The thought of her imprisoned, silenced, and discarded while the real architects moved freely made his blood boil. He slammed his fists into the bars, metal ringing sharply through the dungeon, before collapsing back onto the cold stone. Cynthia apologized softly. It was all she could give him. Arthur didn't answer. He curled in on himself, staring into the dark, forcing his breathing to slow as sleep threatened to claim him. While somewhere beyond those walls, a far crueler plan continued to unfold. Within the secluded chambers of Blaine Glader, tension clung to the air like smoke. The door burst open. Dawson Graysunder stormed inside, rage blazing in his eyes. His voice thundered through the room, accusing, venomous. The agreement, made in secrecy, born of fear, had been broken. Blaine's silence in the council chamber, his refusal to publicly condemn Arthur, was nothing short of betrayal. Blaine didn't rise to the provocation. He poured himself a glass of aged liquor with measured calm and acknowledged the agreement without denial. But loyalty, he said, was not limitless. Arthur had saved the future of Dicathen, saved Blaine's own children. To condemn him openly with accusations he did not believe in was a line he would not cross. Dawson slammed his fist down, snarling that without decisive action, there would be no future left to protect. Arthur and his bond had to be handed over. That was the only solution. Sacrifice a few to preserve what remained. Blaine's restraint cracked. His voice sharpened as he reminded Dawson that he understood the stakes better than anyone. What they were planning, what they had already done, was treason against their own people. Dawson exploded. There was nothing left to betray, he shouted. The continent was already on the brink of annihilation. They were merely salvaging what they could from a war already lost. If survival meant bowing to a higher power, then so be it. That was leadership. Blaine met the outburst with cold disdain. Survival bought through submission was not salvation. They weren't protecting their people. They were abandoning them. Calling it strategy didn't change its nature. It was cowardice. Dawson sneered. He admitted it helped him sleep at night. Under this new order, he claimed, they would gain knowledge, wealth, power. A new world awaited, one forged by sacrifice. But Blaine's thoughts were already elsewhere. What would become of Sapin and Darv once Arthur was handed over? Of Elenoir, already scarred and burning? He didn't trust the unseen force Dawson pledged himself to. There were too many shadows behind those promises. And Blaine knew one thing for certain. Whatever was coming would not spare the innocent. Dawson brushed aside Blaine's objections with a careless flick of his hand. To him, the elves had always been sanctimonious idealists, too obsessed with moral purity to survive the real world. Beneath the dim glow of the chamber, Dawson Graysunder's eyes burned with feverish obsession. His thoughts no longer belonged to his people or his crown, but to visions of eternity, ageless flesh, unfathomable power, and wealth so obscene it would eclipse every kingdom in history. But Blaine was not so easily seduced. Blaine Glader stood apart, weighed down by a conflict that hollowed him from the inside. His protest never pierced Dawson's deafened conscience. But inside, Blaine was screaming. He wasn't driven by greed. His path was shaped by inheritance and fear, the crushing responsibility of preserving the Glader bloodline. A father first, a king second. The sacrifices he had already made clawed at his soul, yet he clung to the fragile hope that his ancestors would understand, that they would forgive him for trading his conscience for his children's safety. His wife's desperation had eclipsed her loyalty to a kingdom already rotting at its foundations, and Blaine found himself walking that same desperate road beside her, unable or unwilling to turn back. When Doss had finally left, the silence he left behind was suffocating. Alone in his study, surrounded by luxury that now felt obscene, Blaine confronted the emptiness within himself. Once he had dreamed of becoming the strongest mage in Dicathen, not out of vanity, but to honor his father's legacy. And yet, despite endless elixirs, enchanted tools, and the finest tutors money could buy, he had barely reached the red stage. The truth gnawed at him relentlessly. In his darker moments, envy crept in. Envy toward his wife, toward his children. He remembered how power had consumed his father, and how he had sworn never to lose sight of why strength mattered. Not for domination, but for peace, for family, for the people. Yet now, even commanding 2 lances, Blaine could not escape the shadow of inadequacy. The fear that perhaps he too had begun to crave power. When Blaine rose to leave, his unsteady footing betrayed him. He stumbled and fell hard. The crystal glass slipped from his hand and shattered an instant before he hit the floor, a jagged shard slicing into his arm as he tried to brace himself. Blood spread across the polished stone. How pitiful, he thought. Reduced not by magic or war, but by his own weakness. As he stood there, memories surfaced, unwanted and vivid. Long before his children returned home, speaking in awe of Arthur Leywin, Blaine had already sensed something different about the boy. And now, that same child stood at the center of a conspiracy vast enough to crush nations. Despite Arthur's overwhelming talent, his fate seemed governed less by power than by cruel circumstance. Caught in a scheme far beyond his making, he was being prepared as an offering, an unwilling sacrifice. Blaine told himself it was for the greater good of the continent, but even in the solitude of his own thoughts, the lie rang hollow. While guilt gnawed at Blaine in the waking world, Arthur's mind sank into something far worse. Darkness swallowed him. The world around Arthur dissolved into cold shadows, and ahead loomed a colossal structure, an ancient castle drowned in black. At the peak of its tallest tower, a lone banner fluttered in dead air. The gates were massive, cruelly adorned with spikes and barbed iron. Crows perched along the fence, their numbers swelling unnaturally. One crow caught Arthur's eye, its body twisted, malformed. An unbearable urge seized him, a need to see what they were feeding on. He tried to scream. No sound came. The crows scattered anyway, obeying some unseen command. That was when he saw them. Impaled atop the gate were severed heads. Tessia, his mother, his father, his entire family. Their mouths hung open, empty and lifeless, until they weren't. As Arthur reached for them, milky eyes snapped into focus, locking onto him. They screamed. From their throats, insects poured forth in writhing torrents, their voices blending into a single accusing chorus. They blamed him for everything. Arthur's grip failed. He fell. Even as he plummeted, their eyes followed him, judging, condemning, watching. He woke with a violent gasp. Arthur lay on the cold stone floor, soaked in sweat, heart hammering as though it might tear free. His hands trembled as he stared at them, grounding himself in their reality. It had only been a dream. Then something shifted. Arthur turned sharply. A figure stood within the shadows of the cell, half hidden, unmoving. It stepped forward. Her lips never moved, yet her voice echoed directly inside his mind. Precise, quiet, telepathy. It was Aya Greffin, the second elven lance. She didn't hesitate. Gliding out of the shadows, she closed the distance between them and slipped a small parchment into Arthur's palm. Her lips never moved, but her voice cut cleanly into his mind, precise and urgent. The message was from Alduin. Then, just as quickly as she had appeared, Aya vanished back into the darkness. Arthur unfolded the note and read. Alduin expressed sorrow for the tragedy at Xyrus Academy. In a matter of hours, the council would officially name Arthur and Cynthia Goodsky as the masterminds behind the attack. Cynthia would be executed publicly. Arthur, along with Sylvie, would be imprisoned indefinitely. Worse still, Alduin had overheard a private exchange between Blaine Glader and Dossid Graysunder. They intended to hand Arthur over to someone else. That, Alduin revealed, was the only reason Arthur was still alive. As repayment for saving Tessia, Alduin had already sent his own father with trusted escorts to move Arthur's family to a hidden location. It wasn't enough. Alduin knew that, but he hoped it would bring Arthur some small measure of peace. The letter ended with an apology. Even if Aya tried to free him, the moment Arthur stepped beyond the cell, the other lances would be alerted. There would be no escape without bloodshed. Arthur's fingers tightened. The parchment crumbled into ash, slipping through his grasp like the last fragments of hope. Then the quiet shattered. Standing where Aya had been was Baron Wykes. He gave Arthur no time to think. The council was waiting. waiting. Without a word, Baron turned and marched down the corridor, forcing Arthur to follow. Their footsteps echoed heavily against the stone. At the council chamber doors, Baron finally stopped. He turned, a twisted satisfaction curling across his face. He spoke of the coming trial with open relish, already savoring the sight of Arthur behind bars. And once that was done, he promised his attention would turn to Arthur's family. Arthur couldn't help himself. He questioned the absurdity of a grown man waging a personal vendetta against someone half his age. Baron snapped. He seized Arthur by the collar and slammed him down, his grip iron tight, his eyes blazing with venom. Arthur's fate was sealed, he said. Words wouldn't change that. Arthur didn't look away. He met the lance's glare head-on and spoke the truth they all refused to acknowledge. It was Lucas Wykes who had chosen betrayal. Lucas who had joined the enemy. Lucas who had slaughtered innocent students. Arthur hadn't sought revenge. He had stopped a monster. The words struck deep. Without another word, Baron hurled Arthur to the ground. Before Arthur could fully rise, a voice echoed from within the chamber, heavy with finality. The verdict had already been passed. Cynthia Goodsky was to be executed for her silence. Arthur staggered upright just in time to see her being escorted away between guards. Cynthia met his gaze, fierce, unbroken, though her clenched jaw betrayed the fury she restrained. When Arthur was brought before the council, his expression was unreadable. He studied each ruler carefully, seeing who carried power and who lacked the courage to wield it justly. Dawson refused to meet his eyes, shuffling papers as though Arthur's life were a clerical inconvenience. In a voice dripping with hollow grandeur, he declared the council's mercy. Arthur would not lose his monocore. Instead, he would be stripped of his mage title and all honors, and imprisoned until further notice. Arthur broke the silence calmly. Until further notice? What did that even mean? Blaine answered. They would monitor public sentiment. Once memories faded, Arthur would be quietly released. Arthur asked about Sylvie. The response was cold. Queen Glandra slammed her palm against the desk, outraged that Arthur would dare ask for anything more. Alduin spoke next, his voice heavy with regret. Without his status as a mage, Arthur no longer had the legal right to a bond. It was law. Arthur nodded. He did not argue. Dawson followed, smug and cruel, assuring Arthur that his bond would be handled by someone powerful enough to control her. Baron was ordered to escort Arthur back to his cell, in chains. As Arthur was dragged away, he caught the exchanged glances between the dwarf king and queen. Their satisfaction was unmistakable. In that moment, certainty settled cold and sharp in his chest. They were working with the Vritra. Baron remained silent during the march, his rage simmering just beneath the surface. When they reached the cell, he threw Arthur inside without restraint. The stone walls closed in around him. Iron bars, cold floor. Strangely, it felt more real than the sterile white confinement he had once endured. In a bitter twist, he almost preferred this. Then came footsteps, soft, unhurried, familiar. Arthur looked up as a tall figure emerged from the shadows. Recognition struck instantly. Winsome had arrived. Meanwhile, within the opulent royal chambers, a heavy silence hung beneath the muted clink of goblets. Dawson Greysunder leaned forward, lifting his drink with a smug curl to his lips. Anticipation made his fingers tremble. Beside him, Queen Glandra mirrored the gesture, her faint smile sharp with satisfaction. In Dawson's mind, they were no longer merely rulers of the dwarves. They were chosen, destined to usher the entire continent into a new age. The being who had approached them, whose power eclipsed anything this world had ever known, had made that destiny clear. His thoughts drifted back to their first encounter. Dawson had faced death before, rampaging mana beasts, wars that pushed him to the brink. Yet none of that compared to the terror he felt when that presence revealed itself. The overwhelming pressure, the sense of absolute divinity. It wasn't awe alone, it was fear. He had stood before something godlike and survived only because it had allowed him to. Beneath the flattery and promises, resentment festered. Dawson burned at how Alduin and Blaine still dared to look down on him, subtly mocking the diminished might of the dwarves. Once he had stood above them all, unyielding, unquestioned. That truth had been stolen from him. His thoughts stalled abruptly. Glandra didn't know. She didn't know the real reason his strength had faded. His monocore, once on the verge of transcending its limits, had been shattered beyond repair. Not by war, not by beasts, but by a peasant mage, a nobody. The memory clawed at his pride. He had been caught in bed with the man's wife. Desperation and fury had driven the peasant's strike, and somehow, impossibly, that blow had ruined a king. Torture and execution followed. Yet even that hadn't been enough to wash away the humiliation. To this day, Dawson couldn't understand why the man hadn't simply yielded, hadn't accepted the honor of sharing his wife with royalty. Glandra leaned closer, her voice low as she reminded him that the people adored him, even worshipped him. Dawson knew better. Their obedience was fear, not loyalty. Without the 2 lances under his command, he was certain the same people would tear him from the throne the moment weakness showed. Glandera dismissed the concern with ruthless ease. Anyone who defied him would be killed. He still held the lances, he still held power, and soon, with their mysterious ally, he would hold far more. Dawson's voice grew feverish as he spoke of what awaited him. greater wealth, deeper magic, unquestioning subjects, and immortality above all else. Gloundera's eyes sharpened as she reminded him of something just as crucial, the continuation of their bloodline. Driven by ambition and desire, Dossid drew her closer, savoring the moment. Gloundera's impatience was barely restrained. Then the door slammed open. The thunderous crash shattered the moment. Dossid roared in fury at the interruption, but his threat died unfinished. A cold, rasping voice echoed through the chamber. The guard froze mid-step. A hole tore clean through his chest, and he collapsed lifelessly to the floor. Dossid's rage twisted instantly into terror. A cloaked figure stood within their private sanctuary. As fear flooded his core, Dossid demanded to know who dared trespass before him. The answer was chilling. The intruder knew exactly who the Greysunders were, and he had come to erase them. Deadly magic surged toward the king and queen, only to be intercepted by a rising wall of molten lava. Ulfred had reacted in time. The magma barrier hissed and cracked, barely holding against the force. Dossid stumbled back, shouting for answers. How had this enemy reached them? Ulfred apologized sharply, already seething. Mika had been alerted. The intruder would not escape. The stranger was unmoved. He stated calmly that he sought only the heads of the Greysunders. Unnecessary bloodshed did not interest him. Ulfred stepped forward, his body igniting with deep crimson flames. From the floor, 5 towering soldiers of living magma rose and charged. They never reached their target. The intruder moved, too fast to follow. In an instant, the magma knights disintegrated, collapsing into ash and glowing fragments across the marble floor. Unyielding, Ulfred invoked one of the most powerful fire defenses known, Hell's Armor. Dark infernal flames wrapped around him like molten steel as he launched himself forward, fist blazing with lethal intent. The strike never landed. A wall of condensed mana stopped it effortlessly. The collision detonated with cataclysmic force, sending Ulfred hurtling across the chamber. He crashed into the far wall, stone shuddering on impact. When the smoke cleared, the sight was grim. His armored arm was twisted and ruined, his fist reduced to shattered flesh. The intruder stood untouched. With deliberate calm, the stranger extended a finger. A thin blade of radiant energy formed, humming with lethal precision. In the next instant, he vanished. He reappeared before Ulfred, the glowing blade resting lightly against the lance's chest. One word was spoken. Hell's armor shattered, cracking, splintering, and dissolving into fragments of fading mana. The impact was immediate. Blood erupted from Ulfred's mouth as his body was hurled across the chamber like a discarded doll, smashing into the far wall with a bone-crushing crack. Stone fractured around him as he went limp. The intruder didn't spare the fallen lance another glance. Turning casually toward the stunned nobles, he offered a brief apology for the delay, addressing the Greysunders as though the carnage were nothing more than an inconvenient interruption. Then the ground shook. The doors burst open as Mika Earthborn stormed in. Never one for restraint, the young lance charged from behind, swinging a massive mace nearly twice her size. The blow slammed into the floor with cataclysmic force, a shockwave ripping through the chamber, tiles exploding, chandeliers swaying violently as dust roared into the air. When it settled, the intruder stood untouched. From within the haze, Mika's voice rang out, bright and fierce, as she announced herself to the shaken king and queen. Dossid Greysunder, pale and trembling, as he clutched Gloundera, shouted for her to finish it quickly. Mika stepped forward without hesitation, her colossal morning star resting against her shoulder. Confidence radiated from her as she welcomed the enemy into her battlefield and launched herself forward once more. The intruder moved like mist. He slipped past her thunderous swing with impossible grace, his steps defying the crushing gravity she imposed. Each footfall shattered stone, yet he crossed the distance effortlessly. Mika retreated, jaw set, channeling more mana into her weapon. The air warped violently around it as she leapt, screaming, bringing the morning star down with enough force to rend mountains. The strike never landed. With a single raised finger, the intruder stopped the weapon mid-swing. Time seemed to freeze. Light flared, sharp and blinding, and a slender blade of radiant energy formed instantly, piercing straight through Mika's torso. Her eyes dulled as her massive frame collapsed, the morning star slipping from her grasp and crashing to the floor with a deafening clang. Silence swallowed the chamber. From across the room, Dossid stared in horror. Panic clawed at his chest. One of their strongest lances had fallen in an instant. Desperation overtook Queen Gloundera. Her voice rose, frantic and delusional, invoking Agrona of Vritra, proclaiming her husband's destined ascension beneath a god's favor. "Bow," Dossid barked, terror twisting his voice. She fell immediately, forced to the ground. This was no moment for fantasies. The intruder finally spoke. His voice was flat, absolute. The notion of gods ruling this world was dismissed outright. There were no deities here, only asuras. Dossid broke. He begged, groveling, sobbing. He offered loyalty, wealth, dignity, anything. Sweat and desperation poured from him as he pleaded for his life. The intruder watched without emotion. To him, Dossid wasn't a king. He was a pawn, one foolishly chosen by Agrona. Dossid panicked further, denying allegiance, blaming coercion and manipulation, every excuse spilling out in a humiliating torrent. Then came the command, "Release the oath." Confusion flickered across Dawson's face before sheer horror took hold, but a single glance from the intruder crushed his resistance. With shaking hands, Dawson tore the artifact from his neck, an ancient heirloom bound with a deadly oath, and poured his mana into it. The seal shattered. Agony followed instantly. Blood spilled from his mouth as the backlash ravaged his body. He had been warned his entire life never to undo it, but fear outweighed wisdom. Dawson staggered upright, eyes wide with fragile hope. It vanished. The intruder had never promised mercy. Dawson tried to speak, to beg again, but only blood answered him as he collapsed. His life slipped away in silent terror. As his vision dimmed, his gaze found Gloundera one last time. She stared back in disbelief, arm weakly outstretched. A gaping wound stained her chest crimson. Yet even then, her concern was for him. As Dawson's consciousness sank into darkness, the intruder's words echoed faintly. The game had begun, and Dawson Grey Sunder was the first piece removed. Far below, within the dungeon's cold confines, a faint trace of amusement tugged at the corner of Winsome's lips. His sharp eyes gleamed with unreadable intent. Arthur surged to his feet the instant he saw Sylvie. Urgency burned through him, yet his movements softened as he accepted her from Winsome's grasp, holding her as though she were something sacred. Gratitude flickered across his face, but Winsome remained composed, studying him with a stern, appraising gaze, not unkind but unyielding. There was a comment about recklessness, about the academy, about how Arthur's choice to endanger both himself and Sylvie had been infuriating, if begrudgingly admirable. Arthur didn't waver. Those people hadn't been collateral to him. They were lives he refused to abandon. When Winsome asked if it had all been for Tessia Erelith, Arthur's answer carried heavier weight. It hadn't been only for her. It had been for the disciplinary committee, for Uto, and for Elijah Knight. That last name lingered. Winsome absorbed the response. But another question surfaced. Why had they taken Elijah? There had been no immediate reason to abduct him, yet they had. Arthur didn't have an answer. What he had instead was resolve. Elijah was out there, and there was no time left to hesitate. With Winsome present, escape was finally possible. Arthur didn't hesitate. He stated his intent outright. He was going after Elijah Knight. Winsome's response was immediate and mercilessly rational. All available intelligence pointed to a single conclusion. Elijah had been taken to Alacria. The words hit harder than any blow. Arthur slid back against the damp stone wall, the strength draining from his legs as his gaze dropped to the floor. For a moment, the cell fell into complete silence, thick and suffocating. Winsome let it linger. Then he spoke again, stripping away any illusion Arthur still clung to. Arthur was imprisoned, isolated. Escaping alone bordered on impossible, and yet he was talking about infiltrating enemy territory for one person. Still, Arthur couldn't let go. Hope, fragile and irrational, refused to die. If Elijah had been taken, not killed, then there was still a chance. Even a sliver was enough. So Arthur asked the only question that mattered. If not that, then what? Winsome's answer cut deeper than expected. The individual known as Draneve had already departed before Arthur ever arrived, an unintentional mercy. For now, the Vritra clan had reason to keep Arthur alive. But that protection was brittle. If they learned the truth, that Arthur carried Sylvia's innate will, and worse, that he sheltered her daughter, then even the Asuras themselves might not be able to intervene in time. Arthur's frustration finally spilled over. He had risked everything to save the academy, only to be abandoned. Allies had vanished. Enemies multiplied. Elijah was gone. Alduin Erelith was compromised. Arthur's mana signature was too distinct to hide. Running with his family would only paint a target on their backs. Every path collapsed the moment he stepped onto it. He looked to Winsome, not for orders, but for direction. The Asura's expression didn't change, but there was acknowledgement in his eyes. Arthur had used his time well. He had analyzed the board while chained to it. The Grey Sunders were clearly tied to the Vritra, while the Glader family hesitated, complicit, but not fully committed. Time, however, was running out. Winsome glanced at the timepiece, concealed beneath his sleeve, preparing to move, and then the air cracked. A figure stood at the cell entrance. Baron. His eyes locked onto Winsome instantly, instincts screaming danger. He didn't wait for explanations. Lightning exploded around his clenched fist as he unleashed a high-level flash ray spell. The compressed sphere of electricity tore through the reinforced bars, reducing metal to molten scraps as it screamed toward its target. Winsome didn't step aside. He raised a hand. The attack stopped, dead against his palm. No anger, no effort, just finality. He offered peace. Baron refused it. With a roar of mana, he summoned the Thunder Lance, 5 spears of condensed lightning forming simultaneously, striking from every direction. Winsome flicked his wrist. That was all. The world inverted. Baron was driven straight into the ground, the impact sending shockwaves through the cell as the floor fractured outward like shattered glass. He lay embedded in stone, unmoving. Before he could rise again, a sharp command cut through the chaos. Virai Ore ordered him to stand down. Baron hesitated, disoriented, until she corrected him calmly. This was no enemy. This was a god. She bowed, apologized, and conveyed the king's request. There was no further resistance. Arthur was unshackled. No chains this time. They returned to the same chamber where his fate had nearly been sealed. The remaining 4 rulers stood waiting, alongside Cynthia Goodsky. Every one of them bowed as Winsome entered. But Arthur's attention was drawn to someone else, a presence heavier than the room itself. Winsome gently directed his gaze forward. There was no sign of the Grey Sunders. The man introduced himself. Aldir, another Asura. He spoke not of judgment, but of necessity. He had already begun purging the corrupted, removing traitors from the council. What remained would now fall under his guidance. Preparation was no longer optional. The storm from Alacria was coming. The word corrupted struck hard. For Blaine Glader and Priscilla Glader, it cut like a blade. Blaine tried to reason with Aldir. If the Asuras possessed such power, why not end it now? Why not crush the Vritra before war could even begin? Aldir dismissed the idea without hesitation. This was not a simple conflict. The Vritra and the 3 clans beneath them had once been Asuras themselves, exiled, lawbreakers. A war between higher beings would not be a battle. It would be annihilation. It would be a cataclysm capable of shattering the world itself. Long ago, a binding treaty had been forged, an absolute law between higher beings. It forbade Asuras from waging war directly against one another or from openly interfering in the affairs of lesser realms. To violate it would invite devastation, far beyond anything Dicathen had ever endured. Arthur didn't stay silent. His voice cut through the chamber, sharp with challenge, as he questioned Aldir's logic. If the goal was truly to avoid escalation, then how did the slaughter of the Grey Sunders fit into that equation? The contradiction hung heavy in the air, unspoken but undeniable. Before Aldir could respond, Winsome intervened, steering the conversation back on course. The threat now was being guided by Agrona himself, an enemy far too calculating to break the treaty over expendable pawns like the Grey Sunders. Still, Arthur couldn't let it rest. The frustration coiled tighter in his chest as he brought up the Blackhorn demons. Those nightmarish creatures hadn't appeared recently. They'd been operating in secrecy for years, striking from the shadows long before the council ever realized the truth. One of them had even killed a lance. Shock rippled through the room. Alduin Erelith faltered, his composure breaking as the implications sank in. The silence that followed was absolute, until Cynthia Goodsky stepped forward. In her hand was a shard of black crystal, unmistakable, a remnant taken from the very creature that had ended Alea Triscan's life. Aldir turned his gaze to Arthur then, something new flickering in his eyes. Winsome had spoken of the boy's potential, but now Aldir saw it firsthand. What came next chilled the room. Those horned invaders were not Asuras. They were worse. They were creations, products of relentless experimentation on lesser beings, twisted, reshaped, broken, once people, once possibilities, now abominations, failed reflections of what Arthur himself might have become. The weight of the revelation pressed down on everyone present. Marial's voice trembled as the realization fully settled. These creatures weren't gods, yet they possessed the power to kill Dicathen's strongest mages. The scale of the threat suddenly felt unbearable. Was there even hope? Aldir answered, but there was no comfort in his tone. Only strategy. Those monsters were not infinite. They were Agrona's trump card, and now that Aldir had revealed himself, that card could no longer be played freely. His presence alone would force caution. The balance had shifted. The Asuras, he made clear, had their own reasons for intervening. Dicathen's survival aligned with their interests. With declaration, Winsome inclined his head respectfully toward the three-eyed general. He then helped Arthur to his feet. Without waiting for permission, Winsome began guiding them toward the exit. Arthur called after him, urgency bleeding into his voice. He wanted a seat at the war councils. He wanted to stand where the fate of their world would be decided. Winsome refused calmly. Aldir was more than sufficient to handle the coming storm. There were other matters, more immediate ones. Arthur would need to say his goodbyes. The words struck like a sudden chill. He asked where they were going. Winsome's expression didn't waver. Arthur and Sylvie would be leaving this world behind, for now. Their training would not take place in Dicathen. It would begin in Epheotis. Arthur swept a jagged twig out of his hair as he trailed behind Winsome, their path cutting through the well-known depths of the Elderwood Forest. Winsome had only teleported them part way. The decision grated on Arthur. He couldn't help thinking that the Elder could have spared them the trek by sending them straight to Elder Rinia's refuge. Winsome, however, was unmoved by the complaint. He reminded Arthur that teleporting directly into the shelter would have interfered with the protective barrier surrounding Arthur's family. Annoyed but rational, Arthur admitted the logic. The inconvenience was a small price for safety. Winsome filled the silence with instruction, his voice firm and demanding, as if every sentence were a test Arthur was expected to pass. He questioned him relentlessly about Epheotis and the Great Eight, probing for any gaps in his understanding. Arthur recited what had been drilled into him. 8 Asura races ruled Epheotis, each divided into countless clans, with a single clan from each race forming the High Eight. The Vritra clan belonged to the Basilisk race. Even now, Arthur struggled to accept that the other clans had once attempted to assassinate Agrona. To him, diplomacy had seemed like the obvious answer. Winsome quickly shattered that notion. Agrona, he said, had never been someone who could be trusted. He was too dangerous, too calculating, his ambitions impossible to read. The Asuras had never truly understood what he was plotting in Alacria, nor how far his schemes reached. From the very start, they had concluded that peace was impossible. The only solution had been to erase him before his plans could fully take shape. As the forest grew denser, Arthur's thoughts drifted to Sylvia. Even with Winsome's explanations, confusion lingered. He couldn't see how she fit into the tangled politics of the Asuras, or why she had ended up in Dicathen at all. Winsome's voice darkened when he finally revealed a truth known only to a handful within the Indrath clan. Long ago, Lady Sylvia had descended with an elite Asura force in an attempt to put an end to Agrona. The revelation hit Arthur hard. The idea that Sylvia had been allowed to take part in such a mission felt unreal. From everything he knew, the Asuras had gone in blind, aware only that Agrona was monstrously dangerous. To Arthur, it sounded like a death sentence. Winsome corrected him. Sylvia had never been permitted to join. She had hidden herself among the squad, slipping in unnoticed. By the time she revealed herself, it was already too late to send her back. How she was captured, and why she chose to remain hidden even after escaping, were mysteries even Winsome couldn't fully explain. Arthur's thoughts immediately turned to the others who had gone with her. Winsome's expression hardened as he described what followed. Agrona had been ready, far more prepared than the leaders of Epheotis had anticipated. He had built not only a massive basilisk army, but an overwhelming force drawn from the lesser races of Alacria. Through relentless experimentation and interbreeding, the Vritra clan had created hybrids. Horror churned in Arthur's stomach. The idea of those beings, born from cruelty and obsession, made his skin crawl. Winsome continued, his tone heavy with loss. The elite force from Epheotis had been hopelessly outnumbered. Every Asura who descended was either killed or captured. It had been a complete disaster. Agrona himself later appeared before Lord Indrath, delivering the news that Sylvia had died in battle. The grief and fury that followed nearly tore their world apart. Lord Indrath had been ready to unleash total war on Agrona and the Vritra. Only the intervention of the other clans stopped him. They pushed instead for a treaty. The reasoning was brutal but undeniable. A full war between the 7 Asura races of Epheotis and the Vritra would devastate the world beyond recovery. Even so, the Asuras had demanded accountability from the Basilisk clans still living in Epheotis. As Arthur absorbed it all, anger twisted inside him. To experiment on living beings like that was unforgivable. He realized the other Asura clans could have followed the same path, but their pride and principles had stopped them from sinking that low. Still, the implications were grim. If Agrona had spent all those years building power in Alacria, then the Vritra's numbers must now be terrifying. Coupled with the already severe imbalance between Alacria and Dicathen, the situation felt even more hopeless than Arthur had feared. His thoughts shifted to the 6 ancient artifacts Winsome had once entrusted to Dicathen. They hadn't been gifts, they were tools, deliberately planted to even the odds, however slightly. The meaning was impossible to ignore. Arthur was part of that design, a piece placed carefully on a board far larger than himself. Winsome told Arthur to stop thinking in terms of war and start thinking about the people he wanted to protect. The words settled heavily in Arthur's chest, made heavier still when Winsome calmly asked if he had given any thought to how he would tell his parents the truth. That question carried a different kind of weight. As he passed Winsome and moved toward the faint glow at the end of the tunnel, his heartbeat quickened. Firelight flickered against stone, casting long shadows of figures gathered together. The smell of cooked food drifted toward him, warm and familiar. He announced himself without thinking, his voice echoing down the passage. The response was instant. His father froze mid-motion, the battered pan slipping from his hands and clanging loudly against the stone floor. His mother and sister sprang to their feet at the same time, abandoning their seats as they rushed forward. In the next moment, Arthur was wrapped in his family's embrace, surrounded by warmth he hadn't realized how badly he'd missed. Even so, Arthur noticed where his sister's attention truly lay. Ellie's eyes were fixed on the small shape, curled peacefully against his chest. The sight made Arthur let out a rough laugh, amusement laced with the quiet ache of how little time they'd all had together. Ellie merely shrugged, as if his return had never been in doubt. Then the air changed. A heavy pressure filled the cave, thick and suffocating, and every voice fell silent at once. Soft footsteps echoed behind Arthur. Arthur introduced the newcomer, the one who had helped him escape imprisonment, the one who might soon become his master. Winsome's presence radiated overwhelming power, drawing wary, confused looks from his family. Winsome looked mildly puzzled at first, then understanding dawned. With a subtle nod, he drew his aura back. The crushing weight vanished, and the cave seemed to breathe again. At a distance, Elderwood stood and bowed deeply in greeting. Alice stared at Winsome in awe, gratitude trembling in her voice as she thanked him for saving her son. Relief shone clearly in her eyes, though it quickly turned to concern as she looked Arthur over. She asked about Winsome's role as his teacher, curiosity flickering, but she waved the question away almost immediately. Arthur needed to wash up. He needed to eat. Everything else could wait. They settled into the simple comfort of a shared meal. Conversation flowed easily, but beneath it, Arthur could feel the tension, the unspoken expectation. His parents were waiting for an answer he hadn't yet given. When Arthur looked to Winsome, he found the Asura watching him with the same quiet patience. Steeling himself, Arthur asked Elder Rinia for a moment alone with his parents. Her gentle smile and nod granted him the privacy he needed. Inside the smaller chamber, his parents followed, uncertainty clear in their hesitant steps. Reynolds glanced back toward the entrance, half expecting Winsome to appear. Arthur's solemn expression stopped him. Reynolds closed the flap and sat beside Alice. Alice's worry was unmistakable. She reached for Arthur, her voice unsteady as she admitted how afraid she was. Arthur knew he had already put them through more pain than any child should. But there was still something he had carried alone since the day he arrived in this world. Confusion spread across Alice's face as Arthur began to speak. She tilted her head, brows knitting together as his words sank in. Arthur squeezed her hand, grounding himself before continuing. His voice was calm, certain, filled with memories no one else could share. He told her he remembered being born, not vaguely, clearly, but his awareness hadn't begun there. His soul had already existed. Something impossible had happened. He had been reborn into this body, carried over from another world entirely. Reynolds tried to interrupt, urging him to slow down, to explain himself more carefully. But Alice's fear surged faster. She shook her head, searching Arthur's face as if looking for proof that this was madness. Another world was too much, too unreal. Her voice trembled as she leaned closer, wondering if something had broken inside him. Arthur reassured her quickly. Winsome didn't know. No one did. This was the first time he had ever spoken of it aloud. He didn't even know what to call it himself. But after years of thought, the closest word was reincarnation. Alice's hands shook harder. Panic tightened her expression as she asked if something had been done to him during his imprisonment. She reached for him, ready to heal any unseen damage. Reynolds stopped her with a firm hand on her arm. His voice was steady, commanding her to listen. Arthur took a breath and told them everything. He spoke of the world he'd come from, vivid and real in his memory. He described the life he'd lived there, the responsibilities he'd carried, the choices that had shaped him. He told them about the people he'd known, the bonds he'd formed, the countless details no lie could ever recreate. And he didn't stop. Reynolds said very little as Arthur spoke, though every so often he cut in with short, precise questions meant to test what he was hearing. Alice, on the other hand, made no effort to hide her emotions. Color drained from her face as the truth unfolded, her lips trembling as tears welled, despite her attempts to stay composed. By the time Arthur finished, exhaustion weighed heavily on him. His father dragged a hand through his hair, muttering under his breath as he struggled to make sense of it all. Arthur's unnatural combat instincts and his intuitive grasp of magic only added to Reynolds' confusion. Arthur explained that the key he had once wielded shared similarities with mana. Reynolds' expression darkened, but before the silence could deepen, Alice suddenly laughed. Arthur and his father turned toward her at the same time. She clung desperately to the idea that this was some elaborate joke, something that would end the moment reassurance came. When none did, her laughter faltered, then collapsed into fear. The reality was too much. Her son claiming he had once been someone else, a king reborn into her child, shattered everything she understood. Her shaking hands latched onto Reynolds' arm, pleading for him to reject it, to say Arthur was sick rather than accept something so impossible. Reynolds pulled her into his chest as she broke down, holding her tightly. His tired eyes lifted to Arthur, silently asking for space. Arthur nodded and stepped outside without a word. The night greeted him with stillness. Rhenia, Winsome, and Ellie all looked up as he sat nearby, but none of them spoke. Time dragged on, each second heavy with uncertainty, until Reynolds finally emerged. He asked Ellie to stay with her mother, then motioned for Arthur to follow him. Before Arthur could move, Ellie skipped over. With an easy grin, she handed him his bond, sticking out her tongue in that familiar childish way. A faint smile finally tugged at Arthur's lips. But as she turned to leave, Ellie hesitated. Then she rushed back and hugged him tightly. The warmth of her arms pierced straight through the weight, crushing his chest. Somewhere along the way, he realized she was comforting him now. Arthur followed his father down the same tunnel he had once walked with Winsome. Reynolds' voice was quiet, thick with emotion, as he explained that Alice was resting, still shaken by everything. Arthur's chest tightened at the thought. Reynolds studied him closely, disbelief etched deep into his face. He admitted there was no reason Arthur would lie about something so cruel, and slowly the pieces began to fall into place. Arthur's unnatural brilliance, his frightening talent as both warrior and mage. With that realization, so much finally made sense. Even so, acceptance did not come easily. Arthur searched his father's face for stability, but found only turmoil. Reynolds' composure fractured as he confessed how unbearable the truth felt. The memories of their family, laughing together, growing together, now seemed tainted. Were they real, or merely a reflection of what Arthur thought they wanted in a son? His voice shook as he asked how he was supposed to look at a boy who was, in truth, older than himself. And the thought of Alice, who had carried Arthur, raised him, loved him, believing she was nurturing her own child, tore at him even more. Arthur had no answers. Every word Reynolds spoke rang true, leaving him with nothing but silence. That silence shattered when Reynolds slammed his fist into the stone wall, skin split under the force, blood trailing down his hand. He turned back to Arthur, doubt sharp in his eyes as the question finally escaped him. Had Arthur truly been their son, or had he taken the place of the child that should have been born? The moment the words left his mouth, regret crushed him. His hand flew up to cover his lips, shame flooding his expression. He stammered, then whispered an apology, admitting how lost and overwhelmed he felt. Arthur finally spoke. His voice was steady but heavy with guilt. He admitted he didn't know the truth himself. Maybe he had replaced the child that was meant to be theirs. He had never understood how it happened. All he knew was that he could no longer keep it hidden. He confessed that he had wanted to tell them for years, but his resolve had always failed him. He admitted he had chosen this moment because he was leaving. Reynolds' eyes widened at the word. His heart twisted as Arthur explained that, given the circumstances, distance would be best for everyone. Reynolds looked down and quietly asked how long he would be gone. When Arthur answered that it would be at least several years, his father did not try to stop him. There was no anger, no command, only silence. Arthur turned away, his head pounding, his chest aching. For all their potential, humans were fragile. His thoughts drifted back to his previous life, where family had been nothing more than an empty concept. He had grown strong there, unmatched in battle, but hollow. This world had changed that. His parents, and later Ellie, had given him something he had never known, unconditional love. They had shaped him into more than a powerful mage or fighter. They had made him a better man. In his heart, Arthur apologized for the pain he'd caused them. He thanked them for choosing him, for raising him, for loving him as their son. Then he walked away without looking back, even as the sound of his father's muffled sobs followed him down the tunnel. Holding back his own tears became a battle of its own. When he returned to the main cave, Winsome and Rhynia were already deep in quiet conversation. Winsome acknowledged Arthur the moment he stepped closer, asking if he was prepared to leave. Arthur answered immediately, without the slightest hesitation. Before he could move, however, Rhynia stopped him, asking gently if he truly intended to depart without saying goodbye to his family. Arthur shook his head. There was no need, he said. Everything that needed to be said had already been settled. He entrusted them to her care, offered a brief bow, and turned away. Rhynia caught his arm. Her grip was light, but her voice trembled with urgency as she told him his expression frightened her. So cold and distant, nothing like the kind-hearted boy she knew. She acknowledged the weight of the battles awaiting him, yet begged him not to return to the darkness he once used as armor. She warned him that the deeper he sank into that place, the harder it would be to ever come back. Then, steadying herself, she promised she would handle everything in his absence and urged him to go. As she spoke, Winsome placed a large disc-shaped artifact onto the cave floor. A single drop of blood fell from his finger, and the disc responded instantly, expanding outward as a pillar of radiant light burst upward, brushing the ceiling in shimmering gold. Rhynia's warning echoed in Arthur's mind as he turned toward Winsome, suddenly unsure whether the weight in his gaze had shown too clearly. Winsome studied him calmly. He asked Arthur one last time if every loose end here had truly been tied. Once they entered Epheotis, there would be no room for distraction. Arthur looked around the cave one final time. His eyes traced the familiar stone walls, the traces of warmth and safety, the fragile bonds he was leaving behind. Drawing in a slow breath, he hugged Sylvie closer to his chest and silently reaffirmed his resolve. He was ready. Without hesitation, Arthur stepped into the column of golden light beside Winsome, allowing its brilliance to swallow him whole. Far behind him, Reynolds was left alone with his thoughts. Self-loathing gnawed at him as he replayed everything that had happened. Part of him longed to chase after Arthur, to tell him that no matter what truths had been revealed, he was still their son, still family. Yet another part of him, darker and more selfish, wished Arthur had never spoken at all. If he hadn't, Reynolds could have clung to the illusion, untouched by impossible truths. He admitted in the quiet of his own mind that he had always known Arthur was different. Perhaps it was pride that made the truth so painful, the fragile hope that he had raised a once-in-a-generation genius. The signs had always been there. Dragging his feet, Reynolds returned to the cave. By the fire, he found Elder Rhynia seated, her frail hands carefully cradling a bundle. Her voice carried the weight of inevitability as she told him Arthur had already left. Reynolds let out a heavy sigh, sounding more like a scolded child than a father, admitting he had expected as much. Rhynia confessed she had long feared this day, the day Arthur would reveal the truth to his parents. Startled, Reynolds asked if she had known all along. With tired eyes, she explained that while she could see many things, Arthur was the one existence that forced her to strain even her sight, piecing together only fragments of his path. Reynolds scoffed, muttering that Arthur was hardly a boy anymore. Rhynia snapped back sharply, saying that to her, Arthur was still a child, just as Reynolds himself was still a child in her eyes. She mused dryly about how people assumed age meant wisdom and intelligence meant logic, believing that the two together created a cold, calculating being. Fixing him with a piercing gaze, she asked if that was how he saw her. Reynolds flustered, denying it, though he admitted he didn't see how this applied to Arthur. Rhynia's expression hardened as she struck directly at the truth he feared. Had he not wished Arthur had stayed silent? Had he not thought ignorance would have been easier? Had he not questioned why Arthur told him it all? She explained that the heart was the mind's greatest enemy, constantly clashing with logic, efficiency, and reason. That conflict caused pain, sometimes even death. Yet humans could never separate themselves from it. Emotions might weaken an individual, but they were also what bound people together, making them stronger as a whole. Reynolds wondered aloud if Arthur had acted purely on emotion rather than reason when he chose to speak. Rhaenyra dismissed the thought with a wave of her hand. No one could truly know what Arthur was thinking, she said, but having known him since he was a toddler, she believed this choice may have been the moment he finally shattered the cold shell he once hid within. With visible effort, Rhaenyra rose to her feet and handed Reynolds the bundle she had been holding. She explained it was a gift sent by Arthur's master for the Leywin family. Curious, Reynolds peeled back the blankets and froze. Inside lay a small, fragile infant mana beast. Ellie's delighted cry rang out as she rushed forward, squealing and begging to keep it. But before Reynolds could object, the tiny creature stirred. Its eyes met Ellie's, and in that instant the bond was formed. Reynolds' resistance crumbled. He let out a quiet sigh. Once he had dreamed of riding into battle atop a mighty mana beast. That dream faded as he watched his daughter cradle the tiny creature in her arms. Still, the sight warmed him. Perhaps it was better this way. Better that something stronger than his own hopes would protect her. Ellie giggled happily, hugging the creature close as she proudly announced its name. Boo! She skipped off with Boo cradled in her arms, only to halt abruptly as another thought struck her. Turning back, she announced that her mother had woken up. He rose at once and hurried toward the tent, warmth washing over him the moment he stepped inside. Alice was sitting up, pale but conscious. Reynolds smiled and wrapped an arm around her, pulling her close until her head rested against his shoulder. Her voice was rough as she asked how long she'd been asleep. He told her it had only been a few hours. Then she asked about Arthur. The question struck deeper than he expected. When Reynolds confirmed that Arthur had already left, Alice's body began to shake in his arms. Her voice broke as she asked if she was a terrible person. Startled, Reynolds reassured her instinctively, though confusion flickered through him. Through tears, she confessed that she had called Arthur sick, that she hadn't wanted to believe what he'd told them. Looking up at Reynolds, anguish shining in her eyes, she asked again if doubting whether Arthur was truly their son made her horrible. Reynolds faltered. The words he wanted to say, "No, you're not," caught in his throat, because the same doubts had torn at him as well. He had already condemned himself for them, but Alice's pain cut deeper. She had carried Arthur for 9 months, endured the agony of childbirth, nurtured him through illness, and guided him through every stage of his life. Now all of that certainty had been shaken by the truth he revealed. Reynolds' lip trembled, but he forced himself to stay steady. He had to be her anchor. Gently, he told her she had nothing to apologize for, that they only needed time. Arthur had understood that, which was why he'd chosen to speak before leaving. When Alice asked how long he would be gone, Reynolds admitted it would be a few years. Instead of disbelief, she simply nodded, murmuring that she understood. Unease stirred in Reynolds. He pulled back slightly, searching her face. That was when she whispered the thought that shook him to his core. What their child might have been like if Arthur had never taken over. Reynolds begged her to stop, but she couldn't. Through sobs, she imagined the son that might have been, brave and outgoing like his father, or gentle and cautious like herself. Her words broke him, and tears finally spilled down his face. He clung to the one truth he could voice, telling her that Arthur was Arthur. But Alice cut him off. Her eyes were desperate as she asked the question outright. Arthur was what? Their son. She pointed out with bitter clarity that neither of them had called him that even once since the conversation began. Reynolds admitted the truth. Right now, like her, he struggled to say it with certainty. Still, he hoped that would change when they saw Arthur again. It didn't erase what mattered most. For over 13 years, they had lived as family. They had laughed, argued, celebrated, and suffered together. What bound them wasn't blood or forgotten lives. It was shared hardship and love. He reminded her of the moment Arthur had sacrificed himself for her on the road to Xyrus, something no one could do without genuine care. She wasn't a terrible person, he told her softly. They just needed time. Alice looked at him with swollen eyes and croaked weakly that she must look awful. Reynolds only found her more beautiful in that fragile state. Leaning in, he moved to kiss her, only for Ellie's cheerful voice to break through the tent, calling out to her mother and insisting she come see someone named Boo. Confused, Alice asked what Ellie meant. Reynolds, eyes still red, gave her a small wink and promised to explain later. Gently brushing away another tear, he leaned in again, determined to finish what they'd started. Arthur had never known what to expect from the realm his kind once called the domain of gods. In his imagination, it had always been overflowing with gold and jewels beyond mortal comprehension. Yet the reality surpassed even that. In his old world, even the most powerful lived simply practicality valued over excess. Here, when Arthur stepped out of the golden light, the sight stole the breath from his lungs. Before him stretched a land so radiant it felt unreal. His eyes widened as they traced a bridge formed of shimmering minerals, something kings would have waged wars over. The realm itself felt sacred, untouched by mortal hands. Arthur's heart whispered the truth before his mind could catch up. This was the land of deities. Winsome strode ahead with composed authority, leading him toward a towering castle in the distance. With solemn weight, the Asura explained that this place was Ephiodus, specifically the domain of the Indrath clan. The realization struck Arthur hard. This was Sylvia's home, her bloodline. Winsome's voice carried reverence as he added that Lord Indrath himself had summoned Arthur and Sylvie. Arthur lifted his eyes to the colossal doors looming ahead, structures so immense they felt crafted not for men, but for dragons and giants. Their scale dwarfed him, making him feel smaller than he had in years. He scanned the surroundings, puzzled by the absence of visible guards, until Winsome calmly explained that they had been under watch since the moment they stepped onto the bridge. The reassurance did little to ease Arthur's nerves. If anything, the unseen scrutiny felt heavier. As they advanced, Arthur noticed something unusual. Winsome's composure, normally unshakable, showed faint cracks. The Asura adjusted the folds of his robes more than once, a subtle but telling sign of tension. Nearing the inner gates, Arthur finally spotted 2 guards standing sentinel, the first overt display of protection within the divine stronghold. The female guard greeted Winsome with an easy grin, her eyes flicking with interest toward the human child beside him. The male guard was less welcoming. His gaze lingered on Sylvie, then shifted to Arthur, sharp and disapproving, clearly questioning whether a mere human had any right to carry royalty. Winsome brushed aside the scrutiny without patience, reminding them curtly of the bond between Arthur and Sylvie. After a brief silent exchange, the guard stepped aside. With a resounding clack, the doors swung open. The great hall unfolded before them, vast and solemn. At its heart sat a man upon a throne, wreathed in pale, shimmering flame. Though youthful in appearance, the authority radiating from him was crushing. Winsome immediately stepped forward and knelt, bowing deeply as he addressed his lord. Watching from behind, Arthur understood at once. This was Lord Indrath. Yet the reality of his presence was nothing like Arthur had imagined. Without warning, a searing pain flared through Arthur's chest and arm. He clenched his teeth as the bond tugged violently, and, in the blink of an eye, Sylvie vanished from his grasp. She reappeared, cradled effortlessly in Lord Indrath's arms. Arthur froze, shock locking his body in place. Indrath's voice rang out, sharp and unquestionable, reminding Arthur that he had every right to hold his granddaughter. His gaze darkened as he examined Sylvie, criticizing her weakened mana reserves and condemning her forced hibernation as proof of overexertion under Arthur's care. The weight of his judgment pressed down on Arthur, leaving him exposed and powerless. To Arthur's surprise, Winsome stepped in. Bowing lower, he apologized and claimed responsibility, admitting his failure to properly oversee Sylvie's training in Dicathen. He offered to begin her instruction immediately. Indrath dismissed the proposal outright. With finality, he declared that Sylvie would remain under his personal care. He touched a finger to her brow, murmuring words Arthur couldn't hear. Power flared in Indrath's eyes, and Sylvie stirred. Her eyes opened, glowing with the same radiant purple as his. The bond between them was unmistakable. Weakly, Sylvie called out to Arthur, asking where she was. Arthur forced a smile, reassuring her that they had simply traveled far. Exhaustion tugged at her again, and she asked if she could sleep. He nodded gently, granting her that comfort. Only then did Arthur turn his attention fully to Indrath. Winsome had explained what was expected of him, but the reason for bringing him all the way to Ephiodus still gnawed at him. If training was the goal, why not anywhere else? Why summon him here? Indrath answered plainly. Arthur was a necessary piece in the war against Agrona and his growing forces. Victory would benefit both sides. To prepare him, specialists would assist Winsome in his training, an honor reserved for only the most promising of the young. When Arthur pressed about timing, about how they would know when war loomed, Indrath waved the concern aside. That burden was his alone. Arthur's duty was to train. When the time came, Winsome would be informed. With that, Indrath signaled for Winsome to remove him from the hall. Arthur's attention snapped back to Sylvie. Indrath stated flatly that she would remain behind until her own training was complete. The thought of being separated from her indefinitely ignited Arthur's anger. Winsome tightened his grip on Arthur's arm, pulling him from the hall before he could protest further. Frustration simmered as they left. Arthur had endured the meeting only to be stripped of Sylvie and subjected to the Indrath clan's barely concealed contempt. It burned. Winsome met his anger with a tired sigh, explaining that the Asuras viewed reliance on lesser beings as an insult to their pride. Still, Arthur and Sylvie would not be harmed. They were too valuable. Arthur scoffed at that, recalling how Indrath had reduced him to a mere necessary piece. Winsome's lips twitched faintly, almost amused, before urging him onward. They crossed the iridescent bridge once more. Winsome mentioned there were others Arthur needed to meet. Arthur barely registered the words before Winsome abruptly grabbed his hand and announced their arrival. Confusion flared. Had they really walked all this way just for this? Before Arthur could question it, Winsome told him to hold on. The world lurched. Arthur was hurled forward, his body slamming into a tree. His eyes widened as the bark swallowed him, dragging him inward as though he were being pulled through reality itself. When his feet finally hit solid ground, his knees buckled. He was standing inside a vast cavern, Winsome emerged beside him moments later, calm and unruffled as ever. A figure stepped out from the darkness, a bald man whose presence felt heavy even before he spoke. He greeted Winsome with familiar warmth. This was Cordry, a Pantheon Asura of the Thyestes clan, sharing the same lineage as Aldir. Winsome introduced Arthur as his disciple, and though Arthur stumbled over his words, he managed a respectful greeting in return. Cordry's keen eyes flicked to Winsome's hand, immediately questioning whether Lord Indrath had truly entrusted him with the ether orb. In response, Winsome revealed the translucent sphere, its surface faintly shimmering. Cordry let out a low hum, remarking that Indrath appeared to be investing an extraordinary amount into a single human. Arthur, lost in the exchange, demanded to know what the orb actually was. Cordry explained without ceremony. The ether orb would be the foundation of Arthur's training. Through it, they would tap into the dragon race's authority over ether, the primordial force that governed existence itself. With it, body and soul could be separated, and even the flow of time could be bent. The words struck Arthur like a tidal wave, but before he could fully grasp them, Winsome continued. Indrath had also granted access to his private training grounds. Hidden within the cavern was a pool of ether-saturated liquid, capable of accelerating growth and repairing the damage Arthur would inevitably suffer. As the liquid stirred faintly, Arthur felt the scale of what awaited him press down like a mountain. Cordry's faint smirk carried both pride and warning. Arthur would experience it all firsthand. His thoughts drifted back to his previous life, to the institution where pain and discipline had ruled every waking moment. 8 hours of combat training, followed by 10 more of meditation to nurture the core. Even then, the system had been crude. They had been taught nothing but how to break the human body, drilling vital points through brutal, repetitive methods. Yet Arthur had followed it all without question. He had endured every lesson, every defeat, every humiliation, long before his key center had even begun to form. Those buried memories surged back with vicious clarity as his current body failed him. A low sweep shattered both his legs at once. Arthur collapsed before he could even scream. A sharp strike followed, wrenching his shoulder from its socket. Pain exploded through him as his vision blurred. Winsome's earlier warning echoed in his mind. Pain was greatly dulled within this domain. If this was reduced agony, Arthur couldn't fathom the torment those wounds would cause in reality. The man responsible, Cordry, stood over him, expression unreadable, presence overwhelming. He nodded once and snapped his fingers. The world dissolved. Arthur jolted awake whole again, his body restored, but the memory of pain clung to him like a curse. He collapsed onto his hands and knees, retching violently until his stomach emptied. His breaths came in ragged gasps. His body was drenched, though he couldn't tell whether it was the ether-rich liquid or sweat born from sheer strain. Even so, something burned fiercely within him. Grinding his teeth, Arthur forced the words out. He demanded to continue. Cordry acknowledged his will, explaining the distortion between realms. While only 5 minutes had passed outside, nearly an hour had elapsed within the soul realm. Winsome reminded Arthur that every forced expulsion wasted precious time. Even with slowed time, being ejected repeatedly would cripple his preparation for war. Bitter and exhausted, Arthur lashed out verbally, blaming Cordry for cutting him down every few minutes. Cordry answered calmly. He was pushing Arthur to his limits. Even young Asuras, who did not experience death so frequently, struggled with the mental toll. For a human, Arthur was enduring far more than expected. The exchange ended there. Once again, the sapphire liquid rose, swallowing Arthur and Cordry whole. The familiar burning sensation returned as Arthur was dragged back into the soul realm. More than a week had passed since this torment, what Winsome politely called training, had begun within Lord Indrath's grounds. From the very start, Arthur had been forced to fight Cordry in his soul state. The ether orb dulled the pain of death, but it only made Arthur dread how unbearable such wounds would feel in the physical world. Between endless cycles of fighting, dying, eating, sleeping, and recovery, months slipped by within that vast grassland under Cordry's unblinking watch. The first time Arthur had entered the soul realm, he had died instantly, unable even to perceive Cordry's opening move. The attack patterns never changed, yet after weeks of effort, Arthur could only barely avoid them. The gap between them was absolute. Even Cordry's encouragement to trust his body did nothing to ease the suffocating frustration. No matter how long Arthur survived, Cordry always struck him down. Weeks passed. Arthur never landed a single hit. Every swing of his blade, every desperate punch, meant nothing but empty air. Cordry's movements were impossibly fast, his attacks clean and precise, his evasions effortless, as if Arthur were no more than a child flailing in vain. Cordry pressed him without mercy, instructing patience, restraint, and timing, urging him to wait for an opening that never came. Arthur couldn't avoid it, but he managed, just barely, to survive. The impact snapped Arthur's head sideways, and the world exploded into noise and pain. His body skipped across the earth like like a thrown pebble, bouncing helplessly before finally coming to rest amid the tall grass. From above, the Asura looked down at him with a faint smirk, acknowledging the simple fact that Arthur had survived. Arthur spat blood, jaw throbbing, and answered the look with an unapologetically crude gesture. Defiance still burned bright in his eyes. Already his soul-state body was repairing itself. The agony dulled as fractured bones fused, torn flesh knitting together at an unnatural pace. The regeneration was merciless in its efficiency. This place would not allow him to remain broken. But Cordry's expression no longer carried amusement. He announced that combat training would pause. Arthur's first instinct was dread. He assumed he had failed to keep up, that his progress wasn't fast enough. Cordry cut that thought down immediately. Disappointment had nothing to do with it. If anything, Arthur's growth was alarming. His ability to adapt, to understand, to endure, combined with his sheer stubborn refusal to yield, marked him as something far beyond ordinary potential. And that was precisely the problem. Cordry wasn't worried about Arthur's body. He was worried about his mind. Death here wasn't permanent, but that made it more dangerous. Each death came packaged with pain so severe that even Asuras would think twice before enduring it repeatedly. Trauma like that didn't vanish just because the body healed. Pushed too far, it would fracture something deeper, something no regeneration could repair. Eventually, the mind would rebel. Too much pain would break him. But pain, measured and controlled, could become his greatest weapon. Arthur listened, weighing the warning in silence. Deep down, he believed he could endure anything placed before him. And with that certainty, he tried to dismiss the concern. The thought barely formed before a crushing sense of dread slammed into him like a tidal wave. The world lurched. Arthur's body was already airborne before his mind could process what had happened. A burning, tearing sensation ripped through his chest. He looked down in stunned disbelief to find Cordry's arm driven straight through him, emerging from his back. Strength fled instantly. His legs gave out, his body folding inward as gravity claimed him. Cordry withdrew his hand with deliberate calm and knelt beside him, meeting Arthur's fading gaze. The violence of the act was at odds with the gentleness in his expression. With patient certainty, Cordry spoke. Even gods, he said, could not define what kind of life a person truly lived. Every experience shaped the path forward, and Arthur's past had led him here, into this failure. His instincts were sharp, powerful, but they had become a crutch. He leaned on them too heavily, neglecting everything else. What Arthur needed now wasn't force. It was restraint, small steps, the humility to learn and to unlearn. Arthur's thoughts drifted backward, to the orphanage of his previous life, to scavenged knowledge, to stolen lessons, to a path he had carved alone because no one else would guide him. His body trembled, though he couldn't tell if it was from the hole in his chest, the exhilaration of training under monsters like this, or the looming shadow of the war ahead. It was all of it. More than a month had passed in the outside world. Inside this place, nearly a year had bled away. Cordry rose, and in that moment, Arthur understood something terrifying. His mentor wasn't merely strong, he was a predator. When Cordry released the restraints he had been maintaining for Arthur's sake, the pressure that flooded the space was overwhelming. It crashed down like a physical force. Arthur answered with a roar. Rage and resolve surged together as he charged forward. Dawn's ballad flared weakly in his grip, its teal glow trembling as Arthur committed everything to a single decisive strike. It was meaningless. Cordry intercepted the blade effortlessly, deflecting it as though batting aside a toy. The sword swept past his face, close enough to brush the edge of his ear, but never threatening. There was no fear in his eyes, only quiet acknowledgement. Arthur recognized it for what it was. Not praise, simply recognition. The pressure intensified. Each breath became a battle. His lungs burned, starved for air, as the invisible weight crushed down harder and harder. His body screamed at its limits. Still, Arthur lunged again, pouring every scrap of strength into one final effort. His grip failed. Dawn's ballad slipped from his hands and struck the ground with a hollow clang. His legs buckled, and he collapsed to his knees, choking, gasping, drowning in the oppressive force. Then, silence. The pressure vanished. Arthur sucked in air greedily, lungs aching as life rushed back into him. Between ragged breaths, he forced out a single question, desperate to know how long he had endured. Cordry answered calmly. He was improving. Arthur barely had time to register the words before Cordry pressed on. Weapons would be set aside for now. Despite Arthur's affinity for the sword, despite his bond with Dawn's ballad, hand-to-hand combat was essential. For a mage, it was the most adaptable, most versatile foundation. Arthur needed to reshape himself completely. Bones hardened, muscles refined, mind sharpened to its edge. Only then could he stand as the knight who would shield his continent and the people he loved. Arthur's melee training was already formidable, but Cordry wasted no time exposing its flaw. His style was built for clean, one-on-one confrontations, duels with clear lines and singular opponents. War would offer nothing so orderly. With the Asuras barred from direct involvement, the battlefield would instead be flooded by their mixed-blood descendants, enemies carrying diluted Asuran blood and overwhelming numbers. Arthur would be forced to fight while surrounded, pressured from every direction, with no room for elegant exchanges. The restriction placed on his mana was not a handicap. It was a whetstone. Cordry explained that by limiting Arthur's output, he was being forced to sharpen precision to its edge. Physical combat, refined through absolute control of mana rather than reliance on it, would become the most reliable method of survival and slaughter alike. Cordry reminded him of the path that had brought him this far. First came survival, learning to evade, react, and fight at speeds beyond instinct. Then came endurance under pressure, battling beneath the suffocating weight of Cordry's king's force, the killing intent that crushed hesitation out of him. Months of that torment had forged his focus and tolerance. But now came the third discipline. Arthur's vision was too narrow. To prove it, Cordry moved. Arthur barely had time to register the shift before instinct took over. He rolled his shoulder back and unleashed a flurry of punches, all without mana. The blows cracked through the air with raw force, strong enough to draw a flicker of acknowledgement from Cordry himself. Cordry slipped past them with effortless precision. He noted the power behind the strikes, but dismissed it just as quickly. Strength meant nothing if it burned out too fast. True mastery lay in sustaining force through prolonged combat. Mana, he reminded Arthur, was only a tool, no different from a blade. The body was the foundation that allowed every tool to function. In one smooth motion, Cordry caught Arthur's arm and redirected the attack as though it weighed nothing. He demonstrated the principle as he moved, how the body itself could become a weapon, hands as blades, legs as axes, the entire frame, a cannon waiting to fire. Then he pressed his palm into Arthur's back. Arthur reacted instantly, condensing mana into a dense layer at the point of contact. The explosion that followed shattered the air itself. The force hurled Arthur forward like a launched projectile, pain ripping through him as his vision collapsed into darkness. When Arthur awoke, he was back in the cavern, drenched in the ether-rich liquid and soaked in sweat. His body trembled as Cordry stood before him, sternness briefly softened by something close to sympathy before his attention shifted away. Arthur followed his gaze. Winsome stood nearby, and beside him was a child. The boy looked no older than 7. He bowed sharply, posture rigid with discipline, and introduced himself as Tachi, apologizing for his tardiness. Arthur barely had time to process the greeting before Cordry declared the boy his new training partner. Tachi's displeasure was immediate. He had expected personal instruction, not to spar alongside a human. His frustration spilled out as he questioned the value of such an arrangement. Cordry's response was razor-edged. Arthur's training was not ordinary, and the opportunity to spar within the ether orb was an honor, not a burden. Complaining about sharing it with a human was beneath anyone who carried the name of Thyestes. The boy lowered his head, though defiance lingered. He argued that his master's time would be better spent on the clan's own promising disciples, rather than wasted on someone lesser. Cordry ignored the insult. Turning back to Arthur, he explained the Thyestes art. While every pantheon wielded force-type mana differently, their clan specialized in turning an enemy's power against them. By reading weight, momentum, and balance, they redirected attacks with minimal effort, conserving strength until the moment of decision. Arthur had only seen fragments of this technique. Now he would live it. Arthur was forbidden from using mana. His task was simple and brutal. Block, deflect, throw. Tachi, by contrast, was to fight without restraint. Death, as always in this realm, was irrelevant. Tachi protested again, indignant. Shouldn't the restrictions be reversed? Cordry's glare ended the argument instantly. Questioning his judgment was not tolerated. Reluctantly, the boy prepared himself. Despite his age, Tachi's talent was undeniable. His movements were disciplined, efficient, the refinement of a prodigy carefully shaped by elite instruction. And yet, as days bled into weeks, something unexpected happened. Arthur adapted. Even under relentless limitations, his movements grew lighter. His footwork tightened. Waste vanished from his actions until motion and intent became nearly indistinguishable. Slowly, impossibly, he began to keep pace. Cordry watched with rising disbelief. This wasn't brute discipline or stubborn endurance. It was perception, honed to an unnatural sharpness. How many battles had Arthur endured to develop such awareness? In all his years guiding the Thyestes' finest, Cordry had never felt this pull, this hunger to see potential realized. Emotion stirred in him, unfamiliar and unsettling. Had Arthur been born an Asura, he would have stood among the highest of them, his ascent unquestioned. Instead, fate had placed him as a tool, a pawn to be used until broken. Such brilliance bound to tragedy was unbearable to witness. A profound pity. Cordry's instructions echoed in Arthur's mind as the next strike came, the punch overextended. Arthur didn't retreat. He ducked low, slipped beneath the blow, and stepped inside the enemy's guard. A high kick swept in next, but the attacker's footing was poor, his balance already compromised. Arthur seized the opening without hesitation. A left hook came too early. He leaned back just enough for it to skim past his face. The follow-up strike lagged, sluggish and telegraphed, giving him time to deflect it, clamp down on the opponent's palm, and twist hard. Another leg scythed toward his knees. Instinct screamed at him to jump back, but he resisted. He remembered what came after. Instead, Arthur stepped forward, slipping into the kick's arc where its force weakened. A threat flared behind him, but he didn't turn. The shifting pull of shadows told him all he needed. He struck back immediately. One blow aimed for his head, another for his ribs. His opponents were finally moving in sync. Arthur dropped his stance, letting the strike to his head pass overhead while bracing his arm against the kick to his side. He redirected its momentum, using it to break free from the suffocating corner they had tried to trap him in. The exchange ended abruptly as Cordry's voice thundered across the field, demanding silence. His reprimand crashed down on the four young fighters. Despite attacking together, they had failed to land a decisive blow. A few muttered excuses: time, positioning, bad luck, while Tachi remained silent, his irritation marked only by a sharp click of his tongue. Cordry's four eyes narrowed as he scolded them, disappointment cutting through his words. 4 against 1, and Arthur had still come out ahead. When Cordry looked back at Arthur, however, his expression softened. The acknowledgement there needed no words. Arthur flexed his wrist, ignoring the lingering sting from his final block. His posture remained calm, steady, as though the ordeal had only tempered him further. 4 months had passed since his arrival in Epheotis, most of it spent within the Soul Realm under merciless instruction. With the Ether Orb's aid, those months translated into more than 3 years of relentless combat training beneath Cordry's watch. Enjoyment would have been a lie. It had been brutal, exhausting, and unforgiving, but the change was undeniable. His 14th birthday had passed without ceremony, yet its imprint was etched into his strength. Compared to who he was now, his former combat ability felt crude, like a child's first unsteady steps. Arthur reflected on everything Cordry had taught him. The Asura had refined his use of mana to better support physical combat, though he had never imparted anything wholly new. Whether that restraint came from the biological gap between their races or from the Thyestes clan's refusal to share their true mana arts, Arthur never pressed the issue. Even so, he understood how far he had come. As the Soul Realm faded into darkness, Arthur opened his eyes in the familiar cave where his body had remained for the past year. He stood and offered a respectful nod to the 4 Thyestes novices who had aided in his training. Then he turned and bowed deeply to Cordry, thanking him with genuine sincerity. Cordry answered with quiet satisfaction, admitting that the training had been a pleasure. Arthur stretched, easing the stiffness from his limbs, then turned to Winsome and asked about the next stage of his journey. Winsome hesitated. His lingering gaze carried a trace of curiosity that only deepened Arthur's confusion. Arthur looked between the 2 Asuras, sensing something amiss. Cordry tilted his head, studying Arthur as though he were an unfamiliar creation. When one of them finally spoke, the words struck hard. Arthur had not changed. Disbelief surged through him. His mana core had reached the latter levels of light yellow, nearly completing an entire stage. How could they say nothing had changed? Winsome explained calmly. Training with the Ether Orb could accelerate growth, but prolonged use on someone still considered a child was forbidden. The distortion between physical time and soul time could fracture an immature mind, causing severe psychological displacement. Cordry admitted that even he and Lord Indrath had hesitated before allowing it, but with war approaching, they had been forced to take the risk. What unsettled Winsome was that Arthur's demeanor, his presence, his mentality, had remained unchanged, despite 3 years of mental aging within the Soul Realm. A normal child would have shifted, fractured, or warped under that burden. Arthur had not. Arthur understood why. He had lived far beyond his years already. Winsome saw this as an advantage, both for Arthur's continued training and for the war ahead. He thanked Cordry, acknowledging that even among the Asuras, few could rival his mastery of close-quarters combat. Cordry dismissed the praise. This was not about thanks. It was necessity. Placing a firm hand on Arthur's shoulder, Cordry reminded him that Alacryan mages had been shaped for generations under Asuran guidance. Their mana arts eclipsed anything Dicathen had known. Confidence would be fatal. The pact still bound the Asuras from acting directly. To violate it would invite a war capable of ending the world itself. And so, the burden of resistance would fall to Arthur, and to those like him. Arthur answered with a firm nod, and offered his farewell. As he left the cavern beside Winsome, he bowed once more, first to Cordry, then to the 4 others who had honed him through relentless combat. They walked in silence, until Winsome produced a bundle of parchments, freshly delivered by one of Lord Indrath's messengers. Alder's seal marked them. As Arthur read, a familiar unease settled in his chest. The intelligence director Goodsky had once hinted at was now fully confirmed. The 4 scythes were real, no longer rumors or half-whispered threats. They stood as the enemy's foremost commanders, and as Arthur's inevitable opponents. But the parchments revealed something even worse. Each scythe commanded a personal subordinate, a retainer whose strength eclipsed that of ordinary elites. These beings were capable of killing a lance without effort. The shard recovered from the dungeon where Alea had fallen was identified at last, proof that her killer had been one of these prime blood retainers. And there weren't 1 or 2 of them. There were 4. The realization struck Arthur like a blade to the ribs. He remembered the state director Goodsky had been in, how constrained she had seemed, how much she had left unsaid. He had assumed her silence was enforced by some binding. Now the truth was obvious. She had known far more than she had ever been allowed to reveal. Winsome offered no explanation. He simply kept walking, his silence heavier than words. Arthur's thoughts spiraled. Alea hadn't fallen to a scythe. She had been killed by something even worse, a retainer. The scale of the coming war expanded in his mind until it became almost impossible to grasp. Two continents poised to collide. Millions of soldiers, countless dead. Dicathen and his family were safe for now. But for how long? Against the full might of the Vritra, safety felt fragile, temporary. He forced the fear aside. At least now there was clarity. At least now he had numbers, ranks, enemies he could name. For the first time, his war had shape. He had targets. Their path ended at the edge of a jagged cliff that dropped away into endless wilderness. Winsome finally spoke, his voice cold, unwavering. This, he said, was Arthur's next training ground. Arthur peered over the edge, unease tightening in his gut. He already knew the rules. Winsome merely confirmed them. Arthur was forbidden from using anything beyond what he carried in his bag. No borrowed mana, no external arts. Nothing but his own body, skill, and judgment. Winsome made him repeat the objective in his mind. The pelt of a raptor squirrel, the beast core of a silver panther, the claws of a titan bear. Impossible trophies gathered not for survival, but as proof. Proof that Arthur was ready to learn more about the will Sylvia had left behind. Then Winsome added one final condition. From his hand, he produced a heavy bell and placed it into Arthur's palm. It fit perfectly, its weight unmistakable. Arthur was to carry it at all times. When the task was complete, he would break the bell as a signal. Before leaving, Winsome offered one last piece of advice, delivered with maddening calm. Collect the items in the order given. Frustration flared hot and sharp in Arthur's chest. He questioned silently but fiercely the cruelty of these methods. But Winsome was already gone. Arthur stood alone. A bell, 2 blankets, a small pouch of water, and an endless wilderness waiting below. With a steady breath, he stepped forward and jumped. The forest swallowed him whole. The raptor squirrels looked almost ordinary at first glance, until they moved. Their hind legs were overdeveloped, their 3 thin tails flicked constantly, and their beady eyes gleamed with sharp awareness. Arthur lunged for them more than once, but they slipped away every time, untouchable and fast. The bell was a curse. It rang with every step, every shift, clinging to him like a chain. It mocked him, warning every living thing of his presence. His frustration burst out in a sharp breath, but the forest answered only with silence. Days passed. Futility gnawed at him. The bell wasn't his only problem. The raptor squirrels were survivors, creatures molded by life at the very bottom of the food chain. Their senses were razor sharp. Even the faintest ripple of mana sent them scattering. Hiding was pointless. Withdrawing mana entirely was dangerous. Without it, his body felt exposed, fragile, in unfamiliar territory. But he tried anyway. It wasn't enough. Intent itself betrayed him. Creatures that lived in constant fear could sense killing intent as clearly as sound or scent. If Arthur wanted them near, he had to still not only his mana but his mind. He confirmed it when he spotted them again through the brush, their small bodies darting as they foraged. The moment his focus sharpened, they vanished. Failure taught him piece by piece. Purified mana leaking outward didn't chase them off completely, but it ruined any chance of capture. Keeping mana fully internal worked better, leaving them unaware, but sharpened his will too much. And intent spilled out, scattering them instantly. The most valuable lesson came last. External mana, released gently, without hostility or purpose, didn't disturb them at all. Arthur stood in a small clearing surrounded by thick foliage. At its center lay a crude pile of mushrooms, the same ones he had seen the raptor squirrels eating during his observations. It wasn't elegant, it wasn't refined, but it might finally bring them close enough. He remembered the first time Sylvia had guided him through mana rotation years ago, when every attempt had been awkward and exhausting. Back then, even maintaining the cycle for a few breaths had drained him dry. Now, after relentless repetition, the rotation flowed without conscious effort. The rhythm was smooth, balanced, almost instinctive. Mana circulated and released in harmony, so refined that even the most sensitive creature wouldn't detect it. Time slipped past unnoticed as he trained, his thoughts sinking into repetition. Then, when his eyes opened once more, a flicker of movement caught his attention. At the pile of mushrooms, several raptor squirrels had gathered, nibbling cautiously. A rush of triumph surged through him. His muscles tightened, excitement threatening to burst free. And that was all it took. A clenched fist lifting in victory rang disaster down upon him. The bell chimed sharply at his side, and the squirrels scattered into the trees like smoke, gone in an instant. Night crept over the forest, bringing exhaustion with it. Frustration weighed heavily on him. Constantly replenishing mana into his core slowed everything. Every attempt demanded focus and effort, leaving him barely able to move while maintaining the technique. The bell made it worse, its relentless ringing a constant reminder of failure. His thoughts wandered despite his discipline. Was Sylvie progressing in her own training? How was his family holding up? Tessia? Elijah? The worry pressed in, but he crushed it just as quickly. Longing wouldn't protect them. Only strength would. Morning found him back in the clearing, body sore, resolve unbroken. He resumed the routine, but this time with sharper intent. If he was going to succeed, brute patience wouldn't be enough. He needed bursts of motion, instantaneous, precise. He had to reach the squirrels before the bell could betray him. He set a rule for himself: reach the tree before the bell rings. To do that, he would need to explode forward with just enough mana while simultaneously masking his presence, balancing the intake of atmospheric mana with the circulation of his own purified energy. Only then could he move unseen. Every attempt ended the same way. The bell chimed. He stopped. He reset, again and again without complaint. The word echoed in his mind like a command. Control. Cordry's lessons resurfaced. How suppressing or projecting presence wasn't just technique, but survival. How atmospheric mana could be used to erase one's trace, smothering the faint residue of personal energy. Then, at the perfect moment, eruption. This wasn't mere stealth. It was a weapon. Perhaps this was what Winsome intended all along, to test that razor-thin edge between invisibility and motion. Failure became familiar, but each one carried him forward. The tree drew closer before the bell rang. His speed sharpened. His control steadied. Day by day, frustration hardened into resolve. From afar, Winsome watched in silence. His calculating gaze never left Arthur. 2 weeks had passed, and doubt had begun to creep in. Had he placed too much faith in the boy? By now, Arthur should have caught a raptor squirrel. These creatures, despite their tails, capable of sensing the slightest disturbance, were not intelligent. All he needed to do was erase his presence, remain perfectly still, and lure them close. Still, Winsome acknowledged the truth. Arthur had grasped the lesson meant for him, so he waited. Arthur stood motionless, breath shallow, mind empty, as a squirrel crept closer. Then, in the blink of an eye, Arthur vanished. A heartbeat later, he reappeared before the raptor squirrel, arm extended. His hand closed around it with flawless precision. Winsome froze. Awe stole the air from him as realization struck. Arthur had taken his first step into Mirage Walk. For a human child to grasp even the foundations of a technique that formed the core of the Thyestes' supremacy in physical combat was unthinkable. To achieve it simply by observing Cordry bordered on the impossible. The level of perception required was terrifying. Winsome's thoughts raced ahead. 5 years, 10 years. What would this boy become? Arthur, meanwhile, felt only quiet relief. After so long, after so many failures, he had finally taken his first true step forward. At last, he had managed to draw out a far more formidable opponent. The silver panther crouched low, muscles coiled beneath its sleek gray coat. Arthur's eyes locked onto the predator as it cautiously circled the raptor squirrels he had deliberately slain and arranged as bait. The beast sniffed the air, inching forward with calculated steps. Arthur remained perfectly still, waiting. The instant came. He launched himself forward with explosive force. 20 feet vanished in a blink, his mana-augmented fist driving toward the elusive target. But as always, Claude had already slipped away. The panther vanished just before the blow could land. Frustration flared inside him. Once again, the beast had evaded him. Later, kneeling beside a quiet stream, Arthur caught his reflection wavering in the water. His face looked sharper now, more worn. He sneered faintly at himself before scooping up cold water and splashing it across his face, washing away sweat and doubt. As the ripples settled, he tilted his head back and stared into the endless sky, releasing a quiet sigh. His stomach twisted painfully. When had he last eaten? As if in answer, a raptor squirrel cautiously emerged from the undergrowth. Arthur tensed, ready to move, but a blur of black streaked downward. A bird of prey dove with flawless precision. The squirrel leapt in panic, but the bird had anticipated the escape path, extending its talons mid-flight and snatching the creature cleanly from the air. Arthur lost his meal in an instant, yet instead of dwelling on the setback, he watched closely. There was something to learn here. Half an hour later, another squirrel revealed itself. Arthur steadied his breathing, sharpening his focus. The familiar dark blur appeared again at the edge of his vision. The bird descended with lethal grace. He held back. Not yet. The timing aligned. Just as the squirrel sprang to flee, the bird's talons opened to claim it. In that sliver of opportunity, Arthur exploded forward. Burst's step carried him like lightning across the distance. His hand shot toward the bird's neck. A startled screech pierced the air. Wings beat frantically. With desperate force, the bird twisted free, slipping from his grasp. Arthur's fingers closed on nothing but empty air. He stood there, chest rising and falling heavily, frustration simmering beneath the surface. He exhaled slowly. His burst step still lacked refinement. His thoughts drifted to the many hours he had spent studying those birds. They were swift, precise, masters of ambush. Yet even they couldn't rival a raptor's raw speed. Instead, they manipulated their prey, forcing the squirrel to flee in a specific direction before intercepting it at the perfect moment. From his vantage point as an observer, Arthur held an advantage the prey never did. He could see the predator before it struck. But squirrels were not his true objective. The panthers were. Claude, especially, was nothing like simple prey. The beast possessed intelligence, cunning enough to avoid every direct confrontation. That forced Arthur to reconsider Mirage Walk. The technique concealed mana and disoriented opponents, but it still required the initial physical step to trigger its rapid displacement. Against squirrels, that subtle motion was negligible. Against Claude, it was enough. The panther sensed it every time. Arthur's mind sharpened. What if he removed that motion entirely? What if he compressed the sequence so completely that it appeared as though he had teleported? If he succeeded, he might even be able to catch Claude off guard. Memories from his past life resurfaced. The human body was a system of opposing forces, muscles working in coordinated pairs. The biceps contracted to curl the arm. The triceps extended it. The abdomen stabilized each step. The calves, small but powerful, propelled the body forward with each push against the ground. Movement was never singular. It was symphonic, precise. Knowledge he once deemed trivial now proved invaluable. Arthur had already refined his mana control, channeling it through his body with deliberate care. Now he focused on directing mana into specific muscle groups in exact sequence, activating motion internally without visible movement. If timed perfectly, he could replicate Mirage Walk's displacement without taking an actual step. No tell, no trigger, just sudden relocation. If mastered, it would surpass even Cordry's teachings. The ability to execute the technique from a completely stationary stance. Determination burned within him. How much longer would he chase wild beasts for practice? Prey near camp had grown scarce, forcing him deeper into the wilderness with each hunt. But this time something felt different. The forest had gone unnaturally still. Arthur infused mana into his ears, sharpening his senses. At first there was nothing, only silence. Then a faint low growl. His instincts flared. Carefully he crept forward, suppressing his presence and lowering himself behind dense shrubs near a cliff's edge. There, two silver panthers clashed in a savage territorial battle. The eerie silence suddenly made sense. The larger panther lunged first, claws raised, a vicious snarl ripping from its throat. The smaller one, Claude, slipped aside with fluid precision, countering with snapping jaws. They became a blur of gray fur, teeth, and claws. It was survival in its purest, most brutal form. Arthur watched, transfixed by their lethal dance. Then he noticed it. The forest had fallen deathly silent around them. Claude sensed it too. His fur bristled. Instinct screamed a warning. Though victory had been within reach, the panther abruptly disengaged and fled into the shadows with startling urgency. Arthur frowned. Claude had been winning, yet he abandoned the fight without hesitation. Something else was out there, and whatever it was, even the silver panther feared it. Arthur shifted his focus to the wounded survivor, his thoughts sharpening with intent. This was the opening he had been waiting for. Arthur moved. From where he stood, he executed burst step, using a deliberate false step as a perfect feint. The world smeared into motion as his awareness narrowed solely to the injured mana beast. He shot forward, mana flooding his limbs. In the next instant, his hands locked around the panther's throat, fingers digging in with unyielding resolve. He would not let it escape. For a heartbeat, victory felt certain. Then the beast convulsed violently. The ground vanished beneath them. Arthur found himself dragged forward and down as the panther tumbled over the edge of a steep gorge. They plunged together into open air. Biting back a curse, Arthur forced himself to steady atop the thrashing body. Mana surged into his legs as he adjusted his balance mid-fall. The impact sent dust exploding into the air in suffocating waves. Arthur covered his mouth and nose as he rose cautiously, vision obscured by thick haze. Then the world shook. A roar split the air, deep, thunderous, and filled with primal force. The sound alone tightened his chest. Heavy stomps followed, rhythmic and crushing, each step reverberating through the ground beneath his feet. The presence bearing down on him was immense. Through the settling dust emerged the source. Arthur blinked in disbelief. It was not the towering monster he had expected, but something barely 3 feet tall. It resembled a titan bear, yet far smaller than legend suggested. And to his astonishment, it spoke. Understanding dawned quickly. A cub. If this was the offspring, then the true titan bear was something far more terrifying. The small beast glanced at the lifeless panther sprawled nearby before shifting its gaze back to Arthur. Its lips curled slightly as it licked them, hunger gleaming in its eyes. There would be no retreat. Arthur lowered his stance, bracing for a straightforward charge, but the cub did not move. Instead, it thrust its paw forward. Arthur was blasted backward as if struck by an invisible siege weapon. The titan bear snorted in amusement, remarking that this meal was tougher than it appeared. Then the attacks began. Not with brute strength, but with bursts of long-range mana that tore through the air. Arthur reacted instantly, activating Mirage Walk and chaining it into burst step. He darted across the ravine floor. Pain exploded through his leg. Mid-motion, he glanced down. Blood poured from a deep gash carved into his left thigh. The cub growled, demanding he stop running. Another swipe carved the air. Arthur dropped low, barely avoiding the lethal strike, but the claws still grazed his chest, ripping flesh and spilling more blood. He threw himself aside in desperation. Too slow. A concentrated blast of mana slammed into his ribs. His body lifted like a doll and smashed into the ravine wall. 4 savage gashes tore across his chest beneath his collarbone. Blood sprayed against stone. Arthur swallowed his scream, breath ragged, nerves aflame. His ribs throbbed with every heartbeat. A chilling realization settled over him. This was not the relic tomes, not a controlled trial. If he died here, he would die for real. The Titan bear advanced, impatience flickering across its expression. It raised its paw again and released another crushing attack. Arthur kicked up dust in desperation, cloaking himself in a cloud. A suffocating pressure rolled outward from the cub, slamming into him like the weight of the earth itself. He forced himself to stop retreating. Hands raised as if surrendering, he steadied his breathing. His mind raced. The paw swung again. Another slicing arc of mana cutting through the air. Arthur endured the pain and triggered the modified burst step he had been refining. His left leg tore further under the strain. Blood flowed faster. His body screamed that it could not endure much more. This had to end now. He had survived 2 lifetimes. He would not die nameless in a forgotten ravine. Arthur triggered burst again, vision blurring as he shot sharply to the right. A metallic ring echoed through the gorge, the bell tied at his waist betraying his movement. The cub's head snapped toward the sound. Its paw cleaved through the bell, splitting it in 2. But Arthur had already closed the distance. For a fleeting second, shock flickered in the beast's dark eyes as Arthur appeared at its side. Mana surged into his fist, glowing faintly beneath the strain of perfect control. He drove the punch into the Titan bear's stomach. The impact thundered through the ravine. The cub's body was hurled backward, smashing violently into the cliff wall. Stone cracked under the force. Arthur's legs gave out. Every ounce of strength drained from him. He collapsed, cheek pressing against the cold earth as numbness crept through his limbs. Far above, the shattered bell had already served its purpose. Winsome arrived at the gorge, eyes sharp as they swept across the devastation. A silver panther lay lifeless. Blood soaked the ground. Then his gaze settled on the battered boy lying amid the carnage. Winsome's frown deepened. Confusion weighed heavily on Winsome's mind. Why had the child ventured so deep into such perilous territory? The ravaged battlefield around him spoke only of desperation and brutality, offering no explanation for Arthur's presence. Setting aside his questions, Winsome knelt and began tending to the boy's wounds with swift precision. The extent of the injuries was staggering. No ordinary mana beast could have inflicted this level of destruction. Even a fully grown Titan bear, towering over 10 feet tall, would have struggled to leave him so broken. A cold suspicion took root. His eyes shifted toward the fallen Titan bear cub. The corpse twitched. Its abdomen bulged grotesquely, then split as a black, writhing tentacle burst free. The parasite flailed violently before collapsing into stillness, leaving behind a vile, oppressive aura. Recognition hardened Winsome's features. A demon leech, rare, revolting, dangerous beyond measure. Its ability to infest a host and amplify its core far past natural limits made it a threat even the Asuras treated with caution. Winsome recalled with distaste how Agrona had once experimented on such abominations, refining their properties into the strengthening serum unleashed upon Dicathen during the Xyrus assault. With cold finality, Winsome tore the leech from the cub's carcass and crushed it in his palm, ending its foul existence. His thoughts returned to Arthur. Was it cruel misfortune or bitter irony that the boy had crossed paths with a parasite-enhanced cub? More unsettling still was the realization that Arthur had defeated it. From within the cub's remains, Winsome retrieved a small white orb, the rare essence refined unnaturally by the parasite's influence. He returned to Arthur's side and gently placed the orb into the boy's mouth. Silently, he acknowledged the child's resilience. The trials had been merciless, yet they had yielded something of extraordinary worth. Before Arthur even opened his eyes, he heard the faint creak of footsteps against old wooden boards. Panic seized him when he tried to move and found no response from his legs. From the waist down, there was nothing, no sensation, no control. With rising urgency, he threw aside the blanket covering him. His legs were tightly bound in bandages, secured to a wooden splint. A gentle yet brittle voice reassured him that his legs were intact. The numbness, she explained, was to spare him unbearable pain. Arthur turned to see a woman well beyond her youth. She introduced herself as Meyer and confirmed they were still in Epheotis. Healing mana arts, she admitted, would have been faster, but they risked fusing bone improperly. Instead, she had painstakingly reset and knit his broken legs by hand, shaping them back into something functional. Only 2 days had passed since the battle. Even so, Arthur felt a jolt of horror at how much time he had lost. Meyer's tone grew firm as she instructed him not to attempt standing. Rest was paramount. Arthur thanked her sincerely, gratitude evident in his voice. She waved it off lightly, remarking that she did not treat just anyone. In his case, however, curiosity had drawn her. She had wanted to see the human boy whispered about, the one fated, perhaps, to save the world. When she left, Arthur lay alone, the fireplace casting twisting shadows across the room. It felt like he had only closed his eyes for a moment when a sharp, stabbing pain jolted him awake. Sleep was impossible. Forcing himself upright, he decided to meditate. It was the only productive thing he could manage in his fragile state. He turned his awareness inward, focusing on the mana core swirling behind his sternum. The moment his concentration deepened, unfamiliar energy surged upward. The insurmountable barrier that had once stood between him and the silver core stage now felt flattened. In an instant, his body was thrust into the second phase of Sylvia's dragon will. Arthur's eyes snapped open. Golden runes spread across his arms and shoulders, glowing brilliantly. They shifted and rearranged, growing more intricate as they formed characters of an ancient script. Previously, Dragon's Awakening had revealed only 4 elemental hues. Now flecks of radiant purple joined the familiar blue, yellow, red, and green, swirling together in luminous harmony. A quiet movement drew his attention. Meyer stood in the doorway, her gaze fixed upon him. There was solemn recognition in her eyes. "The truth is confirmed," she whispered. "You have inherited Realm Heart." She explained that the glowing violet iris and the runes etched into his flesh were unmistakable signs, manifestations of Sylvia's power. The Realm Heart physique belonged solely to the bloodline of Indrath. Softly, she asked if he could perceive all 5 colors composing the physical realm. Arthur, still breathless, managed a nod. Meyer's voice took on a reverent tone as she elaborated. The Realm Heart physique, named by the ancestors of the Indrath clan, signified unparalleled attunement with the physical realm. In this heightened state, the wielder's harmony with reality itself surpassed all limits. Meyer made it clear that Realm Heart did not directly enhance one's strength. It granted something far more subtle and far more valuable: insight, understanding, the kind of knowledge inaccessible to those without it. In this case, she stressed, knowledge itself was power. Arthur reflected on his last experience with the second phase of Realm Heart. Back then, he had only perceived 4 colors. Why then could he now see faint traces of purple drifting among them? Was this another truth deliberately concealed from those deemed lesser? Meyer did not deny it. The Asuras, she admitted, were prideful and secretive. Guardians of knowledge they hoarded greedily. The Indrath clan was the worst of them. Though she herself was not innocent of such tendencies, time had dulled her attachment to hollow pride. She offered to teach him what she could. Soon after, she guided Arthur outside in a wheelchair, leading him to a tranquil stretch of land. The sight stole his breath. The air shimmered with mana, so dense it felt almost tangible. Life flourished in abundance across this fertile region of Ephiotis. Meyer observed the landscape fondly, remarking that the creatures thrived because of the sheer volume of raw mana saturating the area. She asked if he could feel it. Arthur nodded. The energy coursed through the environment, and through him, with undeniable presence. Patiently, Meyer began her explanation. It was unnatural, she said, for lesser beings, or even asuras, to directly manipulate raw mana. This applied to mana beasts as well. Mages with elemental affinities found it easier to absorb atmospheric mana aligned with their nature. To demonstrate, she gestured toward a fire blig nearby. Though surrounded by every type of mana particle, the creature instinctively absorbed only the red ones, those attuned to fire. Mages operated similarly. To someone with Realm Heart, a fire affinity mage would appear to absorb primarily red particles. Yet, after refinement, that mana would appear white when first released. When affinity differed, so too did the refinement. A mage aligned with water would naturally draw in a greater concentration of water elemental particles. Over time, refining these particles altered both body and mind, deepening instinctive understanding of that element. The results were evident in practice. A water affinity mage attempting to conjure fire would struggle, forced to focus painstakingly on shape, density, and release. But when wielding water, the same mage could act effortlessly, raising streams, splitting them into orbs, and launching them with a flick of the wrist. Meyer turned to Arthur and asked why this occurred. After careful thought, he reasoned that absorbing a dominant element during refinement gradually shaped the mage's perception and insight toward it. She nodded approvingly. Constant exposure to a single element naturally cultivated deeper understanding, insights that surfaced even during meditation. Their lesson continued as she wheeled him to a small table prepared with herbal tonics. Pouring them gently, she shifted the topic. "What do you know of ether?" she asked, her gaze sharpening. Arthur admitted his knowledge was limited, but he knew ether could influence time. Meyer explained that ether was fundamentally distinct from mana. Both formed the fabric of their world, yet they functioned differently. Some theorized that ether composed the very framework of existence, while mana animated and nourished it. To clarify, she offered an analogy. Ether was the cup, mana was the water within. It was simple to stir or manipulate the water without disturbing the cup. But altering the cup itself, reshaping it without shattering it, was infinitely more difficult. Even the Indrath clan, renowned as the foremost wielders of ether, possessed no definitive theory explaining their mastery. What distinguished them was their ability to physically perceive ether through the Realm Heart physique. To those bound solely to the physical realm, ether remained intangible, a hidden law sustaining reality. Without the vision to perceive it, mortals could not even comprehend the boundaries preserving order. Arthur recalled the faint purple particles he had seen when activating Realm Heart. Meyer confirmed his suspicion. That purple glow was ether. Realm Heart allowed him to see beyond the surface, to perceive the cup holding the water. the invisible scaffolding of the world itself. With mana, control was limited by the capacity of one's core, how much water could be moved. With ether, influence extended to the cup, altering the boundaries of reality. Arthur listened intently as Meyer continued. Ether, she revealed, was divided into three profound aspects. Avum, the domain of time. Spatium, the authority over space. Vivum, the influence over living matter. No matter how gifted or fortunate, one could master only a single path. Over generations, however, the Asuras had discovered a method to discern where their aptitude lay. This allowed them to align themselves with their destined aspect of ether. Arthur's curiosity burned brighter than ever. At last, Meyer revealed the final truth. The runes that manifested when one invoked Realm Heart were not merely decorative markings. They were the key to discovering which path of ether had chosen him. Meyer closed her eyes. A crushing pressure rolled outward from her, so dense that Arthur instinctively steadied himself. Golden runes unfurled along her bare arm. Unlike his own, which were sharp and intricately carved, hers flowed with natural elegance, like the branching limbs of an ancient elven tree or rivers weaving together in quiet harmony. When her eyes opened, they shone with radiant lavender light. Through the weight of her presence alone, she conveyed the meaning of those markings. Vivum, the aspect of life, the same power that had mended his shattered legs. Though her aura was overwhelming, her voice remained gentle as she urged him to invoke Realm Heart as well. Arthur complied. The moment he activated it, an icy surge erupted from his mana core. Liquid frost raced violently through his veins, seeking escape. Golden runes blazed across his arms, burning hot against flesh that felt frozen from within. Meyer watched closely, intrigued by the unique structure of his markings. Curious, Arthur lifted a finger and summoned a small ember. The red particles in the air stirred immediately, gathering in response to his will. He tested further, weaving different elemental spells, observing how ambient mana shifted and aligned, all except the faint purple motes. Those remained unmoved. A subtle pressure brushed against his thoughts. Meyer's presence carried quiet amusement. Realm Heart was not a tool for manipulation, she reminded him. It was perception. It revealed what was already there. Mana could be shaped, consumed, expelled like water. But ether was the cup itself, the vessel that defined existence. Attempting to bend it like mana was folly. Understanding dawned slowly. The particles around him were not meant to be commanded. Ether was omnipresent, absolute, binding both him and Meyer within its laws. Through Vivum, she had not forced life into his body. She had aligned herself with the truth of existence and restored what was broken. Still, questions lingered. How had ether gathered in her hand? How had it formed into Vivum? How had it healed him? Meyer advised patience. After discovering her affinity, she had devoted centuries to studying Vivum, and even now she could not fully articulate the deeper truths he sought. Arthur pressed her, unwilling to accept vague answers. At last she explained, unlike mana, ether could not be absorbed. One did not take it in. One influenced its presence upon reality. Arthur tried to reconcile that. Did that mean a core was unnecessary? She shook her head. The mana core tethered the body to the physical realm. Though ether was not manipulated like mana, the core remained essential. It was the bridge between mortal flesh and the laws governing it. In time, she said, his path would reveal itself. For now, overwhelming him would serve no purpose. Cultivation would eventually transcend mere mana refinement. It would require insight into truths that could not be directly taught. Then she posed a question. His ability to utilize ether, did he truly believe it was coincidence? Arthur assumed it stemmed from Sylvia's will. Meyer denied it gently. That will allowed him to endure ether's burden, but it was not the source of his aptitude. Realization struck him, his mastery over all four elements. Meyer smiled warmly. Precisely. Mastering the four fundamental elements had granted him perspective beyond them. By understanding the water, he had glimpsed the cup. Arthur's hands began to tremble. Meyer noticed and urged him to release Realm Heart. It was impressive, she admitted, that he had sustained it so long. As he let it fade, the world returned to its natural hues. He turned to her, anticipation tightening his chest. He needed to know which aspect of ether was his. Meyer's expression grew cautious. Though he possessed extraordinary traits, command over all four elements, the will of a dragon and the Realm Heart physique, he was still human. Unlike the Asuras, she could not promise he would consciously wield ether in the same way. Arthur masked his reaction, but disappointment cut deep. Certainty slipped from his grasp. Still, Meyer continued. She admitted she could not explain why he had touched time itself, but she was certain he was not meant for Avum. Deliberately, she retrieved parchment and pen. Intricate symbols flowed from her hand as she elaborated. His struggles with ether, even guided by Sylvie's will, proved his path was not one of simple elemental or temporal dominance. Like Sylvia, he was destined for something greater, not control over water, not command over time, but authority over the boundaries themselves. When she handed him the parchment, the truth was clear. He belonged to Spatium. Arthur's mind reeled. Even knowing this, uncertainty lingered. His fragile human body might not endure the burden dragons bore effortlessly. Desperation stirred within him. He needed guidance, steps to master this power rather than be crushed by it. Meyer placed a hand on his shoulder. Her voice carried both compassion and gravity. The potential within him was vast, overwhelming even, but his capacity to bear it was bound by limits not even she could erase. Meyer's words were not meant to belittle him. They were meant to remind him. Knowledge, true understanding, was a strength immeasurable. With it, he might one day transcend the limits of his birth, something even the Asuras had yet to achieve. She admitted that by revealing such truths, she had already broken countless rules. If this knowledge ever fell into the wrong hands, it could become a weapon against the dragon race itself. Yet her intentions were sincere. She wanted the best for him. Even if Realm Heart could never be wielded to its fullest extent, its sensory capacity alone made it invaluable. Combined with his mastery of all four elements and his extraordinary combat instincts, Arthur already possessed more tools than most warriors could dream of. Arthur opened his mouth to respond. She cut him off. The movement technique he had created, the one that had left him broken and dragged into her home, was too dangerous. She forbade him from using it again. The finality in her tone stunned him into silence. Weeks of relentless refinement. Every improvement he had painstakingly carved into burst step, gone in an instant. When she inquired about Mirage Walk, her surprise was genuine. The fact that he had devised it alone impressed her. For a fleeting moment, Arthur thought explaining its mechanics might sway her. It did not. Too dangerous. Never again. Though his advancement into the Silver Core stage had been a welcome breakthrough, and though his performance against Cordry placed him comfortably within AA class standards, even without elemental magic, his growth now felt stalled. Mirage Walk had been his only original creation, and it was stripped away. Meanwhile, across the sea in Alacria, true Asuras walked the earth. Their command over mana eclipsed anything he could fathom. From Winsome's reports, even a single retainer could obliterate a lance-led squad without effort. Meyer had said knowledge was power, but knowledge alone would not defeat Alacria. Morning light eventually replaced darkness. Birds announced the rise of the sun as Arthur stepped outside his cottage. Elder Meyer was already waiting. Her knowing gaze settled on him as she commented on the toll Vivum had taken the previous night, a consequence she had fully expected. Arthur admitted the pain had surpassed even the agony of shattered legs, though he was grateful he could walk again. She nodded, satisfied with his recovery. She had requested time with him from Winsome. That time, she explained, could be brief or extended, depending on what he accomplished. She intended to guide him properly, but she reminded him bluntly he was still human, and the people of Dicathen lagged far behind in their understanding of mana. Then she gave him a command. Use every spell he knew, combine them however he wished, attack her with full strength. Arthur gathered mana into his palms. Before he could release it, Meyer spoke. She described the compressed sphere of water forming in his right hand, the wind building in his left. Her tone carried light reproach. She had told him to attack with everything, not something so trivial. Ignoring the sting, Arthur cast the spells anyway, then shifted focus to the earth beneath her feet, intending to rupture it and catch her off guard. She commented casually on that too. Clever, but unnecessary. She would rather not see the grass destroyed. With effortless grace, she sidestepped both wind and water. Arthur steadied himself. She winked. This ability, she reminded him, was something he already possessed. She was simply nudging him toward it. Days blurred into weeks. Her training was merciless. She forced him to interpret mana fluctuations, to detect spells the instant they brushed the physical realm, before they fully manifested. Realm Heart had to be activated with precision, not brute endurance. Each session left him battered. Each reprimand sharpened him further. Frustration finally spilled from him one day. He accused her of using her healing arts as an excuse to injure him repeatedly. Meyer explained without apology. True interpretation began at the moment mana touched reality. From there, Realm Heart revealed its intended structure. He muttered bitterly that if healing was so effortless, she could have replaced his ruined legs long ago. Her expression hardened. Ether always demanded a price. Restoring catastrophic damage required extracting the very ether sustaining another life, a cost too great to pay casually. Arthur fell silent. She laughed lightly when he continued falling for her feints. It would be easier, she teased, if he stopped trusting what he heard. Combat was deception. An opponent's voice could lie. Words were masks. It was imagination that shaped a spell's scale, duration, and lethality. 6 weeks passed in this relentless cycle. He improved. Still, impatience gnawed at him. He could sense progress, but it was not enough. Arthur's frustration finally surfaced. He believed 6 weeks should have been enough. He should have mastered it by now. Meyer corrected him sharply. His greatest flaw, she explained, was anticipation. He reacted to spells before they truly manifested, responding to imagination rather than reality. Realm Heart was perception, not prediction. Arthur steadied his breathing, determination hardening in his gaze. Again, he demanded, This time, when Meyer moved, Arthur did not rush. He waited for the precise moment Mana brushed against the physical realm, then acted. Wind bullets shot forward with razor accuracy, shattering her forming spell mid-construction. Meyer's eyes gleamed. Approval, but only briefly. The ground erupted. Jagged earthen spears burst upward with violent force. Arthur countered instantly, releasing a sweeping inferno that reduced the stone to dust. But one shard slipped through. It sliced through the air with lethal intent. Arthur braced. A hand swept past him and caught the shard mid-flight, effortless, winsome. His expression was stern. Time had run out. With a respectful bow toward Meyer, he requested permission to intrude. The subtle weight of that gesture did not go unnoticed. Arthur had long suspected her standing within the Indrath clan, but seeing Winsome bow confirmed it without words. She acknowledged him calmly. Winsome explained that Lord Indrath had already arranged Arthur's next instructor. The new mentor was waiting, and not known for patience. Meyer offered no resistance. She merely stated that she would continue observing Arthur's progress. Winsome assured her such visits would not be hindered. Before departing, Meyer turned to Arthur one last time. She reminded him of the world around him, the truth she had revealed. His mastery of Realm Heart was expected to continue. Arthur silently vowed to exceed that expectation before they met again. They left the cottage behind, weaving through the forest canopy where filtered sunlight danced across the ground. Winsome's gaze lingered on Arthur with quiet scrutiny. Few could claim to have been healed by Meyer. Fewer still could say she had personally trained them. To Winsome, Arthur's fortune bordered on absurd. Arthur attempted to pry answers about her identity. Winsome refused. If Lady Meyer had chosen silence, it was not his place to speak. As they walked, Arthur's earlier perception of Winsome resurfaced. Once he had viewed the elf as someone lofty and refined. Now that image felt diminished. Winsome sensed it. His pride stiffened. Even as the lowest among his kind, he would still eclipse every warrior Arthur had known in Dicathen. The gulf between Asuras and lesser races was immeasurable. A faint look of exasperation crossed his face, but he said nothing further. Instead, he quickened his pace. There was no time to waste. Without warning, Winsome stepped into a shimmering gate and vanished. Arthur followed immediately. The familiar dizziness overtook him. When he emerged, unease gripped him. Weeks, months, possibly longer. Winsome, however, remained composed. He reflected silently on Arthur's prior lessons, Meyer refining his interpretation of mana, Winsome himself sharpening the boy's augmented melee combat. Pieces of a warrior had been forged. Now they needed to be unified. A presence interrupted Arthur's thoughts. From high above a vast gorge, a thunderous voice rolled downward. It mocked him, a fledgling, a pup heralded as Dicathen's savior. At the crater's edge stood a figure no larger than a speck against the blazing sun. Then it leapt. As it fell, it grew, impossibly large, like a star crashing to earth. The impact shook the ground. A violent shockwave of sand and debris exploded outward. Arthur and Winsome raised their arms, shielding themselves from the storm. Through the swirling haze, a massive hand lunged forward. It wrapped around Arthur's waist with crushing force and hoisted him into the air. He struggled violently, flooding his body with mana, but the grip did not yield. Panic crept into his spine. As he was dragged deeper into the dust cloud, a voice echoed from within, low, reverberating. The single greeting it uttered struck him with suffocating weight. Then, mockingly, the colossal fingers disintegrated. They crumbled into grains of sand, slipping uselessly through the air. The towering construct collapsed with them, dissolving into a cascade of dust. As the haze slowly cleared, the true figure stepped forward from within the remnants of the giant. And Arthur finally saw the being who would shape the next stage of his evolution. Winsome stepped forward, his tone formal. He introduced the man as Ren Kane, Arthur's new instructor, the one who would guide him for an extended period of time. Understanding the gravity of the moment, Arthur bowed respectfully. Ren's mind, however, moved along strange paths. His gaze shifted to Winsome, and he began musing aloud about punishment for tardiness in human society. The question was delivered with unnerving seriousness. Severed fingers, toes, imprisonment, exile. He weighed each possibility like a scholar reviewing data. Arthur blinked. Winsome answered patiently. Humans, he explained, treated lateness as a minor offense at worst. Ren seemed genuinely baffled. A race with such fleeting lifespans, and yet so careless with time. To him it was evidence of humanity's backwardness, a flaw woven into their nature. His tattered cloak brushed past Arthur as he moved with restless impatience. Trivialities dismissed, the purpose of this desolate crater awaited. Without warning, Ren ordered Arthur to strip. The bluntness cut through the air. Arthur exhaled slowly, shoulders sagging. Though his muttered protest was barely audible, Ren's sharp gaze caught the flicker of defiance before Arthur buried it. One by one, he removed his garments until he stood in little more than his underclothes. Ren circled him. Bony fingers pressed against muscle and bone with clinical detachment. He prodded arteries, traced tendons, catalogued posture and density as if Arthur were a specimen. Then his hand paused. The white feather bound around Arthur's arm. Without warning, Ren plucked it free. Arthur's chest tightened. That feather was Sylvia's final gift, far more than decoration. Ren examined it coolly, identifying it as a dragon's feather, far too valuable to be worn idly. Winsome clarified that such feathers were not simple plumage but specialized scales. Dragons did not shed them naturally. To offer one was deliberate, a profound sign of trust and affection. Arthur reclaimed it carefully, grip tightening as memory surfaced. Ren did not linger on sentiment. He resumed his circling, fingers occasionally pressing to Arthur's pulse, as though measuring time through blood. Arms out! Arthur obeyed immediately. Now came demonstration. Using only his right hand, he was to conjure an earthen pillar precisely 2.5 meters tall, with a 20-centimeter radius. Arthur inhaled. Mana gathered. Stone erupted upward, cracking into precise form. Ren's gaze sharpened. Next came fire. Controlled bursts. Then water. Rippling streams. Ice. Razor shards. Lightning. Snapping arcs. Wind. Focused gusts. One by one, Arthur displayed the foundational forms of each element. Ren straightened. Initial measurements complete. No rest. An earthen golem formed at a flick of Ren's finger. Fire. Arthur obeyed. But before the spell could release, a crushing blow struck the back of his left leg. He collapsed to one knee. The spell misfired into the sky. Ren inhaled sharply in exaggerated surprise, mockery woven into the sound. Arthur clenched his jaw. Provocation, disruption, testing under instability. The method was deliberate. Frustration simmered beneath his composure. The endless measurements felt subjective, obscured behind muttered calculations and cryptic observations. He knew his strengths. Fire and water flowed most naturally. Yet this barren crater lacked ambient water mana, placing him at a disadvantage. Ren dismissed the thought with cool detachment. Environment was irrelevant. Excuses were irrelevant. Only results mattered. There was no pause, and the next test began immediately. Arthur instinctively looked to Winsome for instruction. The elf remained silent, arms folded, offering nothing. The ground trembled. At the far edge of the crater, the earth split apart. Stone rose from the fracture like a tide of jagged bodies clawing toward the sky. Human-sized golems formed in the hundreds, their rocky frames grinding against one another as they advanced. Arthur's eyes narrowed. Ren explained casually that the number of constructs depended on complexity. These were simple. He could create thousands if he wished. The command was simple. Go all out. Arthur activated Realm Heart. The world transformed. Mana flooded his vision in brilliant currents, every fluctuation painted in luminous clarity. The advancing army glowed with the steady reinforcement of Ren's will. Arthur unleashed everything. Flame roared outward in sweeping arcs. Wind compressed into piercing blasts. Lightning cracked across stone torsos. Ice spears shattered limbs. Earth ruptured beneath advancing feet. But these were no ordinary constructs. They endured. Each golem demanded precision and power to dismantle. The battle raged for nearly an hour. Dust swallowed the crater. Fire scorched the air. Stone shards rained down in violent bursts. Arthur moved without pause, weaving spells fluidly, destroying wave after wave. At last, the final golem collapsed into rubble. Silence followed. Arthur stood amid debris, chest heaving, Realm Heart flickering as exhaustion gnawed at him. He turned to Ren. What's next? The frail Asura's grin sharpened. So far, the trials had been one-sided. The real challenge would begin when his opponents were allowed to fight back. Arthur's irritation resurfaced. Mountain wind brushed against his exposed skin. He glanced down at himself, annoyance creeping into his voice, as he questioned how long this humiliation would continue. Ren dismissed the complaint. Every movement was being analyzed. Clothing would obscure valuable data. He added flatly that there was no pleasure in observing Arthur's bare skin. His thin finger tapped his temple. Your primary weapon. Arthur summoned Dawn's ballad from his ring. Still sheathed, he offered it forward with hesitation. The blade had never unsheathed for anyone but him. Ren took it. Then he laughed. The suddenness of it startled Arthur. The frail frame trembled with genuine amusement as he regarded the weapon. Arthur stiffened. He explained quickly that the sword would not draw for anyone else. It was bound to him. Ren's laughter softened into something sharper. With effortless motion, he drew the blade. The translucent teal edge slid free, gleaming with serene brilliance beneath the sun. Arthur's breath caught. Shock hollowed his chest. How? He stumbled over the question, wondering aloud if it was simply because Ren was an Asura, because his strength transcended mortal limits. Ren dismissed that assumption immediately. It had nothing to do with power. His gaze settled on the blade with quiet ownership. He could draw it because he was its author. He had forged Dawn's ballad himself. Arthur stood frozen as realization struck him like a physical blow. Ever since discovering the mysterious blade and the strange mark etched into it, questions about its origin had lingered in his mind. Now, hearing Ren casually claim ownership of its creation felt almost unreal. Awe and disbelief tangled within him as he repeated the revelation aloud, unable to accept how simply the Asura had explained something that had haunted his thoughts for so long. Regaining his composure, Arthur shifted his questioning. If Ren truly created the weapon, then how had it ended up in Dicathen? Ren answered without a trace of concern. Dawn's ballad, he explained, had merely been one of his failed experiments. While gathering minerals in the Beast Glades, he had discarded the blade after deeming it unworthy, never imagining that anyone would recognize its value, much less awaken its true nature. That it had somehow fallen into Arthur's hands was so improbable that Ren nearly began calculating the odds aloud before Arthur hastily interrupted him. Arthur pressed further, insisting the sword was unlike anything he had ever encountered, its craftsmanship flawless beyond comparison. Ren's response dripped with disdain. Comparing even his worst creations to the crude weapons forged by lesser races, he said, was deeply insulting. Dawn's ballad had been born from a misguided attempt to craft a universal weapon, an idea he suspected he had conceived while drunk. To him, it was nothing more than a sharp object. For the first time, Ren's attention shifted away from the blade as his gaze met Winsome's. Something about the situation had sparked his curiosity, though he revealed little, appeared quietly satisfied, as if events were unfolding exactly as he had planned. He asked Ren directly whether this encounter had changed his mind. Still confused, Arthur demanded an explanation. Winsome finally revealed the true reason behind arranging the meeting. There had been two objectives. The first, as already stated, was training. Despite his eccentric nature, Ren possessed a rare and practical understanding of combat. The second goal was far more personal. Winsome had hoped Ren might craft a weapon tailored specifically to Arthur's unique fighting style, a blade worthy of him. Arthur's heart stirred at the possibility, but Ren immediately crushed the idea with blunt finality. He did not forge swords, he created them. The distinction, he made clear, was absolute. His agreement to train Arthur existed solely because of a debt owed to Lord Indrath, and that obligation did not extend to crafting weapons for lesser beings. Dawn's ballad would remain in his possession for the time being. Unwilling to let the matter rest, Arthur asked whether for the time being meant the sword would eventually be returned. Ren's answer carried an unexpected hint of concession. Though he considered the blade a failure, Dawn's ballad had chosen Arthur. That bond made it improper for him to reclaim it. He held no pride in the weapon, but neither would he deny its rightful wielder. Extending his arm, Ren caused the earth beneath his feet to stir like living flesh. A blade rose smoothly from the ground, its hilt catching the light as if freshly forged. With a casual flick, he tossed it toward Arthur. Arthur caught the weapon and examined it closely. It had been designed with purpose, a tool meant to measure its wielder's movements and record the force behind every strike it endured. Arthur tested it with several swings, still amazed by how effortlessly Ren had summoned it from solid earth. The Asura, however, regarded his astonishment as foolish, as though such feats were utterly mundane. Without warning, Ren extended his hand again, demanding the white feather Arthur guarded so carefully. Arthur instinctively stepped back, reluctant to surrender it, but Ren's sharp command left no room for refusal. With visible hesitation, Arthur handed over the dragon's feather, absent-mindedly scratching the scar that bound him to Sylvie as he did so. Ren slipped the treasured relic into his coat without explanation. Arthur was ordered to sleep, though uncertainty lingered in his gaze as he surveyed the barren crater around them. His unease deepened when Ren made it clear he would not remain. Beside them, Winsome silently formed a glowing gate of intricate runes. Before stepping through, the elder Asura offered a final piece of advice. Rest. You will need it. With a faint hum, both Asuras vanished, leaving Arthur completely alone. Silence settled over the crater, broken only by the cold whistle of mountain winds. Sleep claimed him instantly, but peace did not. A violent tremor shook the ground, jolting him awake as his head slammed against the stone ceiling of his makeshift tent. Groaning in pain, Arthur lowered the earthen barrier and froze. A massive ring of golems surrounded his camp. As one, they raised their arms, then struck. Instinct took over. Arthur erected a dome of hardened earth just as the weapons crashed down with thunderous force. The impact shattered his defense, debris raining over him as the night echoed with destruction. Dazed and half buried in dust, he struggled to rise when Ren's amplified voice boomed from above, cold and merciless. This was war. Rest would never come easily. Arthur needed to learn to fight through exhaustion, through chaos itself. The command followed immediately. Strip again. Resume battle. Arthur cursed the madness of his so-called teacher, but the grinding sound of shifting stone left no room for hesitation. The training had already begun. The golems surrounded Arthur in a tightening circle, their massive forms looming as they prepared to strike once more. When they closed in, he moved. A gale-force spell erupted from him in a violent burst. Wind exploded outward, tearing through the battlefield. He lunged toward the nearest golem. His testing sword flashed in a clean, fluid arc, carving through the creature's jugular. The construct collapsed instantly, crumbling into lifeless stone. There was no time to breathe. A halberd-wielding golem charged from behind, its weapon thrusting forward with lethal precision. Arthur pivoted sharply, steel ringing as he parried the strike. Before he could recover, another golem slammed into him with an iron shield, forcing him backward across the ground. Lightning surged around his fist as he struck, shattering the shield into fragments and sending the attacker crashing onto its back. The assault continued relentlessly. The halberd wielder swung again, its blade shrieking through the air toward Arthur's head, only to be intercepted by a deafening clang. Another golem stepped forward, its iron shield absorbing the blow meant for him. In that instant, understanding dawned. In real war, allies existed, and as one of the central figures on the battlefield, the burden would always fall on him. to decide whether to advance with overwhelming offense or remain behind to protect those who fought beside him. The battle dragged on. Stone corpses piled high until the crater resembled a graveyard of shattered bodies. Hours passed, each moment grinding down Arthur's stamina and resolve. Ren's training was merciless, yet undeniably effective, a battlefield designed solely for growth. From the outskirts, the eccentric Asura shouted instructions, reminding him to avoid being cornered, to adapt, to survive. At last, Arthur felled the final crown general, its golden insignia marking it as a commander of the enemy forces. His legs gave out. He collapsed onto the ground, chest heaving, sweat dripping down his face as exhaustion claimed him completely. The results came without sympathy. His side had lost 271. The enemy had lost 512. The numbers felt hollow. Victory meant little when weighed against the losses, especially against opponents so weak. Too many had fallen under his command. But Arthur felt no remorse. To him, they were merely stone constructs. Their destruction stirred no emotion, whether ally or enemy. As he chewed the bland, tofu-like ration handed to him, his thoughts hardened. The lessons were far from over. Ren studied his notes nearby, his silence promising harsher trials to come. Tomorrow, Arthur knew, would be worse. Turning away, he shaped sand into a makeshift bed and lay down, hoping, just once, not to awaken to marching golems. Sleep came unexpectedly, a rare mercy. For once, he rested, until a blood-curdling scream shattered the morning air. Arthur spun around, horror flooding his expression. Before him stood an Asura of the Vritra clan, its twin black horns gleaming beneath the rising sun. Clutched in its grasp was a frail, struggling figure, Tessia Erleth. Shock nearly froze him, but instinct surged stronger. Drawing upon Sylvia's dragon will, Arthur sharpened his perception and activated static void. The world slowed as he blurred forward, his blade cleaving cleanly through the Asura's forearm and freeing Tessia from its grip. The creature roared, liquid metal spilling from the wound before reshaping into a monstrous claw. With a swift motion, it launched 5 jagged spears, each the size of a ballista bolt. Arthur reacted instantly. Condensed lightning shattered 3 midair. He deflected a 4th with his blade, but the final spear curved away from him, toward Tessia. Panic gripped his chest. His sword fell from his hand as he forced static void again. With desperate effort, he caught the frozen spear inches before it struck her, its deadly tip trembling dangerously close. Summoning every ounce of strength, he hurled it aside. The projectile slammed into the earth with explosive force, cracks spiderwebbing across the ground mere moments from where Tessia lay. Then realization struck. Planting his sword into the ground, Arthur watched as both Tessia and the basilisk dissolved into fine sand, scattering across the rocky field. Illusions. From the earth itself, Ren emerged, brushing dust from his tattered coat, a smug satisfaction on his face, as though he had anticipated this outcome all along. The scenario, he explained, had been nothing more than another lesson, a test of Arthur's reactions under extreme pressure. Though irritated, Arthur admitted the absurdity had eventually exposed the trick. Ren observed him carefully, noting the reckless amount of energy Arthur had burned trying to save Tessia. When Arthur defended himself, declaring there were people he valued more than his own life, the Asura's expression shifted, curiosity flickering behind his eyes. He spoke casually of bonds, even teasingly speculating about Arthur's relationship with Tessia, leaving Arthur flustered before he hastily denied the implication. Still unsettled, Arthur questioned whether Ren truly possessed the ability to craft such flawless illusions from Earth alone. Ren confirmed he could shape countless scenarios through his element, though certain properties, like the fluidity of water, remained beyond his control. Then he turned the question back on Arthur, curious how the boy had seen through the deception. Arthur explained that once his panic faded, he noticed faint irregularities, yellow earthen mana particles moving unnaturally within both the basilisk and Tessia. Though nearly perfect, the illusion contained subtle flaws. More importantly, the idea of a basilisk dragging Tessia all the way to Epheotis had been impossible. His explanation ended with a quieter question of his own. Whether someone like him, a lesser being, could ever truly reach the level of perception and mastery over mana that the Asuras wielded so effortlessly. Ren's tone carried an unusual gravity, as he admitted that while nothing could ever truly be called impossible, the likelihood of a lesser being attaining the insight of an Asura was extraordinarily small. Yet, he added, such concerns were meaningless when it came to Arthur. Arthur frowned, pressing for clarification, but Ren's sharp gaze seemed to pierce straight through him as he revealed his reasoning. Arthur was no ordinary existence. He was an anomaly, an impossibility woven into flesh. Of ether, a power even many Asuras struggled to wield properly. Every aspect of Arthur's being defied logic and probability alike. Arthur himself was imbalance incarnate, talent, circumstance, and absurd fortune intertwined into something unprecedented. unprecedented. Arthur let out a tired chuckle, attempting to ease the weight of the declaration. If Ren's strange catalog of his abnormalities was meant as encouragement, he decided he would accept it that way. With a faint grin, he asked what came next in his training. Ren did not answer. Instead, he extended a hand and instructed Arthur to offer his dominant one. When Arthur complied, Ren revealed a small pyramidal gem. Its opaque surface appeared dull at first glance, yet something about it felt strangely compelling. The Asura explained that the mineral was known as chlorite, a rare substance. Creation, he claimed, was his specialty. With the proper tools and this gem, he could grow a weapon. Arthur blinked in disbelief at the word grow, struggling to imagine a weapon sprouting like a plant. Ren sighed at the comparison, dismissing it as inaccurate but acceptable if it helped Arthur's lesser mind grasp the concept. Normally, Ren would have spent years observing Arthur, studying every battle, collecting endless data before crafting a weapon perfectly suited to him. But time no longer allowed such precision. He would have to gamble. Before Arthur could question him further, a sharp pain exploded through his palm. Arthur cried out as Ren abruptly drove the gem into the center of his hand. Pain radiated outward as the foreign object settled deep within his flesh, feeling disturbingly alive. Ren spoke calmly despite Arthur's struggle. The chlorite had been synthesized with Sylvia's feather and a scale from Sylvie herself, materials intrinsically tied to Arthur's existence and the paths he had walked. The gem would now respond to him completely. His thoughts, his growth, every transformation he underwent. What it would ultimately become remained unknown even to Ren. Arthur questioned the logic of such uncertainty, recalling how Ren had once sworn never to craft a weapon for him. Ren's response was blunt. Arthur would need far more than a sharpened stick to survive the Vritra clan and their monstrous creations. Time was running out. Arthur's heart jolted. He had believed 2 full years remained before war reached Dicathen. Silence lingered before Ren finally revealed the truth. Alder had sent troubling news to Winsome. Against both Winsome's and Lord Indrath's wishes, Ren chose to speak openly, believing Arthur deserved to make decisions with full knowledge. The chlorite was volatile. Its transformation might take 1 year or 5. Regardless, Arthur needed strength before the coming conflict. And when Arthur demanded clarity, the truth struck like a blade. Though the full armies of Dicathen had yet to clash with their enemies, the war had already begun. Dread flooded Arthur's chest. The illusion of time shattered instantly. Winsome had promised 2 years, yet reality had moved faster than promises. War, Ren reminded him, obeyed no schedules. Determination surged through Arthur. He resolved to return home immediately and fight alongside his people. Jagged stone erupted before him, sealing his path as Ren blocked his advance. The Asura approached slowly, his voice heavy with harsh reality. If Arthur returned now, he would march straight toward death, slain by a scythe before he could change anything. Arthur protested, citing months of relentless training with the ether orb. Was that not the reason he had been brought here? Ren's answer was merciless. At his current level, Arthur was not even strong enough to threaten a retainer. His strength remained insufficient. Then came the ultimatum. Ren's gaze hardened as he demanded 1 year. Just one. Under his guidance, Arthur would finally be forged into a warrior capable of giving Dicathen a chance at survival. Arthur's chest tightened. Pride battled responsibility within him, but deep down he knew Ren spoke the truth. After a long silence, he gave his answer. 1 year. Far away, Tessia slammed her palms against a table, frustration sharp in her voice as she pleaded with her grandfather to allow her onto the battlefield. Virion did not even look up from the document before him. His refusal came cold and firm, cutting through her determination. Master Aldir stepped forward, his commanding presence filling the room. He sided with Virion, declaring Tessia's participation both dangerous and unnecessary. Her chest tightened painfully. She argued back, reminding them of her growth and the strength she had fought so hard to achieve. Aldir's reply shattered that fragile hope. It was still not enough. Heat burned behind her eyes. Not just anger, but humiliation threatening to spill into tears. Refusing to let either man witness her weakness, Tessia turned and stormed from the study. Behind her, Virion called out, his voice strained with concern. Once she was gone, he questioned the decision aloud. Aldir, however, remained unmoved, unwavering in his judgment. Aldir reminded Virion that Tessia's bond with Arthur Leywin ran far deeper than either of them wished to admit. No matter how far Arthur's training progressed under the Asuras, placing Tessia on the battlefield would only cloud his judgment. Her presence would become a weakness, one his enemies would not hesitate to exploit. Tessia strode through a long, narrow corridor, her footsteps echoing sharply against cobblestone walls. Frustration fueled each step as she turned the final corner, arriving before a pair of massive iron doors guarded by 2 sentries. One stood rigid in polished armor, an augmenter whose discipline showed in every unmoving line of his posture. Beside him waited a conjurer, softer in appearance, yet visibly uneasy as the princess approached. Their hesitation was immediate. They explained carefully that no orders had been issued by Commander Virion or Lord Aldir permitting passage. Without authorization, they could not allow anyone through. Tessia's gaze hardened, unwavering as she demanded compliance. Before the confrontation could escalate, a familiar voice sounded behind her. General Vare approached. Her presence alone shifted the atmosphere. The guards straightened instantly, exchanging uncertain glances. With calm authority, Vare declared Tessia's departure legitimate and accepted full responsibility for it herself. Relief flickered across Tessia's face as she turned toward her. Over the past 2 years, Vare had become something like an older sister. The guards moved at once. The conjurer began reciting a lengthy incantation, while the augmenter manipulated intricate knobs and levers embedded within the gate. "Destination?" he asked formally. "Edestein City," Vare replied without hesitation. The gateman pressed his palms against glowing runes, chanting until light surged across the stone platform, the gate locking onto its destination. He warned them to prepare for strict identification checks. Outside attacks had increased, and security measures were tighter than ever. As they stepped forward, Tessia leaned closer, asking quietly if Vare truly wished to spend her time babysitting her. Vare smiled faintly, admitting she had just finished lessons with Princess Catelyn and welcomed the brief change of pace. The moment they entered the circle, reality twisted. Light swallowed their vision, colors stretching into a blinding storm before snapping back into form. They emerged within the fortified city of Edestein. Once the proud human capital of Sapin, the city had transformed into a fortress of war. Built along the western coast, far from dwarven lands, elven territories, and the beast glades, it stood as the furthest refuge from active battle. Ocean surrounded 3 sides of its towering walls. After the war's declaration more than a year prior, King Glader had ordered the city torn down and rebuilt as humanity's final stronghold against Alacria. Crowded streets bustled with movement and anxious energy. Beneath woolen hoods, Tessia and Vare blended into the flow of civilians, careful to avoid attention. Vare's voice carried quiet warning. Tessia was to keep her sword ready at all times. Though Tessia tried to convince herself the city was safe, the general's tone left no room for comfort. In war, safety was an illusion. As they walked, Tessia asked about the Glader siblings' progress. Vare answered plainly. Curtis remained hardworking but average in his understanding of mana, his growth slower than expected, despite his role as a beast tamer. Princess Catelyn, however, was thriving, gifted, disciplined, and rapidly improving. After 2 years of training, even Vare admitted her reputation had been well-deserved. A complicated mix of pride and insecurity stirred within Tessia. "She's not more gifted than everyone," Tessia muttered. Vare absent-mindedly dismissed the thought, noting that Arthur was an entirely different case, an anomaly beyond comparison. Training among the Asuras would only widen the gap further. Arthur's name left Tessia quiet, thoughts tightening painfully in her chest. After a moment, she asked whether the Alacryan army could truly reach Edestein. The city sat closest to enemy territory across the western sea. Vare explained calmly that Alacria lacked the means to transport massive armies openly across the ocean. Their true threat lay elsewhere. Hidden teleportation gates scattered throughout the beast glades could secretly funnel soldiers into Dicathen. The Vritra could conceal entire forces within ancient tunnels and dungeons, waiting for the perfect moment to strike. Unease crept beneath Tessia's skin. Nearly everything they knew about Alacria came from Director Cynthia. Master Aldir had partially broken the curse binding her, but the effort left her comatose. War strained everyone. Virion and the council struggled endlessly with diplomacy and politics. The dwarves had rebelled following the deaths of their king and queen, and only delicate negotiations restored the fragile alliance. Cities across the continent rushed to fortify themselves against an approaching storm. Her grandfather carried the weight of a continent. Tessia carried only expectation, and the desperate need to prove she could help bear that burden. Her thoughts shattered when someone slammed into her from the side. Instinct took over instantly. She seized the stranger's wrist, twisted, and drove them to the ground in one fluid motion. Her sword slid halfway free, its cold edge pressed against their throat. Only then did she see the face beneath her. Emily Watskin. Emily gasped in shock, eyes widening before shifting toward the lance standing beside Tessia. Recognition dawned immediately. Tessia quickly relaxed, relief replacing tension as she helped Emily up. A smile broke across her face. She apologized for the sudden reaction, explaining she hadn't expected to see her friend appear so abruptly. And for the first time since leaving the castle, the weight on her chest chest eased, if only slightly. Tessia released a quiet breath, admitting that her body had simply reacted on instinct. Emily waved the concern away immediately, blaming herself instead. She explained that she had been carrying far too many items at once, and with her glasses constantly slipping down her nose, she could barely see where she was going. Then realization struck her. Emily suddenly jolted upright, panic flashing across her face as she remembered the urgency of her task. She hurriedly gathered her scattered papers, muttering that she was already wasting precious time. Concerned, Tessia asked what was wrong. Emily explained that the documents she carried were extremely important. Master Gideon had submitted a request through the council asking for assistance from Alance, and she had been tasked with delivering the reports personally. Without hesitation, Tessia offered to accompany her, asking if she and Ver could come along. Emily nodded quickly, grateful for the help. As they walked through the busy streets together, Tessia asked about Emily's work, noting how long it had been since they had last met at the castle. Emily let out an exhausted sigh. "Please don't call him Professor," she groaned. "That title gives him far too much dignity." She described Gideon as an eccentric genius, barely sane and wholly unfit to teach anyone. Turning the conversation back, Emily asked how the princess herself had been. Tessia's expression immediately soured. "Don't call me that," she said, reminding Emily how much she despised the title. She admitted that life inside the castle had become unbearable. Emily's lips curled into a playful smile. "Well, castle halls are terribly narrow," she said dramatically, "and the ceiling's far too low. Honestly, flying castles must have gone out of fashion." Tessia laughed, despite herself, shaking her head at Emily's absurd humor. Emily sighed afterward, her tone edged with fatigue. Spending every day beside Gideon had clearly worn down her patience, and perhaps her sanity as well. Tessia exhaled slowly, her own frustration surfacing. For over a year, she had been confined within castle walls, constantly monitored by Alder. Emily visibly cringed. "That sounds horrifying," she admitted, but her voice softened soon after. She reminded Tessia not to judge Virion too harshly. Everyone worried deeply for her, especially after the incident at Xyrus and her capture. That moment had changed everything. Tessia lowered her gaze, acknowledging the truth. She wasn't ungrateful. She was simply tired. Training each day was the only thing keeping her grounded, the only proof that she was growing stronger. Yet, hearing constant reports of Alacryan forces advancing through the beast glades filled her with restless frustration. She wanted to fight, not wait safely behind walls. Emily hesitated before carefully changing the subject. She asked about Arthur. Tessia's lips tightened slightly. The updates never changed. Aldir's reassurances echoed endlessly in her mind like a bird repeating the same phrase. Arthur was training. That was all anyone ever said. Silence stretched between them. After a while, Emily spoke again, this time barely above a whisper. "Elijah, any news?" The name struck Tessia like a blade. Her chest tightened painfully. There had been nothing. No message, no confirmation, only unanswered questions. She still didn't understand why Elijah had been taken alive. All she could hold on to was the memory of him trying to save her, a desperate act that ended with his capture. The thought threatened to pull her under. Then Ver's calm voice cut through the haze. "We've arrived." The door creaked open. A powerful wave of stench rushed outward, forcing Tessia to pinch her nose instantly. The air was thick, sour, and saturated with overlapping fumes so intense that no single smell could be identified. Emily grimaced but remained unfazed. She explained that countless minerals and experimental materials were constantly being melted and refined inside, their combined odors forming an unbearable haze. As they descended deeper into the facility, from somewhere ahead an enraged voice echoed through the halls. Emily sighed knowingly at the familiar outburst and motioned for them to follow. Nearby, Heim stood waiting with a stack of reports. He straightened immediately upon seeing them. He greeted Tessia respectfully, acknowledged General Ver with formal composure, and welcomed Emily with casual familiarity. Surprise crossed his face at their swift return, and he admitted that Gideon had been anxiously awaiting the documents. Before he could continue, Gideon himself appeared. His arrival was abrupt and chaotic. Without greeting anyone, he snatched the notebooks from Heim's hands and began flipping through them at frantic speed. Pages rustled violently beneath his fingers, nearly tearing as impatience overtook care. Emily called out to him, but he ignored her completely, discarding notebook after notebook in a growing pile. At last, Gideon stopped. His expression darkened. A sharp curse escaped his lips as he turned toward Ver. He explained that he had already submitted a formal request to the council, but since Alance was already present, it would be far more efficient if she accompanied him personally. Ver's voice remained calm. "And where exactly are we going?" Gideon answered immediately. "The eastern coast," he said, "along the northern border of the Beast Glades." Ver agreed without hesitation. The group departed immediately. Their only stop was at a nearby stable to secure horses. Emily mounted a white stallion alongside Heim's, while Tessia rode behind Ver. Soon they were racing across open terrain. The urgency surrounding Professor Gideon's request weighed heavily on them all, leaving only the rhythmic pounding of hooves and the rising howl of coastal winds to fill fill the silence. As the coastline came into view, the ocean stretched endlessly before them. Far ahead, something dark broke the horizon, a massive wreck. The remains of an enormous vessel jutted from the water, its metal frame battered relentlessly by crashing waves. Tessia's breath caught. At first glance, its structure reminded her of the Dicathen, the legendary ship spoken of in hushed admiration. But as they drew closer, dread replaced recognition. This ship had suffered devastation, far beyond anything she could have imagined. They abandoned their horses and approached on foot. The scale of destruction was overwhelming. Gargantuan impressions scarred the vessel's sides. The thought alone sent chills down Tessia's spine. Vere moved ahead, scanning the wreckage with sharp, calculating eyes. Though her expression remained composed, faint tension lingered beneath her calm exterior. There were no signs of life. Every trace that might have revealed the ship's origin had been erased with disturbing precision. Tessia slowly realized the truth. This absence was intentional. Whoever commanded this vessel had ensured their identity would never be discovered. Emily spoke nervously, her thoughts racing aloud. She wondered whether Gideon's ship designs might somehow have been leaked, perhaps stolen by a rival artificer. Gideon dismissed the idea immediately. Impossible. The vessel had remained submerged beneath the ocean until only weeks ago. He admitted he would never have known it existed, if not for a group of adventurers who had stumbled upon it when shifting tides exposed the wreck. Emily's unease deepened. What about the crew? She asked quietly. Did they drown? Gideon shook his head. If that were the case, there would be remains, he said grimly. Evidence, something. But there was nothing at all. To him, that confirmed only one conclusion. The crew had deliberately ensured no witnesses remained, and no evidence survived of whatever or whoever the ship had carried. Vere, silent until now, finally spoke. She admitted she had harbored suspicions from the moment she first saw the vessel, and now wanted Gideon's confirmation. Gideon's voice grew heavy. When he had first read the report, he confessed, he had hoped desperately that the long-lost crew of the original Dicathen had somehow returned. But after examining the wreck personally, he knew the truth. This ship, he said quietly, is not the Dicathen, and it never belonged to Dicathen. Emily struggled to voice her disbelief, but Gideon finished the thought for her. Its existence changed the very foundation of the war. Tessia frowned, unsettled. What do you mean, war? Gideon turned toward her, expression grim. It means, he said, that Alacria now possesses ships capable of carrying entire battalions across the ocean, directly into Dicathen. The atmosphere inside the council chamber was suffocating. King Blaine Glader's fist slammed against the long table, his voice echoing with fury as he demanded certainty. All eyes turned to Gideon. The artificer stood calmly despite the weight of the room. While he admitted that identifying the ship as Alacryan remained an informed speculation, he was absolutely certain of one thing. The wreck was not the Dicathen. Queen Priscilla's sharp voice cut through the chamber. How can you be so sure? Gideon straightened, pride flickering beneath exhaustion. The Dicathen had been his masterpiece. Hidden throughout its structure were personal signatures, markers embedded deep within the ship's foundation. None existed on this wreck. Worse still, the materials used in its construction were entirely different. King Blaine cursed again, rising from his seat and pacing like a trapped beast. The enemy has battleships now, he thundered. Fleets capable of transporting thousands across the sea. Holding back Alacryan infiltrators in the Beast Glades was already a struggle. An invasion from the ocean would stretch Dicathen beyond its limits. His outburst ended instantly. Aldir's voice rang through the chamber. One word was enough to silence the king. The Asura then turned toward Vere, requesting her assessment. Her response was calm and measured. Though she lacked expertise in shipbuilding, she agreed with Gideon's conclusion. The deliberate absence of identifying evidence spoke louder than any proof. Queen Priscilla voiced another concern, that the wreck might be a trap meant to draw forces away from the Beast Glades. Aldir dismissed the idea with cold logic. If deception were the goal, the ship would have been placed along the western coast, forcing Dicathen to defend the wrong front. From the sidelines, General Micah spoke cautiously. The tides had revealed the vessel by chance, and she questioned whether pursuing its mystery justified the risk. But Aldir remained firm. He recalled Cynthia, the captured Alacryan, who believed her people were raising an army within the Beast Glades, yet assuming that was their only strategy would be foolish. The Vritra clan would never rely on a single path to conquest. Dicathen faced an unavoidable reality. They would need to prepare for a two-front war, one from the Beast Glades and one from the sea. Even as the discussion continued, a grim truth settled heavily over the chamber. Without the leadership of the dwarves, their armies and mages were already stretched dangerously thin. King Blaine requested permission for himself and Queen Priscilla to accompany Marielle and Alduin on their next diplomatic journey to the kingdom of Darv. Commander Varian agreed without hesitation. If they hoped to survive what was coming, they would need the dwarves' support. With nothing more to be said, the council dispersed. Varian withdrew quietly to his private quarters. Alone at last, the weight of the war pressed fully upon him. Events were unfolding far faster than anyone had anticipated. An invasion could come from anywhere. Worse still, Tessia had already boarded one of those vessels. A soft knock interrupted his thoughts. Enter. The door opened and Tessia stepped inside, carrying herself with calm composure. He had summoned her for a reason, yet when their eyes met, Varian hesitated. For a brief moment, he was not a general, only a grandfather. At last, he activated the artifact resting upon his desk. Its surface glowed, projecting a moving image across the wall. The recording, a battlefield, appeared. Chaos, blood, desperation. Tessia's eyes widened as the scene unfolded. The recording showed a brutal clash deep within a dungeon where Alacryan forces had established a stronghold. Within moments, more than 50 Dicathen soldiers fell. The tide shifted, yet victory brought no relief, only greater slaughter. Bodies littered the ground as spells detonated and steel collided in relentless fury. Though the recording carried no sound, the silence felt louder than screams. One could almost hear the dying breaths echoing through the chamber. The image ended abruptly. The mage holding the artifact was struck by a stray spell, and the projection vanished instantly. Darkness returned. Silence followed. Varian's chest felt unbearably heavy. 200 soldiers, 20 mages, and all lost under his command. Though he bore the title of general, he felt only the crushing burden of responsibility. The war had barely begun, yet decisions he had made would haunt him for the rest of his life. Duty warred against love. Every instinct within him demanded that he protect Tessia, to keep her far from battle, no matter how capable she had become. He knew she was no longer a child. Years of relentless training had forged her into a powerful mage, one capable of influencing the course of war itself. But she was still only one person. One mistake, one moment of misfortune, and he could lose her forever. That fear had been the reason he forbade her from fighting. Now, standing before her, he searched her eyes. Even after witnessing the brutal reality of war, Tessia's expression did not falter. Her gaze hardened. She nodded. Her resolve was absolute. Without a word, Varian tossed a blade toward her. A test. A challenge. Tessia caught the sword cleanly, fingers tightening around the hilt, as if anchoring her determination to the weapon itself. Her eyes burned with quiet conviction. Satisfied, Varian released the second form of his beast will. The air thickened instantly, pressure rolling outward, as primal energy surged from him. He studied her carefully, ensuring she understood what was coming. Tessia steadied her breathing and raised her blade in silent acceptance. Varian moved first. He lunged forward, crossing the distance in a blur, driving the pommel of his sword toward her stomach. Tessia anticipated the strike. She stepped back just in time, the blow glancing off instead of landing fully. Mana surged through her body. A protective second skin formed around her as emerald energy spilled outward and seeped into the ground. The field responded violently. Massive roots erupted from the earth beneath Varian's feet. He leapt back narrowly, avoiding a root as thick as a tree trunk that burst upward to ensnare him. In seconds, the battlefield transformed. Vines exploded from the soil, weaving into a dense, living web that coiled protectively around Tessia like loyal serpents. Standing atop her living domain, she advanced, running across shifting vines with effortless grace. Her blade shone brilliant green as concentrated mana gathered along its edge. She struck. Varian met her head-on, reinforcing his weapon with mana as their blades collided. The impact rang through the air. He shifted smoothly, retreating while seizing her sword arm and stamping down on her leading foot to break her balance. Tessia tilted forward, vulnerable. Varian prepared to throw her, but the battlefield obeyed its master. Slender vines surged upward, wrapping around Tessia's waist and halting her fall mid-motion. Using their support, she twisted upward with explosive momentum and lashed out with both feet. Varian intercepted the kick with the flat of his blade, though the force rippled through his arms. Tessia pressed forward relentlessly. Her mastery of the beast will showed in every movement. Vines shifted beneath her feet like living platforms. Varian's eyes gleamed with fierce pride as he poured more mana into his limbs and surged forward once again. He closed the distance. For a brief moment, Tessia lost sight of him within the chaos. Just as his strike descended, she vanished. Her body sank into the mass of vines beneath her. Varian reacted instantly, leaping back as the green tendrils surged together, weaving into a dense protective sphere around her. The living shield pulsed with mana, and the duel was far from over. For a brief moment, fear gripped Varian's heart. He worried she had lost control again. But when the shell of vines slowly split apart, what emerged stole even his breath. Tessia stood transformed. Her turquoise eyes shone with an almost divine radiance. Intricate markings spread outward from them, delicate yet powerful, giving her face a celestial, otherworldly beauty. Her wooden training blade was gone. In its place, mana itself obeyed her will. Without hesitation, Tessia spun forward, twin blades carving through the air in a relentless storm of strikes. Each attack flowed seamlessly into the next, sometimes overwhelming, forcing Varian backward, other times precise and calculated, searching for openings that did not exist moments before. The old elf found himself drawn into her tempest. Her growth pressed against him with undeniable force. Steel and mana clashed again and again. Thin cuts opened across both their bodies, droplets of blood scattering across the grass like crimson rain. But time revealed the cost. The glowing runes etched across Tessia's face began to fade. Pain crept into her expression. Her breathing grew uneven. The power fueling her strikes began to falter. Varian seized the moment. He surged forward, delivering a swift, precise kick that struck her jaw and staggered her balance. Before she could collapse, he caught her arm, guiding her descent as his leg swept behind her knee. With practiced gentleness, he lowered her to the ground. The final traces of her beast will dissolved into the air like fading mist. Tessia lay there, chest heaving, her body trembling with exhaustion. Frustration flickered across her eyes. Even after everything, she had failed to land a decisive blow. But when she looked up, Varian's expression was not disappointment. It was pride. His smile carried both warmth and authority. On the battlefield, she would no longer be his granddaughter. She would be his soldier. The words carried immense weight. Exhilaration lit Tessia's tired eyes, brighter even than during her integration phase. Hope surged within her, yet Varian quickly steadied that hope with firm conditions. Her path as a soldier required the consent of both her parents. More importantly, she must never forget the burden of her identity. On the battlefield, her status would grant her no protection. Her commander, whoever that might be, would treat her no differently from any other soldier. And if her comrades ever doubted her ability to protect herself, he would remove her from combat without hesitation. Tessia nodded quickly, determination shining through despite the nervous tension tightening her posture. Varian's thoughts shifted to her second phase. He warned her against relying on it recklessly. The storm of attacks she had unleashed proved its overwhelming strength, but also its danger. In that state, she abandoned caution, depending entirely on the beast will's power rather than her own judgment. Tessia admitted quietly that Master Aldir had warned her of the same. The weight of that uncertainty lingered between them. Together, they left the training grounds. Just before exiting, Varian stopped her. His expression darkened, shadowed by both love and pain. From this moment onward, he could no longer act as her grandfather. Every decision he had made until now had been to protect her happiness and safety. But as a soldier, she would receive orders not for her comfort, but for the survival of Dicathen. His voice trembled slightly. This was his final warning. Without hesitation, Tessia stepped forward and wrapped her arms tightly around him. She did not call him grandfather, commander. Through that single word and her embrace, she promised him everything. Dicathen was her home, and she would fight to protect it, and the people she loved. Varian's heart ached. He believed in her resolve, but he feared the price she was willing to pay. After sending Tessia away, Varian descended deep beneath the castle. The air grew thick with the scent of medicinal herbs. At the end of a narrow corridor lay a simple room. Cynthia rested there, unmoving in endless sleep. A nurse named Anna had just finished tending to her, ensuring her body remained healthy despite her unconscious state. Once alone, Varian sat beside her bed. The stern commander faded, leaving only a weary old man. He spoke softly into the silence. The Alacryan threat loomed ever closer. Steamships capable of carrying tens of thousands toward Dicathen's shores. Cynthia, already present long before their own vessel's construction, could not have known such advancements were possible. Yet war was not what troubled him most. It was Tessia. He had granted her permission to fight. Outwardly, he declared he would treat her as a soldier. But deep within, he knew it was a lie. Her determination would have driven her to war regardless. Allowing her to fight under supervision was the only way he could protect her, even if it meant watching her walk a path filled with danger. His heart carried unbearable contradictions. Once he had relinquished his crown to escape responsibility. Now he bore the weight of leading not only his people, but the entire Tri-Union's forces. The presence of the Asura weighed constantly upon him, ensuring he remained strong enough, mentally and strategically, to command while lances and guild leaders awaited his decisions. All he truly desired was peace, a quiet garden, the chance to spend his final years watching his granddaughter grow without fear. Yet fate proved cruel. The very child he wished to protect, he had just sent to war. The burden of Alduin, Marielle, Blaine, and Priscilla's reliance rested heavily upon Varian's shoulders. Each of them fulfilled their roles with unwavering dedication. Yet in the end, all eyes turned to him. Lord Aldir himself had named Varian the only leader capable of commanding Dicathen's armies, and that declaration weighed more heavily than any crown he had once worn. For the first time in many years, the weight of mortality pressed against him with suffocating clarity. He had already outlived his wife. The thought of surviving his children, or worse, his granddaughter, filled him with a despair he could scarcely endure. His gaze drifted towards Cynthia. Guilt tore through him like a blade. He had known, deep down he had sensed the truth, that the curse placed upon her had never truly been lifted. Her fate had been sealed the moment she chose to defy Alacria and the Vritra. And still, he had allowed her sacrifice, all for the fragile hope of gaining an advantage in a war that had only just begun. It was a decision he knew he would never forgive himself for. Cynthia had been more than a spy. She had abandoned her own people for the sake of his, proving a loyalty stronger than blood itself. Varian understood that the true war was only beginning, and the days ahead would grant him no time to return to her side. Slowly rising from his chair, he carried with him a silent vow. When the battles finally ended, no matter the cost, he would find a way to awaken her. Until that day, she would rest, waiting for a promise he fully intended to keep. Far from the quiet halls of the castle, Tessia commanded her squad with sharp precision. "Darvis, switch with Stannard." Darvis fought with reckless enthusiasm, a grin plastered across his face despite the danger. Tessia reminded him, again, of the countless times she had saved his life. Nearby, Curia moved like flowing water through the battlefield. She slipped past a spiked club and answered with a brutal uppercut that snapped an orc's head back, mocking Darvis even as she fought. The pressure mounted as more gnolls flooded into the cavern. From the rear, Stannard struggled to locate the pack leader, his strained voice barely rising above the roar of battle. Curia, cleaving through another hulking orc, suggested retreat before they were overwhelmed. Driving her blade deep into an armored gnoll, Tessia realized he was right. What had begun as a scouting mission had become a full-scale engagement. Retreat was their only option. Darvis cursed the spellcasters stationed safely behind the lines, prompting immediate protest from Stannard. Ignoring their bickering, Tessia leapt backward and positioned herself beside the mage. "Now," she ordered, she would hold them. He would finish it. Warning Curia and Darvis to clear the area, Tessia pressed both palms against the cavern floor and whispered her incantation. The earth trembled. Vines exploded upward in a violent surge, thick roots bursting through stone as they ensnared gnolls and massive orcs alike. Living ivy coiled around the beast like iron chains, halting their advance and creating the opening her squad desperately needed. Stannard raised a strange device resembling a narrow crossbow. The embedded gem within it glowed a brilliant crimson as he took aim. He waited. Only when his allies cleared the line of fire did he pull the trigger. The weapon roared. Propulsion blast erupted forward in a blazing torrent, nearly throwing the small mage off his feet. The first wave of enemies ignited instantly, their bodies burning like tinder as a wall of fire surged outward, trapping the remaining beasts behind it. The squad watched grimly as flames consumed the battlefield, smoke and screams serving as a harsh reminder of war's reality. Darvis raised an impressed brow. Stannard slung the weapon over his shoulder, admitting the recoil still left him aching, though pride colored his tone. Curia immediately reminded him that proper training would solve that weakness, while Stannard's exaggerated groan made it clear he had not forgotten their last sparring match. Their familiar rhythm returned, Curia pressing, Stannard deflecting with sarcasm. Tessia cut through it instantly. The fire won't hold them long. The group refocused and retreated through the narrow corridor. Even in danger, Darvis began speculating about dinner, his hopeful tone wildly out of place. Stannard complained about the cook's endlessly bland meals, while Darvis dramatically invoked Tessia's royal status, pretending devotion in hopes of better food. Tessia recoiled in visible disgust. Curia stepped between them immediately, shoving Darvis back with sharp words that left no room for misunderstanding. His antics would not be tolerated. Unfazed, Darvis mocked Curia's height. She snapped back instantly, insisting she was petite and cute, before clinging to Tessia's arm for validation. Darvis only grinned wider, dragging Stannard into the argument and labeling him the truly petite one. Stannard looked genuinely offended. The bickering threatened to spiral until Tessia finally intervened, surrounded by blood, grime, and exhaustion. She reminded them how meaningless such arguments were inside a dungeon. Still, she silently admitted a proper shower would greatly improve morale. Soon they reached the mana-reinforced iron wall, marking the camp's safety. A signal slit glowed red before sliding open, allowing the squad inside. Warm firelight greeted them. The scent of herbs and cooked meat washed away the dungeon's oppressive gloom almost instantly. Tessia instructed everyone to clean up. Moments later, freshly washed and dressed, they gathered around the fires. Laughter returned. Food was shared. Easy conversation replaced tension. Watching her squad, Tessia reflected quietly. 3 months of hardship had changed them, forged them together far more deeply than she had expected. It was then a familiar voice called her name. Tessia turned at the sound of her name, surprise flashing across her face. Standing before her was Helen Shard of the Twin Horns, an old and familiar presence. Without hesitation, Tessia rushed forward and wrapped Helen in a warm embrace before stepping back to greet the rest of the Twin Horns gathered behind her. Turning proudly toward her own squad, Tessia began the introductions. Darvis wasted no time, stepping forward. With dramatic enthusiasm, he introduced himself to Angela, the Twin Horns conjurer, proudly declaring himself the fourth son of the noble Clarel family. Curia immediately ruined the moment. She bluntly exposed his spoiled upbringing and arrogant tendencies, earning a chorus of amused reactions. Despite herself, Tessia admitted inwardly that Darvis possessed the skill to justify his pride. His reflexes were sharp, and his control over mana marked him as a genuine prodigy. Helen's gaze soon settled on Curia. Recognition sparked instantly. The Retta family, longtime retainers of the Clarel household, were famous for their gauntlet techniques, just as the Clarels were renowned for their mastery of the axe. Korea, raised as a son by her traditional parents before being cast aside, carried that legacy fiercely. Darvis's story was not much gentler. The moment he reached the solid yellow stage, his father had forced him onto the battlefield, stripping him of noble comforts and casting him into war. Since childhood, the two had become inseparable. Darvis's reckless arrogance balanced by Korea's fiery optimism, their opposing personalities somehow binding the group together. Their bond revealed itself quickly. When Darvis pushed too far, Korea snapped back without hesitation, sometimes grabbing him by the collar or neck while he protested loudly at her violence. Jasmine watched the exchange with amusement. "They remind me of Arthur and Tessia," she remarked casually. Laughter erupted among the twin horns. Tessia froze, her cheeks flushing crimson at the unexpected comparison. Nearby, Durden's curiosity drew him toward Stannard. He examined the unusual weapon slung over the mage's shoulder. "What kind of crossbow is that? I've never seen anything like it." Stannard hesitated, fumbling awkwardly before admitting it had been specially crafted because of his deviant powers, or more accurately, something he himself had designed. Tessia stepped in to clarify. Stannard possessed the rare ability to store spells within beast cores. The twin horns reacted immediately, eyes widening in astonishment. Though his mana core suffered from limited reserves, his deviant power compensated in ways few mages could match. A dual affinity conjurer of fire and wind, Stannard had transformed weakness into ingenuity, forging himself into an invaluable asset. Despite being one of the youngest squads stationed in the region, Tessia's team had already proven capable of standing alongside veteran parties in the relentless fighting. Still, pride gave way to curiosity. Turning back to Helen, Tessia asked what had brought the twin horns here. Helen's expression grew heavy. They had just returned from the wall, where they had been stationed for months. The fighting had worsened dramatically. Though their current assignment involved scouting, she warned Tessia to prepare for what lay ahead. Stannard cautiously asked what they had witnessed there. Silence followed. Only when Tessia pressed further did Helen answer. Yes, they had fought Alacryan mages. The battles had been long and exhausting. But the true danger was not the mages. It was the beasts. Angela stepped forward to explain. The Alacryans had gained control over mutated S-class mana beasts, creatures capable of commanding hundreds, even thousands of lesser beasts. One such monster existed within this very cavern. If left alive, it could become the spearhead that shattered the wall itself. Their mission was simple: find it, kill it, before the Alacryans unleashed catastrophe. These mutants were no ordinary mana beasts. Corrupted and controlled, they ruled entire dungeons like tyrants. Through them, the Alacryans commanded vast hordes, forcing beasts into absolute obedience. As long as a mutant lived, its species fought with terrifying loyalty. Across Dicathen, dozens of squads were being deployed into dungeons to eliminate these creatures before enough beasts could be gathered to assault the continent's defenses. Tessia's squad had drawn one of the most dangerous assignments. An S-class mutant resided here. Its survival could alter the course of the war itself. Defeating it was not merely survival, it was a necessity for Dicathen's defense. Tessia turned back to Helen, seeking news from the wall. Before Helen could answer, Adam interrupted. His voice was sharp, worn thin by experience. War isn't some bedtime story. His words carried the bitterness of someone who had watched too many people die. Tessia met his gaze without flinching. She acknowledged the horrors he described, but made her stance clear. Her question was not born from naivety. She needed her squad prepared, because once their mission ended, they too would be sent to the battlefield. Angela quickly stepped in, suggesting they set up camp, her lighter tone easing the tension as she volunteered to begin preparing dinner. Durden quietly approached Tessia afterward, offering reassurance. Adam's harshness, he explained, came from concern, not cruelty. Then Helen spoke again, her voice far heavier. Mana beasts were dangerous, but predictable. They fought to survive. Alacryan soldiers were different. They killed with purpose. Stannard struggled to grasp the difference until Jasmine explained further. War was not decided by strength alone. It was decided by information. Armies sought secrets relentlessly, capturing enemies not merely to defeat them, but to break them. Against beasts, hatred came easily. They were simple enemies, understandable enemies, and humans were not. Fighting beasts had always been simple. They attacked on instinct. They killed to survive. But when the enemy was human, when they could speak, scream in pain, and beg for mercy, the line between right and wrong blurred into something far more terrifying. Tessia's worry surfaced as she prepared to ask another question. Before she could speak, a thunderous crash echoed from deeper within the dungeon, followed by frantic shouting near the gated entrance. A desperate voice cried out from beyond the doors, pleading to be let in. The gate swung open. A bloodied scout was carried inside by a sentry, his armor torn and soaked crimson. "Medic! We need a medic!" The camp erupted into chaos. Helen watched the scene unfold, her brows knitting together as she turned toward Tessia. "Does this happen often?" Tessia shook her head immediately. "No, never." The disturbance drew Drogo from across the camp, He hurried forward, concern flashing across his face as his gaze searched for the princess. Relief softened his expression when he confirmed she was unharmed. Then his eyes landed on Helen. Recognition sparked instantly. Helen Shard. Their reunion was brief but warm, overshadowed quickly by urgency as Drogo's expression hardened once more. "What brings the twin horns here?" Before anyone could answer, a medic muttered that the princess was likely eager to hear whatever news their slumbering prince had delivered. Tessia offered an awkward smile, unable to fully hide her curiosity. Elder Elbrita shut the moment down immediately. She pointed toward a stack of herb bundles. "You, Stannard, stop standing there and help." Caught off guard, Stannard stammered before scrambling to obey. Helen quickly reassured the healer that they meant no disrespect, explaining that she had been sending reports back to the wall and hoped speaking directly with the scout would provide faster answers. Drogo nodded. "The scout's conscious," he said, "but it may take time before he can talk." Stannard glanced toward the injured man, concern evident. "What happened to him?" Elbrita answered without looking up from her work. "Severe dehydration, extreme exhaustion, no food or water for days." She gestured toward the scout's feet, "and judging by those wounds, he's been running without rest." Drogo's voice lowered. "What chased him?" As the group turned to leave the tent, a sharp gasp stopped them. The scout struggled upright, coughing violently. "How long?" he croaked. "How long was I out?" "About 10 minutes," Drogo replied calmly. A medical assistant handed him water. The scout drained the glass in a single desperate gulp. Drogo leaned closer. "What happened? Where's your team?" The man trembled. "My name is Sayre." His voice shook as he spoke. "They're all dead." Silence fell over the tent. A disagreement had separated him from his squad earlier. Guilt drove him to follow after them, but by the time he caught up, they had already walked into an ambush. Gnolls, hundreds of them, stronger than any previously encountered. Some carried forged weapons, proof of intelligence and coordination. Sayre described death in its rawest form: screams, blood, chaos. He survived only by hiding for days, carefully constructing a teleportation gate while avoiding detection before finally escaping. Then came the worst part. Behind the ambush stood a massive sealed door. The Gnolls had been guarding it, protecting something. His discovery confirmed their greatest fear. The den of the S-class mutant lay beyond that door. Within minutes, Drogo's voice thundered across the cavern, relaying the news to more than 100 soldiers. The camp exploded into motion, armor tightened, weapons drawn, mana flared to life. Months of preparation had led to this moment, yet nothing could truly prepare them for an S-class threat. Korea and Darvis steadied themselves, confidence masking lingering nerves. Tessia stood composed, her sharp eyes analyzing every corner of the cavern with calm precision. Stannard, however, struggled internally. Tessia's strength far surpassed his own, and the thought of keeping pace with her weighed heavily on him. The monsters ahead were nothing like those they had fought before. Korea noticed immediately. "Stop thinking so loudly," she teased softly. Startled, Stannard turned toward her. She extended a hand with a playful grin. "Stretch. You'll freeze up otherwise." Drogo's voice boomed again, carrying orders throughout the cavern. Vanguard teams assembled at the gate, weapons clenched tightly. Tension thickened the air. Then Tessia spoke. Her calm voice cut through the fear. "We'll all make it back," she said firmly. "And afterward, we're eating properly." Korea, Darvis, and Stannard echoed her confidence, their resolve strengthening. Drogo roared, unsheathing his longsword. "Forward!" The gates opened. The army surged inside. Steel clashed instantly against fang and claw as the cavern erupted into battle. Stannard shouted wildly as he entered, spotting 2 hyena-faced gnolls tearing apart an augmenter ahead. Darvis moved first. He leapt forward with fluid precision, twin axes spinning through the air. Mana swirled around the blades as they carved lethal arcs. Both gnolls' heads fell cleanly. The team pressed deeper, confronting a waiting horde of gnolls and orcs, while earlier squads continued fighting nearby. "Korea, left!" came a warning. Stannard pivoted instantly. He fired. A blazing shot pierced straight through an orc's chest, dropping it instantly. Korea surged forward, her gauntlet smashing into a gnoll's abdomen with a brutal impact. Stannard fired again. 4 more beasts collapsed under precise shots. Darvis ripped his hatchet free from an orc's skull and grinned. "Finally useful." Stannard smirked back. "Try keeping up." Suddenly, Korea's voice rang out. "Little help." Surrounded by gnolls, she braced herself. Darvis reacted instantly, hurling his axe with deadly accuracy. The spinning weapon split a gnoll's skull open. At the same moment, Stannard launched another shot, blasting aside a second enemy and opening a path. Korea seized the moment. She lunged forward, her gauntlets crashing down. 2 gnolls fell in a single decisive strike. The battle raged on as the team advanced deeper toward the sealed gate and the monster waiting beyond. Meanwhile, Tessia released the power of her Elderwood Guardian's beast will. Emerald light surged from her body. Vines burst violently from the cavern floor, twisting and coiling like living serpents. They wrapped around nearby mana beasts, forming an unbreakable web that crushed and constricted without mercy. The trapped creatures thrashed wildly. It lasted only seconds. The vines tightened, bones snapped. The beasts were torn apart beneath the relentless pressure of her will. Tessia raised a hand, signaling Darvis. Their eyes met in silent understanding. Darvis nodded. Together, they shifted their movements, driving the remaining orcs backward. Each strike forced the enemies closer together, guiding them exactly where Tessia intended. The surrounding soldiers caught on instantly. Like a well-practiced machine, they repositioned, forming a funnel that pushed the beasts into a dense cluster directly before Stannard. Stannard's heartbeat thundered. This was his moment. He pulled a glowing orange-red beast core from his pouch and locked it into his mana launcher. Flames flickered along its surface as mana surged through the weapon. Here goes, he fired. The recoil slammed into him like a charging beast, launching him backward into the cavern wall. From the launcher erupted Hell's prison, a massive sphere of fire 3 times his size. The blazing orb expanded midair, swallowing the clustered orcs and gnolls whole. Conjurer spells collided with the inferno, feeding its fury as flames roared outward in a storm of heat and light. For a moment, the cavern became a sun. Then the fire faded. Charred corpses blanketed the stone floor. A roar of cheers erupted from the soldiers, morale surging through the ranks like wildfire. Drogo's commanding voice cut through the celebration. Healers, raise your flags. Gather the wounded. Anyone unable to continue returns to camp immediately. Darvis approached Stannard, offering a crooked grin and a wink before pulling him to his feet. No words were needed. The gesture alone spoke of respect earned in battle. Moments later, Drogo's voice rang across the cavern once more. This battle is an overwhelming triumph. He declared that despite the surprise assault, their forces had prevailed. Around them, soldiers cheered again. But Stannard felt nothing resembling victory. Drogo's words echoed hollowly in his ears. 10 soldiers were dead. They had not even reached the den. To others, it might be a number. To him, each death felt unbearably heavy. How many more would fall before this day ended? Months of fruitless expeditions had dulled their vigilance. Confidence had turned into carelessness, and the blood spilled today proved the cost. He turned toward Tessia. Are you all right? Tessia exhaled slowly. It's good that we won, she admitted, but 10 soldiers still died. Darvis spread his arms dramatically. Behold our compassionate princess, mourning us lowly peasants. His exaggerated tone earned him an exhausted glare. Tessia clearly had no patience left for his sarcasm. Korea stepped forward gently. We did everything we could, she said softly. And we still won. Stannard nodded. We all understand the risks when we step onto the battlefield. No one expects to save everyone. Tessia forced a faint smile. I know. You're right. Nearby, Darvis muttered under his breath, mocking Stannard's awkward attempt at comfort. Flustered, Stannard immediately protested. That's not what I meant. Ignoring the bickering, Tessia lifted her gaze toward the cavern ceiling, her voice barely above a whisper. At this rate, I'll never catch up to him. Korea leaned closer, curiosity gleaming in her eyes. The same boy you always talk about? Darvis groaned loudly. Again with Arthur? He rolled his eyes. When are you going to let go of that fantasy? We have real problems to worry about. Tessia shook her head calmly, attempting to explain. But Darvis cut her off. You describe him like he's some perfect, all-powerful hero. Korea immediately snapped back. You're just jealous, she said sharply. Arthur's everything you wish you were. Stronger, better, and honestly, better looking too. Darvis bristled. Take that back, you condensed ogre. Tessia spoke quietly. I think it's true. He was always popular at school, even if he never noticed. She hesitated. When we first met, I was actually afraid of him. Korea leaned closer, intrigued. The time he saved you from slave traders? Tessia's face flushed crimson. At the time, it didn't feel like kindness, she admitted. It felt calculated, like everything he did had a purpose. She lowered her gaze. Arthur always had a frightening side. Korea laughed lightly. That just makes him sound more interesting. Darvis groaned in disgust. He doesn't sound great to me. His tone sharpened. He left you alone plenty of times. During the Alacryan attack at Xyrus Academy, he didn't even check on you after you were kidnapped. Just vanished. Tessia's eyes narrowed. He checked with my grandfather to make sure I was safe, she said firmly. He had urgent matters elsewhere. Darvis scoffed. Right, secret training. Convenient excuse. Sensing the tension rising, Stannard nudged him sharply. Enough. But Darvis continued, his words harsher now. Maybe he just ran away from the war. Maybe he was scared to die. Korea snapped at him immediately. That's too far. Tessia spoke before the argument could escalate further. Her gaze hardened, steady, unshakable, and she answered him herself. Tessia shook her head firmly. You're wrong, she said, her voice steady despite the tension around them. Arthur can be naive sometimes, even clueless in certain ways, but he would never run away out of fear. Her eyes hardened with conviction. The people he loves mean too much to him. Protecting them has always come first. Darvis threw his hands into the air in exaggerated surrender. All right, he said mockingly. Arthur Leywin, the destined hero who will save us all from the Alacryans. His bitter sarcasm lingered in the air. Stannard shifted uneasily. I don't know, he admitted. Is he really as strong as you say? Tessia didn't hesitate. Yes. The certainty in her voice left no room for doubt. Korea's eyes sparkled with excitement. I want to meet him someday. Tessia smiled warmly, a softness briefly replacing the exhaustion in her expression. You will, she said quietly. I'm sure you will. I just hope it's soon, she thought. Before the conversation could continue, the atmosphere changed. Around them, soldiers began reorganizing, armor clinking softly as formations reassembled. The group rose, boots echoing against the cavern floor as they prepared to advance deeper. Darvis lingered slightly behind Stannard, his unease obvious despite his earlier bravado. His voice dropped to a hushed whisper. "I don't like this." Ahead, conjurers raised their hands, spheres of light blooming into existence and illuminating the tunnel in shifting orange hues. The column slowed. Drogo lifted a hand. Everyone halted instantly. His voice came low and measured. "This is where Sayre's scouting team was ambushed." Silence tightened around them. "Hundreds of gnolls and orcs," Drogo continued grimly, "some larger and far more vicious than anything we've faced before." He glanced across the soldiers. "Steel yourselves. May those watching over us grant us strength." The formation moved again, breaking into a steady jog. Boots struck stone in rhythmic unison. Breath echoed through the cavern, heavy and controlled. Suddenly Drogo stopped. His head turned sharply, instincts flaring as his grip tightened around his longsword. The entire company froze. Before them stretched a vast cavern, silent, still, and drenched in death. Gnoll and orc corpses littered the ground in grotesque heaps, bodies twisted at unnatural angles. Blood soaked the stone floor, and the metallic stench of slaughter hung thick in the air. Hundreds of mana beasts, all dead, not defeated in battle, massacred. Confusion rippled through the ranks. Stannard looked around, strangely comforted by the identical uncertainty reflected on every soldier's face. Relief warred with dread. They hadn't fought this battle. Then what had? Drogo snapped out of his stunned silence. "Forward!" he commanded sharply, pointing toward the massive doors at the far end of the circular cavern. Every gaze followed. Realization settled heavily over them. Beyond those doors lay the mutant's den. Tessia's voice cut through the tension. "Hold formation." Her squad nodded silently. One soldier near the front stiffened. "Commander," he said carefully. "The door, it isn't fully closed." Unease spread instantly. Eyes darted between one another. Drogo stomped hard against the stone floor. The sharp crack snapped everyone back to attention. "Open it." Several soldiers stepped forward, straining as they pushed against the enormous metal slabs. The doors groaned. The gap widened. Darkness revealed itself beyond the threshold. Weapons rose. Mana gathered. The soldiers prepared for battle. Then they stopped, frozen. At first, it looked like nothing more than another pile of corpses, a grotesque mound of mana beasts stacked upon one another. But as their eyes adjusted, the truth emerged. Near the peak of the mountain of bodies, someone sat. A lone figure rested calmly atop the hill of death. Unmoving, unshaken, an invisible pressure filled the air. In that moment, every soldier understood the same truth. Numbers meant nothing before someone like him. Time seemed to crawl. Tessia's blade slipped from her fingers. It struck the stone floor with a sharp clang that echoed through the silent cavern. Recognition hit her like a physical blow. Her breath trembled. Her voice barely escaped her lips. "Arthur." Tessia took a hesitant step forward, then another, her uncertainty fading as she called out again, her voice trembling slightly as she asked if it was truly him. The suffocating silence that had settled over the cavern shattered suddenly. A sharp, high-pitched chirp pierced the air. From the darkness, a streak of white shot forward like lightning, cutting through the air before diving straight into Tessia's arms. Her eyes widened instantly with recognition as she wrapped the small creature in a tight embrace. Sylvie, the little dragon, nuzzled against her as if no time had passed at all. The moment drew every gaze in the cavern. Drogo stepped forward, his usual steadiness shaken. When he spoke, his voice faltered slightly, betraying the unease tightening in his chest as he demanded that the stranger identify himself. At last, the figure moved. He leapt down from the mountain of corpses, landing with effortless grace on the stone floor before the towering doorway. Then he stepped forward, out of the oppressive shadows. "I'm Arthur Leywin." The name echoed through the hollow cavern like a ringing bell. Several members of the Twin Horns rushed forward immediately, their voices bursting with disbelief and recognition as they shouted his name. Tessia, however, could not move. She stood frozen where she was, her chest tightening with emotion as she stared at him. Stannard's thoughts spun wildly. If this really was Arthur, the boy Tessia had spoken about so often, then how had he appeared here? What had happened in this cavern? And the most impossible question of all, had he really killed the S-class mutant alone? Drogo raised his voice again, pulling the soldiers back to attention. He reminded them sharply that reunions could wait. There were more pressing matters. He demanded to know what had happened here. Arthur answered calmly. He had arrived only an hour earlier. Drogo's gaze hardened. "Are you telling me," he pressed, "that every corpse in this chamber, the gnolls, the orcs, even the S-class mutant, was killed by you alone?" Arthur tilted his head slightly. His answer was cold and simple. There was no one else. The disbelief spread instantly through the ranks. One soldier blurted out in protest, his voice cracking, as he insisted it was impossible for a single boy to accomplish what an entire battalion of mages had been sent to do. Stannard swallowed nervously before asking about the beast cores. Arthur shrugged casually. My bond has a pretty big appetite. Drogo's eyes narrowed as they shifted toward the small white creature in Tessia's arms. Could that tiny beast really have devoured the cores from every corpse piled behind them? Before anyone could question it further, Sylvie's head snapped toward the corpse pile. Her instincts flared. From the mound of bodies, a half-dead mana beast dragged itself forward, fueled by nothing but murderous instinct as it lunged toward Arthur. Tessia reacted instantly, her body tensing to move. But she never got the chance. A flash of steel cut through the air. Blood sprayed across the stone. Arthur's blade had already moved. With a single effortless stroke, he severed the beast's head without even looking back. The head rolled across the floor before coming to a silent stop. Arthur wiped his blade clean with casual ease. Sorry about that, he said lightly. Then he asked if the questioning could wait until he had washed up and eaten something. Tessia immediately stepped in, assuring Drogo that the twin horns would vouch for him. She promised Arthur would be escorted safely back to the base. Helen followed with a warm smile, adding that Arthur was an old friend of theirs as well. Arthur stepped closer to Tessia, gratitude softening his expression as he thanked her. She returned the look with a gentle smile and a small nod. The journey back to camp felt suffocating, almost as tense as their descent into the cavern. No one spoke much. Boots scraped quietly against stone as the soldiers marched in heavy silence, exhaustion mixing with lingering unease. Tessia's mind churned with emotion. She knew without a doubt that the man they had encountered was her childhood friend, but something about him felt different. Years had passed since she had last seen him. Around her, the others were just as unsettled. Arthur's sudden appearance and the carnage he had left behind had shaken them deeply. When Arthur finally arrived at the main tent after washing up, the blood and grime were gone, but the distance around him remained. He spoke little, only the necessary details. Drogo gathered enough information to plan their next steps, though his dissatisfaction was obvious at the many things Arthur chose not to say. The twin horns pushed for a full explanation of the battle. Arthur eventually promised he would tell them later. Only then did they allow him to rest. When the others left, silence settled over the tent. Only Tessia and Arthur remained. Tessia stood stiffly, her eyes fixed on the ground. She could feel Arthur's gaze resting on her, but the words she wanted to say refused to come. She didn't know how to speak, how to move, and how to feel. For the first time in years, she felt completely lost. Then Arthur broke the silence. His voice carried the familiar warmth she remembered. Tess. The single word melted the tension that had frozen her in place. Emotion surged up uncontrollably. She rushed forward and threw herself into his arms, clinging tightly as tears spilled down her cheeks. Arthur chuckled softly as he brushed a stray tear from her face. You've changed, he teased gently. Her voice came out hoarse as she insisted she really had. Arthur smiled and motioned toward the entrance of the tent. Your friends are waiting. Outside, Stannard sat quietly beside the dying campfire, its faint embers casting flickering light across his face. Darvis dropped down beside him with a long, exhausted sigh. Caria, still energized, spoke excitedly about what they had witnessed, the towering pile of mana beasts, the sheer size of the mutant. Darvis shook his head, frustration and disbelief bubbling over once more. How could one person possibly kill so many powerful creatures alone? Caria noticed the tension in Darvis's voice and gave him a teasing smile, suggesting that perhaps there was a little jealousy hiding beneath all that frustration. Stannard shook his head and calmly corrected her. Not jealousy, he said. Envy. Darvis's scowl deepened. With a dramatic flourish, he suddenly declared that he would challenge Arthur to a duel. Both Caria and Stannard flinched at the announcement. Don't be ridiculous, Caria urged quickly, trying to calm him. She reasoned that there was no point letting the situation get under his skin. No matter how strong Arthur might be, he was still only one person. No single individual could win a war alone. Darvis's frustration finally boiled over. That's exactly the problem, he snapped. That guy isn't natural. He wiped out an entire army of mana beasts and an S-class mutant by himself. He continued bitterly, complaining about Arthur's cold and distant demeanor. Stannard countered calmly, pointing out that the soldiers hadn't exactly welcomed Arthur warmly either. Darvis turned on him immediately. And why are you defending him? Stannard sighed patiently. I'm not defending him, he said. I'm saying it's foolish to judge someone before even speaking to them. He reminded Darvis that Tessia had always spoken highly of Arthur and suggested that he at least give the man the benefit of the doubt. But Darvis redirected his frustration toward Tessia. He argued that her childhood memories were clouding her judgment and pointed out the tension between her and Arthur earlier. Then, with a sharp edge of sarcasm, Darvis turned to Stannard. Maybe this is finally your chance with Tessia. That was enough. Stannard's patience snapped. He shot back angrily, calling Darvis petty and childish for jumping to conclusions about Arthur based on nothing but assumptions. Darvis hissed in response. claiming he was simply trusting his instincts. Korea looked between them with a weary expression, urging them not to fight. But Darvis pushed things further. With a sharp jab, he mocked Stannard's deformed mana core, implying it made him weak. Stannard fired back instantly, accusing Darvis of overcompensating, trying desperately to protect his pride in the presence of someone obviously stronger. Darvis grabbed Stannard by the collar, his teeth clenched in frustration. But in that heated moment, something shifted. He suddenly recognized the ugly familiarity in his own behavior. With a grim realization, he saw the truth. He was acting exactly like his father. Karya exhaled softly, relieved that he had at least recognized it. Before the moment could escalate further, Tessia waved them over, signaling that the meeting had ended. As she and Arthur took seats near the fire, Darvis's anger had clearly not faded. He marched straight toward Arthur, his heavy footsteps filled with purpose. Stopping before him, Darvis raised a finger and loudly issued his challenge. "I challenge you to a duel." Arthur remained perfectly calm. He didn't flinch. The camp seemed to freeze. Soldiers, mages, and members of the Twin Horns stopped what they were doing, turning their attention toward the confrontation. Within moments, a makeshift dueling ground formed as everyone gathered to watch. Helen and the Twin Horns enthusiastically cheered for Arthur, waving and calling out encouragement. At the same time, soldiers from the expedition, well aware of Darvis's reputation and skill, shouted and whistled in support of their comrade. The camp was evenly divided. Arthur stood quietly, his calm gaze resting on Darvis. "Why?" he asked simply. There was no hostility in his tone. Darvis hesitated for a brief moment before answering. "Pride." Drogo stepped forward then, volunteering to serve as referee. Raising his hand, he called for silence and laid out the rules clearly. Mana would be restricted to body augmentation only. The first fighter to yield or become incapacitated would lose. Privately, Drogo studied Darvis carefully. The soldier was undeniably talented, but he wondered if Arthur truly lived up to the rumors surrounding him. Drogo lowered his hand. "Begin!" Darvis exploded into motion as his axes swung in wide, powerful arcs from left and right. Arthur didn't move, or rather, he moved too quickly to see. Darvis's strikes sliced through empty air as Arthur slipped past them effortlessly. Yet despite moving with impossible speed, Arthur never broke eye contact. Their gazes locked. A sudden jolt ran through Darvis's body. The sensation was strange, unnerving, like staring into something far deeper than he could comprehend. Instinctively, he pulled away and retreated to his starting position. From the sidelines, soldiers shouted encouragement, while others mocked him for hesitating. Karya and Stannard exchanged confused glances. Neither of them understood what had just happened. Stannard watched carefully, astonishment growing inside him. He had seen Darvis cut down A-class mana beasts with ruthless efficiency. He had seen him defeat adventurers twice his size with ease. Darvis had always fought with confidence, almost arrogance. But now, standing before Arthur, Stannard saw something he had never witnessed before. Fear. Frustration erupted inside Darvis. With a roar, he charged again. His dual axes blazed with amber light as they sliced through the air in broad, lethal arcs. Arthur moved like flowing water. Each attack was evaded with effortless precision, as if he could predict Darvis's movements before they even happened. Darvis swung for Arthur's head. Arthur ducked smoothly beneath the strike. Without pausing, Darvis leapt into the air and lunged forward for another attack. Arthur raised his left hand. He caught the strike cleanly. In the same motion, his right fist shot forward. The blow landed squarely against Darvis's chest. The impact was devastating. Darvis was hurled backward, sliding across the ground as shock and pain tore through his body. His mind reeled. He couldn't comprehend the speed, the precision, or the overwhelming power behind that single strike. Recovering quickly, Darvis swung both of his axes upward. Sand and dust burst into the air behind the blades, gathering into a sharp, intersecting wave that shot toward Arthur like a missile. Arthur simply raised his hand. With a casual motion, the swirling grains lost their force and collapsed to the ground, the attack dissolving before it could even fully form. Darvis charged again, closing the distance with fierce determination. His glowing axes carved through the air with brutal strength, mana trailing behind each strike. Arthur stood barehanded. Yet every blow was met and deflected with the back of a single hand. Darvis misstepped, cursing under his breath, as Arthur's movements blurred faster than his eyes could follow. In the next instant, Arthur unleashed a rapid barrage of strikes, punches so swift they were nearly invisible. The assault overwhelmed him. Darvis froze as the flurry landed with precise accuracy. His axes slipped from his hands and clattered to the ground. He tried to lift his left arm to retaliate, but it hung uselessly at his side. When he attempted to stand, his legs trembled violently. Before giving out beneath him, he collapsed onto his back, staring up in disbelief. Brows furrowed, eyes widened. Stannard and Karya exchanged stunned glances. Karya was the first to understand. "His mana flow," she said quietly. "It's been disrupted." Clusters of Darvis's mana channels had been blocked with precise strikes. Stannard nodded in confirmation, recalling that such points were usually protected by an augmenter's body and nearly impossible to target during a fight. Arthur's calm, husky voice broke through the tension. Need help getting up? Darvis glared from the ground, shouting for him to stay away. Stannard watched in amazement, barely containing his excitement at what they had just witnessed. Darvis, meanwhile, struggled to understand what had happened. Why, won't my body move? A familiar, steady voice answered him. You'll be fine. Arthur looked up and smiled at the sound. Standing nearby was the old elf general, Varian. Arthur stepped into the tent, only to be suddenly caught in a tight chokehold as Varian wrapped an arm around him in an emotional greeting. Arthur greeted him warmly before turning his attention to the hooded Asura standing nearby. Aldir, you've both changed, he remarked with quiet authority. Arthur nodded slightly. That's true. There was a faint edge of pride in his voice as he asked how they had managed to find him so quickly. Varian explained that Winsome had sent word to Aldir, prompting him to come immediately. But Aldir seemed focused on another matter. You were stationed with Tessia, he said thoughtfully. Was that Ren's doing? Arthur dismissed the idea with dry humor, claiming he wouldn't miss Ren's sarcastic remarks. Tessia nudged him lightly at that. She admitted she had been shocked when Arthur appeared instead of the S-class mutant they had expected to hunt. Arthur briefly described his arrival, how he and Sylvie had been attacked immediately by a massive horde of mana beasts the moment they appeared. Tessia pressed him with more questions about Drogo, the sealed door, and how he had managed to defeat everything alone. But Varian cut her off sharply. His tone made it clear that there were more urgent matters to discuss, and this was neither the time nor the place. Confused, Tessia asked if they were leaving as well. Aldir answered firmly. She would remain behind. Frustration flashed across her face as she protested, unwilling to see Arthur disappear again so soon after his return. Arthur met her gaze calmly. There's a lot I need to report to the elders. Varian stepped in, his commanding presence steady and reassuring. With the dungeon cleared, Tessia's own duties would soon call her back to battle. She and her team still had many fights ahead, ones she would have to face with her own strength. Just as they had once agreed? Reluctantly, Tessia nodded, repeating his words with quiet resignation. Aldir's voice softened slightly. He acknowledged the progress she had made over the past months. The approval in his eyes caused her to bow her head respectfully. Arthur watched the exchange with surprise. Only then did he realize the truth. Tessia had become Aldir's disciple. Before any proper goodbyes could be spoken, Aldir signaled it was time to leave. Outside the tent, as Aldir prepared the teleportation gate, Arthur paused. His eyes settled briefly on Tessia's teammate, Stannard. Though Arthur said nothing, the message in his gaze was unmistakable. Take care of her. Stannard seemed to understand. He nodded quietly. The silent exchange didn't go unnoticed. Darvis's indignant voice broke the moment as he demanded to know what was going on. Stannard immediately became flustered, fumbling over his words while trying to explain himself. Their banter faded behind Arthur as he stepped through the portal alongside Aldir and Varian. Inside the teleportation passage, Arthur asked Sylvie why she hadn't spoken to Tessia before leaving. Sylvie's playful voice echoed in his mind. A lady must keep a few secrets. Arthur sighed and shook his head at her teasing. Varian's voice then called out ahead of them, announcing their arrival. Arthur stepped through and froze. At first, he thought the massive bear standing before him had spoken. Then a familiar, cheerful voice followed. Arthur's heart jolted. Ellie, his little sister, peeked out from behind the enormous beast, Boo, wearing her usual mischievous grin. Arthur barely had time to react before Ellie leapt from Boo's back and launched herself at him. She crashed into him with full force, wrapping her arms tightly around him. Arthur staggered back in shock before returning the embrace. Warmth flooded through him as he held her close. He even pinched her cheeks gently in mock scolding. Before he could say anything more, two more voices called his name. Arthur turned. His chest tightened instantly. His mother and father stood there. He froze. Guilt and uncertainty weighed heavily on him, leaving his arms stiff at his sides. But his parents didn't hesitate. They rushed forward and pulled him into their embrace, holding him with overwhelming love. His parents held onto him as if afraid he might disappear again the moment they let go. Arthur stood frozen in their embrace. His father's steady strength and his mother's familiar warmth shattered the hesitation he had built around himself. They reminded him of something simple and undeniable. No matter what life he had lived before, he was still their son. Nothing could erase that. Tears threatened to fall as the last of Arthur's resistance melted away. His chest trembled as he finally returned their embrace, silently promising himself that one day he would repay them for everything they had given him. Ellie's bright voice suddenly cut through the moment. Arthur, look! She excitedly tugged at his attention, proudly introducing him to the enormous mana beast standing beside her. Arthur glanced at the creature and smirked faintly when he heard its name. Boo! But the amusement didn't go unnoticed. The massive beast seemed almost offended. Boo's enormous eyes locked onto Arthur, a silent challenge forming between them. Then the beast moved. A colossal paw slammed down toward Arthur with crushing force, shattering the ground beneath him. Arthur met the attack head-on. His hand shot up, catching the beast's wrist mid-strike. With steady strength, he pulled downward until the massive creature lowered, forcing Boo's gaze to meet his at eye level. Ellie only shrugged casually, smiling as if nothing unusual had happened. "He just wanted to test you," she explained lightly. "I may have talked you up a bit." Apparently, Boo had a competitive streak, and this little clash was simply his way of acknowledging Arthur. Arthur blinked in surprise. Then realization struck. Ellie wasn't just playing with the creature, and she was bonded to it. Reynolds watched the scene with quiet pride, admiration softening his expression. Arthur, however, was still trying to process it all. How had something like this even happened? Varian answered before he could ask. Lord Winsome himself had gifted Boo to the family shortly before Arthur departed for Epheotis. Arthur struggled to comprehend the idea that Winsome had casually handed his little sister a creature of such enormous strength, as if it were nothing more than a household pet. Reynolds added the rest of the story. When Boo had first arrived, he was little more than a cub, but over the course of 2 years, he had grown into the towering beast now standing beside Ellie. Before the moment could stretch any longer, Aldir's calm voice interrupted. The reunion was touching, he admitted, but the matters they needed to discuss could not wait. Arthur hesitated, his words catching in his throat. Reynolds gave him a reassuring nod. Aldir then explained that Arthur's family would remain here for now, a decision made with Arthur's best interests in mind. Though the thought weighed heavily on him, Arthur bowed respectfully. "Thank you." Before leaving, he reached out and gently ruffled Ellie's hair, promising they would talk properly soon. After one final embrace with his parents, Arthur turned and followed Varian and Aldir down a narrow corridor. As he walked away, he glanced back once more. Boo stood tall behind Ellie, determination shining in the beast's massive eyes. The creature seemed to silently vow that it would grow even stronger, strong enough to protect Ellie. Arthur lifted a hand in farewell before continuing forward. Beside him, Sylvie stirred with rare softness. She felt relieved knowing that Arthur's sister would never again be alone. Moments later, they stepped through a shimmering portal. On the other side stood a simple oak door. Beyond it lay a quiet meeting chamber. A circular table occupied the center of the room, surrounded by many empty chairs. Only 3 seats were filled. Arthur scanned the vacant spaces, confusion creeping in. He had expected to see rulers, lances, perhaps even Director Goodsky. Instead, the chamber remained eerily quiet. Varian finally spoke. Arthur, he explained, had not yet been fully informed about the current state of the war. There was much he needed to know. Cynthia Goodsky, Varian revealed, had fallen into a self-induced slumber. It was the only way for her to survive the curse that had activated after she revealed critical intelligence about the Alacryans. Arthur's jaw tightened. Frustration surged through him, his fists clenching against the table. But after a moment, the anger faded into a heavy breath as he forced himself to remain calm. When he looked up again, his eyes were hard. "Tell me everything." The discussion lasted for hours. Arthur pressed them relentlessly, asking question after question, desperate to fill the gap of nearly 2 years he had spent in the dark. Winsome and Wren had told him only what they believed was necessary. Now he demanded the full truth. Piece by piece, the picture became clearer. According to Varian, the Glader family had focused much of their strength on the kingdom of Darv, working tirelessly to rebuild their alliance with the dwarves. Curtis and Kathleen Glader had chosen to gain real battlefield experience. Arthur's own family had been moved to the castle for protection. The Helsty family had relocated elsewhere, though Vincent continued to support the war effort with his considerable resources. Suddenly a thought struck Arthur. His chest tightened. Did my parents ever talk about joining the war? Varian nodded slowly. Reynolds had considered it, but Varian had personally convinced him to wait, at least until Arthur returned, or until Ellie was older. Relief washed over Arthur immediately. Gratitude softened his expression. He couldn't bear the thought of returning only to learn that his father had died while he was gone. Pushing that fear aside, Arthur refocused. His gaze sharpened. "I know this meeting wasn't just for a reunion." He looked between Varian and Aldir. "Whatever this is, it's serious. Serious enough that they hadn't even spoken about it in front of Tessia. Otherwise, Varian would have brought it up at the camp." Varian nodded slowly. Tessia had grown stronger, more driven and capable than ever before. But his concern for her safety still outweighed everything else. Arthur's expression darkened slightly. Even so, he understood. Arthur saw through their intentions immediately and continued laying out his thoughts on the war. Anyone stationed on the front lines, he argued, was already in danger. Even though the massive defensive wall had so far prevented Alacryan forces and mutated mana beasts from pouring out of the beast glades, the threat remained severe. Hidden teleportation gates planted by enemy spies created a force that could strike from anywhere at any time. Aldir nodded slightly as Arthur continued piecing the situation together. To Arthur, the enemy's strategy felt almost too simple. The beast glades gave the Alacryans a perfect foothold, an area filled with S-class and even SS-class high-class monobeasts that they could command. Yet despite that advantage, there had been no large-scale breaches of the wall. That inconsistency troubled him. Either Dicathen's forces were far stronger than expected, or the Alacrians were deliberately delaying something. Arthur glanced at Varian and caught the brief flicker in his expression. That was confirmation enough. Evidence had already surfaced. Aldir's voice carried unusual weight as he spoke. Do not blame yourself for what I am about to show you. From beneath the table, he pulled out several documents and slid them toward Arthur. Arthur studied the images carefully. They showed an abandoned ship. Its structure immediately sparked an unsettling sense of familiarity. The shape of the vessel, the design of its frame, it all resembled something Arthur himself had once imagined. Aldir confirmed his suspicion. The ship wasn't built by Dicathen. It had been constructed by the Alacrians, using Arthur's own designs. Rage surged through him. His fist tightened, crumpling the parchment as frustration burned through his chest. Before he could respond, the chamber doors suddenly burst open. An armored soldier stumbled inside, breathing heavily, panic written across his face. Varian stood sharply. What is it? The soldier swallowed and forced the words out. The ships, they've been spotted. Arthur was already on his feet. Where? Approaching the western coast, the soldier replied. Just a few miles south of Eddyston. That was all Arthur needed. Without another word, he rushed past the soldier. Sylvie leapt to his side, and together they sprinted through the castle corridors. Workers and guards scattered out of their path as they raced toward the teleportation gates. Soon the massive double iron doors came into view. 2 sentries guarded the entrance, a heavily armored man and a woman standing watch nearby. Open the gate, Arthur ordered sharply. The male guard stepped forward, his expression unmoved. No one enters or leaves without authorization from Commander Varian or Lord Alder. Arthur's patience thinned. I just came from them. But the guard remained firm. Regardless of bloodline or reputation, he replied coldly. Respect for your elders is expected. The female guard spoke more gently. You shouldn't go alone, she warned. It's dangerous out there. Perhaps you should wait for an escort. Her voice suddenly broke off. Both guards dropped to their knees. Their hands clawed at their throats as if invisible hands were choking them. Arthur stepped forward slowly. An oppressive pressure filled the hallway, thick and suffocating. His eyes were cold. Patronizing me, he said quietly, would be a mistake. Then a familiar voice echoed down the corridor. Arthur! The pressure vanished instantly. Arthur turned to see Aldir approaching, his expression stern with disapproval. Aldir addressed them calmly. Arthur is permitted to leave. Then his violet eyes shifted toward Arthur. But do not act recklessly, he warned. Otherwise Winsome's efforts will have been wasted. Arthur met his gaze and nodded solemnly. Then he turned back to the shaken guards. Set the gate for Eddyston. Far away, deep within a realm of darkness, Cynthia Goodsky drifted inside her own slumber. Endless blackness surrounded her. Only a single pale beam of light held her in place. From the shadows, a deep voice pressed against her mind. It demanded that she reveal everything she knew. Another voice followed, thin and rasping. It whispered persuasion into the silence, reminding her of the weight of her knowledge. With her information, they said, the war could end. Millions of lives could be spared, if only she cooperated. One melodic voice spoke with chilling sweetness. Even if the curse kills you afterward, it will not matter, as long as we gain the knowledge we seek. Cynthia wanted to speak. She wanted to tell them that Alder had lifted the curse, but deep down she knew the danger had never truly disappeared. When she tried to speak, nothing came out. Instead, a piercing ringing tore through her skull, drowning her senses until her vision burned white with agony. Then suddenly, the pain faded. Another presence appeared. A familiar figure emerged through the haze. Varian, but younger. He walked beside her along a quiet stone path leading through a vast field of wilted tulips. Breaking the silence, Varian spoke. So, what will you do now that the war is over? He admitted he had known her for many years, sometimes as an enemy, sometimes as an ally. But throughout all that time, he had always thought the same thing about her. Cynthia tilted her head with playful amusement. Oh, she teased. Don't tell me you've secretly been in love with me all these years? Varian laughed softly. I'm married, remember? Cynthia smirked. That's never stopped human nobles before. Varian's reply carried the quiet pride of his people. Elves, he reminded her, were loyal by nature, steadfast in their vows and unyielding in their commitments. What he had meant earlier wasn't what she had jokingly implied. Instead, he said she would make an extraordinary mentor. He could picture her guiding the next generation, shaping young minds, and leading them toward greatness as the head of an academy. The idea seemed to surprise her, yet Varian spoke with complete conviction. He encouraged her to consider becoming a teacher, assuring her that with time she would grow to love it. Cynthia considered the thought aloud, a playful glimmer dancing in her voice. She imagined what it might be like to build her own academy in Xyrus City, a place she had grown unexpectedly fond of. Varian's eyes brightened at the thought. An academy of mages in a floating city. The image amused him, though when she jokingly suggested they start it together, he burst into laughter, waving off the idea of their names being forever bound together in the institution's title. Perhaps one day, he said, he might send his grandchildren or great-grandchildren there, if the school proves worthy of them. Cynthia's tone sharpened then, her playful mood hardening into determination. She declared that she would make it real, that one day Xyrus Academy would stand as the greatest institution for mages the world had ever seen. Virion smirked teasingly. Xyrus Academy, he mused. Not the most creative name for a school in Xyrus City? Cynthia shot him a sharp look. It certainly can't carry both of our names, she replied coolly, and you should consider it an honor if any of your descendants are even accepted. Virion chuckled warmly at her defiance. I was joking. With theatrical flair, he raised an invisible glass into the air as if making a toast. To the success of Xyrus Academy, Cynthia echoed the toast, her heart quietly anchoring itself to that moment. Back then, she had wished the moment would last forever, but now regret seeped through her veins like ice as she watched Virion walking ahead of her in the fading dream. If only they had met sooner. Perhaps her loyalty to Alacria and the Vritra would not have been so absolute. The truth struck her with painful clarity. Her heart had already begun to waver. She was no longer entirely theirs. Virion's voice called back to her from ahead, warm and teasing, as he urged her to keep up. Cynthia stepped forward, and agony exploded in her chest. The dream shattered. The tulip fields bled into crimson as blood spilled over her hands. Somewhere in the distance, she thought she heard a child's voice, fragile, apologetic, fading. Then everything disappeared. Virion was ripped from sleep by a scream. His eyes snapped open as he jolted upright from the chair in his study, the echo still ringing through the halls. A guard rushed to the doorway and saluted hurriedly. Commander, Virion demanded to know what had happened, but the man faltered, admitting he wasn't certain. The scream had come from one floor below. Virion's blood turned cold. There was only one person on that floor, Cynthia. Without another word, the guard rushed down the stairs, with Virion close behind. They pushed through the corridor where soldiers had begun gathering. Arthur's family stood outside one of the rooms. None of them moved, their eyes locked on the sight inside. Virion followed their gaze. His steps slowed, then faltered. Each step forward felt heavier than the last as dread filled his chest. Cynthia Goodsky lay motionless on the bed. Her arms rested peacefully at her sides, as if she were merely asleep, but a jagged black spike protruded from her chest. Blood, her blood, glistened darkly against the sheets. Virion's voice broke into a raw, anguished cry as his knees buckled beneath him. The sound echoed through the room, but nothing could silence the hollow grief tearing through his chest. Far away, unaware of the tragedy unfolding behind him, Arthur stepped out of the teleportation gate. The chamber he entered was filled with guards. He had barely taken a step off the platform when one of them grabbed him roughly by the arm. The soldier demanded to know his business in a city already on high alert. Arthur's voice remained calm, though steel edged every word. Commander Virion sent me. The soldiers laughed bitterly. Unimpressed, they mocked him as just another spoiled noble trying to play the hero. Orders were barked to send him straight back through the gate. Arthur's patience snapped. Mana surged around him in a chilling wave that froze the air itself. Beside him, Sylvie transformed. Her body expanded into her true form, a sleek, pitch-black dragon whose presence alone silenced the room. The guards staggered back in shock. Arthur's voice rang out like thunder. "Open the doors!" The ceiling above them exploded as blue lightning tore through the stone. Debris rained down while Sylvie's wings spread wide, carrying Arthur upward through the breach. Gasps and terrified shouts echoed below as they soared into the open sky. Cold winter air bit at Arthur's face, but the calm lasted only a moment. Arthur guided Sylvie south. They landed on a towering, snow-covered cliff overlooking Etistine and the vast sea beyond. Arthur stepped down, muttering a curse under his breath. The wind carried his words away as his eyes fixed on the horizon. Hundreds of ships, dark silhouettes glowing beneath the dawn. The Alacryan fleet, Virion's earlier words echoed in his mind. He could not blame himself. He had to keep moving forward, not to fight for the past, but to build a better future. Arthur clenched his fists, resolve burning fiercely in his chest. He had never seen himself as a righteous savior. Everything he had ever fought for was simply to protect those he loved. But now, as the enemy fleet advanced, a new purpose settled within him. This wasn't only about protecting the people close to him anymore. It was about correcting the mistakes he had helped create. Elsewhere, a tense whisper broke the silence. "Come on, Nico, hurry." Gray glanced nervously over his shoulder as he crouched near a doorway. Two boys lingering there would attract the wrong kind of attention, and he knew it, but there was no turning back now. Nico, dark-haired and stubborn as ever, hissed that he was almost finished. His hands worked frantically at the lock, twisting a pair of stolen hairpins as makeshift tools. Gray watched with growing doubt as his friend fumbled with the delicate task, but Nico refused to give up. Through clenched teeth, he muttered that lockpicking was far harder than the alley thief had made it sound. Then, click, the doorknob finally turned. Both boys froze for a heartbeat before their faces lit up with silent triumph. Gray let out a quiet cheer while Nico raised the bent hairpin like a trophy, grinning proudly. Gray shot him a sharp warning look. "Keep it down." They slipped through the wooden door, closing it carefully behind them. Their steps were light against the polished floor as they crept deeper into the house. Still, Nico couldn't resist whispering about his brilliance, basking in his self-proclaimed victory. Gray ignored the bragging. His eyes scanned the room instead. Everything inside was neat and carefully arranged. The owner clearly took pride in their home. and the thought only deepened Gray's unease. "You're sure they're gone?" he asked quietly. Nico nodded with confidence. He had been watching the house for a week, he explained. The couple always left at this exact hour and never returned for at least 60 minutes. Plenty of time. Already Nico had begun searching through drawers and cabinets, snatching anything small and valuable enough to disappear into the bag. Gray released a slow breath. Stealing, even from wealthy strangers, never sat right with him, but the orphanage depended on them. They needed the money, and that need silenced the voice of guilt. Once the bag was filled, Nico gave a satisfied nod. "That'll do." Gray slung the backpack over his shoulder, and the two boys slipped back outside. Within minutes, they blended into the crowded back streets, their footsteps lost among dozens of strangers moving along cracked sidewalks. Still, a knot of unease tightened in Gray's chest. He questioned whether they should really trust the man they were about to meet. Anyone willing to buy stolen goods from 12-year-olds was suspicious by nature. Nico brushed the concern aside. The man paid in cash and never asked questions. That was all that mattered. Eventually, Nico stopped in front of a shabby door tucked between two buildings and asked for the bag. Gray handed it over as Nico knocked in a strange rhythm, almost like a secret code. A moment later, the door creaked open. A gaunt man in a worn suit peered out, his sharp eyes immediately scanning the boys. Recognition flashed when he saw Nico. "Well, the persistent child returns." His gaze shifted toward Gray. "And who's this?" "Just helping me carry things," Nico replied easily. The man studied them for another moment before stepping aside. "Close the door." Gray stepped inside and immediately felt the thick haze of smoke hanging in the air. The cramped shop smelled strongly of stale tobacco, making the room feel even smaller. Nico leaned toward him. "I'll handle it." Gray nodded as Nico followed the shopkeeper into the back room with the backpack. Left alone, Gray wandered between the cluttered shelves. Two men sat nearby, smoking lazily, watching the curling trails of smoke drifting upward. Gray avoided their eyes, focusing instead on the strange assortment of books and gadgets scattered around the shop. One object caught his attention, a thin, worn book with a nearly faded title. From the faint lettering he could make out, it appeared to be an old manual about Kai. Curiosity tugged at him. Almost unconsciously, he reached for it and flipped through the fragile pages. Nico's voice suddenly sounded behind him. Gray nearly jumped. He tightened his grip on the book, quickly muttering that it was nothing. The shopkeeper glanced over and smirked. "That thing?" he said. "Useless. Nobody can read it anyway. Been collecting dust for years." He shrugged. "If you want it, take it." Gray studied him suspiciously but said nothing. With quick movements, he slipped the tattered book into his bag and murmured a quiet thanks before leaving with Nico. Outside, Nico grinned widely. He unzipped his jacket to reveal a thick wad of wrinkled bills. "See?" he said proudly. "Perfect deal." Gray frowned as they moved through the busy street. "I didn't even need to come." Nico laughed. "Hey, you got a free book out of it." Then his tone turned playful. "And things are always more fun with company." Gray suddenly cut him off. His voice dropped to a tense whisper. "We're being followed." He didn't look back, but his gut twisted. The two smokers from the shop were behind them. Even after two turns through the crowd, they were still there. Nico's smile vanished. "Follow me." They pushed toward the edge of the city before ducking into a narrow alley. Nico scrambled onto a trash can and climbed over a locked fence. Gray vaulted it easily. Nico landed awkwardly behind him, nearly losing his balance before dropping to the ground with a grunt. They ran. The alley grew darker as they moved deeper inside. Rotting garbage and vermin filled the air, while towering buildings blocked the light above. Finally, they crouched behind a pile of trash, breathing hard as they waited in tense silence. Nico carefully leaned out to peek, but before Gray could stop him, a mocking voice echoed through the alley. "Well now, what do we have here?" A barrel-chested thug stepped forward, grinning cruelly as he lunged for Nico. Gray reacted instantly. He yanked Nico backward and shoved him away. "Run!" The man's arm swept forward with brutal force, the rush of wind grazing Gray's face. Gray stumbled back and grabbed a broken wooden plank from the ground. With all his strength, he swung it. The plank slammed hard into the thug's ribs. The man staggered from Gray's strike, more startled than truly hurt. Gray seized the moment and turned to run toward Nico. But the second thug moved faster. Round-bodied and heavy, he swung a brutal punch that slammed into Nico and knocked him flat. Gray's heart lurched. "Hey!" he shouted, spitting insults meant to draw their attention. The trick worked. The thug snarled and turned toward him, stomping forward with greedy hands reaching out. Gray's mind raced. His eyes scanned the alley desperately for anything that could help. Then he saw it, a bent iron nail sticking out from the wall. Hope flared, thin, fragile, but hope all the same. Gray skidded to a stop just as the two men closed in. His foot struck an empty tin can, sending it spinning across the ground. The can bounced against one thug's leg. The man stumbled, losing his balance and dropping to one knee. Gray reacted instantly. He leapt onto the man's back, springing upward and ripping the nail from the wall. The rusted metal bit coldly into his palm, crude but deadly. His breath caught as he saw the thug's reflection in a shallow puddle beneath him. The man's fist came hurtling toward him with a growled insult. "Filthy rat!" Gray twisted aside just in time. The blow missed. For a single heartbeat, an opening appeared. Gray moved on instinct. Bam! The nail plunged forward. There was a sickening resistance before the metal pushed through flesh. The thug's face twisted in confusion. Then shock, then unbearable pain. His scream echoed violently through the alley. Gray didn't wait. He grabbed Nico by the arm and dragged him forward. Behind them, the second thug rushed to help his wounded partner, giving the boys the precious seconds they needed. Only when they had reached a safer distance did they slow. Nico nudged Gray with a shaky laugh. That was amazing. His grin held both disbelief and admiration. That's exactly why you came along. The way you moved back there, you looked like one of those legendary kings from the old dueling stories. Gray shook his head, still trying to process what had happened. I barely know what I did. Everything had slowed down in that moment. The world had seemed to move differently, like time itself had bent around him. Nico laughed again. You've always done weird stuff like that. He reminded Gray of another moment, how he had once caught an entire stack of falling dishes from Pavaya without even looking. Gray snorted. That's not the same as fighting for your life. But Nico waved the comment away. You'll get it eventually. For now, they needed to hurry. If they didn't get back before sundown, the punishment would be far worse than whatever trouble they had already caused. They reached the orphanage just before dinner. The old two-story building stood like a stern guardian waiting for them. Then a voice stopped them cold, calm, unyielding. Gray. Nico. It came from the living room. The headmaster. Both boys froze. Nico swallowed hard before calling back, voice cracking slightly. We'll be there in a second. Gray leaned closer and whispered anxiously. Do you think she knows? Nico grimaced. Normally? No. Then he sighed. But this is the sorceress we're talking about. They stepped reluctantly into the brightly lit living room. Their clothes were dirty, their faces smudged, and their hair a mess. Sitting on the couch was Headmaster Wilbeck. Her posture was perfectly straight. To the children, she was simply the sorceress, an elderly woman whose quiet authority carried an air of mystery. Beside her stood a girl about their age. Dusty brown hair fell over her shoulders. Wilbeck gestured toward her. This is Cecilia. Her tone was calm but commanding. She'll be joining us here at the orphanage. She looked directly at Gray and Nico. You two will help her settle in. Show her around. Make her feel welcome. Her gaze softened slightly, and perhaps become friends. Arthur's eyes snapped open. The shift was abrupt, as if he had only blinked. Yet his chest felt heavy, like he had slept for days. He sat up slowly. The memory lingered in his mind like a shadow. Why had that moment resurfaced now? The names Nico and Cecilia pressed painfully against his heart, stirring guilt from a life long buried. It had been a long time since dreams from his past life had returned so vividly. Arthur sat in silence for a while before a knock pulled him back to the present. Come in. The door opened. A man in his late 20s stepped inside, his posture formal. The meeting location with the Alacryan messenger has been confirmed, he reported. Commander Virion requests your presence. Lord Aldir will also attend. Soon after, servants entered, carrying his uniform cloak and boots. They laid everything out neatly before bowing and leaving. Arthur dressed quickly. His movements were automatic, though his mind remained tangled in memories. Sylvie's voice echoed in his head, amused. So many young women staring at you earlier, she teased. Should I assume you only have eyes for princesses? Arthur narrowed his eyes slightly, a silent warning. Not now. Sylvie only chuckled quietly. When Arthur finally joined Virion and Aldir, he looked sharp and perfectly prepared. Virion studied him for a moment. Well, the old elf said dryly, you're certainly dressed well for someone about to head into war. Arthur didn't respond. His jaw tightened slightly. Before the banter could continue, Aldir stepped forward. His calm authority ended the conversation immediately. He approached the glowing teleportation gate. It's time. As they walked toward it, Arthur glanced briefly at Virion. Outwardly, the commander seemed steady, calm, and even humorous, but Arthur knew better. Behind that composed exterior, Virion carried a crushing weight. The death of Director Goodsky was eating away at him. Arthur knew Virion was carrying far more than he showed. Arthur himself couldn't stop thinking about how the Vritra had managed to reach Cynthia. Virion's voice rose above the low hum of the teleportation gate. The Alacryan ships will reach our shores in a day, he reminded Arthur. Are you ready to meet their messenger? Arthur's eyes narrowed slightly. He turned the question back on him. Virion wanted answers. The truth about who had killed Cynthia. But the old elf only smiled faintly. For now, he said calmly, let's focus on returning safely. Then he added with a light tone, my granddaughter would kill me if I let anything happen to you. Arthur let out a short laugh. Tessia would probably kill me first? Virion chuckled. That's exactly why we both need to come back alive. Aldir glanced toward them, his voice firm. It's time. Virion nodded. Without hesitation, both he and Aldir stepped off the cliff. Arthur followed. His body plunged into the open sky. And then Sylvie transformed beneath him. Her massive wings burst outward as Arthur landed firmly on her back, gripping the ridges along her mane as they rode the rushing wind. As they flew, memories stirred in Arthur's mind. Scenes he had long buried rose again, vivid and sharp. Sylvie sensed the turmoil within him. Her voice brushed gently against his thoughts. Arthur, are you all right? I'm fine, he answered quietly. Though he admitted something else felt strange. He was still getting used to hearing her call him by his name. Reaching forward, he scratched the small ridges near her ears. Sylvie lifted her snout proudly. My grandfather taught me that dragons must uphold their dignity, she declared with regal seriousness. Arthur smiled faintly. The rush of blue sky and white clouds blurred around them as Arthur's mind drifted further into memory. Back to Epheotus, to the day his training had ended. That had been the day Lord Indrath, king of the Asuras, summoned him before his return to Dicathen. It was also the moment Arthur discovered the truth about Meyer. The elderly Asura who had once healed him and guided him through the secrets of Realmheart sat beside Lord Indrath, but she looked nothing like the fragile old woman Arthur remembered. Her appearance had changed completely. Her face was radiant, youthful. Her eyes sparkled with knowing amusement. Arthur had stood speechless until Indrath's deep voice called him forward. With a casual gesture, the king introduced her simply. My wife, Meyer. She greeted Arthur warmly as though nothing unusual had happened. Indrath, on the other hand, was blunt. Without her help, you would have been a lost cause. Meyer waved the comment away with gentle humility. I merely nudged him along his path, but the moment that truly lingered came afterward. Just before Arthur departed, Indrath activated his ether ability. Time stopped. Completely. Meyer froze mid-smile. Sylvie stopped mid-breath. Even the guards halted mid-step. Only Arthur could move. The overwhelming stillness was suffocating. Indrath's piercing gaze locked onto him. Then the king spoke. His voice carried the weight of both warning and command. It would be wise, he said slowly, to close your heart to the elf princess. He paused before adding quietly, do not take this advice lightly. Virian's voice pulled Arthur back to the present. We're almost there. The commander frowned slightly. I don't like negotiating without reinforcements. Aldir's answer was calm but absolute. If the messenger acts against us, I will intervene. Virian shook his head, frustration creeping into his voice. Everything the Vritra have done, breeding half-blood Asuras, creating those abominations, sending fleets across the sea, he exhaled heavily. It all feels like some elaborate game, something Agrona has been planning for years. Aldir nodded. Agrona cannot directly wage war due to the restrictions placed upon him. Instead, he explained, Agrona had become the strategist behind the entire conflict, a hand moving pieces across a board, every move calculated, every battle anticipated. Virian's voice dropped lower. And who's moving the pieces for our side? Aldir's answer was immediate. You are. The old elf sighed wearily. That's what I keep telling myself every night. They hovered above the clouds, waiting for Arthur and Sylvie to catch up. Descend with us, Aldir advised. There may be dangers below. Sylvie spoke firmly in Arthur's mind. For now, I will stay hidden. But once the war begins, I will not remain on the sidelines. Her tone carried unwavering resolve. If you fight, Arthur, I will carry you into battle. Arthur nodded. With a flash of light, Sylvie shrank into her small white fox form. Arthur dropped briefly into freefall. Before he could fall far, Aldir swept beneath him, surrounding both Arthur and Sylvie in a protective aura that matched the one enveloping Virian. Together they descended through the clouds. The white mist parted, revealing endless ocean below. It might have been beautiful under other circumstances, but Arthur's gaze fixed on the dark shapes scattered across the northern waters. Dozens of ships, the Alacryan fleet. As they descended further, two figures became visible on the stone platform below. From a distance, they had blended into the rock itself, but now their features were unmistakable. Pale gray skin, crimson eyes, Vritra blood. The taller one sneered as they approached. Welcome, he said mockingly, to our humble abode. Virian's eyes narrowed. We were told a messenger would be present. His voice hardened. Surely such a task is beneath the two of you. The taller figure bowed theatrically. His smile stretched wide with exaggerated politeness. For this meeting, he replied smoothly, we are merely messengers. The second retainer stepped forward with polished composure. With a slight bow, he introduced them both. My name is Silrit, he said calmly, gesturing to the other. And this is Uto. His eyes lingered on Aldir as he spoke, acknowledging the Asura by reputation. We retainers have heard much about the legendary warriors of Ephiodus. His tone sharpened slightly. May we assume you will honor the pact and remain a non-combatant? Aldir answered without hesitation. I will, provided your side does the same. Uto's crimson eyes shifted toward Arthur. A slow sneer spread across his face. I understand why the one-eyed lord and the old elf are here, he said mockingly. His gaze lingered on Arthur. But I must admit, I'm surprised to see the boy wonder himself. Arthur's eyes hardened instantly. The feeling's mutual, he replied coldly. Now explain why two retainers felt the need to show themselves. Uto's grin widened. We're simply messengers. He shrugged theatrically. In fact, we did you a favor. You didn't have to bother capturing some weak little underling and torturing scraps of information out of him. Silrit snapped sharply. Uto, but Uto didn't even glance at him. Relax, he said lazily. It's not like the Asura can touch us anyway. Aldir spoke calmly. I have no interest in attacking you. His voice carried quiet authority. That is not why we are here. He looked directly at them. Deliver your message. Silrit inclined his head again, returning to his formal tone. The command of the High Sovereign is simple. His voice carried chilling clarity. Hand over the ruling families of Dicathen? He paused. In return, mercy will be granted to those deemed worthy. Silence followed. Then Silrit finished. If you refuse, the armies of Alacria will sweep across Dicathen and exterminate every living soul. Virian's composure finally cracked. That isn't negotiation, he snapped. That's an ultimatum. Udo leaned forward slightly, grinning with open malice. You should be grateful you were offered a choice at all. His voice dropped into a dark whisper. If you resist, his grin sharpened. I'll personally make sure I'm gentle when I remove your heads. Silrit cut him off again. That's enough. His tone was colder this time. We weren't sent here to provoke a fight. Uto shrugged with exaggerated politeness. Of course not, I was only offering friendly advice. But his attention shifted back to Virion. His grin twisted into something far uglier. One day we'll meet again, and when we do, I'll make you watch while your granddaughter becomes my little toy. Arthur's blood ignited. Ignoring Aldir's warning, he stepped forward, already reaching into his dimension ring for his blade. But Virion moved first, his fist blurred through the air. Crack! The punch smashed into Uto's jaw. The retainer's head snapped sideways from the impact. For a brief moment, silence hung in the air. Then Uto laughed, a deep guttural sound. He rolled his neck slowly before straightening. That tickled. But Arthur wasn't looking at his face anymore. His eyes were locked on something else. Uto's horns, more specifically, a jagged chip in the left one. Arthur froze. He knew that mark. It had been carved there during a desperate final battle. By Alea, the memory struck him like a blade through his chest. Her broken body, her severed limbs, her shattered core, the blood. Arthur's voice came out low and venomous. Was it you? His eyes burned. Were you the one who killed Alea? Uto tilted his head as if thinking. Oh, there have been so many. His smile widened. So many screaming bodies with missing limbs. He paused, and then recognition flashed in his eyes. Ah, the pretty little elf. He shrugged. Maybe it was me. Arthur's hands trembled with rage. But before he could move, Virion stepped slightly in front of him, silently stopping him. Arthur forced himself to breathe, slowly, deliberately. He turned away from Uto and faced Silrit. Is there anything else? His voice was cold again. Or was that entire display just pointless threats? Silrit answered curtly. You have 2 days. Deliver the royal families of Dicathen to us. If you do not respond, your silence will be taken as refusal, and the Vritra will answer with annihilation. Virion smoothed the folds of his robe with controlled calm. Then we're finished here. Arthur turned with them to leave, but Uto's voice followed like poison. He began describing Alea's final moments, mocking her screams, relishing them. His laughter scraped against Arthur's ears like rusted blades. Arthur stopped. Slowly he stepped to the edge of the platform. Mana surged into his palm. Ice, lightning, wind. The elements fused into a thin beam of translucent power. With a sharp motion, he fired. The spell ripped through the narrow space between Uto and Silrit with a piercing shriek. It blasted out across the ocean. The sea itself split open beneath the strike, waves parting violently as the attack carved a massive wound across the water. Uto only grinned wider. Well, he said mockingly, that's quite a trick for a child. Arthur looked back at him, eyes burning. I hope we meet again. His voice was quiet, deadly. War or not, the promise was clear. When that moment came, Uto would die. Arthur turned his back and walked away with Virion and Aldir. Behind them, the dark platform trembled beneath the fading echo of his power. Meanwhile, deep within the suffocating depths of the dungeon, the cavern floor was littered with the mutilated bodies of mana beasts. The air hung thick with the stench of blood and smoke. Vines coiled tightly around the creatures that still clung to life, binding them helplessly before Tessia and Angela ended them with swift, merciless spells. One by one, the corpses were dragged aside and thrown into a growing pile. Across the cavern, several mages worked with careful precision, kneeling beside the bodies to harvest whatever remained of value. One mage barked orders as he worked, warning the others to keep the roots of the horns and fangs intact. Darvis watched with a deep scowl. His frustration finally spilled over, as he demanded to know why they were even bothering. Aside from the S-rank beasts, most of the parts weren't worth the effort, especially when the cores were missing. For once, Stannard agreed. Without cores, his weapon would be useless as well. But Darvis's suspicion quickly shifted elsewhere. Grumbling under his breath, he accused Arthur's bond of swallowing too many cores, and even muttered that Arthur himself might have taken some. Stannard's agreement vanished instantly. His dry voice returned, as he dismissed the accusation with clear irritation. Darvis clenched his teeth, glaring at the grotesque pile of beasts, stacked unnaturally on top of one another. He demanded to know how they had even died like that, half joking that Arthur must have stacked them there just to show off. Before he could keep ranting, Stannard calmly cut in. Corrupted beasts didn't behave like normal mana beasts, he explained. Driven into madness, they likely tore into each other while trying to reach their prey. Darvis groaned loudly, cutting him off. He muttered that he understood well enough, and warned Stannard that his endless fun facts were going to run out eventually. But before Stannard could reply, the ground suddenly trembled. A deep rumble rolled through the cavern. Stannard stiffened immediately and asked if the others had felt it. Darvis scoffed, waving it off and claiming it was probably just the beasts shifting. From across the cavern, Tessia called out, asking if the extraction was almost finished. Helen answered honestly, saying their progress had slowed. With so little worth salvaging, there wasn't much reason to keep pushing. Adam leaned casually against the cavern wall and joked that at least they hadn't been forced into a brutal fight like during previous raids. Helen nodded in quiet agreement. Tessia then asked what everyone planned to do next. Helen thought for a moment before answering that she and Adam would head back to Xyrus to resupply before moving toward another dungeon near Blackbend. Tessia let out a tired breath. She admitted that her own team would return to the floating castle until their next assignment. They had already been out here longer than expected. Adam laughed lightly and told her not to feel guilty about resting, especially not a princess. Tessia smiled faintly, hoping they might get a brief chance to relax. But while the conversation continued, Helen and Korea were staring at something else entirely, a section of the cavern wall. Thin cracks were spreading across it in strange patterns. Helen called Durden over and asked if he saw it too. Durden frowned deeply. The stone there was different, he said quietly. The composition didn't match the rest of the cavern. Before anyone could question him further, the wall shattered. The cracks spread violently, and the stone collapsed like broken glass. Durden's roar echoed through the cavern. "Run!" From the breach, gnolls and orcs poured into the chamber, their savage roars filling the air as they charged straight toward the squad. Chaos erupted instantly. Tessia, Adam, and Helen braced themselves as the first wave crashed into them. Helen shouted over the noise, ordering everyone to fall back and get the mages out first. Steel clashed against flesh. Spells lit the cavern in flashes of fire and wind as the squad fought desperately to hold the line. Beast after beast fell, but the horde kept coming. Several mages were cut down, their screams swallowed by the gnolls' howls. Darvis had been trying to pull survivors back toward the exit, but he looked away for a split second. A gnoll slammed into him, knocking the air from his lungs and sending him staggering backward. Tessia's aura flared brightly. Her beast will ignited, and thick vines burst from the ground, twisting into a living net that trapped the charging beasts. At the same moment, Helen's bow sang. Her arrow streaked through the air and pierced straight through the mass of trapped monsters. Their bodies collapsed instantly, but the battle didn't pause. Another gnoll lunged from behind, swinging its weapon with crushing force. Tessia and Helen dove aside just as the blow shattered the ground where they had been standing. Dust and stone exploded around them. As Tessia regained her footing, one thought burned through her mind. How had Arthur managed to fight so many of these creatures alone? Across the battlefield, Darvis struggled against another beast. His arms trembled, his grip weakened. Panic crept into his voice as he forced his body to move. Then Caria burst into the fight. With a furious shout, she drove her gauntleted fist straight into the beast. The impact exploded with crushing force and sent the creature flying. Caria spun toward Darvis angrily, demanding to know what was wrong with him. Darvis snarled back, frustration etched across his face. Before the argument could continue, Tessia's voice rang out across the battlefield. Her command was sharp and absolute. Caria and Darvis were to fall back to the dungeon entrance and escort as many soldiers as possible to safety. Without hesitation, she and Darvis rushed toward the exit, rallying the frightened soldiers to follow them. The gnolls closed in almost instantly, but before they could reach the retreating group, Jasmine stepped into their path. Her twin blades flashed like silver lightning. Steel blurred through the air as she spun into the horde, carving through the gnolls with blinding speed. Blood sprayed across the cavern walls as bodies fell one after another, her movements far too fast for the beast to track. Seeing the opening she created, Caria shouted for the soldiers to move. Her voice rang out above the chaos as she urged them toward the exit, promising they were almost free. Behind them, Angela and Stannard held the line. Angela's wind magic roared like a storm, blasting charging beasts backward, while Stannard's weapon fired sharp bursts of power that dropped enemies one by one. Nearby, Adam hurled himself deeper into the fight. His spear struck like lightning, thrusting and slashing through the gnolls as they pressed forward. But in his fury, he failed to notice the beasts slowly circling him. Dozens of snarling gnolls crept closer. Adam's breath grew ragged as he realized he was surrounded. Before the ring could close, the ground exploded. Jagged pillars of stone erupted from the earth, ripping through the gnolls and scattering them violently. Adam staggered backward in shock as Durden stepped forward, his hands still glowing with earth and mana. Adam gasped out a quick thank you. Durden barely acknowledged it. Gratitude could wait. The battle wasn't over. Another wave of beasts charged. Tessia reacted instantly. Her vines lashed outward, weaving into a living cage that wrapped around her allies, trapping the gnolls outside the barrier. The beasts slammed against the vines, and a moment later arrows rained down from above. Each one struck perfectly. Gnolls collapsed where they stood. Durden allowed himself a brief smirk. Nice shot. From her perch, Helen answered coolly that Adam wasn't the only one keeping score. The brief moment of levity vanished instantly when the corrupted beast tore through Tessia's vines and surged forward again. Adam drove his spear through one beast, ripping it free in a spray of blood. Beside him, Helen's bow thrummed nonstop, arrows slicing through the air and severing heads with deadly precision. Adam glanced at her and shouted over the battle for her to leave a few enemies for the rest of them. Helen shot back that he needed to keep up. Then a choking sound cut through the fight. Durden collapsed. Blood spilled from his mouth as his eyes widened in shock. Adam's roar echoed through the cavern. A massive beast lifted Durden into the air with its claws. Fury exploded through Adam's body. He hurled his spear with everything he had. The weapon punched straight through the creature's chest, tearing a hole through its body. The beast collapsed, releasing Durden. Adam sprinted forward and hoisted the larger man onto his shoulder, urging him to stay conscious as he staggered towards safety. Nearby, Helen tried to cover them, but her hands faltered as she drew another arrow. Durden's eyes widened in horror. A beast lunged at Helen. She barely raised her bow in time. Its jaws snapped shut around the weapon, splintering the wood while its claws reached for her throat. Adam screamed as he saw another beast charging toward her from the side. Helen turned too late. Fear filled her eyes as the monster lunged. Without thinking, Adam threw himself between them. Blood sprayed across the stone walls. Tessia could only watch. Her voice broke as she screamed Adam's name while he collapsed beneath the weight of the attack. Far away from the battlefield, Arthur and the others were already returning toward the western shore. Hours later, they stepped through a teleportation gate and entered the circular chamber of the castle. The silence between them finally broke when Arthur turned to Virion. His voice carried disbelief. He asked if the commander was truly considering accepting the Vritra's offer. Virion's answer came quietly. He would never submit, but the thought had crossed his mind. If there was even the smallest chance the enemy would honor their word, countless innocent lives might be saved. Arthur scoffed sharply. It was too dangerous a gamble. Betting not only Virion's life but the lives of the royal families on the hope that monsters would keep their promises was madness. Alder spoke then. His voice was cold and steady. Even Ephiotis would not remain safe if Agrona succeeded in spreading his half-blooded forces across 2 continents. Eventually, the Asuras themselves would become targets. Virion sighed, acknowledging the truth of it. But another concern weighed on him. He admitted he was not looking forward to the reaction his decision would cause. Arthur frowned in surprise. "You're going to tell the people?" Virion nodded. Trust was fragile, he said. If he revealed the truth, the people deserved a voice in the matter as well. After that, none of them had anything more to say. Exhausted from the journey, they went their separate ways. Arthur headed toward the living quarters, his mind still churning with unease. Then he stopped. Sylvie's voice stirred gently in his mind, drawing his attention to the courtyard ahead. Arthur followed her gaze. Standing there was Ellie. Beside her stood her enormous bond, Boo. Despite the massive beast at her side, Ellie herself looked nervous, her small figure tense as if she had been waiting for him. A faint blush colored Ellie's cheeks, beads of sweat glistening across her brow as she listened to a blonde-haired boy around her age boasting loudly in front of her. Arthur and Sylvie paused at a distance, watching with quiet curiosity. The boy spoke with exaggerated confidence, bragging about how he had refused the idea of bonding with a simple firemane beast. Something like that, he insisted, was far beneath someone of his supposed genius. But his boasting ended abruptly. Behind him, Boo let out a low growl. The boy stiffened for a moment, but instead of backing down, he puffed his chest out even further, trying to continue his speech. He didn't get far. Boo's massive paw suddenly hooked the boy by the collar and lifted him clean off the ground. The boy's confident speech instantly turned into a shrill scream as Boo casually flung him across the courtyard. He tumbled through the air and crashed several yards away. Ellie's face turned bright red with embarrassment as she quickly scolded her bond. Boo couldn't just throw every person he didn't like, she told him sharply, but her scolding lacked any real anger. Then she noticed something. Her eyes widened. Arthur was walking toward her. A delighted smile spread across her face as he approached. Without hesitation, Ellie ran straight at him and wrapped her arms tightly around him. Around them, whispers immediately spread through the courtyard. Students and nobles alike stared in surprise, murmuring quietly among themselves. Arthur leaned closer to Ellie, slightly confused. "Why is everyone staring at us?" Ellie smiled softly. "There isn't a noble in all of Dicathen who doesn't know the name Arthur Leywin." Arthur's eyes shifted toward Boo. For a brief moment, the two stared at each other in silence. Then Arthur nodded firmly. Boo relaxed. Arthur extended his hand. The massive bear gently placed his paw against Arthur's hand, sealing a quiet understanding between them. Ellie looked between them suspiciously. "How did you two suddenly get so close?" Arthur grinned. "Men with common goals bond quickly." Ellie's smile faded slightly. Her voice turned serious. "It's good you came back." Arthur raised an eyebrow. "Why?" She hesitated before answering. "Because you're the only one who can stop them." Arthur frowned. "Stop who?" Ellie's words landed like a hammer. "Mom and Dad, they've decided to join the war." Arthur froze. Without another word, he turned and walked quickly toward the castle corridors. Each step grew faster. His thoughts churned violently. When he finally reached the door marked with his family's name, he stopped. His chest felt heavy. Did he even have the right to stop them? Objectively, his parents were powerful fighters. Their strength could help save countless lives on the battlefield. But the thought of them standing on the front lines, of them risking their lives every day, he couldn't accept it. Maybe it was selfish, but he wanted them safe, far away from war. Arthur knocked on the door. The sound echoed dully through the hallway. Inside, his mother's warm voice answered, "Come in." Arthur stepped inside. The sight in front of him confirmed everything. His mother tried to hide her surprise with a weak smile. His father sat nearby, lowering his gaze and avoiding Arthur's eyes. Arthur's voice came out low. You're really doing this? Reynolds acknowledged him first. He set aside the gauntlet he had been cleaning but remained seated. Alice stepped forward cautiously. We didn't expect you back so soon. Arthur's frustration flared. Were you planning to leave without telling me? Alice quickly shook her head. No, we just wanted to be ready before you came back. Arthur's voice sharpened. You promised me something. His eyes moved between them. You said you'd wait until Ellie was older before putting yourselves in danger like this. Reynolds sighed. Commander Virion told us to remain here until Ellie grew up, or until you returned. Arthur frowned. That's not enough reason. He looked directly at his father. You didn't suddenly decide to join the war just because I came back. His voice hardened. What happened? Reynolds' jaw tightened. We received a transmission from Helen. Arthur felt his stomach drop. There was an attack in the dungeon. Arthur stared at him in disbelief. That's impossible. His voice rose. I was there yesterday. I cleared the dungeon myself. I killed the S-rank mutant. There shouldn't have been anything left. Reynolds shook his head slowly. A hidden entrance was discovered. His expression darkened. More beasts poured through. Arthur's heart pounded. The twin horns stayed behind to buy time for the younger soldiers to escape. Reynolds paused. But Adam, his voice faltered. Adam didn't make it. Arthur felt as if the air had been ripped from his lungs. No, the word came out weakly. That can't be right. His thoughts spiraled. There weren't supposed to be any more beasts. Reynolds spoke gently now. You couldn't have known. The second entrance was hidden behind stone that masked the mana signatures. No one expected another attack. Alice stepped forward, her eyes wet with tears. The twin horns fought as hard as they could, but there were too many. Arthur's chest tightened painfully. Then another thought struck him. Tessia. His voice shook. She was there too. He looked at them desperately. Who else died? Alice shook her head slowly. We don't know. The transmission was cut off. It only mentioned the attack. And Adam. Arthur's fists clenched. I'm sorry Adam died. His voice trembled with emotion. But joining the war because of that? He looked between them. You're going to risk your lives for this? Reynolds' expression hardened. We're not doing this because of guilt. A soldier's life has always carried this risk. Arthur's control finally snapped. His voice rose, raw with desperation. Even as Arthur argued, a painful truth pressed against his chest. His parents had every right to fight. He knew that. And maybe it was selfish for him to try and stop them. But wasn't it selfish of them too? To risk both their lives when it wasn't necessary? When it could leave Ellie alone? Arthur's voice faltered, dropping to a broken whisper. Did you even think about Ellie? Alice looked at him quietly. Her voice remained steady, but there was pain in her eyes. You're right, she admitted softly. It is selfish. She lowered her gaze briefly. We know what this could do to you and Ellie. Then she spoke again. But don't blame your father. Arthur frowned. Alice met his eyes firmly. This decision was mine. Arthur froze. You want to go to war? Alice nodded without hesitation. Arthur shook his head, stunned. No. That can't be right. His thoughts raced. Dad told me you stopped using magic years ago. Something happened. You avoided it ever since. His voice rose again. So why now? Alice glanced briefly at Reynolds. Reynolds lowered his head solemnly. Then she turned back to Arthur. Sit down, she said gently. Arthur slowly sat on the edge of the bed, eyes locked on hers. There's something we never told you, Alice began. Her voice grew distant as old memories surfaced. Once, the Twin Horns had another member. Her name was Lenza. She had been a young augmenter, bright, talented, and already beginning to earn recognition. Reynolds had first brought Alice to the party from Valden City, and not long after, Lenza had joined as well. Despite Alice's timid nature, Lenza had been bold and outspoken. The two of them balanced each other perfectly. They quickly became inseparable. Alice's eyes softened with nostalgia. Lenza was unforgettable. She was lively enough to keep Reynolds and Adam in line, and even capable of making Jasmine smile from time to time. Though she had only spent 2 years with the party, her presence had defined them. Until the accident. Alice's hands trembled slightly. They had been caught off guard by a pack of stingers during a dungeon run. Alice had done everything she could, healing wounds as quickly as possible. For most of the team, it worked. Reynolds had only suffered shallow cuts, but Lenza's wound was different. It had been close to her monocore. The venom spread too quickly. Lenza's monocore was permanently damaged. She would never use magic again. Alice's voice cracked with regret. She had later learned that if she had waited, if she had left the wound alone, a doctor might have removed the poison, but her rushed healing sealed the venom inside. Her best friend lost the one thing she loved most. Lenza had always joked that she wanted to die gloriously in battle. Instead, she was forced to live without magic, without purpose, until one day she entered a dungeon alone and never came back. Alice's composure finally broke. Tears slipped down her face as she confessed the guilt she had carried all these years. If I hadn't rushed to heal her, maybe things would have been different. It hadn't been some great catastrophe that destroyed the team. Just a quiet, cruel mistake. But the loss of Lenza left wounds that never truly healed. Since that day, Alice had been afraid to use her healing magic for anything serious. Only minor injuries, nothing more. But now her eyes hardened with resolve. Adam's death isn't the same as Lenza's, she said quietly. But the Twin Horns have done so much for us. Her voice steadied. It's time I stand beside them again. She hesitated before adding something else. And I can't keep watching you fight while we sit safely behind walls, waiting for news. Arthur swallowed hard. What about Ellie? His voice was barely audible. What if you don't come back? Reynolds stepped forward and placed a firm hand on Arthur's shoulder. His gaze was steady. Strength doesn't guarantee survival. People die when their guard slips, when they make a mistake. That truth applies to you just as much as it does to us. But then Reynolds' voice softened slightly. If we die, at least we'll have done our part to give Dicathen a chance. He squeezed Arthur's shoulder. I'll protect your mother. I'll bring her home. Our goal in this war is simple, to return to you and Ellie, but you need to do the same. Reynolds continued quietly. We may not have raised you exactly the way we thought. The shadow of Arthur's past life hung silently between them. But Ellie doesn't know anything about that. To her, you're just her big brother. Reynolds looked directly into Arthur's eyes. Don't throw your life away chasing some vague idea of saving everyone. Even if this war is lost, there will be another chance to fight back. The only real defeat is when no one is left to try again. Arthur muttered bitterly under his breath. I already had a second chance. Reynolds immediately snapped back. I know what you mean, but this isn't the time. Alice wiped her tears and shook her head slightly. It's a little early to joke about things like that. Before Arthur could respond, a knock echoed at the door. All three of them looked toward it. Come in, Arthur called. The door opened. Standing in the doorway was Virion. Reynolds and Alice quickly stood up out of respect. Virion raised a hand gently. For the two of you, Virion is fine. His expression carried sympathy. I'm sorry for the loss your party suffered. Then his tone turned serious. The surviving soldiers are returning through the teleportation gates right now. He looked toward Arthur. I came to get you. After a pause, he added quietly, the leader of the twin horns should be among them. Reynolds nodded. We're coming. Without another word, the four of them headed toward the teleportation chamber. The massive iron doors were already open. Inside, a stream of exhausted soldiers stumbled through the glowing portal. Their armor was dented and bloodstained. Some leaned on their comrades for support. Arthur scanned the room anxiously. Then his eyes stopped on one person, Helen. Arthur gently nudged his parents, pointing toward a battered figure stepping through the teleportation gate. Even from a distance, it was obvious. The leader of the Helen Shard looked completely broken, her shoulders weighed down by grief. Reynolds' voice cracked as he and Alice rushed toward her. Alice tried to ask what had happened, but the question trembled apart before she could finish. Helen's answer came in a ragged voice. The others were alive. They had already been taken to the medical wing. But when she reached Adam Crench's name, her voice collapsed completely. Tears streamed down her face. Alice and Reynolds pulled her into a tight embrace, holding her as if they could keep her from falling apart. After a moment, Helen stepped forward and hugged Arthur. Arthur told her he was glad she had made it back, and that he was sorry about Adam. The words felt heavy with guilt. If only he had stayed longer. If only he had fought beside them. But Helen quickly shook her head. She refused to let him fall into the same spiral, thinking like that would change nothing. What happened had already happened. The only thing that mattered now was making the Agronavritra's forces and their twisted beasts pay for it. Alice gently placed a hand on Helen's shoulder and urged her to rest. Though Helen insisted she was fine, exhaustion betrayed her. Finally, she allowed herself to be guided toward the medical wing. Arthur watched them leave in silence. Inside his mind, Sylvie spoke softly, noting that his parents would soon tell Helen about their decision to rejoin the twin horns. Arthur's lips tightened. Helen would likely be grateful. Still, Arthur remained near the teleportation platform. His eyes stayed fixed on the swirling portal. Minutes stretched painfully. Wave after wave of exhausted soldiers emerged. None of them were the one he was searching for. His chest tightened each time. Then finally, a familiar figure appeared. Arthur immediately pushed through the crowd and grabbed the boy's arm. Where's Tessia? He demanded. Is she safe? Was she with you? His grip tightened enough to make Stannard wince. Arthur released him instantly and muttered an apology, though his eyes kept flicking back to the gate. What happened to the rest of the team? Stannard shook his head. Once they reached the base, the twin horns had escorted the injured to safety. After that, everything turned chaotic. He didn't know what had happened to the others. Arthur's gaze scanned the room again. Then he spotted Korea. She stumbled forward, covered in wounds, carrying the unconscious Darvis Clare on her back. Arthur rushed over and lifted Darvis off her shoulders with ease. Carria thanked him weakly. Arthur guided her towards Stannard and handed her a pitcher of water from a nearby servant. His voice dropped urgently. What happened to Tessia? Korea gave him a tired grin. Instead of answering, she slowly raised a trembling hand and pointed behind him. Arthur spun around, and there she was. Tessia Aerolith limped through the portal. Her armor was cracked. Her hair was tangled with dirt and sweat. She looked completely exhausted. Tessia! Arthur's voice cut through the noise. She froze. Her wide eyes locked onto him. Before she could even speak, Arthur crossed the distance in a single stride and pulled her into a tight embrace. He held her desperately. Relief flooded his voice as he whispered that he was glad she was safe. Tessia answered softly, trying to calm the storm she felt in him. Of course she was safe. Arthur stepped back slightly but kept a steady hand on her shoulder. I'll take you to your grandfather. Together they walked to the chambers of Virion Aerolith. He rushed forward and wrapped his granddaughter in a fierce embrace, his arms trembling with relief. Their reunion didn't last long. Virion insisted she go through medical checks immediately. Thankfully, aside from deep exhaustion and soreness, Tessia was fine. Seeing the rest of her team alive and receiving treatment brought her some peace. After the healers finished, she returned to her room. Everything looked exactly as she had left it. Simple, familiar, comforting. For a moment, it felt as though nothing had changed. She sat down on the bed and noticed a photo frame beside it, a picture of her and Cynthia Goodsky. A small smile touched her lips. Some things, at least, remained the same. Exhaustion finally pushed her down into the bed, but sleep refused to come. Hours passed. Eventually, she gave up trying. Wondering if her grandfather was still awake, Tessia quietly slipped out of her room and walked down the corridor. As she approached his chamber, she heard voices. Arthur's voice came through the door. He was telling Virion that the secret couldn't stay hidden forever. Sooner or later, Tessia would find out. Virion answered in a tired voice. She's not ready. Not in her condition. Arthur pushed back firmly. If she heard the truth directly, she might accept it. But if she learned it from someone else? What then? Virion's voice cracked with fear. What if she decides to go after them? Arthur answered calmly. Then we deal with that when it happens. Both of them knew how stubborn Tessia could be. Once she made up her mind, nothing could stop her. Virion snapped. I can't. His voice trembled with grief. Not after what happened. The Vritra clan murdered Cynthia in this very castle. Tessia's heart stopped. Her pulse thundered in her ears. Master Cynthia, dead? Her mind refused to accept it. The woman who had taught her everything. Mana control, swordsmanship, discipline, gone. The conversation inside ended. Arthur said quietly that he would return to his room and asked Virion to call him when he decided to tell Tessia the truth. The door opened. Arthur and Virion stepped into the hallway and immediately froze. Tessia stood there, silent, her head lowered. Her voice trembled when she finally spoke. Her words were barely a whisper. Take me to Master Cynthia. The walk downward was silent. Only the hollow echo of footsteps followed them through the stone halls. Virion Erelith led the way with steady determination, Tessia Erelith following closely behind, while Arthur Leywin walked a few steps behind her. As they descended to the lowest level of the castle, Tessia finally broke the silence. Why is Master Cynthia here? Her eyes scanned the filthy corridor with anger. This place is for murderers, not for someone who spent her life protecting others. Virion answered calmly, though exhaustion weighed on his voice. This was the most secure place available. He continued quietly. When circumstances allow it, she will receive the farewell she deserves. At the far end of the corridor, a lone soldier stood guard in front of a thick iron door. At Virion's command, the guard opened it. The hinges shrieked as the door slowly swung inward. Inside the room stood a single stone casket, perfectly carved, simple. A small pile of flowers rested gently on top. Virion spoke softly. Only a few people know about her death. Tessia's voice shook with anger and grief. Master Cynthia deserved more than this. She stepped forward, fists trembling. She deserved her students here, her fellow professors, the entire city mourning her, her eyes filled with tears. She deserved a diamond coffin, a countrywide funeral. Not this. Virion gently placed a hand on her back, but the touch only made her more furious. She pushed his hand away. How could you hide this from me? Her voice cracked. If I hadn't overheard you, when were you going to tell me? After the war? Her breathing grew uneven. What else are you hiding from me? Despite everything she had done to prove herself, he still treated her like a child. Then Arthur spoke. His voice cut through the room like a blade. You are still a child. Tessia's head snapped toward him instantly. Her face flushed with anger. How can you say that? Of all people, he should have understood her. But Arthur's expression was cold and unyielding. Throwing yourself into the front lines doesn't make you mature. His eyes hardened. Risking your life recklessly just to prove something? That's no different from a child throwing a tantrum. Virion tried to interrupt with a warning. But Arthur continued. If you stopped for a moment and actually thought about it, you'd understand why your grandfather hid this. Arthur gestured toward the casket. What would happen if people found out that Cynthia Goodsky was killed in the one place everyone believed was the safest in Dicathen? His voice softened slightly. You're only 17. Tessia's response came instantly. And you're only 16. Her voice trembled with hurt. But no one treats you like a child. Not my grandfather. Not Aldir. Not even Master Cynthia. Her eyes burned. So why is it different for me? Arthur's answer was blunt. If people treat me like an adult, it's not because I demanded it. His gaze remained steady. They came to that conclusion themselves, not because I tried to prove it by doing something reckless. Virion tried to step in again, but Arthur shook his head. No, Tessia needs to hear this. Tessia's throat tightened as she fought back tears. How is any of this fair? Her voice broke. You get to do whatever you want because you're strong enough. But no matter what I do, no matter how hard I fight, I'm still treated like someone fragile, like a burden. Arthur finally snapped. That's not what this is about. But Tessia cut him off just as fiercely. I'm not your sister. Her voice echoed through the chamber. You can't expect me to sit safely behind walls while everyone else risks their lives. Virion's voice thundered through the room. Enough! Silence followed. Arthur's chest rose and fell sharply. Then he looked away. I was wrong. His voice was quiet now. You're not ready to hear this. With that, he turned and walked away. Tessia kept her eyes fixed on the floor. She couldn't look at him. Didn't want to see his expression. Anger, regret, guilt. None of it mattered anymore. The weight of everything pressed down on her chest. Virion gently placed his hand on her back again. His voice was softer now. Take this time to mourn her properly. He looked at the stone coffin. Cynthia wouldn't have cared for a grand ceremony. She would have wanted the people closest to her here. Tessia nodded weakly. Thank you, grandfather. They approached the casket together. Virion knelt beside her, gently rubbing her trembling shoulders. I'll tell you everything after this. Meanwhile, Arthur returned to his quarters. His thoughts were tangled with frustration. Behind him, Sylvie padded quietly along. Suddenly, she bit his leg. Arthur jumped. What the hell? He shook his leg violently to dislodge her. Grabbing Sylvie, he lifted her up with an annoyed glare. That hurt. Why did you do that? Sylvie looked at him calmly, completely unimpressed. What was that really about? Arthur blinked. What do you mean? He tried to brush it off. I just said what Tessia needed to hear. Sylvie tilted her head. Needed? Arthur continued stubbornly. She let her emotions cloud her judgment. As a princess and a soldier, she can't afford to act recklessly. That's why I said it. Sylvie sighed softly. Tessia was wrong about Ellie. But that's not the real reason you said those things. Arthur frowned. Sylvie met his gaze. You weren't just talking to Tessia. Her voice was gentle but firm. You were angry about your parents choosing to fight. Your frustration with them slipped into every word. She paused. You were projecting. Arthur froze. The denial sitting on his tongue slowly faded as Sylvie's words sank in. His voice dropped, uncertain now, as he admitted she might be right. After a moment, he looked at her more seriously. He asked what she had truly been training for in Ephaetus. Sylvie's lips curled into a faint smile. Strength, she answered simply. Then she added with playful sarcasm that she had also taken a side course in how to properly nag him. Arthur exhaled sharply, somewhere between a laugh and a sigh of exhaustion. He tilted his head back, staring into the endless sky. His voice softened. He admitted that he missed the simpler days. Far away in his memories, the calm voice of Headmaster Wilbeck echoed in his mind as she spoke to a young Gray. She understood his frustration, but she also admitted that she might not be the best person to help him with it. Gray's Kai pool might be smaller than most children his age, but he was still young. That could change with time. Then she offered him advice that went beyond training. When resources were limited, the wisest choice was to save them for moments that truly mattered. Gray turned the words over in his mind, trying to grasp the deeper meaning hidden inside them. Slowly he nodded and thanked her, though he wasn't sure he completely understood. Wilbeck's expression softened, her tone becoming lighter. Speaking of moments that mattered, she revealed that the orphanage had recently received several large anonymous donations. Gray stiffened. Before he could say anything, Wilbeck continued. From now on, the orphanage would no longer accept donations. Gray shot up in alarm. Is the orphanage closing? Wilbeck chuckled softly and shook her head. The government had recently taken interest in their home and would now fund its operations directly. There would be no more worries about money. Gray forced himself to nod calmly, but inside his thoughts raced. Had he and Nico Sever gone too far? Normally something like that would have been impossible to hide, but this was Wilbeck, a sorceress. Keeping his composure, Gray thanked her and turned toward the door, eager to escape her observant gaze. But her voice stopped him. Before he left, she asked how Cecilia was adjusting to living with him and Nico. Gray hesitated before answering. She was slowly opening up. Even with her strange accidents, there were signs they were breaking through her guarded shell. Wilbeck sighed softly. She already knew the truth. Cecilia had not spoken a single word to either of them. Gray admitted it with a small shake of his head. Wilbeck studied him quietly before saying she hoped he and Nico would continue trying. If anyone could reach Cecilia, it was them. Gray frowned slightly. There had to be a reason she was so determined about this friendship. Why push them so hard? Wilbeck only smiled gently and stood from her chair. That was a story Cecilia would have to tell herself someday. Gray scratched his cheek, voicing his thoughts. Cecilia seemed normal enough, but the strange accidents surrounding her frightened the other children. Some had even ended up in the infirmary because of it. He and Nico weren't scared, but if they were expected to help her, it only made sense to know more. Wilbeck walked around her desk and rested a gentle hand on his head, ruffling his hair affectionately. No matter how much Gray learned about Cecilia, she told him, only Cecilia truly understood herself, and if she didn't yet, she would eventually. His job wasn't to fix her. His job was simply to stay by her side as a friend. When the day came that she needed help, she would ask. Until then, friendship was enough. Gray straightened and gave a small salute. Yes, Mother. Wilbeck narrowed her eyes at him. Though warmth lingered in her expression, her tone became firm. She reminded him that she was Headmaster Wilbeck, not Mother. Gray left the office, dragging his feet through the hallway while her words echoed in his mind. But his thoughts quickly faded when laughter erupted nearby. A group of children ran wildly through the halls. At their head was Theta, a lively little girl who immediately pointed at him. You're it! She charged toward him with open arms. Gray slipped aside effortlessly. Theta squealed with delight and called the others to join. Soon a swarm of children surrounded him, all trying desperately to tag him. But Gray moved like flowing water. He twisted, ducked, slipped between them with playful ease. Eventually the children grew smarter and formed a circle around him. Just as Theta lunged forward, Gray scooped her up and jumped. The rest of the kids crashed into each other in a messy pile. Gray landed lightly on his feet, laughing. Victory! He puffed out his chest dramatically. You're all 5 years too young to defeat the mighty Gray. Odo groaned in defeat, while Theta untangled herself from the pile. With an indignant huff, Gray deepened his voice theatrically. Only weaklings complain about losing. Then he waved his hand grandly. My heroic powers are required elsewhere. With that, he ran off down the hall as the children laughed behind him. Theta shouted after him, We'll get you next time. Gray slowed as he returned inside, but his steps faltered. Cracks had appeared along the floorboards. The orphanage was deteriorating faster than usual. Headmaster Wilbeck was probably too busy to notice. Gray made a mental note to help her inspect the building again soon. After fixing a few small repairs, he finally continued toward his room. Throwing the door open with dramatic flair, Gray announced his arrival. The mighty Gray has returned. Across the room, Nico Sever didn't even bother looking up. Close the door, he said flatly. Gray stepped inside, his smirk widening as he noticed the pile of yarn and cloth in Nico's lap. Knitting now? He teased. But the moment Gray reached toward the glove Nico was holding, Nico's hand shot out and grabbed his forearm. Pain exploded through Gray's muscles. It hit instantly, sharp, cramping, and completely paralyzing. Gray hissed through clenched teeth. Nico, meanwhile, looked absolutely delighted. He flexed the strange glove proudly. After their run-in with the thugs, Nico had thrown himself into research, determined to find a way to defend himself. With clear satisfaction, he explained his creation. The palm of the glove was threaded with special microfibers capable of conducting Kai. Embedded in the center was a small stone designed to harness that energy. When the glove grabbed an opponent, the fibers extended outward and burrowed into the target, sending violent muscle cramps through their body. Gray examined the invention with both amusement and admiration. With a brain like Nico's, it was surprising no wealthy family had adopted him yet. Nico only shrugged. Adoption wasn't something he was eager for. To him, parents weren't the prize most children imagined. Gray had no memories of his own parents, good or bad. Nico, however, remembered his all too well, and he hated them. The bitterness ran so deep that Gray sometimes wondered if he was better off remembering nothing at all. His eyes drifted back to the glove. It was clever, impressive even, but he still couldn't resist teasing. Why bother with fancy tools? Gray asked. Why not just learn to fight properly? Nico smirked. You've never actually learned to fight, he replied. Your body just reacts, fast, like some primitive predator. He lifted the glove slightly. I don't have those instincts. My reflexes are closer to a sloth. No amount of training will fix that. For me, tools like this are survival. Gray grunted in reluctant agreement. Still, he pointed out the obvious. The glove seemed useful for only one thing, buying a little time. Nico nodded easily. That's exactly what it does. The microfibers were extremely expensive, wore out quickly, and wouldn't last long in a real fight. He had already burned through most of the money they had earned by pawning jewelry just to buy the materials. That reminded Gray of something. How did you get the rest of the money to Headmaster Wilbeck? Nico answered casually. He had arranged for someone else to deliver the donation anonymously. In exchange, the person took a percentage. Gray's jaw tightened. Between Nico's expensive materials and the middleman's cut, how much of the money had actually reached the orphanage? Half, maybe. Nico laughed. He hadn't had much choice. There was no way Headmaster Wilbeck would have accepted money directly from them without getting suspicious. Gray's patience snapped. He reached over and pinched Nico hard. Nico yelped, flailing in pain. And it's Headmaster Wilbeck, Gray corrected sharply. Still rubbing his arm, Nico groaned. Gray crossed his arms. Well, it doesn't matter anymore. The government is funding the orphanage now. Nico's head immediately perked up. So, we can spend the rest of our tainted money on more microfibers? Gray leaned forward slowly, glaring. His voice dropped into a dangerous whisper. Nico instantly backpedaled. Joking, totally joking. Scrambling for a distraction, he pulled out a few books he had bought with the little money they had left. Gray flipped through one of them before declaring dramatically, "A magnanimous gentleman such as myself shall forgive your earlier offense." Nico snorted. It's magnanimous. Before he could return to reading, however, the room suddenly shook. The floor trembled beneath their feet. Dust drifted down from the ceiling beams. Gray groaned. He didn't even need to say it. Nico already had. Another accident? Nico jumped up. We should check on her. Gray shook his head immediately. Too dangerous. Last time someone tried to restrain Cecilia, it had gone horribly wrong. One of the volunteers, built like a bear, had been thrown across the room before he could even reach her. Nico's jaw tightened. He hated standing around helplessly while Cecilia's body burned through its power until she collapsed. Gray noticed the look in his eyes. Concern. Real concern. Gray leaned closer, voice teasing. You like her? Color spread across Nico's cheeks. I don't. I barely even know her. Gray just smiled and waited. The silence stretched. Finally, Nico muttered grudgingly, Maybe I think she's a little pretty. Gray's grin widened. But the teasing ended when the building shook again. Harder this time. Cracks split across the plaster walls. Chunks of debris fell to the floor. Gray and Nico sprinted down the hallway, turning sharply until they reached Cecilia's room. An iron door rattled violently in its frame. Several adult volunteers stood outside, tense but hesitant. Nico scowled. Why are you just standing there? Gray didn't answer. His eyes were locked on the shaking door. In one quick motion, he snatched the glove from Nico's hand. Hey! Nico shouted. But Gray was already moving. His thoughts sharpened instantly. If this episode kept escalating, even Randall, the strongest volunteer, wouldn't reach Cecilia in time. The door burst open. Gray darted forward, slipping past Randall's shoulder. The moment he stepped inside, instinct screamed. Gray twisted sideways just as an invisible force ripped through the air. Cecilia was different from every other child who practiced Kai. Even the most talented users could barely stir a breeze. But Cecilia She was an irregularity. She could wrap herself in torrents of raw Kai energy, but she had absolutely no control over it. According to Headmaster Wilbeck, even the smallest emotional spark could cause Cecilia's power to spiral completely out of control. Many would call such overwhelming strength a blessing. But watching her now, a child shaking beneath the weight of her own power, Gray could only see it as a curse. Bracing himself, he rushed toward the center of the room. Cecilia writhed on the floor, her body trembling violently as raw Kai burst from her in chaotic waves. The moment her wide eyes locked onto him, panic flooded her face. Gray's survival depended entirely on instinct. Invisible blasts of Kai slashed through the air like blades. He twisted, crawled, and rolled across the floor, barely dodging each strike. Cecilia's voice broke through the chaos. Desperate, terrified, she warned him to stay away, that he would only get hurt. But Gray kept moving forward. His arm throbbed painfully, yet he ignored it, crawling closer and closer. He was gambling everything on one idea. Finally, with one last desperate reach, his fingers grabbed Cecilia's trembling hand. The glove activated instantly. Microfibers shot out from the palm, wrapping around her hand as the embedded stone pulsed with energy. Her torrent of power suddenly faltered, then stopped. A sharp cry escaped Cecilia's lips. Her almond-shaped eyes widened in shock before slowly closing. Strands of blonde hair fell across her flushed face as her skin gradually returned to its soft, pale color. The storm of Kai vanished. Gray tried to stand, but his body wouldn't respond. His own Kai had been completely drained. His limbs felt heavy and numb. His final conscious thought was bitter. He was too weak, too pitiful. Then darkness pulled him under. The memory faded. An unfamiliar voice cut through the remnants of the dream, dragging Arthur Leywin back to the present. A frantic knock rattled his door. A handmaid pleaded urgently for him to wake up. Commander Varai Ore's speech was about to begin, and Arthur needed to prepare. Before she could continue, another voice spoke from outside, deep, impatient, filled with clear disdain. A sudden crackle of energy followed. Lightning exploded through the door. The blast shattered the wood and jolted Arthur awake. He reacted instantly. Arthur sprang from the bed and caught the crackling projectile in his hand before it could hit him. His eyes narrowed as he saw the attacker. Baron Wyke stood in the doorway, his arm still extended. The lance looked at Arthur coldly, studying his reflexes without a hint of warmth. Arthur's thoughts burned with irritation. Being attacked from behind was dishonorable, but war left little room for ideals. Baron's message was blunt. Arthur needed to change immediately. The other lances were already waiting at the teleportation gate. Without waiting for a reply, Baron turned and left, faint sparks of lightning crackling around him as he walked away. Arthur exhaled slowly. Ever since the incident with Lucas Wykes, he and Baron had always clashed. But now, war loomed over the continent. Personal pride meant nothing. Both of them were lances. Both were necessary for Dicathen's survival. A timid handmaid carefully stepped into the room, her voice trembling as she asked again to prepare him. Before Arthur could respond, another woman entered. This maid was larger and far more confident. She brushed past the first maid and declared that she had Commander Varai's approval to ensure Arthur was ready. With unsettling confidence, she even suggested that if he couldn't wash himself, she would personally help. Arthur immediately recoiled. He made it very clear he needed no such assistance. Satisfied, the bulky maid simply placed a set of armor on the table. The armor had been prepared by Aldir for the speech. Elsewhere in the castle, tension filled another chamber. Priscilla Glader adjusted her husband's collar gently, but even her careful touch couldn't ease his worry. Blaine Glader looked deeply troubled. The threat of Alacria was growing closer by the day, and he couldn't understand why Commander Varai had chosen Atiston as the location for such an important speech. Priscilla shared the same concern. The irony was bitter. This was the very danger that had once forced them to abandon their castle, and now it loomed even closer. Their quiet discussion ended when another voice joined them, calm, confident. Alduin Erlith, king of Elenoir, explained that Varai's decision wasn't reckless. It was deliberate strategy. By standing on the western coast, so close to the potential threat, Varai intended to inspire the people, to show them that their forces were powerful enough to stand directly against danger. Beside him, Mariel Erlith nodded. With all the lances gathered above the crowd like guardians in the sky, the commander would achieve exactly the reaction he wanted. But Blaine remained uneasy. His concern wasn't the speech. It was the reality behind it. The possibility that the true beginning of the war was already approaching. Their conversation fell silent as Varai Ore turned toward Arthur. Her sharp eyes examined his newly worn armor. A small flicker of approval crossed her stern face. Arthur bowed respectfully. He greeted the kings and queens gathered there. To Alduin Erlith and Mariel Erlith, he acknowledged how long it had been since they last met. To Blaine Glader and Priscilla Glader, he offered a deeper bow. Mariel studied him carefully. She remarked softly on how much he had grown. Arthur accepted the compliment with quiet humility. Age brought growth, but it also brought responsibility. Blaine, however, looked at him differently. Not as a boy who had matured, but as one of his strongest soldiers. Strength was what the continent would need. Arthur silently acknowledged that truth. Race, kingdom, origins. None of it mattered anymore. He served only one cause now, the survival of Dicathen. Just then, a new figure stepped forward, and Arthur's attention shifted. The elderly dwarf carried the quiet authority of long experience. Though his posture was measured, his presence commanded respect. He introduced himself as Reginald, the newly appointed delegate of the dwarves. His steady gaze rested on Arthur Leywin as he explained that he had heard much about him through the letters of Elijah Knight. Arthur reached out and clasped the dwarf's hand firmly. Understanding struck him immediately. Reginald wasn't just a delegate. He had been Elijah's guardian since the boy was an infant. A sharp pang of guilt hit Arthur. His eyes lowered as he spoke with quiet regret, apologizing for not arriving in time to protect his friend. Reginald simply shook his head. Years of acceptance were etched into the deep lines of his face. Elijah, he said, had always drawn trouble toward him like a magnet. His life had been shaped by storms that no guardian could fully shield him from. Arthur tightened his grip on the dwarf's hand, holding it with both of his. His gaze locked firmly onto Regius's weathered eyes. His promise was silent but unwavering. If Elijah was still alive, he would bring him back. Regius whispered a quiet thank you before pulling his fragile hands away. The strength they once carried had clearly faded with time. Breaking the moment of silence, Virian Erelith formally acknowledged Regius as the dwarves' new representative. He then turned his attention to the rest of the gathering. They would move ahead first. The gatekeeper would signal the others when it was time to follow. Arthur's thoughts lingered on the old dwarf. He wished there had been more time to speak with Regius, to hear stories of Elijah's childhood, to understand the boy who had been raised under the dwarf's care. Even Sylvie quietly voiced her curiosity through their mental link, wondering how Elijah had ended up in Darv, raised by someone of such status, yet forced into so much hardship. A light tap interrupted Arthur's thoughts. When he turned, he found himself face to face with the elven lance known as Aya Greffin. Aya carried herself with effortless grace. Her wavy black hair was tucked neatly behind her ear as she extended her hand with a playful smile. Her expectation was obvious, but Arthur ignored the unspoken courtly gesture she seemed to want. Instead of kissing her hand, he gave it a firm handshake. Aya's smile didn't fade, but her eyes sharpened slightly as she withdrew and swayed confidently back to her place. Sylvie's voice brushed softly against Arthur's thoughts, remarking that Aya seemed pleasant enough. Arthur silently disagreed. Her aura carried a cold edge that her charm carefully concealed. Nearby, another lance had been watching him quietly. Varai Oraye finally spoke. Her sharp gaze evaluated him with surgical precision. She noted that his training had paid off. His mana had advanced from the initiate silver stage to the mid-silver stage. Arthur knew he still had a long road ahead if he wanted to reach the white stage, but Varai's expression suggested she didn't think the distance was nearly as great as he believed. Before their conversation could continue, the gatekeeper suddenly stirred. A signal had arrived. His voice rang out clearly. The teleportation gate was ready. Baron Wykes stepped forward first, walking toward the gate with his usual commanding confidence. Arthur gestured for Aya and Varai to go ahead of him. Aya passed by with a teasing wink, her movements deliberately playful. Varai followed in complete silence, her expression stoic as ever. When Arthur finally stepped through the gate, the world dissolved into streaks of light and sound. A moment later, a deafening roar slammed into him. He winced instinctively. The floor trembled beneath the sheer force of the noise. They had arrived in a massive rectangular hall that opened out toward a grand balcony. At the balcony's edge stood Virian Erelith, alongside the kings and queens of the continent. All of them waved toward the enormous crowd gathered below. Among them stood Tessia Erelith, Curtis Glader, and Kathleen Glader, smiling brightly as they greeted the cheering masses. Even from Arthur's position, the crowd stretched endlessly into the distance, a living ocean of voices and raised arms. For a moment, Arthur felt a familiar pressure settle on his chest. It had been a long time since he had stood before a crowd this large. Their expectations felt almost physical. A thin handmaid hurried toward them, reminding the gathered warriors to prepare. She addressed them as generals. The title caught Arthur slightly off guard, but there was no time to dwell on it. The roaring crowd slowly quieted as Virian stepped forward to speak. His voice carried effortlessly across the entire assembly. He spoke with pride and conviction, honoring the sacrifices of kings, queens, and soldiers alike. But he made one thing very clear. The ones who carried the heaviest burden were the lances, the warriors who stood at the very front lines. At his signal, the crowd erupted. Thousands of voices merged into a single thunderous chant. The chant rolled across the crowd like a storm. Finally, Virian raised his hand. Silence fell instantly. His next words struck like iron. This was a time of war. Already half of the lances were absent, not out of neglect, but because they were already fighting at the edges of the battlefield. Virian continued, declaring that the title of lance had never belonged to birthright or privilege. It was a mantle earned through strength, talent, and relentless effort. Then he announced it. A new era had begun. A new protector had risen. At those words, every eye turned toward Arthur Leywin. The other lances stepped aside. The royal families watched silently. Arthur walked toward the edge of the balcony. The crowd's roar exploded again. The sound shook the air itself. At the far end of the balcony, Virion stood waiting. Arthur approached him, lowering his voice slightly. He asked if this spectacle had been Virion's idea. The old commander answered with nothing more than a faint grin. Then he nudged Arthur forward toward the balcony's edge. The weight of thousands of eyes pressed down on him. If anyone else had orchestrated such a scene, Arthur might have felt irritated. But Virion hadn't done it for himself. He had done it for the people. With a sly smile, Virion quietly reminded Arthur of one more thing. Keep smiling and waving. After all, the crowd below wasn't the only audience watching. Behind them, a massive projection was broadcasting the moment across the continent. With a faint glint of mischief in his eyes, Virion Erlith asked, had he prepared a speech? Arthur's heart skipped. Standing before thousands was one thing. Speaking to them without preparation was another entirely. He wasn't ready for this. Not for the title, not for the expectations, and certainly not for a speech. But Virion had planned it this way. The people didn't need carefully polished words from nobles. They needed honesty. Someone who had lived as they did. Someone who carried the same fears, the same scars. Someone who could speak from the heart. With that, Virion stepped back. Arthur was left alone at the balcony's edge, as the roaring crowd slowly fell into an uneasy silence. For a moment, his confidence wavered. Then his gaze swept across the sea of people below, and stopped. Among the countless faces, he spotted his mother, Alice Leywin. Even with his enhanced vision, the distance blurred her features, but her warm smile cut through the noise like sunlight. That single look steadied him. The fear in his chest eased. He knew what to say. A low hum filled the air as the amplification artifact activated, ready to carry his voice across the city. Arthur stepped forward and rested his hands on the balcony railing. The cheers surged again, then slowly faded as the crowd waited. Arthur began simply. He greeted the people of Dicathen, thanking them for gathering despite the uncertainty looming over their future. Though still young, he admitted he had spent countless hours studying history and economics. Many scholars had tried to explain what bound citizens to their homeland. Some believed loyalty came naturally from one's birthplace. Others argued it was a system of responsibility, rulers protecting their people, parents caring for their children, and so on. But Arthur disagreed. To him, loyalty couldn't be bought, it couldn't be inherited, and it couldn't be forced by kings or laws. True loyalty came from choice. It was built through bonds between friends, neighbors, and strangers, strengthened by the shared promise to protect and grow together. Perhaps it was arrogant to try defining loyalty. Every person carried their own meaning of it. But one truth remained. Loyalty was easy in peaceful times. It was easy to praise rulers when bellies were full. Easy to stand behind an army when victory seemed certain. But war changed everything. This war would test every soul in Dicathen. Many might face a terrible choice, to die with their people or survive by surrendering to their enemies. Arthur made his own decision clear. His loyalty didn't come from his title as a lance, nor from simple duty. His bond with Dicathen hadn't been purchased. And it hadn't been freely given either. It had grown naturally through his life here, in the quiet countryside where he was raised, through his years as an adventurer, during his time as a student, and later as a teacher. Now, as a lance, that loyalty would be proven. Dicathen wasn't perfect. Its rulers had their flaws, but the three kingdoms had still tried. Only a few generations ago, the creation of the council would have been impossible. Yet leaders from all three races had put aside their pride to unite. They shared resources. They worked to improve life for everyone. Prejudice still existed, but the continent belonged to all of them. It was their home, and beyond that city, an enemy army was approaching. Over 100 ships from Alacria were sailing toward their shores. Their enemies had already delivered their demand, surrender the royal families, or face destruction on a far greater scale. Virion himself had been prepared to sacrifice his life if it meant protecting the people. But Arthur hoped for something else. He would rather fight, rather risk dying for the life he cherished here, than trust a promise from enemies who might never keep it. Still, he admitted one thing. The choice wasn't his alone. He would not decide the fate of Dicathen by himself. That decision belonged to its people. Arthur ended with a final declaration that rang with absolute conviction. Everyone standing on that balcony would fight until their last breath, to defend Dicathen from those who dared invade it. For a moment, the entire world seemed to hold its breath. Silence stretched across the crowd. Then, one voice rose from the masses. Long live Dicathen! The cry ignited the crowd like a spark hitting dry wood. Thousands of voices joined together instantly. Long live Dicathen! The chant rolled through the city like thunder. Arthur deactivated the artifact and took a long breath. Beside him, Sylvie jumped down from her perch. Then, with dramatic timing only she could manage, her small pearly form began to change. Her body expanded rapidly. Dark scales shimmered into existence. In seconds, she transformed into an enormous dragon. Her wings stretched wide across the balcony. Then she roared, a deep, thunderous roar that shook the air itself. The crowd exploded. Their cheers grew even louder. Their chant turned into a triumphant anthem. Dragon and lance stood together above them. For that moment, Dicathen was united, defiant, unbroken. When the roar faded, Sylvie folded her massive wings. Her body shimmered again, shrinking back into her small, fox-like form. After the speech, Curtis Glader hurried over, barely able to hide his excitement. He praised Arthur's dramatic finish, admitting he had heard rumors about Sylvie's true form before, but seeing it with his own eyes left him completely stunned. Beside him stood Kathleen Glader, calm as always. She asked if Arthur planned to attend the noble reception in the city later. Arthur simply shook his head. He had somewhere else to be. A short time later, Arthur Leywin reunited with his family and the remaining members of the Twin Horns. Together they gathered before a simple grave. The stone carried only one name, Adam Crench. A heavy silence filled the air. No one needed to speak to understand the grief they shared. Reynolds Leywin stepped forward first. His expression held both sorrow and quiet pride. He began recalling an old memory. Long before Ellie Leywin was even born, Adam had helped save his family from bandits. Reynolds spoke about fighting beside him again, after so many years. At first, Adam had seemed exactly the same, aggressive, impulsive, loud, and reckless, but also genuine and ambitious and fiercely loyal. Yet Reynolds admitted something. He had been wrong. Adam hadn't stayed the same. Time had changed him. He had grown, not just as a fighter, but as a protector, as a friend. Reynolds' voice steadied as he imagined Adam continuing his endless chase for strength somewhere beyond this world. He knew Adam would never sit still, even in death. And he believed Adam would want the same from those still alive, to keep pushing forward, to keep living. With careful respect, Reynolds placed a flower on the grave. His farewell carried both sorrow and promise. Rest now, until the day they meet again. A quiet hush settled over the group as they bowed their heads. Finally, Helen Shard broke the silence, softly thanking Arthur for coming. Durden Walker followed, congratulating him on becoming a lance, though he admitted regretfully that he hadn't seen Arthur's speech. Arthur thanked them sincerely. Then Angela Rose stepped forward and pulled him into a warm embrace. Her voice carried clear pride. All of them were proud of what he had become. When Arthur stepped back, his eyes drifted across the quiet gathering. That was when he noticed someone standing in the shadows. Virion Erlith stepped forward, his expression unreadable. Arthur mentioned that Virion hadn't needed to skip the noble reception in Eddiston. Allowing the funeral to be held there had already meant a lot, but Virion shook his head. He had chosen to come. The nobles could manage without him. After all, the kings and queens of the continent were already there. Arthur quietly admitted that Adam would have appreciated the gesture. For a moment, silence hung between them. Then Virion slowly reached into his robe. He admitted the timing wasn't ideal, but there was something Arthur needed to consider. From his robe, he produced a black stone coin. Its surface faintly shimmered. Arthur immediately recognized it. It had once belonged to Alea Triskin, the artifact carried by every lance. Virion explained that after Alea's death, Alduin Erlith had returned the relic to him. Bound by blood, the artifact could grant Arthur the same surge of power that pushed other lances into the white stage. Virion's voice remained calm, but there was clear respect in his words. He said it would be an honor if Arthur accepted the bond and served as a lance under his command. Arthur lowered his gaze. The offer weighed heavily on him. He admitted he would fight for Virion regardless, even without the artifact. But he couldn't accept it. He didn't want shortcuts. He wanted to reach the white stage on his own. From the shadows, another voice spoke. Aldir stepped into the light, his single violet eye fixed on Arthur. He admitted it might not be his place to speak, but he agreed with Arthur's decision. Arthur glanced at him with mild suspicion. Had the Asura been standing there the entire time? Aldir calmly confirmed it. After all, observing was part of his role. He explained what Arthur had already suspected. The artifact Virion offered was powerful. It could grant tremendous strength, but it came with a cost. Using it would limit Arthur's future growth. For most people, Aldir would recommend accepting the power, especially with war approaching. But Arthur was different. His bond with Sylvie, the dragon blood in his veins, and the lingering will of her mother within his core made him unique. What seemed like a disadvantage now could become his greatest advantage, if he survived long enough. Arthur answered quietly. He hoped that future would come soon. Virion's gaze sharpened. He asked the question everyone had been avoiding. Was Arthur ready for the coming war? Arthur answered honestly. No, but he had no intention of losing to the Vritra clan. A faint smile touched Aldir's lips. That was exactly the answer he wanted. Soon after, the two elders returned toward the castle. Arthur remained behind. One more farewell awaited him. His parents stood nearby, determined to rejoin the Twin Horns. Arthur tried convincing them to avoid the western shores, where the fighting would be worst, but they refused. Their determination reflected a lifetime spent in this land. Arthur felt frustration rising inside him, but beneath it was understanding. His perspective had been shaped by memories from another world. For him, Dicathen was home because his family lived there. For them, the land itself was home. Protecting it wasn't just a decision, it was instinct. Arthur's thoughts drifted to death. Its shadow hung over all of them. People often say you only understand death after losing someone you love, but Arthur had learned another truth. Every death should remind the living to protect those still here. Eventually, his parents left, Later, Arthur returned to his room. He removed the last pieces of his armor and sank into a chair with a tired sigh. Regret weighed on him. Arguing with his parents hadn't been the farewell he wanted. Then Sylvie's gentle voice echoed in his mind. She reminded him of something he already knew. Leaving things unresolved, especially now, made the burden even heavier. Frustration gnawed at Arthur Leywin as he sat hunched forward, his thoughts spinning in restless circles. Every time it seemed like things were finally moving forward, something dragged them 2 steps back. His parents' decision weighed on him the most. Why wouldn't they listen? He hadn't said anything wrong, yet his concerns had been brushed aside as if they carried no weight at all. Within his mind, Sylvie's quiet presence stirred, her thoughts slipping gently into his like ripples across still water. From their perspective, she explained, his words might have sounded like he was asking them to hide somewhere far away from the world. Arthur bristled at the idea, denying it instinctively, but deep down he knew she was right. His concern hadn't been about the war. Not about strategy, not even about the continent itself. It had been about his family. He was relieved that Ellie Leywin would remain behind where it was safe, but that didn't mean his parents should walk willingly into danger. His heart had spoken not as a soldier, but as their son. Sylvie understood. Still, she reminded him that for them, separating Arthur, the son, from Arthur, the reincarnated warrior, had never been simple. They were doing the best they could, just like he was. Arthur's thoughts softened as he turned them toward her. A question surfaced. When had she first known the truth about him? Sylvie answered without hesitation. She had always known, maybe not with perfect clarity at first, but she had been hearing his thoughts since the moment she was born. Arthur froze. The realization hit him like a blow. Every thought? His mind recoiled in horror as the implications sank in. Sylvie explained it with teasing calm. She heard everything, yes, but she only responded when he directed his thoughts toward her. For her, it was similar to speaking out loud. The difference was that she had learned to hide her own thoughts. Arthur, on the other hand, had never learned such restraint. His eyes widened as the full meaning dawned on him. Sylvie's grin confirmed it. She knew every fleeting thought, every moment of doubt, even the tangled emotions he tried to bury whenever Tessia crossed his mind. Arthur groaned in embarrassment. Sylvie only laughed softly and reassured him. Over the years, she had grown used to the flood of his thoughts. Behind her teasing smile was something warmer. She had seen every side of him, and still chose to remain by his side. Arthur muttered that he certainly hadn't gotten used to it, but Sylvie's grin slowly faded. She reminded him of something her grandfather had once told her during training. Though she was far from reaching the strength of a true Asura, the blood of her grandfather, Kazes Indrath, still flowed through her veins. It granted her enough strength to fight beside Arthur in the coming war, but it didn't make her invincible. The only way either of them would survive was by relying on each other. Arthur nodded slowly, yet something in her tone unsettled him. This wasn't her usual playful confidence. Her voice softened as she confessed there were things she had kept hidden, things she had only recently discovered, and Arthur was the only one she trusted with her life. His expression softened immediately. He reassured her gently. He had raised her since the day she was born. There was nothing she couldn't tell him. Sylvie seemed to relax at his words. She hopped down from the armrest and curled onto the seat beside him, resting her head on his lap. Arthur realized how unusual this moment was. For the first time, Sylvie had openly admitted she feared for her life. If even she felt this unsettled, then the war ahead truly carried a terrifying weight. Arthur ran a hand gently across her soft fur, deep in thought. He teased her lightly, remarking on how clever she had become since their return from Epheotus. Her intelligence seemed to grow just as fast as her pride. Half asleep already, Sylvie murmured that she had always been a fast learner. Sitting atop his head all the time had simply been her way of observing the world. It also helped that Arthur knew so much, and that his thoughts were always open to her. With that, she nestled closer and slowly drifted to sleep. Arthur leaned back in his chair, staring up at the ceiling, while his hand continued stroking her head. She had reason to worry. If Winsome had spoken the truth, the ships approaching Dicathen carried far more than ordinary soldiers. The thought settled heavily in his mind. Then a voice suddenly called his name. Arthur's thoughts snapped back to the present. Turning his head, irritation flickered across his face as he saw the intruder. Arthur muttered that some etiquette should exist when entering someone else's room. Unbothered, Eldir replied calmly that Arthur's tone already told him enough. Whatever conversation he had just finished clearly hadn't gone well. Eldir explained that Kazes Indrath himself had instructed him to rely on Arthur's judgment during the war. After witnessing Arthur's speech earlier, Eldir admitted he finally understood why. Arthur shouldn't simply be used as a weapon. When he wasn't needed on the battlefield, he would stand beside Eldir within the War Council. Arthur blinked. Disbelief tightened his expression. He was only 16 years old, yet he was expected to help make decisions that could shape the fate of nations. The idea felt absurd, but Eldir dismissed his doubts immediately. Arthur might be a lesser by birth, but he was far from an ordinary teenager. There would be moments when his voice was needed. Still, Eldir had no intention of wasting Arthur's time in endless political debates. He had other plans. Arthur narrowed his eyes slightly. Shifting the conversation, he asked if it frustrated Eldir, knowing how much destruction he alone could unleash, yet being forced to hold back. The Asura's expression hardened, but something deeper flickered beneath it. His time would come, Eldir said. This war would mark the beginning of a new era. If Dicathen endured, if it stood alongside the Asuras, then Agrona and the traitorous Vritra clan would fall, and a new continent would become theirs. Arthur studied him quietly. Then he spoke again, his voice calm, but sharp with intuition. Eldir had lost someone to Agrona. The brief silence that followed Arthur Leywin's words was answer enough. Elder didn't deny it. He simply said the truth. Many had lost someone. Arthur didn't soften his stance. He made it clear he had no intention of losing this war. But if Eldir truly wanted his help, then trust had to go both ways. Any advice Arthur offered needed to be taken seriously. And if the Lessers were going to fight battles meant for the Asuras, then the least Eldir could do was treat them with respect. The Asura studied him carefully. After a moment, Eldir inclined his head. Arthur was asking a lot, but he agreed. Even as he accepted the correction, the words slipped from his mouth again. He admitted that he worried whenever he left the Lessers, then corrected himself after a brief pause. People. Arthur gave a small nod and said he would join him shortly in the meeting room. Cold air escaped Arthur's lips as a faint cloud of mist while he walked toward the encampment beneath the cliffside. Rows of tents stretched across the ground. Fires flickered behind jagged rocks, carefully shielded from the harsh winter winds. Arthur pulled his wool cloak tighter, reinforcing it with a thin layer of mana to dull the biting cold. A sharp voice suddenly rang through the camp. A commanding woman stood near a large pot, wielding a ladle like a weapon, while barking orders for the evening meal to be prepared. When her eyes landed on Arthur, recognition flashed across her face. She gave him a respectful nod. The gesture caught him off guard. He hadn't expected anyone here to know who he was. Inside his cloak, Sylvie poked her head out. She grumbled at the cold and the noise with obvious annoyance before burrowing back into his warmth. Nearby, a small crowd of soldiers had gathered in a circle. Their attention was fixed on two augmenters sparring in the center. Mana-coated blades clashed with sharp sparks. One soldier with short hair pressed forward aggressively, striking with relentless dual attacks. But his opponent, a girl named Cedri, moved with smooth agility. She ducked, sidestepped, countered every swing with fluid precision. Arthur watched closely. Something about her caught his attention. Then he noticed the subtle shape of her ears. Realization struck. Cedri was a half-elf. The thought lingered for a moment until Sylvie's voice echoed gently in his mind. She reminded him not to get distracted. They had come for a reason. Arthur nodded slightly and continued toward the captain's tent. Even as he walked away, his thoughts lingered on the sparring match. There was something thrilling about close combat. The rhythm of blades clashing, the weight behind every strike. It carried an intensity long-range magic battles rarely matched. Soon, a large white command tent came into view. As Arthur approached, a guard in steel armor lowered his halberd across the entrance. He demanded Arthur state his business. Arthur sighed quietly. He had already grown tired of this routine. Reaching into his cloak, he pulled out a gold medallion. The guard's eyes widened immediately. Recognition flooded his face. Fear followed quickly as he realized who he had just stopped. He began stammering an apology, but Arthur raised a hand to silence him. He preferred to keep things quiet. Inside, the air felt noticeably warmer. The faint scent of parchment and lamp oil filled the space. Arthur's gaze shifted to the desk in the center of the tent. Maps and reports covered its surface. The woman seated behind it looked up. Recognition lit her face instantly. Glory Uto rushed forward and pulled Arthur into a tight embrace. Relief radiated from her. She stepped back after a moment, studying him carefully. Not the medallion of a general, but the person wearing it. Arthur offered a faint smile and gently asked her to forget the titles. She laughed softly and agreed. He could simply call her Glory. Arthur then asked for a report. Glory unrolled a parchment across the desk. Her voice shifted to a crisp professional tone. She currently commanded 3,000 soldiers. By military standards, it was a smaller division, but it was supported by 58 mages. Among them were 20 conjurers and 10 long-range augmenters. The rest were experienced fighters, both mage and non-mage alike. Their strength had been proven in battle. She also mentioned that Captain Otter and his forces were marching from Mayburn City to reinforce them soon. Arthur listened quietly, but his mind was already considering the broader strategy. Truthfully, he didn't expect the enemy ships to travel this far south. His real focus was farther up the coast. Plans were already underway there. Plans meant to slow the approaching fleet from Alacria, and if fortune favored them, send several of their ships straight to the ocean floor. Glory's eyes sharpened with curiosity. She had heard rumors of the larger plan and wondered if it would actually work. Arthur answered calmly. The strategy wasn't meant to win Glory. It was meant to buy time. With a crooked smile, Glory lifted a flask and took a long drink. Glory Uto sighed, saying it was a shame they wouldn't be there to see whether Arthur Leywin's plan actually worked. Then her expression shifted. As she casually offered him the flask, Arthur gave a faint smile. He reminded her that he was still underage. Glory scoffed immediately. If he was old enough to carry the weight of war, she argued, then he was certainly old enough to drink. Arthur sighed in defeat and accepted the flask. The liquid burned like fire the moment it touched his throat. Heat spread through his chest, while the smoky bitterness lingered on his tongue. Inside his cloak, Sylvie stirred in clear disapproval, questioning the wisdom of dulling his senses before battle. Arthur reassured her lightly. It was just one one sip. He returned the flask to Glory, silently admitting that the drink had a much stronger kick than he expected. Glory then mentioned that Virian Aerolith had asked Arthur to speak to the soldiers later. The commander believed his presence might raise morale. Arthur grinned at the thought, but he decided he would wait until Captain Otter arrived before giving any speech. Leaving the tent, Arthur stepped outside. The guard immediately snapped into a stiff salute, nearly blurting out Arthur's title. Arthur quickly silenced him with a playful wink and a finger pressed to his lips. Discretion. The guard nodded nervously. Arthur moved on. The noise of the camp grew louder as he approached a makeshift arena where soldiers had gathered. Near the edge of the crowd, Arthur spotted Cedri and Jonah sitting on the ground watching the fights. He sat down beside them. Arthur complimented Cedri on her earlier match. Her face lit up with pride. She raised her gauntleted hand triumphantly. Jonah rolled his eyes with dry amusement. It was only one win, he reminded her. Cedri smirked. The first of many, she insisted. Jonah then turned toward Arthur and extended his hand in greeting. He introduced himself easily and jokingly referred to Cedri as his less mature partner. To Jonah, Arthur was simply another recruit, and Arthur didn't bother correcting him. Their attention soon returned to the arena. Another fight had already begun, but it ended almost instantly. A massive augmenter, built like a bear, delivered a brutal strike that knocked his opponent down. While Arthur sat with Cedri and Jonah, several soldiers passed by. Some teased Cedri about her victory. Others congratulated her. Each comment inflated her pride a little more, but it also seemed to make her slightly flustered. Jonah noticed immediately. He joked that all her extra training had finally paid off. Cedri's cheeks flushed as she stumbled through a response. Jonah grinned wider. Was she blushing? Cedri denied it instantly, claiming the heat was the cause. Jonah pointed toward the falling snow. Sylvie quietly commented inside Arthur's mind how quickly these recruits had grown close. Arthur watched them thoughtfully. Their bond seemed deeper than simple friendship. But before the thought could settle, a rough voice cut through the noise. Arthur turned. The massive augmenter from earlier was staring directly at him. The man's glare was sharp and dismissive. He sneered and called Arthur a country bumpkin. Arthur looked around in mild confusion, then realized the insult was aimed at him. He turned toward Jonah with a small smile. Did he really look like someone fresh from the countryside? Cedri immediately jumped to her feet, furious. She told the large soldier to leave the new recruits alone. If he wanted to fight, he should challenge someone his own size. Before the argument escalated, Arthur calmly stood up. He waved away the tension with an easy smile. It was only harmless fun. Extending his hand toward the massive soldier, Arthur introduced himself. The man sneered. He said he liked teaching lessons to new recruits. The soldier, Herrick, gripped Arthur's hand tightly, then suddenly yanked him forward. Without warning, Herrick swung a heavy punch straight into Arthur's face. He declared it the first lesson. Never let your guard down. The impact echoed across the arena. The surrounding soldiers fell silent. Jonah and Cedri stared in shock. Yet Arthur didn't even stagger. He simply scratched his cheek calmly. His mind was more focused on the lingering burn from Glory's alcohol than the punch itself. Herrick slowly pulled his hand back. He stared at it in disbelief. That punch should have sent Arthur flying. Irritation quickly replaced his confusion. He muttered that he had only held back. Otherwise, Arthur would have been knocked across the arena. With a snarl, Herrick lunged forward again. Enemies on the battlefield wouldn't show mercy. Arthur moved instantly. Before Herrick could reach him, Arthur grabbed the man by the face. A grin spread across his lips as he tightened his grip. His reply was short and final. The next instant, Arthur Leywin struck. The blow landed with a thunderous impact. Herrick was launched straight out of the arena, his massive body tumbling across the dirt before finally skidding to a stop. A groan escaped him as he lay sprawled on the ground. Arthur hadn't even used real strength, barely 10% of his mana, no elemental spells. To him, Herrick had been little more than an afterthought. Before the stunned murmurs of the crowd could settle, another figure leapt into the arena. A tall woman landed gracefully on the platform. Her jet-black hair was tied tightly behind her head, and her sharp eyes locked onto Arthur immediately. She introduced herself as Nifia and declared her intention to spar. She explained that she normally fought with a staff and preferred that Arthur use a weapon as well. Arthur shrugged lightly and explained that his sword was currently with the smith for repairs. Nifia waved the excuse away. She ordered someone to bring him a weapon. Within seconds, a soldier tossed a sheathed short sword toward him. Arthur caught it and drew the blade. Nifia clicked her tongue impatiently. "Ready?" she asked sharply. Arthur gave a silent nod. She moved instantly. Her staff struck down like lightning. Arthur's sword rang as he deflected the blow. Nifia pressed forward without pause. Lunges, sweeping strikes, sharp thrusts. Her staff cut through the air with relentless speed, but Arthur evaded or parried each strike with calm precision. "You're eager," Arthur commented casually. Nifia's eyes narrowed. She could already tell he wasn't an ordinary recruit. Inside, Arthur acknowledged her skill. Her control of mana was far more refined than Herrick's brute strength. Precise, disciplined, but she lacked something else. True battlefield experience. The duel continued as Arthur slowly backed toward the edge of the platform. When Nifia overextended during a thrust, Arthur seized the opportunity. Using her momentum, he nearly sent her flying out of the arena. But Nifia reacted quickly. With a spinning motion and clever use of her staff, she recovered and flipped back toward the center. Her eyes hardened. She refused to lose that easily. "I'll cage the platform," she declared. Arthur frowned slightly. This is supposed to be friendly sparring, he reminded her. But Nifia shook her head firmly. This isn't a game, she said. This is preparation for war. And in war, there were no boundaries. One of her mage companions stepped forward and began chanting. Mana surged. The ground trembled. Jagged walls of stone erupted upward around the arena, sealing the platform and trapping Arthur inside with her. Arthur sighed quietly. So much for friendly sparring. His stance shifted. Then he moved. Arthur dashed forward with blinding speed, the air itself displaced by the sudden burst of motion. Their weapons clashed again. As they fought, Arthur's thoughts drifted to lessons from his past life. In that world, powerful figures often fought wars on behalf of everyone else. But here, things were different. The presence of powerful warriors, like the lances, didn't weaken soldiers. It inspired them. Yet the abundance of mana also created a dangerous flaw. Instead of fixing weaknesses, many soldiers simply leaned harder on their strengths. Arthur himself had once fallen into that trap, until the Asuras of Epheotis had shattered those illusions with brutal training. Before the tension could sharpen further, clang! A loud metallic strike echoed across the camp. The chief cook stood nearby, banging a pot with her ladle like a war bell. "Dinner's ready," she shouted. "Get your bowls before it gets cold." Laughter and chatter erupted through the camp. Nifia's face flushed red with embarrassment and lingering frustration. Arthur extended a hand to help her up. She slapped it away at first, but after a moment she sighed and stood, brushing dust from her uniform. "It was a good fight," she admitted. Just then Cedri's voice rang out from across the camp. "Arthur, hurry before the stew runs out." Inside his cloak, Sylvie chirped excitedly. She was hungry too. The camp slowly relaxed into a rare moment of peace. Soldiers gathered around fires with bowls of stew. Music drifted through the tents. Laughter mixed with the clinking of mugs and the cheer of ale. For a little while, the looming war felt distant. Arthur watched Cedri laughing among the soldiers. She blended into the crowd effortlessly. Her bright energy seemed to lift the spirits of everyone around her. Beside him, Jonah spoke quietly. Cedri had always been like that, he explained, even when they were younger. But her family had struggled financially. She had spent most of her life putting her siblings first. Arthur nodded thoughtfully. "So joining the army was for them?" he asked. Jonah confirmed it, though there was frustration in his voice. Cedri hated relying on anyone, even him. Arthur tilted his head slightly. "So your solution was to enlist too," he said casually, "to make sure you could stay beside her." Jonah immediately choked on his words. "That's not, Arthur smirked. Before Jonah could recover, Cedri suddenly appeared behind them. Her eyes narrowed suspiciously. "And when exactly did you two become so close?" Ever mischievous, Arthur Leywin started to admit that he and Jonah had been talking about Cedri. Before he could finish, Jonah's hand snapped over Arthur's mouth. "Just idle talk," Jonah blurted nervously. He laughed awkwardly and claimed they had been discussing a conjurer in the camp. Cedri's brows knit together. A hint of jealousy crept into her expression. "Oh," she said slowly. "I didn't realize you liked long hair, Jonah." Jonah immediately panicked, tripping over his words as he tried to explain himself. Arthur simply watched the two with quiet amusement. Chuckle sounded nearby. The camp's formidable cook, Astera, approached Arthur with an easy stride. "Young people sure are lively," she remarked. She had seen his sparring earlier, and more importantly, she had noticed him leaving Gloriuto's tent. With a sly smile, she asked if he might help loosen the stiffness in her old bones. Arthur agreed readily, though curiosity colored his voice. He wondered who exactly he had managed to offend. Astera laughed loudly. "Oh, I'm not offended," she said. "Just curious." She introduced herself simply as Chef Astera and dismissed her position as nothing more than a cook. Arthur studied her carefully. He didn't believe that for a second. The way she carried herself, balanced, confident, spoke of a seasoned warrior. Astera's grin widened. Turning toward the surrounding soldiers, she announced another sparring match. "Before you all grow bored," she teased. She even asked Arthur to go easy on an old woman. Then she vanished. Arthur's instincts exploded into action. His sword shot upward, just in time, to intercept her blade as she appeared above him. Clang! Sparks burst as steel collided. The impact rippled through the ground beneath them. Savage excitement gleamed in Astera's eyes. "I knew it," she said with satisfaction. "You're no ordinary recruit." Her sword flashed again. Arthur stepped aside effortlessly. With a sharp grin, he returned her jest. "If I'm just an average boy," he said lightly, "then you're just an ordinary cook." Their blades blurred. Strike, parry, counter. The rhythm of steel rang across the camp. Soldiers gathered quickly, captivated as the cook and the supposed recruit unleashed a duel far beyond the level of normal soldiers. Between strikes, Astera laughed. "If you were really curious," she said, "you could have just asked the soldiers who I am." Arthur pressed her while parrying another attack. "Were you a teacher at Xyrus Academy?" Astera scoffed loudly while swinging her blade. "I'd sooner drink a gallon of fire sand than teach at that academy." Arthur slid out of reach of her strike. "I used to study there," he admitted with a smirk. Her reply came instantly. "Then you know how insufferably arrogant most of those students are." Arthur chuckled. "Hard to argue with that." Astera continued attacking with relentless vigor. Finally, she revealed more. After the war with the elves, she had taught at Lancelor Academy, the institution that trained elite soldiers. Arthur parried thoughtfully. "That place is legendary," Astera snorted dismissively. "Not Not anymore. After that war, demand for elite warriors had faded. The academy had slowly become a shadow of its former purpose. Their duel grew so intense that soldiers at the edge of the crowd leaned forward, trying not to be pushed back by the force of each clash. Arthur remarked that the war with Alacria must have renewed interest in the academy. Then he asked why she now worked as a camp cook. Astera laughed again. That story needs stronger drink than this camp has. Her eyes sharpened. And stop holding back. Arthur paused for a moment. He realized she had called him by name. Still, he answered calmly. Using anything beyond basic augmentation would ruin the fun. This wasn't a fight to end someone. It was a chance to understand one another. Astera's grin widened approvingly. Wise words for someone so young. She raised her sword again. Then let's give these soldiers a lesson they'll never forget. Mana erupted from her body. The air thickened instantly. Nearby soldiers staggered under the pressure, shielding themselves as the surge rolled across the arena. Arthur only smiled. He released his own mana, 40%. The atmosphere trembled as their power collided. Astera stared at him in disbelief. Why are you here? She demanded. With talent like this, why waste your time at Xyrus Academy? Arthur answered without hesitation. My sword was never the problem. It was my magic that needed training. In the next heartbeat, her sword was already inches from his throat. The force of her swing tore a gust of wind past his neck, even as Arthur blocked the strike. He countered immediately, silent, fast. His blade flashed toward her. Astera barely ducked in time. From the crowd, Jonah shouted in shock. Madame Astera is missing? Cedri added with amazement that Astera was fighting desperately, while Arthur seemed to be using only a fraction of his strength. Astera attacked again. A sharp swing. She leapt back, then lunged forward instantly. Arthur lifted his sword to block, then realized it was a feint. Her real attack came sweeping toward his leg. Arthur slammed his blade down to intercept. Clang! The impact rang sharply through the arena. A violent tremor surged up Arthur's arm. Then, crack! The short sword shattered in his hands. Fragments scattered across the platform. The duel ended the moment Arthur Leywin's sword shattered. He looked down at the broken blade in his hand, then calmly lowered it. With composed ease, Arthur conceded the match to Chef Astera. Astera immediately protested. She refused to accept the result, insisting the fight had only ended because of the poor quality of the borrowed weapon. Arthur simply shook his head. Dinner was waiting, he reminded her. That was reason enough to stop. He returned the broken sword to the soldier he had borrowed it from, apologizing and promising to replace it. The man tried to respond, but his words faded into silence as he stared at Arthur, still stunned by what he had just witnessed. A ripple of applause spread through the crowd. Then Glory Uto stepped forward. Her voice carried easily over the noise as she praised the match, calling it an excellent fight. With a firm order, she dismissed the soldiers and told them to enjoy the rest of the night. The mood shifted instantly. Under Astera's direction, barrels of liquor appeared. Glory tried to rein things in at first, but soon gave up with a tired smile and poured herself a drink. The camp erupted into celebration. Soldiers sang rough adventurer songs with no sense of rhythm. Someone beat on a hollow log for percussion. The music was terrible, but the laughter made it perfect. The warmth of shared food, stories, and drink slowly pushed the weight of war aside. Before long, Cedri, already flushed from alcohol, staggered forward and loudly declared that she would be Arthur's next opponent. Jonah grabbed her shoulders before she could trip. Laughing, he pointed out that she had clearly drunk too much. Cedri refused to back down. With drunken confidence, she insisted she could still beat Arthur. Jonah only laughed harder. I believe that you believe that, he teased. Arthur sat back quietly, a faint smile forming. The chaos of music and laughter surrounded him. For once, everything felt simple. Even after a few cups himself, the clumsy songs began to sound surprisingly enjoyable. Inside his cloak, Sylvie peeked out curiously. She remarked that Arthur seemed to have enjoyed the duel quite a bit. Arthur admitted softly that it was rare to find someone who could truly challenge him, but he suspected opponents like that would soon become far more common. For now, though, he was content to be just another soldier, to blend in, to enjoy the small moments that war so often stole away. Sylvie tilted her head thoughtfully. Normal life didn't suit him very well, she said. Still, after everything they had endured, she agreed it was time to celebrate the small victories. Then she revealed her real intention. With playful insistence, she demanded the veal leg sitting on Arthur's plate as her share of the spoils. Arthur chuckled. So that was her plan all along. With a small smile, he handed it over. Sylvie hopped from his cloak and happily began gnawing on the meat. The sight caught Astera's attention. She burst out laughing. Are you feeding your jacket? She asked between drinks. Arthur froze for a moment, then awkwardly replied that he was saving the food for later. Astera clearly didn't believe him, but she simply grinned and raised her glass. Arthur lifted his cup. Their drinks clinked together. He finished his in a single gulp. Astera studied him thoughtfully. Maybe she had judged Xyrus Academy too harshly, she admitted. Arthur shrugged off the praise. He credited his classmates and the few good teachers he had encountered. Astera laughed loudly. Those words sounded far older than someone his age. Arthur only smiled faintly. Before he could reply, the clank of armored footsteps cut through the music. A soldier approached quickly, urgency in his expression. He hesitated as he spoke to Arthur. For a moment, he nearly used a title he wasn't supposed to say. Arthur shot him a sharp look. The man immediately corrected himself. Lowering his voice, he delivered the message. Captain Otter had arrived, but Captain Glory was nowhere to be found. Arthur glanced toward Astera. Her brows were furrowed as she replayed the soldier's near mistake. The word he had almost said still lingered. The soldier looked uncertainly at Arthur, waiting for instructions. Arthur stood up. "I'll find Captain Glory," he said firmly. Astera watched him closely. The title the soldier had almost spoken echoed in her mind. "General," she murmured quietly. Arthur gave a faint smile. "That's the story," he admitted. Astera chuckled. "That must be one hell of a tale." Arthur shrugged. "Another time," he said, "with a lot more alcohol." Together they walked toward the command tent. Arthur scanned the rocky cliffs surrounding the camp. He knew Glory well enough. Even on a night like this, she wouldn't be resting. Soon he spotted a figure sitting on the highest rock overlooking the sea. He pointed it out to the guard and dismissed him. "Tell Captain Otter we'll meet in the morning." The guard hesitated. "The captain shouldn't be kept waiting," he argued. Arthur cut him off calmly. There was no emergency tonight. Andy had drunk too much to properly meet someone new. Reluctantly, the guard bowed and left. Arthur exhaled slowly. His breath formed a cloud in the cold night air. Wrapping himself in a thin current of wind mana, he leapt upward. Frost cracked beneath his boots as he landed atop the rock. Inside his mind, Sylvie stirred sleepily. "Where are we going?" she asked. Arthur answered with quiet humor. "To check on my most valuable subordinate." He walked up beside Glory Uto. She glanced over her shoulder at him before turning back to the moonlit ocean. A flask rested in her hand. She casually offered it to him. Arthur raised an eyebrow. "Interesting choice for someone on watch," he remarked. Glory scoffed, then pointed at his face. "Look who's talking," she said. "Your cheeks are red as ripe fruit." Without further protest, Arthur Leywin accepted the flask from Glory Uto and took another deep swallow. The liquid burned all the way down, heat spreading through his chest. Glory leaned back on her hands, staring up at the crescent moon hanging over the ocean. After a moment, her voice softened. She wondered aloud if they could really win the war. Arthur didn't give her a false certainty. He admitted he didn't know, but he promised one thing. He would do everything in his power to make sure they won. Something about his answer struck her. Despite being barely half her age, his words carried a strange reassurance. She admitted that hearing him say it made her feel like victory might actually be possible. Arthur's gaze stayed fixed on the dark ocean. His voice grew quieter. He confessed that he had failed many people before, and he had no intention of repeating those mistakes. Glory's next question struck deeper. Was he talking about what happened at Xyrus Academy? The memory rose instantly. 3 years had passed, but the weight of that tragedy still lingered. Arthur nodded silently, his eyes fixed on the horizon where the sea met the sky. Then he asked the question he had avoided for years. What had truly happened to the Academy afterward? He explained that Tessia Erelith barely remembered anything. Meanwhile, Curtis Glader and Kathleen Glader acted as if nothing had happened at all. Whether they couldn't face it or simply refused to, Arthur didn't know. But he couldn't ignore it. Even if the truth hurt, he needed to hear it. Glory hesitated at first. She warned him that revisiting the past would only deepen his burden. Arthur stopped her gently. He should have asked, long ago. After a long breath, she finally began. Her voice was heavy with restraint. Doradrea from the disciplinary committee had died first. Theodore Max had initially survived, but his injuries were too severe. Even the healers from the Adventurers Guild couldn't save him. Arthur asked about 2 more names, Faerith Ivsar and Claire Bladeheart. He remembered the blood when he arrived. Claire had been stabbed. He had to know if she lived. Glory nodded slowly. Faerith had been badly injured, but made it home alive. As for Claire, the Bladeheart family remained as secretive as ever. Rumors said she survived, but no one knew her condition for certain. A small sense of relief flickered in Arthur's chest. But it didn't last long. Glory continued speaking. Her voice grew heavier. One name changed everything. Kai Kreslis had been among the traitors. He had sided with Draneve, one of the servants of the Vritra clan. Kai escaped alongside him, and with him, Elijah Knight. That name struck even deeper. Glory added that Elijah's involvement was probably why Curtis refused to talk about the tragedy. In the end, 5 traitors had been captured, but 30 others escaped. Arthur looked back toward the vast ocean. Silence settled between them. Below, the distant sounds of laughter and music from the camp drifted through the night. Arthur thought about his short time at Xyrus. Brief, yet unforgettable. The weight of those memories pressed down on him. More and more, he realized something else. The version of himself from his past life was fading. The cold, calculating king who had suppressed all emotion to avoid vulnerability. That person was disappearing. And in this moment, Arthur almost missed him, because feeling everything, loss, regret, responsibility, was far heavier than silence ever had been. His gaze drifted to the camp below. Firelight illuminated soldiers laughing together. But Arthur couldn't stop thinking about how many of them would survive the war. How many would die despite everything he tried to do? Glory finally spoke again. Her voice was low but firm. He couldn't save everyone, but she reminded him what he had already done. Because of him, Xyrus Academy still existed. The people there had rebuilt their lives from ashes. Without Arthur, there would have been nothing left. Arthur shook his head, rejecting her praise. But Glory continued. She admitted her own failure. When Arthur had fallen into the widow's crypt, she believed he was gone. She couldn't protect her students. She couldn't guide them. She felt powerless. Yet he had returned, brilliant and unbreakable. At the academy, she had seen that same strength in the students who fought impossible odds. Her voice trembled. She confessed something she never showed her soldiers: fear. For them, she wore the mask of strength, but in truth, she was terrified. Arthur stood up quietly. Then he reached out mentally to Sylvie. This time she responded gently. She would take watch. Her small body shifted, then expanded into her true form. Black wings unfurled into the night. The sudden transformation startled Glory. Sylvie launched into the sky and vanished into the darkness like a moving shadow. Arthur turned back and offered Glory his hand. His tone was lighter now. The camp was still alive with music and laughter. Their soldiers clearly had no intention of sleeping. As their captain, he reminded her she belonged with them tonight, not alone on a rock with her worries. Morning came far less kindly. Arthur lay buried beneath his blanket when Glory's voice rang out above him. Normally pleasant, today it drilled straight into his skull. The pounding headache of his hangover made every word feel like a spike. Without opening his eyes, Arthur muttered irritably. As her superior, he ordered her to leave him alone. She reminded him that he had postponed a meeting with Captain Otter until this morning. Then, without mercy, she hauled him upright. A thick stack of papers was shoved into his hands. His briefing for the day had officially begun. Glory Uto told Arthur Leywin to read through the reports before meeting her and Captain Otter in the main tent. Then she turned and walked away, not even waiting for his half-awake reply. Arthur squinted down at the stack of papers. His head throbbed. The words blurred together. There was way too much information to process this quickly. Then a familiar voice snapped into his mind. Sylvie spoke with crisp mockery. She reminded him that he had accomplished absolutely nothing the night before. Arthur jerked upright in surprise. His heart skipped when he saw Sylvie's large head poking through the tent entrance, her eyes wide and unblinking. He groaned again, pressing his fingers against his temple as the headache flared. What happened? She admitted she had dragged his drunken body away from the celebration so he wouldn't embarrass himself in front of the soldiers, especially before revealing his true rank. Arthur quickly changed the subject. He asked about her watch during the night. Sylvie explained that things had been quiet. A thick fog had rolled in along the western shoreline, but no enemy ships had appeared. She admitted she hadn't flown too far out over the ocean, worried someone might detect her presence. Arthur nodded approvingly. She had done well. Standing up, he grabbed the stack of reports Glory had given him and began walking toward the captain's tent. Beside him, Sylvie shrank smoothly into her small fox-like form and trotted along. As they walked, Arthur briefly glanced up from the papers. Two familiar figures passed nearby carrying bundles of firewood, Jonah and Cedri. The moment they recognized him, their relaxed expressions vanished. Both snapped instantly into disciplined salutes. Arthur returned the gesture with a relaxed wave and small smile before continuing forward. Soon the captain's tent stood ahead. Inside, Glory waited beside a man wearing decorated military armor. She introduced them formally, General Arthur Leywin and Captain Jarnus Otter of the 2nd Division. Arthur extended his hand calmly. Otter gripped it firmly, his voice rough as he returned the greeting. Without wasting time, Otter turned back to Glory. His division, he explained, had set up camp along the forested cliffs. It would be best if both divisions familiarized themselves before combining forces. Glory agreed immediately. Then she turned toward Arthur and asked what strategy he believed they should use if an enemy fleet attacked from the coast. He acknowledged Arthur's status as a lance, but he added that real command belonged to the captains who knew their soldiers. Arthur didn't answer right away. Instead, he calmly continued scanning the reports in his hands. Arthur closed the papers slowly, then spoke dryly. If my presence isn't needed, he said, I'll go find something to eat. He turned toward the tent exit, but Glory's voice stopped him. Sharp, urgent. Arthur paused and looked back over his shoulder. Do you have nothing to add? She asked. Arthur turned fully this time. His expression shifted. Concentrating an entire army in one place was reckless. Putting 100% of their forces on a single front created massive vulnerabilities. In war, mistakes like that were fatal. Captain Otter's voice turned sharp. Their divisions were the final defense along the western shore. If Alacria launched ships, where else could they attack from? Arthur stepped closer. His tone stayed calm, but the steel beneath it was unmistakable. He reminded Otter that Varai had placed him here to prepare for the worst possible scenarios. That was the perspective he was operating from. Arthur leaned in slightly, his presence suddenly far more imposing. Don't mistake restraint for weakness, he said quietly. Command authority did not belong to the captain. The meaning was unmistakable. Otter instinctively stepped back. Sweat appeared along his brow. He muttered that he understood. Arthur nodded once. He had never intended to interfere more than necessary. The detailed planning could remain their responsibility. He turned to leave. Then suddenly, screams erupted from the cliffs above. All three froze. The cries grew louder, panicked, raw. They rushed outside the tent. The entire camp had fallen silent. Soldiers stood frozen. Some still held bowls of half-finished stew. Everyone stared toward the cliffside. For a moment, time seemed to stop. Then something tumbled down the rocky slope. It rolled across the camp and slid to a stop at Arthur's feet. a sword, its blade soaked in blood, and still gripping the handle, a severed armored arm. The silence shattered. Arthur's voice exploded across the camp. "Arm yourselves!" The recruits jolted into motion. Arthur turned sharply toward Captain Otter. His division had been stationed along the cliffs. The moment Otter saw the armor on the severed arm, he started to run toward the cliff. Arthur grabbed him instantly. Otter struggled against the hold. His soldiers were dying up there. They needed their captain. Arthur pulled him closer, his voice cold with logic. Charging alone would only add one more corpse. A dead captain would leave the division completely leaderless. And that would be far worse. Instead of rushing blindly into an unknown battle, Otter was to link up with Glory Uto's division and reinforce an organized defensive line. Arthur released him and gestured toward Glory. "Go." Otter hesitated only a moment before moving. Arthur, meanwhile, turned toward the rear of the camp, the area where the smiths, cooks, and other non-combatants gathered. His eyes never left the cliffside chaos beginning to unfold. His thoughts sharpened with brutal clarity. This wasn't the moment for anyone to play hero. The camp erupted into controlled movement. Under Glory's command, the soldiers formed quickly. But instead of assembling one massive force, she divided them into smaller balanced units. Each squad contained foot soldiers, augmenters, archers, and mages. At the front stood heavily armored infantry, shields raised to absorb the first impact. Along the flanks, augmenters guarded the ranged fighters as conjurers prepared spells and archers knocked arrows. The officers positioned themselves just behind the shield wall, close enough to direct the battle, but still protecting the fragile magic lines. Arthur watched the formation carefully. The discipline reassured him. Still, something felt wrong. They were close to the border of Darv, yet the attack didn't resemble a mana beast stampede. Something darker lurked behind this attack. Arthur spotted Chef Astera among the rear defenders and paused. "Can you manage the camp?" he asked. Her answer came with steady confidence. With Glory's augmenters guarding the rear, the camp would hold. Arthur nodded, but Astera's face turned serious. "Be careful," she warned. Arthur smirked faintly. "Practice your own advice." Through their bond, Arthur reached out to Sylvie. "Get ready." Sylvie tilted her small, fox-like head. Was revealing her true form here really wise? Arthur's answer was immediate. They needed to see what was happening on the cliff, and fast. Sylvie's body began to glow. Her small shape stretched and expanded. In seconds, the fox vanished. A dragon stood in its place. Obsidian scales gleamed under the rising sun, reflecting light brighter than the ocean beyond the cliffs. Her massive wings unfurled with a thunderous beat. The ground trembled. Wind blasted through the camp, scattering ash, canvas, and loose gear. Soldiers froze in awe. Smiths with arms like tree trunks, battle-hardened cooks. Even Astera stood wide-eyed. None of them spoke. With a powerful leap, Sylvie shot into the sky. Her wings cut through the clouds as she climbed higher and higher. Through their bond, her voice echoed with quiet apology. She explained that although she possessed great strength, her true powers were still restricted. The Asura Treaty limited what she could do, and more importantly, her recent awakening into ether abilities had not fully stabilized yet. Until the transformation finished, her magic remained incomplete. For now, she could only rely on physical strength. Arthur listened silently. "Don't apologize," he said at last. He admitted he hadn't fully realized how much her training had cost her. Her condition was something he should have planned around. That mistake belonged to him. Then they reached the cliff. Arthur looked down, and his lungs froze. Below them stretched a battlefield already soaked in blood. Across the trampled grass stood a massive Alacria army, rows upon rows of enemy soldiers. Sylvie's shock echoed through their bond, but Arthur's reaction was colder. War was full of surprises. This wasn't impossibility. This was failure, a failure of judgment, a miscalculation that would cost lives. His jaw tightened. He had no transmission scrolls to alert Varai Ore. The realization burned. Sylvie asked the obvious question. How had the Alacrians crossed this far without detection? They would have passed through dwarven territory. That trail couldn't possibly remain hidden. Arthur studied the faint marching path carved across the land. His voice dropped. Maybe the dwarves knew. The thought hardened his resolve. The plan changed. He told Sylvie to stay hidden and trace the army's path back to its origin. He would join the battle below, blend among the soldiers. Sylvie immediately protested. Leaving him alone felt wrong. What if something happened while she was gone? Arthur answered with quiet certainty. Even when Glory's division arrived, the numbers wouldn't be enough. This war wasn't simply soldiers fighting soldiers. Something deeper was at work, and only Sylvie was fast enough to uncover it. After a long pause, she relented, but she left him with a warning. If he was ever in danger, she would return immediately, and she would drag him out of the fight, whether he liked it or not. Arthur smiled faintly and placed a hand on her scales. Then he stepped off her back. The freezing wind whipped at him as he fell. He angled his descent wide of the battlefield so no one would notice him dropping from the sky. Below, Glory's voice rang across the battlefield like steel. Orders flew rapidly. Units shifted left to form a defensive flank. Arthur Leywin sprinted across the battlefield toward Glory Udo. The moment he entered her range, instinct took over. Her twin blades flashed through the air in a lethal arc. Only at the last second did she recognize him and pull the strike short. She cursed under her breath. "Don't appear out of nowhere like that," she snapped. Arthur only gave a crooked grin. "I'd never abandon my most trusted subordinate," he said lightly. He explained that Sylvie had been sent on another mission. For now, he would fight here beside her. Glory exhaled quietly. Relief flickered across her face. His presence alone gave her confidence. As he studied their enemies, the feeling only worsened. Some naive part of him had expected monsters, creatures like the Vritra clan, demons made flesh. Instead, the soldiers before him looked just like their own, human, disciplined. The only difference was the dark gray and crimson armor they wore, and the ruthless spells flashing from their ranks. Among them, Arthur sensed fighters with yellow cores. Perhaps even silver. They weren't beasts, they were people. That realization struck him the moment he locked eyes with one of them. The soldier's gaze hardened, his body coiled. Then he lunged. Arthur snatched a blood-stained sword from the ground just in time. The attack came with feral speed. Clawed mana ripped through the air. Arthur ducked low. The claws carved through the space above his head, and the line of trees behind him collapsed instantly, sliced apart by the attack. Arthur pivoted. His own blade flashed upward, enhanced with mana. But just before it struck, a translucent barrier appeared across the soldier's torso. The strike deflected harmlessly away. Arthur's eyes snapped sideways. 30 feet away stood another Alacryan mage, hands extended, forehead creased with concentration. The barrier moved at his command, reshaping itself smoothly until it expanded into a full wall between Arthur and the conjurer. The precision was unsettling. Barrier magic like this was rare and extremely dangerous. Arthur dropped the borrowed sword and launched forward like a missile. He aimed directly for the conjurer, but another barrier instantly formed. His charge stopped dead. Behind him, the clawed soldier surged forward again. Mana talons aimed straight for Arthur's throat. Arthur reacted instantly. He slammed his foot into the ground. The earth obeyed. A pillar of stone erupted upwards, smashing into the soldier's ribs. The impact landed with a sickening crunch, but confusion followed immediately. Had the man not reinforced his body with mana? Arthur could have finished him immediately. But something about both soldiers' fighting styles felt wrong. Arthur glanced across the battlefield. Chaos raged everywhere, but strangely, no one seemed to notice this fight. Soldiers clashed all around them, yet none reacted to the duel happening here. It was as if some invisible veil separated them from the rest of the war. An illusion, or something worse. The clawed soldier snarled at his ally. "Shield!" he barked, then demanded a full-body enhancement. Arthur's eyes narrowed. The exchange revealed something important. Their combat methods were completely different. Each soldier specialized in a single type of mana manifestation. No versatility, no balanced training, just one narrowly perfected ability. It was unlike anything Arthur had learned. If Dicathen had any hope of surviving this war, he needed to understand their system. The clawed augmenter moved again. His strikes were clean and controlled despite the uneven ground. But to Arthur, who had endured brutal sparring sessions under Cordry, the attacks felt slow, predictable, almost dull. The soldier sneered. "You're not just another foot soldier." The words sounded rehearsed, like information passed down from someone else. Arthur frowned. Who could have told him that? His fist shot forward. It slammed into the man's ribs. Another sharp crack echoed through the air. The force launched the soldier across the ground. Arthur immediately looked toward the barrier caster. The conjurer's face twisted with strain. His hands trembled. Faint mana shimmered around him. He had intervened again, diverting what should have been a fatal blow. Yet something about him felt strange. Soldiers rushed past him. Allies, enemies. None of them reacted. It was as if he didn't exist to them. Arthur barely had time to think before a fireball streaked toward him. He dispersed it with a casual wave, then followed its path back through the chaos. There, hidden among the smoke, the true caster, a woman concealed behind the battlefield's confusion. Arthur smiled faintly and pointed toward her hiding spot. He announced her location aloud, but the clawed soldier didn't react. He simply stared at Arthur with grim determination. Struggling upright, the man leaned against a tree. Desperation burned in his eyes. Then he brought his fists together. Mana erupted outward, and suddenly, reality shattered. Dozens of figures appeared around Arthur, each one identical, perfect copies of the soldier. The battlefield suddenly filled with the growl of the soldier's voice. It echoed from every direction. Arthur's faint smile didn't disappear. Instead, he gave a quiet apology. Not for weakness, but for what he was about to do. This illusion had given him the perfect cover to act without restraint. Drawing deeply from his mana core, Arthur activated Realm Heart. Energy rippled outward. His vision shifted. Color drained from the world until everything became an achromatic haze. But beneath that pale veil, mana patterns shone with crystal clarity. The illusion unraveled instantly. The copy's mana signatures didn't match the augmenter at all. The truth became obvious. The clawed soldier attacked directly. Meanwhile, the distant conjurer supported him. A coordinated trap. The illusions rushed Arthur together. At the same moment, another fire spell formed overhead. Larger, hotter. The heat warped the air itself. The attack was perfectly timed. Arthur answered it head-on. His mana surged. He lunged straight for the true augmenter. His fist slammed into the incoming claws with explosive force. The attack shattered. Arthur grabbed the man's arm, then twisted his momentum violently. The soldier's body was hurled straight into the descending fireball. The illusions flickered once, then vanished like smoke. Arthur immediately turned his attention toward the mage. Arthur's expression hardened. He lifted his left hand. Mana gathered at his fingertips, glowing with concentrated energy. Behind him, the clawed soldier shouted in panic. He ordered his ally, Shield, Kafer, to protect their mage, Milan, but the command came too late. Arthur spoke a single quiet word. Release! Lightning exploded from his fingers. It struck the clawed soldier directly in the chest. Barrier after barrier shattered like glass. The lightning pierced through them all. In one instant, it ended. There was no scream and no final cry, only silence. Then the soft sound of a body slipping from the rocks and hitting the ground below. The battle had raged less than an hour, yet the world already looked ruined. Arthur released Realm Heart, but didn't stop moving. From his dimension ring, he drew Dawn's Ballad. Soldiers surged everywhere, ally and enemy alike. Arthur carved through them relentlessly. The sword whirled in lethal arcs. Wherever it passed, blood followed. Bodies collapsed across the ground. Severed limbs, broken armor, still forms bleeding into the dirt. The Alacria forces pushed forward fiercely. They possessed far more mages than the divisions under Glory Uto and Captain Otter. Their techniques were unfamiliar, efficient, specialized. This single battle couldn't reveal everything about their system. But Arthur learned what he could with every encounter. His body adapted instinctively. Steel met spell again and again. Across the battlefield, language had vanished. No commands, no strategy calls, only animal cries. Shouts of rage, screams of pain. Arthur's thoughts turned bitter. If men fought with words instead of weapons, perhaps battlefields wouldn't always become rivers of blood. Then, through the chaos, Arthur spotted a familiar face, Cedric. She had just forced her opponent's axe into the dirt. Her gauntlets rose, ready to strike. For a moment, her eyes met Arthur's across the battlefield. She smiled, confident, fearless, as she prepared to smash her fist into her enemy's face. Arthur's expression changed instantly. His eyes widened. Desperation flashed across his face. He mouthed a warning, something she couldn't hear. Cedric didn't understand. Whatever he meant, she assumed she would ask later. But later never came. A sharp whistle sliced through the battlefield. The spell tore through the air and pierced Cedric's chest. Her smile froze. Pain replaced it instantly. Jonah's horrified scream ripped across the battlefield as he broke formation and charged forward. He ignored the chaos swallowing the field. The clashing steel, the roar of spells, the press of enemies closing in from every side. His world had shrunk to a single sight. Cedric. Jonah scooped her limp body into his embrace and dropped to his knees, clutching her desperately to his chest. Nearby, Arthur Leywin moved like a storm. His blade flashed in ruthless arcs, cutting down the soldiers rushing toward them. Each strike carried a violent edge, fury bleeding into every swing. Within seconds, he reached Jonah. Grabbing the boy by the collar, Arthur yanked him upright. "Have you lost your mind?" he snapped. What kind of madness drove someone to throw themselves into the heart of a battlefield? Jonah barely seemed to hear him. Tears streamed down his face as he clung to Cedric, whispering broken reassurances to someone who could no longer hear them. His gaze was empty, lost somewhere far beyond the battlefield. Arrows suddenly whistled through the smoke-filled air. Spells followed, cutting faint hisses through the chaos. Arthur cursed under his breath and snapped his sword upward, deflecting the first arrow before it could strike. Frustration burned inside him. Jonah was useless now. Grief had shattered him. On a battlefield, that made him nothing more than a liability. Arthur's thoughts hardened. There was no place here for soldiers who could no longer fight. Gray's cold voice surfaced in his mind. Practical, ruthless. Leave them. Save your strength for the enemies that matter. But Arthur's chest twisted painfully. Memories of laughter, shared struggles. Reason and conscience collided violently in his mind. With a sharp curse, Arthur drove his fist into Jonah's solar plexus. The boy's breath vanished in a choked gasp as his body went limp. Arthur hoisted Jonah over one shoulder, his other arm wrapped firmly around Cedric's waist. Mana surged through his body, strengthening his muscles as he exploded forward like a wild stallion breaking free. Arrows and spells slammed against the barrier of mana he conjured around them. Two more arrows sliced through the air toward him. Arthur barely had a second to react. A second was enough. Calling upon the first phase of Sylvie's dragon will, he whispered the command. Static void. The world froze. The roar of battle vanished. Sound disappeared. Time itself seemed to snap. The arrows halted midair, mere inches from his body, their deadly tips suspended in absolute stillness. Arthur slowly turned toward the distant archers. Raw mana erupted outward from him. The sky dimmed as the pressure of his power rippled across the battlefield. Arthur caught one of the frozen arrows between his teeth. The gesture carried a silent message, a warning, a promise of what would follow if they tried again. The threat worked. No more arrows flew. No spells followed him. Arthur turned sharply and dashed toward the forest, until he reached the edge of a cliff overlooking the battlefield. There, he gently lowered Cedri's lifeless body beside the unconscious Jonah. A voice called out from nearby. "What happened?" Madame Astera hurried toward him. Arthur pointed to Cedri. "Take care of her," he said quickly. "Watch over Jonah too." Without waiting for a response, he turned back toward the cliff, ready to throw himself into the battle again. But suddenly, a hand grabbed his ankle. Arthur looked down. Jonah was awake, pale, shaking, desperate. His fingers clutched Arthur's leg with surprising strength. His voice cracked with grief. Jonah's eyes burned with anguish. "You had the power to stop that arrow." Arthur felt his chest tighten, but he forced his voice flat. "I can't save every soldier in war." Jonah shook his head violently. "You're lying." His voice trembled with rage. "I saw it." His gaze hardened. "That arrow, it stopped in midair." The realization had come to him in that moment. Arthur wasn't just another soldier. "He's a lance," Jonah whispered hoarsely. Frustration surged through Arthur, but it was directed at himself. With a sharp motion, he tore his leg free. "My duty isn't to save every individual," he repeated coldly. Jonah's voice cracked like shattered glass. "Even if you only knew her for a short time, Cedri would never have seen you as just a soldier." In an instant, he grabbed Jonah by the front of his shirt and dragged him close. "I'm sorry about Cedri," Arthur said, his voice low and sharp. "But there are enemies on this battlefield you can't even imagine." His grip tightened. "Enemies stronger than any adventurer you've ever admired." His eyes burned. "Enemies who could level mountains with a flick of their fingers." His voice dropped to a deadly whisper. "If I exhaust myself trying to save everyone, who will stop them?" The fire in Jonah's eyes faltered. Anger slowly collapsed into guilt, then grief. Tears streamed down his face. "When we were kids," Jonah whispered brokenly, "I promised her I'd always protect her." His voice cracked. "I was finally going to keep that promise." He swallowed painfully. "I was going to ask her to marry me." Arthur's chest constricted. The words struck deep. For a moment, even breathing felt difficult. Beside them, Madame Astera gently placed a hand on Jonah's shoulder. "I'll take care of him." She pulled the boy back with steady hands. "Go." Without another word, he turned away and began climbing back toward the battlefield. The forest thickened around him as he moved. With every step, the distant roar of battle grew louder, but Jonah's words lingered in his mind. Then, a faint whistle sliced through the air. An arrow. Arthur's senses snapped back to full alert. He turned. Gloria stepped out from between the trees. Her armor was battered, her expression tight with exhaustion. Arthur gave a tired smirk. "You look like hell." Her scowl appeared instantly. "Really?" she shot back. "You say that to a woman in the middle of a war?" Before Arthur could respond, Sylvie's voice surged urgently into his mind. Sylvie had abandoned her search halfway. Something had stirred her instincts, something powerful enough to make her stop immediately. A grim warning flowed through the bond. Someone was approaching, and their strength rivaled Arthur's. Perhaps it even surpassed it. Across from him, Venise noticed the change instantly. Her expression tightened. "What is it?" she asked. But Arthur's focus had already shifted elsewhere. There was no time for explanations. Instead, he acted. Grabbing her by the shoulders, he forced her to meet his eyes. A silent urgency filled his gaze. The soldiers needed to retreat now. Their forces had been gaining ground. Many Alacryan conjurers and augmenters had already fallen, but none of that mattered anymore. A far greater threat was coming. Arthur tightened his grip slightly. "If the soldiers stay here," his eyes said clearly, "they'll die." This was the reason he had been placed here, why he carried the title of Lance, to face enemies that ordinary soldiers could never survive. Understanding slowly hardened Venise's expression. She turned away, leaving Arthur with one last look, one that carried an unspoken promise: come back alive. Arthur silently gave the same promise in return. "Retreat!" The command echoed over the chaos. At once, Dicathen's soldiers began pulling back. Even before her order had finished echoing, many troops were already falling back, shields raised as they withdrew. Arthur couldn't simply stand by while they escaped. He charged back into the fray. His sword, Dawn's Ballad, flashed as he cut through enemy soldiers, buying precious seconds for the retreating army. But the enemy numbers kept coming, endless, overwhelming. Arthur could delay them, but he couldn't stop them alone. Still, that wasn't his real objective. The Alacryan soldiers weren't the true threat. Venise and the other captains would deal with them. Arthur had something far worse to face. As the clash of armies began to fade behind him, he sheathed Dawn's Ballad and sprinted toward the edge of the clearing. With a powerful leap, Windmana gathered beneath his feet, racing southward through the forest with incredible speed. At the same time, he reached out through the bond. Sylvie. No response. He tried again. Still nothing. Silence. Too far away? Unlikely. Or worse. She had been forced into silence. Suddenly, another presence cut into his thoughts. Sharp. Foreign. A voice slithered into his mind, unfamiliar and dripping with malicious amusement. Arthur flinched. In an instant, he activated Realm Heart. Realm Heart sharpened his vision, draining the world of color as mana signatures became stark and clear. The voice giggled, high-pitched, mocking. A green blur flashed past his sight, too fast to track directly. But when he softened his focus, he caught fragments of movement darting between branches. The unseen presence praised him in a childish sing-song tone. So perceptive, the voice echoed everywhere. One moment it seemed distant, the next it whispered beside his ear. Then laughter rang through the forest again, like the eerie giggle of a phantom child. Arthur turned sharply. Too late. An arm burst out from the very tree he stood on. Fingers clamped around his throat. Pain exploded across his neck as his breath caught. Behind him, a masked figure emerged from the trunk, as if the tree itself had birthed her. Her carved mask stared directly into his eyes. Her grip was cold, unrelenting. Arthur reacted instantly. Mana surged into his hands. White light condensed along his skin as frost crawled outward. Grabbing her wrist, he released the spell. Absolute zero. A burst of freezing energy erupted. The masked woman recoiled immediately, releasing him. Arthur dropped from the branch, crashing through a hollow log before sliding across the forest floor. Pain burned across his throat, but he forced himself upright. Across from him, the masked figure tilted her head curiously. Her right arm slid casually into the trunk of a nearby tree. When she withdrew it, there was no trace of frost on her skin. Instead, the tree behind her had been hollowed out by the spell, leaving a massive hole where her arm had passed. She stepped forward slowly, confident, amused. Her voice carried a cruel, playful tone, as if the entire battlefield were nothing more than entertainment. A heartbeat later, the ground beneath Arthur shifted. Sickly green mana pooled under his feet, its color like rotting seaweed. From the foul energy, jagged hands clawed upward. Arthur leapt back just in time. The corrupted mana thickened around the woman, wrapping her in its eerie aura. Arthur countered immediately. A spike of stone erupted from the earth, aimed straight through her chest. The moment it touched her aura, it dissolved, crumbled like sand. Her soft laughter echoed again. Arthur's instincts screamed, "Conserve mana, be careful." But another realization struck him just as strongly. This wasn't an ordinary enemy, a retainer, possibly even a scythe, the kind of monster he had spent years preparing to face during his training in Epheotis. For the first time in a long while, Arthur had no reason to hold back. The woman's delight grew as she spread her arms. The forest exploded into motion. Arthur moved instantly. His body flowed between them in a blur, weaving and ducking as he closed the distance. Cold mana gathered around him. Brilliant white energy enveloped his entire body. The spell surged outward. Absolute zero. The effect was immediate. The murky green tendrils froze solid the moment they entered his freezing aura. Then, they shattered into brittle fragments. The woman's confidence never faltered. Arthur's freezing aura clashed against her own, but just as before, her power pushed back, dissolving the frost that surrounded him. The moment their energies collided, a violent hiss filled the forest. Steam erupted between them. Arthur's vision vanished. At first, he thought it was nothing more than steam, but the moment he inhaled, the truth struck him. This wasn't harmless vapor. The mist reeked of rot, poison. Arthur collapsed to his knees. Violent coughs tore from his chest as his body convulsed. Every breath burned like molten iron ripping through his lungs. The toxin clawed its way inside him, spreading with ruthless speed. Through the haze of agony, something stirred across his skin. Golden runes ignited. The sacred markings given to him long ago by Sylvia blazed to life across his body. Their warm glow anchored his fading consciousness. They dragged him back from the brink. Arthur forced his thoughts to sharpen. Focus. Mana responded to his will. With immense effort, he created a vacuum within his lungs, forcing the poisonous gas out of his body even as his chest screamed in protest. Inside him, his mana surged with fierce intensity. It was as if the very energy within him shared his determination to survive. Arthur clenched his teeth. Then he activated the first phase of Sylvie's dragon will. Static void. Time shattered. The world froze in absolute stillness. Sound vanished. Movement ceased. Arthur launched forward. In his grasp, Dawn's ballad crackled with power. Lightning gathered along the blade, glowing with radiant white brilliance that cut through the frozen world. Then, time resumed. Arthur's strike fell. The blade flashed toward the masked woman's face. The impact sent a tremor through his entire body. Arthur staggered slightly, his gaze falling instinctively to his weapon, or what remained of it. The once perfect blade had been scarred. Its tip had completely corroded away. Nearly an inch of the translucent teal metal had been eaten through by the poison, but faint blood stained its edge. Arthur slowly lifted his gaze. The witch stood motionless, her head tilted back slightly. A thin line of crimson trickled down her neck. For a moment, the forest itself seemed to stop breathing. Then came the sound, a faint, delicate crack, shattering. The woman's mask split apart, fragments scattered across the forest floor. For the first time, the woman froze. No, her voice rose in a shrill whisper. My mask. Her hands shot to her face. Panic consumed her. She dropped to her knees, frantically clawing through the shattered fragments on the ground. My mask. The words spilled from her lips again and again like a broken prayer. Arthur didn't hesitate. He forced mana into motion again. Violet strands of ether trembled around him as he pushed his body past its limits. Static void. Time froze once more. Pain screamed through his muscles as he forced himself forward. He closed the distance instantly. Then time snapped back. Arthur drove the ruined tip of Dawn's ballad forward. The blade pierced through the opening in her aura and stabbed into her leg just above the knee. Lightning erupted. Electricity surged through her body in violent waves. The woman slowly lowered her head. Her eyes met Arthur's. The intensity in her gaze was suffocating, but there was no pain in her expression, only twisted amusement. Blood flowed down her leg. Yet she smiled. Her voice fell to a whisper, quiet condemnation. Then her blood-slick hand closed around the corroded blade. Arthur forced himself to move. His body was already near collapse. Another static void would destroy him, and the warnings from Lady Meyer echoed in his mind, reminding him of the danger of overusing Burst Step. But there were no options left. Death was seconds away. Arthur activated Burst Step. Mana exploded through his muscles, firing in precise bursts, like pistons in a machine. His body blurred forward. His arm shot out, slipping through the crack in her aura. Absolute zero. Frost detonated from his palm as it pierced into her body. Her entire form convulsed as the freezing spell began devouring her from within. For a moment, Arthur thought it would work. Then, with terrifying resolve, she raised her other arm and brought it down. Her claws sliced through her own shoulder. Bone, muscle, flesh. Her arm severed completely before the freezing spell could spread further. Arthur felt searing pain surge through his own hand, where the corrupted mana burned his flesh. Without hesitation, he ignited fire mana. The wound cauterized instantly. Pain exploded through him, but he forced himself to stay standing. The witch's fury erupted. "I am Vritra!" Her scream echoed through the forest. Rage twisted her expression into madness. She tore clumps of her own ruined hair free, while shrieking promises of torment. "I'll rip you apart, piece by piece. I'll tear out your tongue and keep you alive as my trophy." Arthur only smirked faintly through the pain. "You'd need to be a scythe to do that." Her reaction was explosive. Her voice cracked as she spat the word, "I'll surpass them." She staggered toward a nearby tree, Dawn's ballad still embedded in her leg. Her rant spiraled into bitter jealousy, hatred for the powerful beings she served beneath. Arthur's mind sharpened. Retainer. That explained it. She was powerful, but not yet one of the dreaded scythes. And still, she had pushed him this far. Arthur could feel his mana reserves collapsing. The golden runes across his body were fading. Only one option remained. Burst Step ignited again. Arthur shot forward through the lingering poison mist. Black lightning coiled around his arm like living serpents, but instead of striking her directly, he grabbed the hilt of Dawn's ballad still lodged in her thigh. The blade became a conductor. Lightning exploded down the weapon and surged straight into her body. The retainer's scream shattered the forest as violent spasms ripped through her form. Electricity ravaged her body. Her limbs snapped rigid before jerking wildly as the current tore through her muscles. Every nerve fired at once, forcing her body into violent convulsions. Her hollow eyes began to fade. The dim light within them flickered weakly, as if her will itself were beginning to crumble. Cracks spread across her twisted face, like fractures splitting dry earth. Blackened patches of charred flesh crawled across her skin, where the lightning burned through her. For the first time in the battle, Arthur felt hope. If the spell backlashed now, it could destroy him. Still, he held on. But the fragile hope shattered. Agony exploded through his shoulder as though molten iron had been driven straight into his flesh. Arthur's body was thrown backward. He crashed across the forest floor, tumbling through dirt and broken branches as pain shot deep into his bones. Grinding his teeth, he forced himself onto his knees. His breathing was ragged. His body was already at its limit. But there was nothing left except one final gamble. He would have to use Burst Step again, even if it destroyed him. Then, a familiar voice echoed inside his mind. Sylvie. Her presence flooded through their bond like a wave of relief. Above him, her shadow swept across the forest floor as she descended. Arthur seized the moment. With the last of his strength, he gathered wind mana beneath the witch's feet. His arm trembled violently as he unleashed the spell. A roaring current of air erupted upward. The witch's body was hurled spiraling into the sky. Sylvie descended instantly. Her massive black wings split the clouds as her claws closed around the Vritra retainer. The enemy's aura flickered weakly, but it could not pierce the dragon's scales. Sylvie rose higher and higher, carrying her prey into the clouds until both vanished from sight. Through their bond came her calm report. The witch had lost consciousness. Arthur raised his uninjured arm. The golden runes across his body flickered faintly. Gifts left to him long ago by Sylvia. Though weakened, they still amplified his control. Arthur drew upon the atmosphere itself. Mana gathered in the sky. Cold, sharp, deadly. Slowly he shaped it into a massive spear of ice. The structure expanded outward. The temperature around the battlefield plunged. Arthur sent a single command through the bond. Sylvie answered immediately. With a fierce growl, she didn't simply release the unconscious retainer. She hurled her downward. The witch's broken body tore through the clouds like a falling meteor. She plummeted straight toward the frozen spear. The impact was catastrophic. The enormous ice construct skewered her body with the force of a siege weapon, driving the spear completely through her. Arthur clenched his teeth as he forced his failing mana to hold the weapon together. Then it shattered. The violent collapse of mana blasted outward. Arthur's exhausted body was thrown backward by the shockwave. He crashed across the forest floor, rolling through splintered logs and broken branches, before slamming into the trunk of a massive tree. Somewhere in the haze of fading consciousness, Sylvie's voice echoed through their bond, urgent and desperate, begging him to stay awake. Arthur tried to respond, but his thoughts were slipping away. One final weak thought crossed his mind. A faint joke about the name Sylvie insisted on calling him. Then darkness swallowed everything. Hours later, Captain Yarnus Otter pushed deeper into the forest with his men. His commands were sharp and precise. Ulrich moved ahead with a small scouting group, while Briar and the rest of the soldiers followed behind. Their formation tightened as they advanced south. Mist pooled between the towering trunks, swallowing their boots with every cautious step. Inside, Otter simmered with irritation. This task felt like a waste of time. A captain should have been preparing strategy for the war, not searching the forest for a missing child. His thoughts drifted bitterly to the earlier retreat. The order had come from Captain Glory, but the reason behind it, that young lance. Otter had once admired the fire of humanity during their brutal wars against the elves. Their determination had impressed him. Now, forced into alliance with them, that fire seemed weaker. To him, a lance abandoning his battlefield position was unacceptable, no matter the reason. The forest darkened as evening approached. The soldiers slowed instinctively. Mist thickened into pale curtains, drifting between the trees. Then Briar suddenly raised his hand. Otter stepped forward beside him. Before them lay the remains of a massive tree, or what was left of it. Its hollow trunk had collapsed into a pool of dark sludge. The liquid bubbled slowly, eating away at the surrounding wood with horrifying corrosion. Otter studied the scene. The tree had fallen recently. The torn edges of the trunk still groaned softly where it rested against the damp ground. Without warning, the weakened wood split further. The trunk collapsed with a dull crash. Otter glanced at Briar, silently asking the question. Acid? Briar gave a small nod. They continued forward. The deeper they moved into the forest, the more unnatural the silence became. The wind rattled branches overhead. Mist swirled through the trees, but no birds, no animals, nothing alive. Then a scream shattered the stillness. Raw, agonized. It was unmistakably Ulrich. The soldiers immediately spread out, advancing cautiously toward the sound. The deeper they went, the worse the damage became. Trees eaten away. Soil melted into corrosive sludge. The ground suddenly sloped downward. Otter nearly stumbled into a thick wall of unnatural fog before catching himself. The air reeked of decay. Every breath felt toxic. Beside him, Briar roared and slashed his serrated daggers through the mist. A burst of wind scattered the green haze. What lay beyond left them frozen in shock. They stood on the rim of a massive crater. At its center rose an enormous sphere of jagged ice. The structure towered like a monument carved by gods. Impaled upon it hung the grotesque body of a Vritra retainer. Its thin, imp-like corpse dangled lifelessly from the frozen spear. Thick acid dripped from the wound, hissing as it devoured the ground below. A steady stream of poisonous vapor leaked from the body. Otter's gaze shifted across the crater. On the far side lay Ulrich, sprawled helplessly on the ground, while several soldiers crowded around him. Blood soaked the earth. Yet even that gruesome sight was overshadowed by the figure slumped against a nearby tree. A boy, battered, bruised, and barely conscious, but unmistakable. Arthur Leywin. Otter's mind immediately began calculating. Had the boy truly slain the creature impaled on that spear? Ulrich had only just arrived and already lay mutilated. Perhaps Arthur had defeated the monster and paid for the victory with his life. A slow thought crept into Otter's mind. If a lance had fallen here, and he was the one who returned with proof, the reward would be enormous. His grip on his sword, Stormcrow, loosened slightly as ambition began to outweigh caution. Retrieve the general's body, he ordered sharply. Briar gestured immediately. One of the soldiers dashed forward without hesitation, sprinting down into the crater. Several men shouted warnings. Ulrich tried to protest through his pain, but they were too late. The soldier ran past the impaled corpse, and in the next instant, the truth revealed itself. A murky tentacle suddenly erupted from the creature's mangled body. It lashed outward and wrapped around the soldier's ankle. His scream rang out as the appendage sliced cleanly through his mana-protected foot. The severed limb fell away. The soldier collapsed forward. His body slid helplessly down the slope of the crater. One arm plunged directly into the dark pool of sludge. The acid devoured him instantly. Armor melted. Flesh dissolved. Bone vanished. Within seconds, nothing remained. Silence crushed the clearing. The only sounds were the sickening hiss of acid consuming what little remained, and the violent retching of an archer behind Otter. Across the crater, Ulrich's strained voice broke the stillness. Through ragged breaths, he warned them. The creature would not attack, as long as no one approached it. Otter's composure finally cracked. What is going on here? He demanded, anger barely masking the unease creeping into his voice. Before anyone could answer, another voice spoke. Arthur had awakened. Still leaning weakly against the tree, he spoke calmly. He confirmed that the retainer had died by his hand, but the soldier's death, that responsibility belonged to Otter. The creature's defensive abilities had remained active even even after death. Otter felt heat flood his face. The young lance spoke to him as if he were an inexperienced recruit. Then the humiliation deepened. Arthur openly mocked him for failing to recognize the danger. Otter forced himself forward, struggling to regain control. "You are under suspicion for abandoning your post," he declared stiffly. "You will accompany us and answer to the council." Arthur didn't even hesitate. "I have more important matters to deal with." The dismissal was ice cold. Otter's voice hardened. "Information about the enemy leaders must be reported immediately." Before he could say more, the dragon moved. High above them, obsidian eyes snapped open. Predatory light blazed within them. A deep rumble rolled across the battlefield as the massive dragon bared its fangs. "Sylvie." The soldiers froze instantly. The dragon's growl carried a simple message: "Take another step and die." Fear rippled through the formation. Even Briar faltered. Then Sylvie spoke. Her thunderous voice shook the air itself. Before panic could fully take hold, Arthur silenced everyone. Using Sylvie for support, he forced himself upright. Despite his injuries, he began walking forward. His gaze never wavered. Otter instinctively stepped aside as Arthur approached. The lance passed him without even acknowledging his presence. Arthur descended into the crater. The acid hissed beneath his feet, but with a flicker of mana, the corrosive sludge froze solid. He walked across the frozen surface with steady steps. Stopping before the impaled corpse, Arthur grasped the battered teal blade, embedded within it, Dawn's Ballad. The sword slid free from the corpse, scarred, damaged, but still intact. Arthur sheathed it slowly. Then his voice carried upward. "Bring the retainer's corpse to the council." His eyes shifted toward Otter, cold, unyielding. "This is your responsibility." There was no request in his tone, only authority. Arthur turned away. "I have other matters to attend to." Only then did the truth finally settle over Otter like crushing weight. His pride crumbled. Slowly, he lowered himself to one knee. Stormcrow slid back into its sheath, a silent acknowledgement. Above them, Sylvie spread her massive wings. Arthur climbed onto her back. Moments later, the dragon soared into the sky. Her shadow stretched across the soldiers below, before disappearing into the clouds. Far away, three figures sat together around a worn patio table: Gray, Nico, and Cecilia. Silence hung heavily between them. Each held a thin sheet of paper in their hands. Acceptance letters. Gray stared at the words. Finally, he broke the silence. "I still can't believe it." Excitement flickered between them. Nico tried to hide his joy behind teasing arrogance. Cecilia's voice trembled slightly, though she stubbornly insisted she wasn't about to cry. Their quiet celebration was interrupted by a familiar voice. "Congratulations!" Headmaster Wilbeck stepped into the backyard. Her warm smile radiated pride. Nico immediately leapt to his feet, greeting her with childlike enthusiasm. Wilbeck laughed softly. "You should keep those letters safe," she told them. "They'll become precious memories one day." She pulled the three of them into a warm embrace, but Gray felt something twist painfully in his chest. He had lived under Wilbeck's care for as long as he could remember, and now he was leaving her behind at the orphanage while he chased his own future. Guilt rose in his throat. "I shouldn't go," Gray blurted suddenly. He shook his head. "Nico and Cecilia are far more talented than I am. I should stay here and help." He continued speaking quickly, tripping over his own words. Before he could finish, Wilbeck flicked his forehead. Gray yelped, clutching his head. She stood over him with a stern expression. Her eyes softened slightly, but her voice carried undeniable authority. Years of raising a troublemaker had prepared Headmaster Wilbeck for moments like this. She refused to let him doubt himself now. Whether he believed he was ready or not, Gray would attend the academy. With swift precision, Wilbeck flicked the forehead of Nico as well, her motion sharp and practiced like that of a soldier. Nico recoiled immediately, rubbing his forehead and glaring at Gray as though the punishment had somehow been his fault. The tense moment broke unexpectedly. A soft giggle slipped into the air. Cecilia was smiling. It was such a rare sight that even Wilbeck paused. For a brief instant, the atmosphere changed. The tension dissolved into something lighter. Gray felt his chest tighten as he watched her laugh. Heat crept across his face. Only when Cecilia noticed their stares did she realize what she had done, her cheeks quickly turning as red as his. Wilbeck seized the moment. "This deserves a celebration," she declared warmly. She spoke of baking a cake. Cecilia, still flushed but eager, immediately volunteered to help. Wilbeck welcomed her assistance with open arms, remarking pointedly that she trusted Cecilia in the kitchen far more than the two boys. Nico cheered loudly. "Today's perfect," he exclaimed. "An acceptance letter and cake?" Gray smiled faintly, but unease lingered beneath the joy. His thoughts weren't on cake, they were on cost. The academy would require money they didn't easily have, and Wilbeck already struggled to provide education for the other children at the orphanage. Perhaps there was another path. Gray voiced the thought hesitantly. He could attend a military academy instead, one where tuition was waived for those skilled enough in Kai. Nico's reaction was immediate and furious. He rejected the idea outright. Military institutions, he argued, were nothing more than factories designed to produce soldiers and disposable pawns for kings. The training was brutal, the risks endless. Failure meant being discarded without mercy. To Nico, repaying Wilbeck meant something entirely different. It meant using their talents wisely, pursuing knowledge, taking advantage of the opportunity they had been given. Gray only laughed in response. He teased Nico mercilessly. "You're just afraid of being lonely," he joked. The idea of being separated was the real reason behind Nico's argument. Nico flushed immediately, snapping back in frustration. But the argument didn't last. Gray suddenly pulled him into a tight embrace. "Thanks," he murmured. For all their teasing and arguments, their bond was unshakable. The warmth of that memory faded. Reality returned. Sylvie's voice echoed inside Arthur's mind, pulling him slowly from unconsciousness. The blur of white clouds sharpened as Arthur Leywin opened his eyes. Fatigue weighed heavily on his body. Below them stretched the shimmering waters of the Scythe Canal. The sight steadied him, but the aching pain in his body reminded him of the brutal battle he had just survived. Sylvie's presence pressed gently against his thoughts. Her concern was clear. Arthur was dangerously drained after wielding ether. Even her understanding of the Vivum path was still far from the mastery once held by her grandmother. Part of her wished someone stronger were there to guide them. Arthur dismissed the thought immediately. Her efforts had already been extraordinary. His body, reforged and strengthened through assimilation, would recover with time and rest. He would endure. But Sylvie remained uneasy. If Arthur's suspicions were correct, was now truly the time to act? Both of them were exhausted. Arthur didn't waver. The truth had to be uncovered now, no matter the cost. Sylvie pointed out the obvious problem. They didn't even know where to begin. Arthur's thoughts returned to earlier discussions with Varian. He knew what signs to look for, even if the search itself would be difficult. They moved across the harsh borderlands. Sylvie's long strides carried them steadily through the rocky desert, while violent winds screamed across the terrain. The forest had offered clear traces to follow. But here, the shifting sands erased everything. They descended a steep slope, the whistling wind swallowing every other sound. A faint vibration passed through the ground beneath them. A hollow rumble. Sylvie sensed it first. Unease rippled through their bond. Arthur reacted instantly. He dropped to his knees, sweeping his cloak aside so abruptly that Sylvie tumbled free. The rocky slope concealed something. Not natural stone, a hidden structure and dwarven craftsmanship. Arthur pressed both palms against the rough wall. A concealed door emerged. Sylvie studied the design as he worked, noting the precision of its construction and its perfect alignment with the surrounding rock. Arthur searched carefully. Minutes passed as his fingers traced every groove and seam. The mechanism was delicate. No brute force would open it. The lock required precise manipulation of fluctuating mana patterns. Arthur took a steady breath. Then he reached deeper. Realm heart. Agony struck immediately. The connection flooded his body with unbearable pain. His core burned as though molten fire had poured into his veins. His strength collapsed. Arthur dropped to his knees, coughing violently. Panic surged through Sylvie's mind. She urged him to stop. Arthur refused. Moderation had no place here. Not when answers waited behind that hidden door. Sylvie reluctantly relented, though worry lingered in every corner of their bond. Arthur forced himself to continue. With Sylvie's support, he reached the concealed keyhole. His hand trembled as he pushed it forward, channeling the last of his earth attribute mana. The particles within the stone stirred instantly. They shifted in response to his will. Carefully, Arthur guided them, adjusting their patterns with delicate precision. Too much mana would reset the mechanism. Too little would fail to activate it. Finally, the hidden particles flickered faintly, then parted. Arthur's arm slid deeper into the lock. A deep rumble echoed through the stone wall. The hidden mechanism had begun to move. A sharp click echoed from deep within the stone. The earthen wall trembled before slowly sliding aside, revealing a narrow passage beyond. Arthur Leywin grimaced. His arm was buried almost to the forearm inside the stone lock, but the effort had paid off. Using the wall for support, he forced himself upright. With Sylvie beside him, he stepped into the darkness. The corridor beyond was little more than a rough tunnel carved through solid rock. Dust drifted through the stale air, and faint candles flickered inside small cubbyholes along the walls. Step by step, they moved deeper. The air thickened. The silence pressed closer. Then something broke it. Faint echoes carried through the stone. Distant voices. Arthur immediately pressed himself against the jagged edge of the tunnel's exit, pulling Sylvie close into the darkness. What lay beyond stole the breath from them both. The cramped tunnel opened into a cavern so enormous it seemed impossible. The domed ceiling arched high overhead in a flawless curve. 2 stories below them stood a massive teleportation gate. Its surface shimmered with shifting light. And from it, a steady stream of soldiers emerged. Alacria's forces poured through the portal in disciplined lines, their armor catching the dim glow as their boots struck the stone floor in perfect rhythm. Around the gate, a ring of dwarves worked tirelessly to maintain the mechanism. The truth hit Arthur immediately. The dwarves were helping them. Their craftsmanship powered the invasion. Below, soldiers muttered among themselves. Some spoke with unease, distrusting their dwarven allies and longing to return home. Others scoffed at such weakness. Their voices carried arrogance, boasting of bloodlines and the greatness of the Vritra clan. Arthur leaned closer, trying to catch more of their conversation. Then, movement. A sharp eye glanced upward toward the tunnel opening. Arthur pulled back instantly, pressing himself flat against the stone. He held his breath until the searching gaze moved on. A booming voice echoed through the cavern. Orders barked across the chamber, silencing the soldiers and forcing them back into rigid formation. Arthur listened carefully. The language was strange, yet something about it felt familiar. The cadence, the rhythm. Despite the oceans separating them, the speech of Alacria bore an eerie resemblance to that of Dicathen. Sylvie sensed his confusion. Through their bond, her thoughts reached him, calm but heavy with ancient knowledge. The similarity was no accident. Centuries ago, when the Vritra had still been counted among the great 8 Asura clans, the Asuras had interfered directly with the mortal world. They had sent emissaries to guide the growth of both continents. Their influence had shaped the languages and cultures of mortals long before artifacts were ever gifted. They had seen enough. It was time to leave. Arthur began to withdraw. Then the cavern shifted again. Below them, every soldier suddenly dropped to one knee, heads bowed toward the teleportation gate. Arthur's confidence faltered. He had believed the war could still be won, even knowing the dwarves had betrayed them. But when the figure stepped through the gate, that belief cracked. A woman emerged. Her presence alone filled the cavern with suffocating pressure. Elegant horns curved from her head. She was no ordinary mage. The soldiers spoke her name with reverent caution. Lady Saris Vritra. She questioned them calmly. Commander Suret awaited her near the northern coast of Sapin, preparing to begin his assault. Her response was immediate. They would depart at once. As she walked past, a soldier dared to ask about the new scythe. Saris barely glanced at him. The scythe isn't ready yet, she replied coolly. Melsri and Viessa are still shaping them. Arthur risked one final glance. In that instant, Saris's head tilted slightly. Her gaze swept across the cavern. Then it stopped. For a single heartbeat, her eyes locked onto his. The cold intensity of her stare cut through the shadows like a blade. Arthur felt the illusion of concealment shatter. Then the moment passed. Saris turned away as if nothing had happened, continuing up the stairs with the same calm stride. Arthur remained frozen long after she disappeared. Only when her presence finally faded did he release the breath trapped in his lungs. His mind churned with unease. He was certain she had seen him. Sylvie stirred anxiously beside him, sensing the fear he tried to suppress. They couldn't stay any longer. Discovery was only a matter of time. Sylvie urged him to escape immediately, take to the air and flee before it was too late. Arthur refused. Flying now would expose them instantly. Every soldier in the cavern would see them. He clung to a fragile hope. His mirage walk spell still cloaked him. If Saris had truly discovered him, she wouldn't have walked away so calmly. Sylvie argued back, worry sharp in her thoughts. Arthur was barely able to stand. His steps were uneven, his breathing labored, but he pressed forward anyway. They would walk. As long as his mana lasted, he would avoid the sky. The journey through the tunnels felt endless. Every step drained him further. Yet Mirage Walk held. Nearly an hour later, they finally emerged from the hidden passage. The biting winds of the borderlands howled around them as they stepped back into the open world. Far away within the castle itself, a lone figure stood beside the teleportation gate. Elenoir Leywin waited quietly. Around her, soldiers and medics moved in constant motion, rushing between arrivals and the injured. Despite the chaos, Ellie remained rooted at the edge of the gate. Captain Jarnus Otter noticed her lingering presence. His voice came sharp and impatient. All accounted soldiers had already returned. If she was waiting for someone, she needed to step aside and give the medics room to work. Ellie didn't shrink beneath his authority. Calmly, she assured him she wouldn't interfere. She was simply waiting for her brother. Otter raised a brow. And who would that be? Ellie glanced back over her shoulder, her voice steady and unwavering. Arthur Leywin. Recognition flickered across the captain's face as he studied her more closely. The resemblance between them was unmistakable. His tone softened only slightly. If she truly was Arthur's sister, then she had even more reason to move away from the gate. The medics gathered here weren't standing idle. Ellie tilted her head curiously. Were you stationed with my brother? Otter ignored the question. Turning away, he nearly collided with the towering form of Boo. The massive beast loomed over him like a wall of fur and muscle. Otter jumped back in surprise, muttering irritably that the Leywin sister apparently had a monstrous companion of her own. Ellie burst into laughter. Her bright, carefree voice echoed through the hall. Otter's patience snapped. He grumbled that the entire Leywin family seemed to lack proper respect. Ellie immediately mimicked him, repeating his exact words in a near-perfect imitation. Boo rumbled with approval beside her. Together they laughed as the captain stalked away, muttering curses under his breath. Inside the castle, however, the mood felt different. More medics than usual lined the hallways. Their numbers alone hinted that something was wrong. Boo let out a low, uneasy rumble. Ellie noticed, but she brushed the feeling aside. To her, there was nothing unusual about Arthur returning from danger. Then the sky itself seemed to split. A thunderous roar shook the air. The enormous form of Sylvie descended from the heavens, her obsidian scales gleaming as she landed upon the floating castle with a deafening impact. Flying mounts scattered in panic. Soldiers froze in awe beneath the dragon's shadow. Arthur slid from her back and collapsed to his knees. His battered body finally gave out. The sight struck Ellie like a blade. "Arthur!" Her cry tore through the hall as fear gripped her chest. Medics rushed forward immediately. Recognizing Recognition spread quickly through the crowd. Whispers rippled among them. The broken man before them was Arthur Leywin, the newly appointed Lance. Before the murmurs could grow louder, Sylvie roared. Her voice shook the chamber with furious urgency. She spoke clearly, delivering her report with sharp precision. Arthur's mana core was completely drained. He had been unconscious for several minutes already. His legs were unresponsive. Burns from corrosive magic scarred his body. Ellie turned toward the dragon in stunned disbelief. Sylvie was speaking, but the dragon's fierce command left no time for amazement. The medics needed to stabilize Arthur's mana core immediately. A blood transfusion was also necessary if he was going to survive. Ellie quickly echoed Sylvie's urgency, pleading with the medics to act faster. For a brief moment, Sylvie's sharp gaze softened as she looked toward Ellie. A silent understanding passed between them. Then the medics lifted Arthur onto a stretcher and rushed him toward the infirmary. The following days blurred together. Boo stood guard like a silent sentinel, while Ellie refused to leave Arthur's bedside. Exhaustion weighed heavily on her, yet she remained there, day and night. When Arthur finally stirred, the physician beside him spoke gently. They never left. Arthur's eyes slowly opened. His voice came out rough and weak. How long? 2 days, the doctor replied. The answer jolted Arthur upright. The sudden movement tore through his weakened lungs. He doubled over, coughing violently. A medic quickly pressed him back onto the bed. The man introduced himself calmly. Dr. Mendul. As head physician of the castle, Mendul explained that Arthur required immediate surgery. However, protocol required the consent of a lance before any operation could begin. Arthur barely listened. His thoughts were already racing elsewhere. Where is Commander Varai? Mendul bowed slightly in apology. Commander Varai Orai had departed. She had left alongside Captain Otter, Captain Glory, and General Aya. Arthur's pulse quickened. They must have returned to the southern border. If they encountered the Alacryan platoon he had seen, or worse, a scythe, the consequences could be catastrophic. Frustration surged through him. Through their bond, he snapped at Sylvie, asking why she hadn't flown ahead to warn them. Her reply came instantly. Leaving him alone, unconscious, and dying, after learning about the dwarves' betrayal, would have been reckless. For now, Mendul returned firmly to the matter at hand. Arthur's condition. Pressed by urgency, Arthur finally relented. Fine, he muttered hoarsely. Tell me what's wrong. Mendul straightened, his expression growing solemn. He revealed that his abilities went beyond ordinary healing. He was a deviant, capable of channeling mana in a way that allowed him to see the body in extraordinary detail. Bones, muscles, nerves, every intricate layer of the living form. Using that ability, he had examined Arthur thoroughly. What he found was unlike anything he had ever seen. Arthur's injuries were unbelievably complex. By all logic, Arthur Leywin should not even be conscious. Arthur remained conscious only through sheer will. The resilience of Arthur Leywin's assimilated body and the strength of his mana core kept him awake, despite wounds that should have left him crippled. Arthur's tired eyes shifted toward Sylvie. A faint spark of gratitude flickered there. He knew he owed his survival to her, but Sylvie's reply carried a grim weight. She admitted she feared she might have to do the same thing again before the war ended. Arthur turned back toward the doctor. What's the treatment plan? Mendel didn't sugarcoat the truth. Arthur's lower body had begun healing, but the recovery was incomplete. To restore him properly, the process would be brutal. His bones would need to be broken again. Muscle tissue would be torn and carefully realigned in tiny increments. The procedure would be long, painful, excruciating, and its success would determine whether Arthur could continue his duties as one of the lances of Dicathen. Mendel paused. Arthur's consent was required. Arthur didn't hesitate. His voice was quiet, but resolute. He gave permission. There was only one request. His sister, Elenoir Leywin, must never learn the full truth of what he would endure. Mendel nodded solemnly. He explained that Commander Virian Erlith, upon hearing Arthur's condition, had gathered the most skilled healers from all 3 races. Every possible measure would be taken to restore Arthur completely. At Mendel's signal, a young elven mage stepped forward. Graceful, calm, she approached Arthur's bedside and offered a soft, reassuring smile. Then she gently placed her fingertip against his forehead. "Forgive the intrusion," she murmured softly. Arthur closed his eyes. From her touch flowed a gentle wave of magic. Warmth spread through his mind, down through every aching nerve, every broken fiber. The sensation wrapped around him like a comforting blanket. His senses faded. Pain slipped away. Darkness claimed him. And finally, Arthur slept. The world shifted. Now the scene belonged to another life. 3 teenagers walked casually down a city sidewalk. Their bags sagged under the weight of newly purchased books. Gray glanced at the stack of texts and frowned. Are all these really for one term? Beside him, Nico Sever looked almost excited. His voice carried enthusiasm as he talked about the future, about the opportunities waiting for them. Gray found it strange. Nico seemed genuinely excited about homework. Nico dug into his bag and proudly pulled out several journals. His eyes sparkled with possibility. He imagined the discoveries he might make once he fully mastered mathematics. Gray rolled his eyes, then smacked Nico lightly on the back of the head. Keep that up at the academy, and they'll never let us sit together. Nico only laughed. He threw an arm around Gray's neck. Like you got a bunch of other friends waiting. Walking beside them, Cecilia sighed. She rolled her eyes at their childish banter. I'm not sitting with either of you. Soon the 3 boarded a train. Gray asked Nico where they were heading next. Before he could answer, Cecilia reminded them they still needed to pick up their uniforms. Gray looked out the window. The city of Arcasset passed slowly outside. He had never liked the place, but with his friends beside him, it didn't seem so bad. Nico studied a small notepad. He carefully checked items off his list. Backpacks, calculators, still needed. Cecilia suggested they should have bought the backpacks earlier. Nico sighed. Yes, that would have been smart. When the train stopped, they stepped onto the platform. Rain hung in the air. The scent of damp stone surrounded them. Cecilia wondered why they hadn't bought everything in the city center. Nico reminded her uniforms and textbooks had been the priority. Supplies would be cheaper out here. Gray glanced up at the cloudy sky. The drizzle grew heavier. Let's move. By the time they finished their errands, night had fallen. Arcasset's outskirts were far darker. Street lamps grew sparse. Soldiers disappeared. The streets felt empty. Too empty. Gray and Nico knew the alleys well enough to escape trouble if needed. But Cecilia's presence made them cautious, protective. She broke the silence. She admitted she was nervous about school, scared, but excited too. Nico reassured her gently. Whatever happens, we'll be there. But Gray wasn't listening anymore. The street had grown eerily quiet. His thoughts drifted to something he once read in a dusty pawnshop book. Masters of Kai could sense the faintest spark of energy in others. Gray wasn't a master, but the sensation pressing against him now was unmistakable. Bloodlust. Something moved near a flickering street lamp. Time slowed. Gray reacted instantly. He slammed into Nico and Cecilia, knocking them both to the ground. A beam of light screamed past them. Books and bags exploded across the cobblestones. The attack missed its target, but not completely. Cecilia cried out. The searing beam grazed her arm, leaving a burning scrape. Gray roared in fury. Another click echoed from the shadows. Nico didn't hesitate. He grabbed Cecilia and dragged her into the nearest alley. Gray moved on pure instinct. He scooped up Cecilia's heavy textbook and pressed it against his chest. A second projectile fired. The impact slammed into him. The weapon buried itself deep inside the book's cover, stopping just inches from his heart. Gray's eyes dropped to the object lodged in the book. It wasn't a bullet. That much Gray knew instantly. He ripped the needle free and sprinted after Nico Sever and Cecilia into the narrow alley. Behind them, a harsh voice barked orders through the night. The boys didn't matter. They could be dealt with however the hunters wished, but the girl, she had to be taken alive. Gray shouted the warning as they ran. Their pursuers were carrying tranquilizers. Nico, panting heavily, demanded to know why anyone would chase them. Gray's answer came sharp and immediate. It's not us. It's Cecilia. Shock flashed across both their faces, but there was no time to argue. They dashed down a stone staircase, breaths ragged, as the pounding footsteps behind them drew closer. Nico's stamina began to fail, each step heavier than the last. We can't outrun them, he gasped. At that moment, Cecilia stumbled. Her foot slipped. She crashed hard onto the cold stone floor, palms scraping painfully against the ground. Nico dropped beside her instantly, trying to pull her up, but she pushed his hand away. Her voice trembled, yet remained firm. She was the one putting them in danger. Their attackers weren't allowed to kill her. She would survive, but the boys wouldn't. Nico refused immediately, his voice cracked with protest. He wouldn't leave her behind. Gray leaned closer, speaking urgently. She was right, and that fact could be used, but they had to move quickly. Nico pulled a single glove from his pocket and pressed it into Cecilia's hand. Gray snapped at him to hurry. If they stayed any longer, they'd all be caught. Then he and Nico suddenly veered left into another alley, their footsteps echoing loudly as they ran. Behind them, Cecilia screamed, "Don't leave me!" The trap worked. Within seconds, two men dressed in black rounded the corner. Their eyes locked onto Cecilia lying helpless on the ground. They approached cautiously, speaking quietly into communication devices. One reported the girl was secured. The boys had fled. The second noted the tranquilizer had grazed her and likely weakened her. Permission to proceed was granted. One of the men grabbed Cecilia by the back of her coat and hauled her upright. He lifted his wrist device to confirm the capture, and in that instant, Cecilia struck. The glove sparked violently as she slammed it against the man's face. Electricity exploded across the alley in a flash of blue light. At the same moment, Gray and Nico returned. Gray charged from the right. Nico rushed from the left with a rusted metal pipe. Gray drove his shoulder forward. Gray's fist slammed across his face. Nico swung the pipe, but the attacker's leg snapped out like a whip. The kick struck Nico square in the chest. Gray followed with a brutal elbow to the man's sternum. The blow staggered him, but he didn't fall. Instead, the attacker's hand seized his throat, too. His vision began to darken. Air vanished from his lungs. Desperation surged. Gray's hand shot into his pocket. His fingers found the dart he had taken earlier. With the last strength he had, he drove the syringe into the attacker's arm. The man gasped. His grip loosened immediately. Gray collapsed to the ground, coughing violently, as air rushed back into his lungs. The attacker staggered. The drug was already taking effect. His body swayed. His speech slurred. Nico didn't hesitate. He ran to Cecilia, who had collapsed unconscious. He lifted her onto his back. Gray forced himself upright. Still coughing, he told the man he wouldn't be chasing them now. Nico glanced back with a quick nod. Nice thinking. Gray gestured for them to move before more attackers arrived. But the man lying on the ground wasn't finished. His body twitched weakly. Brown and green eyes burned through the haze of the tranquilizer. His voice slithered out like poison. They should kill him and run, because there was nowhere left for them to go. He had made sure of that. Gray's stomach dropped. Then he saw it. Beyond the rain, the sky glowed red. Flames devoured the building that had once been their home. The orphanage burned. Fire roared against the storm. People stood under umbrellas, watching in stunned silence. Sirens wailed, police cars, fire trucks, ambulances. Red and blue lights flashed through the smoke-filled night. Gray's heart nearly stopped when he saw a stretcher being wheeled past. On it lay Headmaster Wilbeck. He reached the stretcher and ripped the tarp away. Blood soaked her clothes. Too much blood. Her eyes were closed. Why were they closed? His shaking hands grabbed her shoulders. "Wake up!" He shook her harder, desperate. Her arm slid limply off the stretcher. Her eyes never opened. Voices shouted around him. Hands grabbed him, but everything sounded distant, muted, like he was underwater. The only thing he could hear clearly was the attacker's warning echoing in his mind. There was nowhere left to go. Suddenly, Arthur's eyes snapped open. His chest heaved violently. Tears streamed down the face of Arthur Leywin. For a moment, his vision blurred. The nightmare still clung to him. Then slowly, reality returned. He wasn't in the rain or the fire. He was inside his room in the castle of Dicathen. A soft, trembling voice spoke his name. Arthur turned his head, blinking away the tears. Beside him sat Tessia. Her hands held his tightly. Her eyes were swollen red from crying. For a long moment, Arthur simply stared. Across from him, Tessia's smile trembled, caught somewhere between laughter and tears. She hurriedly wiped at her eyes, clearly embarrassed by the sudden rush of emotion. Seeing her like this stirred something in him. It struck Arthur that this was the first time he had seen his childhood friend since the ceremony, where he had been named a lance. His gaze drifted downward and settled on the fresh bandage wrapped around her arm. Reaching out carefully, he brushed his fingers over the cloth, tracing the faint line where blood had begun to seep through. Concern edged his voice as he commented on the wound. Tessia reacted instantly. She caught his scarred hand between both of hers. With a small shake of her head, she dismissed his worry. Her voice wavered as the emotions returned, and she admitted how terrified she had been when she first heard what had happened to him. The news had reached her through her captain. Arthur blinked in surprise. "Captain?" he echoed, realization dawning. If Tessia had a captain now, then that meant you were promoted? He asked without hesitation. Tessia stared at him in disbelief before letting out an exasperated laugh through her tears. Of all the things he could focus on after nearly dying, that was his first reaction. He simply smiled faintly. "I'm just glad you're safe," he replied quietly. Tessia exhaled a long, weary breath. The fight drained out of her as she leaned her head gently against his arm. "I don't have the energy to argue with you," she murmured. Her voice softened as she continued, speaking about the careful precautions he always took, how he constantly placed the safety of everyone else before his own. Somewhere along the way, she had forgotten how dangerous the war truly was for him. Her turquoise eyes lifted to meet his. Seeing him like this forced her to remember something she often ignored. Arthur was human, not the indestructible warrior she sometimes imagined him to be. Arthur snorted quietly at that. "So that's how you usually see me?" Tessia's lips curved into a faint, teasing smile. "Well, you still have the emotional maturity of a toddler." Arthur raised a brow, feigning offense. "Is that any way to speak to a general?" Before she could answer, the tension building outside the door finally gave way. Crash. The door burst open as Varai, Alduin, and Ellie toppled into the room in a tangled heap, their failed attempt at eavesdropping ending in spectacular fashion. Mika remained perfectly composed despite the chaos. Stepping forward with a warm smile, she greeted Arthur calmly as if nothing unusual had happened. Alduin straightened awkwardly, brushing dust from his robes. "We only meant to check in for a moment," he explained, relief evident in his voice. "It's good to see you recovering." Mika glanced toward Tessia. "We'll talk later." Ellie stood behind her. Arthur's expression softened immediately. He opened his arms slightly and beckoned Ellie forward with a gentle smile. That was all it took. Ellie rushed toward him and threw herself into his arms. Her small body trembled violently as she buried her face against his chest, tears spilling freely down her cheeks. "I was so scared," she choked out. "What if you had really died?" Arthur held her tightly, doing his best to comfort her while she cried into his robes. Movement at the doorway caught his attention. Aldir had entered the room. Arthur gently coaxed Ellie back, promising that they would talk later. She pulled away reluctantly, pointing a warning finger at him. "Don't take too long," she sniffed before rushing out. Once she was gone, Aldir spoke. His tone was calm but firm. "You were fortunate to survive," he said. "Even with the finest medics and Sylvie's ether arts, your recovery required an elixir pearl." Aldir continued, explaining that the pearl had only been available because Arthur still possessed the one Winsome had given him years ago. Arthur asked the question directly. "Can I get another one?" Aldir's answer was immediate. "No." With the war underway, the fragile treaty between their peoples could not be risked for another. Arthur muttered a quiet curse under his breath. Varian stepped forward then. From her dimension ring, she retrieved the shattered remains of Dawn's ballad. She placed Arthur's broken piece into his hand, explaining it had been recovered from the retainer's corpse. Arthur stared at the ruined weapon before glancing down at his right hand, where the strange gem Ren had forced upon him remained embedded. A bitter thought crossed his mind. Now would be be a perfect time for a new weapon. Straightening slightly, Arthur looked back at the gathered lances. Before beginning his full report, he asked one question. Who commands the dwarven lances now? Arthur's eyes sharpened. Was it them? He pressed quietly. Or was it Radius? The silence that followed was answer enough. The debriefing stretched far longer than Arthur expected. Recounting every detail of his battle was exhausting, and by the time the meeting finally ended, the room had grown quiet again. But Arthur's mind remained restless. With effort, he pushed himself upright and stepped out of bed. His breathing was deep and steady as he walked to the mirror. He untied the band wrapped around his waist and slipped off his robe. The reflection staring back at him was brutally honest. Bruises, scars, a body worn down by battle, but alive. Sylvie's familiar voice stirred gently in his mind, reminding him that things could have ended far worse. Arthur pressed his lips together. His parents and Ellie would never see it that way. Leaving Sylvie to rest, he stepped out into the castle's brightly lit corridors. Eventually, he made his way to the gardens outside. Under the shade of the trees, Ellie stood practicing archery. Boo sat faithfully at her side. When she noticed Arthur approaching, she lowered her bow. Her voice broke the quiet of the garden. "People envy me," she said slowly, "because I have a brother like you." Some admired her for it. Others were jealous. Arthur was a lance, recognized across the continent, praised as both a warrior and a hero. But Ellie looked down at the grass, and yet, she admitted quietly, "Sometimes I hated you." There had been a time when she believed her life had been twisted because of him. She had wanted something simple, a classroom, friends, a normal life, one she felt had been taken away. Ellie's voice grew sharper as the weight of her memories surfaced. She admitted that, once, she had blamed Arthur for their parents joining the war. The words came out heavy with grief, yet tears welled in her eyes as she revealed the bitter truth she had eventually realized. His life had always been harder than hers. Most of her memories of Arthur were defined by absence. Long stretches where he simply wasn't there. And when he did return, it was rarely without wounds. Bruises, bandages, stories of brutal battles against monsters. That was the brother she remembered. In the lonely moments between those visits, Ellie had wondered something painful. Did he even care about her? About their family? But now she understood. The sacrifices he had made were greater than anything she had endured. While she had suffered loneliness, Arthur had carried burdens no child should ever have been forced to bear. He had barely known their parents, had been pushed into a world of war and responsibility long before he was ready. Arthur slowly reached toward her. Before he could say anything, Ellie caught his hand first. She gave it a firm shake, almost like sealing an unspoken agreement, before rising to her feet. Letting out a long breath, she shook off the lingering heaviness and forced a smile back onto her face. "Come on," she said, gesturing for him to follow. "There's something I want to show you." Arthur called after her softly, but Ellie turned with a reassuring grin. "It's okay," she said. "I know." She bent down to pick up a stray arrow from the grass and knocked it onto her bow. Her movements were smooth and practiced. Raising the bow to eye level, she drew the string back until it hummed under the tension. The arrow flew, and it cut through the air with a sharp whistle, curving elegantly around a wooden plank before striking the second target positioned behind it. Arthur clapped, genuine admiration ringing in his voice. But Ellie quickly raised a hand, stopping him. "That's not the part I wanted to show you." She drew another arrow. This time her lips moved in a quiet chant. As the bowstring pulled back, mana gathered around the shaft. It condensed into a thin, glowing layer, forming a shimmering arrow of light. When she released it, the sound was different. Instead of a whistle, the arrow hummed softly as it streaked toward the target. Yet just before it struck, the glowing projectile dissolved, scattering into misty fragments of mana that faded into the air. Arthur leaned forward with excitement, praising her technique. Ellie, however, slumped slightly. "I hit the target a few days ago," she admitted quietly. "I don't know why I couldn't do it again today." Arthur smiled warmly. "You're 12. Most kids your age can't even form a basic manosphere yet." Before Ellie could respond, another voice drifted down from the terrace. "Well, he's not wrong." Arthur turned. Two figures approached from the stone steps. An unusual pair, Emily Watskin and Helen Shard. Helen smiled faintly as she stepped closer. "When Emily first discovered Ellie's gift," she explained, "it was actually her idea to combine that talent with archery." Arthur's curiosity sharpened at the word gift. Emily eagerly elaborated. Ellie possessed a rare ability, the natural talent to shape raw mana into intricate forms. At their encouragement, Ellie lifted her hand. A small orb flickered into existence, glowing softly in the dim garden light. Arthur nodded. "That is impressive." Still, something else caught his attention. He looked between Emily and Helen, noticing their elegant attire, far too formal for a quiet training session in the gardens. "Why are you two dressed like that?" he asked. Helen raised an eyebrow. "You didn't hear?" Arthur shook his head. "The castle is hosting a celebration tonight," she explained. "Apparently someone defeated a retainer." Arthur tilted his head slightly at that phrasing. "A retainer?" As he turned to leave, Emily's eyes lit up with excitement. "I wonder if it was one of the lances," she said. Helen shrugged. "Nothing's been confirmed yet, but that would be the most likely explanation." Arthur frowned slightly as he walked away. Did the castle really not know who had killed the retainer? Sylvie's voice echoed quietly in his mind. "They don't." Arthur sighed, and judging by the preparations already underway, he had a feeling this one would be impossible to avoid. Elsewhere in the castle, Tessia stood before her mother. Mariel Erelith studied her daughter carefully, her gaze moving from head to toe. The scrutiny softened softened into a warm smile. You look beautiful. Tessia flushed immediately. You always say that, she replied shyly. Mariel laughed, and it's always true. Dressed in a flowing black gown, Tessia looked every bit the noble princess she was. Thank you for helping me get ready, Tessia said. Her mother waved the gratitude away. Moments like this are rare, Mariel said gently. Between all our responsibilities, we hardly get time like this anymore. With a playful glint in her eyes, she added, now go, turn some heads. When Tessia stepped into the hallway, 3 familiar faces were already waiting. Her friends reacted instantly. Music floated through the air. Massive chandeliers bathed the hall in warm golden light. Long tables overflowed with exquisite food. The entire chamber shimmered with celebration. Stannard stood frozen, eyes wide as he took in the dazzling display around him. Even Darvis, who rarely showed genuine admiration, had to silently admit that the arrangements were nothing short of magnificent. Tessia's thoughts drifted elsewhere. Her mind wandered to her grandfather, Virion Erlith. He had clearly spared no effort in making the celebration extraordinary. He should have been here tonight. And perhaps Arthur should have been standing beside him. Her quiet thoughts were suddenly interrupted when Caria nudged her with a mischievous grin. Looking for your handsome lover? She teased. Tessia's reaction was immediate and far louder than she intended. Her face flushed crimson as she hurriedly explained that Arthur had only recently been injured and was probably still resting. Darvis immediately seized the opportunity. So the great lance can be injured after all? Before he could continue, Stannard elbowed him sharply in the ribs. Careful, he muttered. Even injured, he already beat you once. Darvis groaned, rubbing his side while shooting Stannard a glare. That's not what's bothering me, he grumbled. His gaze shifted across the hall, landing on a group gathered near one of the long tables. My family's over there. With a defeated sigh, he grabbed Karia's wrist and began dragging her along. As they moved through the crowd, Tessia's eyes wandered across the grand hall and suddenly stopped. She spotted a familiar figure, Emily Watskin. Well, if it isn't little Stannard, she said warmly before giving a respectful nod toward Tessia. Princess, Tessia stepped forward and embraced her. I didn't expect to see you here, she admitted. Emily rolled her eyes dramatically. Who do you think set up all those lighting artifacts? She said. Standing nearby was Gideon Graves. He held a glass of wine in one hand and a large roasted bird leg in the other, casually alternating between the two without the slightest regard for the elegant setting. Emily stormed over to him immediately. You left all the work to me, she snapped. Gideon swallowed leisurely before glancing over at Tessia and Stannard. Good to see you two are still alive, he said bluntly. Emily looked like she might explode, but Gideon only smiled slyly. I was given a very important assignment, he explained. By whom? Emily demanded. Gideon raised his chin proudly. None other than your grandfather. Tessia blinked in surprise. Gideon chuckled. It gave me the rare opportunity to meet the only person on this continent who might actually be smarter than me. As Tessia looked around the hall again, another figure caught her attention. Caspian Bladeheart stood among the guests, but the person beside him shocked her even more. Claire Bladeheart. Tessia gasped softly. Claire inclined her head politely. Princess. Before Tessia could say anything else, 2 more familiar figures approached quickly. Kathleen Glader and Curtis Glader. Curtis glanced around the group with a grin. Looks like someone beat us to the reunion. But Kathleen didn't waste a second. She rushed forward and wrapped Claire in a tight embrace. We missed you so much, she whispered. Curtis stepped closer, his voice filled with concern. Does this mean you're really okay? Claire nodded quietly. I'm well enough. Then she glanced at her uncle. Don't wait up for me. With that, she slipped away with her friends. Together, they left the bustling hall, navigating quiet corridors until they reached the rooftop. A narrow staircase led them down to a secluded deck overlooking the vast night sky. Under the stars, Claire turned first to Curtis. A faint smile touched her lips. I heard you became a teacher at Lanceslore. Curtis shifted awkwardly. I loved my time at Xyrus, he admitted, referring to Xyrus Academy. But the academy started pushing students toward the front lines too quickly. He shrugged slightly. So I figured if they're going to fight anyway, I should at least help train them properly. Claire nodded before turning to Kathleen. I heard you've been training under a lance. Finally, her gaze settled on Tessia, and the princess now leads her own squad in battle. Tessia shook her head modestly. Just Tessia, she said softly, and I'm still learning. She explained how the Bladeheart techniques were gradually refining her swordsmanship. Claire sighed wistfully. I envy you all, she admitted quietly. You must have grown so much stronger. Kathleen hesitated before asking the question lingering in everyone's mind. Your injuries from Xyrus, do they still affect you? Claire was silent for a moment. My body is mostly healed. Then her hands moved slowly to the straps of her dress. Her tone darkened. But there's something the healers couldn't fix. Turning slightly, she revealed a long, cruel scar carved across her lower back. The sight made Tessia gasp, her hand flying to her mouth. Curtis and Kathleen fell completely silent. Claire spoke calmly. My mana core was damaged. She looked at the floor. I can't use magic anymore. The words hung heavily in the air, but Claire lifted her chin with quiet determination. I've accepted it. Even though she could no longer fight as a mage, she would still contribute to the war effort. She planned to train new soldiers at the Bladeheart Sword Institution. Kathleen's eyes shimmered with emotion. That takes incredible strength, she said softly. Your character shines far brighter than the color of any monocore. Claire tried to smile, but tears slipped down her cheeks anyway. Thank you, she whispered. She laughed weakly, wiping at her face. Look at me, crying like a mess in front of everyone. That's impossible, Tessia said immediately. Curtis silently offered his handkerchief. Claire accepted it gratefully, dabbing at her eyes as the warmth of their support surrounded her. After a moment, her expression grew serious again. There's one more thing I need to ask. They all looked at her. Please, don't tell Arthur about my condition. Her voice softened. Nothing hurts more than knowing I can't fight beside him or repay him for saving Xyrus. Curtis nodded immediately. Of course, though he added with a small chuckle, to be honest, Arthur and I barely interact anyway. Then Tessia spoke. I know Arthur. She smiled gently. He wouldn't see this as something to pity. Arthur, Tessia explained, was still very much the same person he had always been. Yet, in many ways, he had changed. Curtis immediately jumped on her words with a teasing grin. Oh, you noticed that pretty quickly, he said. Tessia's face turned scarlet. That's not what I meant, she protested hurriedly, tripping over her words. Claire's smile slowly turned mischievous. She glanced toward Cathilne Glader. Well, she said slyly, I always thought the princess here was Arthur's most dangerous rival in love, even if she refuses to admit it. Curtis's head snapped toward his sister. What? He blurted. You like Arthur? Cathilne froze. Color flooded her pale face instantly. No, she stammered desperately. That's not true. She waved her hands frantically. Arthur is much better suited for Tessia. The group began heading back toward the main hall, following Claire through the corridor. Then suddenly, Claire stopped, and at the far end of the hallway stood a commanding figure, clad in elegant mithril armor with gleaming pauldrons and greaves reflecting the torchlight, stood Virai Aure. Cathilne reacted instantly. She bowed deeply. Master, Virai acknowledged them with a cool nod. I've been assigned to escort the three of you tonight, she said calmly. Her eyes shifted briefly to Claire. You may accompany us as well, if you wish. Tessia glanced at Claire with concern. Are you all right? Claire nodded, though her voice dropped slightly. Even suppressed, her aura froze me for a moment. She forced a small smile. Without my mana, it feels overwhelming. Together they returned to the grand hall. The chamber buzzed with conversation. Nobles laughing, guests talking over music and food. But at the center of it all stood one man commanding the attention of the entire room. Virion Erelith. His voice rose above the crowd. He thanked everyone for gathering despite the secrecy of the event, reminding them that during such difficult times, moments of hope were rare. Then his tone grew heavier. They had gathered tonight to honor someone who had dealt a devastating blow to the enemy. A retainer had been slain. Suddenly, the stage split open with the grinding of hidden gears. From beneath it, a gruesome sight slowly rose into view. Encased in a solid tomb of ice was the twisted corpse of a Vritra retainer. Gasps spread through the hall. Some nobles recoiled, stumbling back in horror. Others stood frozen, staring at the grotesque body. Tessia felt her breath catch. Instinctively, her eyes moved to Virai Aure, expecting to see calm confidence. Instead, the lance looked just as surprised as everyone else, but she wasn't looking at the frozen corpse. Her eyes were fixed on the shadow behind it. A figure stepped forward. A familiar silhouette emerged into the light. Virion's voice thundered proudly across the hall. The one who defeated the retainer. Arthur Leywin stepped into full view. Tessia's heart lurched. Arthur killed a retainer? Arthur's gaze swept across the stunned crowd, and then he spoke. His voice was calm but firm. He openly condemned the idea of displaying a corpse as a trophy, admitting it wasn't something he personally approved of. However, he reminded the nobles of something important. They were leaders. Each of them governed lands filled with farmers, workers, soldiers, and families desperately searching for hope during the chaos of war. Until now, those people had received nothing but rumors and vague reassurances. A bitter whisper drifted through the crowd behind Tessia. Empty promises, one noble muttered. Arthur continued. He acknowledged that the other lances still fighting were far stronger than him. Yet even he, the newest and supposedly weakest among them, had managed to defeat one of the highest powers in the Alacryan army. Murmurs of excitement rippled across the hall. Arthur paused deliberately. Then he added something else. I sustained no injuries during the battle. The word spread through the crowd like wildfire. Hope ignited instantly. Even a retainer could be defeated, and apparently, without losing a lance. That was the message the nobles would carry back to their lands. From the crowd, Tessia stared in disbelief. Just days ago, Arthur had been bedridden. His body had been covered in wounds. How could he now stand there as if nothing had happened? Arthur ended his speech formally. Guests were welcome to approach the frozen retainer if they wished, and they should enjoy the rest of the evening. Soon guards replaced Virion on stage, and the hall erupted into chatter as nobles hurried forward to see the ice-encased enemy. Tessia looked again at the frozen retainer. Despite the monstrous aura surrounding it, it looked strangely human. The thought unsettled her. Meanwhile, Arthur quietly slipped behind the stage curtains. Virion waited there. The old commander simply gave him a small, approving nod. Together, they returned to Arthur's chambers. The moment the door closed behind them, Arthur collapsed heavily into a chair. A groan escaped him. God, everything hurts. The strain of keeping up appearances finally crashed down on him. Virion shut the door firmly. You shouldn't push yourself like that. Arthur shot him an irritated look. Then stop throwing me on stage without warning, he snapped. At least tell me your plans beforehand. He sighed deeply. Did it work? Across the room, Gideon Graves was busy adjusting a strange artifact. Arthur glanced at him. You recorded it? Gideon snorted. A little gratitude would be nice. He muttered that the world still hadn't fully appreciated appreciated his genius. With a twist of the device, a faint glowing screen flickered to life, casting pale light across the chamber. "I captured something interesting," Gideon said. He pointed at the screen. "I managed to record Radius's reactions at 3 specific moments." He raised 3 fingers. When the frozen Vritra was revealed, when Arthur stepped onto the stage, and when Arthur claimed he had taken no injuries. Virion leaned forward slightly, his sharp eyes fixed on the glowing projection. "What exactly is Radius looking at here?" he asked thoughtfully. Arthur shook his head. "Not what," he corrected. "Who?" He pointed toward the image. Radius's gaze wasn't fixed on the frozen corpse at all. It was locked directly onto Virai Ore, standing among the crowd. Arthur explained calmly that he had suggested Tessia's father assign Virai as her escort for the evening. That simple decision had created the perfect assumption. The misdirection was intentional. If Radius believed that the strongest lance had been required to defeat a retainer, then the reveal that it was actually Arthur, the youngest and newest lance, would strike far harder. Nearby, Gideon Graves zoomed the artifact projection closer. "Look at his face," Gideon muttered. Radius's expression had soured noticeably. Virion studied it carefully. Most people would have felt relief that one of their youngest warriors had achieved such a victory. But Radius's reaction suggested something darker. It wasn't proof of anything, but it revealed where his sympathies might lie. The room eventually fell quiet. Arthur rose from his chair and pulled open the chamber door. Standing right outside was Tessia Erelith. Her hand was frozen midair, as if she had just been about to knock. Clearly, she had been listening. She gave a small, awkward wave, caught red-handed. "Hi." Arthur couldn't stop the amused smile that crept across his face. Together, they headed back upstairs. As they entered the main hall again, the full force of the celebration washed over them. Music filled the air. Laughter rang out across the chamber. Glasses clinked as nobles toasted and talked excitedly. Arthur glanced around. It didn't take long for everyone to start celebrating, he noted. As he walked, he accidentally bumped into a passing waiter. The impact sent a dull ache through his already battered body. Arthur clenched his jaw. The moment he found an opening, he planned to slip away. He had already endured more walking, smiling, and meaningless conversation than he cared for tonight. Before he could escape, Tessia suddenly slipped her arm through his. Her tone was casual, but her voice carried a playful edge. "If I don't hold on to you," she whispered, "every nobleman here will be asking me for a dance." She leaned closer. "And if I let you wander alone, every noble lady will trap you in endless conversation." She gave him a small smile. "Just one lap around the room, then we can escape." Her whisper drew his attention across the hall. "That man there is Sir Lionel," she murmured, "a respected augmenter. But mention his thinning hair and he'll explode." Arthur nodded faintly. He understood what she was doing. With their positions, they were bound to be greeted by nearly every noble in the room. Tessia knew exactly which ones mattered, and more importantly, how to handle them. Arthur couldn't help comparing it to his previous life. Back then, as a king, political gatherings had been little more than demonstrations of power. He could offend anyone without consequence. But here, things were different. He wasn't a king. He was a lance, and every word he spoke carried political weight. Thankfully, Tessia handled most of it effortlessly. A group of noble ladies waved sweetly at Arthur as he passed. He responded with a polite smile. Beside him, Tessia's eyes narrowed immediately. Jealousy flashed across her face. Without warning, she pinched his side sharply and pulled him closer. Arthur winced. All right, he muttered under his breath. Suddenly, a familiar voice called out across the hall. "Arthur!" He turned. Eleanor Leywin stood across the room with a group of friends, waving enthusiastically. Arthur met her eyes. Then he glanced briefly at Boo beside her. A silent message passed between them. Tessia immediately noticed. "What did you just do?" she asked suspiciously. "Nothing," Arthur replied calmly. "I just sent a message to Ellie's bond." Tessia blinked. "You communicated with him, using only your eyes?" Arthur shrugged. "Boo knows what to do." Sensing his growing restlessness, Tessia sighed and grabbed his arm again. "You're acting strange." Before he could protest, she dragged him toward the balcony doors. Cool night air greeted them as they stepped outside. The noise of the celebration faded behind them. Tessia inhaled deeply, her shoulders relaxing as she looked out across the vast sky. The moon illuminated endless layers of clouds. Her voice softened. "Sometimes, on nights like this, I forget there's even a war happening." She gestured toward the clouds. "I like to imagine they're an ocean," she said quietly, "and I'm just drifting on a boat somewhere far away." She smiled faintly. "It sounds childish." Arthur shook his head. "You're allowed to be childish sometimes." He looked at her seriously. "You command an entire unit. Do you know how heavy that responsibility is? Even with experience, leading people whose lives depended on your decisions would never become easy." Tessia studied him closely. "You speak like someone who's done it before." Arthur said nothing. She continued thoughtfully. "You may hold the rank of general, but a lance's duty is different. Lances aren't meant to lead armies. They're meant to defeat enemies of their own level." Arthur nodded. "That's true," but his tone shifted slightly. "There's something I wanted to talk to you about." Tessia laughed softly. "Does it have something to do with whatever you were discussing earlier with Virion and Gideon?" Arthur groaned. "Was it that obvious?" Her smile remained, but her expression grew serious. "Arthur, you only get this serious for 3 reasons." She held up her fingers. "You're about to leave for a long time, or you're about to do something dangerous." She lowered her hand. Or both. Arthur let out a slow breath, a crooked smile tugging at his lips. I guess I really am an open book, he admitted. Tessia tilted her head slightly, her expression thoughtful. Not exactly, she replied softly. You're more like an open chapter. Arthur raised a brow. Some parts of you are obvious, but other times, you feel like a complete stranger. Arthur looked at her curiously. What do you mean? Tessia hesitated for only a moment before asking the question that had lingered in her mind for years. What's your secret? Arthur blinked. The secret behind all of it, she pressed. Magic, combat, artificing, even politics and strategy. She shook her head slightly. You're amazing at everything you touch. Like it comes naturally to you. Arthur fell silent. Inside, the real answer weighed heavily. A previous life. Years of experience, knowledge, and battles that no one in this world could possibly understand. But he simply shrugged. I read a lot of books when I was younger. Tessia stared at him for a moment before sighing with a faint laugh. That wasn't the answer I was expecting. Arthur's tone softened. You're doing fine, Tess. You don't need to rush. But Tessia shook her head. Frustration flickered across her eyes. Arthur tilted his head. What do you mean? Her words came quickly now. My mana core is only half a stage behind yours, she said. I'm a beast tamer. I've trained under the best instructors on the continent, she swallowed. And I've even walked the path of the Asuras, just like you. Yet her voice tightened. But no matter how close I get, you always feel farther away. Arthur started to speak. Tess, but she lowered her gaze. Her hand gently brushed the faint scars along his neck. Her voice trembled. Just promise me something. Arthur looked at her quietly. Whatever battles you face, come back alive. She forced a small smile. I don't care how many scars you carry, as long as you come back breathing. Arthur studied her expression carefully before asking a question of his own. Why is it so important for you to catch up to me? Tessia hesitated. Then finally she answered, because only if I can stand beside you as an equal will I have the courage to say those words again. Arthur's brow furrowed. What words? She met his eyes. That I love you. Elsewhere, far from the quiet balcony, a massive map stretched across a round war table. Blaine Glader studied the map carefully. How many troops would this require? He asked. Arthur leaned over the northern region before answering. 2 divisions. His original instinct had been 3. But before anyone else could speak, Radeus immediately pointed toward the western coastline. His finger rested between the cities of Edistan and Telmore. Sending nearly 20,000 troops north would weaken the coast, he argued sharply. Beside him, Alduin Erlith nodded. Battles have been raging there for days, he added. Even one division withdrawn could shift the balance. Priscilla Glader placed a transmission scroll aside. Evacuations from Telmore and Edistan are still underway, she explained. If our forces weaken, the fighting will reach the cities themselves. Across the table, Mariel Erlith leaned forward thoughtfully. Perhaps the elven troops stationed near the siphon could reinforce the north instead, she suggested. That would make 2 divisions possible. At the far side of the chamber stood the lances. Virion Erlith turned toward them. What do you think? The first to answer was Baron Wykes. His voice carried open disdain. Moving divisions based on a suspicion Arthur thinks he saw as reckless, he scoffed. Cities could fall because of that. Next spoke Mika Earthborn. Her tone was blunt but calmer. His tone was unnecessary, she admitted. But the point stands. Moving that many troops will be costly, even with teleportation gates. Ulfred Varen nodded. The risk is too great. Another lance murmured a quiet apology to Arthur before agreeing the plan was unwise. Then a colder voice cut through the chamber. If Arthur is right, 2 divisions may not be enough. It was Varai Ore. Arthur blinked slightly. He hadn't expected her support, yet he quickly realized her backing might actually hurt his argument. Virion spoke next. If Arthur's suspicion is correct, and a retainer or even a scythe is leading the next offensive, his voice hardened. Then failing to prepare would be catastrophic. He looked toward the council. So Arthur won't investigate alone. 2 lances would accompany him. King Blaine frowned. The lances are vital to the battles across the continent, he argued. Even a temporary absence could lower morale. Virion didn't hesitate. Nobles have been begging for lances to guard their territories, he said sharply, but leaders cannot afford to think that way. He reminded them that large-scale battles between lances were incredibly destructive. Entire cities could be leveled. Retainers could retaliate. If sending 2 lances north prevents escalation, Virion concluded, then it is worth the risk. The room fell silent. King Blaine did not object again. Virion scanned the chamber before deciding which lances would accompany Arthur. Before he could speak, Radeus raised his hand. Our dwarven forces are not plagued by noble disputes like the human kingdoms, he said calmly. With Lord Aldir serving as artifact holder, command will remain stable in my absence. So I volunteer our 2 lances. Virion gave a curt nod. The decision was made. Micah Earthborn and Ulfred Warrend would accompany Arthur Leywin north. Virion's voice carried final authority. This is a reconnaissance mission. Their task was simple. Confirm the threat, avoid battle, and keep any fighting far from civilian lives. Virion looked at them one last time. You leave at sunrise. The meeting adjourned, and the tense atmosphere of strategy slowly dissolved into the quiet rustle of chairs and footsteps as the council members began to disperse. Inside Arthur's mind, Sylvie's calm voice echoed. Everything had unfolded exactly as planned. She wasn't wrong. The outcome had gone the way he intended, but it had taken far longer than he would have liked. His thoughts were interrupted when someone stepped directly into his path. Micah Earthborn grinned brightly up at him. Well, looks like we'll be working together, she said cheerfully. Arthur inclined his head respectfully toward her and the tall dwarf beside her. General Micah, General Ulfrid. Micah waved her hand dismissively. Oh, come on, just call me Mika. Arthur shook his head politely. I'd rather keep the formalities. You're both my seniors. Beside her, Ulfrid Varen studied him with a faintly condescending look. At least the boy has manners, he rumbled. Sylvie's dry amusement rippled through Arthur's thoughts. The three of you are clearly going to get along wonderfully. Arthur merely offered a small, restrained smile. If you'll excuse me, I should rest before the journey. Without waiting for a response, he continued down the corridor. Behind him, Ulfrid watched his retreating figure. Despite his age, the dwarf muttered, he's level-headed and serious about his duty. Mika nodded. That's what being a lance does to you. Ulfrid remained silent for a moment, his gaze lingering down the hall, where Arthur had disappeared. To him, that statement carried a deeper meaning. His own life had begun in the harsh upper caverns, where survival depended on suspicion and strength. In those streets, trusting someone was simply another way to get hurt. Even the man who first taught him, Radius, had not earned his trust easily. Radius had taught him everything, reading, writing, and the fundamentals of manipulating mana. At first, Ulfrid had treated him like any other authority figure, but over time, things changed. The old dwarf became more than a mentor. He became family. Eventually, Ulfrid began to see him as a father. After graduating as one of the top conjurers from the Earthborn Institute, Ulfrid had been chosen as a guard for the royal family, the powerful Grey Sunders, whose rule over their people was harsh and unforgiving. Still, Ulfrid served faithfully. Radius had taught him loyalty, and he honored that lesson. When his name was eventually proposed as a candidate for Lance, he hesitated. Becoming a lance meant binding oneself for life. It wasn't a pledge he took lightly. In truth, the only person he felt worthy of that level of devotion was Radius himself. Radius had understood his reluctance. At least, until the day Elijah appeared. Ulfrid had not been surprised when Radius took in another child. The old dwarf's kindness made that almost inevitable. What he didn't understand was why Radius insisted that Elijah remain completely unaware of Ulfrid's existence. Instead, Radius urged him harder than ever to accept the mantle of Lance, to secure his loyalty to the royal family. And Ulfrid obeyed. Even if he disobeyed kings, he could never refuse Radius. His mentor's promise had been clear. His service to the Grey Sunders would only be temporary. In the end, his loyalty belonged to Radius alone. Elsewhere in the castle, Arthur sat quietly on the edge of his bed. He pulled the pin from his hair, letting the strands fall loose. Beside him, Sylvie shifted slightly, letting out a sleepy grunt before curling deeper into rest. The room grew silent, and in that silence, Tessia's words returned to him. Her confession lingered heavily in his thoughts. Arthur whispered the words under his breath, almost disbelieving. She wants to say she loves me again. The thought stirred something dangerous inside him. For a moment, he considered staying. Just one more day. A little more time with Tessia Aerolith. A few extra moments with Eleanor Leywin. His body certainly needed the rest. He had nearly been crippled in his last battle. Hadn't he sacrificed enough already? He had fought for his people across 2 lifetimes, both as Arthur and as someone else entirely. And what did he have to show for it? Scars. Nothing but scars. Yet beneath that tempting thought lurked a deeper fear. If he allowed Tessia into his heart, truly allowed it, he would lose control of his priorities. He knew himself too well. If it came down to it, he would abandon all of Dicathen to protect the few people he loved. Time slipped by unnoticed as he wrestled with those thoughts. Eventually, the first pale light of dawn crept across the sky, the rising sun still hidden beyond the sea of clouds. Arthur dressed quietly. Eleanor Leywin looked up as he approached. Arthur pulled her into a tight embrace. Her warmth grounded him. I'll come back, he promised softly. Ellie shook her head. I don't need you to come back quickly, she said. Just come back safe. Arthur nodded. Nearby, Boo met his gaze. Arthur silently asked the guardian beast to watch over her. The massive bear simply blinked slowly. The request was unnecessary. They both knew it. Outside the castle, Mika's voice rang through the cool morning air. I'm so excited, she declared. Mika finally gets to go on a mission with the famous Arthur. She puffed her chest proudly. You know, the other lances talk about you all the time. Arthur raised an eyebrow. Let me guess, not always kindly. Exactly. Before their banter could continue, Ulfrid's voice cut through the air like a hammer. Enough! His sharp gaze moved between them. Every moment we waste here is time taken from the battlefield. At that moment, another figure approached. Radius stepped forward calmly. I wish to see you off myself, he said. Arthur bowed respectfully. That's an honor. Radius studied him closely. You still look exhausted from your last battle, he remarked sympathetically. He folded his hands behind his back. I pray to the Asuras that your suspicions prove false. Arthur straightened. That would be ideal. But inside, his thoughts twisted uneasily. He truly hoped his instincts were wrong. He hoped that Radius, the man who had raised Elijah, was not the traitor Arthur feared him to be. They took off without another word, their voices swallowed by the rushing wind as they soared through the sky. Ulfrid Varand led the way, arms extended as he guided their path across the endless sea of clouds. Hours passed in silence. Then suddenly, Micah Earthborn's cheerful voice broke through, suggesting they stop and make camp for the night. Arthur Leywin immediately started to refuse, insisting they could keep going. But before he could finish, a deafening roar tore through the sky. Sylvie. The dwarven lances froze mid-flight, startled as they turned back in confusion. Arthur, however, understood instantly. Playing along, he exhaled and admitted his injuries were making it harder to maintain his mana. A short rest would help. Sylvie gave a subtle, approving nod. Decision made. They descended near the base of the Grand Mountains, just a few miles north of Valden City, and quickly set up a small camp beneath the towering peaks. While the dwarves handled the camp, Arthur sat down to meditate. Cross-legged, he drew in the surrounding mana, guiding it into his core, refining, compressing, strengthening it with every cycle. Time blurred, until that feeling, someone watching. Arthur cracked one eye open, and found Mika crouched right in front of him, way too close, staring with pure fascination. She admitted it outright. This was the first time she had ever felt something like that. His core refinement wasn't just visible. It was pulling at her. Before Arthur could respond, Ulfrid spoke calmly from the side. Core refinement, he explained, was rarely something others could perceive. Micah immediately jumped in, barely containing her excitement. When Arthur refined his core, it felt like her whole body was being drawn toward him. Arthur paused, slightly surprised. No one had ever told him that before. Maybe it had something to do with him being a quadra elemental. Mika froze. Quadra elemental? Her eyes widened in disbelief. Even Ulfrid looked up slightly, recalling faint rumors he had once heard in council, but never confirmed. Now it all made sense. That was how Arthur had become a lance so young. Mika leaned in even closer, curiosity overflowing. What's it like, controlling that many elements? A quiet warning from Sylvie echoed in Arthur's mind. Be careful. Arthur nodded slightly and answered carefully. Some elements still didn't come easily. Gravity, for example. He couldn't fully grasp it yet. The real challenge wasn't having multiple affinities. It was choosing the right one in the split second of battle. Ulfrid nodded thoughtfully. So you still favor certain elements more than others? Arthur gave a small confirming nod. Micah clapped her hands excitedly. No problem. I can teach you gravity magic. Arthur almost smiled. It's not understanding, he said calmly. It's control. Gravity wasn't something he felt confident using yet. But Micah wasn't backing down. She raised her hand dramatically. It's simple. Just imagine the world shifting, up or down, grab it and release. Ulfrid didn't even look up from his book. His voice was flat. Micah learned magic through instinct. Trying to learn from her would be like taking lessons from a pebble. Arthur blinked. That explained a lot. Something clicked in Arthur's mind. Earthborn. Where have I heard that before? Without lifting his gaze, Ulfrid answered. Her ancestors founded the Earthborn Institute. Arthur's eyes sharpened. That wasn't just a name. That was one of the greatest pillars of dwarven power. And Micah came from that lineage? Micah puffed her chest proudly. Of course, strong and beautiful, Ulfrid scoffed. Impressive confidence. Though if that were true, you'd think you'd have had at least one relationship by now, especially at your age. Silence, and then a massive war axe appeared in Micah's hands. Boom, the ground split apart as she swung. Ulfrid barely reacted in time, raising a thick wall of earth to block the strike as cracks spread across it. Micah smiled sweetly, but her eyes? Dangerous. I just haven't found anyone worth my time, she said lightly. My taste isn't exactly standard dwarves. Arthur quietly shifted closer to Sylvie. Far away from this. Sylvie's voice echoed dryly in his mind. She was better when she spoke in third person. Arthur silently agreed. Ulfrid reinforced his defenses, unfazed. The only reason you're tolerated is your family name, he shot back. Maybe some strange human will take interest in you one day. Crash. Mika's next swing shattered his stone golem into rubble. Oh really? She snapped. At least I'm not alone either. Ulfrid grunted, summoning another golem. Your childishness never ceases to amaze me, especially for a lance. You're the childish one. The argument spiraled instantly. Arthur sighed, raising his hand. He drew moisture from the air, from the leaves. Water gathering quietly around him. A sudden surge of water crashed over the two dwarves, soaking them completely in an instant. They froze, then snapped their heads toward Arthur at the same time. Calmly, he asked if they were finished, or if they truly planned to tear a mountain apart over a petty argument. Mika clicked her tongue, clearly annoyed, placing all the blame on Ulfrid for daring to mention a lady's age. Ulfrid shot back under his breath, muttering that those raised drinking milk from silver goblets often needed harsh reminders of reality. Arthur exhaled slowly, holding back an eye roll as the two finally backed off. Mika stomped away and shaped a small earthen cottage, its crude structure deliberately forming the shape of a raised middle finger. Watching them settle, Arthur couldn't help but think how absurd it was. Some of the strongest warriors in Dicathen, yet still capable of bickering like children. When Ulfrid eventually broke the silence, asking if Arthur had any plan to track down the retainer or scythe, Arthur didn't answer. Instead, he pulled out a spare cloak and walked over to Mika. Dropping it to the ground, he pressed his boot into it, grinding dirt and grass deep into the fabric before handing it to her. She stared at him in disbelief, protesting immediately. Arthur's tone stayed even. That was the point. She would be playing a slave. The words hit her like a blow, But Arthur didn't give her time to argue. He added that he would take the same role. Then, turning to Ulfrid, he tossed him a fur cloak along with an old adventurer's mask, instructing him to act as their master. With their roles decided, they moved out again. As they traveled, Arthur noticed Ulfrid adjusting the mask. When questioned, the dwarf explained he was refining its appearance, adding gold and subtle details to make it more befitting of a noble. Arthur acknowledged the effort, but kept his focus on the plan. Once they passed Valden, they would proceed on foot. Scythes could detect mana from afar, so they needed to suppress theirs as much as possible. A noble traveling with slaves would draw little suspicion, and masked figures weren't uncommon. If all went well, they could gather information without attracting attention. Still, Sylvie's voice slipped into Arthur's thoughts, edged with concern. What if they ran straight into a scythe? Worse, what if Mika and Ulfrid betrayed them? Arthur considered it but dismissed the likelihood. If they were traitors, they wouldn't expose themselves so recklessly. And if things turned for the worse, they had an escape plan. Varian had already accounted for that. Another lance was following them in secret. Sylvie noted she couldn't sense anyone. Arthur confirmed it. The elven lance, known as Phantasm, someone who could disappear entirely until the moment she chose to strike. Soon, they reached the base of the Grand Mountains, where cold winds tore across barren land scattered with stone. Arthur raised a hand, signaling them to stop. It was time. Ulfrid handed Mika the filthy cloak. She glared at it, disgust clear on her face, but put it on anyway. Meanwhile, Arthur roughed up his own appearance, dragging mud across his hands and smearing it over his clothes and face. His explanation was simple. Slaves didn't look clean, especially after long travel. Dirt wasn't just fitting, it was necessary. Mika recoiled instantly, trying to escape as he approached with more mud. Arthur chased her, flicking clumps that she dodged with surprising agility, until he finally caught her and smeared a streak across her cheek. Her shriek echoed through the mountains as she protested loudly, nearly on the verge of tears, demanding to know why she couldn't play the master instead. Arthur answered dryly, because she looked more like a middle schooler than a noble. Ulfrid burst into laughter. With their disguises complete, they continued on foot. Hours passed in silence, their steps crunching over frost and stone, as the barren terrain slowly gave way to thicker woodland. Mika sighed in relief when the trees thickened, announcing they had finally arrived somewhere civilized. Ulfrid asked where to next. Arthur kept it simple. They'd follow the road to the nearest town. Before long, the sound of wheels and hooves reached them. A carriage appeared along the road, rolling closer until Ulfrid raised a hand to stop it. The driver pulled the reins, bringing it to a halt in a cloud of dust. Mika's face lit up instantly at the sight. The old driver squinted at them, asking if they were lost. Ulfrid smoothly spun a story. Their carriage had been attacked by bandits, leaving him and his slaves stranded. The man's eyes lingered on the mask. Ulfrid calmly explained that his father insisted he hide his identity for safety. The driver grunted in understanding, then hesitated, muttering about the burden on his horses. Without a word, Ulfrid pulled out a pouch of silver. The coins glinted. The driver's eyes sharpened with greed. For a brief moment, Mika's expression mirrored his, hope flaring, only to fall the next second as the price was named. The driver made it clear he would take the master, but the slaves would have to walk. Arthur said nothing. He simply pulled Mika back as Ulfrid climbed into the carriage. Then, without complaint, he and the dwarf followed behind. Their steps heavy as dust swirled around their feet. Mika was seething. Her voice dropped into a sharp hiss as she muttered that she was going to kill the old man. Arthur remained calm, telling her to hold on just a little longer. The next town was only an hour away. The road dragged on until faint lights finally appeared in the distance. Lanterns flickered through the darkness, their glow cutting through the night like a promise of relief after hours of exhaustion. But for Arthur, the sight carried something deeper. This was Ashbur, his birthplace. More than a decade had passed since he had last seen it. The name remained, but the town itself felt different, unfamiliar. Sylvie's voice echoed softly in his mind, touched with curiosity. Was this really where he had grown up? Arthur confirmed it, though the weight in his thoughts didn't fade. Ulfrid's voice broke the moment as he noted the tavern nearby, estimating around 40 people inside. Mika instantly corrected him with cheerful confidence. 43. Arthur's head snapped toward her, his tone sharp as he reminded her not to use magic. If Avritra was anywhere close, even the slightest disturbance could expose them. Ulfrid calmly countered that no mana had been used, and Mika added that she had trained herself to sense nearby presences naturally. Arthur let it go, though unease lingered. If someone detected Aya's hidden presence, everything would fall apart. They stepped inside the tavern. The space was loud and crowded, filled with the hum of conversation and the smell of ale. Lantern light flickered across rough tables and worn floors. Arthur leaned in slightly, reminding them to keep to themselves. Places like this turned hostile quickly if boundaries were crossed. They took a seat in the far corner, settling around a shaky wooden table. A barmaid approached, tugging her dress lower as she leaned forward, her tone sweetened by habit as she asked for their order. Ulfrid answered without hesitation. 3 ales, stew, and bread. She acknowledged with a wink before walking off. Mika grimaced in disgust, muttering about the pointlessness of such displays. For once, Ulfrid agreed, remarking that strength mattered more than softness. Arthur stayed silent, his attention elsewhere. His gaze scanned the room, drunken workers, worn mercenaries, idle townsfolk, until it stopped on one man, a robed figure sitting straighter than the rest, too clean, too composed. Out of place. The barmaid returned, placing 3 mugs of ale and a single bowl of stew on the table. When Ulfrid asked for more, she sneered, suggesting the slaves could eat outside. Then she walked away. Ulfrid ignored her entirely. Mika grabbed her mug and drained most of it in one go, sighing in satisfaction as she set it down. Even cheap ale felt good after the journey. Arthur barely touched his own, still watching the robed man. Then he spoke quietly. Someone was coming. The barmaid, noticing the drinks in front of the slaves, scoffed, mocking Ulfrid for spoiling them. Ulfrid shut her down coldly, making it clear it wasn't her concern. Before things escalated, an older man stepped in, smoothing things over with a friendly tone that didn't quite reach his eyes. He claimed they only wanted to welcome them. The woman leaned closer, voice dropping as she revealed the truth. They weren't just tavern workers. They dealt in slaves. She hinted that Ulfrid might find something worth buying. He declined at first, but the old man pressed, describing their selection in detail. Men, women, even other races. Ulfrid's expression darkened slightly. He pointed out that interracial slavery had been outlawed. They laughed. Laws, they implied, meant nothing. Rarity only made such slaves more valuable. Sylvie's voice stirred in Arthur's mind, laced with disgust. Why was there even demand for such things? Arthur's answer was cold, not guilt, greed. Nobles sought to breed stronger offspring, chasing magical potential through bloodlines. It wasn't uncommon. Even Lucas Wykes had been born that way. With elves protected in Elenoir and dwarves hidden within Darv, such slaves had become rare, and therefore more desirable. Ulfrid's eyes narrowed, but his tone shifted smoothly. Maybe, he admitted, he was more interested than he first let on. The woman smiled, sensing opportunity, offering to introduce him to their master. Before moving, Ulfrid raised a hand, asking for a room first. The old man handed over a key with a knowing grin. Ulfrid took it, then turned, passing it off with quiet authority. Ulfrid's voice hardened as he ordered Arthur and Mika to prepare his quarters and remain there until summoned. The older woman dismissed them with a shrill laugh. Sylvie's concern immediately echoed in Arthur's mind. Why wasn't Mika going with him? Arthur answered calmly. Mika was barely holding her mana and her temper together. This wasn't their main mission, and someone needed to stay behind, alert. Arthur said nothing more as he followed Ulfrid deeper into the tavern, slipping fully into the role of a submissive slave. With every step, the atmosphere grew heavier, until recognition struck. At the center of it all stood Sebastian, the same man who had once served King Blaine, his grin spread wide and greasy as he welcomed them like a host in his own kingdom, declaring the town his domain. Arthur's mind flickered to the past. Even as a child, he had seen Sebastian clearly, greedy, shameless, insignificant. His obsession with Sylvie had been nothing more than an annoyance, his schemes laughable. Arthur had never imagined he'd rise to something like this, yet here he was. Sebastian muttered a spell, and a translucent barrier shimmered into place, sealing them off from the tavern's noise. Ulfrid played along smoothly, offering polite thanks. Sebastian scoffed. Hospitality? He sneered. That's too generous for a place like this. His eyes lingered on Ulfrid's mask, curiosity sharpening. Adventurers wore masks, but nobles didn't. Ulfrid tilted his head slightly. Is it that obvious? Sebastian chuckled. Takes one to know one. The two sized each other up, both out of place in this filth, both aware of it. Leaning forward, Sebastian's tone turned indulgent. He praised Ulfrid's taste, then asked plainly, what kind of girl was he looking for? Ulfrid deflected smoothly, questioning the assumption. Sebastian waved it off. His men had already reported Ulfrid's interest the moment elven and dwarven slaves were mentioned. No judgment, just opportunity. After all, what was power for, if not indulgence? Ulfrid slammed his mug down, slipping deeper into the act. He ranted about noble women, arrogant, shallow, repulsed by his scars. He spun a story of a childhood fire, of ruined legs, of being reduced to something lesser. From within, Sylvie's quiet admiration surfaced. Arthur agreed. The act was flawless. Sebastian laughed loudly, launching into his own bitterness. Once, he had served royalty, women chasing after him, prestige at his feet. But the moment he lost his position, everything vanished. Those same women now treated him like dirt. Ulfrid nudged him further. Why leave then? That was enough. Sebastian snapped. His mug shattered against the floor as rage twisted his face. He hadn't left. He'd been replaced by some brat, a nobody who stole everything from him. He spat the words with venom, boasting of his strength, nearly solid orange core, yet forced to scrape respect from filthy primitives. Ulfrid matched his anger perfectly, cursing nobles right alongside him. It worked. Sebastian grinned again, clapping him on the shoulder. You're a good man. Come, I'll show you something better. Then his gaze shifted to Arthur, cold, irritated. Without warning, he slung an arm over Arthur's shoulders and forced him down. Crouch. Be useful. Arthur obeyed without resistance. Still the perfect slave. They left the tavern and crossed to a secured building. At Sebastian's command, guards rushed to open reinforced gates. The smell hit first. Rot, filth, human waste thick in the air. Inside, the space was suffocating. Sebastian barked at the guards, demanding answers. A man named Damon stepped forward, explaining that a pregnant woman had died during childbirth. Sebastian didn't frown. He smiled. Did the child live? When Damon confirmed it, a girl, his grin widened. Arthur stiffened, warning Sylvie not to look. She didn't listen. Her response came quiet, shaken. It was that bad. Arthur's jaw clenched. These people weren't just enslaved. They were less than livestock. Sebastian gestured lazily toward the pit, mocking Ulfrid. See anyone you like? Ulfrid raised a hand casually, then moved. In a blur, his grip closed around Sebastian's throat, lifting him off the ground like nothing. Arthur's eyes snapped toward him in shock. No warning, no signal, just action. Sebastian choked out an order, voice strangled with rage. Kill them! Footsteps thundered from behind. Arthur reacted instantly, ice forming in his hand. A blade of frost cut down the first attacker. Spikes followed, piercing the second before he could even reach them. Silence. Arthur turned back and froze. Sebastian was gone. In Sebastian's place stood something horrific, a statue of molten rock. Arthur's anger sharpened instantly. He snapped at Ulfrid, warning him that using deviant magic so openly was reckless, even if Sebastian deserved it. Power like that could draw the attention of the Vritra. Ulfrid brushed it off, but something felt wrong. Arthur activated Realm Heart, expecting to see fading mana traces, but what he sensed instead sent a chill through him. This wasn't residual magic. It was a presence. Dark, crushing, familiar. Arthur's voice came out low and certain. Uto, a figure, stepped forward, lips curling into a twisted smile. His voice dripped with mockery as he greeted Arthur like an old acquaintance. Boy wonder. And then, Ulfrid bowed. Not casually, not reluctantly. Loyalty. Uto barely acknowledged him, drifting closer to Arthur with arms spread wide in a parody of welcome. His tone was sickly sweet, almost excited. He'd been looking forward to this. Arthur didn't flinch. He played along, casually remarking that he'd expected a different retainer. Uto tilted his head, amused. His gaze sharpened. You know more than I thought. Sylvie's warning echoed. Be careful. Too many enemies. Arthur ignored it. His patience was gone. Let's take this somewhere else. Uto blinked, feigning confusion. Why would a retainer bother with someone like him? Arthur's reply cut clean. If you just wanted me dead, Ulfrid would have been enough. You're here for a reason. A low chuckle escaped Uto. Then lead the way. Behind them, Ulfrid broke. Panic crept into his voice as he invoked orders. This was supposed to be clean, controlled. He didn't finish. A black spike erupted from the ground, driving straight through his nose. His scream tore through the chamber. Udo's voice turned venomous. He had no interest in obeying a traitor's commands. Sylvie's concern surfaced again. Should they help Ulfrid? Arthur's answer was cold. Number. Instead, he pulled out a bead Aya had given him, crushing it between his fingers. Without hesitation, he tossed it toward the trapdoor. Ulfrid saw it and understood. Terror flashed across his face. Cursing himself, he didn't hesitate. His body sank into the earth, vanishing below as stone and soil bent to his will, carrying him into the hidden chamber beneath. He landed hard. Below, Alacryan soldiers recoiled in shock. Evacuate, he barked. They hesitated. Some ignored him outright. Distrust hung thick in the air. Ulfrid's patience snapped. The ground trembled violently beneath them, cracks splitting across the walls as dust rained from above. This time, they moved, slow, reluctant. He raised stairways from the earth itself, forcing their escape, but it was already too late. One by one, the light artifacts shattered. Darkness swallowed the chamber. Panic erupted. Voices overlapped, confusion spiraling as the space turned into a cage. Ulfrid cursed and summoned magma from deep below, shaping it into towering knights of molten stone. Their bodies glowed, casting flickering light, but even that couldn't push back the dread. The soldiers were terrified, and Ulfrid felt nothing for them. To them, he was still a traitor of Dicathen, no matter his strength. If they died here, so be it. But they were still useful, pieces in a larger plan. Still, he knew, for many of them, death would be a mercy. His voice rang out into the darkness. Aya, he called for her, forcing steadiness into his tone. Warned her, a scythe would arrive soon. If she left now, he could guarantee her escape. But deep down, he knew the truth. If she reached Aldir, he was already dead, and somehow that felt like the better outcome. Her answer came as a whisper, soft, close, almost gentle, right beside him. The magma knight reacted instantly, its blade carving through the air in a blazing arc, lighting the cavern for a split second before smashing into empty stone. Nothing. No one. Spells began firing blindly into the dark. Flashes of light revealed fear-stricken faces, then vanished again. One by one, the attacks slowed, then stopped. Aya was hunting. Silent. Precise. And they were falling. Her voice returned, this time from somewhere else entirely. Mocking. Grateful. Closer. Her voice slipped through the darkness, almost amused, thanking him for gathering so many Alacryans in one place. It made her job easier. Ulfrid roared, fury tearing through his composure. He cursed her tricks, demanded she stop hiding behind illusions and face him directly. Was she not ashamed to call herself a lance while skulking in the shadows? Her reply came from everywhere at once. Layered, echoing, impossible to pinpoint. Shame? No, just common sense. Why abandon the only advantage she had? His jaw clenched. Then his patience snapped. If he couldn't break her illusions, he would burn everything down with her. His palm slammed into the ground. The chamber ruptured. Molten fissures split the earth in every direction. Even as he raged, his thoughts churned. At this rate, more Alacrians would die to her illusions. The smarter move was to force her into the open, drag the fight away from the chaos. Yet he hesitated. For all he had done, he still didn't want dwarven blood on his hands. Her voice brushed the back of his neck like a blade. Was the great Ulfrid Varen losing control? The words struck deeper than he cared to admit. He couldn't protect them. Not the soldiers, not even himself. Then the nightmare came. A stampede of horned worms tore through the darkness, their massive bodies shaking the cavern as they charged. Illusion. He didn't flinch. Instead, he reached deeper, into the molten veins beneath the earth. 3 rifts exploded open at once. Lava surged upward in violent bursts, converging on the faintest ripple of mana he had sensed. This time, it hit. Aya's voice returned, closer now, laced with wary amusement. As expected, he was still dangerous. Her form flickered into view, unstable, half illusion, half real. Ulfred's voice dropped into a growl. He accused her of cruelty, of enjoying the slow torment of her prey. It was no wonder she stood alone, even among her own kind. She vanished again. Her answer slithered through the heat. She had seen what he'd done above. Given the choice, she would take her lungs being stolen by illusion over being burned alive inside a prison of molten rock. Around them, the soldiers broke. Screams echoed as panic took hold. They struck blindly at shadows, some collapsing in terror, unable to tell what was real anymore. Ulfrid summoned another magma knight at the sound of her voice, his tone cold. Sebastian had deserved it. A man who sold innocence for profit deserved worse. Aya's next words cut deeper. Wasn't that the same logic he used to betray Dicathen? Ulfrid's voice thundered, raw with bitterness. Elves would never understand. Even after the war, dwarves were still treated as lesser, mocked, exploited. Their devotion to creation had become their weakness. He had chosen a better path. He believed in Lord Radeus. An alliance with the Vritra was the only way forward. Aya's fury sharpened. Did he really think the Vritra cared about dwarves? About anyone? To them, all were lesser. Elves, humans, dwarves alike. Had he forgotten? They experimented on Alacrians, twisted them, turned them into weapons, and they would do the same here. Turn Dicathen into nothing more than fodder. Ulfrid didn't answer. He acted. Drawing in every ounce of mana he could muster, he unleashed it in a violent eruption of fire and stone. The explosion tore through the chamber, ripping apart the illusions, scattering the haze until Aya stood revealed, clear, real. She tilted her head, voice calm, almost curious. Had he abandoned the Alacrians? Ulfrid didn't hesitate. Those who remained were already dead. The rest, he had given them a way out while she wasted time talking. Then they moved. Ulfrid surged forward, magma erupting around him. Aya slipped back, unleashing razor-sharp blades of compressed air that screamed through the cavern. Stone and fire circled him in defense, his armor glowing with heat. But her strikes never stopped. They chipped, cut, pressured. Time stretched. He was immovable, a fortress of magma and stone. She was untouchable, speed and precision incarnate. Neither could break the other. A perfect stalemate. Her movements slowed, just slightly. Her voice cut through the chaos. They both knew it. If they fought for another hour, maybe he'd win. Ulfred's reply was grim. Another Vritra was coming. She could still leave. Aya answered with violence. A storm of hardened air blades rained down from every direction. Ulfrid raised a wall of stone, the barrage shattering harmlessly against it. Hidden behind it, he prepared. His cracked armor began to mend, molten rock reforging itself. Along his arm, magma gathered, shaping into a jagged lance. Then she appeared, right above him, too close. Her breath hitched, a broken gasp, and in that instant, he struck. His bloodied hand twisted, sealing the kill as his voice dropped, heavy with finality. She had everything, strength, intelligence, adaptability, but in the end, impatience betrayed her. Ulfrid spoke almost with regret, admitting he had never intended for it to end this way. He tried to withdraw his arm, only to find it locked in place. That was when he noticed them. Threads. Dozens of impossibly thin strands of mana stretched across his armor like a spider's web, nearly invisible. He tore at them, but his blows passed through as if they didn't exist. Then a whisper brushed his ear, closer than before, unmistakably real this time. Aya. Her voice was calm, sharp with certainty. He'd been right about one thing. She was resourceful. The strands tightened. Ulfrid's chest seized as his lungs convulsed violently. Each breath cut short before it could fully form. In that suffocating moment, the truth became clear. This had never been a direct fight. Every illusion, every step she'd taken, had been nothing more than a distraction. Buying time until her trap was complete. Magic had rules, unbreakable ones. No mage could simply rip the air from another's lungs or manipulate the body so directly, not without resistance. But Aya had bypassed that law entirely. By linking her mana directly to his, she had turned his own defenses into her weapon, the armor he had trusted. The magma, the stone, had dulled his senses. Hidden cracks had spread unnoticed, and through them her threads had slipped in, tightening bit by bit until there was nothing left to resist with. Ulfrid understood then. He wasn't alive because he could fight. He was alive because she allowed it. His lungs shuddered as he forced out a weak breath. Memories surged through the haze, dragging him back to Darf, to that quiet chamber, to his father, Radius. He remembered the question whether he had any doubts, and his answer had been absolute. None. Not then. Not ever. Radius had smiled, almost sadly, speaking of bonds, of how things might have been different. But Ulfrid had already accepted his path. The pain of his childhood, the humiliation, the cruelty, it had all been given purpose through his father's will. That purpose had become everything. And in the end, all that remained of it was a single memory. A good child. The words echoed faintly as Ulfrid slowly raised his hands in surrender. His body trembled, breath shallow, vision dimming. When his eyes met Aya's, there was no defiance left, only understanding. This was the end. No argument would change it. No justification would matter. Still, one thought lingered. Mika. She had never been part of this, never chosen this path. He had made sure of it, drugging her before the mission, keeping her far from the truth, far from this outcome. At the very least, she might survive. Silence settled between them, heavy and final. Despite everything, the betrayal, the battle, there was a trace of something unspoken, a fragment of respect between former comrades. Then Aya's hand tightened. The thread snapped taut. Air was ripped from Ulfrid's lungs in an instant, as if the world itself had rejected him. Darkness crept in, swallowing everything. Light, sound, thought, until nothing remained but the cold pull of the earth. Stone embraced him, and he was gone. Dawn crept slowly over the jagged peaks of the Grand Mountains, painting the world in pale gold and shadow. The quiet felt unnatural. Sylvie felt it first, but Arthur already knew. Before the retainer even moved, the difference was undeniable. Udo's presence wasn't just powerful, it was suffocating, denser, darker, sharper. His thin frame leaned forward, neck stretching unnaturally as he studied Arthur like prey. His voice drifted out, smooth and twisted, speaking of loss, of revenge, of how the deepest fury came from those who had lost something precious. Arthur said nothing. His silence was steady, unshaken. Uto pressed further, invoking the elf he had killed, probing for emotion, rage, grief, anything. But Arthur didn't react. This wasn't revenge. To him, Uto was nothing more than an obstacle, something to eliminate. The retainer's expression faltered, disappointment creeping in. He had expected fire, something wild, something emotional. Instead, he found only cold resolve. So he changed the game. The ground erupted. Black metal spikes tore upward without warning, impaling the workers nearby. Their screams were brief, cut short as their bodies went limp against the jagged iron. Arthur froze. Horror and fury collided in his chest as Udo's voice slithered through the air. Mocking, amused. Killing a companion hadn't been enough, he mused. Perhaps he should have chosen someone closer. Family. Another spike shot upward toward a fleeing man. Arthur snapped. His voice broke through the chaos, raw and commanding, ordering him to stop. Udo laughed, actually laughed. He clapped slowly, delighted. This was what he wanted. Rage, real, unfiltered rage. More spikes burst from the ground like fangs, chasing the terrified civilians as they scattered in desperation. Arthur's voice rang out again, sharper this time, ordering them to run. But Uto wasn't finished. His grin widened, eyes gleaming with cruel amusement as he spoke again, this time naming someone far more personal. Tessia. Arthur moved without hesitation. Frost exploded from his hands, rising into a towering wall of ice that severed Uto's control over the ground beneath the fleeing civilians. In the same heartbeat, Sylvie struck. She burst forward in a blur of speed and fury, claws sinking into the retainer as she tore him from the earth. Even caught in her grip, Sylvie didn't give him a moment. With a violent twist, she hurled him across the battlefield. His body carved a deep trench through the ground before slamming into the rocky base of the Grand Mountains, stone shattering on impact. Arthur was already moving. He vaulted onto her back, their motions perfectly aligned, and together they dove toward their target. Uto rose from the debris with a sneer, eyes locking onto Sylvie. To him, she wore the shape of a dragon. But her mana told a different story. Weaker, incomplete, a mere imitation. His arrogance showed in the lazy flick of his hand. The earth answered. Black spikes erupted upward in a violent storm. Arthur and Sylvie split instantly, their instincts flawless. Arthur launched himself from her back, blade flashing as he carved through the incoming spears, shards scattering in frozen fragments. For a brief moment, the thought crossed his mind. Udo recognized her nature. That alone was dangerous, but there was no time to dwell. Arthur surged forward, sword low, body coiled, every step a strike waiting to happen. Udo answered in kind. Darkness spiraled into his palm, condensing into a massive black harpoon. The clash was explosive. Dawn's ballad flared with elemental power. But Uto didn't budge. His strength was overwhelming, his grip unshaken as their weapons locked, steel screaming against shadow. A warning flashed through Arthur's mind. He dropped instantly. Sylvie's tail whipped through the air and slammed into Udo's side, launching him across the field. He crashed through a massive boulder, reducing it to rubble. Dust swallowed the battlefield. Arthur didn't waste it. With a sharp swing, he unleashed a crescent of mana, radiant with shifting colors. Silence followed, brief, deceptive. Sylvie's voice cut through it. He's alive. Arthur steadied his breath, refusing her healing. Not yet. Not while the fight was still unfolding. The dust exploded outward. Udo shot through it like a missile, harpoon already thrusting forward. Arthur met him head-on. Their weapons collided again, frost and sparks bursting into the air. His blade burned with icy silver, while black lightning crackled along his free hand. He pressed the attack. Strike after strike, each one answered instantly. Spikes rose to intercept him, only to freeze and shatter beneath his blade. His assault became relentless, a storm of steel and mana. But it wasn't enough. Udo moved like a predator, every step precise, every dodge effortless. His grin never faltered as he weaved through the onslaught, countering with increasing speed and strength. Sylvie's voice cut in, urgent. He's getting stronger. Arthur saw it too. Every exchange made Uto faster, heavier, deadlier, like a rising tide. Arthur narrowed his focus, locking onto him completely. No injuries, not a single one. He slipped under a thrust and struck toward Uto's side. Perfect angle, perfect timing. Then it clicked. Not the weapon, the shadows. Everything came from them. The spikes, the shields, the constructs. Every attack was born from darkness itself. Arthur's realization snapped through their bond. That was his anchor. He moved to exploit it. Too slow. Udo's hand blurred. Fingers clamped around Arthur's throat, lifting him effortlessly before hurling him into a jagged pile of stone. The impact was brutal. Even with mana reinforcing his body, pain tore through him. His vision blurred as he struggled to rise from the rubble. Sylvie was already there. She slammed into Uto with a powerful sweep of her wing, knocking him back before diving straight toward Arthur. No hesitation. She signaled him. Arthur understood instantly. As she surged forward, he leapt, gripping tightly to the base of her neck just as she launched skyward. They ascended in an instant, 100 feet, higher, faster. Below, Uto retaliated. Black spikes tore upward, chasing them into the sky in a relentless barrage. Sylvie climbed even higher, pushing beyond the mountain peaks until the sun burned overhead. Arthur squinted, and then he saw it. The mountain shadow. That was it. That was the battlefield Uto controlled, and they had just left it. Uto appeared above them. Close. Too close. His voice carried a note of recognition now, acknowledging the strategy. Arthur didn't hesitate. Ready? Sylvie's answer came without doubt. He pushed off her back. Mana exploded around him, forming a roaring vortex as thunderclap impulse ignited. He became a living projectile, hurtling straight toward Uto. Their weapons collided midair, but something had changed. The black spikes erupting from Uto's body, once overwhelming, were weaker now. Thinner, slower. For the first time, he wasn't in control. Arthur didn't hesitate. His blade cut through the incoming spikes with flawless precision, each strike clean and controlled. Above him, Sylvie moved like a phantom, circling, adjusting, always one step ahead, placing herself perfectly for his next attack. They moved as one. Arthur launched again, his body propelled by thunderclap impulse, every motion sharpened further by realm heart. His speed blurred into lightning, his sword a storm of elements, frost, fire, wind, and thunder crashing together in relentless succession. This time, his strikes landed. Shallow cuts opened across Uto's body, dark ichor trailing behind each wound. But the retainer didn't react. If anything, he looked disappointed. His voice followed, low and heavy with judgment, remarking that, even weakened, Arthur still couldn't land a decisive blow. Arthur ignored it. His resolve only burned hotter. He spun midair, gathering everything into one final strike. The broken tip of Dawn's ballad ignited with raw elemental force as he descended like a falling star, and drove the blade straight into Uto's chest. For a single fleeting moment, it felt like victory. Their bodies plummeted together, gravity dragging them down as Arthur tightened his grip, hope surging. Then, the truth surfaced. From the wound, black mana twisted outward, writhing like a living vortex around his blade. Arthur's heart dropped. It wasn't over. It had never been over. Uto's grin widened. The trap snapped shut. Obsidian spikes burst from his body in every direction, erupting into a storm of jagged death. Arthur tore his blade free and twisted away, but the explosion was merciless. Hundreds of spears tearing through the air around him. He couldn't dodge. If he moved, Sylvie would die. So he stood his ground. Blade flashing, body twisting, he shattered and deflected everything he could. Steel met steel in a desperate blur, his strength pushed to its absolute limit. One spike slipped through and it tore across his wrist. Pain exploded through his hand. His grip failed. And Dawn's ballad slipped free, spinning away into the chaos. Arthur fell. Sylvie reacted instantly. Her wings folded as she dove beneath him, intercepting his descent. Arthur let himself drop toward her, trusting her completely. At the same time, he forced what little mana he had left into his arm, freezing it into a jagged gauntlet. With a desperate punch, he shattered a cluster of incoming spikes, redirecting their path. For a moment, it worked. Then Uto attacked again. His laughter echoed across the sky as another wave of black spears poured from him, blotting out the light itself. Arthur's vision blurred. His body screamed. He was out of time. Then, everything stopped. Static void surged. The world froze. The storm of spikes hung motionless in the air, suspended like a forest of black glass. In that stolen instant, Arthur twisted free, barely escaping the kill zone. Time snapped back. The frozen storm collapsed in on itself, spikes colliding and detonating in a violent chain reaction. Arthur fell, exhausted, broken. Sylvie caught him again. her wings steady beneath him as he crashed onto her back. But there was no reprieve. Udo tore through the sky after them, a streak of darkness. He struck. The impact was devastating. Arthur felt it more than heard it, the force ripping the air from his lungs as he and Sylvie spiraled downward, out of control. Pain consumed everything. He tried to cast, tried to shield them. Nothing came. His mana was gone. Desperate, he called out to Sylvie, urging her to shift forms. Anything to survive the fall. She refused. Instead, she wrapped herself around him. Wings, body, everything. A shield. Her voice reached him, calm and absolute. He didn't have enough mana to live through this, so she would take it for him. Rage and helplessness surged through Arthur, but his thoughts were too weak, too fractured to fight her decision. Above them, Uto smiled and unleashed one final attack. A storm of black spikes followed them down. They struck Sylvie, again and again. Her body tore under the barrage, blood scattering through the sky in crimson arcs as she held her position, never loosening her grip around Arthur. Then, impact. The ground erupted. The collision shattered the earth itself, a deafening explosion carving a massive crater into the glade. Arthur braced for pain, but none came. Only numbness, silence, darkness. When awareness returned, he was lying at the center of the crater. His body wouldn't move. His breath came shallow, uneven. Sylvie, no answer. He called again, through their bond this time. Nothing. Panic surged. Forcing his head to turn, he saw her. Sylvie lay beneath him, broken. Her wings were shredded. Her limbs twisted unnaturally. Black spikes pierced through her body, pinning her to the ground. Some shattered, others still embedded deep within her flesh. His voice cracked as he tried to wake her, hands trembling as he shook her. She didn't move. Memories hit him all at once. Loss. He had felt it before, in another life, when Headmaster Wilbeck, the closest thing he had ever had to a mother, was taken from him. And now, Sylvie, his bond, his family. The hollow ache returned, deeper than before, threatening to consume him completely. He couldn't lose her. Not again. Not like this. He refused. Around her body, faint motes of purple light began to flicker. Ether. Weak, fragile, but responding, as if answering his silent plea. For a fleeting moment, her body responded. Just a faint flicker, but it was enough to give him hope before it all slipped away. His strength gave out completely. Realm Heart dissolved, and he collapsed to his knees, pressing his forehead against her neck. There was still warmth, barely, fading. His voice broke into a whisper, raw and desperate, pleading for her to live, begging for something he couldn't control. Then from the stillness, a voice answered, calm, mature, female. It assured him his bond would survive. Arthur's head snapped up, hope igniting, only to falter just as quickly. It wasn't Aya. At the edge of the crater stood a girl. He recognized her instantly, from the cavern beneath Darv. Not Aya, a scythe. In her grasp hung Uto's broken body, limp and lifeless. Arthur froze. He couldn't sense her at all. No mana, no presence, nothing. And yet she stood there, close enough to kill him without effort. The realization settled cold in his chest. If she wanted him dead, he already would be. Without a word, she reached up and grabbed Uto's horns. One by one, she snapped them off. The cracks echoed sharply as she tossed the pieces aside like worthless scraps, letting them fall at Arthur's feet. His gaze lingered on them. These weren't just remains. They were fragments of the Vritra, pieces of their very essence. Seeing them discarded so casually made something uneasy stir within him. Why would she treat her own ally like this? Before he could form an answer, she moved again. Gripping Uto by the hair, she pulled his body upright. A thin blade of condensed purple mana formed in her hand. Silent, precise. Without hesitation, she drove it straight through his chest. Then she let the body drop. It landed in the crater, right before Arthur. The silence that followed felt heavier than the battle itself. Arthur finally spoke, his voice low, questioning her intent. Her answer came just as calmly. To anyone watching, Uto hadn't been killed by her, but by Arthur. He had fought the retainer, defeated him, and spared his life, only to disable him by destroying his core. That was the story, and she was ensuring it stayed that way. The meaning struck him immediately. She had her own motives, her own plans, and for now those plans required him alive. That meant survival. Carefully, he asked her name. After a brief pause, she answered, Sarasvertra. Arthur nodded, his gratitude genuine despite the strangeness of it all. Whatever her reasons, he wouldn't forget this. For the first time, her expression shifted, just slightly. A faint smile touched her lips as she looked at him, as if she'd labeled him something fitting. Then she turned to leave. Her voice lingered behind her. If he wanted to survive what was coming, he needed to grow stronger, and fast. The horns she'd discarded weren't trophies. They were reservoirs of power. If he could learn to use them, they could become invaluable. Arthur's hands trembled as he picked them up. Each piece felt heavy with dormant energy. He stored them carefully inside his ring. When he looked up again, she was gone. Only silence remained. He lowered his gaze to the crater, to Sylvie lying beneath him, unmoving. The weight of it all settled in. This wasn't victory. He had been spared. The truth pressed down on him, suffocating. One thing was painfully clear. He was still far too weak. Arthur wasn't someone who allowed himself to dream. Fantasies only led to distraction and disappointment. But this time, he let himself drift. Tessia appeared in his mind. Older, softer, still radiant. For a moment, it felt real enough to reach out and touch. Hope stirred. A life without war, without loss. But it didn't last. The image shattered. Darkness replaced it. And from that darkness, another figure emerged. Himself, not Arthur. Gray. The voice that followed was cold, absolute. What made him think he deserved happiness? Had he forgotten the lives lost because of him? The choices he'd made? The blood on his hands? That truth hadn't vanished. Not with time. Not with a new name. Whether king or soldier, he was the same. Alone. The words echoed, closing in, until another voice broke through. Arthur! His eyes snapped open. Aya stood over him, worry etched across her face. Relief followed as she realized he was conscious. She admitted she'd shaken him awake, afraid he'd been lost to whatever he'd fallen into. Arthur forced a faint smile, brushing it off as exhaustion. She nodded, reassured, then gave her report. No casualties. The prisoners were safe. The traitor was dead. Micah had been taken in for questioning. She'd come expecting to assist, but it seemed she wasn't needed. Arthur simply replied that the battle had been difficult. But with Sylvie, he had managed to defeat Uto. Aya accepted it with a quiet nod. They had survived. They had won. But as Arthur's gaze drifted toward the horizon, his thoughts told a different story. This wasn't the end. Not even close. It was only the beginning. The elven secretary, pristine and composed, guided Arthur through the quiet corridors until they reached the council chamber. The short walk felt heavy, filled with unspoken tension, broken only by the soft rustling of parchment in Marielle's hands. She explained that she had already reviewed several reports of the battle, including Aya's, but wanted to hear Arthur's account directly. Arthur began recounting the events, carefully omitting one crucial truth, that it had been the Scythe series who ultimately defeated Uto. The council didn't remain silent for long. They interrupted frequently, pressing for details, filling gaps, testing the edges of his story. Their questions gradually revealed their doubts. King Blaine's expression hardened first. Suspicion laced his voice as he questioned Arthur's claims. How could someone who hadn't even reached the White Core stage defeat not one, but two retainers, when even seasoned lances had already fallen? Varian stepped in, his gaze sharp as he defended Arthur. A lance was not a title handed out lightly, but Blaine didn't back down. His tone shifted, less accusatory, more calculating. If Arthur's claims were true, then they weren't just remarkable, they were valuable. His experience could become a blueprint for surviving future encounters with retainers and scythes. Arthur answered calmly. The first retainer he faced, he explained, had been far weaker than Uto. Even so, the fight had cost him dearly. His Asura-forged blade destroyed, his body left scarred. A heavy silence fell as Arthur removed his glove and pulled back his collar, revealing the damage etched into his skin. Gasps rippled across the chamber. Shock, disbelief. Everyone reacted. Everyone except Varian. Arthur continued. Uto could have killed both him and Sylvie at any moment, but chose not to. The retainer had been driven by the thrill of battle. When Arthur failed to meet his expectations, Uto deliberately lowered his guard, taunting him, trying to provoke something reckless. That moment of arrogance had been their only opening. They took it. Baron leaned forward, eyes sharp. How had Arthur known that destroying Avritra's horns would weaken it? Arthur admitted the truth. He hadn't known. Even the Asuras hadn't shared such a weakness, which meant they likely didn't know either. His decision had been instinct, guided by a memory of the late Lance Alea, who once mentioned how enraged Uto had become when even a small piece of his horn was damaged. It wasn't a perfect explanation, but invoking Alea's name eased some of the tension. Still, Baron looked unconvinced, ready to challenge him further, but Vare cut in coldly, shutting him down and urging Arthur to continue. Arthur went on to explain that after the horns were shattered, Uto's strength dropped significantly. Even then, defeating him had pushed Arthur and Sylvie to their limits. After that, his memory blurred, until I awoke him. Sylvie had been beside him, gravely injured. Her body was stable, but she hadn't regained consciousness. The chamber fell silent again. Varian finally spoke, his tone firm as he accepted Arthur's testimony and confirmed it would be recorded. Then, without pause, the council shifted to the next issue. Priscilla steered the discussion toward the Dwarven alliance, her calm voice cutting through the lingering tension. Blaine, however, slammed his fist onto the table. His frustration boiled over. They were supposed to be dealing with traitors, yet the Asura ambassador, whose guidance they needed most, was nowhere to be found. Priscilla outlined the situation with precision. Radius was imprisoned. Lord Aldir was absent. The dwarves were leaderless and dangerously unstable. Arthur's findings in Darv confirmed that multiple factions were secretly aiding the Alacryan army. Their loyalty was hanging by a thread. Alduin proposed sending forces from Sapin to take control of Darv. Blaine rejected it immediately. A human military presence would only deepen dwarven resentment. It would push them further away, not secure their allegiance. Arthur felt an idea form, but hesitated. Then he spoke anyway. He asked a simple question. Had Radius's capture been made public? Blaine's raised brow was answer enough. It hadn't. Arthur seized the opening. Then they could use it. If no one knew Radius was captured, they could continue sending orders in his name. They could manipulate communications, control information, and buy time to uncover the full extent of the betrayal. The shift in the room was immediate. Varian's expression changed, a hint of admiration breaking through as he acknowledged the brilliance of the idea, half joking that he'd rather not face Arthur on a battlefield. Alduin focused on the logistics, how to uncover Radius's communication methods. Blaine quickly grasped the potential, already considering how to issue commands under the Dwarf Lord's authority. Mariel added a note of caution. The plan wouldn't break Alacryan influence overnight, but it could secure vital intelligence. Varian then took control, assigning roles with decisive clarity. He would handle General Mika's interrogation. Aya would deal with the Vritra threat. Radea's, however, would take priority. Securing the dwarves' loyalty came first. One by one, the council members nodded, raising their hands in agreement. The decision was made. The plan was set in motion. As the discussion drew to a close, Varian's tone shifted, from strategy to acknowledgement. He noted that in times of war, even great deeds were often overlooked. But Arthur's actions could not be ignored. Slaying 2 retainers and exposing a dangerous traitor deserved recognition. It warranted a reward. Aya bowed her head gracefully, declining without hesitation. Her voice remained calm as she explained she had acted for the war, not for personal gain. Then Varian turned to Arthur. The unspoken question lingered. What would he ask for? Arthur paused, his thoughts drifting back to lessons from his past life. In moments like this, refusing a reward was often the wisest path. But the reality of his recent battles weighed heavily on him. His strength wasn't enough. Not yet. So he spoke. The rulers of the council, 2 kings and 2 queens, looked at him with clear surprise when he admitted he had a request. Only Varian remained composed, gesturing for him to continue. Arthur didn't hesitate. He asked to be withdrawn from the battlefield. The word stunned the room. Varian's reaction was brief but unmistakable. In the middle of a war, after losing 1 lance, and possibly another, such a request was no small matter. But Arthur continued. It wouldn't be permanent, just a few months. The war was escalating too quickly. He had already faced death twice, and he knew the truth. Next time, survival might depend on luck, or an enemy's mistake. That wasn't enough. He needed time to train, to grow stronger before the war took that chance away from him. Varian studied him for a moment before stepping forward and placing a firm hand on his shoulder. His stern expression softened slightly. 2 months. That was all he could grant, and even then there were no guarantees. If the war demanded it, Arthur would be called back immediately. He would also still be required to attend council meetings. Alduin raised a practical concern: how Arthur planned to train effectively within the castle. Arthur revealed the second part of his request. He wanted 4 highly skilled conjurers, each a master of a different element, to train him. With that, the meeting came to an end. Arthur made his way through the castle, toward Ellie's room, intending for them to visit Sylvie together. For the first time in days, his steps felt lighter. When he reached her door, he knocked softly. Then, unable to resist, masked his voice into a shrill, ghostly tone. Silence followed. Then Ellie's dry voice came from inside. Boo! Attack! Arthur barely had time to react. The door burst open, and a massive blur of fur charged straight into him. 700 pounds of bear slammed into his chest, knocking him flat and pinning him to the ground. He groaned, immediately realizing his mistake. Ellie stood in the doorway, arms crossed, completely unimpressed. She informed him bluntly that she wasn't a child anymore. Ghost tricks didn't work on her. Arthur accepted the hit, literally and figuratively. But her stern expression didn't last. A moment later, she stepped forward and wrapped her arms around him. The tension he'd been carrying since returning to the castle finally began to ease. For a brief moment, he allowed himself to relax, just as her brother. Later, a streak of light cut through the air, curving slightly before striking its target, a small wooden post no bigger than Arthur's head. He clapped in approval. Ellie responded with a proud grin and a playful curtsy, balanced atop Boo, who lounged lazily beneath her. Arthur asked if she could land the same shot while Boo was moving. Her shoulders slumped. She admitted she couldn't. Helen had made it look effortless, but Ellie hadn't managed a single successful shot in motion. She even blamed Boo, claiming his clumsy steps made it harder. Boo let out a low, offended rumble. Arthur suppressed a laugh. He asked how much she trained each day. Ellie tilted her head, thinking. She didn't keep track, but the sun usually set while she was still practicing. By her guess, 6 or 7 hours daily. Arthur frowned slightly and asked about her studies and her friends. She laughed nervously. Classes only happened once a week, and her assignments were easy enough to finish in a day. As for friends, she claimed with exaggerated seriousness that she was very popular. Arthur said nothing, just looked at her. That was enough. Ellie huffed in frustration and admitted the truth. She didn't enjoy being around them. All they talked about were boys and clothes, things she couldn't care less about. Arthur teased her lightly, suggesting there had to be at least a few who shared her interest in magic. She nodded. There had been. But those friends had either left with their families or been sent to academies after awakening their cores. Arthur's expression darkened slightly. Ellie had been fortunate, training under skilled mages in the castle. Most children didn't have that luxury, and with the war looming closer, he couldn't blame parents for sending their children somewhere safer, somewhere better. After a moment, he asked her quietly, did she want to attend a magic academy too? Without hesitation, Ellie admitted that she wanted to go. Still, she added quietly that she knew their parents, and Arthur himself, would worry. There was a weight to her words that didn't belong to someone her age. At just 12, she spoke like someone already used to carrying burdens far too heavy. It made Arthur's chest tighten. A part of him selfishly wished she could stay the same little girl who once got nervous just celebrating her birthday. But he pushed that thought aside. After a moment, he told her that when the time came, he would talk to their parents about sending her to an academy. Ellie froze. Her eyes widened, silently asking if he truly truly meant it. Arthur quickly tempered her excitement. He explained that if she went, she wouldn't go alone. A guard would accompany her. It might feel restrictive, he admitted, but he promised to find someone she'd be comfortable with. He didn't get to finish. Ellie suddenly threw herself at him, wrapping her arms tightly around him. Arthur returned the hug, gently warning her not to get her hopes too high. She laughed, bright and unbothered. Too late. Pulling away, she grabbed her bow, determination blazing in her eyes. She declared she'd train even harder now, hard enough to surpass all those arrogant nobles she'd always dreamed of outshining. Arthur left her to it. Back in his chambers, a quiet sense of peace settled over him. The time spent with Ellie had eased something inside him. With Tessia away and Sylvie still recovering, the castle had felt hollow. Then a door slammed open. The peace shattered instantly. Gideon stormed into the corridor, shouting in frustration that he was an artificer, not an economist. His eyes locked onto Arthur, and before he could react, Gideon rushed over and grabbed his face dramatically. He demanded, almost pleaded, for Arthur's divine brain, as if it were the solution to everything. Arthur could only sigh internally. He was neither an artificer nor an economist, but resisting Gideon was pointless. Soon enough, they were walking toward the training grounds, Gideon ranting beside him. Piece by piece, Arthur pieced together the situation. Attacks had increased between Black Bend and the Wall. The council wanted better protection for caravans and mages traveling that route. Simple in theory, impossible in practice. Resources were stretched too thin to guard every convoy. Arthur's thoughts sharpened. Something about Black Bend was drawing these attacks. Gideon confirmed it immediately. The city wasn't just sending food, it was producing weapons. It was a lifeline, supplying both provisions and arms to the Wall. Arthur understood. The Wall wasn't just another outpost. It was the front line. If supply lines from Black Bend were disrupted, everything could collapse. His mind shifted to the terrain. Open land, farmland, exposed mountainsides, no cover. Caravans were easy targets. Instead of just protecting them, maybe the answer was to change how they moved. Gideon perked up instantly, curiosity lighting his face. He demanded to know what Arthur was thinking. Arthur didn't answer directly. Instead, he asked about the mines. Gideon launched into explanation, energized again. 5 major sites were still active, producing a mineral he called combustium. Arthur frowned at the name. Gideon clarified. It was a fuel source, discovered after Arthur once described coal, but far more powerful. Just 10 pounds could power a ship for miles at full speed. His excitement was obvious. Arthur thought it through carefully, then admitted he might have an idea. Gideon leaned in eagerly, ready for details. But Arthur held back. He needed more time. Before Gideon could push further, a voice called out. Arthur turned to see a middle-aged elf approaching with composed grace. She introduced herself as Alanis Emeria, assigned by Varian as Arthur's attendant. Gideon's reaction was immediate. He froze, then flushed. Arthur noticed instantly. Gideon tried to hide it with an awkward cough, but failed miserably. Alanis, completely unfazed, greeted him politely. She even praised his reputation as a renowned artificer. Gideon turned even redder, brushing it off with forced humility. He casually mentioned discussing supply routes with the king. Arthur stiffened internally. That wasn't information meant to be shared so freely. Alanis simply nodded, then turned back to Arthur, explaining she'd been sent to escort him to the training grounds. His request had already been arranged. Arthur followed, unsure what to expect. He had imagined a few skilled mages. What he saw instead made him pause. 3 elders stood waiting, each radiating overwhelming presence, and among them, Princess Catelyn herself. Varian stepped forward, welcoming him as he introduced the group. Arthur already knew Princess Catelyn of the Glader family, but when Varian introduced her guardian, Hester Flamesworth, recognition struck instantly. Hester inclined her head, a quiet note of pride threading through her voice as she acknowledged his recognition of her family. Arthur returned the greeting with polite warmth, admitting it was an unexpected pleasure to see Catelyn again so soon. Still, curiosity lingered, and he asked what had brought her here. A faint blush touched Catelyn's cheeks as her gaze dipped. In a soft, almost hesitant voice, she admitted she had come to train with him. Arthur exhaled lightly, correcting himself with a small shake of his head. He apologized, realizing he should have understood from the start. As he looked at her more closely, the change was undeniable. She was no longer the fragile noble he remembered from Xyrus. Her mana felt sharper now, steadier, tempered through effort rather than sheltered growth. Hester stepped in, her tone firm and composed. She explained that Catelyn had grown into a capable ice affinity conjurer. At Varian's request, Hester herself would assist in Arthur's training, though her foremost responsibility remained the princess's safety. Training alongside him, she added, allowed both duties to align without compromise. Catelyn nodded, adding that while she would occasionally leave for lessons under Master Vare, she intended to dedicate the rest of her time to helping Arthur improve. A rough voice broke in from above, commenting that the pairing of a princess and her knight was almost too fitting. Arthur turned to see a broad, heavy-set dwarf perched atop a stone pillar, eyeing him with keen interest. The dwarf dropped down with a solid thud and thrust out a hand. His grip was iron strong as he introduced himself as Bondamog Lawnwood, though, as he put it, everyone simply called him Bond. Arthur met the handshake without hesitation, matching the pressure. The dwarf gave a grunt of approval before releasing him. Varian chuckled, cautioning Bond not to underestimate Arthur, reminding him that the title of Lance wasn't earned lightly. He went on to introduce the dwarf as both an old friend and a prodigy in earth magic, despite his less refined demeanor. Bond scoffed at that, bristling, as he insisted he was considered quite the charmer back home. Varian waved the claim away with casual dismissal, telling him not to be so sensitive. Arthur watched the exchange carefully. The ease between them felt genuine, but something about it still left him wary. Bond was new, someone he had never encountered before, and in times like these, introductions carried weight. Varian's choice of words felt deliberate, almost like reassurance placed where it was needed most. The thought unsettled him, though he couldn't tell if it stemmed from instinct or his own bias. Varian moved on before the moment could linger, turning toward a tall elf whose presence was as stark as it was unwelcoming. He began to introduce him, but the man cut him off without hesitation. "Camus Solaridon," he said flatly. "That's all he needs to know." Arthur noted the interruption. Cutting Varian off so bluntly wasn't something just anyone would dare. It spoke of either deep familiarity or absolute confidence. Perhaps both. The elf's unkempt appearance only added to the impression, setting him apart from the usual polished image of his kind. Clapping his hands once, Varian brought the introductions to a close. He stated that they would all become well acquainted soon enough, though his own time would be buried under endless paperwork. For now, coordination would fall to Miss Watskin and Miss Maria. Right on cue, Emily arrived, carrying a box with barely contained excitement. Clearing her throat, she announced there were a few preparations to handle before training could begin. Reaching inside, she pulled out what looked like a set of leather armor, though thin wires ran through it in intricate patterns. Before Arthur could question it, he found himself being fitted into the strange contraption, the unfamiliar weight and design making him shift uncomfortably. He muttered under his breath about how often he seemed to be forced into ridiculous outfits lately. Emily, meanwhile, looked thoroughly pleased, declaring the fit perfect before gesturing for him to turn toward Alanis. Alanis approached calmly, taking his hand with gentle precision. She asked him to remain still, and as her fingers closed around his, a soft green light spread across his skin. Her expression didn't change as she noted something down in a small book, confirming the scan was complete. Arthur barely had time to ask what she meant before Emily set the box aside and launched into an eager explanation, pointing out the various devices scattered around the training grounds. Each one, she claimed, had been designed specifically to aid his development. At first, her tone carried admiration, praising his control over mana in most areas, but then it shifted, sharpening into something far more blunt. Arthur stiffened as she stated it plainly. He had plateaued. In elemental magic, he hadn't progressed at all. Compared to the other lances, he was falling behind. In fact, she added without hesitation, he might as well be nothing more than a dual-element mage at this point. Heat crept up his face as he quickly tried to cut her off, urging her to stop before she said any more. There was no need to keep going. They understood. Catelyn, however, looked genuinely surprised. She reminded him that he had trained under the Asuras. Arthur let out a quiet breath, admitting the truth. Most of that time had been spent refining his physical augmentation, rather than expanding his elemental range. Emily's criticism, as harsh as it sounded, wasn't wrong. He acknowledged it openly. He had relied too heavily on ice and lightning. That was precisely why he had asked for this training, to push beyond those limits and reclaim balance across all elements. Bond scratched his chin, grimacing as he admitted that even managing a single affinity gave him enough trouble. The idea of handling 4, on top of Arthur's deviant elements, was enough to make his head spin. Hester let out a soft chuckle, countering that Arthur's mental capacity was nowhere near as limited as Bond's. She expressed full confidence that he could handle it. The dwarf snapped back immediately, offended. Before their argument could escalate, Emily stepped in again. Carrying a metal panel, she placed it carefully on the ground. Her tone turned firm as she instructed them all to place their hands on the embedded crystal and channel mana into it. Without hesitation, Camus stepped forward first. Aura burst from Camus in a violent spiral, whipping around him before funneling straight into the crystal. The clear gem darkened into a deep gray, and the panel beneath it sprang to life with a low hum, its inner mechanisms clicking and whirring. Emily's eyes lit up instantly as she announced, barely containing herself, that the system was activating. Hester stepped forward next, calm and unshaken. She placed her hand against the crystal and murmured a single word. Fire answered her call, flaring bright and intense, yet perfectly contained, not a trace of heat escaping her control. Arthur watched in quiet focus, struck by the sheer precision she wielded over her element. Bond rolled his shoulders with a booming laugh, declaring it was his turn. Emily quickly tried to remind him this wasn't a competition, but he waved her off with a grin, insisting everything was a contest to a real man. The moment his hand met the crystal, the ground cracked beneath him. Jagged fissures spread outward as raw earth mana surged through the device. The panel trembled under the force before stabilizing, pulling his power inward. Then Emily called for Catelyn. The princess brushed a strand of hair behind her ear, composed yet graceful. As her mana flowed, the temperature dropped. Frost gathered around her, coiling into elegant serpent-like forms that danced through the air before slipping into the crystal. The device pulsed sharply, reacting to her controlled precision. Unable to hold back any longer, Emily pressed the crystal fully into place. At once, the entire room shifted. A steady hum filled the chamber, energy vibrating through the very air. Despite the spectacle, Alanis remained composed, assuring them that explanations could come later. For now, it was time to begin. Arthur asked how they should start. Hester answered calmly. It would begin like all proper training. Bond finished it with a grin. By beating you down. The pressure of their combined presence crashed over Arthur, heavy and suffocating. But instead of fear, something else rose within him. Excitement. A small smile formed as he lowered into a defensive stance. He was ready. Far from the castle, in a completely different battlefield, Tessia's vines snapped forward with precision, wrenching Darvis's axe clean from his grasp. His frustrated shout only fueled the laughter of Stannard and Karaya, their amusement echoing across the clearing. Tessia smiled faintly, reminding him to hold on to his weapon better next time, and called an end to the session. Darvis scoffed, muttering that one day he'd surpass her. Before the moment could settle, a young elf approached, offering a sealed transmission scroll with a respectful bow. Tessia accepted it, curiosity flickering as she broke the seal. Her grandfather's handwriting greeted her. Relief softened her expression as she read that the castle was secure and that Arthur had recovered. He would remain there for 2 months, focusing on training. Though, as noted, he had apparently tricked his way into earning that time. Her pulse quickened as she read the list of those assigned to train him. Hester, Camus, Bond, powerful names. Then her eyes reached the last one, Princess Catelyn. Her breath caught. Back in the training chamber, the elders didn't wait. The instant Arthur signaled readiness, Hester moved. A sphere of fire ignited in her palm and shot toward him, growing larger as it tore through the air. Arthur moved to respond, but the ground beneath him lurched violently. Bond. The terrain twisted under his feet, throwing off his balance with precise control. Arthur barely had time to react. As he fell, he summoned Dawn's Ballad and swung it in a wide arc. Frost exploded outward, colliding with the fireball in a violent burst of steam that dissipated just before impact. He pushed himself up, but didn't get a moment to breathe. Wind slammed into him. Camus. The sudden gale threatened to send him flying, but Arthur drove his blade into the ground, anchoring himself as the force ripped past him. The pressure eased, and instantly another attack came. Dozens of icicles screamed toward him. Arthur reacted on instinct. Mana surged, and he unleashed a wave of fire that roared outward, vaporizing the incoming spikes into nothing but hissing steam. Hester didn't let up. Her grin widened as she unleashed a torrent of blue fire, the unnatural flames surging toward him with terrifying intensity. Arthur's eyes widened. Blue fire. From the sidelines, Emily watched with pure excitement, openly commenting on how rare it was to see Arthur push this hard. Alanis noted her enthusiasm, and Emily admitted, without shame, that she was actually hoping he'd get beaten even worse. For science, she added. Arthur gritted his teeth, countering flame with frost as his mind sharpened. Each of them moved with experience, but more than that, they were synchronized. This wasn't random pressure. It was coordinated. Before he could even think of a counter, the ground beneath him shifted again. 3 massive slabs of earth burst upward in an instant, slamming together around Arthur in a tight triangular formation. The walls sealed shut, forming a solid pyramid that cut him off completely from the battlefield. His vision vanished. Irritation flared. Outside, Bond's booming laughter echoed through the stone as he proudly declared victory, while Camus's voice followed with dry disdain, questioning whether this was truly the prodigy Varian had gathered them to train. Arthur exhaled slowly, snapping his fingers. A small flame flickered to life in his palm, casting dim light across the enclosed space. The glow revealed steep, narrowing walls that converged high above him, at least 20 feet up. He slid Dawn's Ballad back into his ring. This time, he would fight like a true conjurer. Closing his eyes briefly, he channeled earth mana into the ground, letting his senses stretch outward. A faint ripple spread through the soil, mapping everything beyond his prison. Within moments, he felt them. 4 distinct presences surrounding him, and 2 more farther back, watching, Emily and Alanis. Almost immediately, the walls reacted. Stone spikes erupted inward from all sides, stabbing toward him in relentless waves. Bond had caught on. Arthur smirked under the pressure. Clever. The spikes closed in rapidly. There was no more time. He fed mana into the small flame, letting it swell brighter, hotter, while his other hand summoned biting frost. Forcing the opposing elements together, he released them at once. A violent surge of steam exploded outward, filling the entire chamber. The vapor hissed through cracks in the stone, spilling into the open. Outside, Hester's voice rang sharp with warning. She called for caution, noting the moisture, and immediately instructed Catelyn to take advantage of it. Catelyn raised her hand, frost spiraling around her wrist as she prepared to strike. But Arthur moved first. Lightning erupted from him. It coiled across his body before detonating outward in a violent surge, ripping ripping through the stone walls. The entire pyramid shattered instantly, collapsing under the force of crackling electricity. Dust and debris rolled across the field. Through the haze, Camus stepped forward. Without a word, wind gathered around his arms before he thrust them forward. A crushing gale slammed into Arthur, launching him backward, straight toward Hester. She was already waiting. A sphere of sapphire fire burned in her palm. Arthur twisted midair, but there was no time to escape. The blue flames swallowed him whole. Catelyn's breath caught, her hand lifting instinctively as she watched him disappear into the blaze. For a few seconds, nothing, just fire. Then it shifted. The flames twisted unnaturally, bending away from him as if forced apart. When the inferno split, Arthur stood at its center, unharmed, save for the faintly singed tips of his hair. Relief washed over Catelyn. Bond laughed loudly, clapping her on the back and assuring her there was nothing to worry about. But Hester's eyes narrowed, sharp with scrutiny. She acknowledged the feat, but warned him coldly. He was still holding back. Bond agreed without hesitation. Hester's voice cut deeper, stating plainly that if this was all he had, 2 months wouldn't be nearly enough. Camus let out a lazy yawn, adding that it was hard to stay interested when their opponent wasn't even trying. Arthur didn't argue. He admitted it calmly. He had a habit of matching his opponent's level, testing, measuring, holding back until necessary. A flaw, one he knew well. Then the ground trembled. Mana surged from him like a dam breaking. A violent wave of energy flooded the training grounds, raw and overwhelming. The air itself seemed to warp under the pressure. Catelyn staggered back, her breath catching. Camus straightened instantly, all laziness gone. Hester and Bond reacted at once, their auras flaring defensively. Arthur's voice cut clean through the storm. He told them he wouldn't use this form again after today. But for now, he would fight seriously. Catelyn looked at him and froze. His eyes, amethyst, radiant, unreal. No words could truly capture them. She had seen this once before, during his duel at Xyrus. But never like this, never this close, never this overwhelming. Bond's booming laugh shattered the silence, filled with excitement as he welcomed the change. Hester barked orders immediately, commanding everyone to spread out as she leapt back, already preparing another spell. They all understood. Numbers didn't matter anymore. The balance had shifted. Arthur's presence alone pressed down like a crushing weight. Catelyn felt that familiar whisper creep into her mind, the same doubt that always surfaced in moments like this. The quiet voice insisting resistance was pointless, that nothing she did would matter. Her hands trembled. Then she crushed the thought. No, not again. Steadying her breath, she forced her focus back onto Arthur. Their eyes met once more, sharp, knowing, as if he could see straight through her hesitation. Then he vanished. Only a scorched footprint remained, crackling faintly with residual lightning. By the time her eyes tracked him, Camus was already airborne. Arthur's strike had landed. The elf's body soared through the air before the ground beneath him shifted, softening into a cradle to catch his fall. Catelyn's hesitation burned away. Determination took its place. She condensed water into a massive spear of ice, and with a sharp flick, sent it hurtling forward. Elder Camus reacted instantly, weaving wind into her attack and boosting its speed far beyond her limits. The combined strike spiraled through the air with deadly precision, locked onto Arthur. He didn't move. Standing firm, one hand raised in calm defiance, Arthur simply watched it approach. Catelyn froze, disbelief tightening her chest. Was he really not going to dodge? At the last second, the spear shattered. The ice broke apart midair, dissolving before it could even touch him. Camus shot her a suspicious glance, as if she had ruined the attack herself. She shook her head quickly, equally confused. That wasn't her doing. Then Bund moved. With a thunderous stomp, the ground split open and a massive boulder tore free. He smirked, taunting Arthur, unimpressed by flashy transformations alone. Arthur answered with a dangerous smile. In an instant, he vanished. A shockwave of mana slammed toward Bund, but the dwarf was ready. The boulder reshaped into a towering shield, absorbing the impact and carving a crater into the ground. But it was only a feint. Before Bund could react, Arthur was already behind Hester, black lightning crackling in his hand. Catelyn's heart clenched. He was too fast, and yet he hadn't targeted her. That whisper crept back into her mind, mocking, cruel. He was holding back. He didn't see her as a threat. Her jaw tightened. She refused to be pitied. Drawing in a breath, she activated the spell Vare had drilled into her. Frost spread across her body, forming a shimmering armor, seraph of snow. Power surged through her limbs as she rushed into the battle. The fight erupted. Camus moved like the wind itself, blades of air slicing toward Arthur while shielding his allies. Bund attacked relentlessly, shaping the battlefield with brute force. Hester's sapphire flames roared with terrifying intensity. Amid the chaos, Catelyn struck. Her blade sliced clean across Arthur's back, freezing the wound instantly. His head snapped toward her, eyes widening, not in pain but surprise. Arthur retaliated. Jagged stone burst forward, cracking her icy armor, but she didn't stop. She pushed in, releasing a surge of mana that forced him back, right into Camus' waiting gale. The wind seized him, hurling him through the air. Bund was ready, his arm encased in a massive stone gauntlet, flames from Hester wrapping around it. He swung with devastating force. The impact exploded across the field. Arthur was driven into the ground, carving a crater beneath him. Bund laughed loudly, praising Catelyn's timing, though he noted Arthur still hadn't gone all out. Slowly, Arthur rose from the rubble, breathing heavy. He admitted it himself. He couldn't maintain that form much longer. Still, he glanced at Catelyn with a faint grin, impressed by her precision, calling her something unfamiliar. An ice ninja. She blinked, confused. Nearby, Bund dismissed any concern about Arthur holding back, while Emily clapped excitedly, already thinking ahead. She revealed her latest project, a device designed to prevent fatal damage during training. Bund's interest spiked immediately, imagining its use for soldiers. But Alanis calmly pointed out the reality. Such a tool required rare phoenix worm scales, making large-scale use nearly impossible. And even if it worked, real enemies wouldn't stop after one strike. Arthur glanced around, eyeing the strange armor and the countless plates lining the chamber. Clearly, there was more going on here. Emily lit up. She explained everything. The armor, the plates, all part of a system designed to measure magical output. Each disc recorded the force behind spells, a unit she called FFU, force per unit. Linked by mana, they tracked pressure and impact across the entire field. Arthur quickly caught a flaw. What about spells that get blocked? Emily smirked. He wasn't the first to notice. Early tests had the same issue, so she improved it. Now, the entire chamber was covered in sensors, even beneath their feet. A dense mana network captured the force of a spell the moment it was cast, ensuring nothing went unmeasured. Arthur summed it up simply, saying it was like covering the entire room with discs to create a field where mana could be measured. Emily shot him an unimpressed look, complaining that he had just reduced 6 months of work into one sentence. Still, there was a trace of pride beneath her annoyance. Arthur acknowledged her efforts sincerely, calling the system a breakthrough that could speed up every mage's growth. But his attention shifted back to the armor. Emily explained that while the discs measured large-scale mana output, the suit was designed for tracking a single individual. Together, they created a complete system. The armor gathered detailed internal readings, which worked perfectly alongside Alanis' ability. Alanis nodded and clarified that the suit enhanced her precision, allowing her to monitor Arthur's mana flow in real time throughout training. Arthur narrowed his eyes slightly. Her explanation felt incomplete. He pointed out that she was being vague, almost as if she were hiding something, just like Emily had before revealing her invention. Alanis remained calm. She reminded him that he had only asked about the suit, not her own ability. Still, she added that if he was curious, he only needed to ask directly. Arthur didn't hesitate. He asked. Alanis folded her hands and explained plainly. By making physical contact, she could channel nature mana to observe the flow of another person's mana with extreme accuracy. Bund let out a chuckle at her wording, clearly amused, but no one entertained the joke. Arthur continued, asking if that made her a deviant of nature magic. Alanis admitted she wasn't entirely sure. It could be an evolved form or just a specialized branch, but either way, it had proven highly useful in assisting lances. Hester, ever analytical, asked what Alanis had learned about Arthur, specifically. Alanis gestured to the armor. With its help, she had gathered precise data. His mana transfer, from core to limbs, took about 0.46 seconds, which was incredibly efficient. However, his spellcasting told a different story. Wind magic lagged by nearly 40%, and earth by over 55%, compared to his strongest affinities, ice and lightning. Fire and water hadn't been used enough to measure properly. Bund scoffed, calling the entire thing useless. Hester shut him down immediately, remarking that the device could probably even measure how fast he ran on his short legs. The dwarf snapped back angrily, insisting he didn't need to run when the earth itself could carry him. Camus spoke up, offering to gather materials himself, so Emily wouldn't be overburdened. Emily waved it off enthusiastically, saying she already had multiple prototypes and making more wouldn't be an issue. Arthur leaned closer to Catelyn, lowering his voice as he asked what that exchange was about. She exhaled softly, her gaze dropping for a moment before explaining. Camus had been asking whether Alanis could perform mana readings on multiple people at once. Arthur turned back to Alanis and asked about his own results, specifically in his transformed state. Alanis answered carefully. In that form, his spellcasting efficiency increased nearly 5 times across all elements. Bund leaned forward, impatient, demanding more. Alanis hesitated, then apologized. She admitted she couldn't measure his physical augmentation at all in that state. Normally, his speed rivaled other lances, but during the transformation, it had become too fast for her to even track. Not long after, training ended. Arthur and Catelyn left the chamber together, walking in silence through the corridor. Eventually, Arthur broke it, asking about her brother. Catelyn answered calmly. Curtis was now working as an assistant instructor at Lancelor Academy. His condition had improved, though he was still under supervision. Arthur noted that she didn't seem to have the same freedom. She admitted quietly that she had once believed becoming stronger would earn her independence, but her father still saw her as a fragile princess. Arthur gave a small smile, pointing out that she was still quite reserved. Her chin lifted slightly, eyes flashing with determination, as she insisted she had changed. She revealed that joining his training hadn't been assigned. It had been her own request, but her voice faltered midway, and her cheeks flushed as she stopped herself. Arthur caught it instantly. With a teasing grin, he asked just how strongly she had insisted. Catelyn stumbled over her reply, quickly brushing it off as nothing more than an excuse to escape her studies. Arthur watched her, amused. She had always been quiet and withdrawn, but now there was something different about her, a confidence, a poise that almost bordered on arrogance. To an outsider, she might easily be mistaken for one of the proud nobles of the court. She suddenly turned, her amethyst eyes sharp with concern, asking if something was wrong, or if something was on her leg. Arthur straightened at once, quickly assuring her it was nothing. She studied him for a moment before admitting she hadn't even realized he was still behind her. His footsteps, she said, were unnaturally quiet. Arthur smirked, pointing out that she wasn't any louder. For all her confident stride, her steps were just as light. Her expression softened at that. She explained that their mother had been strict about appearances. Every movement, every gesture had been carefully trained. Both she and Curtis had gone through relentless lessons in royal etiquette, shaping even the way they walked. Arthur chuckled, mentioning how his own mother once forced Ellie into etiquette classes. Catelyn tilted her head, recognizing the name, and asked if Ellie was short for Eleanor. He nodded, adding that Ellie spent most of her time in the courtyard practicing archery. With a faint smile, he said he'd introduce them someday. Ellie would be excited to meet her. Catelyn smiled genuinely, saying she'd like that. Arthur then asked if she had gotten close to anyone else in the castle. She shook her head. Aside from familiar faces, nothing had really changed. Arthur frowned slightly, bringing up Hester. Catelyn explained that Hester had always been there, just not openly. She hadn't followed her to school, but as her guardian, she had always been present in the background. Arthur nodded, then asked about her connection to Bund. She confirmed it, explaining that all three elders had known each other for years. During the last war between humans and elves, Darv had sent troops to aid Eid Sapin. That's when Hester and Bund first met. Later, during peace summits, they had continued meeting and even training together. Camus had been part of that circle as well. Arthur remarked that it explained their perfect coordination in battle. When they reached her chambers, he asked if she'd be fine on her own. She lifted a pendant around her neck, its surface faintly glowing. She assured him her father had reinforced her room, and that this would protect her. Arthur's eyes narrowed slightly in recognition. Phoenix worm scales? She seemed surprised he recognized it so quickly, but confirmed it. Gideon had crafted it using both a core and scales. She thanked him for escorting her, admitting that without him, Hester would have insisted on coming instead. Arthur waved it off casually, saying he had errands anyway, and that it was the least he could do after her help during training. Catelyn gently corrected him, saying the training had benefited her too. There was nothing to thank. He gave a small nod, agreeing they should both keep training and grow stronger. Then he wished her good night. As he turned to leave, her quiet farewell followed him down the corridor. Arthur's path led him to the lower levels of the floating castle. The air grew colder, heavier, as silence swallowed his footsteps. He stopped at the cell where Mika rested, half asleep with a book in hand. The door creaked open. He greeted her. Mika stirred, offering a tired smile as she called him a welcome sight. Guilt tugged at Arthur as he apologized for not visiting sooner. He explained the council was still investigating her case thoroughly before considering release. Mika listened, then tried to explain gravity magic, but her explanation quickly turned into a mess of confusing ideas. Arthur smiled faintly, assuring her she wouldn't be stuck here much longer. Varian's team would clear things up soon. Mika laughed it off, telling him not to worry and focus on himself. Then suddenly her mood flipped. She burst into frustration, blaming everything on Radius, calling him the bastard responsible for her situation. Arthur lightened the mood, joking that Radius probably had a far worse cell than hers. Mika waved him off dramatically, complaining that being stuck without magic was unbearably boring. She called out for him to hurry and get her out. Arthur smiled, promising he would. Later, back in his room, Arthur washed up and sat on the edge of his bed. His gaze fell on Uto's horns resting before him. A heavy thought settled in his chest. He wasn't strong enough. Not yet. A small movement broke his thoughts. Sylvie stirred. She stretched slowly, her voice soft as she asked if he had rested well. Relief crossed Arthur's face as he looked at her. She flexed her limbs, saying she was almost back to normal, but then her eyes shifted to the horns. Her tone grew cautious. She asked if it was really wise to trust the scythe who had left them behind. Arthur weighed the situation carefully. The treaty clearly forbade the Asuras from interfering in Dicathen's affairs, yet Ceres had chosen to spare him when she could have ended his life without effort. That decision wasn't meaningless. He admitted quietly that without her omniscience, neither he nor Sylvie would have been able to defeat Uto. Sylvie watched him, her gaze steady as she spoke. Their enemies would only continue to grow stronger. If the horns could help him reach the white core stage, then it wasn't just his gain. It was theirs. Arthur exhaled slowly, making his decision. One horn would be enough for him. The other, he insisted, should go to her. She was still in the awakening process that Lord Indrath had set in motion. For weeks, she had been unconsciously absorbing ambient mana, but it left her drained and sluggish. Drawing directly from Uto's horn would accelerate that process significantly. Sylvie hesitated. Her voice softened as she admitted the truth. She hadn't been trying as hard as she could. Fear held her back. Once she fully awakened as an Asura, she might not be able to stay by his side anymore. Growing stronger meant exposing what she truly was. It meant losing the ability to remain hidden. Arthur's expression darkened as memories of the battlefield surfaced. She had nearly died. Whatever came next, they would face it together. Like always, his voice left no room for doubt. Sylvie nodded, her faith in him unwavering. They always did. Turning to the horns, both focused their mana into the dense energy sealed within. Arthur searched for something to draw out, but found nothing. Across from him, Sylvie's aura flickered. She had found a thread. Arthur steadied himself and tried again. Mana wrapped around him as ether gathered at his palm, the horn beginning to glow faintly. Then pain exploded through him. A sharp, searing agony forced his hand back violently. His breath came in ragged gasps as he stared at his palm, the place where his etheric core had once been. The ether there had flared uncontrollably, raw and vicious. He clenched his teeth, cursing under his breath. That damned acolyte weapon. The damage it left behind kept interfering with his core. All he could do was hope it would be worth it. Exhaustion quickly overtook him. Letting out a heavy breath, Arthur fell back onto the bed, and before long, sleep dragged him under. Cadet Gray. The name echoed through the chamber. Gray stepped forward as the researcher behind the glass directed him to the platform. A smooth sphere sat before him, explained as a device to measure the depth of his Kai. He was instructed to channel his energy into it until told to stop. Taking a steady breath, Gray drew ki from deep within his core, guiding it through his body and into his arm before pressing his hand against the sphere. The orb absorbed the energy, glowing faintly. Seconds stretched. Sweat formed on his brow. His arm began to tremble, well before a minute had passed. When the researcher finally told him to stop, there was no praise in his voice, only indifference. Gray stepped away, moving down the brightly lit corridor until he reached the end of a line of cadets awaiting the final stage. The broad-shouldered boy in front of him shifted nervously, wondering what came next. But Gray already knew. They had been tested for intellect, strength, and Kai reserves. Only combat remained. Despite his lower reserves, confidence settled quietly within him. Fighting was where he excelled. The line advanced, leading them into a wide arena filled with cadets, under the watch of instructors. One man stepped forward, stern, composed. Instructor Grej introduced himself and explained the final trial. Combat. No ranks would be revealed. No advantages given. Every fighter would have to adapt to uncertainty, just like in real battle. One opponent might be weak, another overwhelmingly strong. Victory wouldn't depend on power alone, but on adaptability. The stakes were clear. Success meant access to resources, opportunity, a future. Failure meant neglect and eventual expulsion. With that, the matches began. Gray observed silently as two cadets fought. The clash was brutal. The boy faltered, falling hard to the ground. Before he could recover, the girl drove her spear downward. Grej intercepted it mid-strike. The match ended instantly. Both were dismissed. Then came the next call. Gray and Vlaire of House Ambrose. They stepped into the arena facing each other. At the signal, Vlaire attacked first, fast, precise, his blade cutting through the air in a blur. Gray moved just as quickly. He tilted his head, letting the thrust pass by inches, then dipped under the follow-up strike. The exchange intensified. Vlaire's skill undeniable, but Gray didn't retaliate. He simply evaded. He couldn't afford to waste ki. One clean hit would end him, so he waited. To him, Vlaire's movements, despite their speed, felt just slightly too slow. As the fight dragged on, frustration crept into Vlaire's attacks. His rhythm broke. That was the opening Gray needed. He stepped in and drove a flying kick straight into Vlaire's ribs. The impact sent Vlaire stumbling backward, his body reeling from the force. Gray didn't hesitate. He stepped in and delivered a precise follow-up strike beneath Vlaire's arm, driving him further across the arena floor. Teeth clenched, Vlaire steadied himself, frustration written clearly across his face. Before the fight could continue, Instructor Grej raised his hand, his voice sharp as he called the match to an end. Vlaire protested immediately, pride refusing to accept it. He argued that it had been nothing more than a lucky hit, and insisted he could still go on. Grej cut him off, irritation evident. These matches weren't about victory or defeat. They were for evaluation. He had seen enough. Still unwilling to concede, Vlaire shot Gray a resentful look, but Grej silenced him with a final remark. Gray had evaded every attack for exactly 1 minute and 8 seconds before landing a decisive blow. Any further delay would cost Vlaire points. Reluctantly, he was dismissed from the arena, making way for the next pair. The exams wrapped up quickly, leaving the cadets a short break to eat and rest, while results were prepared. Gray sat quietly at a table when a familiar voice interrupted his thoughts. Nico dropped into the seat across from him, casually bumping his arm. With Cecilia joining moments later, Gray asked how they had done, especially if the amulet had worked. Cecilia nodded. It had. Judging by the examiner's reaction, she placed somewhere around average, not particularly outstanding. Nico laughed, joking that he should have named it the not significantly above average key display. Still, there was pride beneath the humor. He had managed to keep attention off Cecilia once again. Gray watched them quietly. He remembered how Nico had handled Wilbeck's death, how he had recovered first and helped pull Gray back up. There was a strength in him beyond inventions, a quiet resilience that protected the people he cared about. Even so, Gray couldn't help but think it would have been safer if they had chosen a normal school instead of following him here. He voiced it, but Nico brushed it off with his usual confidence. They were staying together. Gray reminded them that the academy wasn't just about fighting. Its research labs and engineering facilities could benefit Nico just as much. Cecilia agreed calmly. Each of them had something to gain here. Reluctantly, Gray let it go, though the memory of that night still lingered. Whoever had targeted Cecilia was still out there. Nico waved off the concern, saying his current device would last until he could build a better one. Then, pushing his tray aside in disappointment at the food, he suggested heading early to the results board. Gray agreed. As they walked, Gray asked if engineering cadets were divided like martial ones. Nico explained that while they still needed Ki to power their tools, reserves weren't as heavily emphasized. He expected to land in either Division 1 or 2. Cecilia noted that things were harsher for martial cadets. The system stretched down to Division 5, making progress more difficult. Nico shrugged, grinning as he said he just hoped they'd end up in the same division, or even the same class, so Gray could keep trouble away from Cecilia. By the time they reached the courtyard, it was already packed. Cadets crowded around the results board, voices blending into a restless murmur. With no choice, Nico nudged Gray forward to lead the way through. As they pushed through the crowd, Cecilia noticed a thin line of blood on Nico's lip and asked if he'd been hit. Nico, ever dramatic, claimed he'd taken an elbow protecting her. Gray simply shook his head. He knew the truth. Nico bit his lip when nervous, and this time he'd done it too hard. Exposed, Nico muttered in annoyance as they forced their way to the front. The screen flickered to life. Names appeared. Nico Sever, Division 1. Cecilia, Division 2, Class 4. Gray searched for his own name. Then he found it. Division 4, Class 1. The words felt heavy. He repeated them silently, almost in disbelief. His path forward, growing stronger, excelling, avenging Headmaster Wilbeck, had just become far steeper. Arthur's eyes opened slowly to the familiar ceiling of his room. For once, it wasn't after a nightmare. Relief settled faintly over him. Nearby, Sylvie watched him, noting how restless his sleep had been. She wondered if his past life still haunted him. Arthur reassured her gently, telling her to focus on recovering while he returned to training. Rising, he stepped into the quiet hallway. At the far end stood Varian. The weight of his recurring dreams lingered in his mind, questions circling without answers. Noticing his expression, Varian spoke. He asked what was troubling him. Arthur admitted simply that he hoped all their efforts would succeed. Varian responded with calm confidence, assuring him that Alanis knew exactly what she was doing. Arthur then questioned why he had suddenly been assigned a personal attendant. Varian explained that after her time assisting the Lances, Alanis had proven herself exceptionally capable. Before that, she had been stationed along the southern border of Elenoir, where he had personally witnessed her during a corrupted beast attack. Though she had served as a nurse, her deviant magic stood out. She could instantly read the flow of mana within others, pinpoint weaknesses, and guide even seasoned lances toward improvement. That ability made her the ideal choice to oversee Arthur's recovery and training. Varian had personally approved her assignment. A hint of frustration crept into Arthur's voice, as he asked whether all of this was simply to improve the old commander's image. Before the tension could linger, Alanis entered quietly, holding a parchment. Arthur caught himself and apologized, but she continued without pause. Her tone remained calm but firm, as she stated that her role went far beyond polishing Varian's reputation. She handed Arthur his training schedule for the next 7 weeks. The plan focused on refining the speed of his mana flow during augmentation and improving his control over his weaker elements. As Arthur scanned the details, he noted that the first 2 weeks were dedicated to one-on-one training. He questioned whether that was the best use of time. Alanis reminded him precisely of his own goal, to immerse himself in combat using different elements, strengthening weaker affinities, while discovering how to apply them effectively in battle. Though technical, her explanation was sound, and Arthur acknowledged it. She studied him for a moment before adding that while his willingness to use himself as a training tool was admirable, it wasn't practical. Arthur asked her to explain. Alanis did so without hesitation. His combat style, she pointed out, was already too fixed. Even if he trained by limiting his stronger elements, in real battles he always reverted to them. To truly change that, he needed a gradual and structured approach, along with unpredictability. She outlined the system. Arthur would spar one-on-one against 4 different opponents, rotating at random intervals so he could never fully adapt. In each session, one of his elements would be restricted, and that restriction would also change unpredictably. Arthur let out a slow breath, realizing how much more complex this was than his original idea. What he had imagined as straightforward sparring had become a layered, demanding system. Varian remarked that Alanis had designed similarly intricate training for the other lances. Promising to return later to observe, he gave a final warning not to break Arthur. He was still needed. Arthur turned toward the training room, about to ask who his first opponent would be. The ground beneath him exploded upward. Caught off guard for only a moment, he immediately recognized the attack. Bund stood nearby, grinning widely, arms spread as if welcoming him. Arthur responded instantly, summoning fire as he rushed forward. "Fire is forbidden." Alanis' sharp command cut him off. Arthur clicked his tongue and stopped, but the hesitation cost him. Bund seized the moment, the ground wrapping around Arthur's legs and locking him in place. Shards of rock followed, launching toward him. Arthur dropped low, pressing his palms to the floor. Frost spread outward, freezing Bund's footing before Arthur countered with a barrage of ice shards. From the side, Hester laughed, while Camus noted calmly how quickly Arthur was adapting. Bund, however, wasn't finished. He reshaped the earth to block the attack, then lunged forward, challenging Arthur to do better. Arthur answered by propelling himself upward with wind, lifting into the air. Even as he created distance, he couldn't help but admire Bund's mastery. The control was incredible, though undeniably flashy. From the sidelines, Emily commented on how well Arthur was adapting to Alanis' restrictions. Bund pressed forward again, stone encasing his fist as he struck with immense force. Arthur raised a shield of ice to block it, the impact echoing loudly. In response, pillars of earth surged up around him, forming a cage. Arthur countered instantly, channeling earth mana to raise a pillar beneath himself, launching upward and breaking free. He turned toward Camus, ready to strike. "Switch!" Alanis' voice cut through the fight. Hester stepped forward, blue flames igniting around her hands. From behind, Bund grumbled in annoyance, clearly wanting to continue, but Alanis ignored him. She announced the next restriction. Water magic was forbidden. Without Realm Heart, Arthur couldn't clearly track mana, but his instincts, sharpened by Sylvie's dragon will, warned him. He leapt back just in time. A violent explosion of fire consumed the space where he had stood moments before. The explosion rattled the chamber, thick smoke rolling out to swallow Arthur's vision. He understood immediately. Hester had never intended to hit him. It was a smokescreen. Refusing to let her dictate the pace, he swept his arms through the haze, bending the dust and smoke into a cutting wave and sending it forward to flush her out. Right on cue, Hester emerged, shielded behind a blazing wall of fire. Arthur moved. Mana surged through his legs as he burst forward, blue flames coiling tightly around his fists. He struck hard, aiming to shatter her defense with sheer force. The fiery barrier cracked and broke, but Hester was already gone. A swirl of blue fire ignited beneath him, erupting into a towering pillar that swallowed him whole. For a moment, everything turned blinding sapphire. From the sidelines, Bond commented on Hester's relentless style, while Camus recalled how painful that very technique had once been. Arthur, however, endured. His aura held just long enough for him to twist the flames aside, redirecting the heat before his defensive artifact could activate and end the match. The pressure mounted, the heat growing suffocating, until finally he broke through, dispersing the pillar in a burst of force. But there was no time to breathe. A dozen massive fire orbs hovered in the air around him, each pulsing with volatile energy. Arthur exhaled slowly, irritation creeping in. Planting his feet, he summoned earthen spikes that tore up from the ground. Several struck true, piercing the flaming spheres and bursting them apart. Bond barked in annoyance at the mimicry, but Alanis coolly pointed out that it only proved Arthur was learning. Arthur noted the flaw himself. Too many of his strikes had missed, and it didn't matter. The destroyed orbs reformed almost instantly. Then they pulsed and unleashed hell. Streams of fire shot toward him from every direction, forcing Arthur into a defensive retreat. His mind raced. He couldn't stay on the defensive, but he also couldn't locate Hester. Realmheart tempted him. He resisted. Instead, he thought like her. If he were Hester, he'd aim to break his opponent's focus. Force impatience, create an opening. So Arthur played along. He roared, unleashing chaotic bursts of wind and flame, smashing through the orbs in what looked like reckless frustration. From the sidelines, Emily questioned the restriction on his water and ice magic, but Camus only smirked, confident the pressure would force growth. Behind the act, Arthur stayed sharp. The orbs began to shrink, their glow intensifying. A finishing move. Arthur surged forward, lightning wrapping his body as he tore through the barrage, striking the orbs head-on. Fire scattered with every impact, but Hester still didn't reveal herself, so he adapted. Maintaining a thin layer of flame around his body, he split his focus. The ground beneath him softened, opening into a narrow hollow. The moment he caught a flicker of movement within the firestorm, he dropped, sealing himself beneath the earth. Hester passed over the spot unaware. Then Arthur erupted upward, catching her completely off guard. She turned, but too late. His fists shot forward, wrapped in frost and lightning, colliding with her spell. The opposing forces compressed into a volatile sphere of fire and lightning, and exploded. The blast thundered across the arena. When the smoke cleared, Arthur remained standing, battered but steady. Hester, however, had been thrown back, a faint pink glow surrounding her, the sign that her defensive artifact had activated. From the sidelines, Emily lit up with excitement, praising the artifact's flawless response and the strength of the phoenix worm scales. Ellie, standing nearby, frowned at that reaction, clearly unimpressed. Emily quickly clarified. She wasn't surprised, just relieved. At the edge of the arena, Bund grumbled loudly about not receiving one himself, only to be reminded that he'd rushed in before she could give it to him. Arthur steadied his breathing, brushing it off as unnecessary anyway. Hester smirked despite her fatigue, promising that next time he wouldn't be so lucky. Leaning slightly toward Ellie, Arthur asked why she had come. She admitted she just wanted to watch him train, though from the looks of it, it was already over. Arthur's eyes shifted to Varian, who had arrived unexpectedly. He reminded the old elf of the council meeting he was meant to attend, but Varian simply shook his head. He had come with a private update, one Ellie was allowed to hear. His tone turned heavy. A critical supply route between Black Bend and the Wall had come under threat. Deliveries were essential, and their best warriors had been assigned to escort the convoys. For a time, the added protection had reduced attacks, but not eliminated them. Another ambush had just occurred. This time, the twin horns and Arthur's parents had been there. The news weighed heavily on Arthur, leaving him restless through the night. At dawn, he set out for Black Bend, determined to see the situation for himself. Gideon sat beside him in the carriage, already half asleep, while Hester and Princess Catelyn rode along. Arthur, however, remained silent, lost in thought. Sylvie's voice broke through gently, asking if he was worried about his parents. He admitted that he was. There was a reason he had never wanted them involved in the war. Sylvie reminded him softly that some things were beyond his control. He agreed, but the frustration remained. It had only been weeks, and already they were under attack. His thoughts spiraled. How fast was the war escalating? Who was targeting the supply lines? Rebels or Alacryans? The idea that enemy forces could slip past the wall unnoticed seemed unlikely, but not impossible. If they had been using the gate in Dar for longer than expected, their reach might already extend farther than anyone realized. The open terrain between Black Bend and the wall made things worse. It was perfect for ambushes. Maybe this wasn't about breaking the wall directly. Maybe the enemy was targeting supply lines instead, crippling them from within. Hester's dry voice cut through his thoughts, asking if he was enjoying the scenery. Arthur replied with mild sarcasm. There was nothing to enjoy. Still, he admitted he was surprised they had chosen to accompany him. Catelyn answered calmly. As royalty, her presence would ease tensions and avoid unnecessary suspicion. More than that, she disliked the idea of ordinary citizens risking their lives just to transport supplies. Hester added that it seemed unlikely for enemies to remain hidden in such open land. Arthur countered that visibility meant little if the attackers came with hordes of mutated beasts. Catelyn suggested reinforcing Black Bend and the wall with more soldiers. Gideon shook his head. They didn't have enough manpower to spare. Instead, Varian was hoping Gideon could invent something to solve the problem. Then he glanced at Arthur, asking if he would share the idea he clearly had in mind. Arthur only said one thing. The terrain itself could be used. Gideon sighed at the cryptic answer. Suddenly, the carriage lurched to a halt. Hester demanded an explanation. The coachman stammered an apology, saying they had arrived, but the beast pulling the carriage had been spooked by what lay ahead. Arthur leaned out and froze. The road was covered in bodies. Soldiers and beasts alike lay scattered across the ground. Beyond them, the town was in ruins, smoke rising from shattered buildings. They abandoned the carriage and rushed forward, making their way through the devastation until they reached a large medical tent. Inside, Arthur saw them, his parents, alive. Relief hit him all at once as he pushed through the crowd, his voice unsteady as he called out to them, asking if they were hurt. Alice reassured him immediately. They were unharmed. None of the twin horns had suffered fatal injuries. Angela, however, spoke with frustration. The Alacryans had ambushed them after Reynolds had moved ahead to scout. In the chaos, not a single enemy had been confirmed killed. Helen added that Angela had stalled several deviant beasts, long enough for Reynolds to return and finish them off, though she teased that he had taken all the credit without a scratch. Reynolds brushed it off, his attention shifting to Arthur. Surprise crossed his face as he asked why his son had come. Was it just to check on them? Catelyn stepped in, explaining calmly that the council had assigned Arthur and Gideon to assess the supply routes and develop a solution to protect both lives and resources. Reynolds smiled faintly, noting how strange it was to think of Arthur as part of the council now. Helen gently reminded him that Arthur was still their son. She urged Reynolds to spend some time with him, while she explained the situation to the others. Alice stayed behind to assist, promising Arthur they would talk later. Sylvie hopped onto Hester's shoulder, offering to stay and listen, promising to relay anything important. But she reminded Arthur once more, he couldn't control his parents' choices. Arthur accepted that, even if it didn't sit well with him. Together, he and Reynolds stepped outside. For a moment, his father simply looked at him, pride clear in his eyes. The newest lance, already carrying the weight of war. Arthur admitted quietly that his father was right. While the responsibility on his shoulders was real, he had also come for a simpler reason, to make sure his parents were safe. Reynolds reassured him with steady confidence. They were strong because they fought as a team, always watching each other's backs. That bond, he insisted, would keep them alive. Arthur nodded, but the thought didn't fully settle his unease. Strength alone had never guaranteed survival. Too many powerful people had fallen in war. How could he make his father understand that fear? Sensing the weight of the moment, Reynolds shifted the topic, asking whether Ellie knew about the attack. Arthur explained that she only knew there had been an ambush. Varian had reassured her that none of the casualties were from the twin horns, so she had returned to her training. He added that she had grown skilled with the bow and had even expressed interest in attending a magic academy. A faint smile crossed Reynolds' face. Life in a massive castle must be lonely for a teenage girl. Arthur agreed, but noted that Ellie's determination came from something deeper than loneliness. Reynolds sighed, understanding all too well what it meant to live in someone else's shadow. He only hoped she would find time to make friends while continuing to grow stronger. Arthur then asked if they would be visiting anytime soon. Reynolds' expression softened with regret. They wanted to, but the war left them no such luxury. Duty kept them on the front lines. Arthur felt the urge to argue, but held it back. He wouldn't let this reunion turn into conflict. Instead, they spoke quietly, savoring the brief time they had. When it was time to part, Arthur embraced his mother tightly before stepping away. He waved as his parents returned to their duties, a heavy feeling settling in his chest. If they insisted on risking their lives out here, then his plan had to work. Back at the carriage, they soon arrived at another part of the town. As they stepped out, Catelyn glanced at Arthur and gently asked if he was truly satisfied with such a short reunion. Arthur answered calmly. His parents needed to move on to the wall. Catelyn made a teasing remark about visiting her own brother and not missing him at all, but Arthur grimaced, quickly warning her not to joke like that, especially in front of siblings. Before the moment could linger, Gideon cut in, impatience clear in his voice. He pressed Arthur about the idea he had been hinting at, the solution he had yet to reveal. Catelyn watched with interest as Arthur finally unrolled a parchment. The blueprint. He reminded Gideon of something he had once said. Combustium could power an entire vessel. Arthur had taken that idea further. Not a ship on water, but one that moved across land. A train. Gideon blinked, then burst into loud laughter, mocking the name and wondering what kind of mana beast inspired it. Arthur didn't react. He simply asked if Gideon wanted the design or not. That was enough. Gideon snatched the parchment, his ridicule instantly replaced by fascination as he scanned the details. Hester scolded him to at least step inside before waving around such documents. But Gideon barely heard her. Excitement overtook him as he clapped Arthur on the shoulder. This would change everything. Relying on rivers to connect cities was unreliable and slow. But with earth and water, mages assisting construction, this system could redefine transportation entirely. Arthur cut through the excitement, bringing the focus back to reality. First, the route between Blackbend and the Wall. Securing that line would protect supply convoys and save lives. Expansion could come later. More importantly, the Grand Mountains needed to be reinforced. Troops had to be able to move safely through the most dangerous terrain. Gideon nodded, already seeing the bigger picture. This invention wouldn't just secure supply lines, it could reshape civilization itself. Arthur raised a brow, prompting Catelyn to explain. All major cities had been built around teleportation gates. But with a system like this, cities could be built anywhere, not just where gates existed. Gideon beamed, clearly pleased. Arthur chuckled lightly, remarking that this idea might actually change history. Gideon bristled at the casual tone, half threatening to abandon his craft entirely. Arthur brushed it off, reminding him that he would be the one presenting this to the council. That stopped him. Gideon's eyes widened. As much as he loved recognition, he questioned why Arthur was handing him the credit. Arthur answered simply. It would be easier for the council to accept the idea if it came from a renowned artificer rather than him. And besides, Gideon would be doing most of the work anyway. That was all the motivation he needed. With a triumphant shout, Gideon rushed off, clutching the blueprint and already planning his presentation. Hester watched him go, shaking her head. The man seemed to run purely on excitement rather than sleep. Then Catelyn spoke again, this time more hesitant. Instead of returning immediately, she suggested they stay the night. The sudden proposal caught Arthur, Sylvie, and Hester off guard. Realizing how easily her words could be misunderstood, a faint blush spread across her cheeks. She hurried to correct herself, her voice stumbling slightly, as she insisted it wasn't what they were thinking. It had simply been a long day, and with nothing scheduled except training the next morning, she thought it might be nice to stay a while longer. She hadn't visited Blackbend in quite some time, and the city remained lively even at night. Surely they could at least stay for dinner. Arthur pressed a hand over his mouth, struggling and failing to hide his amusement as he watched her flustered attempt at clarification. Catching sight of him, Kathleen's blush deepened instantly. She frowned, demanding to know what he found so funny, insisting that her suggestion had been completely reasonable. Turning slightly, he glanced at Hester and asked whether their mentor agreed they should indulge for the night. Hester cleared her throat, masking her amusement behind a deliberately serious tone. If the general approved, she said, then she would allow it, on the condition that Arthur paid for the drinks. Arthur smirked, promising they would order enough to make Bun jealous. A faint smile tugged at Hester's lips. Watching Kathleen now, so animated and alive, stirred an old memory. For a fleeting moment, the princess reminded her of someone long gone. Arthur, noticing the subtle glances Kathleen had been casting earlier, seized the opportunity to tease her again. He remarked that she had clearly been eyeing a tavern, and that this was likely her true reason for wanting to stay. Kathleen recovered quickly, her composure returning as she replied smoothly that a skilled politician knew when not to answer such accusations. Later, Arthur and Hester entered the tavern together. Noticing Kathleen's absence, Arthur asked where she had gone. Hester explained that the princess was likely drafting proposals, reaching out to nobles who might support Arthur's train project. Or perhaps, she added dryly, she was still brooding over his earlier teasing. Arthur frowned slightly, a hint of regret surfacing at the thought that he might have gone too far. But Hester surprised him. As one of the few people allowed to joke freely with the princess, she encouraged him to keep doing so. Arthur raised a brow, pointing out that it was an unexpected thing to hear from her most loyal guard. Hester's expression softened as she stared into the dark surface of her drink, her reflection shifting with every ripple. She admitted that her perspective came not from duty, but from the 15 years she had spent watching over Kathleen. She was glad, genuinely glad, that Arthur treated her in a way that made her laugh. Her voice grew quieter as she continued, almost speaking to herself. Kathleen's reserved nature had always made it difficult for her to form real friendships, and even when she did, those connections rarely felt genuine. Arthur responded steadily, reminding her that Kathleen had never truly been alone. Hester herself had been there all along, shaping her into the person she had become. He added that perhaps even Jasmine had been influenced by her guidance. Hester scoffed lightly, brushing off the credit. Kathleen and Jasmine, she insisted, would have become remarkable women regardless. Jasmine especially had carved her own path. Then her gaze sharpened, flicking back to Arthur. His familiarity with her family name wasn't casual. It ran deeper. His parents had been adventurers alongside Jasmine in the Twin Horns. Arthur confirmed it, explaining that Jasmine had once served as his guardian during his time as an adventurer. That seemed to shift something in Hester. Her tone softened as she acknowledged that if he had traveled with Jasmine, then he must understand the weight of the Flamesworth name. Arthur replied calmly that he knew enough to recognize that not everyone carried the same prideful arrogance. Hester exhaled slowly, memories surfacing. Jasmine, she explained, was her younger brother's daughter, a good child, one she could never fault. Her siblings, too, had been decent enough, but Jasmine's father had been different. Pride had consumed him, perhaps more than any fire mage of his generation. He had always dreamed of Jasmine becoming a dual elemental mage. When it became clear that wind was her only affinity, he cast her out without hesitation. Hester's jaw tightened as regret crept into her voice. She wished she had done more for Jasmine back then, especially after her awakening. She drained her mug in a single motion and slammed it down onto the table. Despite the roughness in her tone, there was relief beneath it. Jasmine had found good people to rely on. Still, she warned Arthur sharply not to take that as permission to insult her brother, no matter his faults. Arthur leaned back, unfazed. He assured her he had no intention of fighting Jasmine's battles for her. The tension eased as Hester accepted another drink, clinking her mug lightly against his. She muttered that she was simply making sure he didn't go around tarnishing the Flamesworth name. Arthur laughed, teasing that she sounded exactly like one of them in that moment. Curious, Arthur asked what her brother was doing now, noting that most of the Flamesworth family seemed tied to the war effort. Hester answered without hesitation. Trotius, her brother, served as a captain, his division stationed among the main forces at the wall. Before Arthur could respond, a young woman from a nearby table approached, clearly having overheard. Her eyes lit up with recognition as she asked if Hester truly was Hester Flamesworth. She explained eagerly that her father had once served under her command. Hester's response was cautious, reminding her that many soldiers had passed through her division. But the woman pressed on, her admiration unmistakable. She had grown up hearing stories of Hester's feats during the Battle of Ediston. Soon her companion joined in, cheerfully offering to buy them a round of drinks if Hester would share those stories. Hester began to refuse out of habit, but Arthur cut in smoothly. With a grin, he pointed out that she was off duty and deserved to relax for once. Leaning closer, he added quietly that Kathleen could handle herself just fine, And besides, drawing attention away from a lance in the room would only work in their favor. Hester smirked at his reasoning, muttering that Varian had been right. Arthur really was a brat. From her perch nearby, Sylvie added softly that he was also rather sneaky. Arthur feigned innocence, insisting he only wanted his dear mentor to enjoy a few free drinks for once. What harm could there be in that? Sylvie merely warned, with quiet certainty, that karma had a way of finding its mark sooner or later. Arthur opened his mouth to argue, but before he could, a small group of young girls approached hesitantly. Their voices were soft, yet filled with awe, as they asked if he was truly Arthur Leywin, the newest lance. Before he could respond, another voice slipped into the moment, smooth, composed. Kathleen stepped forward, her presence immediately commanding. She confirmed that Arthur was indeed a lance, though off-duty for the night. Her gaze flicked between Arthur and Hester, a faint, knowing smile forming as she teased them for beginning the celebration without her. Arthur scoffed lightly, pointing out that a single drink hardly counted as a party. The girls nearby, however, seemed to disagree. They whispered excitedly among themselves, now recognizing the princess as well. Unbothered, Kathleen turned her attention to Hester, noting how good it was to see her actually relaxing. She remarked that her loyal guard often worked far too hard. Arthur recalled Hester mentioning her long service and asked about it. Kathleen confirmed, explaining that while Hester had always been present in her life, she had only been assigned as her personal guard after the Battle of Xyrus. Curious, Arthur asked whether Curtis had a guard as well. Kathleen shook her head. That role belonged to Grotter. At the mention of the name, Sylvie perked up instantly, chirping with clear excitement that she liked him. Arthur laughed and translated aloud, drawing a soft smile from Kathleen. She admitted she missed him too. Arthur smirked, teasing that she clearly didn't mean Curtis. Her reply carried both warmth and exasperation. Curtis, she explained, had always been protective. Their parents had raised him with the responsibility of looking after her, and though he often urged her to step out of the library and live a little, he was never far when she needed him. She believed he would have been the same even without their royal status. When he had been offered his position at Lancelor, he had nearly refused, unwilling to leave her side. But with the war intensifying, she had convinced him that his duty lay elsewhere. In the end, he accepted, and his work there had already begun shaping the next generation. There was quiet pride in her voice as she spoke, though it softened with a hint of loneliness. She admitted she missed him, though she would never say it to his face. The next time they met, she wanted to show everyone, how much she had changed. Arthur's expression softened. He told her he was glad she had been assigned as one of his mentors. Kathleen returned the sentiment just as sincerely. He added that he hoped they would see Curtis again soon, along with the others from Xyrus. It had been far too long. After a brief pause, his tone shifted slightly as he asked if she had heard from Claire. The question stilled her. Claire's condition resurfaced in her mind, along with the promise to keep it from him. The weight of that silence pressed heavily against her chest. Torn between honesty and duty, she chose neither. Instead, she lifted her mug in one swift motion and drained it completely. The sudden action startled Arthur as she slammed it down, her cheeks flushed, her eyes bright with something unspoken. Declaring abruptly that she wanted to dance, she grabbed his hand and pulled him toward the makeshift dance floor. The tavern pulsed with music, the rhythm alive and unrestrained. Kathleen moved freely, casting aside composure as she let herself be carried by the beat. Arthur followed, surprised at first, but quickly adapting. "I just want to dance," she shouted over the music. He smiled, giving in. "Then let's dance." A sudden misstep made her stumble, a small gasp escaping her lips. Arthur chuckled, teasing her gently, asking if she had been expecting something more refined, perhaps ballroom music. Her blush deepened as she admitted that she might have hoped for something a bit more elegant. That only made him laugh harder. Yet there was no mockery in it, only warmth, amusement at her unguarded, almost childlike joy. At last, he extended his hand properly, offering to guide her. Her eyes lit up instantly. Without hesitation, she took his hand. This time, their movements aligned. Laughter blended with music as they found a rhythm together, the noise of the tavern fading into the background of a fleeting, shared moment. Far away, deep within a dense forest, Tessia moved alongside her team. Without warning, a surge of emotion flooded through her, sharp, sudden, uncontrollable. Her fist lashed out instinctively. It struck Darvis squarely, sending him staggering back with a groan. Shocked, he demanded to know what had gotten into her. Tessia could only falter, struggling to explain the sudden rush of anger that had come from nowhere. After a brief day of rest, training resumed with renewed intensity. Arthur stood beside Emily as she secured newly crafted bands around his arm. He praised her efficiency, but questioned whether she was truly all right. Emily responded with her usual bright energy, insisting she was perfectly fine, and most importantly, no longer hallucinating. The previous spar had provided the data she needed. Arthur suggested she should still get some rest, only to wince as she tightened one of the straps too much. He shot her a look, complaining sharply before joking that she was starting to resemble Gideon. Before she could respond, the atmosphere shifted. Varian entered, flanked by Vare and Baron. His sharp gaze landed immediately on Arthur, who had apparently been relaxed enough to joke around. Clearly, Varian remarked dryly, Arthur was not being pushed hard enough. Everyone bowed at once, everyone except Arthur. His sarcastic remark, "We're doing this again?" earned him nothing but a glare and a single familiar word: brat. Meanwhile, Kathleen's attention shifted as Vari approached. His presence carried a quiet authority as his gaze settled on her. At last he spoke, noting that she had grown stronger since they last met. A small flicker of pride stirred within her, though she answered respectfully. Attributing her progress to her training, Vara simply hummed in acknowledgement. Before anything more could be said, Bun's booming voice cut through the room as he demanded to know if they had come to drag Arthur away again and cut short their training. Unbothered, Alanis continued, her quill scratching steadily across parchment as she announced the next match. Princess Kathleen was called forward, but before she could take a step, Vare moved. With a fluid motion, the general unclipped the fur-lined cloak from her shoulders. Her voice rang out, calm yet commanding, as she declared that having just returned from a mission, and with rare free time on her hands, she would personally challenge the newest lance to a spar. A strained whisper followed from Miss Watskin, confirming that the barrier was ready. Though uncertainty trembled beneath her words, Kathleen's gaze locked onto her master. A shimmering bluish-silver aura enveloped Vara, pure and unwavering. In contrast, Arthur's aura flickered with shifting hues, an ever-changing spectrum born from his multiple affinities. Around them, the elders, Varian, and even General Baron stood silently at the edges of the hall. No one dared look away, as though even a blink might cost them something extraordinary. Kathleen understood that feeling well. Vara's very presence carried a weight that commanded respect, even among grandmasters. To face her, even briefly, was worth more than countless hours of ordinary training. For Arthur, this was priceless. Without warning, Vare vanished. Her form flickered out of existence, and Arthur reacted instantly. He blurred sideways just as a frozen lance tore through the ground where he had stood. Ice spread rapidly from the impact, crawling across the stone like a living thing. Arthur answered in kind. A shockwave of frost burst outward, testing her defenses. Vari met it effortlessly, a flick of her wrist dispersing his spell, while siphoning its remnants into her own. Mist gathered around her, swirling and condensing into a dozen crystalline spears. Her fist clenched. The spears shot forward. They streaked toward Arthur like a storm. Arthur moved. His speed was breathtaking, his figure blurring, splitting into afterimages as he weaved through the barrage. Bund let out a low rumble of realization. Now he understood just how much Arthur usually held back. Varian added calmly that Arthur always restrained himself against weaker opponents. But here, there was no need to hold back. Camus frowned slightly, questioning why Arthur hadn't used his special ability yet. Ellie answered softly, yet with certainty. He was enjoying himself. Opportunities like this were rare, and for once, Arthur was simply happy to fight. With a sweeping motion, Vara drew the surrounding frost into motion. Snow spiraled upward, twisting and shaping itself into something immense. Within moments, a towering dragon of ice took form, its body coiling as it loomed over Arthur, its silent roar echoing through the hall. Arthur didn't hesitate. Blue flames ignited along his arms, burning so intensely that the surrounding snow melted instantly into steaming rings at his feet. As the haze cleared, Vare hovered above, 24 spheres of ice orbiting her with perfect control. Kathleen's chest tightened. It was rare, so rare, to see her master unleash this level of power so openly. She resolved then and there to remember everything, every detail and every movement. Around them, tension rippled through the spectators. Wagers began to spread quietly among the onlookers. Arthur moved first. With a wide sweep of his arms, he unleashed a storm of wind blades, slicing crescents spinning toward Vara. But before they could reach her, something shifted. The blades slowed, faltered, then drifted off course entirely. Arthur clicked his tongue, acknowledging the mistake aloud. Air pressure dropped when cooled. Vare responded calmly, her voice steady as ever. Recognizing one's flaws, she said, was already a step forward. Then she struck. With a simple flick of her wrist, the spheres surrounding her surged forward. Arthur braced. Blue flames erupted around him, forming a roaring vortex that wrapped his body. Hester's voice cut in, measured and analytical. Arthur wasn't just using fire. He was combining it with wind, amplifying its force. Kathleen's eyes narrowed. Something about it felt wrong. Why wasn't he dispersing the energy? Holding it like that would drain his mana far too quickly. Then she saw it. The plan. At the exact moment the frost spheres were about to detonate, Arthur released everything. Blue flames exploded outward, swallowing Vari's magic hole. The fire twisted inward, spiraling, condensing, until it wrapped itself tightly around his lightning spear. Azure fire and lightning fused into one. Arthur hurled it. The spear tore through the air, accelerating further as a final gust of wind propelled it forward. Vare responded instantly. Layer upon layer of ice shields formed before her, but the spear shattered them effortlessly. Flames devoured each barrier, pushing through without slowing. Then, impact. A deafening explosion tore through the arena. Light swallowed everything. When it cleared, Arthur dropped to the ground, breathing heavily, shoulders sagging from the the strain. For a brief moment, Kathleen thought he had done it, but Vare stood, unbroken. Her body shimmered, encased entirely in ice. Frost covered her like armor, transforming her into something almost elemental, no longer fully human. Arthur smiled. Despite his exhaustion, his eyes sharpened, glowing faintly as Realmheart awakened. Kathleen's breath caught. She had seen this form before, yet it never failed to send a chill through her. Varian's voice broke the silence. He asked Baron whether he thought he could defeat Arthur in a fight. The lance didn't answer. His gaze remained locked on the battle. Suddenly, sharp popping sounds echoed between Arthur and Vara. Ellie squinted, confusion written plainly across her face. As she asked what was happening, Kathleen felt the same uncertainty, until Miss Emariah spoke, hesitant but certain. Arthur was casting spells. They just couldn't see them. Baron finished the thought. Arthur wasn't just casting. He was unraveling Vara's spells before they could even form. Hester frowned, questioning how such a feat was even possible. Varian answered with rare astonishment. His usually calm eyes widened. It had to be tied to Arthur's strange form. In that instant, the truth clicked in Kathleen's mind. The sharp popping sounds weren't random. They were collisions of mana, canceling each other out before the spells could even take shape. Arthur vanished, his body flickering like a mirage, only to reappear behind Vare. His leg swept upward, releasing a violent shock wave laced with mana and lightning. Vare reacted instantly, Frost bursting outward to meet the attack. The clash cracked like thunder through the chamber. She followed with a swift strike, her movements cold and precise. Arthur met her head-on, parrying each blow with his bare hands as the ground beneath them split from the force of their exchange. The battle shifted into close combat, yet Vare remained unshaken. Twin crystalline blades formed in her hands, flawless and unyielding. Arthur answered with a blade of ice, slimmer and faster in his grip. Their weapons collided in a storm of sparks and frozen shards. With every clash, Arthur's sword chipped away, splintering into glittering fragments that scattered like snow. Vare's blades, however, remained perfect, their edges gleaming like polished crystal. The intensity rose until Arthur's latest conjured blade buckled under her strike. Cracks spread across its surface before it shattered completely, fragments scattering like frozen glass. Before he could form another, Frost surged around his hand, locking him in place. In the next instant, Vare's blade hovered at his throat. The duel was over. Arthur let out a full, unrestrained laugh. Vare lowered her weapon calmly and extended a hand, praising the fight. Arthur admitted there was still a clear gap between them. Vare didn't deny it, but noted that if he had sustained his strange form longer, he might have overwhelmed her. Arthur shook his head, dismissing it as borrowed power rather than his own. He admitted his doubts about his ice magic, especially after witnessing her mastery, though a spark of curiosity remained in his eyes as he wondered what feedback the mentors would give. When they returned, Catelyn noticed Varian and General Baron quietly exchanging coins behind folded hands, their expressions unreadable. Arthur dropped onto a bench with a faint smirk, looking every bit like a student awaiting judgment. Alanis cleared her throat sharply, asking for feedback. Instantly, the elders surged forward, voices overlapping in a flood of critique. Her gaze hardened, silencing them at once, with a command to speak one at a time. She called on Elder Camus first. After a brief pause, he began thoughtfully. Arthur's use of wind to enhance his spells had been clever, but too superficial. Instead of simply pushing the lightning spear, he should integrate wind directly into it. Done properly, it would create a rotational force, sharpening its piercing power without costing much extra mana. Arthur listened closely, nodding in understanding. General Baron followed, his tone firm. The issue, he explained, lay in the nature of the elements. Lightning was volatile and difficult to control. A more efficient approach would be to first shape fire into a piercing form, then layer lightning over it. Arthur nodded again, his thanks quiet but sincere. Vare spoke next, as direct as ever. She acknowledged his control but pointed out a pattern. His ice magic, aside from his absolute zero technique, was mostly used as a distraction to set up his stronger lightning attacks. Her gaze briefly shifted to Catelyn. Catelyn agreed, confirming she had noticed the same tendency. Arthur's brow furrowed slightly. Was he really that predictable? Vare's final point was clear. His speed and ability to chain spells compensated for this weakness, but in a prolonged fight, it would become fatal. Arthur accepted the criticism without resistance, promising to keep it in mind. With the session over, the lances and Commander Varian departed, leaving behind a silence heavier than before. Emily let out a long sigh, her shoulders slumping as she admitted how exhausting their presence had been. Nearby, Ellie collapsed face first onto Boo's back. Arthur pointed out that there hadn't just been 2 lances present, but 3, including himself. Ellie dismissed it easily, insisting he was her brother before anything else. Soon after, she excused herself, cheerfully saying her goodbyes. She shot Arthur a playful wink, deliberately calling him Lance Arthur, before skipping away. He shook his head, unable to hide a small smile at her antics. Alanis, watching her go, remarked on how different Ellie was from him. Arthur agreed, noting she clearly took after their father. Alanis then wondered if Arthur resembled his mother more. He admitted he liked to think he carried traits from both, though he wasn't entirely sure. When she pressed further, asking who else he could resemble, he simply shrugged. Behind them, Emily let out a soft yawn. Arthur glanced back to see her struggling to stay awake, her head drooping. When he called her name, she jolted upright, quickly insisting she hadn't been asleep. Arthur shifted back to the task at hand, politely asking about the data gathered from his training. Camus showed interest as well, curious about how his spells had been measured. Emily, still flustered, explained that raw numbers alone meant little without proper context. Emily explained that her assistants, spread across several academies, were conducting tests using simplified versions of the artifact. By collecting results from a wide range of students, they aimed to build a comprehensive spectrum of data. It became clear to Arthur that the device she had created, the FPU, was not just for his personal development, but a broader tool designed to measure and compare mages across the continent. Emily confirmed his realization. While she could analyze the results of their small group, the true potential of the artifact would only emerge once enough data had been gathered from different academies. Camus, ever inquisitive, wondered aloud which of the elder mages among them was the strongest. Bun immediately claimed the title for himself, only for Hester to cut in with sharp humor, reminding him that she was very much present. Watching their exchange, Arthur felt a quiet sense of gratitude. Surrounded by mentors of such skill, he bowed his head sincerely, thanking them for their guidance, and acknowledging how much he owed them. Bund, flustered by the earnestness, nudged him and accused him of trying to make him blush. Camus chimed in playfully, agreeing that Arthur was indeed fortunate, and soon the room filled with easy laughter. As the days passed, Arthur became certain that stepping away from the battlefield had been the right choice. Training alongside Sylvie, he found himself pushed beyond limits he hadn't yet conquered, facing challenges far greater than anything ordinary soldiers could offer. At the same time, his duties as a council member drew him into frequent meetings, where the future of Dicathen was debated. During one such meeting, Marielle turned to Gideon, asking for an update on the long-awaited train project. Gideon's eyes lit up as he spoke, explaining that the design had evolved beyond a mere land ship into a true train, one capable of transporting at least 20 times the supplies of traditional carriages. Vere's voice cut in, sharp and practical, questioning whether a fixed route between Black Bend and the Wall would make the train an easy target for Alacryan attacks. Aya followed, pointing out that even a single break in the tracks could cripple the entire system. He acknowledged their concerns, revealing that Arthur had already surveyed the terrain with him and that they had devised a solution. Varian leaned forward, intrigued, asking what it was. With dramatic flair, Gideon unfurled several parchments across the table, revealing detailed designs. His voice brimmed with pride as he announced the answer: an underground railway. King Blaine frowned immediately, dismissing the idea as far too expensive. Arthur suppressed a knowing smile, recognizing how little the king truly understood the scope of Gideon's work. Stepping in, Arthur calmly reframed the discussion, urging the council to see the project not just as transportation, but as a solution to three major problems. First, the urgent need to secure supply lines. Second, the rising cost of domesticating mana beasts, driven higher by the instability of the beast glades. And third, the growing poverty spreading across Dicathen. At this, Baron burst out in protest, dismissing the claim outright and insisting that the war had strengthened the economy. Before the argument could spiral, Priscilla intervened, silencing him. Arthur spoke steadily, countering the claim. While business might be thriving, it was the merchants and elites who benefited, not the common people. Turning to Queen Priscilla, he asked whether there had been reports of riots sparked by rising taxes and the increasing cost of living. She confirmed it, surprised by his foresight. Arthur explained it simply. It was cause and effect. The war had redirected resources toward the military, neglecting the population that sustained the kingdoms. For the lower class, this meant higher expenses without higher wages. Attacks on coastal regions disrupted fishing, farmland had been destroyed, and survival itself had grown more difficult. Alduin leaned forward thoughtfully, asking if the railway project was meant to create jobs. Arthur confirmed it, explaining that such a massive underground system could not rely solely on a handful of earth mages. While mages would secure and stabilize the structure, the bulk of the work, construction, planning, and maintenance, would require ordinary laborers. Blaine suggested using slaves to reduce costs. Varian rejected the idea immediately, his tone firm. Slave labor, he explained, lacked the precision needed for such complex work. More importantly, this project was not a temporary solution. It marked the beginning of a new era. It would create an entirely new field of labor, one one that valued skill and effort over magic. From laying tracks to designing routes between cities, it was work that needed to be nurtured and rewarded, especially as more mages were sent to the front lines. Gideon eagerly supported this, emphasizing that fair wages would not only sustain workers, but also drive productivity. He wanted to build the project alongside those who would dedicate themselves to it. In the end, the council cast their votes. The decision was made. The Underground Railway would be built. Alongside it, new policies were established, including a firm ban on slave labor. Arthur placed his trust in Gideon, confident he would manage the workforce in a way that not only kept people employed, but allowed them to grow into leaders for the next phase of the project. As the plans unfolded, Arthur couldn't help but recognize the early signs of an industrial age taking root in Dicathen, something he had only ever read about in the textbooks of his past life. The war with Alacria had accelerated that change, and while he knew his knowledge alone couldn't end the conflict, he found some comfort in knowing he could at least ease the burden on those living through it. Life in the floating castle soon settled into a steady rhythm. Sylvie spent hours each day carefully drawing mana from Uto's horn, the process slow but controlled, leaving her calm and focused. Arthur, meanwhile, threw himself into relentless training, determined to push beyond his limits and prepare for the battles ahead. In quieter moments, Alanis and Emily would sit together in the garden, sipping tea and exchanging observations, wondering if the group's recent lackluster performances stemmed from exhaustion rather than weakness. On the training grounds, Bund and Catelyn clashed with fierce intensity. Catelyn's breathing grew uneven, strain clearly etched across her face, while Bund moved with effortless ease. Nearby, after finishing another set of drills, Ellie teased Arthur with playful mockery. Her jab landed perfectly, and Arthur, along with Camus, burst into laughter. Before ending the session, Camus made an unusual request. He asked Arthur to strike his open palm, not to test strength, but simply as a demonstration. Arthur hesitated, confused by the simplicity, but complied when Camus insisted. Drawing in mana, he delivered the punch as he would in real combat. Yet the result felt wrong. As his fist neared Camus's hand, the force seemed to vanish. The strike lost its power, landing softly, almost politely, against the elf's palm. Arthur pulled back immediately, frustration and confusion rising as he demanded an explanation. Camus only gave a vague hint. The answer lay in observation. Determined, Arthur tried again. And again, the same thing happened. A third attempt yielded no difference. But on the fourth strike, something shifted. He felt the air itself change, a subtle pressure forming around his fist. This time, the impact landed with a solid crack, forcing Camus to step back slightly. Realization dawned. Arthur could feel it clearly now. Camus wasn't blocking the strike directly. He was manipulating the air, adjusting pressure to slow and redirect the force before it could land. By creating a localized vacuum and controlling the air at the point of contact, he had been neutralizing the momentum of the attack. Arthur quickly voiced his understanding, his explanation rushed but accurate. Camus listened with a satisfied smile. Despite the unusual terms, Arthur had grasped the essence of the technique. Still, Arthur couldn't hide his amazement. The method was brilliant, so simple, yet so effective. He couldn't help but wonder why he hadn't thought of it himself. Camus, ever perceptive, voiced that very thought. Arthur scratched his head, sheepishly admitting it was true. The elder elf then reminded him of the purpose behind his training. Hester, Bund, Catelyn, and Camus were all there for a reason, to help him fully immerse himself in each element, not just to wield them, but to understand their unique fighting styles and refine his own. Arthur agreed, though he phrased it more simply. Camus's tone sharpened as he pointed out Arthur's real flaw. His style leaned too heavily toward offense. When forced onto the defensive, he relied on quick, energy-draining solutions. To Arthur, wind was just a weapon, a blade, a gust, a storm. Earth was nothing more than spikes and walls. But true mastery wasn't about brute force. It was about understanding the subtle, unseen applications of each element, the quiet ways they could be used beyond destruction. Camus gestured toward the battlefield where Bund and Catelyn had fought earlier. The ground was scarred, riddled with pits and gouges. He asked Arthur what had caused them. Arthur thought for a moment. The obvious answer was impact from attacks, but something told him that wasn't right. In the end, he admitted he didn't know. Camus explained that skilled earth mages could absorb and redirect force into the ground itself, dispersing the energy so precisely that even powerful blows became harmless. The damage Arthur saw wasn't just destruction, it was controlled redirection. He acknowledged the awkwardness of instructing someone technically above him in rank, but continued anyway. Arthur's control over the elements was impressive. Good, even exceptional. But his habits held him back. Years of one-on-one combat had shaped him to focus on striking or evading a single opponent. He wasn't yet adapted to handling multiple threats or complex battlefields. Time, Camus reminded him, was limited. Every lesson mattered. Those words stayed with Arthur as he left the training grounds and returned to his chambers. Sylvie, who preferred practicing in the quiet of her own room, seemed relieved to be back in familiar surroundings, though she admitted it could get dull. Arthur watched her work, curious about her progress with the horn. She told him it was going well, steady, controlled, and consistent. A small but meaningful success after a long day. Arthur admitted that his own training hadn't gone as smoothly. Still, he could feel something changing within him, a subtle shift, small but undeniable. Sitting cross-legged, he began to meditate once more. His breathing slowed as mana flowed through his body, gathering around Uto's horn and forming a dense, layered aura. Stray thoughts tried to creep in, but he pushed them aside, grounding himself in the present. Here, in the quiet of his room, he was safe. In the very next instant, everything warped. Arthur's vision blurred, the calm chamber dissolving, as if it had never existed. When clarity returned, he found himself standing in the grand halls of an unfamiliar castle. Low whispers slithered through the air as a cloaked man knelt deeply before a towering throne. From the shadows, a figure urged him to speak. The man introduced himself as Carnal of Blood Vale, his voice shaking with reverence as he sought guidance. Then the figure on the throne stepped forward, and realization struck Arthur like a blow. He wasn't just watching. He was inside Uto's memories. Through Uto's eyes, he felt it all. Karnal's Vertra bloodline was thin, yet his family's loyalty had endured. At Uto's command, Karnal removed his robe, exposing the marks carved into his back. A companion stepped forward to inspect them. One mark of awakening and 2 crests. One earned through valor in battle, the other through mastery of the first. Arthur could sense Uto's thoughts, faint approval mixed with disappointment. Karnal had achieved mastery, yes, but both crests leaned toward defense. Even so, judgment was given. For his unwavering loyalty to Vaker and his achievements in the battle against Seize Clar, Uto, retainer of Kiros Vritra, granted Karnal entry into the Obsidian Vault, a chance to earn an emblem. Karnal trembled as tears filled his eyes. Crossing his arms over his chest, he shouted his oath to the glory of Veker and Alacria. The soldiers lining the chamber echoed him, their voices swelling into a thunderous chant. For the Vritra, for Alacria, for eternal glory. Then, the vision shattered. Arthur staggered back to reality, gasping for air, as though he'd just survived a battle himself. A sharp burning pain shot through his palm, forcing him to drop the horn. Once again, the Acrorite had drained him completely, devouring every trace of mana he had poured into it. He cursed under his breath, staring at his trembling hand. How was he supposed to reach the white core if the artifact consumed everything he gave it? Worse still, doubt crept in. If this process forged a weapon, what kind of thing would it become? Soaked in Uto's corrupted mana, it could turn into something far beyond his control. All he could do was hope Ren knew exactly what he was doing. That night, Arthur stood at the edge of the practice field, his eyes on Ellie, but his mind elsewhere. Her arrow flew wide, missing the target, and she groaned in frustration. Arthur barely noticed. His thoughts were still tangled in what he'd seen. Marks, crests, emblems. They could be earned, unlocked, but how rare were they? Was Karnal exceptional, or just one of many? The soldier's fervor echoed in his mind. The Obsidian Vault clearly held immense importance. And those names, Vaker, Seize Clar, what were they really? Arthur! Ellie's voice snapped him back. She frowned, asking about her grip. He blinked, apologizing, brushing it off by saying he just wanted to spend time with her. She didn't buy it. Rolling her eyes, she told him to focus and not give her empty answers. Drawing another arrow, she steadied herself and pulled the string back smoothly. Arthur watched her, then asked quietly why she'd been training so much lately. The arrow released with a sharp twang. Her answer came just as quickly. With the war looming over everything, nothing felt certain anymore. If danger came tomorrow, she wanted to be ready, to defend herself. Arthur wondered if it was because their parents had gone to fight, but Ellie snapped back immediately. Even if they hadn't, nowhere was safe now. Then her tone softened, but her resolve didn't. She needed this. One day she would fight too. If everyone she cared about was risking their lives, she wouldn't stay behind. Arthur felt his chest tighten at her words. For a moment, he couldn't respond, only watched her, caught between pride and unease. Finally, he exhaled and pointed out her mistake. Her elbow had dipped just before release. She needed to hold her form even after letting go, to keep her shots consistent. Ellie blinked, surprised he'd noticed. Arthur nudged her elbow lightly, reminding her she'd done the same thing before. She mumbled that she already knew, clearly embarrassed. As she prepared another shot, she accused him of not paying attention earlier. Arthur didn't argue, just adjusted her stance, guiding her arm with steady hands. She whispered a quiet thanks, and when he saw the determination in her eyes, he smiled. Later that night, Arthur followed Varian through a narrow, torch-lit corridor. Guards trailed behind them like silent shadows. The air felt heavy, cut off from any sense of time. Ahead, a young elf straightened, greeting them with a bright expression. He apologized with a grin, admitting it was impossible to tell whether it was day or night in a place like this. Varian brushed it off and made the introduction. The youth was Elbold Schaffer, heir to a house long devoted to military service under the Aeroliths. Arthur studied him closely and immediately recognized the truth. Albold was far stronger than the guards around him. If he wished, he could cut them down without effort. Varian mentioned that Albold had likely heard of Arthur. The elf confirmed it eagerly, saying Arthur was already being spoken of as the leading candidate to become the next Erelith heir. Arthur coughed, caught off guard. Albold continued, explaining casually that with no direct male heir in the royal line, succession could always be secured through marriage. Arthur cut him off with a raised hand, his expression turning sharp enough to show he already understood the implication. Albold, however, seemed unfazed. Gratitude poured out of him as he proudly gestured toward the massive metal door behind him. Arthur tilted his head slightly, dryly noting that the young elf had been suppressing his presence on purpose. Varian confirmed it, adding that the Chaffer family possessed unnervingly sharp senses, capable of detecting even the faintest trace of mana. He went on to explain why Albold had been stationed here. The young elf had previously been assigned to the Beast Glades, but had disobeyed a direct order from his superior. Varian had intervened on his behalf, securing him this post instead. Albold immediately bowed deeply again, his thanks overflowing, though Arthur dismissed the display with a small gesture. Without further delay, he signaled to proceed. Albold unlocked the heavy bolts and pushed the door open. A wave of foul air rushed out to meet them, thick with rot and damp decay, enough to make Arthur's skin prickle. Despite the stench, the upper level of the dungeon felt strangely less suffocating than Arthur remembered from his first time here, after the Xyrus incident. The walls and shadows hadn't changed, but the memory of that day, the cold weight of judgment, had dulled with time. Varian, sensing his thoughts, asked quietly if the place brought back unpleasant memories. Arthur admitted that it did. After all, he now sat in council with the very man who had once sentenced him here, the same man who had conspired with the Greyzanders to destroy him. Varian's tone grew heavier as he spoke of the Gladers. Had it been his decision alone, he would have imprisoned them without hesitation. But Lord Alduin had been right. The kingdom needed them. Unlike the Greyzanders, whose influence had been fragile, the Glader family held power across much of Sapin. Exposing their betrayal now would destabilize the entire human realm, something they could not afford in the middle of war. Arthur shifted the conversation, bringing up the absence of the three-eyed Asura. He noted that the figure hadn't appeared since the incidents involving Redeus and Ulfrid. Varian studied him for a moment before asking if Arthur's time in Epheotis had made him too comfortable speaking of such beings. He revealed that Aldir had given him a communication artifact, yet recent attempts to establish contact had failed. That silence unsettled Arthur more than anything. As they descended further, the air grew heavier, thick, suffocating, and rancid. The lower levels reeked of decay so strongly it churned the stomach. An old man greeted them, his voice dry and brittle. Varian acknowledged him as gentry and requested to see Redeus first. Arthur followed, unease creeping in despite himself. He held no sympathy for the traitor, yet the sight inside the cell still struck him. Redeus slumped in the darkness, his body marked with blood and wounds, clear signs of prolonged torture. Arthur couldn't fully convince himself this was justice, though he pushed the thought aside. Varian explained that Gentry specialized in wind and sound magic, using illusions and hallucinations to break prisoners. Even so, Redeus would take time. As for the retainer, Gentry's tone shifted with fascination. He described the captive's resilience, his tough body, his unyielding mind, but noted that the suppressive restraints were slowly driving him insane. They were close, he claimed, to breaking him. Still, he warned them to be cautious. The vault prevented spellcasting, but raw strength and madness made the retainer dangerous. When the vault opened, Arthur met Uto's eyes across the dim chamber. The retainer stood restrained, worn but unbroken. A grin spread across his face, mocking, challenging. Arthur let the silence linger before casually pulling out the black horn and tossing it into the air. The gesture was deliberate, provocation wrapped in indifference. The grin vanished instantly. Uto's expression twisted into fury, his eyes blazing as he demanded the horn, his voice raw with desperation and rage. Questions poured from him, like a caged beast clawing for freedom. Arthur didn't rise to it. His response was calm, almost dismissive. Stepping closer, he leaned into Uto's fury and struck at something deeper. Not his pride, but his confusion. He spoke of the one thing that must truly torment him, not defeat itself, but the inability to understand how it had happened. That hit its mark. Uto jerked violently against his restraints, teeth grinding as rage boiled over. Without another word, Arthur stepped back and let the heavy door slam shut, sealing the retainer inside and cutting off whatever outburst was about to follow. Outside, Gentry spoke eagerly, almost excited, detailing their methods: pain, illusions, mental erosion. He urged them to continue pressing while the retainer's mind remained unstable. Arthur cut him off immediately. His voice was cold, final. He refused to authorize further interrogation. Opening the vault again now would only give Uto a sense of resistance, a fragment of control that would strengthen his madness rather than break it. Varian watched him closely, his expression tightening at the harsh edge in Arthur's gaze, a silent warning about what that look could become. But Arthur didn't waver. When the time came, he made it clear without needing to say much. He would handle Uto himself. Arthur tightened the final band around his arm as Emily continued working behind him, the growing maze of panels and instruments clicking softly with every adjustment she made. Though he couldn't see her, her presence was clear in the quick rustle of movement and the practiced efficiency of her hands. Alana stepped forward, her voice sharp as ever, and announced that today's exercise would be a 3-versus-1 scenario. Arthur was to stay focused, and more importantly, both water and ice magic were off limits. The restriction sent a pulse of tension through his shoulders. The moment Alanis gave the signal, Arthur moved. He shot forward in a blur straight toward Hester, leaving only a fleeting afterimage on the stone floor. Wind condensed around his hand with practiced precision, sharpening into a translucent blade that slashed horizontally toward the fire mage's torso. He moved with the calm confidence of someone who trusted his close-range combat instincts. When Hester caught his arm, Arthur welcomed the contact. In one fluid motion, he used her grip against her, twisting into her hold and sliding his hip beneath hers before flipping her cleanly over. Her breath burst out in a sharp gasp as her back slammed against the ground. Arthur moved to disable her lifeline artifact, but before he could finish, a sudden torrent of water crashed into him from across the room. The icy blast drenched him instantly, and within a heartbeat, it froze solid. Crystal frost locked around his limbs, trapping him in place. Heat flared across Arthur's skin as he layered his body in controlled fire mana, melting through the frozen shell and freeing himself. Without wasting another second, he abandoned Hester and lunged toward Princess Catelyn. The earth beneath her feet surged upward at his command, wrapping around her legs like shackles. She strained against the bindings with desperate force, but Arthur kept reinforcing the structure, forcing the soil higher and tighter until only her head remained above the mound. Lightning crackled around his fist, forming a glowing gauntlet of raw mana. For a moment, guilt brushed against him. Striking a princess, even in training, felt wrong. But the hesitation lasted only an instant. She had a lifeline artifact. Mercy, Arthur reminded himself, would be a luxury the war ahead wouldn't allow. He swung and a violent gust of wind slammed into him. Arthur was thrown backward as spiraling currents of air swallowed him whole. Camus, the elder, had triggered a cyclone around him, its force amplified by the brief opening Arthur had created. Arthur's first instinct was obvious. Go underground. Escape through the earth. But before he acted, something else took hold. In the thinning air, with oxygen rapidly draining away, another image surfaced in his mind. Udo's grin, that savage, mocking smile. It twisted through his thoughts like poison, whispering weakness into his ears. Run, hide. The thought alone ignited Arthur's pride. Rage surged through him, drowning out reason. If he couldn't face something like this, then how was he supposed to stand against the scythes? How could he ever protect Dicathen? He forced himself to stay still, conserving breath, and only then noticed what had nearly struck him moments earlier. A massive chunk of ice spun through the cyclone, then another and another. Soon dozens of jagged boulders orbited around him, each one larger than his head, smashing against one another with lethal force. Then suddenly, the ice disappeared. The shards dissolved into mist. In the next moment, flames bled into the vortex. The storm transformed. What had been a prison of wind and ice became a blazing inferno. The cyclone roared louder than before, now a spiral of fire and destruction that devoured the air around him. Arthur's vision began to blur. Dark spots spread across his sight. And then Udo's grin returned, this time sharper, more vivid. A hallucination born from lack of oxygen. It lingered only for a few heartbeats before darkness swallowed everything. His final thought, bitter and fleeting, blamed the oxygen-starved haze for the reckless pride that had led him here. When Arthur opened his eyes again, it felt as if only a second had passed. The ceiling of the training chamber came into focus. Then Catelyn's face. She knelt beside him, calm and composed, her expression steady. A cool sensation rested against his forehead. Arthur lifted a hand toward it, only for Catelyn to gently stop him. "Leave it there," she said softly, noting the lingering heat still radiating from his body. Arthur gave her a faint, grateful look, though regret weighed heavily in his voice as he apologized for the chaos he had caused. Catelyn dismissed it with quiet ease, reminding him that this was only training. Still, she warned him that the elders might not be as forgiving. She was right. Bun's booming voice thundered across the chamber. The dwarf tore into him without restraint, scolding him for fighting like an angry child throwing a tantrum. Arthur had known countless ways to escape the cyclone, yet instead of using any of them, he had tried to overpower the combined spell head-on. Arthur clenched his jaw. His frustration came through clearly as he admitted the truth. Yes, he had known other options, but he had wanted to test himself. If he couldn't survive something like that, then how could he ever face the remaining retainers? The scythes? How could he protect Dicathen at all? Camus spoke next, his tone quieter, but no less piercing. He recognized the weight pressing down on Arthur, the burden of expectation, responsibility, and fear. Arthur said nothing. Silence was easier. To them, he was a gifted prodigy with extraordinary talent. But inside, Arthur still carried the mind and memories of a king, a man who had once borne the weight of an entire crown. To admit fear now would feel like admitting weakness, despite every advantage he possessed. The thought kept pounding in Arthur's mind. If he couldn't overcome something as simple as a combined spell, then how was he ever supposed to stand against the scythes? How could he possibly protect his people, his homeland, and all of Dicathen? Camus finally broke the silence, his voice calm and certain. Wars, he reminded Arthur, were never meant to be fought alone, no matter how much the title of Lance made it feel that way. Hester's words followed, sharp and edged with dry frustration. She called out the pride she saw in him, reminding Arthur that he was not so indispensable that an entire continent could rest on his shoulders alone. Catelyn added her own quiet truth, her voice steady and composed. Just as Dicathen placed its trust in the lances, Arthur too needed to trust the soldiers fighting beside him to carry the burdens he could not. Arthur's expression tightened. To him, their words felt less like strategy and more like an attempt to console him, and he had little patience for that. Sensing his resistance, Hester's tone softened. She told him they only wanted him to understand that they knew what he was feeling. But whatever restraint Arthur had left finally snapped. His voice cut through the chamber with raw intensity as he reminded them that none of them had ever faced a scythe, nor even seen a retainer with their own eyes. They had no real understanding of what was coming. Anger and desperation bled into every word as he declared that this war was nothing like the conflicts between humans, elves, and dwarves. Even the Asuras themselves were wary of the Vritra. That alone should have been enough to show the scale of the threat. The frustration inside him finally erupted. How was he supposed to trust the fate of this war to ordinary soldiers when he himself had barely survived? How could he allow himself even a moment of rest, knowing what horrors awaited them? From the side, Ellie's anxious voice called out to him, filled with concern. Arthur didn't even turn. He strode past her in cold silence, every step deliberate, until the door slammed shut behind him, leaving the chamber drowned in a hollow stillness. For a moment, no one spoke. Catelyn was the first to break the silence, her voice quieter now, uncertain. She admitted that she had always thought Arthur's battle with the retainer had been an easy victory. Hester let out a slow breath, realizing her earlier words may have gone too far, but Baron quickly reassured her that Arthur's outburst hadn't come from her bluntness alone. Ellie kept staring at the closed door, her voice soft and pained. She confessed that this had likely been weighing on him for a long time, remembering how badly injured he had been when he first returned to the castle, far worse than he had ever allowed anyone to see. Emily's eyes widened with sudden realization, guilt creeping into her tone, as she connected his relentless obsession with training to that hidden truth. Seeing the unease hanging over everyone, Alanis made a simple decision. The debrief was over. Camus stepped forward and volunteered to handle it himself. Someone, he said, needed to check on their young mentee. Whether Arthur wanted to admit it or not, he needed to be reminded that he was not carrying this burden alone. Meanwhile, Arthur had retreated to the balcony. He stood there against the open horizon, the endless sky stretching before him, but his gaze remained fixed and unyielding, as if searching for answers the world refused to give. A moment later, Camus joined him. Breaking the silence, the old elf calmly remarked that Arthur had certainly made an impression, not with his fight, but with the storm of words he had thrown at everyone inside. Arthur's reply was short, his voice heavy with resolve. He would never lose like that again. Camus, however, gently redirected him. He reminded Arthur that he wasn't the only one crushed beneath the weight of duty and title. Everyone in that hall carried burdens of their own, scars left behind by both war and life. He even mentioned Ellie, noting how Arthur's younger sister often spoke with wisdom far beyond her years. Arthur exhaled slowly, some of the fire in him cooling into honesty. He admitted that his family, his parents and Ellie, was a large part of why he was fighting this war. Camus nodded in understanding. Protecting loved ones, he said, had always been the strongest reason any soldier chose to fight. But then his voice turned quieter. The real danger came when those loved ones were lost. Too many soldiers, he said, forgot why they had ever fought in the first place. Arthur looked at him more carefully then, sensing something deeper beneath the words. It sounded personal. Camus didn't deny it. He admitted that it was the very reason he had lived in isolation for so long, though he left the rest of that story for another time. Arthur remembered something Varai had mentioned before and pressed further. He had heard that Camus now led a unit. Camus gave a small, bitter smile. It was nothing more than an empty title, he said. After the last war, after losing both his wife and his sight, he had no intention of ever stepping onto a battlefield again. Arthur froze. The words hit him harder than any spell. His eyes widened as realization sank in. Camus was blind. Slowly, Camus lifted the strands of hair covering his face, revealing the scarred marks circling his eyes, the wound that had stolen his vision, yet somehow left his spirit intact. Arthur stared in disbelief. He could hardly process the fact that Camus had trained him for weeks while blind, and somehow no one had noticed. The revelation struck him like a blow. How had he missed every sign? Camus only laughed softly, the sound carrying quiet amusement. He explained that he still saw the world, just not in the ordinary sense. By bending the wind around him, he could sense even the smallest changes in his surroundings. Only facial expressions, he admitted, remained beyond his reach, which was probably why he sometimes came off more brusque than intended. Arthur, now filled with both curiosity and sympathy, asked the question carefully. Did he ever miss seeing the world the normal way? Camus was quiet for a moment. Then he admitted that the ache came in waves. Some days it barely touched him. Other days, it never really left. The last thing Camus had ever seen with his own eyes was his wife. That image, he said quietly, is what keeps her alive inside me. The words struck Arthur with an unexpected tenderness. There was something deeply sad about it, yet strangely beautiful, and for a moment he found himself wanting to hear more. But Camus gently pulled the moment back to the present. He warned that tragic stories would do little to help them in the middle of a war, and told Arthur to get some rest, to return with a clearer mind. His tone shifted into the familiar gruffness of an old soldier, scolding him about discipline, though the care beneath the words was impossible to miss. Arthur answered with a brittle joke, admitting that he might actually be more afraid of Camus now. A faint smile touched the old elf's voice, as he reminded him once more that no battle was ever fought alone. Then Arthur's thoughts drifted. A cadet crashed onto his back and skidded across the floor, the impact echoing sharply through the hall. Gray stood over him, breathing steady, his opponent defeated at his feet. Another match was over, another victory. And yet it brought him no satisfaction. A Division II candidate had just been soundly beaten. Once Gray might have believed a victory like this would finally be enough to lift him out of Division III. When he had first entered the academy, he had been naive enough to think hard work alone was enough. But after a year inside those walls, he had seen the rot buried deep within the system. So even as he stood victorious, he already knew what the outcome would be. What was there even to debate? He had won. At the center of the panel, the judge cleared his throat, his voice heavy with official authority as he addressed Gray. He acknowledged the cadet's exceptional martial skill, only to dismiss it with a thin excuse, claiming that Gray's poor chi utilization exposed a lack of proper fundamentals. The verdict came cold and final. Gray would advance only from Class 2 to Class 1, within the 3rd Division. The judge even had the nerve to congratulate him. Gray's lips tightened. Inside, he had already dismissed it. There was no point arguing. Words would change nothing. Then laughter rang through the hall, sharp, uncontrolled, and openly mocking. Lady Vera. She could barely contain her amusement at the absurd ruling. Judge Prem snapped at once, demanding decorum and chastising her for disrespecting the sacred annual assessment duels. But Vera cut him off with a fierce reply. She called the decision pathetic and exposed the truth for everyone to hear. Gray was being held back, not because of lacking fundamentals, but because he had no noble house to support his name. Judge Prem faltered, stumbling into a weak denial that carried no conviction. Vera pressed harder. How? She demanded. Can anyone justify placing Cadet Gray anywhere below Division I after that performance? Gray found himself silently hoping that Lady Vera possessed either the strength or the political influence necessary to challenge the judge's authority. Vera's voice remained sharp and unwavering. She pointed out that Gray's chi control surpassed that of many Class II students already in Division I. What others called a deficiency, she argued, was actually a masterful adaptation, an elegant way of compensating for a lower chi reserve with extraordinary technique. Judge Prem bristled, invoking his nearly 20 years of service and demanding respect for his experience. Unmoved, Vera gave a curt acknowledgement to his authority before suddenly stepping forward to stand directly in front of Gray. Her sudden closeness startled him. He had to steady himself beneath the intensity of her gaze. Then came the offer, unexpected, heavy with implication. Despite the judge's ruling, Vera offered to take Gray as her personal disciple. The entire hall seemed to hum with the weight of those words. As the heated exchange faded into a charged silence, Arthur's thoughts turned inward once more, pulled back into memories of a life long gone. He found himself questioning the meaning of his existence in this world. Coincidence or fate? He still lacked the pieces needed to understand how he had arrived here at all. The Asuras, especially Lord Indrath, clearly knew more than they had ever revealed. Arthur understood now that answers would not come freely. He would have to earn them. Victory in Dicathen's war felt like one possible way to force those answers loose. But another path remained, a more direct one. Sylvia's promise echoed in his mind. Once his Manticore crossed into the white stage, she would return, and then she would explain everything. His thoughts shifted to the fragment of Uto's horn he still carried. All his hope now rested on the belief that its dense, corrupted mana would finally push him across the threshold into the white core stage. But the moment he entered his chamber, his composure shattered. He froze. His eyes widened. Sylvie lay asleep, yet her body shimmered strangely, layered with overlapping shadows of herself. Her form kept shifting and blurring, almost as if she were transforming into something unseen. Arthur's heart lurched. Panic surged through him. He called out to her instinctively, desperate for any sign of response. Sylvie stirred. A small yawn escaped her as she sleepily greeted him. Relief hit him first, then confusion. Still shaken, he stammered out his concern, asking if she was all right. Sylvie blinked at him, puzzled by his panic. Arthur quickly explained what he had seen, her body shifting, changing, even forming what looked like a hand. But Sylvie dismissed his fear with calm assurance. She said she felt fine, better than before. Then she revealed the truth. The mana inside Uto's horn was unlike anything she had ever absorbed. It was powerful, invigorating. Arthur, still unsettled, tried to take comfort in the fact that at least she seemed to be progressing well. He admitted that he himself had been struggling with the horn's energy, forced to compensate through relentless training. Sylvie's voice remained steady and certain. For her, the mana flowed naturally, almost as if it had always belonged to her. While Arthur's path demanded far more effort, Sylvie could still sense his steady rise in strength, and she urged him to remain patient. Arthur found some comfort in her words, but his resolve only hardened. Her acknowledgement of his growth was encouraging, yet it still wasn't enough. Satisfaction remained just out of reach. His gaze stayed fixed on the distant horizon. He had to reach the white core stage, no matter how brutal the journey became. Weeks passed in relentless training. With every session, he grew sharper, body, mind, and mana alike. The white core no longer felt like some distant dream. It felt close, painfully close. The promise of it burned brighter with every passing day. Looking back, Arthur felt a quiet sense of certainty. He was glad he had refused Veray's artifact when he became a lance. The choice had been difficult, but it had forced him to rely on his own strength. Even so, doubts lingered. His mana flow had improved immensely, but he still couldn't wield raw speed and power with the effortless mastery the Thyestes clan displayed. Still, he knew one thing for certain. The moment he broke past the white core, an entirely new realm of strength would open before him. Inside his chamber, Arthur moved through a sequence of precise forms. Then suddenly, a burst of wind exploded outward, unintentional, but strong enough to slam the door open with a sharp creak. Boo, caught directly in its path, yelped as his fur was blown wildly backward. The sight was so absurd that both Arthur and Ellie burst into laughter. Ellie teased them with a smile, remarking how cheerful they seemed despite the quiet dawn. Arthur simply answered with an easy grin, and together they headed toward the training hall. As they entered, Ellie's eyes landed on Emily. The artificer looked exhausted, dark circles beneath determined eyes. She had spent 2 straight sleepless nights working alongside Ms. Amariah, compiling the full 2 months' worth of data from Arthur's training sessions. Arthur thanked her sincerely, but Emily brushed it off with quiet honesty. She added that Ms. Amariah would be arriving shortly. Almost as if summoned by the words, the rest of the trainers began filtering into the arena, filling the space with a vibrant, charged energy. Then Baron's booming voice cut through the room. It was time for Arthur's final training session. Protective gear was fastened and tightened. Straps were checked, weapons adjusted. It took several minutes before everyone was ready, the air growing thick with anticipation, challenge, and the familiar camaraderie forged through weeks of training. Baron declared the stakes with a grin. The loser would pay for the victory feast. Hester immediately fired back, telling him to start counting his coins. Baron shot back just as quickly, claiming she'd be the one dipping into the Flamesworth reserves. Then Alanis stepped in, her voice calm and final. Since this was Arthur's last mock battle, there would be no elemental restrictions. The words sent a thrill through him. Then Alanis gave the signal. The battle exploded to life. Baron roared something about alcohol as he charged first. Behind him, Camus stepped back, wind spiraling dangerously around his arms, but it was Catelyn's mana that instantly drew Arthur's focus. The sudden spike in her aura warned him that something devastating was about to be unleashed. Arthur reacted instantly. Using an old but reliable tactic, he loosened the stone beneath his feet and ripped fragments into the air until a thick cloud of dust spread across the arena. Then he surged forward. The battlefield blurred. Catelyn's eyes widened. Her breath caught as she tried to cast. Too late. Arthur reached her before the spell could form. He seized her wrist, twisted sharply, and threw her cleanly over his shoulder, straight into Baron's incoming charge. A sharp pain stabbed through his hand. Arthur glanced down. Frost was already creeping across his fingers. Even in the moment of being thrown, Catelyn had retaliated. Before he could react further, Camus struck. 2 spinning spears of compressed wind tore through the air toward him, twisting like drills with deadly precision. Arthur moved. The first spear missed by inches and slammed into the floor, boring a deep hole through solid stone before dissipating. The second didn't miss. It curved. Bending unnaturally through the air, it continued pursuing him. Arthur couldn't help but wonder if Camus had been lying about his blindness. No blind man should have been capable of that kind of precision. Ahead, Baron planted himself firmly. Stone armor encased his body, locking him into the ground as he raised the massive mace overhead. The stance practically begged Arthur to meet him head-on. Arthur rushed forward. At the last second, he feinted. Baron committed fully to the swing. That was all Arthur needed. He detonated blue fire beneath his feet. The explosion launched him upward like a missile. Below him, Baron's mace came crashing down, not on Arthur, but directly into Camus's wind drill. The collision shook the arena. Arthur barely had time to enjoy it. From the pond below, jagged spears of ice erupted upward, converging on his path. At the same moment, Hester unleashed crackling spheres of lightning. The combined attack boxed him in from every direction. Without hesitation, Arthur poured mana into a burst of fire. A violent shockwave erupted outward to meet the incoming ice. The two forces collided. Ice shattered. Flames burst apart. A piercing whistle filled the arena as the impact engulfed everything in a dense cloud of steam. Arthur didn't waste the opening. The instant steam filled the arena, he seized control of the moisture and wrapped it around himself in a spinning sphere of water. The liquid shield trembled violently the moment Hester's lightning struck it. A low hum spread through the field as arcs of electricity raced across the watery shell. He reacted at once. Before the current could drag him down, Arthur redirected the electrified water. He launched them straight at Bund, knowing the Earth Mage would be the most vulnerable to that combination. Bund barely had time to brace before his lifeline artifact flashed pink. From the side, Camus called out with amused disbelief, mocking Arthur's obvious refusal to pay for the victory feast. Arthur's eyes shifted toward Catelyn, his tone just as sharp as he asked if she was trying to avoid paying her share too. Her answer came in the form of action. A gleaming spear of ice formed in her hand and shot toward him without hesitation. It wasn't about money. If she could defeat him here, maybe her parents would finally allow her onto the battlefield. Arthur twisted aside, narrowly evading the spear, a faint smile tugging at his lips. So that was it. To her, he was the obstacle, standing between her and the front lines. With a flick of his hand, he manipulated the air, creating a vacuum in his palm and compressing the pressure enough to halt the spear mid-flight. Camus's earlier lesson flashed through his mind. Redirect force. Don't resist it. Arthur's fingers closed around the frozen weapon. Catelyn froze in disbelief. In the next instant, lightning burst from his grip. The spear exploded into jagged shards, sending frozen fragments everywhere. The blast hurled Catelyn backward into the wall, her artifact flashing just in time to protect her. Then Arthur felt it. Hester, closing in fast, surrounded by burning spheres of lightning. Her voice cut through the crackling air as she admitted the truth. 2 months of training had clearly not been wasted. Arthur smirked. Or maybe, he shot back, I've just been holding back. Camus immediately scoffed from across the arena, dismissing Arthur's wind control as mediocre at best. His words were followed by action. A roaring cyclone erupted around Arthur. A spiraling prison of force. Arthur answered instantly. Blue flames bloomed around him, tearing through the winds while water mana surged alongside it, freezing sections of the gale into brittle shards that shattered apart. The violent clash flooded the arena with steam, then silence. When the mist finally thinned, Arthur was gone. Emily's startled voice rang out first. He had vanished. Bund let out a frustrated roar, unable to hide his grudging admiration for how quickly Arthur adapted. The ground suddenly convulsed beneath Camus. Stone split open and swallowed his footing, mana gripping at his legs and dragging him off balance. Hester leapt clear. Camus wasn't as fortunate. He slammed hard into the ground, his artifact flashing to absorb the damage. Hester never saw Arthur emerge from the mist behind her. His fists were wrapped in hardened earth mana, forming crushing stone gauntlets. She reacted fast, blue flames crashing down toward his foot. Arthur jerked back just in time, then surged forward again. His punches came fast and tight, every strike loaded with brutal force. Hester met him blow for blow, weaving between attacks and parrying with sharp precision. Arthur's mind remained cold and analytical. Her fire magic far surpassed his in raw control. But in close combat, she couldn't match him. Their clash erupted in sparks and flame. Hester's burning fist shattered one of his stone gauntlets, fragments scattering across the arena floor. But Arthur was already moving. Lightning crackled across his other fist. He drove the punch straight into her stomach. The electric impact blasted her backward, and her artifact activated the moment she hit the ground. Battle over. Silence settled over the arena. All 4 of his opponents were down, slumped against walls or sprawled across the floor, breath ragged and mana exhausted. From above, Ellie's triumphant cheer rang out as she sat atop Boo, shouting for her brother with unrestrained pride. Arthur finally dropped to the floor himself, chest heaving, his mana core throbbing from the strain. But he had done it. Victory was his. Camus groaned from against the wall and gave a reluctant nod, conceding the outcome. Then, with a sly smile, he reminded everyone that something even more important still remained unresolved. The feast. Hester, wiping sweat from her brow, immediately agreed. Who exactly was paying? Bund, still dazed, muttered that the losers were obviously supposed to split the cost. Camus's grin widened. Why split it, when one person can pay for all of it? Bund should be the one paying. After all, he was the first to go down, and the one who dragged the rest of the team down with him. Hester raised her hand immediately, siding siding with Camus without a second thought. Catelyn followed a moment later. The dwarf roared again, protesting the sheer absurdity of their reasoning. Arthur, still catching his breath from the battle, let the argument continue for a moment before turning toward Hester. He asked why she had waited until the final clash to use lightning when she so clearly wielded it with skill. Hester answered without hesitation. The spell consumed far too much mana. She had only risked using it because she trusted the others to cover for her if things went wrong. Before the banter could spiral any further, Emily's voice sliced cleanly through the noise. Her tone brimmed with excitement. It was time for the moment they had all been waiting for. Alanis had carefully tracked Arthur's mana flow throughout every stage of his training, while Emily had compiled extensive data not only on Arthur, but also on Catelyn, Camus, Hester, and Bund. She explained that the results had been cross-referenced against data collected by her assistants across multiple academies, more than 300 participants in total. Students, soldiers, even the lances themselves. Bund's eyes widened. Even the lances? Emily nodded, though she quickly clarified that the results measured raw output alone, not refined control or mastery. Bund impatiently demanded she skip the explanation and get to the rankings. Emily decided to indulge him first. Based on his above-average spell output, Elder Bund ranked in the 93rd percentile. The dwarf immediately exploded. His voice boomed through the hall as he wildly misread the result. 93% of people are stronger than me? Camus smirked. No, he corrected smoothly. It means only 7% are stronger. The clarification instantly changed Bund's expression. His chest puffed out with pride. Emily continued. Because the sample size was still limited and somewhat skewed, everyone's percentile could still shift as more data came in. Then she revealed the rest. Elder Camus ranked in the 95th percentile. Above him stood Elder Hester at the 97th percentile, the highest raw output among the group. At that, Hester cast Bund a small, unmistakably victorious glance. Bund muttered under his breath, clinging desperately to Emily's earlier disclaimer about the data still being incomplete. Hester only shrugged, thoroughly enjoying the moment. Then Emily turned to Catelyn. Before she could speak, the princess quietly raised a hand and shook her head. She didn't want to know. Comparisons, she explained calmly, would only hinder her growth rather than help it. Alanis gave an approving look but said nothing. Finally, Emily turned toward Arthur. With measured clarity, she revealed his placement. Arthur ranked in the 90th percentile. Bund's grin widened instantly. He lumbered over and threw a heavy arm across Arthur's shoulders, boasting that the young lance would surely surpass him someday. But for now, Bund still stood slightly higher. Arthur only smiled. Then Hester cut through the moment with perfect timing. That slight superiority hadn't stopped Bund from being the first one eliminated in a 4 versus 1 match. Bund flushed red and immediately threatened a rematch. Camus silenced the argument before it could reignite, redirecting everyone's attention back to Emily. The real question was whether the training had paid off. Emily confirmed that it had. The 2 months had produced significant results. Arthur's mana flow efficiency had improved dramatically. She handed him a carefully prepared report, filled with detailed analysis and notes on areas where he could continue improving even after her departure. Arthur accepted the papers with genuine surprise. The sheer amount of work was obvious. He thanked her sincerely. Alanis inclined her head, admitting that working with him had been a pleasure. Naturally, Bund shattered the quiet moment. In his usual booming fashion, he demanded that everyone head to dinner immediately, so Arthur could spend the meal praising their greatness. Hester let out a soft laugh, remarking that the thought of Bund paying somehow made the food sound even better. Arthur turned to Emily and gently asked if she would be joining them. She offered a small smile and shook her head. There was still cleanup left to do. They should go on without her. As the others left for the feast, Emily remained behind in the now quiet training hall. She bent down, gathering the scattered papers and mana discs spread across the floor. For a moment, she paused. Her eyes drifted over the dismantled panels and recording tools. A quiet thought crossed her mind. The instruments had collected invaluable data, but not all of it made sense. The recording method had remained identical since the very first spar, and yet whenever Arthur entered that strange form of his, the readings became erratic, wild, unstable. The system had labeled it incalculable. That shouldn't have been possible. A faint unease settled in her chest. Later, Arthur and Ellie walked beside Emily toward the dining hall. The moment Arthur stepped through the doors, it felt as though he had crossed into an entirely different world. Ellie's eyes widened the moment she stepped into the hall, her voice bright with wonder, as she took in the almost magical atmosphere around her. Emily let out a soft chuckle beside them, admitting that the aroma alone was enough to make her hungry. Arthur's hand shot out the instant Ellie's curious fingers drifted toward a nearby display of alcohol. He lightly smacked her hand away. "Don't touch that." Ellie pulled back with a pout, muttering under her breath in frustration. She glanced around the lavish hall and quietly wondered if they should have dressed more formally for something like this. Arthur reassured her with an easy smile. It was meant to be a comfortable dinner before he returned to the battlefield. Ellie gave him a knowing look. With the council, the lances, and the elders all gathered in one place, comfortable felt like a very generous word. From across the room, Catelyn entered, poised as ever, accompanied by Elder Hester. Her gaze immediately landed on Arthur's relaxed clothes and casual posture. A pointed smile touched her lips as she remarked that he certainly seemed to have made himself comfortable. Arthur raised his glass in mock defense. "This is casual," he replied lightly. Hester's lips curved in amusement as she lifted her own glass, softly clinking it against his before taking a sip. Arthur leaned back with a grin, explaining that true comfort meant loose clothes and enough room to survive the feast ahead. The doors opened again. Bun's booming laugh and Camus's calm voice spilled into the hall before the two of them even fully entered. The dwarf's eyes immediately locked onto Arthur's outfit. With loud mockery, he demanded to know how Arthur planned to survive even the appetizers dressed like that. It didn't take long for the hall to fill completely. Voices overlapped. Laughter spread. Glasses clinked. Though Varian had called this gathering to celebrate the end of Arthur's training, it quickly became clear that it meant more than that. For everyone present, it was a rare breath of peace beneath the shadow of war. Still, not all tension had vanished. King Glader sat with his usual rigid posture, making no real effort to speak with Arthur. His cold, measuring eyes said more than words ever could. To him, Arthur's loyalty to his homeland still remained uncertain. Even so, the celebration gradually pulled Arthur in. Toast after toast followed. The warmth of alcohol slowly wore away at his usual restraint. Before long, he had clearly drunk more than intended. At one point, he somehow ended up pulling a very unwilling General Baron into a clumsy embrace, repeatedly insisting that there were absolutely no hard feelings between them. Baron looked moments away from exploding. Arthur, meanwhile, only laughed and stumbled away toward Varai and Aya. Aya's sharp eyes swept over him, amusement flickering in her expression as she remarked on how much bonding seemed to have happened in their absence. Arthur skipped the joke and went straight to the question weighing on him. Had they confirmed the retainer sighting? Varai answered with her usual cold composure. There had been nothing. If the enemy had truly been there, they were long gone by the time she arrived. Aya added that all they could do now was hope the report had been false. Still, her tone softened as she admitted she was glad they had returned in time to celebrate with him. Arthur lifted his glass. "This isn't just my celebration," he said with a smile. "It's for all of us." Their quiet conversation was interrupted by a stir near the doors. A new figure entered. Every eye in the hall shifted. Varian's voice soon followed, firm yet relieved. Scouts in Darv had uncovered evidence that cleared General Mika of any ties to Radeus or the Vritra. Mika stepped forward and calmly reaffirmed her loyalty to the country. Still, she couldn't hide her confusion at the absence of the dwarves on the council and Lord Alduin's disappearance. Varian reassured her with a steady nod. Those matters would be addressed tomorrow. Tonight, no one here was a soldier. No one was a council member. Tonight, they were simply companions sharing food, drink, and a fleeting moment of peace. Once everyone had settled, Varian tapped his spoon lightly against his glass. The room fell silent. His speech was brief, but it carried weight. Even the strongest needed rest. War would not stop. Tomorrow would bring more battles. That was exactly why tonight mattered. They were to eat, drink, and laugh now, so they could face the dawn with renewed strength. Applause filled the hall. Bun's unmistakable roar of "Hell yeah!" rose above everyone else, drawing laughter from all sides. Then the food arrived. Rich aromas flooded the room in waves. Ellie's delighted gasp rang out as she immediately attacked a bowl of soup, her joy so genuine it spread to everyone around her. Arthur leaned back in his chair, the warmth of the fire at his back and the slow burn of alcohol settling through him. His head felt pleasantly heavy. He had definitely overindulged, but tonight he didn't regret it. Then Ellie's eyes started following his glass. Her pleading expression became harder and harder to ignore. At first Arthur was ready to refuse again. Then, with a tired sigh, he finally gave in. One sip. That was all. Emily's eyes widened the moment Ellie eagerly snatched the rounded glass. A warning left her lips. Too late. Instead of a careful taste, Ellie took a full gulp. Arthur had already seen it coming. The next second, Ellie sputtered violently, coughing and spraying the harsh liquor outward. Arthur quickly shaped a small circular vacuum of wind, pulling the liquid harmlessly away before it could splatter across the table. Emily leaned closer to Ellie with a smile, teasing her curiosity and joking that her adventurous taste buds had now conquered both raw fish and flaming fungus. Arthur returned his attention to the feast, enjoying the rich scent of shellfish and mushrooms drifting through the hall. Then, pain, sharp, sudden. It struck deep in his chest. At first he thought it was the food, maybe something in the meal, an allergic reaction, but the pain deepened, twisting, wrenching. Then realization hit him. It wasn't his body, it was his mana core. Across the table, Catelyn's sharp eyes immediately caught the change in his expression. Catelyn was the first to notice. Her eyes narrowed as she caught how pale Arthur had suddenly become, her voice cutting through the haze of pain clouding his mind. Bund, however, only laughed. He took Arthur's condition as proof of the legendary strength of dwarven ale, booming that even the strongest warriors could be brought low by it. Arthur slowly rose to his feet, forcing his expression into calm despite the agony twisting inside him. With as much dignity as he could manage, he admitted that he had underestimated dwarven ale and offered a brief apology before excusing himself for the night. Each step toward the door was measured and careful. His thoughts spiraled. Was his mana core failing? Had someone poisoned him? The walk back to his chamber felt endless. By the time he reached his room, the pain had intensified into something unbearable. The moment the door shut behind him, Arthur collapsed to the floor, curling into himself, as another brutal wave of agony ripped through his chest. He couldn't even make it to the bed. In desperation, he summoned Uto's horn from his dimensional ring, clutching it with urgency. Instinct took over. He pressed it close and began absorbing its dense, potent mana, desperately hoping it would calm the violent storm raging within his core. Instead, everything seemed to slow. Then, in the space of a single heartbeat, a surge of raw, overwhelming energy exploded through his body, igniting every pore and sending sparks dancing even to the tips of his hair. And in the very next instant, his consciousness vanished. His vision blurred into darkness as memories from another life crashed into him in broken, disjointed waves. Gray stood in the arena once more, his chi pool already stretched to its limit. Frustration carved itself deep into him. This had been the year his shallow reserves had held him back, and he swore it would never happen again. At the edges of the arena stood Nico and Cecilia, their voices raised in fierce support, just as they had been during his first competition. Their faith in him had never wavered, even as his progress stalled. Though he remained trapped in Division 3, the crushing weight of hopelessness eased at the thought of his mentor. Her chi pool was formidable. Her mastery even more so. To serve as a judge at the institution meant she possessed either immense experience or powerful connections. In a place as corrupt as this, likely both. Either way, having her in his corner was no disadvantage. Gray resolved then and there to accept her guidance. He needed every edge he could claim if he was going to rise. Yet her name lingered strangely in his mind. Lady Vera? Why does that sound familiar? The thought was cut short. A shadow moved behind him. Gray gasped, but before he could react, a masked figure seized him. A cloth was forced over his mouth, its acrid stench flooding his senses. The fumes rushed into his lungs, stronger than anything he could fight. His body weakened instantly. His vision collapsed into darkness. He crumpled helplessly to the floor. Arthur's eyes snapped open. He lay sprawled across the cold floor of his chamber, his arms stretched outward exactly as the vision had ended. Heart pounding, he pushed himself upright. Relief rushed through him as he recognized the familiar walls and air of his own room. Despite the violent force of the memory, everything around him remained intact. Arthur immediately turned his senses inward and froze. His mana core had changed. No longer the faint silver glow he had always known. At the center of his being now burned a blazing white sun. The realization hit him in a single breathless instant. He had broken through the white core. Disbelief surged into triumph. He sent a testing pulse of mana through his body and felt it flow like a living river, smooth, seamless, and instantaneous. Without hesitation, he raised his palm and coaxed the mana into form. It answered with startling obedience. A single orb bloomed above his hand, then it split into two. Then a dozen smaller spheres hovered there like captive stars. Excitement surged through him as he began experimenting. Some he ignited by drawing fire affinity particles from the air. Others crystallized instantly into ice. Water formed into wobbling spheres before compressing into tighter, denser shapes. Every motion felt effortless, precise, as if the core itself now understood his will. A grin spread across Arthur's face. He could already imagine Alanis poring over the data charts and instantly realizing her numbers would need to be rewritten. Organic magic, raw, gestureless, and unbound by fixed form, had always been harder to command. His memories from a past life had accelerated his learning before. But never like this. This was different, natural, immediate, and instinctive. The white core wasn't merely a rise in power. It had changed the very way he perceived mana. For a moment, his thoughts turned toward the lances. Was this the reason for their uncanny ease with magic? Then another thought tugged at him. Realm Heart. The possibility of new thresholds sent a thrill through him. But before he could explore it, a sharp pain detonated behind his eyes. Arthur staggered. The sensation came with something else, a muffled, urgent presence brushing against his mind. Sylvie. Her voice came through faint, distorted, and distant. He tried to call back. Only silence answered. Arthur moved instantly. His feet carried him down the stairs in a rush toward the training room, where Sylvie had secluded herself. The moment the door swung open, he froze. At the far end of the dim chamber stood a small figure cloaked in black. Wide eyes stared back at him, filled with fear and uncertainty. But it wasn't the robe that rooted him in place, it was the horns. Two jet-black curves rose from her head. Sylvie. For a long moment, neither of them moved. Silence stretched heavy between them. Then her voice touched his mind through their bond, hesitant and almost embarrassed, asking him not to stare. Arthur exhaled shakily, forcing words through the storm of confusion. He asked what had happened. Sylvie explained that consuming the mana from Uto's horn had shattered the seal her mother had placed on her to keep her hidden. With that seal broken, a form long associated with the Asuras had awakened. A human guise. Arthur struggled to piece it together. But before he could ask more, Sylvie staggered and nearly collapsed. Alarm surged through him as he rushed forward. Then she lifted her head again, and something was wrong. Nothing about her appearance had changed. Yet the presence radiating from her was completely different. Cold, commanding, alien. The shift in her aura was so sudden and sharp that Arthur instinctively stepped back, a chill running down his spine. When she spoke again, the voice was strange, measured, deliberate. She tested the bond, asking if he could hear her. Arthur's silence gave her the answer. She clapped softly, almost relieved. Good. It would make things easier now that the connection had been established. Arthur's eyes narrowed. His voice hardened as he demanded to know who she was. Then came the smirk. Bloodshot eyes met his. A cold edge laced her voice as she revealed herself. Agrona, the ruler of Alacria. Arthur's breath caught in his throat. The moment the truth settled in, it struck him like a punch straight to the chest. Inside the dark sanctuary, every strange detail suddenly snapped into place. Sylvie wasn't just acting strange. She was being possessed. And not by just anyone. Agrona, the ruler of Alacria himself. Before Arthur could even process the weight of that realization, Sylvie slowly lifted her head. But this wasn't Sylvie anymore. Her hair had turned a ghostly white, the color draining from it like life itself had been stripped away. Her eyes glowed with a terrifying crimson light, burning like embers in the darkness. Then came the smile, a slow, sinister curve that didn't belong to her. An eerie purple glow began spreading through the chamber, staining the air with unnatural mana. And then the sanctuary erupted. Magic exploded outward in a violent surge, and the massive doors slammed shut with a deafening boom. Arthur was trapped, alone, locked inside with the most dangerous being in the world. His hand shot up instantly. Mana gathered around his fingers as his voice cut through the tension. What did you do to Sylvie? His eyes sharpened. Is she safe? Agrona answered through Sylvie's body with unsettling calm. He assured Arthur that Sylvie was perfectly safe. What Arthur was seeing now was nothing more than a spell that had been planted inside her egg long ago. At the moment, Sylvie herself was merely asleep, buried deep within her own consciousness. Arthur didn't lower his guard. Instead, he raised it. With a flick of earth magic, stone rose from the floor, shaping itself into 2 chairs. One for him, one for the monster in front of him. Arthur sat down slowly, his gaze never leaving those glowing crimson eyes. Agrona chuckled. He actually thanked Arthur for the hospitality. Then, with casual amusement, he remarked that conversations always went more smoothly when the other person wasn't actively trying to kill him. Arthur's voice remained cold. Harming me while possessing my bond doesn't seem very effective. Agrona smirked. Hurting Arthur now, he said, would be pointless. With such a small body, he couldn't even use mana arts properly in this form. Then his expression changed. He leaned forward. The amusement faded from his eyes. This, he said, was an important conversation. Agrona admitted that he was glad Arthur was alone, for 2 reasons. First, he had no interest in dealing with Dicathen's leaders, though, he confessed, seeing the terror on their faces when they realized he could invade even the most secure place on the continent would have been entertaining. Arthur narrowed his eyes. And the second reason? Agrona suddenly laughed. Then he pointed directly at Arthur. You. Arthur froze. Out of the entire continent, Agrona found him interesting. The thought alone was enough to unsettle him. Why would someone like Agrona care about him? Agrona laughed again, clearly enjoying Arthur's discomfort. He told him to relax, joking that he had no intention of suddenly pinning him down, especially since it would look inappropriate in Sylvie's current form. Arthur's expression hardened. He admitted something. He had always imagined Agrona as some stereotypical tyrant, a dictator obsessed only with conquest and destruction. Agrona smirked. Arthur, he admitted, wasn't entirely wrong. But to his people, he had to appear far more dignified than that. Then the conversation shifted. Agrona began speaking about his past, and what he revealed was shocking. For generations, he had lived among humans in Alacria. He had studied them, observed them, learned how lesser races changed. According to him, humans were fascinating because their morals shifted constantly. Hundreds of years ago, public executions had been treated as entertainment. Now, people considered them horrifying. Human ethics, right and wrong, justice and cruelty. All of it changed with time. And ruling humans, Agrona explained, meant adapting alongside those changes. Arthur's anger finally spilled over. He demanded to know what right and wrong meant to Agrona when his retainers had butchered Dicathen soldiers. But Agrona calmly countered. Dicathen had displayed Jagret's frozen corpse like a trophy. Neither side, he said, held the moral high ground. Arthur fell silent. A deeply disturbing realization began forming in his mind. Maybe Alacria wasn't the slave empire he had always imagined. Agrona's smirk deepened. He had read Arthur's thoughts perfectly. Arthur found it strange that Agrona cared so much about lessers. After all, according to the Asuras, Agrona had been experimenting on humans long before his exile from Epheotis. Agrona's response was chilling. The best lies, he said, are half-truths. Arthur's heart pounded. Then Agrona asked a dangerous question. Had Lord Kezis ever told Arthur the real reason behind everything he had done? Arthur answered cautiously. Wasn't it to build an army powerful enough to defeat the Asuras? Agrona laughed. Did Arthur really believe he had simply woken up one day and decided to commit genocide against his own race? Arthur refused to accept it. No reason could justify such atrocities. Agrona sighed, disappointed. He said he should have expected Arthur to think exactly like Kezes. Then he asked Arthur to imagine something. What if he had been born without magic? How would everyone around him have treated him? He never would have entered Xyrus Academy, never stood among nobles, never become a lance. He would have been just another powerless laborer, ignored, forgotten. Agrona compared that to his own life. The Basilisk clan had been feared by other races, but among the Asuras themselves, they had been mocked, belittled, looked down upon. Even Lord Indrath, who had been willing to acknowledge a lesser like Arthur, had never truly acknowledged Agrona. Arthur immediately rejected the comparison. A tragic past did not justify experimenting on innocent lives. Agrona's response was ice cold. Do you cry for the ants you step on? For a moment, Arthur became certain this entire conversation was pointless. Then Agrona made an even more disturbing claim. His experiments had helped Alacria. Its people worshipped him, not out of fear, but as their savior. Arthur demanded proof. He accused Agrona of erasing history, wiping the memories of the people whose ancestors had been tortured and slaughtered. Agrona remained calm. He said those people should be grateful. Their sacrifices, according to him, had allowed future generations to prosper. And then Arthur understood something horrifying. Agrona truly believed he was right. Arthur asked him what exactly all those sacrifices had accomplished. Agrona finally revealed the answer. In Dicathen, only 1 in every 100 people could use magic. In Alacria, it was 1 in 5. Arthur froze. The difference was monstrous. The power gap between the two continents was far greater than he had imagined. Agrona smiled. At last, Arthur was beginning to understand. Arthur then asked the question that had been gnawing at him. What was Agrona's true goal? Was he trying to bring Arthur to his side? Agrona laughed softly. Then he began revealing even darker truths. He reminded Arthur of the attack on his parents at the wall. They had survived only because Agrona had allowed it. Arthur stood frozen. Then came another devastating revelation. The Asuras had abandoned Dicathen. Agrona explained that Aldir and Winsome had attempted to infiltrate his stronghold, but had been caught. Arthur immediately assumed that meant the treaty had been broken. But Agrona revealed the truth. A secret deal had been made. The Asuras would no longer interfere in this war. Winsome, Aldir, all of them, gone. Arthur felt his entire world begin to collapse. Then Agrona made his offer. Having Arthur willingly join him would be ideal. But for now, he only wanted one thing. Arthur needed to leave the war, disappear, hide. He could even live peacefully in Alacria. The only condition, he must never stand against Agrona's army. Agrona added that until now he had deliberately avoided unnecessary civilian casualties. And Arthur himself had barely survived what had already happened. This, he warned, was only the beginning. Then came the question that cut deepest. What were the odds that Arthur's side could actually win? And even if they somehow did, what guarantee was there that his loved ones would survive to see it? But if Arthur accepted the deal, his family would remain safe. Everyone he cared about would be protected. Agrona told him to think it over. He would leave a spell within Sylvie's body so Arthur could deliver his answer later. But he warned him to choose quickly. The war was moving into its next stage, and it would not benefit Arthur's side. Arthur's eyes narrowed. Then he asked the question that had haunted him from the beginning. Why had Agrona said that Arthur was the only person on the entire continent who interested him? A terrifying smile spread across Sylvie's face. Her crimson eyes glowed brighter. And then Agrona finally revealed the truth. He said he had enjoyed speaking with an old friend. The next words froze Arthur where he stood. King Grey. Arthur's mind went blank. His greatest secret. His past life. The truth he had never spoken aloud. The most dangerous being in the world knew everything. And with that, Agrona left. The crimson glow faded. The sinister aura vanished. And moments later, Sylvie awakened. The scene shifts to the battlefield. Massive footsteps thunder through the forest, each impact making the earth tremble beneath the soldiers' feet. Then, out of the suffocating darkness, a colossal beast emerges, its monstrous roar ripping through the night so violently that the very air seems to shake. It crashes headfirst into a wall of glowing green magic shields. Crack! The barrier splinters under the force. Behind it, the Alacryan army stands in formation, spears raised, bodies tense, every soldier prepared to die if ordered. At the front of the line stands their commander, a blond man clad in red and black armor, arrogance practically radiating from him. "For the great Vritra!" he shouts, voice booming across the chaos. "Hold the line." The ground trembles harder. Then suddenly, from the darkness behind the beast, an entire swarm of mutated monsters bursts forward like a living nightmare. The commander's expression sharpens. "Don't let a single one stray from the pack," he orders coldly. It was troublesome enough leading them all the way from the northern beast glades. Among the horde, a massive armored insect-like monster forces its way toward the front, its jagged shell gleaming beneath the dim light. But the commander only smirks. To him, this isn't a war. It's an opportunity. He glances back at the trembling subordinate behind him. "Ashton," he says, voice dripping with disdain. "Can you see anything inside the forest?" Ashton stammers, barely able to steady his voice. "Sir, the fog. It's blocking everything." A slow, cruel smile spreads across the commander's face. Then you'll be coming in with us. Before Ashton can even protest, he's violently yanked forward by the collar. You sentries always act like you're special because of your little voyeuristic tricks, the commander sneers. Today you learn your place. Ashton freezes, completely powerless to resist. A mental link suddenly activates between them, glowing violet rings pulsing faintly as the connection locks in place. Report only to me, the commander says coldly. And try not to be useless. He tosses a small pouch into Ashton's chest. Mask your scent with that powder, unless you'd rather let the beast tear you apart. And in the very next moment, boom, the earth shatters. The beast horde crashes through the outer edge of Elenoir Forest. The invasion has begun. A pleased grin curls across the commander's face. If this mission succeeds, he'll finally earn entry into the Obsidian Vault and claim an emblem just like his father. His ambition burns hotter than the battlefield itself. Once he gets his hands on a true crest, a legendary Defilith, House Vale will rise above every bloodline in Alacria, even above his father. Move forward, he commands. Inside the forest, the elven soldiers stand their ground, silver armor glinting faintly through the thick fog. Then chaos erupts. A beast lunges out from the shadows and sinks its teeth straight into an elven soldier's neck. A scream tears through the forest. Blood sprays across the ground. In an instant, the battlefield descends into pure carnage. Steel clashes, magic explodes, bodies fall. From the rear lines, the blonde commander watches everything unfold with cold amusement. What catches his eye, however, is something unexpected. Even the weaker elven mages are using strangely versatile spells to hold the line. But he doesn't care. To him, this is still nothing more than a stepping stone, a chance to raise his status, his bloodline, his name. Then suddenly, dark arrows rain down from above. An elven commander steps into view, a female mage desperately holding the line with wind magic. The commander's eyes instantly lock onto her. There, that's the real target. Shields on me, he orders sharply. Everyone else fall back. Then his gaze cuts toward Ashton. You stay close. If I'm in danger, relay it immediately. A massive flaming sword erupts into his hand. In the next instant, he vanishes. The battlefield blurs behind him as he dashes forward at insane speed. His blade crashes down. The elf barely blocks in time with a windshield. Sparks explode on impact. He clicks his tongue in irritation. Too slow. He launches into a relentless assault, every strike faster and heavier than the last. Inside his mind, Ashton's voice trembles through the mental link. Her mana readings are strange, but she's only mid-tier. Wait, duck! The commander drops instantly. A massive green blast tears through the air above his head. His eyes widen. That would have killed him. Now he's irritated. This fight has gone on long enough. He raises his blade again. Ashton's panicked voice rings out once more. From the right! He dodges immediately and in the same motion hurls his flaming sword toward the elf. She barely avoids it. The blade slams into the ground, and then, boom, a violent explosion of fire engulfs the battlefield. In the very next second, the commander appears in front of her and drives a brutal strike into her stomach. She's blasted backward, crashing hard into the ground, completely defeated. The commander walks toward her slowly, sword resting on his shoulder. A smug grin spread across his face. Pathetically easy. Then everything stops. The air turns deathly still. The sounds of battle vanish. His body locks. His eyes widen. Fear. Pure, uncontrollable fear. Ashton? But this time, Ashton isn't calm. He's screaming inside the link. Stefan, run! Run now! Stefan's knees buckle. His body trembles violently. He can't breathe. It feels as if something invisible is crushing his very soul. I'm the heir of House Vale. I can't lose. Slowly he looks up and sees him. A figure standing silently amidst the burning forest, unmoving, terrifying. Arthur Leywin, dark red hair sways in the wind. A heavy cloak drapes over his shoulders, and his eyes, cold enough to freeze the world itself. Stefan's mind shatters. How is he my age? Arthur says nothing. He simply raises one hand. Ice mana erupts. In an instant, frost explodes across Stefan's body, freezing him alive where he stands. A scream of pure agony rips out of him as he collapses into the dirt, completely helpless, completely broken. This wasn't supposed to happen. Silence returns. The battlefield is over. Moments later, an elven commander approaches. Lena Amaris, leader of the eastern unit of Elenoir. She bows her head slightly. Thank you, General Arthur. You saved us. But Arthur doesn't smile. His expression remains cold. I was late. His eyes sweep across the battlefield. The dead, the wounded, the destruction. A shadow of regret flickers through him. All of this could have been avoided if he had arrived sooner. Then a voice echoes in his mind. Agrona's voice. The war is entering its next stage, and this time it won't favor you. Arthur's fist clenches. He understands now. This is only the beginning. Then his gaze sharpens, turning cold and ruthless. He points towards Stefan's frozen body. Take him. A brief pause. Make sure he doesn't die. His eyes darken. And make sure he doesn't kill himself. His voice turns ice cold. I need him alive. Deep within the forest, inside a glowing magical dome, the air felt heavy and suffocating, thick with tension and the lingering scent of blood and smoke. At the center of the tent, the blonde Alacryan captain was bound tightly to a wooden chair. The ropes dug cruelly into his wrists and shoulders as he thrashed violently, panic overtaking every trace of his former arrogance. Where is my arm? Stefan's voice cracked, his eyes wide with raw terror. Answer me! Someone answer me! The tent flap shifted. Arthur stepped inside. For a split second, Stefan froze. Then pride rushed back to fill the cracks fear had left behind. He lifted his chin, forcing arrogance into his trembling voice. "I am Stefan Vale of the Bloodvale family," he snapped. "If you know what's good for you, you'll untie me immediately." Arthur's hand whipped across Stefan's face with brutal force, snapping his head sideways. The sharp sound echoed through the tent. Stefan gasped, stunned, his cheek instantly burning. "You slapped me?" He slowly looked up, rage and fear shaking through his voice. "What's your name? I'll make sure you—" Arthur moved before he could finish. His hand clamped around Stefan's throat, cutting the words off. "I don't think you understand where you are," Arthur said quietly. Yellow lightning began to crackle around his fingers. Stefan's confidence shattered instantly. "Well, wait. What are you doing? Stop." Inside Arthur's mind, Agrona's voice echoed like poison. "Do you feel pity for the ants you step on?" Arthur's eyes turned completely cold. No hesitation, no mercy. Lightning exploded through Stefan's body. The tent was swallowed in blinding light as Stefan's scream tore through the air. Raw, desperate, and utterly broken. When the light faded, he slumped forward in the chair, smoke rising from his skin as his body trembled uncontrollably. Arthur looked down at him, expression unreadable. "That," he said coldly, "was nothing." His hand sparked again. Stefan's breathing collapsed into panicked gasps. "No, wait, please," he cried. "I'll tell you anything. Anything you want." Arthur grabbed the front of his shirt and pulled him upright. "I won't kill you if you cooperate," he said, voice flat and terrifyingly calm. "How you are treated depends entirely on how honestly you answer." Stefan nodded frantically. Arthur began. "Your name?" "Stefan Vale." "Your family?" Stefan swallowed hard. "Lucia Vale, my sister. Isora Vale, my mother. Karnal Vale, my father." Arthur paused. Karnal Vale. The name stirred something from the memories he had seen through Uto. Then his eyes sharpened. "What is the awakening process?" Stefan answered quickly, desperate to avoid another shock. "It unlocks a child's first mark, allows them to become a mage." Arthur's voice remained steady. "What's the difference between a mark and a crest?" Stefan hesitated. How did he know this much? "A crest is stronger," he said carefully. "It grants deeper control over a specific magic type." Arthur gave no reaction, though inwardly he understood the best way to get answers was to make Stefan believe this was merely confirmation. "What comes after marks and crests?" "Emblems, and then regalias." Arthur's gaze hardened. "How strong are regalia users compared to retainers?" Stefan's face paled. I don't know. I swear on Vritra. My family only has an emblem holder." Arthur noticed the reverence in his voice. They truly worship the Vritra like gods. "How many emblem and regalia holders are currently in Dicathen?" Stefan swallowed. "My commander is an emblem holder serving under a regalia bearer, but I don't know exact numbers." Arthur exhaled slowly. Too low level. Not useful enough. Stefan saw the shift in Arthur's eyes. Panic surged through him. "Wait," he blurted out desperately. "I know something else." Arthur stopped. "We weren't the only force attacking," Stefan said, voice trembling. "Other troops are moving north right now." Arthur's expression darkened. That mattered. Stefan's voice broke completely. "I told you everything. You promised. Please, just let me go." Arthur slowly turned his head toward him. A faint, cold smile touched his lips. "I said I wouldn't kill you." Outside the tent, several captured prisoners lay tied on the ground. One of the soldiers straightened and saluted. Arthur didn't even look back. "Dispose of him however you want." Stefan's face drained of all color. Arthur stepped out into the forest, the shadows swallowing him whole. As he walked, his thoughts drifted. Should I have told the council about Agrona? No one knew, only him and Sylvie. And even with Sylvie, hiding his thoughts had become far more difficult now that their bond had deepened. He hoped she was adapting to her new body and abilities. For Arthur himself, even controlling his dragon's will had become far easier after reaching the White Core. Still, leaving her at the castle had been the right decision. For now. Then Agrona's words crept back into his mind. "You need to choose soon. The next stage of this war won't favor your side." Arthur remained silent. Then, darkness. His thoughts slipped backward. Back to Gray. Gray found himself tied to a chair beneath a blinding light. A voice emerged from the darkness. "What's the last thing you remember?" Gray blinked against the light. "I just won the tournament." "What happened next?" "I accepted an offer. To be mentored by someone powerful." Two figures stepped from the shadows. One of them leaned forward. "What was the woman's name? What was your relationship with her?" Gray's mind raced. The fact that they already knew it was a woman meant they were only confirming details. "I know her as Lady Vera," he said cautiously. "I only met her there." "Lies," a second man shouted from behind him. The other stopped him with a raised hand. "What happened after you won?" "I was heading back to my dorm room." Suddenly, the man from behind lunged forward. His hand clamped around Gray's throat and lifted him from the chair. "Who sent you?" he snarled. "What organization sent you to protect the legacy?" Gray stared at him in complete confusion. He knew nothing about any organization, nothing about a legacy. The man threw him violently aside. Gray slammed into the ground and blacked out. When he awoke again, he was back in the chair. This time, one of the men stood in front of him holding 2 glass flasks. His expression darkened. "If you really are who we think you are, then you've prepared for this." He uncorked 1 flask. "But if we have the wrong person," his lips curled, "this is going to be very uncomfortable." He rubbed the phosphorus-like liquid across Gray's chest. Gray struggled against the ropes. "What are you doing?" Then, flame ignited. Pain exploded across his body. A scream ripped from his throat, louder than anything he had ever made before. "Please stop!" But it didn't stop. Again and again and again, burning. Then a pause, false hope, then fire again. The pain looped endlessly until his mind began to crack. "I'll tell you everything," Gray screamed. The man leaned closer. "Good." His voice turned calm. "I'm going to tell you a story." He began listing everything. The orphanage, Headmaster Wilbeck, the academy. Then he leaned closer. "Which military institution trained you to be the legacy's protector?" Gray gasped through the pain. "I just finished my second year at Withholm Military Academy. I had no prior training." The man's expression twisted with anger. "So you defeated 2 trained KI combatants without previous training?" "I had help from my friends, but..." He was cut off. "Why did Wilbeck allow the legacy to walk around in public with 2 ordinary children?" Gray stared at him. "What is this legacy you keep talking about? I've never heard of it." The man's face darkened. "There are only 2 things I want to know." He raised the lighter again. "Which organization sent you? And how deeply is the country of Traden involved by publicly revealing Lady Vera as your mentor?" Gray kept repeating the truth. "I don't know anything." The flame moved closer to his face. Just as it was about to touch him, boom! The door exploded inward. In a single flash, blood sprayed across the room. Both men dropped before they could even react. Gray's eyes widened. Tears of relief spilled down his face. A familiar figure stepped through the doorway. Calm, composed, Lady Vera. She looked down at him softly. "You're safe now." The scene snapped back to the present. High above the blood-soaked earth, Arthur cut through the sky like a blade. The sensation of flying still felt almost unreal, even now. The wind rushed past him in fierce currents, tearing at his cloak as he sliced through the clouds, sharp eyes scanning the horizon below. Far beneath him, the endless stretch of forest faded into mist and shadow. He had already left Lena and the elven forces behind, fully trusting General Aya to stabilize the situation in the beast glades. With the forest secured for now, there was no reason for him to remain. He should be heading back to the castle. By now, the transmission scroll should already be carrying the critical information he had extracted from the Alacryan prisoner. And yet, something felt off. The sky felt empty. Arthur exhaled slowly. Without Sylvie flying beside him, the silence felt heavier than it should have. He knew she would be worried. After everything that had happened, she would probably assume he had been dragged back into the nightmares of his past life again. For a moment, the image of the tortured prisoner flashed through his mind. Dark, brutal, unforgiving, the memory sat heavily in his chest. He forced it down. He would explain everything to Sylvie later. Right now, there was only one place he needed to be. Then suddenly, Arthur dropped. The clouds tore apart around him as he descended, revealing the chaos below, the wall, a massive fortress stretching across the landscape like an iron spine, standing between survival and complete annihilation. Below it, war raged. Explosions ripped across the battlefield. Steel clashed in relentless waves. The roars of mana beasts shook the air. Alacryan forces hammered endlessly against the defenses, like a tide that refused to break. Arthur's eyes narrowed. He had read the reports, but seeing it with his own eyes was something entirely different. This wasn't a battlefield. It was a storm. A stray arrow suddenly shot toward him from below. A soldier's voice shouted in alarm, mistaking him for an enemy descending from the sky. Arthur deflected the projectile effortlessly with a flick of wind mana. Without slowing, he dove. Like a meteor, flames wrapped around his body as he plummeted straight toward the fortress. Then, boom. He crashed into the courtyard in an eruption of fire and force. A massive shockwave blasted outward, kicking up smoke and dust across the stone ground. By the time the haze began to clear, a captain had already dropped to one knee before him. "Forgive us, General." His voice shook with panic. "I am Captain Albinth Kelris of the Bulwark Division. My archer mistook you for an enemy descending from above." Arthur stood calmly as the smoke settled around him. A faint smile touched his lips. "It's been a while since someone treated me like an enemy." The captain visibly paled. "Sir, I'll have him punished immediately." Arthur raised a hand, stopping him. "No need," he said evenly. "I came from the beast glades unannounced." It was a natural reaction. Then his gaze shifted toward the trembling archer standing nearby. "Good aim," Arthur said calmly. "But next time, report first." The soldier immediately snapped into a salute. "Yes, sir." Arthur turned back to the captain. "What's your name and rank?" "Captain Albinth Kelris, sir." Arthur nodded. "Good. Show me everything." Without delay, the captain led him deeper into the wall. They moved through massive stone corridors, wide enough for supply carts and troop formations. Albinth spoke as they walked. "The Bulwark Division is the backbone of the wall, sir. Blacksmiths, engineers, workers, repair crews, everyone here keeps the structure standing." Arthur glanced toward the passing workers hauling materials. "The stray attacks must keep you busy." The captain gave a tired nod. "Constantly. Repairs, reinforcements, supply checks. We file reports daily on structural damage, resource consumption, and defensive readiness." Arthur stepped out onto a high balcony and froze. Below him stretched something far beyond a simple fortress. A massive industrial system sprawled beneath the stone levels. Elevators moved up and down through enormous shafts. Chains groaned under the weight of cargo. Crates were hauled across platforms. Workers and soldiers moved in perfect coordination. Arthur stared. This is the wall? Even from above, it was staggering. This wasn't merely a fortress. It was an entire city built into the defense line. line. Captain Albinth gave a small smile. "Forgive the noise, sir. It can be overwhelming for those not used to it." Arthur let out a slow breath. "Overwhelming, yes," he admitted, "and impressive." A faint regret passed through him. "I should have visited sooner." The captain nodded. From this level onward, several floors are also accessible to civilians. As they continued, passing soldiers snapped into formal salutes. The moment they recognized him, many stiffened in visible panic. "General," Arthur chuckled lightly. "Relax. A normal salute is enough." Then a sudden wave of heat hit him. Arthur stopped mid-step. "Is there a fire somewhere?" Albinth smiled. "We're passing the main forge." Arthur looked down over the railing. His eyes widened. A gigantic molten chamber glowed beneath them. Massive metal pillars slammed rhythmically onto blazing steel. The sound thundered through the structure. Then he noticed something else. Mages. Several earth and gravity mages were lifting entire metal frames and machinery components with magic, dropping them with incredible force and precision. Arthur stared in stunned silence. It reminded him almost exactly of the old steam-powered hammers from Earth. A small smirk tugged at his lips. Even here, magic drove industry. Eventually, they exited the forge level and stepped into something Arthur hadn't expected at all. A marketplace. Loud, busy, alive. Merchants shouted prices. Soldiers bartered for gear. Civilians moved through the bustling streets. Arthur's eyes widened. This place is thriving. Captain Albinth nodded. There's no law-forcing service here. Instead, the military pays adventurers to fight. He gestured toward the rows of shops. The merchants sell to them. Then the military taxes the merchants and cycles that revenue back into the war effort. Arthur looked around again. A self-sustaining war economy? A perfect loop. A faint smile appeared. Brilliant. They eventually reached the central courtyard. Ahead stood a massive command tent, heavily guarded and surrounded by armed officers. Captain Albinth stopped. "Perfect timing, sir. The strategy meeting is just beginning." He lowered his voice slightly. "The senior captain, division heads, and several commanders are already inside." Arthur gave a single nod, then stepped forward. The moment he entered, the room fell silent. A war room. Large maps spread across a central table. Colored markers indicating troop positions, supply routes, and enemy movement. Every eye in the tent turned toward him. At the head of the table stood a tall man with sharp features and piercing red eyes. His posture was composed, controlled. But there was something calculating in the way he looked at Arthur. The man spoke first. "Welcome, General Arthur Leywin." His voice carried calm authority. "It is an honor to finally have a lance here at the wall." He gestured toward an open seat, his gaze still cold and sharp. "I am Trotius Flamesworth." His expression remained unreadable. "Senior captain of the wall." High above the clouds, within the quiet stillness of the floating castle, a rare and fragile moment of peace unfolded, one untouched by the chaos consuming the world below. Ellie knelt on the smooth wooden floor, her hands stretched out in encouragement, a bright, patient smile on her face. "Come on, you can do it," she said softly. A few steps away stood Sylvie, still adjusting to her human form. Barefoot and unsteady, she wobbled slightly, her long white hair cascading over her shoulders. Frustration shimmered in her golden eyes as she shifted her weight, clearly struggling. "I can't," she muttered, her voice small but stubborn. Ellie didn't move any closer. "Just a few more steps," she urged again. "You have to try on your own." Sylvie frowned, puffing her cheeks in annoyance. "Then come closer," she complained. "No," Ellie replied, shaking her head gently. "You're doing great. Just keep going." After a moment, she tried again. One step, then another. Her movements were slow, careful, uncertain. But she was moving. Ellie's eyes lit up instantly. "That's it. You're doing really—" Before she could finish, Sylvie's foot slipped. She stumbled forward. Ellie lunged to catch her, but misjudged the distance. Both of them crashed onto the wooden floor with a heavy thud. For a brief second, they stared at each other in stunned silence. And then, without warning, burst into laughter. A simple moment, warm, carefree, a moment that felt impossibly distant from the war raging beyond the castle walls. Far away, that peace did not exist. Inside the war council at the wall, the air was thick with tension. Officers stood gathered around a massive circular map, voices low but urgent. Every movement carried weight, every word sharpened by the reality of war. At the head of the table stood Trotius Flamesworth, his sharp red eyes sweeping across the room with cold precision. A captain stepped forward, pointing toward marked positions. "Based on our latest reports, 5 units are stationed here, and 3 more advancing from the east." Trotius didn't nod. Instead, his gaze locked onto her. "Captain Kruer," he said flatly, "how accurate is your dungeon-clearing timeline?" Kruer hesitated slightly. "Fairly accurate, taking into account 1 week is too long." The interruption cut clean through the room. Arthur stood silently to the side, watching. Throughout the meeting, his attention never left Trotius. Every decision, every tone, every shift in posture, Arthur studied it all carefully. "The number of corrupted beasts is increasing," Trotius continued, voice steady and unforgiving. 4 days per dungeon. That's all we can allow." Kruer stiffened immediately. "Sir, rushing expeditions will increase casualties." Arthur could feel the tension tightening. He already carried a quiet bias against Trotius. From what he'd heard through Jasmine and Hester, from the reputation of the Flamesworth name, and seeing him now only made Arthur more wary. "Some of those dungeons have never been cleared," Kruer pressed. "Without proper caution, entire units could be wiped out." Arthur almost stepped in, but stopped himself. He wasn't here as Jasmine's friend. He was here as a lance. Trotius leaned forward slightly, his voice firm, leaving no room for argument. The wall is our last line of defense. Silence settled over the room. If a soldier dies in the beast glades, their family remains safe. A pause. But if the wall falls, then the beasts and the Alacryan mages controlling them will move freely and slaughter everyone behind it. No one spoke. The order stands. 4 days. Arthur exhaled quietly. Cold. Ruthless. But not wrong. He didn't like the man, but he couldn't deny the strength in his leadership. The discussion shifted. Status of the Trailblazer Division? Trotius asked. Arthur's focus sharpened instantly. Tessia's division. A captain responded. They've secured a 4th tunnel, the longest so far. The entrance is hidden near a riverbank. Earth mages are reinforcing it. It should be ready for use within a week. Reduce the workforce by a quarter, Trotius ordered without hesitation. Begin night shifts. After losing a route last week, underground paths are our priority. Again, decisive, immediate. Teleportation gates? Trotius continued. Kruer answered, We've assigned only 1 scouting unit so far. Progress is slow. Arthur finally spoke. Teleportation gates? Trotius turned slightly toward him. The attacks are constant. Troops are deployed daily, he explained. Currently, the only way to reach the beast glades is through unstable underground tunnels. Slow, dangerous, and inefficient. He gestured toward the map. But with the new rail line connecting the wall to Blackbend City, we gain access to a teleportation gate. If we locate hidden gates within the beast glades, we can connect them, allowing instant troop movement. Arthur frowned slightly. And you're certain those gates exist? We're not, Trotius replied bluntly, which is why we're committing limited resources. Arthur's eyes drifted to the document spread across the table. Ancient relics, teleportation gates, the floating castle, Zyrus City, remnants of an older age, massive stone arches carved with indecipherable runes, structures so advanced that entire cities had been built around them. Modern artificers could manipulate and connect them, but creating one from scratch was still far beyond reach. How are you tracking them? Arthur asked. Trotius answered without hesitation. They emit faint fluctuations of mana across all elements. Subtle enough to blend into the environment, difficult to detect. Arthur understood immediately. That wasn't just difficult. It was borderline impossible. Even with Realm Heart, isolating such faint deviations within the natural flow of ambient mana, while flying blindly across the beast glades, it could easily become a complete waste of time. Still, I understand, Arthur said calmly. Trotius inclined his head slightly. My apologies for making you sit through this, Lance Arthur. Arthur shook his head. Before we conclude, I'd like to share what I've learned about the enemy. Later, Arthur walked through the sprawling city built against the wall. On the surface, it looked alive. Merchants calling out, armor clanking, voices filling the air. But beneath it all, fear. It lingered in hurried footsteps, in guarded expressions, in forced conversations meant to feel normal. Everyone knew the truth. The war was right outside. A distant explosion shook the ground. No one reacted. They were used to it. Arthur moved through the crowd silently, his gaze scanning everything. A merchant called out, offering him boots, but Arthur ignored him. The fear was everywhere, and no one could hide it completely. His thoughts drifted back to the council. Alacryans. Their magic wasn't like Dicathen's. It was limited, but specialized, refined, dangerous in its own way. Assuming their limits could get people killed. He remembered Trotius's question. What stops a striker from forming a shield? And Kruer's concern. What if their abilities aren't truly limited? Arthur's answer had been simple. Don't rely on it blindly. Inform your commanders. Observe. Adapt. Understanding the enemy wasn't about certainty. It was about awareness. Even now, standing in the market, Arthur could tell they didn't fully believe him. Not yet. All he could do was hope the information would save lives when it mattered. A patrol marched past as civilians muttered complaints. They should send all soldiers to the beast glades. Arthur didn't react. He knew better. Concentrating all forces in one place was how wars were lost. He stepped away from the noise, slipping into the shadow of a massive stone archway. Darkness wrapped around him. His blue eyes glowed faintly in the dim light. Cold, focused, unyielding. Time to get back to work. The freezing wind howled across an endless stretch of snow-covered wasteland, tearing through the caravan as if trying to rip it apart piece by piece. Heavy wagons creaked under their loads, wheels grinding against frozen earth as the convoy pushed forward through the blizzard. In the far distance, barely visible through the swirling haze, the massive silhouette of the wall loomed like a silent guardian. Inside one of the covered carts, Reginald sat in tense silence beside Helen. The rattling of the wagon did little to mask the unease hanging between them. Every instinct honed through years of battle told them the same thing. Something wasn't right. Then it happened. The beast pulling their wagon shrieked, a sharp, panicked cry that cut through the storm. Reynolds moved instantly. Stay alert, he barked, but the warning came a second too late. A violent explosion tore through the snow ahead, flames erupting as the lead wagon was swallowed whole. Fire and debris scattered across the frozen ground. Another ambush! Reynolds roared, already drawing his weapon. As the smoke cleared, Angela's sharp eyes caught movement. There! In an instant, the twin horns snapped into formation. Angela raised her staff and a powerful green vortex spiraled outward, wind roaring as it formed a protective barrier around the caravan. The storm itself seemed to bend under her control. From within the blizzard, shadows descended. Alacryan assassins. They moved like phantoms, fast, precise, lethal. "Protect the supplies!" Reynolds shouted, his voice cutting through the chaos. Durden surged forward, slamming his foot into the ground as stone erupted upward, forming a defensive line that bought the others precious seconds. Helen moved next. With a swift motion, she leapt onto a rising pillar of ice, her bow already drawn, her eyes locked onto a target slicing through the air. Jasmine, moving with terrifying speed as glowing daggers spun from her hands like streaks of light. The assassin deflected them mid-air. Helen didn't hesitate. Arrows followed immediately, cutting through the storm. But before they could land, a massive shadow swallowed the battlefield. Another assassin descended from above, riding a monstrous winged beast. Before it could strike, Angela reacted. A sharp gust of wind sliced through the air, smashing into the creature's wings and sending it spiraling downward. It crashed violently into the snow. A jagged spike of stone erupted from beneath the beast, impaling it straight through the chest. Blood sprayed across the white snow. "Reynolds, stop him!" Helen shouted. Another assassin had already broken through, charging straight toward the supply wagons. Reynolds stepped forward without hesitation, his gauntlet ignited, flames roaring to life, wrapping around his arm like a blazing inferno. The assassin struck first, deflecting the attack and barking an order for Reynolds to move aside. Reynolds didn't budge. Above them, Helen's arrows rained down, forcing the assassin to raise a wind barrier. That moment was enough. Reynolds drew in all his strength. His fist burned brighter, like a falling star. Then he moved, a single devastating punch. The barrier shattered. The assassin was blasted backward, crashing into the snow as smoke rose from his chest. And just like that, silence. The storm howled again, but the battle was over. Reynolds stood there, breathing heavily, steam rising from his body. Then he looked up. A figure approached through the snow. Arthur, calm, unshaken, dragging a captured assassin by the collar as if it weighed nothing. "I left this one alive," Arthur said simply, "for questioning." He added almost casually that soldiers would be sent to retrieve the fallen beast for research. The veteran stared at him in stunned silence. Then Reynolds broke it, laughing loudly as he threw an arm around Arthur's shoulders. "Hard to believe sometimes," he said with a grin, "that you're a lance now." Not long after, the massive gates of the fortress groaned open. The caravan finally passed into safety. Arthur walked beside them, his gaze drifting toward his parents. Their movements flawless, every step, every reaction, perfectly in sync from years of fighting side by side. And yet, a quiet fear settled in his chest. How long can they keep this up? That night, warmth replaced the cold. Inside a crowded tavern, the tension melted into laughter, clinking mugs, and the comforting noise of life continuing despite the war. Reynolds leaned forward, studying Arthur carefully. "I can't even sense your core anymore," he admitted. "Just how strong did you get?" Arthur gave a small, calm smile. "I reached white core." For a moment, silence. Then the entire room erupted. Reynolds pulled him into a tight embrace, pride unmistakable in his voice as he laughed. Arthur closed his eyes briefly. Peace. Something he hadn't expected to feel again. They talked about Ellie, about home, about the letters that had grown fewer over time. That's when Arthur realized something. Ellie had barely been replying. Alice smiled softly, though there was a hint of concern behind it. "She's in that phase," she said gently. "Most of her replies are just, 'I'm okay,' or 'I'm alive.'" Arthur frowned slightly. He suggested visiting her, knowing that's what Ellie truly wanted. But Helen shook her head. "Security's tightened. Only high-ranking officials can use the teleportation gates now." Arthur immediately offered to take them himself, but Alice stopped him. "We don't want to burden you," she said. "A new transport system is being built. It'll be easier soon." Arthur didn't look convinced. His voice tightened. "The roads are getting worse. You were just attacked." Reynolds waved it off with a shrug. "No one got seriously hurt. And that was enough," Arthur snapped. "What about next time?" The room fell quiet. He reminded them. Jasmine, Durden. They had been knocked unconscious before. "I'm not the only one worried," Arthur said, his voice tightening. "Ellie is too." Silence settled heavily over the table. Angela stood abruptly. "I think I left something in the carriage." Helen followed her out without another word, giving them space. Alice looked at Arthur, calm but firm. "Our responsibilities may not be as great as yours," she said softly, "but we're still doing our part." Arthur shook his head, frustration bleeding through. "You're risking your lives." Alice's reply was gentle but unyielding. "So are you." "I can handle it," Arthur shot back. A sharp sound cut through the air. Reynolds slammed his hand against the table. His expression hardened. "Do you even hear yourself?" he said, voice burning. "You risk your life every day, but expect us to sit back and do nothing?" Arthur's voice cracked. "I'm fighting to protect you. What if you're not there next time?" he continued, emotion spilling over. What if something happens? What if Ellie... He stopped. Too late. Just like Adam. The name hung in the air like a blade. Reynolds' expression turned cold. That's enough. His voice dropped, steady and sharp. Protecting family matters, he said, locking eyes with Arthur. But so does living with purpose. His tone hardened. Dicathen might not be your only home, but it's ours. A pause. And if fighting means dying so Ellie can live a better life, then so be it. Those words hit harder than any attack. Arthur had no response. None. His parents stood and walked away, leaving him alone at the table. His hands trembled. The wood beneath his grip cracked under the pressure. Everything inside him, fear, anger, helplessness, boiled over. In the next instant, he vanished. A massive shockwave tore through the tavern as Arthur shot into the sky, disappearing into the freezing darkness above. Arthur stood alone at the summit of a jagged mountain. The world stretched endlessly beneath him. Far in the distance, the city glowed like a sea of scattered stars, its lights flickering against the darkness of night. From up here, everything seemed quiet, distant, almost peaceful. But that peace didn't reach him. A sudden sound broke the silence. Stone shifted. Arthur's eyes narrowed as his gaze snapped toward the edge of the cliff behind him. A hand appeared, gripping the rock, fingers digging into the mountain's edge as someone pulled themselves upward. For a brief moment, Arthur tensed, caught off guard. Then a head peeked over the ledge. Seriously? It was Jasmine. She hauled herself up with a final push, brushing dust off her clothes as she straightened, clearly annoyed. You could at least have some respect for people who can't fly, she said, exhaling sharply as she glanced around. So this is where you ran off to last night? Arthur blinked, slightly surprised. We've been looking for you all day, she continued, crossing her arms. And by the way, the inn owner is still panicking over the mess you left behind. Arthur let out a quiet breath, guilt flickering across his face. I'll send something to make up for it, he said calmly. A proper gift. Then after a pause, he looked at her. How did you even find me? Jasmine smirked faintly. Don't underestimate your mentor. Arthur gave a small, knowing smile. I never have. For a moment, the tension eased. Jasmine stepped closer, the wind tugging lightly at her hair as she studied him. How long were you at the wall? She asked. I just arrived yesterday, Arthur replied. The air had grown colder, the mountain winds biting sharper as the night deepened. Without thinking, Arthur raised his hand slightly. A small flame flickered to life in his palm. The warmth spread subtly between them, pushing back the chill. Jasmine glanced at it, then back at him. Did you meet my father? Arthur nodded slightly. I walked in on one of his meetings. He hesitated briefly. Did you see him? Jasmine let out a quiet, humorless breath. No, she said. Despite going back and forth to the wall so many times, I haven't even crossed paths with him once. There was no anger in her voice, just something quieter, more distant. She shook her head slightly, then looked back at Arthur. I'm not going to pry into whatever happened at the inn, she said, her tone softening just a bit. But there's something you need to understand. Arthur stayed silent, listening. Your parents care about you. A lot, she continued. About you and Ellie. A faint smile tugged at her lips. Every time your father meets someone new, he somehow finds a way to bring you up. Talks about his Lance son like it's the greatest achievement of his life. She rolled her eyes slightly. It's kind of annoying, actually. Arthur couldn't help it. He smiled. I know they care, he said quietly. Jasmine's expression shifted, her tone grew more serious. That's not all. Arthur's smile faded slightly as he looked at her again. No matter what they say, Reynolds and Alice still blame themselves, she said, for Adam. The wind seemed colder now. They feel guilty, Jasmine continued, for not being there, for not being able to protect him. Arthur's gaze dropped slightly, his expression tightening. Jasmine didn't stop. And don't forget what happened to your mother before you were born, she added. What happened to Lenza? It broke her. She couldn't even use her magic properly for a long time. Not for anything beyond minor injuries. Arthur nodded slowly. I know, he said. That's exactly why I wanted them to stay at the castle. Somewhere safe, away from all of this. His voice tightened. But instead, they chose to throw themselves right into the middle of it, traveling back and forth through dangerous territory like it's nothing. Jasmine watched him carefully. What they're doing now, she said quietly. It's not just for you and Ellie. Arthur looked at her again. It's for themselves, too. She paused, choosing her words carefully. They're trying to move past their mistakes, their fears. They want to become better, stronger, not just as fighters, but as parents. Arthur said nothing for a moment. Then he exhaled slowly. I was being selfish, he admitted. The words didn't come easily, but they were honest. Maybe, he continued, quieter now, maybe all of us just need time to adjust. Jasmine gave a small nod. Just don't let things end up like they did with me and my family, she said. Arthur frowned slightly. There was a time we could have fixed things, she admitted. But I kept running, and my father was too proud to reach out. Her gaze drifted briefly toward the distant city lights. And now, that chance is gone. Silence settled between them. Then Arthur smiled faintly. Thanks, he said sincerely. Jasmine snorted lightly. You better be, she replied. My jaw's starting to hurt from all this talking. Despite her words, neither of them moved. Instead, they stayed, and they talked about everything. Some stories were light, filled with laughter and old memories. Others were heavier, filled with things neither of them said out loud very often. Arthur told her about his time with the Asuras, about the battles he fought, about defeating a Vritra retainer. He even told her about Sylvie and her human form. Jasmine listened, occasionally reacting with disbelief or quiet amusement. Then she shared her own stories about the twin horns, their missions, their struggles. Time passed unnoticed. The night deepened. Eventually, Jasmine stood up, brushing herself off as she glanced toward the horizon. "I should head back," she said. Arthur nodded, rising slightly before stopping himself. "Jasmine?" She looked back. "Thanks for everything." For a moment, she just stared at him. Then she reached out and lightly patted his head. "Don't overthink it," she said. And with that, she turned and began making her way back down the mountain. Arthur watched her go until she disappeared into the darkness. Then he sat back down, alone once again. His eyes drifted upward toward the endless sky above. For the first time in a while, his thoughts felt quieter. Elsewhere within the castle, far removed from the tension of war councils and battlefield reports, the atmosphere was filled with warmth and sweetness. Inside the grand kitchen, a chief busily prepared an array of desserts for the evening meal. Plates of delicately crafted pastries lined the counters. Glazed tarts, layered cakes, and sugar-dusted confections that filled the room with an irresistible aroma. As he worked, carefully placing the finishing touches on a tray, something caught his attention. A faint movement. He paused. Slowly, he turned his head toward the side of the table. There, just barely visible, was a small head peeking out. Two black horns curved upward from it. Golden eyes shimmered with quiet fascination as they stared directly at the desserts. The chief blinked. The small figure froze. Then, just as quickly as it had appeared, it ducked out of sight. A little while later, Sylvie wandered through the castle halls, clutching a bag filled to the brim with stolen sweets. Her steps were uneven, slightly clumsy. "This is exhausting," she muttered under her breath. Her brows furrowed as she continued walking, clearly annoyed. Using mana just to walk? How does Arthur do this all the time? She adjusted her balance, taking another careful step, her movements still not entirely natural in her human form. As she turned a corner, voices drifted toward her from a nearby room. She slowed. "No, that sounds too desperate. Maybe something simpler." Sylvie tilted her head slightly, curiosity piqued. Quietly, she stepped closer and peeked inside. There, standing in the middle of the room, was Ellie. She was facing the empty doorway, posture stiff, clearly rehearsing something. "Welcome back, Arthur," Ellie said, trying to sound natural, only to immediately shake her head. No, that's weird." Sylvie stepped inside. "What are you doing?" Ellie jumped. Her entire body stiffened as she turned around, clearly flustered. "Nothing," she said quickly. Sylvie simply smiled, clearly unconvinced. "We should go," she said casually. "Arthur will be arriving soon." Ellie blinked. Right. Not long after, the castle gates opened. Arthur stepped through, his presence immediately drawing the attention of the guards. They bowed respectfully as he passed. Standing off to the side, Ellie and Sylvie waited. The moment they saw him, they greeted him together. Arthur stopped in front of them, completely drenched. Water dripped from his clothes, his hair clinging to his face. Without hesitation, he spread his arms wide. Ellie immediately stepped back. "Nope," she said flatly. "You're soaked. We're skipping the hug." Arthur smiled and ignored her completely. He stepped forward and pulled her into a tight embrace anyway. Ellie protested, squirming slightly as she tried to push him away. Sylvie stood nearby, watching the interaction with quiet confusion. Arthur finally let go, turning his attention toward her. His eyes softened slightly. "You've grown," he said, studying her. "Looks like my fearsome dragon is turning into a healthy young girl." Sylvie didn't react to the compliment. Instead, she stared straight through him. "Did something happen?" Arthur paused for just a moment. Then he smiled. "We'll talk about it later." Before either of them could press further, he raised his hand. A gentle current of wind swirled around them. In seconds, the moisture evaporated. His clothes, and Ellie's as well, dried instantly. The three of them began walking toward the meeting room. Ellie, unable to hold back her excitement, immediately started talking. "I broke into the light red stage while you were gone," she said proudly. "I've been training with Boo every day." Arthur glanced at her, clearly impressed. "Even Commander Virion said I'm ahead of other conjurers my age," she added quickly. "At this rate, I might even skip the mandatory soldier training." Arthur listened quietly, but inside a thought lingered. She's getting bolder. The idea of Ellie wanting to join the war sat uneasily with him. What would Mom and Dad say? A faint sigh escaped him. He hadn't even gotten the chance to properly speak with them before leaving. Maybe, if they were here, she wouldn't be this eager. "Arthur!" Ellie's voice snapped him out of his thoughts. She continued excitedly. "Even Princess Kathleen has been helping me train. She spars with me and helps me with mana control." Arthur smiled faintly. "If you want, I can teach you myself," he said, "when I have time. I was a professor at Xyrus Academy, after all." Ellie frowned immediately. "Yeah, but only for a semester." Arthur blinked. "What's that supposed to mean?" Ellie crossed her arms. "I feel like learning from you would just discourage me." "We're only 4 years apart," Ellie continued, "but you're already a white core mage with quadra-elemental magic." She looked away slightly. "If I trained under you, I'd just end up comparing myself." Sylvie suddenly chimed in. "Even among Asuras, Arthur's talent is considered abnormal," she said casually. "You shouldn't compare yourself to a freak like him." Arthur frowned. "Freak feels a bit harsh." Ellie shook her head. "No, that sounds about right." Arthur sighed quietly. After that, Ellie and Boo went their separate way, leaving Arthur and Sylvie to continue toward the meeting room. As they entered, a loud voice greeted them. Well, if it isn't the young Lance. Bund. Arthur glanced at him, noticing the exhaustion written all over his face. The meeting took a toll on you, Arthur remarked. Bund let out a long groan. I didn't even want to join this little club, he muttered. But what can you do? He shifted slightly, clearly uncomfortable. My backside hasn't hurt this much since my mother used to whip me as a child. Arthur almost smiled. One by one, the others arrived. Arthur greeted them as they took their seats. Queen Priscilla spoke first. You've arrived at a perfect time. King Glader followed. We've been waiting for your return. Your report requires discussion. Virion leaned back with a smirk. You didn't really think you'd get out of this meeting, did you? Arthur sighed. That's exactly why I sent a transmission scroll with all the details. Virion ignored the remark. The meeting began. Your report mentioned 2 separate but coordinated attacks near Elenoir, Virion said. Is that correct? Arthur nodded. It is. There's nothing further to add. King Blaine spoke next. Then we maintain current troop distribution and send reinforcements to Elenoir Forest only when necessary. Queen Mariel immediately frowned. That implies you don't consider elven territory worth defending. Blaine's expression hardened. This was a minor incursion, he replied. Compare that to the daily assaults on the wall. Protecting Sapin takes priority. King Alduin's voice cut in. No one is arguing against defending Sapin, he said firmly. But elven soldiers are already stationed there. Shouldn't there be consistent defense for our own borders as well? Queen Priscilla spoke calmly. The forest itself is a defense. The mana fog has protected it for centuries. Those invaders would have gotten lost and died long before reaching any city. Alduin's restraint snapped. There are still tribes living outside the cities. His voice rose. By your logic, we should abandon Sapin's outer cities, too. Blaine slammed his hand down. That comparison is absurd. The tension in the room spiked instantly. Voices rising, arguments clashing, until enough! Virion's voice cut through everything like a blade. Silence fell. He looked at both sides, his expression sharp. We will not reduce ourselves to this. A pause. Then he spoke again, calm, controlled. Based on attack patterns, Sapin remains the primary target. The most direct path to major cities runs through the Grand Mountains and the Wall. He folded his hands. Maintaining priority there is the correct decision. Alduin said nothing. Even if it hurt, he understood. Virion continued. For Elenoir, we will reassign several Trailblazer units to southern dungeons. If another incursion occurs, they will surface and reinforce immediately. King Blaine gave a firm nod. The forest remains a natural defense. Alduin exhaled slowly and said nothing more, even if he wanted otherwise. This was the best decision for the continent. Deep within the veiled expanse of the Elenoir Forest, where the fog twisted like a living maze and the air itself felt heavy with mana, a group of Alacryan soldiers moved with careful precision. At the center of the group, one soldier stood, with his palm pressed firmly against the bark of an ancient tree. His eyes were shut tight in concentration. Mana pulsed faintly from his body, seeping outward in controlled waves as he focused on something far more complex than a simple spell. Not far from him, another soldier shifted impatiently, glancing around at the dense fog that swallowed everything beyond a few meters. How much longer? He asked, his voice low but edged with tension. Your veiling barrier isn't going to hold forever. The soldier at the tree didn't respond immediately. His breathing grew heavier as he pushed more mana into the spell. The faint glow around his hand intensified, spreading slowly across the surface of the tree like creeping veins of light. Just a little more, he finally muttered, his voice strained. Covering this wide of an area? It's not easy. The others exchanged uneasy glances. They all understood the risk. The Elenoir Forest wasn't just dangerous because of the beasts or the enemy. It was the forest itself. The mana-laden fog distorted perception, twisted direction, and drained even seasoned mages if they weren't careful. And yet, they were here, deliberately forcing their way through it. Suddenly, the glow surged. The mana coating the tree flared brightly for a brief moment, before settling into a steady, controlled pattern. Intricate lines of energy spread across the bark, forming a network that pulsed faintly. The soldier exhaled sharply, his knees nearly giving out as he pulled his hand away. It's done, he said, his voice hoarse but filled with relief. The process is complete. The moment the final surge of mana settled into the tree, one of the soldiers standing nearby let out a breath he didn't realize he had been holding. Relief quickly turned into excitement, and a grin spread across his face. Finally, he said, almost laughing, now we can move on to the next phase. Not yet. The mage Circe cut him off instantly, his voice calm but firm. Though exhaustion weighed heavily on his body, his eyes remained sharp, focused. There's still one final point left to unlock. The brief spark of celebration died just as quickly as it had appeared. Without wasting another second, Circe stepped forward and crouched, pressing his palm flat against the cold, damp ground. His fingers dug slightly into the soil as he began channeling mana once more. This time, however, the flow was different, deeper, more concentrated. A low hum began to resonate beneath them. At first it was faint, barely noticeable. Then it grew. Mana waves rippled outward from the point of contact, spreading through the earth like invisible shock waves. The ground beneath their feet trembled subtly, as if something ancient had been stirred awake. Suddenly, a sphere of shimmering mana burst into existence, enclosing the 3 soldiers within its boundary. At the same time, glowing lines etched themselves across the forest floor, connecting the points they had established earlier. One line, then another, and finally the last. A perfect triangle formed beneath them, each corner pulsing with faint, synchronized energy. Cersei exhaled slowly, pulling his hand away as the structure stabilized. "The 3-point array is complete," he said, his voice quieter now but laced with satisfaction. One of the others let out a low whistle, clearly impressed. "Not bad," he muttered. "You actually pulled it off." Another quickly stepped in, his tone more urgent. "Then we shouldn't waste time. If any elves pick up even a trace of this, we're finished." Cersei gave a small nod. He closed his eyes again, but this time not to cast. Instead, he searched, his senses stretched outward, weaving through the dense, mana-saturated fog of the Elenoir Forest. Every fluctuation, every distortion in the ambient mana brushed against his awareness. It was like trying to read ripples in a storm-tossed ocean. Chaotic, unstable, and incredibly difficult to interpret. For a few tense seconds, no one spoke. Then slowly, Cersei lifted his hand and pointed. That way. The others didn't question him. They moved immediately. The deeper they traveled into the forest, the heavier the fog became. What had once been a hazy obstruction now thickened into something almost tangible, clinging to their skin, distorting their vision. Shapes warped at the edges. Sounds carried strangely, echoing from directions that didn't make sense. Time itself seemed to lose meaning. One of the soldiers exhaled quietly, his voice low, almost to himself. "How long has it been since we started this mission?" No one answered, because none of them knew. They continued forward, marking trees along the way, each one carefully etched with faint traces of mana, subtle enough to avoid detection, but strong enough to guide their return. But as they moved deeper, the forest began to change. The first body appeared without warning, a fallen soldier half buried beneath roots and leaves, his armor torn apart. Then another, and another. Corpses of their own forces littered the paths ahead, silent reminders of how many had already failed. The group didn't stop. They couldn't. Each step forward carried them past more of the dead, deeper into territory that felt increasingly hostile, increasingly alive. Then, stop. The command came sharp and immediate. All 3 froze. Just ahead of them, partially obscured by fog, the ground dropped away into a massive pit. Jagged spikes jutted upward from its depths, twisted into unnatural shapes. One of the soldiers stepped closer, narrowing his eyes. "Those aren't natural," he said quietly. "Those spikes, they've been shaped. Plant magic," another muttered. A tense silence followed. Then suddenly, "You said this path was safe." The accusation snapped toward Cersei like a blade. He didn't react outwardly, but irritation flickered beneath his calm expression. "There's no such thing as a completely safe path here," he replied evenly. "We needed to move. Now we stop, and I find another route." The tension lingered, but no one argued further. They turned, shifting direction once again. As they moved, Cersei's thoughts grew heavier. Navigating the forest alone was already difficult, tracking mana fluctuations, maintaining hidden arrays, staying undetected, but doing it while being questioned, doubted. It made it harder to focus, more frustrating. Still, he pushed forward, because failure wasn't an option. Eventually, they came to a halt in a relatively open patch of ground. "Rest," one of them said. No one argued this time. They sat pulling out rations, the silence between them filled only by the distant whisper of the forest. One of them broke the quiet. "We didn't place as many arrays as planned today," he said, chewing slowly, "but we've made it deeper than expected." Cersei nodded faintly. "It's harder than it looks," he replied. "Even the smallest mana leak, and the elves will detect it immediately. Every array has to be perfect." "Still," another voice cut in, sharper this time, "we could have gone further if you weren't so slow." Cersei didn't respond. Before the tension could rise again, a more energetic voice broke through. "Hey, relax, Cole." He leaned forward with a grin, holding out a piece of food. "Here, I saved the biggest piece for you." Cersei hesitated for a moment before taking it. Each of them treated him differently. Criticism, praise, encouragement, and somehow all of it irritated him. Cole turned toward another member of the group. "Fane, you too," he said. "Don't act like you don't need rest." Fane didn't even look up. "I'd rather finish the mission," he replied coldly, "than sit around wasting time." Cersei watched them quietly. He had only joined this team a few weeks ago. The others had trained together for years. Their coordination, their understanding of each other, it was built over time, through countless missions. He wasn't supposed to be here. If their previous sentry hadn't died, if he hadn't awakened his emblem at that exact moment, he would still be somewhere else. Not here, not carrying this burden. A soft voice cut through his thoughts. "We can't go any deeper safely," said the purple-haired girl, her tone firm. "Not until Cersei's emblem recovers." Her words settled heavily in the air, because everyone knew what that meant. The success of this mission depended on him. Cersei lowered his gaze slightly, the weight pressing down harder than before. One of the others exhaled, trying to ease the tension. "We're not the only team out here," he said. Maybe another group has already secured a route. Maybe. But no one looked convinced, because deep down, they all knew. If they failed here, there might not be another chance. For a brief moment, silence settled over the group. No one spoke, and no one moved. Yet, despite the tension, one truth lingered clearly in all of their minds. Out of every team sent into the Elenoir Forest, they were the ones most likely to succeed. Not because they were the strongest, not because they were the most experienced, but because of Cersei. Even with his lack of field experience, his emblem granted them an overwhelming advantage, something no other team possessed. It allowed them to navigate the impossible, to see through what others could not. The only problem was its limitation. After using it, Cersei would need nearly an entire day before he could activate it again. A single use, a single chance, and everything depended on how well he used it. Cersei exhaled slowly, steadying his thoughts. "I'll do it now." The others immediately went quiet, their attention snapping toward him. Closing his eyes, Cersei reached inward, past the exhaustion, past the pressure, and activated his emblem. A faint glow pulsed from his body. Then, something separated. A ghostly figure, pale and translucent, slipped out from him like a shadow peeling away from its source. It hovered for a brief second before drifting forward, silent, undetectable. None of the others could see what it saw, but they could feel the shift in the air. Cersei's voice came low, controlled. "The mastery of true sense allows me to perceive all 4 elemental mana particles," he explained. "But for this, I only need wind." The spectral form surged forward. It moved through the forest like a whisper, gliding past trees, slipping through dense fog, crossing terrain that would have taken hours, no, days, for a physical body. Everything was laid bare before it, the flow of mana, the subtle disturbances, the faint trails left behind by life and death. Then, a structure, small, faint, but unmistakable, a town. The ghostly figure lingered for only a moment before retreating, racing back through the same path it had taken. Cersei's eyes snapped open. He inhaled sharply, his body tensing as the connection snapped back into place. For a brief second, the world seemed disoriented, blurred. Then it stabilized. "Well?" one of them asked immediately. "Did you find anything?" Cersei nodded, still catching his breath. "The kingdom is still too far from here," he said. "But I found something else." All eyes were on him now. "A large area, dense with mana fluctuations," he continued. "About a day's travel from our current position." Relief spread through the group almost instantly. "So we're on the right path," someone muttered. "All of this wasn't for nothing," another added quietly. For the first time since entering the forest, a sense of direction returned. Fane, the black-haired soldier, crossed his arms and gave a faint smirk. "Well," he said, his tone laced with dry sarcasm, "looks like that Millview bloodline of yours isn't completely useless after all." His gaze sharpened slightly. "I was starting to doubt it." Before Cersei could respond, the ground trembled. A sudden, violent shake rippled through the forest. All of them snapped into motion instantly, weapons drawn, mana rising. Cersei's senses expanded reflexively, scanning the surroundings. "3," he said quietly. The others tensed. "Elves," he added. The air grew heavy. They weren't alone anymore. The scene shifted. Back inside the castle, within the War Council chamber, the atmosphere was just as tense, though far more controlled. Arthur stood before the gathered leaders, his expression calm but firm. "Now that the matter of the Elenoir Forest has been addressed," he began, "I'd like to update the council on the information I've gathered from recent interrogations." The room quieted. All attention turned toward him. Arthur didn't hold back. He explained everything, from the rune-based systems of power to the structured hierarchy of marks, crests, emblems, and regalias, from their methods of awakening to their combat styles on the battlefield. When he finished, a brief silence followed. Virion was the first to speak. "It seems," he said slowly, "we've been underestimating the Alacryan mages until now." King Blaine frowned slightly at that. "Underestimating?" he questioned. "Learning that their magic has limitations only proves we've been overestimating them." King Alduin nodded in agreement. "It clearly exposes a weakness in their tactics," he added. But before the discussion could settle in that direction, Boone spoke. "It's not that simple." His voice cut cleanly through the room. "On the surface, it might seem like a weakness," he continued, "but based on Arthur's findings, their methods of awakening and training are far more advanced than ours." The room stilled again. Bund leaned forward slightly. "This is speculation," he admitted, "but with their system of marks and crests, Alacryan mages appear to hyper-specialize." He paused briefly, letting the idea sink in. "They dedicate their entire lives to a single spell, refining it, evolving it, perfecting it." A few expressions shifted. "In contrast," Bund continued, "Dicathen mages learn a variety of spells within their elemental affinities." He shook his head slightly. "But on the battlefield, a soldier who is exceptional at one thing can be far more dangerous than one who is merely versatile." Far away, deep within the forest, Cersei's team proved that exact point. The moment the elves revealed themselves, the Alacryan soldiers moved in perfect synchronization, Each one used a single spell, but together they became deadly. One controlled the field, another disrupted movement, the third delivered the finishing blow. In mere seconds, it was over. The elven mages didn't stand a chance. Back in the council chamber, the weight of Boon's words settled heavily. Silence followed. Then, we need to distribute this information immediately, Boon said. To our captains, to the guilds, to the military academies. Arthur spoke calmly. I've already stopped by the wall, he said. The captains there have been informed. Virion nodded. Good, he said. Then we move to the next phase, deployment strategy. Just as Arthur expected, the calm didn't last. The room erupted into debate once more. Voices rose. Arguments clashed. Each leader pushing for resources, for priority, for control. Bun made his position clear. He and his loyalists would take charge in Darv, he declared, and root out Alacryan supporters from within. But the situation was already escalating faster than expected. Reports continued to arrive. The Alacryans had begun using underground tunnels to move their forces toward the Darv-Sapin border. Their ships had been sighted along the western shores of Sapin. Cities like Telmore, Etiston, and Mayburn were now being forced to build defenses on both sides, east and west, because if the wall fell, there would be nothing left to stop the invasion. And for the first time, it became painfully clear. This war was no longer confined to a single front. It was spreading everywhere. A heavy silence lingered in the council chamber, but it didn't last. King Alduin rose once more, his expression tense, yet controlled, though the strain beneath it was impossible to miss. We need to reconsider the situation in Elenoir, he said, his voice steady but urgent. With the recent incursions from the Beast Glades, it's no longer unreasonable to assume that the Alacryan forces stationed in the north may begin shifting east toward our territory. His words settled heavily over the room. The possibility wasn't far-fetched. If the enemy truly intended to open multiple fronts, then Elenoir, protected for so long by its natural defenses, could soon become a primary target. After a brief exchange of glances and murmured discussion, the council reached a temporary decision. Elder Camus and Aya will survey the southern borders first, Virion announced. No full deployment until we confirm the scale of the threat. It was cautious, measured, but necessary. Virion then straightened slightly, attempting to steady the atmosphere. This is only temporary, he reassured. Once Lord Aldir and the Asuras re-establish contact, we'll have clearer direction. That was the moment Arthur's expression shifted. Subtly, but enough. A memory surfaced, sharp and unwelcome. Agrona's voice, his words, his warning. Arthur inhaled slowly before speaking. That won't happen. The room stilled. Every gaze turned toward him. Arthur met their eyes, his voice calm, but carrying a weight that immediately drew attention. The Asuras won't be contacting us again, he said. Not for this war. Confusion flickered across several faces. Then tension. Arthur continued. They've made a pact, he explained. They are no longer allowed to interfere in Dicathen, in any capacity. For a moment, no one reacted. Then, Virion's composure shattered. He rose abruptly, his chair scraping harshly against the floor. That's impossible, he snapped, anger flashing in his eyes. It wasn't enough that they dragged us into their war, used us as pawns for their own purposes. His voice tightened. And now, they break their own treaty to attack the Vritra, and fail? The weight of that failure hung in the air. Virion's expression darkened further as he processed the implications. They couldn't even succeed, he muttered. But it wasn't just that. Arthur had revealed more, far more. 1 in 5, Virion said slowly, almost to himself. 1 out of every 5 people in Alacria is a mage. The sheer scale of it was staggering. His gaze snapped back to Arthur. What else did Agrona say? He demanded. Before Arthur could answer, Queen Marial spoke, her voice sharp with suspicion. And more importantly, she added, how did you receive this message in the first place? The question cut straight to the core. Arthur didn't hesitate, but inside his thoughts moved carefully. He couldn't tell them the truth. Not about Sylvie, not about Agrona taking control of her body. Not yet. Sylvie doesn't even fully understand what happened, he thought. And if the council learns the truth now, it will only complicate things further. Outwardly, his expression remained unchanged. Agrona temporarily possessed one of the captured Alacryan soldiers, Arthur said calmly. He used that connection to relay his message. The explanation was clean, believable, and most importantly, safe. No one questioned it immediately. Arthur continued before doubt could take root. He used the failed assault by the Asuras as leverage, he said. With that, he forced a condition that severed all communication between them and Dicathen. The room grew quieter, heavier. Bund exhaled slowly, rubbing his temple. At least that explains something, he said. Why he hasn't deployed more scythes or retainers. His gaze lifted slightly. He's keeping his strongest forces close, he added, preparing in case the Asuras try something again. The realization only deepened the unease. Queen Marial's voice broke the silence again, this time quieter, but far more dangerous. Then what's stopping them now? She asked. If the Asuras are out of the equation? Her eyes narrowed. What if they've already come? A ripple of tension spread through the room. What if the scythes and retainers are already here? She continued, using the hidden gates in the Beast Glades. Priscilla shook her head slightly. There hasn't been any confirmed sighting of a teleportation gate in months, she replied. The last one was destroyed. She paused briefly before adding, one witness claimed to see an Alacryan mage halfway through a portal before it collapsed, but he died within seconds. Her gaze shifted toward the others. Right now, the Trailblazer Division is focused on eliminating corrupted beasts and their controllers. Finding new gates isn't their priority. King Blaine leaned back slightly, his expression grim. Then we should assume the worst, he said. If they can't come through gates, they'll come by sea. The room grew still. Through the western coast, he added. And if that happens, his voice hardened. No wall will be enough to stop them. Arthur felt a flicker of surprise at that. Even Blaine, who had always placed unwavering faith in Sapin's defenses, was beginning to doubt the wall. In Arthur's previous life, conflicts between nations rarely escalated into full-scale war. Kings settled disputes through paragon duels, controlled battles between chosen champions. Wars like this, total, relentless, unpredictable. They were something else entirely. Virion raised his hand sharply. Enough! The word cut through the rising tension. We're not making any clear decisions like this, he said firmly. Not with emotions running this high. He looked around the room, his expression steady once more. We'll take time to rest, he continued, then reconvene with clearer minds. A pause. The meeting resumes at sunrise. With that, he brought the session to an end. Chairs shifted, voices lowered. The council began to disperse. Boone stood slowly, stretching his back with a groan. Honestly, he muttered, half to himself, I'd rather throw myself onto the battlefield and face the enemy head-on than sit through another one of these meetings. Arthur couldn't help but understand. As the room emptied, his thoughts drifted back to another life, to endless hours spent under Lady Vera's guidance, to the countless strategy lessons, the intricate board games, the simulations of war. At the time they had seemed overwhelming, demanding, exhausting. But now, standing in the middle of a real war, with real lives at stake, Arthur realized something. None of it, not a single lesson, had truly prepared him for this. Because this wasn't just strategy. This wasn't just war. This was the weight of an entire continent, resting on decisions that could never be undone.